Chapter 1. My Desire for Idleness, Eavesdropped by Bibi Dong. Su Feng, a mere cog in the wheel of society, had toiled for decades, ultimately succumbing to the rigors of overwork. He found himself transported to an alternate realm, a world governed by martial souls, known as Douluo continent. In this extraordinary domain, there exists no magic, no martial arts, yet marvelously unique martial souls abound. Each individual awakens their martial soul at the tender age of 6 within the hallowed halls of the Martial Soul Hall. These souls can manifest as animals, plants, or artifacts, assisting in daily life, while some exceptional souls can be honed for combat. This vocation, that of a soul master, stands as the most formidable and esteemed profession on Douluo continent. Every soul strives toward this lofty goal, willing to risk their lives for a chance at glory. Meanwhile, in a secluded chamber of the Martial Soul Hall, the 14-year-old Su Feng lay languidly upon his bed, indulging in the bliss of slumber until the piercing sunlight filtered through the gauzy curtains, causing his starry eyes to flutter open. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the daily idleness routine, sleeping for over 15 hours. Reward: soul power level increased by 5, idleness points, 15. Upon hearing the system notification, Su Feng's expression remained impassive, as though he had long grown accustomed to such announcements. Ever since his untimely demise and subsequent arrival in this world, awakened by the idleness system, he had established a personal doctrine. If he could sit, he would not stand. If he could lie down, he would not sit. If a task could be accomplished with words, he would not lift a finger, and if physical effort were required, he would delegate it. In essence, Su Feng had no desire to relive the hardships of his past life. Moreover, with the system at his disposal, the more he embraced idleness, the stronger he became. Thus, exertion was entirely unnecessary. System. Open the interface, Su Feng stated nonchalantly, curiosity piqued regarding his current status. Moments later, an interface materialized before him. Host, Su Feng. Soul power level, level 69, soul, Emperor 95. Talent, primordial body 1,000 times cultivation speed, increasingly handsome. Idleness points, 12,430. Martial, soul, black sky demon, scythe, god level martial soul. Soul rings, black 10,000 years, black 20,000 years, black 40,000 years, black 70,000 years, red 100,000 years, red 150,000 years. Status: the system has disguised the host's soul power level as level 15, and the soul ring ages have been camouflaged as ordinary ratios. Within the interface, the so-called idleness points serve as an assessment of the host's level of lethargy, which Su Feng could utilize to procure various items and tools from different marketplaces. For instance, the 10th Sandier soul rings and the god-level martial soul displayed were all acquisitions from the marketplace. Naturally, should he wish to enhance the age of his soul rings, he could purchase corresponding items to do so. It seems I am on the verge of breaking through to level 70, Soul Sage. Su Feng mused as he glanced at the interface, suddenly struck by a thought. Perhaps I should engage in some cultivation? With the primordial body bestowing him 1,000-fold cultivation speed, it would require but a brief moment. Su Feng's thoughts began to stir. He quickly shook his head, muttering to himself, never mind after all, I can still break through to Soul Saint while lying down. There's no need to rush. Having said that, Su Feng's lethargy returned, and he intended to continue his slumber. Unexpectedly, the door swung open, accompanied by a voice tinged with mild discontent. Su Feng, at this hour, how can you still be asleep? The intruder was none other than the most beautiful woman recognized by the Spear Hall, the holy maiden Bibi Dong, who held a position second only to the Pope. Su Feng turned his head, noticing a graceful figure approaching him, with skin as white as snow, an almost ethereal beauty, and an aura of divine nobility. She was a sight to behold. Hiss! Su Feng jolted upright. I am Su Feng, your disciple, greeting my teacher. Despite his overwhelming laziness, which made even standing a form of torment, Su Feng felt immense gratitude towards Bibi Dong, who had taken him in for 14 years and accepted him as her disciple, as he did not wish to appear disrespectful. So he stood and bowed respectfully. Humph. Bibi Dong fixed her stern gaze upon Su Feng. You are my first disciple, and the resources I have provided for you are of the highest caliber. Yet, after all these years, you have only reached level 15. With a deep breath, her expression a mixture of disappointment and frustration, she continued, if you were incapable of cultivation, that would be one thing. But you awakened your martial soul at 6, possessing innate full soul power and exceptional talent. You should have been the most brilliant genius across the continent. Yet, you squander your days in idleness. From awakening at 6 to now, 8 years have passed, and you have advanced a mere 5 levels? Is that not shameful? Bibi Dong had repeated these words more than once, and each time she brought it up, she felt a constriction in her chest, a rising tide of vexation. Your teachings are indeed valid, teacher. I shall strive to cultivate harder from now on, Feng replied, not daring to retort, sincerely admitting his fault. Strive harder. Have you ever put forth any effort? Bibi Dong's lips twitched slightly. In a span of 24 hours, you lie down for 18, spend 3 hours in a daze, another 2 hours observing others in a stupor, and the final hour allowing others to watch. You dawdle. Perhaps that was an exaggeration, but the essence of the situation was not far from the truth. Contemplating this, Bibi Dong prepared to scold Feng further, but a familiar voice echoed in her mind. Strive? Strive for what? In my previous life on Earth, I have labored enough. In this life, I have resolved to recline. Not even Jesus can change that. Moreover, I am already a level 69 Soul Emperor with just a few more days of rest. I will break through. Why should I exert myself? Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong was taken aback. Isn't that the voice of my lazy disciple? Can I truly hear his innermost thoughts? Furthermore, what is this earth he speaks of? And when did my disciple reach level 69? Feng, filled with a heart full of curiosity, gazed intently at the enchanting Bibi Dong, who narrowed her beautiful eyes, and ventured cautiously, regardless of the circumstances, your soul power at level 15 is still rather insufficient. I intend to send a few Douluo into the Douluo forest to seek rare treasures that may aid in your breakthrough. What do you think? Thank you for your guidance, esteemed teacher. I shall heed your advice, Feng replied, sensing Bibi Dong's penetrating gaze, and a compliant expression adorned his face. However, at that very moment, Bibi Dong's mind echoed with Feng's inner musings. Ah, does she truly believe I am at level 15? I am on the brink of becoming a soul sage. Moreover, what purpose does it serve to send several Douluo into the Douluo forest? The outer regions harbor no treasures, and the inner regions are guarded by formidable soul beasts such as the Titan Great Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python, leaving no opportunity to discover any rare materials. Titan Great Ape? Sky Blue Bull Python? Realizing she could hear Feng's thoughts, Bibi Dong's heart trembled, and a look of astonishment crossed her face. How does my disciple know that the inner regions of the Douluo forest are inhabited by the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Great Ape? Bibi Dong was filled with doubt. This is a highly classified secret of the Spirit Hall, known only to those at the Title Douluo level. This lazy disciple, with an extraordinary background, surely has concealed much from me. Bibi Dong recalled the scene from 14 years past when she first encountered Feng. She had just slain a soul beast when suddenly a swaddled infant descended from the heavens, creating a large crater upon impact, startling her immensely. Strangely, the swaddled child was unharmed, still peacefully asleep, prompting her to bring little Feng back to the Spirit Hall. Given this, I must not expose this lazy disciple, otherwise he may begin to evade me or intentionally mislead me with falsehoods. Bibi Dong contemplated cautiously. After a brief moment, she resolved she would never unmask Feng. Even if he continued to slack off, her goal was simply to gradually uncover the secrets hidden in his heart. 002 Qian Xunji is watching you. Do you still dare to go on a date? However, this lazy disciple claims to already be a level 69 Soul Emperor. Surely that cannot be true? Bibi Dong suddenly recalled the thoughts she had just heard, her face betraying a flicker of skepticism. A 14-year-old Soul Emperor. Such a thing has never been heard of in the Spirit Hall or across the continent. Surely, this lazy disciple is merely boasting? I need to test this, Bibi Dong resolved, drawing closer to Feng until they were mere inches apart, ultimately embracing him. Esteemed teacher, Feng's heart raced. What are you intending to do? Dear disciple, relax, I am merely checking on your health, she reassured him. Cough, cough. Thank you for your concern, but I am quite well, and there's no need for an examination, Feng stammered, feeling a bit flustered. Humph, remain still and quiet for me, Bibi Dong said, her lips curving into a mischievous smile. Alas, could it be that my teacher harbors intentions of kiss? Surely not, despite my handsome appearance. I am but a child. Upon hearing Feng's thoughts, Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback, a rosy hue adorning her fair cheeks. What could this lazy disciple, at such a tender age, be contemplating? She mused. As your teacher, how could I ever entertain such notions? A sense of embarrassment and indignation swelled within Bibi Dong, yet she could not expose his inner musings, choosing instead to feign ignorance. Before long, she leaned in closer to Feng, her smooth forehead gently pressing against his. A soft hum resonated as a gentle stream of soul power flowed into Feng's being. Indeed, Bibi Dong intended to assess his physical condition in the most tender manner, ensuring no detail was overlooked. After all, while one might conceal their soul power level, the strength of one's body cannot be so easily hidden, can it? Moments later, Bibi Dong released Su Feng, standing there in a daze, astonished to discover that she could not probe his essence at all. How could this be? With her formidable rank of over 80 levels as a Douluo, she should have found it effortless to discern his soul power. As she pondered this perplexity, Su Feng's thoughts echoed once more. Indeed, where there is anomaly, there is often a mystery. How could a teacher of her stature abandon her dignity to grow so intimate, merely to investigate my soul power? Yet, she did not foresee that I possess a protective system with the slightest exertion of my own soul power. I can thwart her attempts at investigation. I am a level 69 soul emperor, merely feigning weakness for amusement. Does this not irk you? What is this drama bucket? Bibi Dong was utterly bewildered. What could this drama bucket be? A treasure capable of obstructing even her probing. Before she could contemplate this further, a powerful wave of energy erupted around Su Feng, followed by his inner voice. Goodness! Merely resisting with a touch of soul power has triggered the 1,000-fold cultivation speed of the Hongmeng body, propelling me to the rank of soul sage. This will not do. I must conceal my true nature lest I alarm my teacher. With this thought, Su Feng suddenly beamed at her and declared, Teacher, I believe I've broken through to level 16. Good heavens! A soul sage of level 70 masquerading as a mere level 16. Bibi Dong's heart quivered, inwardly cursing this rascal for deceiving her for so long. A soul sage at the age of 14, such a notion was unfathomable. Yet, despite the shock and disbelief coursing through her, Bibi Dong maintained her composure, feigning ignorance as she replied, Well done, but do not let this achievement inflate. Your diligent practice must continue. Your disciple shall heed your teachings. Esteemed teacher, Su Feng replied with a respectful bow. Simultaneously, a notification chimed within his consciousness. Ding! Congratulations, host, on breaking through to level 70 and achieving the rank of Soul Sage. You have received a talent reward. Mastery of past and present control over all narratives of Douluo, including hidden plots that, in an instant, Su Feng felt a tremor throughout his body as an influx of information surged into his mind, compelling him to close his eyes and absorb the knowledge in tranquility. After a considerable pause, enlightenment dawned upon him. He realized that many intricate plot details were absent from the original text, leaving him in ignorance of numerous aspects. However, he now possessed a profound understanding of the events transpiring in this world, having gained insight into both ancient and contemporary endowments. For instance, the current moment precisely marked 2 months prior to the incident in the original narrative where Bibi Dong was sullied by Qian Xunji. Coincidentally, it was also the time when Bibi Dong was set to rendezvous with Xiaogang, an encounter that Qian Xunji would soon discover. My dear disciple. A voice called out, and Su Feng returned to the present, smiling as he replied, Please, speak. Master, in the coming days, I shall be departing from the spirit hall. You must take care of yourself in my absence. Do you understand? As Bibi Dong uttered these words, a charming blush adorned her cheeks, her eyes gleaming with profound longing, reminiscent of a maiden experiencing the stirrings of first love. Utterly devoid of the formidable demeanor expected of a master. Clearly, she was preparing for a date with Xiaogang, yet her concern for her indolent disciple prompted her to check on him. Of course, master. Rest assured that I shall manage well. Su Feng responded with a smile, though internally he found himself exasperated once more. Oh, my knave teacher, could you be any more transparent? The signs of infatuation are practically etched upon your face. It is evident you wish to meet that fellow you. And, dear master, could you not be more vigilant? That old coot Qian Xunji has been surveilling you for a month now. If you proceed with this rendezvous, you will undoubtedly be discovered, and then you shall face confinement. Upon hearing this unspoken thought, Bibi Dong's body stiffened. Her master, Qian Xunji, had been watching her for an entire month. She had been utterly oblivious. If she truly went to meet Xiaogang, would their budding romance not be exposed? Disciple. Bibi Dong gazed at Su Feng, a sense of intuition suggesting he possessed much more knowledge than he let on. Thus, she tentatively inquired, I feel a sense of unease at the thought of leaving the spirit hall for several days. What do you believe is the cause of this? I would not presume to speak presumptuously. If you feel a foreboding, master, it would be wise to remain in the spirit hall for a few additional days thereafter. All should. Be well, Su Feng replied with unwavering respect. Indeed, my master is the chosen daughter of the Rakshasa, inherently attuned to ominous premonitions, even sensing the impending sullied incident. Regrettably, My dear teacher is too innocent, blinded by love, failing to discern Xiaogang's duplicitous nature and remaining oblivious to Qian Xunji's despicable character. However, as long as she dedicates a few days to focus cultivation within the Spirit Hall, and that old coot enters seclusion to pursue level 92, all shall be well. What does the sullied incident entail? Bibi Dong's gaze sharpened upon hearing his thoughts. Wait, Bibi Dong was once again taken aback. How does Su Feng know that I am to enter seclusion to pursue level 92 in a few days? This matter had not even been communicated to her. This moment. Su Feng appeared almost prophetic in comparison to Bibi Dong, possessing an uncanny awareness of all things. Bibi Dong's curiosity regarding the small secret nestled within Su Feng's heart grew increasingly intense. However, she understood that eavesdropping on one's thoughts should not be rushed, for excessive probing could easily arouse suspicion. Thus, Bibi Dong resolved to return in a few days to seek out her languid disciple, intending to verify whether her master, Qian Xunji, truly would enter seclusion. Meanwhile, at a lakeside not far from the Spirit Hall, a young man clad in a tailored black suit awaited patiently. He was none other than the esteemed theoretical master Yu Xiaogang. In that moment, Yu Xiaogang basked in a gentle breeze, his heart brimming with anticipation. I am about to meet Dong'er, he mused, gazing toward the direction of the Spirit Hall, his chest rising and falling with excitement. Bibi Dong, the saintess of the Spirit Hall, not only wielded unparalleled power, but also possessed breathtaking beauty. Her divine and noble demeanor, which seemed to look down upon all living beings, had captivated the hearts of countless men. Such a goddess, and he, Yu Xiaogang, had managed to win her affection. When Bibi Dong arrived for their rendezvous, he envisioned holding her hand as they strolled leisurely by the river, embracing her slender waist like that of a willow, and perhaps even sharing tender, intimate kisses, relishing the sweetness of lips he had never before tasted. The mere thought of it fills one with exhilaration. However, Yu Xiaogang waited from dawn until noon, and from noon until dusk, ultimately finding himself in the depths of night, yet he had not caught a glimpse of Bibi Dong. The cool night breeze sent a shiver through his body, and he could not help but tremble, his face etched with despondency. Dong, why have you not come to our meeting? In the ensuing days, Bibi Dong indeed adhered to Su Feng's counsel, refraining from seeking out Yu Xiaogang. Instead, she devoted herself to profound cultivation within the Spirit Hall. Eventually, she received definitive news. The Pope, Qian Xunji, was about to enter seclusion to strive for the 92nd level. Could it be that my disciple possesses the ability to foresee the future? A thought blossomed within Bibi Dong's mind, growing more plausible with each passing moment. And thus she made her way to Su Feng's residence. My dear disciple, what are you engaged in? Bibi Dong entered Su Feng's room and found him standing by the window, resting his head on his hand, lost in deep contemplation. Master, I am pondering the direction of my future cultivation. Please do not disturb me, Su Feng said without turning around. Bibi Dong was taken aback. Could it be that this lazy disciple was actually contemplating such matters? Bibi Dong approached closer, observing that the other seemed genuinely lost in thought. And she felt a surge of relief. My obedient disciple has finally awakened. As this thought crossed her mind, Bibi Dong instinctively patted Su Feng's shoulder, wishing to offer encouragement. However, unexpectedly, the gentle pat from Bibi Dong caused Su Feng's hand, which had been resting against his head, to suddenly slip away, accompanied by a cry of distress. Ouch, teacher, please don't move. My hand has gone numb. After a prolonged moment, Su Feng finally began to recover. It was hardly his fault. After all, he had maintained that position for 5 hours. Given such a situation, it was no surprise that he felt discomfort. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the lying flat routine, daydreaming for over 5 hours. Reward, 10 cans of cola. Effect, soul power enhancement for half an hour. Repeated use only increases duration, not effect. Upon hearing the sudden system notification, Su Feng was unfazed, as he had accumulated a veritable mountain of various enhancement beverages. How lazy of you, Su Feng, to think you would attempt to deceive your master. Just wait until I teach you a lesson. Bibi Dong, noticing Su Feng's blatant idleness, had initially believed in his resolve. Moments later, she raised her delicate hand and began to gently rub his cheek. Oh, teacher, I was wrong. Please, stop pinching me. Her grip was not heavy, yet it stung just enough to elicit Su Feng's complaints. What Su Feng did not anticipate was that his unique physique, which made him increasingly handsome and charming, posed a formidable allure for Bibi Dong. Regardless of his pleas for mercy, she continued to playfully toy with him. I'll let you off this time. But should you dare to deceive me again, I shall impose a severe punishment." Bibi Dong withdrew her hand, feigning seriousness, though inwardly she felt quite pleased. This disciple of hers had maintained a lazy demeanor for years, bordering on lethargy. However, Bibi Dong's tolerance stemmed largely from his captivating appearance. Each time she grew angry, a little roughhousing with her charmingly indolent pupil would invariably lift her spirits. Phew, I'm lucky the teacher stopped in time. Otherwise, I might have been completely worn out. That was close. Worn out? Bibi Dong's cheeks flushed at Su Feng's unguarded thought, a mixture of embarrassment and irritation washing over her. What a little rascal. Always saying such peculiar things. Humph, if I am not mistaken, you have come here today because you are eager to seek out that fellow, you Xiaogang, and have come to bid me farewell. Indeed, as the adage goes, a girl grows up quickly. A teacher cannot retain her students. At that moment, Su Feng remained oblivious to the fact that his thoughts had been overheard and continued to feign earnestness. "Teacher, may I inquire as to the reason for your visit?" Coincidentally, Bibi Dong had heard every word of his unspoken thoughts, leaving her slightly taken aback. How does this little rascal know everything? She mused, feeling a twinge of annoyance. She was indeed intending to find Yu Xiaogang, as she had missed their previous appointment, and he might be quite anxious. She needed to clarify matters. However, to prevent her lazy disciple from realizing she could eavesdrop on his thoughts, she chose to act as though she had not heard. "His Holiness the Pope has arrived." At that moment, a shout echoed from outside the door. Subsequently, a man clad in golden armor stepped inside. "Disciple Bibi Dong, I pay my respects to your holiness," Bibi Dong declared upon seeing the newcomer, immediately bowing respectfully while urging Su Feng beside him to do the same. If it weren't for the teacher, I would have preferred not to bow to that old coin, Su Feng thought bitterly. Nevertheless, he maintained his demeanor and respectfully stated, "Disciple Su Feng, I pay my respects to your holiness." Qian Xunji's gaze shifted towards Bibi Dong, a fleeting look of disappointment crossing her face before she turned her attention to Su Feng. Her expression suddenly chilling as she commanded, "Enough, rise." For many years, Bibi Dong has taken Su Feng under her wing at the Spirit Hall, and Qian Xunji has observed this relationship on numerous occasions, each time feeling increasingly disheartened. He had never encountered such a lethargic soul master, with innate full soul power. After 8 years, he has failed to even break through to the rank of great soul master. His current aptitude is indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. Such a dispirited soul master is a rarity in his experience. He has never acknowledged the relationship of master and disciple with Su Feng. Were it not for Bibi Dong's unwavering protection, Su Feng would have been expelled from the Spirit Hall long ago. "Old silver coin, what are you staring at? Why the long face, you foolish creature?" Hearing the unflattering thoughts of her disciple, Bibi Dong couldn't help but feel amused. In the entire Spirit Hall, who would dare to entertain such wild thoughts in front of the Pope, if not this little rascal? "You, go outside. I have matters to discuss with your master," Qian Xunji said impatiently, casting a glance at Su Feng. Su Feng remained unyielding. He ignored Qian Xunji and lazily reclined in an elder's chair. Qian Xunji's expression darkened. If Su Feng's apathy was displeasing to Qian Xunji, then his attitude incited a desire to eliminate him. Qian Xunji, the sovereign of the Spirit Hall, commands respect from countless individuals, yet this rascal never grants him a favorable countenance. Infuriatingly, this brat had the audacity to insult him when he was merely 2 years old. Had it not been for the child's ignorance, he would have dealt with him then and there. Su Feng's words tugged at Bibi Dong's heart, prompting her to hastily explain to Qian Xunji, "Your Holiness, please do not be angry. My disciple is inherently lazy and prefers to remain indoors. Perhaps we could change our location?" As she spoke, Bibi Dong gracefully stepped in front of Su Feng, fearing that Qian Xunji might act out of anger against him. "Oh, how my teacher underestimates me. What is there to fear from a mere Title Douluo? Over the years, I have acquired several Buddha's Fury Tanglian. If this old silver coin dares to make a move against me, I could easily offer him one." "Buddha's Fury Tanglian? What is that?" The little rascal continually utters the most peculiar things. Bibi Dong felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. Her lazy disciple was truly unafraid of anything, even daring to defy the Pope, who had attained the strength of a Title Douluo, showing no trace of reverence. Let us go." Seeing Bibi Dong protect Su Feng so closely, Qian Xunji refrained from saying much, letting out a huff before leaving the room. Once Qian Xunji had distanced himself, Bibi Dong regained her composure. gently embracing Su Feng and pulling him into her embrace, softly patting his back as she tenderly said, "Do not fear, my dear disciple. I shall protect you well." In Bibi Dong's heart, Su Feng had always been that little Su Feng, both silly and adorably charming. Despite knowing that he had already reached the strength of a soul sage, in her eyes, he remained a child in need of her safeguarding. Just like now. Bibi Dong wished to leave the spirit hall for a while, but with Su Feng's laziness, what if he forgot to eat? He could starve. How could she rest easy without checking in on him and offering a few words of advice? As Su Feng was cradled in Bibi Dong's embrace, specifically, his head nestled against her, he suddenly felt a wave of suffocation. "Teacher, please let go. I can't breathe." "Can't breathe?" Bibi Dong was taken aback. Immediately loosening her hold, her fair face turning a deep crimson. "My dear disciple, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Su Feng replied, his lips twitching. "Fine? You nearly suffocated me." Upon hearing this, the blush on Bibi Dong's face spread to her neck, and a sense of grievance welled up within her. "I did not mean to." "How can you say such things to your teacher?" Under normal circumstances, Bibi Dong would never act so intimately towards Su Feng, but having seen Qian Xunji's expression earlier, she had feared that Su Feng might be frightened, which prompted her to offer comfort. "Since you are well, I shall take my leave. Her Holiness the Pope is still awaiting me." "All right, take care, teacher." Bibi Dong composed herself and prepared to depart, only to have the voice of that little rascal echo in her mind once more. "Alas, my foolish teacher, who is yet to discern the true intentions of that old silver coin of a pope, she may find herself in peril without even realizing it." Speaking of which, that old silver coin is indeed despicable and shameless, willing to betray even its own disciple. It truly deserves to be crushed by Tang Hao and ultimately meet its end at the hands of its own apprentice. The true intention? To be slain by one's own disciple? A tremor coursed through Bibi Dong's heart, her mind awash with uncertainty. What is the true intent of His Holiness the Pope? Why would I, in the future, be compelled to take his life? Su Feng possesses the gift of foresight, a fact that Bibi Dong has already confirmed. At this moment, as she hears his thoughts, a tempest of emotion surges within her. The Pope, Qian Xunji, is not only her mentor but also the individual she holds in the highest regard. How could she possibly bring herself to slay him? What ulterior motives does His Holiness harbor? Bibi Dong finds herself enveloped in profound perplexity. Indeed, the soul masters across the continent are only aware that the Qian family boasts an angelic martial soul, and that a formidable figure like Qian Xunji exists. Yet, few are privy to the fact that in order to perpetuate their prestigious angelic bloodline, they must unite with the Title Douluo of unparalleled talent. Thus, Qian Xunji sought out my rather foolish mentor as a disciple early on, with the intention of waiting for him to attain the rank of Title Douluo, subsequently bringing him into his harem and establishing him as a church master. Should there be any dissent, the old silver coin would likely resort to nefarious means. Alas, what a headache this all presents. How am I to convey such matters to my foolish mentor? Upon hearing Su Feng's inner voice, Bibi Dong's mind erupted like a cacophony of thunder, leaving her frozen in place. Suddenly, she recalled the scandal Su Feng had mentioned days prior. Could it be that to preserve the angelic bloodline, His Holiness the Pope would truly resort to such vile acts against me? Bibi Dong could hardly believe, nor did she wish to accept, the reality before her. After all, it involved the person she esteemed the most. Yet, despite her unwillingness to confront the truth, an instinctual wariness began to stir within her. Even as she departed the chamber, her soul power unwittingly began to circulate. "Your Holiness." Bibi Dong approached Qian Xunji with a sense of trepidation. Qian Xunji regarded her with a stern gaze. "Bibi Dong, as the saintess, your focus should be on cultivation, rather than squandering time on that worthless Su Feng." Typically, Bibi Dong would have defended Su Feng, but at that moment, her mind was elsewhere. "Furthermore, I shall soon enter seclusion, and during this period, you are to manage the affairs of the spirit hall on my behalf. Do you comprehend? Are you even listening to me?" Bibi Dong lifted her gaze and met the eyes of the person she revered most. She directly inquired, "Your Holiness, why have you not appointed a successor all these years? Wouldn't a successor be more suited to manage the affairs of the spirit hall? As the saintess of the spirit hall, it would be permissible for you to undertake such responsibilities. But what of others? Certainly not. Why? Enough with these inquiries. You will comprehend the answers once you break through to the Title Douluo level." Qian Xunji narrowed his eyes, his impatience evident as he continued. "What you must focus on now is your cultivation, striving to swiftly attain the Title Douluo rank. This is of immense significance for my dominion over the spirit hall and the inheritance of the Qian family's angel spirit. With that, Qian Xunji waved his sleeve and proceeded directly to his seclusion chamber. Bibi Dong, contemplating the reasons behind the urgency to reach Title Douluo without the courage to voice her concerns, watched the direction in which Qian Xunji departed with a complex expression. At that moment, her conviction regarding Su Feng's words deepened, and her wariness towards Qian Xunji intensified. Sighing, she resolved to no longer dwell on the matter. Instead, she yearned to seek out Xiaogang. However, she knew this visit might require a week before her return. Thus, before departing, Bibi Dong retraced her steps to Su Feng's chamber, intending to bid farewell. "Ah, Su Feng, you've begun to slack off again." Upon returning to her chamber, Bibi Dong found Su Feng sprawled on the floor, a mere step away from the bed. "Teacher, now that you are here, could you assist me to the bed? I truly lack the energy to take this final step." Observing Su Feng's indolence, Bibi Dong initially intended to admonish him, but upon hearing his thoughts, her lips twitched slightly. This was it. Her disciple was utterly beyond redemption. Meanwhile, a notification echoed in Su Feng's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Your laziness has rendered Bibi Dong powerless. Achieving the lying flat system milestone, laziness beyond compare. Reward, soul power level increased by 80, lying flat value 300. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your soul power capacity has exceeded 100, resulting in an automatic level breakthrough." Boom! A wave of energy erupted, propelling Su Feng's level to an astonishing 71, leaving Bibi Dong momentarily speechless. What just transpired? Cough, cough. "Teacher, do not worry. Your disciple is unharmed." Su Feng spoke politely, though internally he scoffed. To think a mere act of reclining could lead to a breakthrough. Inadvertently reaching level 71 without informing the teacher might indeed frighten her. It is evident that hard work does not guarantee success, but lying down certainly brings comfort. Hearing Su Feng's triumphant thoughts, Bibi Dong was once again taken aback. This lazy disciple, who had only recently achieved a breakthrough, had done so again. What astonishingly rapid cultivation was this? To avoid revealing his eavesdropping on her thoughts, Su Feng maintained a facade of composure as Bibi Dong began her litany of pre-departure admonitions. Fearing he might sleep on the cold floor without a blanket and succumb to the chill, or worse, forget to eat and starve himself. After a lengthy and heartfelt lecture, Bibi Dong prepared to leave, only to be met with Su Feng's inner complaints. Alas, the academy is not one to retain its students. It is a pity, indeed. How could the teacher favor that hypocritical scoundrel, Xiaogang? This fellow is not only inept, but lacks substance. Proclaiming that no soul master is worthless while only accepting the exceptionally gifted Tang San as his disciple, dismissing all ordinary soul masters. Most infuriatingly, this individual approaches the teacher with ulterior motives, seeking not only to woo her but also to gain advantages from her. If I am not mistaken, that man named you. Upon encountering the teacher, will surely request her assistance through the spirit hall to remedy his soul's deficiencies. Hearing this, Bibi Dong felt a jolt of shock, her exquisite visage paling slightly, only accepting prodigies as disciples, looking down upon the ordinary. Ulterior motives, seeking to leverage the power of the spirit hall. Bibi Dong could hardly believe it, shaking her head repeatedly, her lips involuntarily murmuring, "Xiaogang, could he truly be such a person?" In the Soul Master City, nestled at the intersection of the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, one of the most bustling cities, within a certain inn, a young man clad in a black suit was drowning his sorrows in alcohol. He was none other than the master, Xiaogang. Why did you not keep our appointment?" Xiaogang, intoxicated and with a flushed face, was feeling the effects of the drink. Passers-by glanced at him briefly before averting their eyes, unaware of the turmoil within his heart. He, the theoretical master Xiaogang, had waited outside the spirit hall for a full 5 days, yet that enchanting figure never appeared. The anxiety of waiting for a lover was unbearable. "Donger, are you not the saintess of the spirit hall? If you were to grant me a token, I could enter directly to find you." Xiaogang clenched his fists, his expression filled with pent-up frustration. For these past few days, he had lingered outside the spirit hall, waiting for Bibi Dong, and inadvertently caught the attention of the head guard. The guards were quite rude, and without a second thought, they pummeled him, dismissing any explanations about his acquaintance with the saintess, only intensifying their assaults. "Is it you, a mere level 29 waste, who thinks he is worthy of befriending the saintess?" The disdainful words of the head guard darkened Xiaogang's expression, filling him with immense frustration. Indeed, Xiaogang was painfully aware of his own inadequacies. Thus, he sought every means to curry favor with Bibi Dong, hoping to win her affection. Only then could he leverage the spirit hall to seek resources and remedy the deficiencies of his martial spirit. At that moment, not far away, the figure of Bibi Dong emerged, draped in a flowing white robe, her face partially concealed by a delicate veil. It was evident that she had disguised herself to depart from the spirit hall, and now she lurked in the shadows, observing Xiaogang. Xiaogang, are you drowning your sorrows here because I failed to keep our appointment? Bibi Dong felt a twinge of regret, yet she did not immediately seek out the other party. Instead, she approached an unassuming child on the street, brandishing a few gold coins before him and whispering a few words. After a brief moment, the child beamed with a smile and replied, "All right, I promise you, but you must give me the gold coins later." With that, the child scampered off towards the master, slowing his pace before suddenly kneeling down with a timid voice. "Master, I recognize you. You are the foremost authority in the realm of soul masters. May I become your disciple?" Annoyed at being interrupted while drinking, Xiaogang furrowed his brow and asked, "Who are you? Why should I accept you as a disciple?" "Master, I am merely a child from an ordinary family, devoid of any exceptional talent and burdened with a useless martial soul. However, I have heard that your theories in soul mastery are unparalleled, and surely you possess the means to transform me into a powerful soul master. I implore you to take me under your wing." With that, the child bowed deeply, displaying earnestness that caught the attention of many passers-by. "Child, the path of a soul master is not as simple as you perceive. With a useless martial soul, it is impossible for you to become a formidable soul master. Now, leave. Master, please accept me as your disciple. Go, go, go." Xiaogang waved his hand dismissively, growing increasingly impatient. After years of studying martial souls, he was firmly convinced that those burdened with a useless martial soul could never become powerful soul masters, unless, of course, they possessed another potent martial soul. If such an individual existed, he, Xiaogang, would surely find a way to take that person on as a disciple, as it would validate his own reputation. Before long, the child departed, returning to Bibi Dong, who, upon receiving the gold coins, left as well. "You once said that there are no useless soul masters, only useless people. Upon hearing your words, I felt you were unlike anyone else. You possess a captivating charm." Bibi Dong gazed at the figure lost in his drink, her expression a tapestry of complexity. "It seemed that even you hold disdain for ordinary soul masters. Perhaps your previous affections were mere pretense." In this moment, Bibi Dong felt a growing chasm between herself and Xiaogang, the man she had once believed to be her beloved, whose character now appeared less admirable than she had envisioned. On the other side, Xiaogang, following the direction in which the child had departed, suddenly caught sight of Bibi Dong, and his heart surged with joy. "At last, you have come to meet me. Do you have any idea how I have spent these past few days?" His voice conveyed a profound sense of grievance, evoking sympathy from any who might hear. Perhaps due to his inebriation, Xiaogang appeared somewhat theatrical at this moment. "Oh, pray, do tell." The coolness in Bibi Dong's response startled him. Her previous gentle reassurances were now replaced with a stark indifference. "Ah, it's nothing of great consequence, given that we have not seen each other in quite a while. Shall we find a place to sit?" Xiaogang attempted to suppress his demeanor and reached out to take her hand, yearning for the soft, jade-like touch he had not felt in ages. "Let us speak of matters here." Bibi Dong elegantly shifted her stance, evading his grasp. "Dong-O." Xiaogangs heart ached at the sight of her retreat. Her demeanor was even colder than he had anticipated. What had transpired to cause such a rift? Puzzled, he inquired. "Donger, why did you not keep our appointment that day? I waited for you for quite some time." The meeting from days prior had been his suggestion, leading him to wait for 5 long days. "That is of little importance," Bibi Dong replied, unwilling to elaborate further due to the pressing matter concerning Qian Xunji. "But you, having specifically invited me out, must be in some trouble, am I correct?" After Bibi Dong spoke, her beautiful eyes remained fixed on Xiaogangs in that moment. She fervently wished that he would confess his true feelings for her. She longed to believe that he sought her out because he missed her, desiring her company, rather than having remembered her only when faced with adversity. Ahem, once again, Donger has guessed correctly. Indeed, I have encountered a bit of trouble. What sort of trouble, you ask? Through extensive research, I have conceived a method to remedy the flaws in my martial soul, but to test this, I require certain soul-guiding devices from the spirit hall. I wonder, Dong.He, could you assist me with this? Upon hearing his words, Bibi Dong felt a profound disappointment, her expression growing colder. Indeed, her disciple was right. Xiaogang's intentions were not pure, and even his approach to her was merely to exploit her. Xiaogang. Bibi Dong turned her head away in dismay, her tone now frigid. Let us leave it at that. Dong.He, what do you mean? Dong.He, come back. What do you truly mean? Are you intending to abandon me? Tell me, where did I go wrong? I can change. Dong.He. Bibi Dong paid no further heed and departed directly, unfazed by Xiaogang's desperate cries that echoed behind her. Bibi Dong never anticipated that she would arrive filled with hope and expectation, only to depart engulfed in disappointment and sorrow. She was utterly unprepared to discover that the man she once regarded as her first love turned out to be such a person. Overwhelmed with sadness, she resolved to return to the spirit hall to seek solace with her beloved disciple and restore her spirits. That evening, in the room where Feng resided, the atmosphere was tense. Teacher, what are you planning to do? Feng trembled in the corner, filled with apprehension. Fear not, my disciple. I harbor no ill intentions. Nonsense. Your early return clearly indicates that you encountered some misfortune, and your emotions are etched upon your face. It is evident that you intend to use me as a mere outlet for your frustrations. Is this how a teacher behaves? Bullying their disciple without reason? I am truly at my wit's end. Upon hearing Feng's plaintive voice, Bibi Dong feigned indifference, for her disciple was undeniably adorable and handsome. Subsequently, she began to affectionately touzle Feng's cherubic face. Though he was already 14 years old, the effects of the Hongming body rendered his appearance indistinguishable from that of an 8- or 9-year-old child, both charming and endearingly naive. At present, Bibi Dong was untainted by the corruption depicted in the original narrative. She had not succumbed to darkness, and her youthful heart remained vibrant and unblemished. Encountering the delightfully innocent Feng, she found herself utterly defenseless. Stay still, my dear disciple. I am merely loosening your muscles and joints, she instructed playfully. Ah, you fiend. Please step away from me, Feng protested. If this continues, I fear I shall be utterly overwhelmed by you. After a bout of playful torment, Feng resigned himself to his fate, no longer bothering to resist her whims. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Due to your acceptance of Bibi Dong's vigorous playfulness without resistance, you have completed the lying flat achievement task. Reward. The duration of the first spirit ring has been increased by 10,000 years. Goodness, is that a valid achievement? Feng mused in astonishment, then inwardly scoffed. Indeed, it seems that opposing the teacher is misguided. Embracing a submissive stance allows one to grow stronger. Upon sensing his thoughts, Bibi Dong froze momentarily, a blush gracing her flawless cheeks. This little rascal, always uttering the most peculiar things. At that moment, she felt a tinge of embarrassment and ceased her playful antics. Releasing Feng, her mood considerably lighter. My disciple, would you wish for me to find you a grandmaster? She inquired unexpectedly. A grandmaster? I do not desire one. Nor shall I permit you to seek one. Feng replied resolutely, his thoughts aligned for once. What need have I for a grandmaster? Such a figure would only impede your cultivation. And how then could they protect me? Besides, you are so beautiful. Who in this world is worthy of you? Cough. Aside from me, you little rascal. What do you mean by aside from you? You have begun to ponder such nonsensical ideas again. Bibi Dong felt a surge of embarrassment. However, the thought of her beloved disciple praising her beauty brought her a measure of joy. Naturally, while her heart was delighted, her face maintained a facade of stern authority. The day has grown late. It is time for me to depart. You must not indulge in a life of mere eating and sleeping, as it tarnishes the reputation of my esteemed disciple. Yes, master, your will is my command. Feng replied, though he harbored no illusions about his own reputation, for he was, after all, renowned far and wide for his shortcomings. As Bibi Dong feigned her departure, a sudden jolt coursed through her mind, causing her to stagger perilously close to the ground. Teacher, are you all right? Feng exclaimed, rushing forward to offer his support. Disciple, I cannot fathom why, but I am beset by an unsettling feeling, as though something sinister is watching me, Bibi Dong remarked, casting a glance at Feng. Aware of his prophetic abilities, she hastily probed, have you noticed anything amiss? Feng, deep in thought, gradually adopted a grave expression. I cannot ascertain the cause. But I implore you, master, to exercise utmost caution. This scene stirred a sense of alarm within Bibi Dong. What is happening? Why has my diligent disciple faltered? What has become of your prophetic skills? Bibi Dong had indeed experienced a sudden palpitation, and now she found herself at a loss for the cause, which left her feeling somewhat unsettled. Just as her anxiety heightened, the sound of Su Feng's hearty laughter echoed in her mind. Ha ha! My foolish teacher is so easy to deceive. She has been frightened so easily. Little did she expect that the reason for her earlier disquiet was that the blood eye, the soul offering to the Rakshasa god, had fixed its gaze upon her. In other words, she had been chosen as a candidate for the Rakshasa inheritance. Rakshasa inheritance? Candidate? Bibi Dong was initially taken aback, her heart subsequently quivering with disbelief. Had she truly been chosen by the divine? Amidst the astonishment of Bibi Dong, Su Feng's inner voice arose once more. Although the teacher had been chosen by the Rakshasa god, this deity appeared rather unimpressive. Even if one were to attain divinity, they would still fall short of the Asura god. Quite pitiful indeed. Nevertheless, the Rakshasa god, regardless of its shortcomings, remains one of the 32 principal deities in the divine realm. Should the teacher be able to inherit this legacy, it would indeed be commendable. Rakshasa god, pitiful? Su Feng's words left Bibi Dong momentarily stunned. A god, after all, represents the ultimate belief of all soul masters in the Douluo continent. How could it be deemed insignificant by a mere disciple? Could it be that attaining godhood is a trivial endeavor? Contemplating this, Bibi Dong instinctively probed Su Feng, my dear disciple. Do you think I will have the opportunity to achieve divinity through my own efforts in the future? Su Feng feigned an air of mystery and replied, that pertains to the realm of the gods, a level beyond what a disciple can presumptuously speculate. Bibi Dong had already discerned Su Feng's disingenuous tactics, so she feigned ignorance, patiently awaiting the whispers of her mind. Oh, you foolish teacher, do you truly think attaining godhood is a simple endeavor? All you need to do is break through to the title of Douluo, then hunt down a 100,000-year soul beast, the Death Spider Emperor. By affixing its soul ring to your Death Spider Emperor martial soul, you shall acquire 2 soul skills, one granting you immortality, and the other enabling the quantification of your body. With these 2 abilities, no one beneath the divine realm can bring about your demise, and ultimately, achieving godhood becomes merely a matter of time. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's heart quivered, and she felt an enlightening clarity. Indeed, how had she not considered this before? Her Death Spider Emperor martial soul inherently possessed formidable vitality and the ability to be quantified. If she were to hunt a soul beast of the same lineage for a soul ring, it was highly probable that she would attain immortality. As long as she remained undying, would not the pursuit of divinity be merely a question of time? My dear disciple, the hour grows late. Rest well, for I shall take my leave. As Bibi Dong contemplated the prospect of attaining independence and achieving divinity, her heart surged with newfound vigor. She promptly returned to her quarters, embarking on a period of seclusion and rigorous training. As for the emotional turmoil instigated by that useless Xiaogang, it was of no consequence. He could simply fade into the background. That inept Xiaogang paled in comparison to her precious disciple. In the ensuing days, Su Feng finally experienced the leisurely existence he had long desired. No one disturbed his moments of repose, and he was free from the incessant pinching of his cheeks. Such days were nothing short of blissful. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have sought refuge beneath a tree 200 meters away, triggering a 1,000-fold increase in your training speed, equivalent to running 200,000 meters. Your soul power level has risen by 5. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the daily ritual of relaxation, resting under the tree for over 10 hours. Reward: soul power level increased by 5, relaxation value 15. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your soul power has exceeded 100, and your level has automatically advanced. Boom! A wave of energy erupted. Su Feng had reached level 72. Despite this advancement, he remained in his state of tranquility, undisturbed by the world, continuing to slumber soundly. As night descended, the full moon hung high in the sky. At this moment, Su Feng was unaware that with the arrival of darkness, the harbinger of evil and shadow, the Rakshasa messenger, had emerged. She was none other than the sole devotee of the Rakshasa god, Blood Eye, a woman who had nearly forsaken her emotions, one of the rare 99 level limit Douluos. Born in the darkness, at this instant, no other limit Douluo dared to claim the title of the strongest, not even Tang Chun. At this moment, Blood Eye, shrouded in a black veil and clad in a flowing dark gown, with bare ankles, emanated an aura of ominous mist as she floated in the air. Her eyes glimmered with a chilling crimson light, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit that had emerged from the depths of hell. She regarded Su Feng with a cold stare, and a voice, haunting as a baby's wail, echoed, "Su Feng, why do you carry the aura of the black sky demon's scythe? Was it not supposed to have vanished long ago?" Meanwhile, in a tavern in Soto City, two young men raised their cups in celebration. One of them had a peculiar visage, with wide cheekbones and a somewhat flat face, accentuated by a hooked nose that lent him an air of cunning. He was none other than Flander. Beside him sat Xiaogang, who had recently endured the pangs of unrequited love, his demeanor steeped in melancholy, as if trapped in an abyss of sorrow. "Xiaogang, let it go. Bibi Dong is the current saintess of the spirit hall. Even if you share mutual feelings, the old guards of the hall will never acquiesce easily," Flander advised. "No, I will not give up. I refuse to believe Dong.He would suddenly turn against me. There must be some misunderstanding," Xiaogang retorted, gulping down a mouthful of alcohol. His cheeks flushed, a mix of inebriation and defiance evident in his demeanor. "Dong.He and I have known and loved each other for so long. I cannot fathom her easily severing her feelings for me. Xiaogang, heed my counsel. Do not attempt to fly into the flame, that is the spirit hall. A force we cannot contend with. You do not understand. Enough, Xiaogang, do not speak further." Xiaogang's expression darkened, and the resentment within him intensified. "Bibi Dong. She is undoubtedly the most exquisite woman in the spirit hall. Nay, in his heart, she is the most beautiful woman in the world, without exception. Her flawless skin, her delicate and slender waist, her jade-like feet reminiscent of a snow lotus, and those soft, enticing lips. Everything about her remains untouched, and he cannot bear this reality. Most importantly, the spirit hall possesses abundant resources. Only by aligning himself with it can he effectively address the deficiencies of his martial spirit. Only then can he truly grow stronger and shed the label of being worthless." Dong.He would lie in his embrace, allowing him to shower her with affection, caresses, and gentle kisses. He could never relinquish Dong.He. Alas, Flinder refrained from saying much. "Waiter, bring me a jug of the strongest wine," he called out. At that moment, a cheerful voice echoed, and Flinder turned to see a spirited young woman in rugged attire entering the tavern. With just a glance, he was captivated. How striking! How fierce! That singular gaze rendered him unable to look away from the gallant maiden. Beside him, Xiaogang's eyes widened as he caught sight of the girl. Bibi Dong's enchanting figure instantly merged with the young woman before him. In the next moment, he sprang from his seat and exclaimed, "Dong.He, it's you. You've come to find me again. I knew you would." With that, Xiaogang prepared to rush towards the girl, as if to embrace her. Fortunately, Flinder intervened just in time. "Xiaogang, snap out of it. That is not Bibi Dong. Not her." Xiaogang frowned, shaking his head, realizing he had indeed been mistaken. His spirits waned, and he returned to his seat to drown his sorrows in drink. "My apologies for the inconvenience caused by my friend." Flinder hurriedly bowed in apology to the young woman, his peripheral vision assessing her figure. Stunning, an extraordinarily alluring physique. Fierce, undeniably fierce. Flinder swallowed hard, his heart racing. It seemed he had found his true love, one who embodied such fiery spirit. "I'm fine," the girl waved her hand dismissively. "But it appears your friend has suffered an emotional blow. You should comfort him." Indeed, Flinder responded, though he paid no further heed to Xiaogang. Instead, he stepped closer to the maiden and introduced himself. "I am Flinder. May I inquire your name?" "Liang, or simply call me Erlong," she replied. Liang, a name of remarkable grandeur. "To our fortuitous encounter, shall we share a drink?" "Certainly." Thus, the three gathered together, indulging in wine and sharing their experiences and grievances. Lu Erlong quickly came to understand the tribulations that Xiaogang had faced, and sympathy blossomed within her heart. In her eyes, a person as erudite as Xiaogang ought not to languish in sorrow. She yearned to aid him in emerging from his despair and redirecting his focus toward theoretical research. For the following month, Lu Erlong spent her days alongside Flander and Xiaogang. Through this close interaction, she profoundly realized the vastness of Xiaogang's knowledge. Astonishingly, within this brief period, Xiaogang succeeded in creating a fusion technique for their martial souls, the Golden Sacred Dragon. This achievement propelled the once obscure trio to rapid fame throughout the Heavendo Empire, their reputation soaring to unprecedented heights. A resounding dragon roar echoed, reverberating through the heavens and causing the earth to tremble as the Golden Sacred Dragon ascended skyward, the three of them standing in a triangular formation upon its majestic head. "Xiaogang, you are truly remarkable." With this martial soul fusion technique, after a decade or so of diligent practice, we need not fear even the Title Douluo. Lu Erlong gazed at Yu Xiaogang with admiration, her eyes shimmering with starlight. She could not deny that she had developed feelings for this learned man before her. Erlong. Stay focused, Yu Xiaogang commanded, positioned at the forefront, fingers weaving an intricate formation, exuding an air of profound mystery. In that moment, Yu Xiaogang was filled with vigor. He, the master of theory, had conceived a fusion technique for the trio within a month. He was no mere fool, but rather a once-in-a-century theoretical prodigy, an unparalleled genius. As the sacred dragon descended, the three retracted their martial souls. The day had grown late. We should return now. Let us go, Yu Xiaogang declared with a sweeping gesture, striding ahead with an expression brimming with confidence. As the leader of the Golden Iron Triangle, he felt invigorated once more. Xiaogang, shall we not continue our training? Lu Erlong queried. The martial soul fusion technique requires meticulous practice. We must not rush. Xiaogang, I shall follow your lead. Lu Erlong acquiesced, trailing behind him. Yu Xiaogang noticed Lu Erlong following him like an infatuated admirer, and a cold smile curled upon his lips. Humph. Merely a slight display of my capabilities has bewitched you completely. What a foolish little woman you are. In this past month, Yu Xiaogang reflected deeply and realized that his previous line of thought had been misguided. He had devoted too much attention to Bibi Dong. He ought to prepare for contingencies, much like Lu Erlong does now, viewing the latter as a potential alternative. Should the day come when reconciliation with Bibi Dong seems utterly hopeless, he could still have Lu Erlong by his side, at least retaining a position of influence within a triad of power, thereby escaping the label of being a failure. As for winning Lu Erlong's affection, it was quite straightforward. By offering guidance during her moments of confusion and cultivation, providing appropriate care during her unique circumstances as a woman, and personally delivering a warm cup of brown sugar water, spoonful by spoonful, he could easily convey his earnest intentions. Ultimately, as long as he could make her feel valued and cherished, leveraging the theoretical knowledge he had amassed over the years and employing a touch of charisma, capturing Lu Erlong's heart would be a mere formality. At this moment, within the grounds of the Spirit Hall, where Su Feng resided, he reclined on a rocking chair basking in the sunlight, comfortably squinting his eyes. Suddenly, he activated the system interface. Ding. You possess the innate ability to comprehend both ancient and modern knowledge, granting you foresight into the entirety of the Douluo narrative, including hidden plots. Su Feng found himself exceedingly idle, to the point of feeling restless. Thus, when sleep eluded him, he would utilize his gift to glean insights about the people, events, and objects surrounding him, akin to watching television to pass the time. Upon gazing into these visions, Su Feng felt invigorated. Indeed, the duplicitous master Yu Xiaogang had a remarkable technique for courting Lu Erlong. It was truly impressive. Through his innate foresight, Su Feng quickly discerned the actions of Yu Xiaogang over the past month, leading to a surge of indignation within him. How dare you claim that the core technology of martial soul fusion is your own invention? Truly, the shameless Yu Xiaogang reveals himself as a hypocrite. According to Su Feng's insights, the vast majority of the soul master theory books Yu Xiaogang had studied over the years were provided by his teachers, drawn from the rich repository of ancient texts accumulated by the Spirit Hall. Yu Xiaogang merely served as a synthesizer of knowledge. In essence, he had learned to apply it, but he had not genuinely conducted much research. Days later, another notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have utilized your innate ability to comprehend both ancient and modern knowledge, consuming one soul power, triggering a 1,000-fold cultivation speed of the Hongming body, equivalent to 10 instances of soul power exhaustion and exhaustive training, resulting in a 10-level increase in soul power. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your soul power level has surpassed 100. Your rank automatically breaks through. Boom. Waves of energy erupted. Su Feng's expression remained nonchalant. Oh, I'm at level 74 now. Within a month, as a soul saint, Su Feng had ascended 2 levels consecutively, a feat that would be impossible for anyone else, yet he accomplished it effortlessly, almost inadvertently. After all, Su Feng could not remain in slumber indefinitely. He had to engage in walking and dining. After all, surely one should utilize their knowledge of ancient and modern times to pass the time, right? Despite the prospect of a 1,000-fold cultivation speed breakthrough, he could only express his helplessness. System, could you perhaps introduce a few more challenges into my life? Ding, warm reminder, no? Sighing. Su Feng continued to recline in the elderly chair, comfortably indulging in idleness. My dear disciple, I have emerged from my seclusion, a voice announced as Bibi Dong entered the room. Ah, esteemed teacher, you have arrived. Su Feng rose to pay his respects but could not help but step back instinctively. My dear disciple, have you thought of your master during these days? Bibi Dong rubbed her hands together, her gaze towards Su Feng brimming with anticipation, specifically directed at his increasingly adorable face. For she had not had the pleasure of tormenting him in quite some time. It has indeed been nearly a month, and I have missed my teacher. Su Feng uttered the words with reluctance, internally mocking himself. I miss you, my dear ghost, you wicked old hag, he thought. Every time you enter, you bring chaos. I wish you would remain in seclusion forever. Upon hearing Su Feng's thoughts, Bibi Dong inwardly cursed, You little rascal, how dare you insult your master as a wicked old hag? My dear disciple, it has been ages since I have helped you loosen your muscles and tendons. Today, I shall satisfy you all at once. How does that sound? Is that really appropriate? Su Feng began to protest, but Bibi Dong had already extended her hand, and regardless of his protests, she remained unfazed, indulging in her whims. After a long while, Su Feng simply ceased his resistance. Since he could not oppose it, he might as well enjoy it. However, he couldn't help but feel a bit perplexed. Why was his body growing increasingly childlike and adorably innocent, devoid of any manliness, while he was constantly disturbed during his sleep? It was truly a grievance. All right, I was just teasing you, my dear disciple. Seeing Su Feng's expression, which conveyed a silent struggle, Bibi Dong felt her heart soften. Ultimately, she retracted her grasp, pondering for a moment before enveloping him in her arms, offering comfort. What can I say? I simply adore you. Teacher, please let go of me. Su Feng, feeling suffocated, could no longer contain himself. With a sudden push, he attempted to break free. Although the embrace was soft and comforting, he was too flustered to appreciate it, instead thrashing about wildly, disregarding the disarray he caused to her attire, all while silently lamenting. How infuriating! Why must you smother me with these affections? Don't you realize how dizzying this is for me? Even if I am charming and adorable, you must exercise restraint. How can you treat me this way? I'm still just a child. You little rascal, she huffed. You are in a position of privilege and yet fail to appreciate it. Others would envy the attention you receive. Yet you dare to complain. In Bibi Dong's heart, a wave of annoyance surged. However, she soon sensed something amiss. Her gaze shifted to her own garment, only to discover that her undergarment had been inadvertently displaced, revealing a substantial expanse of her fair skin, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. You little rascal, she exclaimed, abruptly turning around, hastily adjusting her attire while scolding him in a mix of embarrassment and anger. Look at the trouble you've caused. Displaying herself in such a manner before her disciple was exceedingly mortifying. Master, I apologize. It was not my intention, Su Feng replied with a sincere expression, though internally he harbored resentment. That's what you get for bullying me first. Humph. Should you dare to pinch me again, I shall simply tug at your clothing. And we shall see if you have the audacity to continue disturbing my slumber. Unless you bind me before attempting to take advantage, do not expect an easy time. I shall ensure your garments are completely torn asunder, and we shall see if you still possess the face to linger in my chamber. This way, I can continue my lazy slumber. Humph, how clever and cunning I am. You little scoundrel, you even consider tearing off my attire, seeking to drive me away. How utterly wicked. As Bibi Dong arranged her garments, she suddenly perceived Su Feng's heartfelt thoughts. A subtle, barely perceptible smile graced her lips as she mused. Fear not, my disciple. I shall certainly remember to bring a rope next time. With that, her demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Please, speak, master. Do you recall Uncle Yu Xiaogang? I do. Bibi Dong approached the edge of her bed, gazing out at the azure sky, and with a hint of melancholy remarked, I once believed I was in love with him, convinced he was the one I had been waiting for. However, I recently discovered that he is far from the paragon I envisioned. His character is deeply flawed, compelling me to terminate our relationship. Yet, he appears unwilling to accept this reality, lingering around the spirit hall for days, waiting for me. Do you believe I should meet him? Upon hearing this, Su Feng was taken aback. He had always perceived his teacher as a woman of ample figure yet lacking intellect, but he was surprised to find her displaying such insight, even discerning the true nature of the duplicitous Yu Xiaogang and decisively choosing to end the romance. It was a moment of enlightenment. Though he harbored these thoughts, Su Feng maintained a facade of deep contemplation and respectfully replied, This matter is a private affair of the teacher, and it would be inappropriate for me to interject. You You little rascal. So you have always regarded me as a woman of ample form and little wit. Bibi Dong shot Su Feng a peculiar glance. Feeling a twinge of sorrow. Renowned as the most beautiful woman of the spirit hall, with unparalleled talent. It was disheartening to hear her disciple refer to her in such a manner. You have truly hurt my feelings, she silently lamented, though she concealed her emotions, jotting down his words in her mind, anticipating his forthcoming thoughts. As expected, the rascal's critique soon followed. In my opinion, teacher, you ought to humiliate that surname you thoroughly, ensuring he never dares to approach you again. Mark my words, if you seek him out, he will undoubtedly flaunt his research achievements from the past month, touting his invented spirit fusion techniques, spouting flattering words to prove his worth and salvage his standing in your eyes. Alas, little does he know that without the ancient texts provided by you, he would never have formulated the 10 core competitive theories, nor could he have conceived the spirit fusion techniques. Regrettably, no one is aware that the theories he previously proclaimed are largely derived from those ancient texts, not the result of his independent research. How brazen he is to claim them as his own. What? You Xiaogang's theories are mere plagiarism? Bibi Dong was struck with astonishment, unable to believe her ears. After a prolonged moment, she began to accept this revelation, for she had long believed that Yu Xiaogang's theories were the fruits of his own labor. Disciple, I have resolved to meet with him. Do you have any suggestions? Bibi Dong inquired, testing the waters. Suggestions? Su Feng's lips twitched. What suggestions could I possibly offer? All I desire is to sleep, to lie down in peace. He lamented internally, feeling a sense of grievance over the barrage of questions. Yet, he replied respectfully, I have no suggestions, it is best that you decide. Truly none? None. Su Feng's gaze was resolute. Very well. Bibi Dong was not in a hurry, for she understood that Su Feng would eventually voice his true feelings. As anticipated, he spoke up. If you seek advice, I suggest you deliver a crushing blow to that scoundrel from the inside out. Does he not harbor feelings for you? You could inform him that you have developed affections for another and are even expecting a child. The shock would surely shatter him. It is known that individuals like Yu Xiaogang possess an abundance of patience and pride. If anything were to cause his immediate collapse, it would likely be such a revelation. Though he does not deserve such a fate, he would feel utterly betrayed, leading to his despair. There is no need to worry about him spreading the word. He wouldn't dare, and besides, it would be a fabrication. Feigning affection for another, pretending to be pregnant, to incite Yu Xiaogangs ire? Bibi Dong's expression darkened. She had not anticipated that this mischievous boy could conceive such wicked thoughts. These ideas were not something Bibi Dong could vocalize. She had no need to lie just to provoke Yu Xiaogang, for that hypocritical scoundrel was unworthy of her efforts. Perhaps, she mused, given your nature, you would disdain deceit. Thus, we must resort to a more subtle approach. That man is fond of theoretical research. Having published the core competencies of martial spirits and the maximum soul ring absorption limits for various levels, earning him considerable acclaim. However, if we were to expose the truth of his theft of ancient texts from the martial soul hall, the world would recognize him as the plagiarizing hypocrite he truly is, leading to his downfall. In the end, when he is enraged and his facade crumbles, you can then step on his head, humiliating him thoroughly, making him understand the vast chasm that lies between you, obliterating any remnants of his confidence and leaving him too fearful to even glance your way. It seemed that in a moment of crisis, her clever disciple could indeed provide a wealth of ideas. Bibi Dong gazed at Su Feng, finding him increasingly agreeable and charming. Alas, it was a pity that her rather simple-minded teacher would likely not conceive of such schemes. Bibi Dong's expression darkened. Forget I said anything. My dear disciple, how about accompanying me to meet Yu Xiaogang? A sudden idea struck Bibi Dong. She sensed that Su Feng had much more to reveal regarding Yu Xiaogang and wished to bring him along for a more convenient conversation later. Is that truly necessary? She inquired. Are you unwilling? Bibi Dong raised her lips slightly, her fingers rubbing together with mischievous intent. Ahem, it is my utmost honor to serve you, master. Su Feng, startled, leaped up promptly, stepping forward to gently take her delicate, fair hand, saying, Please, master. Outside the spirit hall, in a secluded spot where Bibi Dong often met Yu Xiaogang, he paced back and forth, his mind racing with thoughts. Donger values my talent and intentions above all. If I share my research findings from this past month and embellish my plight a little, I am sure to regain my standing in Donger's heart. Once that is accomplished, I can continue to have her discreetly procure ancient texts from the spirit hall, and I can seek out rare treasures that can mend the deficiencies of my martial spirit. As Yu Xiaogang envisioned the future, he suddenly caught sight of a graceful figure approaching in the distance, causing his heart to race. At last, she had come. Wait. Who is that? Why is that fellow trailing behind Dong? No, they are holding hands. How infuriating. Yu Xiaojang's brow furrowed as he recognized Su Feng, who was being led towards him by Bibi Dong. Who dares to hold my Donger's hand? His fists clenched. In his heart, Bibi Dong belonged solely to him, and he could not bear to see anyone else share such intimacy with her. Meanwhile, Su Feng, grinning, said, Master, you can let go now. We've arrived. And I want to run away. Humph. Bibi Dong ignored him, pulling Su Feng directly in front of Yu Xiaogang before finally releasing her grip. This little rascal had promised to accompany her to meet Yu Xiaogang, but had attempted to slip away halfway, simply because it was time for a nap, nearly driving her to the brink of frustration. Master, I have arrived as well. You may proceed as you see fit. Su Feng retrieved an elderly chair from his sole guide and lay down, indifferent to the proceedings, merely wishing to recline and observe as a bystander. Bibi Dong, disinterested in Su Feng, turned her gaze to Yu Xiaogang and coldly remarked, I have already stated that we are finished. What brings you here once more? Xiaodong. Yu Xiaogang interjected, please mind your address. Should you dare to call me by my name again, do not be surprised if I send someone to apprehend you. Before Yu Xiaogang could finish his sentence, Bibi Dong interrupted him, feeling a surge of revulsion at the mere mention of Xiaodong. Across from her, Yu Xiaogang was taken aback. He had never imagined that the Xiaodong he longed for would treat him with such coldness. He felt a sense of trepidation and could only respond feebly. Yes, Your Highness. May I inquire, Your Highness, who is this? Yu Xiaogang turned his attention to Su Feng. My disciple, Su Feng. You met him a few years ago. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogang recalled the past. Su Feng had been considerably younger then, making him unrecognizable now. It was said that Su Feng had awakened his martial soul 8 years ago, but had yet to break through to the rank of Great Soul Master, a veritable failure in his eyes. A sudden thought crossed Yu Xiaojang's mind. Did Xiaodong bring Su Feng here in hopes that I might assist with his slow cultivation progress? If that were the case, she would need to beseech me. Perhaps I would take pity on her and offer my help. Delighted by this possibility, Yu Xiaogang declared, Your Highness, it is said that Su Feng has not advanced to Great Soul Master in 8 years. If you require assistance, I would be willing to help. No need. She replied curtly. Yu Xiaogang was taken aback. This was not how he had envisioned the encounter. Reluctantly, he added, should you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. There is no need for formality with me. Humph, my disciple does not require your guidance. Bibi Dong's tone was frigid, so much so that it sent a chill down Yu Xiaojang's spine. He could palpably sense her disdain towards him, which left him perplexed and disheartened. Nevertheless, Yu Xiaogang persevered and continued, I have come to share some promising news regarding the theoretical research on soul masters. Do tell, Bibi Dong replied with an indifferent demeanor. Although he had yet to speak, she had already surmised part of his intentions. He undoubtedly aimed to showcase the fruits of his research over the past month, hoping to present his plagiarized theories as his own scholarly achievements. As expected, Yu Xiaogang produced a parchment filled with dense notes and confidently declared, over the past month, I have devised a method for the fusion of 3 soul spirits, all meticulously documented here. You may have heard of a recent trio known as the Golden Iron Triangle. They are capable of fusing their soul spirits to summon the Golden Sacred Dragon, enabling them to engage in battles beyond their level. This fusion technique was conceived through the method outlined in this parchment. I can certainly assist you in identifying suitable candidates for soul spirit fusion, should you require it. Upon hearing this, despite her profound aversion to Yu Xiaogang, Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback. If she could indeed find a compatible candidate for her soul spirit fusion, it would undoubtedly hold significant implications for her future control over the spirit hall. Just as she contemplated this, Su Feng's mocking voice echoed in her mind. Huh, this hypocritical scoundrel is spewing nonsense. The teacher's soul spirit is the supreme twin spider queen, possessing the potential for immortality. No one on the entire continent is worthy of fusing their soul spirit with the teacher. How dare you, with your plagiarized theories, even suggest such a thing? You must be trying to deceive the teacher to regain your standing in her eyes. Clearly, you cannot achieve this, yet you insist on painting grand illusions to mislead her. Truly, you are a hypocritical wretch, a worthless being. Realizing that Yu Xiaogang had deceived her once more, Bibi Dong's gaze turned even colder as she fixed her eyes upon him. Slowly, she extended her hand and commanded, hand it over. Your Highness, the Eastern Saint? Yu Xiaogang felt a flicker of joy, believing that Bibi Dong was interested in his findings, and promptly handed over the parchment. Boom! To his astonishment. As soon as he offered the parchment, Bibi Dong unleashed a tempest of soul power that shredded it to pieces, accompanied by her icy and unyielding warning. From this day forth, you are forbidden from utilizing any theories learned from the ancient texts of the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, prepare to be imprisoned in the dungeons of the Spirit Hall. Xiaogang stood there, momentarily stunned, his heart feeling as though it had been frozen in an eternal abyss of coldness. With a face full of despair and sorrow, he lamented, "I love you so deeply. With all my heart devoted solely to you. Why must you be so cruel to me? Where have I gone wrong? I feel utterly nauseated. You, a hypocritical wretch, dare to speak. Just a month ago, the teacher severed ties with you, and you immediately turned to your cousin, Lu Erlong, merely to transform her into your backup. A mere tool for your trifling three-person martial soul fusion technique. Your actions are devoid of any ethical foundation. Now, you dare utter such words to the teacher. Can you sink any lower?" Xiaogang entangled with his own cousin, Lu Erlong? Upon hearing Su Feng's words, Bibi Dong stiffened, taken aback by the revelation of Xiaogang's betrayal. In an instant, her disdain for him deepened. "Xiaogang, you truly are a piece of work." At that moment, the thought of how long he had deceived her and the multitude of betrayals he had orchestrated filled Bibi Dong with an overwhelming fury, disgust, and resentment, to the point where she almost wished to strike him down on the spot. However, she did not desire such an easy demise for Xiaogang. That would not suffice for her thirst for vengeance. She resolved to heed her obedient disciple's advice and strike at Xiaogang from within, plunging him into utter despair. "Xiaogang, you are remarkable, truly exceptional, and you are not at fault." Suddenly, a peculiar smile graced Bibi Dong's lips as she gazed at Xiaogang and continued. "But do you know why I left you?" "Why?" Xiaogang responded, his face a mask of confusion. Meanwhile, Su Feng observed Bibi Dong's smile and sensed impending doom. This was not good. The teacher was genuinely enraged. "I must take my leave swiftly to avoid being caught in the crossfire." Recalling the last time the teacher had worn such a smile, she had nearly slain a Title Douluo. With this thought, Su Feng refrained from lounging about and hurriedly sought to escape, while Xiaogang, oblivious to his imminent fate, likely still awaited an answer. "Obedient disciple, come here." Unexpectedly, before Su Feng could take more than a few steps, Bibi Dong unleashed a barrier of soul power, blocking all his paths of escape. "Ahem, disciple at your service." Su Feng chuckled awkwardly, then cautiously approached Bibi Dong, distancing himself slightly, fully aware of the volatile state she was in, a mindset fueled by reckless vengeance, unpredictable in her potential actions. To his surprise, as Su Feng drew near, Bibi Dong extended her hand, grasping his, and gently pulled him into her embrace, as if they were lovers, sharing an intimate moment. Teacher, please, no words, just hold me." Upon witnessing the teacher's demeanor, Su Feng resolutely fell silent. Fully aware that the teacher had succumbed to a potent desire for retribution, eager to incite and provoke Xiaogang. In this precarious situation, Su Feng felt compelled to comply with the teacher's intentions. Gradually, he extended his hand, gently encircling the slender waist of Bibi Dong. He believed this gesture sufficed. However, to his surprise, he was met with a gaze from Bibi Dong that bore a hint of dissatisfaction. Understanding her unspoken message, he adjusted his embrace, tightening his hold on her until they truly resembled a couple, intimately entwined. Regrettably, Su Feng had yet to grow taller, which made him appear as though he were nestled within Bibi Dong's embrace. "Xiaogang, do you perceive this? This is the very reason I distanced myself from you." Bibi Dong held Su Feng tightly, her delicate hand lifting to assertively bury his head in the softest part of her being. A hint of the unique and enchanting fragrance of a woman wafted through the air, laced with a touch of milky sweetness, leaving Su Feng feeling utterly intoxicated. "Please, do not suffocate me with this. I truly cannot handle such overwhelming sensations," he thought to himself. Well, my teacher is clearly agitated. I should endure this moment of discomfort, for I can withstand it for a while longer. Meanwhile, on the other side, a thunderous crash echoed in Xiaogang's mind as he beheld the scene before him, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Trembling all over, he shook his head vigorously, muttering to himself, "This cannot be. This is absolutely impossible." Moments later, as a realization struck him, he erupted in a fit of hysteria, exclaiming, "You must be pretending for my sake, trying to provoke me deliberately, aren't you?" Bibi Dong, the esteemed saintess of the Spirit Hall, How could she possibly lower herself to entertain feelings for a mere child barely in his teens? More critically, that Su Feng is merely a slothful and utterly worthless individual. How could she ever deign to associate with such a failure? Even upon witnessing the current scene, Xiaogang could only perceive Bibi Dong as performing for his benefit, unable to grasp the reality before him. Yet, the next moment left him utterly astounded. Teacher, what is the matter? He inquired. As he observed Bibi Dong lost in her thoughts, her eyes inexplicably glistening with tears. Though she fought to suppress them, her gaze ultimately succumbed to moisture. Why? Why must everyone target me? Bibi Dong clutched Su Feng tightly, her exquisite visage revealing a rare vulnerability, rendering her heartbreakingly pitiable. No one could fathom that prior to her meeting with Xiaogang, Bibi Dong had contemplated granting him another chance. Otherwise, her nature would never have compelled her to engage in such lengthy discourse. Alas, from the moment she encountered Xiaogang, she was inundated with revelations regarding his betrayal. It was not only Xiaogang who was unraveling, but she herself was also spiraling into despair. It felt as though the entire world had conspired against her. The once revered Pope, whom she held in the highest esteem, and the teacher she trusted as a father figure, had reduced her to a mere vessel for procreation. The one she regarded as her true love, the theoretical master Xiaogang, was nothing more than a schemer seeking to exploit her connection to the resources of the Spirit Hall, a despicable plagiarist, and a scoundrel who, after their separation, sought the affections of other women, unrepentantly pursuing even her own cousin. Teacher, please do not act impulsively. Su Feng discerned the turmoil raging within Bibi Dong, his concern mounting. My dear apprentice, irrespective of what I must do next, you shall not hold it against me, will you? Bibi Dong gazed intently at Su Feng, her embrace tightening with an inexplicable fear that her only beloved disciple might also depart from her. Master, what do you intend to do? Su Feng exclaimed in alarm. Bibi Dong did not respond. Instead, she gently said, do not speak, kiss me. Perhaps at this moment, she was unaware of the implications of her actions. You dare. Xiaogang thundered from the side, a storm of fury brewing within him. He had never witnessed Bibi Dong in such a vulnerable state, nor had he ever embraced her in such a manner. Seeing Su Feng hold the woman he desired most ignited a wave of discomfort and frustration within him, his fists unconsciously clenching until a sharp crack echoed in the air. Just as Xiaogang finished his outburst, Bibi Dong waved her hand, conjuring a prison made of soul energy that completely ensnared him, rendering him akin to a captive. Donger, no. I know you are angry with me. Donger, please. Regain your senses. Silence, Bibi Dong replied, her brows furrowing delicately as she gestured with her slender hand. Instantly, a weight akin to a mountain descended upon Xiaogang, embedding him into the earth, rendering him utterly immobile, unable even to utter a word. Yet his gaze remained fixed upon Bibi Dong and Su Feng. Xiaogang felt a surge of desperation, emitting only soft whimpers. He had yet to kiss Bibi Dong's lips. How could he allow another to claim that privilege first? Consumed by rage and the injuries sustained from her earlier suppression, he abruptly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling significantly. Disciple, kiss me. Bibi Dong turned her gaze back to Su Feng, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a tender allure. Su Feng, not being a saint, felt a surge of affection in the face of Bibi Dong's vulnerability. Even though he was acutely aware that she was not in a lucid state, he nonetheless rose onto his toes and pressed his lips against hers with fervor. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Regardless of the shifting tides of the world, the collapsing heavens, and the disintegration of the cosmos, the two remained oblivious to everything around them. Only Xiaogang, utterly dejected, stood there, overwhelmed by the reality of his humiliation. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted. Bibi Dong released Su Feng, allowing him to finally catch his breath. A wave of exasperation washing over him. Alas, how careless of me. That was my first kiss. Nevertheless, considering it was also the teacher's first kiss, I shall not be overly sentimental. Meanwhile, Xiaogang believed that Bibi Dong's vengeance had reached its conclusion. However, when he witnessed the ensuing spectacle, he was rendered utterly speechless. Xiaogang observed as Bibi Dong took hold of one of Su Feng's hands, placing it gently on her abdomen, caressing it softly while smiling serenely, and said, "Oh, I forgot to mention, not only have I developed feelings for my disciple, but I am also expecting his child." Bibi Dong gazed at Xiaogang, her smile growing ever more radiant. "Rest assured, I shall bring the child into this world. When that time comes, my child will call you uncle." Are you not also filled with anticipation? Boom. Thunder. Yu Xiaogang was once again taken aback. If Bibi Dong's union with Su Feng had struck him like a bolt from the blue, the revelation of her carrying Su Feng's child felt as if countless thunderclaps reverberated in his mind. He intended to call out to Dong'er once more, yet found himself unable to utter her name. He felt unworthy of such an endearment. It dawned upon him that he was the true jester in this unfolding drama, and he had once more been ruthlessly humiliated. At that moment, Yu Xiaogang felt an unbearable ache within. A hollow sensation as if he had lost something profoundly significant, something that perhaps he could never reclaim. Why? Why have you transformed into this? Yu Xiaojiang's expression fell into despondency. Enough, Yu Xiaogang. Depart from my sight and do not return. The icy, merciless words rang out, and Yu Xiaogang noticed Bibi Dong regarding him with a stoic demeanor. Yes, Your Highness, he bowed respectfully, then turned away in desolation, preparing to leave. In an instant, a sharp surge of soul power sliced through the air, striking Yu Xiaojiang's lower leg. The sound of a bone snapping echoed sharply, and his face contorted in agony as a piercing scream escaped his lips. Clutching his injured leg, he curled upon the ground, trembling incessantly. Listen closely to my words. I said to leave. Bibi Dong spoke once more, her voice as frigid as the depths of a chilling abyss. Bibi Dong, do not overstep your bounds, Yu Xiaogang exclaimed, turning his head in sudden outrage. Suddenly, a powerful surge of soul energy struck him, and with a sickening crack, his other leg was shattered, eliciting a more harrowing scream that startled the birds resting in the forest. With a resounding thud, Bibi Dong swiftly moved, lifting her leg to ruthlessly stomp down upon Yu Xiaojiang's head. Regardless of what I do to you, it is merely you're just deserts. What right do you have to claim I am excessive? Bibi Dong declared icily, while rotating her stiletto, the intense friction stripping away a layer of skin from Yu Xiaojiang's skull. Ah! Yu Xiaojing cried out. Bibi Dong, I beseech you. This time, he dared not retort. Instead, he suppressed his agony and pleaded for mercy. Spare me, I implore you. At this moment, Bibi Dong turned her gaze towards Su Feng, a faint smile gracing her lips. Disciple, what do you think I should do? She had executed a series of actions based on Su Feng's previous suggestions, and now that everything was complete, she thought of Su Feng, believing he would offer her even more astute advice. Master, you may proceed as you see fit, Su Feng replied with a respectful bow, his expression seemingly devoid of emotion, yet internally, he was overjoyed. Ha ha ha, this is precisely how to humiliate Yu Xiaogang. The master has finally awakened. However, it is still not severe enough. When dealing with such a hypocritical scoundrel, even if one were to beat him into a state of utter humiliation, and then further degrade him, using his own disgrace against him, it would still not suffice to quench my thirst for vengeance. Bibi Dong found herself somewhat amused. This little rascal certainly possessed a remarkably innovative mindset. Bibi Dong continued to listen to the whispers of her heart. This hypocritical wretch, relying on his meager knowledge and cunning, would dare to pursue other women. To prevent such occurrences, I fervently advocate for his castration. This scoundrel has committed numerous betrayals against his mentor. Thus, he deserves to be rendered a eunuch, condemned to a lifetime of disgrace, for only then can one find solace. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, her disciple's thoughts were ruthless, yet she was more than willing to embrace them. Consequently, a surge of soul power coalesced into a soul sphere, hurtling through the air with a resounding explosion, blood splattering forth, accompanied by a more chilling wail of anguish. Bibi Dong did not cast another glance at Yu Xiaogang. Instead, she gently took Su Feng's hand and smiled. My dear disciple, let us return. All is well. Su Feng was momentarily taken aback, his thighs instinctively tightening. Perhaps it was the shared experience of being men, but at the instant Yu Xiaojiang's faade was shattered, Su Feng felt an overwhelming sense of empathy, a chilling realization. Why is it that every time I contemplate something, my teacher seems to respond in kind? Could it be that my thoughts resonate so profoundly with his? Su Feng found himself perplexed, yet he swiftly dismissed this conundrum from his mind. Such cerebral matters were hardly worth his contemplation. Nearby, Bibi Dong sensed his inner turmoil and chuckled softly. What a foolish disciple. Su Feng remained silent, secretly criticizing, clueless teacher, what do you know? This is merely the folly of a simpleton, whereas a fool has none. Suddenly recalling Yu Xiaogang, he quickly amended his thoughts. At the same time, Su Feng felt a twinge of sentiment. The world is indeed wondrous. Some individuals may have departed, yet they linger in the hearts of others. While there are those who persist in existence but ought to have perished long ago, just like that hypocritical wretch, destined to endure a lifetime of suffering, Bibi Dong was once again amused by Su Feng. Thus, one was lost in fanciful thoughts while the other listened quietly. Hand in hand, they returned to the spirit hall. As for the peculiar actions they had engaged in moments earlier, both shared an unspoken understanding to act as if nothing had transpired. Due to the sordid intentions of Qian Xunji and the deceit and betrayal from Xiaogang, Bibi Dong found herself utterly disillusioned with the two of them. All the pent-up emotions of Bibi Dong erupted completely after her confrontation with Xiaogang. Consequently, she inadvertently awakened the seed left within her by the blood-eyed deity of the Rakshasa, a symbol of vengeance representing evil and darkness, and a manifestation of the Rakshasa's divine power summoned by the blood-eye. Thus, as the night descended on that fateful day, in the palace where Bibi Dong resides, a powerful wave of mental energy surged forth. The flickering lights ceased their dance. A single leaf drifted into the chamber, only to halt abruptly in midair. The entire palace seemed to be completely frozen in time. What was happening? Bibi Dong was on the verge of taking a much-needed respite when an unexpected occurrence ignited her wariness. Hello Bibi Dong, echoed a peculiar laugh, reminiscent of an infant's wail, as a chilling and eerie black mist materialized, revealing a pair of blood-red demonic eyes within its depths. Who are you? At the sight of those sanguine orbs, Bibi Dong felt as though she had plunged into a realm of hellish despair, her entire being trembling involuntarily. I am the devotee of the Rakshasa god, Blood-Eye. You may refer to me as the great devotee of Blood-Eye. The Rakshasa god? A surge of astonishment coursed through Bibi Dong's mind. Could this be the divine entity her disciple had spoken of? What do you seek from me? Her expression remained vigilant. She could acutely sense that the being before her, who identified as Blood-Eye, was immensely powerful, exuding an oppressive presence that rivaled that of Title Douluo. I have observed you for over a month. You are the only individual I have encountered in the past 2 centuries who embodies the qualifications for the Rakshasa goddess legacy. To ensure your readiness to receive this inheritance, I have implanted a seed within you. Today, you have awakened this seed, signifying that you are indeed worthy of the Rakshasa goddess legacy. Will you accept the trials of the Rakshasa god? The great devotee of blood, I spoke with an unsettling calmness, devoid of emotional fluctuation. Yet, her infantile voice, coupled with an aura of chilling malevolence, instilled a sense of dread, akin to the whispers of malevolent spirits in the night. Great devotee of Blood-Eye, I am honored to be chosen as the successor to the Rakshasa god. However, could you grant me a moment to contemplate this decision? Bibi Dong respectfully bowed to Blood-Eyes. This scene would undoubtedly leave an ordinary soul master utterly astounded. The notion that someone would even contemplate the inheritance of a deity seemed utterly preposterous. Little did they know that Bibi Dong's consideration stemmed from Su Feng's words. Once you surpass the Title Douluo rank and hunt down a 100,000-year soul beast, the Death Spider King, and then bestow its soul ring upon your Death Spider martial soul, you shall acquire 2 extraordinary soul skills, one granting immortality and the other allowing for the embodiment of energy. With these 2 powers, no being beneath the divine can slay you. Ultimately, ascension to divinity is merely a matter of time. To Bibi Dong, the prospect of achieving godhood on her own made the acceptance of another's legacy seem unnecessary. Her pride forbade her from relying on external strength to attain divinity. Blood-Eyes glanced at Bibi Dong and, perceiving the intense pride and confidence in her gaze, inquired, "Do you wish to forge your own path to godhood?" Though phrased as a question, Blood-Eye's tone brooked no dissent. Indeed, came the resolute reply. Bibi Dong did not conceal her thoughts. She nodded solemnly and responded, "Great deity of Blood-Eyes, I appreciate your consideration. However, I believe I must deliberate carefully. You have one day to ponder this matter." Blood-Eyes replied expressionlessly, not wishing to impose. "Thank you, great deity of Blood-Eyes." Blood-Eyes inclined her head, contemplating the likelihood of Bibi Dong's refusal, which seemed considerable. Unable to restrain herself, she continued, "I can see that you hold your disciple in high regard. If you wish to attain divinity on your own, you must understand that the path of independent enlightenment is fraught with difficulty, often requiring several centuries or even millennia. Your disciple, being merely a mortal, will inevitably age and perish before you can achieve your own ascendance." As she finished speaking, Blood-Eyes gracefully raised her slender hand, causing a jade vial enveloped in a chilling black mist to float towards Bibi Dong. "Should you choose to accept the inheritance of the Rakshasa god, I can, on this occasion, present you with a vial of divine fairy brew, which will extend your disciple's lifespan by 1,000 years, alleviating your concerns. In summary, upon utilizing this vial of fairy brew, you shall be formally granted the Rakshasa inheritance. Should you fail to use it within a day, I will take it as an indication that you have declined the inheritance, and I shall not make another appearance. Once Bibi Dong accepted the fairy brew, Blood Eye's form began to wane, and the previously frozen surroundings gradually returned to normal, leaving behind only an echoing, chilling laughter. He seized the opportunity, ponder well. As Blood Eyes departed, a profound silence enveloped the space, so still that one could hear a pin drop. Bibi Dong remained silent for a considerable time. It seems I must ultimately embrace the legacy of the Rakshasa, does it not? Bibi Dong murmured softly, her expression tinged with a hint of bitterness. Bibi Dong indeed yearned to ascend to divinity, fueled by Su Feng's assertion that she could achieve it, which instilled in her an unwavering belief in her potential. However, her devoted disciple exhibited a remarkable lethargy. What if she were to attain godhood only to find her beloved disciple had aged and passed away in the interim? She could not afford to be solely self-centered. She must also contemplate the well-being of her cherished apprentice. Ultimately, she recognized that her only recourse was to embrace the legacy of the Rakshasa. Yet, this celestial elixir seemed to be intended for women. Would it truly be appropriate for her disciple to partake in it? Bibi Dong scrutinized the jade bottle, a tinge of apprehension washing over her as she pondered the peculiar side effects this elixir might bestow upon her disciple. Just as her doubts lingered, a sudden burst of ethereal light erupted from the bottle, instantly imbuing her mind with a profound understanding of the elixir's application and effects. It appeared that this divine concoction was not meant for consumption, but rather intended to be anointed over the entire body. Would that not necessitate her stripping her obedient disciple bare? S' delicate face involuntarily flushed with a hint of crimson. Surely, he would not cooperate with me, would he? It seems I have no choice but to proceed this way. Starting tonight, you shall sleep with your master. The following day, as the warm sun began to rise, in a certain room, Su Feng remained soundly asleep, completely unaware that a graceful silhouette had stealthily entered, armed with a rope. Moments later, oh my goodness! Su Feng awoke with a start, only to discover that he had been bound hand and foot by. His expression turned to one of alarm. Master, what on earth are you planning? Do not be anxious, my dear disciple. I merely wish to strip you of your garments and apply something. What are you going to apply? Su Feng's face stiffened. Fear not. What I intend to do will surely benefit you. Then do tell. If you do not reveal what you plan to apply, how can I possibly remain unafraid? No, I must make a hasty retreat. Though internally lamenting, Su Feng feigned politeness, saying, Master, perhaps it would be best if you could untie me first? Little rascal, do you truly believe I would acquiesce? Upon hearing Su Feng's conflicting thoughts, smiled faintly, then proceeded to tear the clothes from Su Feng's body. Master, please stop. I beg you. Su Feng, despite being a young man, felt a surge of embarrassment at the prospect of being exposed before her. Yet, regardless of his struggles, he ultimately found himself entirely unveiled, causing his face to flush deeply. Dear disciple, bear with me. I shall soon finish applying it for you. Not only was Su Feng blushing, but was equally flustered. Since Su Feng turned 3, all matters of privacy had been handled solely by him. Even bathing was something he did alone, never permitting her to see. Thus, after all these years, this was the first time had laid eyes upon Su Feng's physique, and she too felt her cheeks warm and her heart race. Master, how long do you intend to gaze? Please expedite the application. Ahem, I shall begin immediately. Su Feng, his face flushed, inwardly grumbled, my heavens. I have never encountered such a lascivious teacher. She clearly desires my body, yet she pretends it is for my own good. You little rascal. Your master is not that kind of person. At this, S' face grew even more crimson. But she maintained a facade of composure as she swiftly applied the fairy brew evenly across Su Feng's body, sparing no corner. Bang, bang, bang. Before long, as completed the application of the fairy brew, an unexpected transformation occurred. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The fairy brew swiftly evaporated, enveloping Su Feng in a soft, misty haze. Oh dear, I can no longer see. Bibi Dong sighed softly, her curiosity still yearning for fulfillment. However, at this moment, her intrigue was more piqued by the transformation of Su Feng rather than the examination of her obedient disciple's physique. According to the information she had gathered, this celestial elixir was originally intended for women. In addition to extending one's lifespan by a millennium, It possessed the remarkable ability to enhance beauty, rendering the skin remarkably supple and delicate, as if it could be effortlessly broken. Her precious disciple was already endearingly innocent and charming. If she were to undergo this transformation, what wonders might ensue? With this thought, Bibi Dong's anticipation surged within her. Buzz. Soon, the mist dissipated. Huh? Where had her obedient disciple gone? Bibi Dong was taken aback. How could such a large person as Su Feng have vanished? Oh dear, my precious disciple, how have you transformed into a mere toddler? As the mist finally dissipated, Bibi Dong beheld Su Feng, more accurately, a 2-year-old version of him. Her beautiful eyes widened in surprise, leaving her momentarily speechless. How was I to know? Su Feng, upon speaking, was startled to hear his own childish voice, leaving him bewildered and his inner world in turmoil. Ah, foolish teacher, what have you done to me? Why do I resemble a 2-year-old child? Even in his internal lamentation, Su Feng's voice bore a tone of petulance, childishly fierce yet undeniably endearing. How adorable! My dear disciple, come, let me embrace you. Upon witnessing the utterly delightful sight of little Su Feng, Bibi Dong's youthful heart swelled with affection. Without a second thought, she scooped him into her arms, nestling him in the softest, coziest spot. In that moment, Bibi Dong radiated a nurturing essence, and upon seeing such a cute Su Feng, she felt her heart melting, her eyes seemingly sparkling with pink bubbles. She found herself unable to restrain her desire to protect him. Please, esteemed teacher, let me go. Su Feng felt a wave of despair. Teacher, I implore you, act like a person. I am truly just a child. Unfortunately, Su Feng's struggles yielded not a compromise from Bibi Dong, but rather prompted her to draw even closer. Come, let me give you a kiss, dear disciple. Bibi Dong gazed at little Su Feng, her expression transforming into one of utmost tenderness. No, don't kiss my face, your saliva is all over it. How infuriating. Teacher, this is too much. Su Feng could never have anticipated that the more he resisted, the more adorable he appeared in Bibi Dong's eyes, leading to utter chaos. Time slipped away unnoticed until Bibi Dong finally ceased her affections. Su Feng remained motionless, wearing an expression of utter desolation. It's over. I have been tainted by my teacher. I am no longer pure. Will I be reduced to a kept boy by her? You little rascal. It was just a few kisses. What are you imagining? How could I ever harbor such thoughts about you? Bibi Dong found herself amused by Su Feng's inner musings. However, the effects of the fairy brew had exceeded her expectations. Bibi Dong initially harbored a simple desire for her disciple to become a tad more adorable. Yet she was utterly unprepared for the transformation of the young Su Feng, which left her completely captivated. My dear disciple, it seems you had a habit of tossing and turning in your sleep as a child, Bibi Dong remarked unexpectedly. Su Feng, ensnared in his own solitude, chose to ignore her, though he could not refrain from retorting, Foolish teacher, what do you intend to do to me this time? My dear disciple, to prevent you from tumbling and injuring yourself in your slumber, you shall sleep alongside me from now on, Bibi Dong said softly. No, I refuse. Compared to the comforts of a tender embrace, Su Feng preferred the indulgent solitude of his own realm, for in his heart, there was no room for women. Thus he could recline in peace. Refusal is futile, Bibi Dong promptly countered. With a mischievous thought of having a legitimate reason to be close to such an adorably naive disciple, Bibi Dong could not help but pinch Su Feng's cheek playfully. That's enough. You must tell me what on earth has transpired. Why have I transformed in this manner? Very well, I shall reveal the truth. Bibi Dong replied upon noticing Bauer's genuine frustration. The truth was that Su Feng had assumed the appearance of a child because he had been granted a lifespan of 1,000 years, proportionally. This resulted in him resembling a 12-year-old mortal. It was akin to a side effect of the celestial elixir bestowed upon him. The elixir does not cause women to revert to childhood. 014. Seeking the Rakshasa's side. Nightfall descended. Bibi Dong discovered a desolate place early on. With a hum, a formidable surge of spiritual power radiated outward, enveloping everything around her in a state of stillness. Splendid. You have not disappointed me. The sound, reminiscent of an infant's wail, echoed as the figure of the Blood Eye, shrouded in dark mist, materialized before Bibi Dong. Great Blood Eye, I am willing to accept the legacy of the Rakshasa god. Please commence. Bibi Dong offered a respectful bow. She had already utilized the fairy brew, and according to their agreement, she was required to undergo the divine trial of the Rakshasa god. However, the Blood Eye gave a slight nod. and with a delicate gesture of her jade-like fingers, a streak of black radiance transformed into a flowing light, plunging into Bibi Dong's forehead, manifesting a mark of the Rakshasa's scythe. From this moment forth, you shall be the inheritor of the Rakshasa god's legacy. As her words echoed, the ethereal glow of the Rakshasa scythe emerged, beginning to pour forth an abundance of pure, unparalleled dark energy, incessantly cleansing Bibi Dong's body and refining her soul power. In an instant, a thunderous surge resonated. Within mere moments, Bibi Dong's soul power ascended a level, reaching the formidable rank of 83. Excellent. You have successfully garnered the recognition of the Rakshasa's divine power. The blood eye regarded Bibi Dong with a grave expression, her tone intensifying. Now, I, representing the Rakshasa god, bestow upon you your first divine trial task, to eliminate a Douluo possessing an angel martial soul, and to defeat a Title Douluo who wields an angel martial soul. Bibi Dong was taken aback for a moment, but soon realized the gravity of the situation. She had eavesdropped on Su Feng's innermost thoughts on numerous occasions, including the conflict between the Rakshasa god and the angel god. Therefore, it was not surprising that she received such an assassination task. The deadline was merely 10 days. If she failed to accomplish the task within the stipulated time, she would irrevocably lose her eligibility to inherit the Rakshasa god's legacy and would be eternally cursed. Unable to ascend to the divine level, the Blood Eye offered one last piece of advice before her figure gradually became ethereal. Only 10 days. Bibi Dong sensed the urgency of the situation, even the joy of her recent breakthrough dissipating. To fulfill the divine examination task, it seemed she would need to consult her treasured disciple for information. Bibi Dong murmured softly to herself, then made her way back to her chamber. Indeed, she had forcibly brought little Su Feng into her quarters, under the pretext of fearing he might hurt himself while sleeping. In truth, she was unable to suppress her desire to pet her disciple. At this moment, in the large, plush bed of Bibi Dong's room, Su Feng was enjoying a comfortable slumber. A soft sound escaped his lips as he frowned, instinctively wiping away an imaginary drool from his face. And then he said, "Teacher, stop fooling around. I haven't had enough sleep yet. My dear disciple, I have something to ask you, and you must answer truthfully." Due to Su Feng's transformation into an adorably innocent child, Bibi Dong's address towards him had grown increasingly affectionate. "All right, teacher, go ahead," Su Feng replied, though his eyes remained closed, still lying comfortably. Bibi Dong did not mind Su Feng's lazy demeanor. She directly delved into the subject, recounting her acceptance of the Rakshasa inheritance in its entirety. Su Feng, however, exhibited no surprise, continuing to recline unperturbed. "Babe, how do you suggest I accomplish the first assessment task?" he lamented, feeling utterly exhausted. This time, Su Feng was so disinclined to even contemplate the matter that he refrained from expressing his thoughts. Unable to contain herself any longer, Bibi Dong forcefully pried open Su Feng's eyes to meet hers. "Babe, could you please earnestly help me devise a plan?" Bibi Dong rarefied her expression, revealing a hint of vulnerability. The first task of the Rakshasa divine trial was limited to 10 days, and she had yet to select her targets for elimination or devise any strategies. A sense of confusion and urgency enveloped her, and it pained her that her beloved disciple seemed indifferent to her plight. "Teacher, that is quite enough," Su Feng retorted. "Babe, do hasten to assist me in formulating a strategy." As he regarded Bibi Dong's expression, his face darkened. Su Feng was confident that had he not transformed into the current adorably naive visage, Bibi Dong would never have engaged him in such a tone, let alone display any semblance of distress. "Let me think. Nothing comes to mind." Reluctantly, Su Feng feigned deep contemplation before solemnly declining. Naturally, this was all an act. His mind was rife with sarcastic thoughts. Truly, it's quite simple to undertake the first divine trial task, is it not? Simply eliminate Qian Xunji and his cousin Qian Xunji. After all, neither of them is particularly virtuous, and one is a spirit Douluo while the other is a Title Douluo. It's a straightforward matter. At this point, his inner musings halted, and Bibi Dong grew anxious. Hastening to probe, "Babe, what if I considered the Pope as my target for defeat? How might I go about overcoming him?" "Teacher, I beg your pardon for my ineptitude. I possess no effective strategy." You are finally anxious, aren't you? In truth, all you need to do is venture into the Rakshasa domain and retrieve the divine artifact, the Rakshasa scythe. Defeating Qian Xunji would be a mere trifle. However, since you constantly take advantage of me, even if I know where the Rakshasa scythe lies, I shan't reveal it to you. Oh, what a game this is. My dear babe even wishes to keep secrets from me. What a little rascal you are. Just wait and see how I shall punish you." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Giggling, she gazed at her precious disciple, becoming increasingly fond of him. Unable to resist the urge to scoop up the small Su Feng in her arms. "What do you intend to do now?" Su Feng exclaimed in alarm. "Babe, you absolutely adored bathing when you were little. I shall take you to enjoy a wash," she declared. "What? No way. Absolutely not. I refuse." "Hee. Your refusal is ineffective. How infuriating. Once again, you shamelessly take advantage of me under the pretense of bathing. Each time, you merely disrobe me while remaining fully clothed yourself. It is utterly unjust. Humph, you little rascal. Do you still wish for me to be undressed?" A faint blush flickered across Bibi Dong's face, and she inwardly chastised. "I am your teacher. How improper it would be to disrobe in your presence." Although she felt a sense of shame regarding Bao Bao's thoughts, it did not deter her from taking advantage of the situation. Upon entering the bathing area, without a moment's hesitation, Bibi Dong stripped Bao Bao of her garments, indulging in playful pinches and teasing caresses, thoroughly relishing the moment. What troubled Bibi Dong, however, was the necessity to maintain a facade of hardship while bathing her adorable charge. For she knew that should Bao Bao sense her delight, resistance would ensue. What if her clothes were torn away? That would certainly cause her embarrassment as well. After an hour of playful antics, Bibi Dong emerged from the bathing area with the little Su Feng, donned in a fresh outfit that accentuated her already charming appearance. "Bao Bao, you stay here obediently while I take a bath." What do you mean by that?" It is rather open to misinterpretation. Bibi Dong found herself in a predicament, as she had not anticipated that assisting Bao Bao with her bath would result in her clothes being soaked. Reluctantly, she decided to take a shower and change into a fresh outfit. The bathing area was conveniently located nearby, and it was typically reserved for women, thus lacking a lock. Before entering the bathing room, Bibi Dong instinctively glanced at Su Feng, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment as she admonished, "You little rascal, do refrain from peeking, or you shall witness how I discipline you." Su Feng retorted, "Do you think I am like you? Always scheming against your disciple. You are utterly shameless. Why would I bother to sneak a glance at you?" A soft laugh escaped her lips. Bibi Dong smiled faintly as Bea pointed out her innermost thoughts. Her cheeks soon flushed with embarrassment, and she hurried into the bathing room. 5 days slipped by quietly. The first trial of the Rakshasa god spanned merely 10 days, however. During this period, Bibi Dong refrained from causing trouble for either Qian Xunji or Qian Xunji. Nor did she venture into the Rakshasa ghost domain in search of the Rakshasa devil scythe. Su Feng, on the other hand, spent his days languishing in Bibi Dong's palace, either dreaming of sleep, asleep, or on the verge of slumber. Regardless of the passage of time or celestial movements, Su Feng remained steadfastly reclined, unmoved by the storms around him. One evening, as dusk fell, Su Feng lay on the bed as usual when he heard footsteps approaching. He opened his sleepy eyes and beheld Bibi Dong, freshly bathed, making her way towards him. At that moment, her long hair cascaded freely, a delicate sheer skirt clinging to her curvaceous form, while a jade belt cinched her slender waist, making it appear almost delicate to the touch. Her exquisite figure was fully revealed, accentuated by the alluring glimpse of her fair skin, which added a touch of sensual charm. After a brief moment, Bibi Dong lay beside Su Feng, her eyes glimmering with anticipation as she inquired, "Bayer, when shall we embark on our quest for the Rakshasa devil's scythe?" In response, Su Feng closed his eyes, replying, "Let me rest for another day." "But Bayer, you said the same yesterday, and the day before that, and the day before that." Bibi Dong pouted, her lips forming a rare expression of grievance. "If we delay any further, my Rakshasa god trial may fail. Can you truly bear to let that happen?" Ever since Su Feng transformed into a cute little one, Bibi Dong had shed her authoritative demeanor as a teacher, often revealing her softer side. Fearing that displeasing him might lead him to ignore her altogether. "Do not worry, tomorrow, I shall accompany you, I promise," she insisted. "Bear, you uttered those very words yesterday." Bibi Dong observed, exasperation evident on her face as Su Feng remained unwilling to open his eyes. In truth, 5 days prior, Bibi Dong had intended to take Su Feng to the Rakshasa ghost domain, believing it would facilitate her inquiries and prevent unnecessary detours. Yet, Su Feng was solely intent on indulging in laziness, and she dared not compel him, fearing he might sever their bond. A loss she would rather not endure for the sake of her divine status. Just as Bibi Dong was lost in her melancholic thoughts, The typically lethargic Su Feng suddenly sprang to his feet. "Well, I've finally completed it," he exclaimed, excitement radiating from him. Before him, a system notification appeared. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have endured 5 days of lying flat under Bibi Dong's urging, successfully completing the lazy task, the heaven and earth obliteration of laziness. Reward: 129th generation Pingwa Mobile Plus, featuring 1 million games, a must-have for any lazy person. You deserve it." Note: can be used as a weapon in times of danger, triggering an explosion upon impact, generating an energy wave akin to that of a Title Douluo self-detonation. And 500 laziness points. Upon encountering this prompt, Su Feng was utterly elated. In his previous life, he had always relished playing games. And now with a mobile phone at his disposal, he could indulge in gaming while reclining comfortably, thus passing the time with ease. Henceforth, he would no longer be subjected to the sight of others idly staring into space, nor would he be the one left staring blankly. Most importantly, this device served as a formidable weapon for self-defense, rivaling even the Buddha's wrathful lotus. Naturally, Su Feng was reluctant to part with his phone, except in the direst of circumstances. "Beoer, what troubles you? Do not frighten your teacher," he said, noticing that Bibi Dong was startled by his sudden and unusual behavior. "Ahem, do not worry, master, your disciple is unharmed." Having completed his task, Su Feng felt a twinge of guilt for leaving Bibi Dong in suspense. He promptly assured her, "Rest assured, tomorrow morning, I shall accompany you to seek the Arksasa demon scythe." "Beoer, you must keep your word this time," she insisted. "Absolutely, I promise." Seeing Su Feng's resolute response filled Bibi Dong with immense relief, her eyes glistening as if touched by tears. After all these days, her faith in him had not been in vain. Suddenly, Bibi Dong revealed a mischievous smile. "Shall we take a break then?" Though she had been quite anxious these past days, it was not an overwhelming urgency. Each night, she found solace in embracing the adorable treasure, indulging in playful affection. Her interest in Beoer was far more captivating than that in the sinister scythe of the underworld. Yet, she pondered, why Beoer? Bibi Dong looked at Su Feng with a hint of grievance. "I want to play on my phone." "Skinny chicken?" Bibi Dong paused, having never heard of such a breed, and explained, "Our spirit hall has no skinny chickens, only plump ones." "Airplane." Su Feng was also taken aback, his small face displaying astonishment. "Does our spirit hall actually have airplanes?" "Yes, if you wish to eat, master can procure any size of chicken for you." Su Feng's lips twitched as he realized that they were not even on the same wavelength. "Welcome to the realm of the deceased." Su Feng, uninterested in continuing the conversation with Bibi Dong, took out his 29th generation Pingwa Phone Plus and casually opened a game called Realm of the Deceased. "Bear, what is this?" "This is a phone." "Ah, may I take a look?" Hey, if you want to see, then look, but don't touch anything." "Bear, can you lend that to me for a bit?" "I refuse." It was only when Su Feng took out the phone and opened the game that Bibi Dong's curiosity was piqued. However, as a gaming enthusiast, Su Feng was not inclined to lend it to her, unless he grew bored of it first. "Alas, my Beoer is so stingy, refusing to play with me." Seeing Bibi Dong's sulky expression, Su Feng's heart softened, and he surprisingly uttered, "Master, how about I play on my phone, and you play with me?" Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's cheeks flushed, and she playfully scolded, "You little rascal, how can you say such things to your teacher? Humph. Do you have no sense of propriety?" Thinking Bibi Dong was upset, Su Feng quickly fell silent. Unexpectedly, a delicate hand reached out, wrapping around him gently. Su Feng found himself drawn into her embrace, resting his head on her arm. "Beoer, although I often tease you, it is merely a sign of my affection. You must not call it playful or think such thoughts, do you understand?" Upon seeing Bibi Dong's serious demeanor, Su Feng was startled, believing she had changed her temperament. However, when he felt her soft, jade-like hand slip beneath his clothing, his expression darkened immediately. "Teacher, what are you doing? Be quiet. Just play your game." Su Feng fell silent. Very well. The teacher did not toy with him, regardless of how the teacher touched him, or how many times she playfully pinched him. It was merely an expression of her fondness. Indeed, this was quite innocent. He dared not think too deeply. Thus, the two shared a tacit understanding. One continued to play on his phone, while the other engaged with the phone user. After a considerable time, perhaps satisfied, Bibi Dong began to tuck Su Feng in, instinctively planting a gentle kiss on his forehead before saying, "Darling, I shall retire for the night. Do not stay up too late." With that, Bibi Dong held Su Feng a little tighter, revealing her softest side to him. At that moment, neither Bibi Dong nor Su Feng was aware that the maid closest to them in the palace had meticulously recorded their recent actions in a letter. This maid was a pawn secretly purchased by Qian Xunji, intended to monitor Bibi Dong. Tonight happened to be the scheduled time for transmitting intelligence every 7 days. So the maid, taking advantage of the moment when they were falling asleep, discreetly left the palace. "Your Highness, I have documented every move of the Saintess as you commanded," she reported upon arriving at a grand hall within the spirit hall, handing the envelope to the man seated at the head. He quickly took the envelope to examine its contents. Moments later, a powerful wave of soul energy surged, sweeping through a space of over 10 meters, sending numerous objects flying. "Bibi Dong, you wretched woman. As the Saintess, how dare you remain in a room with your disciple in such an ambiguous manner? It is utterly disgraceful." The speaker was none other than Qian Xunji, the Pope's brother. He had learned from the letter that the Saintess had recently brought a child into her chambers from Su Feng's room, and Su Feng had vanished. Clearly, that child was Su Feng. Transforming him into a child was a trivial task, easily achievable through illusions. But that was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was what the Saintess was doing with Su Feng in her chambers in such a compromising situation. Qian Xunji clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. "You shameless woman, no wonder you have always been so biased towards Su Feng. It turns out you share such a relationship. I, the esteemed brother of the Pope, confess to you, yet you did not accept, while you engage in such indiscretions with your disciple. You are a despicable wretch." Anger surged within him as he turned to the maid and commanded, "Continue to monitor them. Once they leave the palace, inform me immediately." "Yes." The maid nodded fearfully, hastening back to Bibi Dong's chambers. "You wretched woman, you truly deserve this." Qian Xunji clenched his teeth once more, his body trembling with rage. During the previous papal competition, he had never triumphed over Qian Xunji, leaving him with an enduring sense of bitterness and regret. He had long harbored aspirations to seize the papal throne, and the emergence of Bibi Dong presented him with a golden opportunity. The Saintess Bibi Dong, endowed with extraordinary talent and breathtaking beauty, could be the key to his ambitions. If he were to win her favor and father offspring with her, their descendants would surely be prodigious. This would significantly enhance the likelihood of his lineage receiving the legacy of the angel god. In that event, the position of the Pope of the Spirit Hall would be within his grasp. "Wretched woman, since you choose to be so wanton, do not blame me for my ruthlessness," Qian Xunji thought, casting a fierce gaze towards the direction of the Saintess's palace. The following day, he prepared his defensive artifact, the Soul Power Radar. Bibi Dong awoke from her slumber, glancing at the little Su Feng nestled in her arms. He was still clutching his phone, though now in a state of deep repose. A gentle smile graced her lips as she thought, "What a playful little sluggard he is." "Oh, what is this?" Bibi Dong discovered that the phone screen remained illuminated, displaying a shattered crystal along with a prominent line of text, "Defeat." Bibi Dong was unaware of the meaning behind those words. Yet as she gazed at the peacefully slumbering Xiaogang in her arms, her heart couldn't help but ponder, "My dear, you must have had a delightful time last night." Seizing the moment before her beloved awakened, she decided to change her attire. Bibi Dong carefully extricated herself from the bed, mindful of even the slightest movement, as she wished to avoid disturbing Su Feng's slumber. Soon, the room was filled with the soft rustling of sounds. Bibi Dong swiftly exchanged her delicate silk nightgown for a more pragmatic outfit. Once she had organized everything, she cast a furtive glance at Xiaogang, releasing a slight sigh of relief. "Fortunately, my dear hasn't he awakened yet." In Bibi Dong's eyes, the current Xiaogang resembled a toddler, innocent and unaware. Thus she felt no qualms about changing clothes in his presence. Yet, if he were to behold her in all her nakedness, she would undoubtedly feel a wave of shyness. "Your Highness, the snow-gliding chariot you requested has been prepared by the elders Yueguan and Gueme," a voice from the outside of the palace chambers announced. "Yueguan, Gueme?" Bibi Dong raised an eyebrow and, upon exiting her chamber, encountered both Yuguan and Gueme, who simultaneously bowed in her presence. "We have paid our respects to your holiness, the Saintess." Bibi Dong expressed her confusion, stating, "I merely instructed the preparation of a flying carriage. When did I authorize your presence?" To which Moonlight replied with utmost respect, "Your Highness, as a revered Saintess, it is our duty as your subordinates to ensure your safety during your travels." Meanwhile, the ghostly figure remained with bowed head. At that moment, both individuals had just ascended to the rank of Title Douluo, becoming new elders of the Spirit Hall, their positions still precarious. faced with the saintess, whose status was second only to that of the Pope, they were compelled to adopt a humble demeanor. There is no need for that. Bibi Dong.He's voice gradually turned frigid. On this journey, I do not wish to see anyone following me. You may return. Although everyone in the spirit hall revered her as the saintess, the true authority lay solely with Qian Xunji. Rather than being protectors, the two elders were more akin to watchers dispatched by Qian Xunji. This sentiment had been subtly echoed by Xiaogang. As long as the teacher did not ascend to the position of Pope or break through to the Title Douluo rank, no elder from the spirit hall would genuinely pledge their loyalty to her. Their allegiance would remain with Qian Xunji. Thus, when Bibi Dong beheld Yueguan and Gue Mei, her heart swelled with aversion. Do not worry, Your Highness the Saintess. We shall merely follow from a distance and will not interfere with your affairs. That is enough. Observing their obstinacy, Bibi Dong narrowed her beautiful eyes, her expression growing even colder. I do not wish to repeat myself. Begone. Your Highness, please reconsider. First soul skill. Half moon. Bibi Dong lightly waved her jade hand, and a crescent-shaped wave of violet soul power surged toward Yueguan and Gue Mei. Your Highness. The expressions of Yueguan and Gue Mei changed drastically. They had not anticipated Bibi Dong's decisive action against them. They could only evade their original positions. Boom. The simple soul skill created a massive pit where they had once stood. Your Highness, please quell your anger. We shall take our leave immediately. Gue Mei, fearing that Yueguan would continue, hastily pulled him away from the scene. Perhaps, aside from Xiaogang, Bibi Dong harbored wariness toward anyone else in the spirit hall. What is all this noise? In the soft bed of his chambers, Feng was roused by the commotion outside, only to find the screen of his phone displaying the ominous word, defeat. Alas, Feng felt utterly disheartened. The previous night, he had achieved an impressive streak of 49 consecutive victories in the game, but in the final match, he had unwittingly fallen asleep, thus breaking his winning streak. My dear, I apologize for disturbing your rest. Bibi Dong noticed that Feng appeared somewhat discontented, presuming that she had inadvertently caused his annoyance. She promptly approached him, saying, Please do not be upset. Bibi Dong tenderly cradled little Feng in her arms, affectionately planting a kiss on his cheek. In the presence of others, Bibi Dong could be ruthless and frigid, yet before little Feng, she felt compelled to soften her demeanor. She feared that if she were to appear stern, it might displease her beloved child, and in such a case, he might withhold his kisses or deny her the comfort of sleeping beside him. Teacher, stop joking around. Feng suddenly adopted a serious tone, as a system prompt materialized before him. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have played the game Honor of Kings on the 29th generation Pingwa Phone Plus for over 5 hours, achieving the laid-back gamer accomplishment. Reward, Soul Power Radar. Upon reading the notification, Feng felt a surge in his mind, as the usage instructions for the Soul Power Radar coalesced into a stream of information, penetrating his consciousness before he could react. He discovered the radar's capabilities and, intrigued, took it out to examine it. Baby, what is this? Oh, it's just a little toy, Bibi Dong replied, though internally she was skeptical of her own words. Indeed, little Feng's penchant for sarcasm had resurfaced. How foolish. You believe everything I say, he remarked. For the device was clearly a protective artifact. By infusing it with soul power, one could detect the presence of all soul masters and soul beasts within a 10-mile radius, thus eliminating worries about being pursued or ambushed by formidable foes. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong was taken aback. Her interest in the soul power radar peaked. After all, she was on a quest to locate the Rakshasa scythe, and possessing such an instrument would significantly enhance her safety. As for how her beloved acquired such a treasure, that mattered little. After all, he had descended from the heavens, which was already sufficiently extraordinary. Darling, may I borrow this little toy of yours? No way, darling. I want to lend it. Bibi Dong found herself in a situation where even her playful charms seemed ineffectual. Resolutely, she declared, Bayer, if you lend this item to your teacher, I promise to find you a beautiful young lady to serve as your maid. Really? Indeed. It appeared that Bibi Dong had made up her mind. The notion had been previously suggested by the young Feng, who desired to fully embrace a state of tranquility, where he would be catered to when hungry, provided with water when parched, and gently placed into bed when weary. In essence, he wished to remain utterly inactive. However, Bibi Dong had refrained from acquiescing, for she did not wish for Feng to fall into such despondency, neglecting even the management of his own life. Now, With Su Feng having transformed into the younger version of himself, he too required care, since she could not be by his side at all times. Granting this request seemed entirely reasonable. Since you desire it, I shall lend you this little toy for your amusement. Please accept it. Without hesitation, Su Feng relinquished the soul power radar. With the prospect of having a lovely maid, he could truly indulge in a life of leisure. Nevertheless, it was rather foolish that the teacher had been under the watchful gaze of Qian Xunji for so long without any precautions. One could only hope that she would be able to utilize the radar's capabilities effectively, lest she fall prey to certain ambushes in secluded groves, oblivious to the dangers that lurked therein. Am I being monitored by Qian Xunji? Could I truly be drawn into a hidden grove? Bibi Dong acquired the soul power radar, but before she could revel in her joy, she was taken aback by Su Feng's words. She was well acquainted with Qian Xunji. He was undeniably a notorious lecher, having secretly seized numerous women without restraint. Bibi Dong looked down upon Qian Xunji's actions. Thus, she had never acquiesced to his advances. However, she was taken aback to discover that Qian Xunji intended to ambush her, even harboring the desire to force himself upon her. It appears that during this outing, I must exercise greater caution. Unease began to stir within Bibi Dong. In a mountainous region several thousand miles away from the spirit hall, several warriors were engaged in the hunt for soul beasts. Suddenly, they beheld an extraordinarily opulent carriage appear in the distance. Tao Go, look. What is that? One soul master exclaimed, prompting the others to turn their gaze. With a head adorned with Qilin horns and a body resembling a majestic steed. Could it be the Lingbo Tanwei beast, reared within the spirit hall? Among the soul masters, the leader, Su Yuntao, stepped forward. At around 20 years of age, he had already attained the rank of Great Soul Master, a commendable status among ordinary soul masters. Tao Go, who do you think is seated in that carriage? Upon hearing his younger brother's question, Su Yutao placed his hands behind his back and feigned profundity, saying, if my conjecture is correct, the individual within that carriage is surely a figure from the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, one of the continent's most exceptional talents. Of course, with diligent cultivation, our soul power can continually advance, and perhaps one day, we will surpass those prodigies of the Spirit Hall. If we can rise to prominence by stepping on their backs, it would be the utmost glory, and we shall replace them as the most dazzling geniuses. His words ignited a fervor among the soul masters behind him, their expressions transforming with passionate excitement. Although they doubted Su Yuntao's grand ambitions, the audacity of his words filled them with admiration for him in that moment. However, when the small window of the carriage was drawn open, revealing the profile of a woman, the soul masters were rendered speechless. Wow, she is breathtakingly beautiful. Her smile is captivating. At that moment, not only Su Yutao but also the numerous soul masters present found themselves entranced, their eyes unable to behold anything else but that unparalleled beauty, one that could overshadow the heavens and make the sun and moon envious. They had never encountered a woman whose beauty was so profoundly stirring. As the carriage gradually receded, the enchanting visage was no longer visible. The soul masters snapped back to reality, the previous scene lingering in their minds as if it were a dream. Boss, do you truly intend to step on someone like her to ascend? Indeed, boss, if one day you surpass such a prodigy, will you still tread upon her to rise? The younger brothers regarded Su Yuntao with puzzled expressions, whispering and chuckling among themselves. Ahem, if I could be supported, being a subordinate wouldn't be amiss, Su Yuntao replied, his face reddening, which elicited laughter from his younger brothers. Perhaps it was the youthful recklessness of these soul masters that rendered them so foolish and naive in the Douluo continent. Wait, boss, which direction is she heading? A younger brother's reminder caused Su Yuntao's expression to freeze. That is the valley of the King of Hell. Is she out of her mind? Su Yuntao gazed in the direction of the departing carriage, his brow slightly furrowed. Although they often ventured to this place to hunt soul beasts, they never dared to approach the direction of the King of Hell Valley, often keeping their distance. It was said that almost no one emerged alive from the depths of the King of Hell Valley. Even those who did escape were typically at the level of Douluo or even Title Douluo. However, surviving such an ordeal often resulted in madness, ultimately leading to a tragic demise. He hoped she would return safely, Su Yuntao mused, not wishing to see such an extraordinarily enchanting woman perish in the King of Hell Valley. Yet, what did it matter to him? Such a celestial beauty typically possessed an air of pride, often casting a cold demeanor toward others. It was likely that even a Title Douluo would find themselves beneath her disdain. It appeared that he would have no opportunity to engage with her. Suddenly confronted by this reality, a sense of melancholic resignation enveloped Su Yuntao. Meanwhile, within the carriage, "Teacher, could you please pull down the curtain? Your presence is disrupting my sleep." "No, I cannot acquiesce to your request." "Why not?" "Bauer, you have not spoken to me for an entire hour." Upon seeing Bibi Dong's pitiful expression, Su Feng's face darkened, and he sighed. "All right then, let us converse for a brief moment, as I wish to continue my repose." "Good." A delightful smile graced Bibi Dong's lovely face as she promptly drew the curtains, plunging the expansive interior of the carriage into a dim twilight, which accentuated the rosy hue of her cheeks, rendering her all the more enchanting. "Master, what would you like to hear?" she inquired playfully, as she reclined beside Su Feng, her delicate hand lifting to embrace him tenderly, her curiosity evident. "I wish to hear Bea continue recounting tales of Earth," she expressed softly. "Very well. But do you recall where I left off last time?" Su Feng asked. "Indeed, Bayer was narrating a story about Talangpu," she replied. With a sigh, Su Feng remarked, "It seems we are destined for yet another performance of my esteemed master's fondness for hearing her disciples' tales," and he began his narration in silence. Bibi Dong attentively listened, while also allocating a portion of her mental energy to perceive the surroundings outside the carriage, her aim being to seek out delectable soul beasts. Should she succeed, she could prepare a sumptuous feast to reward little Su Feng, as she could not bear to see him suffer due to accompanying her. As for the possibility of being ambushed by formidable soul masters or soul beasts, Bibi Dong felt no apprehension. With the soul power radar at her disposal, she could effortlessly evade those powerful entities, having navigated this route without concern for attacks thus far. What troubled her, however, was the persistent group of individuals who doggedly trailed her. Despite having shaken them off numerous times, they always seemed to reappear, as if they were acutely aware of her movements. Could it be that these individuals were the same ones her disciple had mentioned, such as Qian Xunji? Were they plotting to set an ambush and abduct her to the nearby thicket? Upon reflecting on these matters, Bibi Dong's expression grew solemn. The repeated breaches of her whereabouts raised a multitude of questions. How could this have happened? Unbeknownst to her, the source of the leak remained a mystery, and the unsettling sensation of being pursued without respite left her feeling anxious. This anxiety stemmed predominantly from her concern for her dear Bauer. She was still so young. What if that group of individuals were to harm her? Such a thought was utterly intolerable. "Bauer, you must promise me," she implored. Suddenly, Bibi Dong regarded Xiao Shufeng with a grave expression, solemnly stating, "No matter what transpires or what you hear, you must not draw back the curtains, understood?" Throughout their journey, Bibi Dong adhered to the principle of avoiding conflict whenever possible, striving to evade encounters with formidable spirit masters or soul beasts, fearful of inadvertently harming Xiao Shufeng. However, now, Qian Xunji and his companions relentlessly pursued them, and she could no longer afford to be passive. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong turned her head aside, a brilliant purple glimmer flashing in her eyes as a shadowy figure of a bloodthirsty spider king flickered momentarily within her gaze. She did not wish for Xiao Shufeng to witness this cold and ruthless aspect of her. "Teacher, what is the reason?" asked Bauer. "Do not inquire further. You simply must not peek," Bibi Dong replied. "I understand. Rest assured, I shall never spy on my teacher in such a manner," Xiao Shufeng jested, prompting Bibi Dong's expression to darken, her lips twitching slightly in discontent. "You mischievous little rascal, daring to jest at my expense," she glared at him, causing him to hastily fall silent. Yet, Bibi Dong was not one to be trifled with. After being playfully teased by Xiao Shufeng, she promptly extended her delicate hand, smooth as jade, and pulled him close to her, nestling him in the softest part of her embrace. "Now, do you dare to mock me again?" Bibi Dong pressed her lips firmly against Su Feng's cheek, leaving a delicate blush in the form of a lip print. "Teacher, I was wrong. I shall never dare again." "Umph. Only now do you realize your mistakes. It's too late. Please, teacher, do not. I truly understand my error." To an outsider, being kissed by Bibi Dong might seem like a fantastical dream, yet for Su Feng, it was anything but. Rather, it was an agonizing experience. Indeed, it was profoundly painful. Su Feng harbored no fondness for Bibi Dong's affections. He found the necessity to wipe away saliva bothersome, especially given his obsessive cleanliness. Furthermore, he despised being embraced, feeling overwhelmed by the weight of her presence, which was decidedly stifling and unfriendly to his breathing. However, no matter how much he suffered, he endured Bibi Dong's torment for an extended period. Regrettably, he lacked the courage to tug at her garments as he had before. hoping to evoke a blush and frighten off his adversaries. After all, it was Feng who instigated the conflict. He could only grit his teeth and bear the pain. Meanwhile, on another front, a servant knelt before Qian Xunji, respectfully asserting, "Your Highness, if we proceed in this direction, we shall surely capture the Saintess and her companions." This maid was an undercover agent placed by Qian Xunji beside the Saintess, having sprinkled a colorless, odorless, and traceable powder on her carriage, allowing her to keep a constant watch on the Saintess's whereabouts. "I certainly hope so," Qian Xunji replied, his countenance darkening. Since the Saintess departed from the spirit hall, they had been tracking her movements in secret, and he had also brought nearly 10 soul saints to lay ambush ahead of her, ensuring she would have no opportunity to resist or escape, no matter how minuscule. Yet, each time he set up an ambush, the Saintess would immediately redirect her carriage and flee to a more distant location. Time and again, he had been outmaneuvered 5 times. The sensation of being toyed with was exceedingly vexing. "All units, heed my command. Continue the pursuit." "Yes, Your Highness." With a sharp command, Qian Xunji signaled, and several soul saints simultaneously summoned their martial spirits. Arc, tiger, wolf, blade, sword, streams of radiant light surged forth, piercing the air. "You come here." Qian Xunji remained in place, his gaze shifting to a woman guarded by sentinels. This woman possessed a striking appearance and a curvaceous figure, making her one of the most beautiful among women. However, when compared to Bibi Dong, she fell woefully short. Although her looks might not be exceptional, her talent was remarkable, having reached about 70 to 80% of Bibi Dong's prowess. This woman was Hu Yu, a member of the Golden Generation from the previous 3 terms of the Spirit Hall. "Yes, Your Highness." At that moment, Hu Yu clenched her silver teeth, her jade-like hand tightly grasping her sleeve, yet she endeavored to present an appearance of utmost respect. "You seem quite displeased with me? I dare not presume. Do you feel wronged following me?" Qian Xunji squinted, gently lifting Hu Yu's chin. Hu Yu did not feel aggrieved. She quickly suppressed the disdain in her expression, and despite her internal revulsion towards the man before her, she managed a forced smile. "It is my honor to accompany you." "Is it?" Qian Xunji turned and entered the only carriage in the venue, leaving behind a lingering tone filled with meaning. "Then come inside. Let me see just how deep your loyalty truly runs." Hu Yu's delicate frame trembled. Her hands clenched tighter within her sleeves until her nails dug painfully into her snowy palm, the sharp sting momentarily awakening her senses. "Your Highness, please wait. I shall enter at once." After a moment's hesitation, Hu Yu chose to step inside. Once she entered, all the curtains of the carriage were drawn shut. Simultaneously, several guards began to encircle the carriage, ensuring that no disturbances would disrupt those within. Thud, thud, thud. The carriage was then in motion, occasionally emitting sounds, perhaps from within or from the wheels colliding with the ground, accompanied by muffled groans. Someone must have gotten their foot caught under the wheels, otherwise such wretched cries would not be heard. Before long, the several soul saints approached Qian Xunji. "Are we all prepared?" Qian Xunji emerged from the carriage, adjusting his slightly disheveled attire. At that moment, he appeared invigorated and brimming with confidence. Even the frustration of being repeatedly toyed with by the Saintess had significantly diminished. "Your Highness, everything is ready," one of the soul saints respectfully replied. "Excellent." Qian Xunji surveyed the multitude of soul saints and guards, commanding, this time, "You must capture the Saintess for me." "Yes, Your Highness." The saints chorused, swiftly concealing themselves, setting ambush points in every direction. It would not be an exaggeration to say that if the Saintess dared to approach, they could seize her in an instant. "Your Highness, how should we handle her?" The undercover maid approached Qian Xunji, gesturing towards the carriage. "Take her away. Do not leave her here to be a nuisance." "Understood, Your Highness." The undercover maid complied, leading the carriage away. However, as it departed, faint sobs could be heard emanating from within, filled with despair, helplessness, sorrow, and resentment. The amalgamation of emotions was deeply unsettling, albeit the sobbing was so quiet that perhaps only Hu Yu could truly hear it. Little wretch, refusing a toast and opting for punishment instead. Qian Xunji glanced in the direction Hu Yu had left, sighing. "What a pity. The treasures within me, originally intended for the Saintess, have been taken prematurely by you. No matter, there will be more to come." Upon the thought of soon acquiring the Saintess, Qian Xunji's emotions surged with fervor. Within the entirety of the Spirit Hall, scarcely anyone was aware that he had cultivated a certain technique, one that allowed him to elevate his soul power at an accelerated pace simply by engaging in dual cultivation with exceptionally gifted women, all without incurring any cost to himself. Thus, he sought out Hu Yu from the illustrious golden generation of the past 3 sessions of the Spirit Hall. Given his status, Hu Yu had no choice but to acquiesce. Should she exhibit any form of defiance, he could effortlessly obliterate the entire Hu family with but a command. However, Qian and Feng recognized that leveraging the entirety of the Hu family as leverage against Hu Yu was precarious. After all, the Hu family possessed considerable influence. To eradicate them discreetly, thus eliminating future threats, was an impossibility. Should word of his actions spread, it would irreparably tarnish his reputation, severing his ties to the position of Pope. Consequently, Qian and Feng meticulously sought out Hu Yu's vulnerabilities, eventually identifying a young girl, one whom Hu Yu would undoubtedly protect at all costs, even if it meant enduring humiliation at his hands. In a moment of despair, Hu Yu faced the looming threat of the Death Spider Emperor. Lingbo, I must step out for a while. You must remain obediently within the carriage and not venture outside. Regardless of what you may hear, do not draw back the curtains to peek. Do you understand? Fine. Su Feng nodded, yet felt a sense of helplessness. It was as if she believed he could somehow leave the carriage. Was he lying down far more appealing? At his response, Bibi Dong's expression darkened. Yet she felt reassured enough to leave the carriage, confident that her precious one would not wander off. Crack, crack, crack. As soon as Bibi Dong stepped out, Su Feng was greeted by a melodious sound, reminiscent of the rapid growth of the 8 spider lances showcased in animated tales. This sound must be the manifestation of his teacher's martial soul, he surmised, unable to quell his curiosity. And having never witnessed Bibi Dong's martial soul in its true form throughout all these years, he resolved to take a furtive glance. Unexpectedly, a voice interrupted, "Hey, you little rascal, what are you up to? Are you attempting to sneak a peek?" Bibi Dong's delicate visage suddenly peeked through the small window, perfectly obstructing the view beyond. This. Bea. Bibi Dong pouted her lips, gazing at Xiao Su Feng with an expression of poignant plea, almost imploringly saying, "Promise me, master, that you will not spy on me, all right?" In her martial spirit's true form, Bibi Dong could be described as utterly sinister and terrifying. She had no desire for Xiao Su Feng to witness her in such a state, especially when she was consumed by the urge to kill. Ahem. Since the teacher has made such a request, the disciple will naturally remain obedient. With a resigned sigh, Su Feng relinquished his intentions and took out his Pingguo Plus, immersing himself in a game. "You are truly well behaved, Bayer. When I return, I shall bring you some delectable treats." Bibi Dong smiled gently as she slowly drew down the curtain, yet in an instant, her expression turned cold and stern. The third soul skill, Summon of the Demon Spider. With a soft murmur, Bibi Dong summoned forth a realm of runes beneath her feet, accompanied by an emerald green aura that radiated outward. Suddenly, a multitude of venomous spiders, each approximately half a meter in diameter, surged forth and rapidly spread in all directions. Wherever these poisonous arachnids traversed, flora withered, vitality waned, and an ominous, deathly aura pervaded the air. These spiders, formed from the very essence of the underground's deathly energy, boasted not only formidable offensive capabilities and potent venom, but also the ability to scout terrain and hone in on the presence of foes. At this moment, Bibi Dong intended to utilize these venomous spiders in conjunction with her soul power radar to methodically dismantle the group led by Qian Xunji, one by one. Before long, she had discerned the presence of 2 isolated individuals through her radar and stealthily followed their trail. To her astonishment, it was her. Bibi Dong beheld a carriage, within which sat a maidservant. Could it be that she is the undercover agent sent by Qian Feng to surveil me? Bibi Dong's expression darkened. She swiftly recalled the matter of the leaked whereabouts. The very snow-smooth carriage she employed had been arranged by the undercover maid. It seemed that today, your demise was inevitable. With a steely resolve, Bibi Dong prepared to command the poison spider. However, in that fleeting moment, a dagger suddenly thrust from within the carriage, piercing the back of the undercover maid. "Who you? How dare you betray His Highness?" The maid struggled to turn her head, her face etched with unwillingness. "I never intended to follow such scum. Everything was mere pretense. I endured and bore the burden. How could I be accused of betrayal? Yet you, in your pursuit of power and wealth, chose to forsake the holy maiden and assist in her downfall. You are the truly damned one." Who you emerged from the carriage, her demeanor icy. Though she had tidied her attire, remnants of past violations lingered upon her, marked by countless bruises. She regarded the maid with an impassive expression, her words chilling, her gaze piercing like a frost-laden blade, causing the maid to tremble involuntarily. Humph, daring to ambush me, you shall meet your end today. Enraged, the maid prepared to unleash her martial spirit. Oh, I forgot to mention, the dagger is poisoned. Releasing your martial spirit will hasten your demise. Hu Yu's expression remained unchanged, but her voice dripped with an even darker chill. Do you think you can intimidate me? The maid, unwilling to be a mere victim, opted to summon her martial spirit. Yet, before she could do so, her body suddenly went numb, collapsing to the ground in convulsions. Tell me, where is the Holy Maiden? What schemes does Feng have in store for her? Seeing the current expression on Hu Yu's face and sensing the latent murderous intent, the maid realized her chances of survival were non-existent. In a fit of madness, she laughed. You wish to warn the Holy Maiden to flee? Dream on. I will not tell you, ha ha ha. Hu Yu was a member of the illustrious Golden Generation, while the Holy Maiden surpassed even her in status. Both were prodigious students of the Martial Spirit Academy. If Hu Yu was so eager to know the Holy Maiden's whereabouts, it could only mean one thing. She desired the Holy Maiden to protect the little girl from the Hu family. After all, Hu Yu valued the girl more than her own life. Isn't this what you forced me into? Hu Yu withdrew the dagger, blood splattering profusely, showing no concern as she repositioned the blade towards the maid's thigh, slowly ascending to an unspeakable location. Now, this dagger embodies the Prince Feng you have longed to be with, does it not? You have always aspired to become his woman, haven't you? A chilling smile graced Hu Yu's face. Then allow me to fulfill your wish in this manner, uniting you both. Don't, please, no? The maid shivered at the cold steel against her skin. I will tell you. I will tell you. The undercover maid gazed at Hu Yu with trepidation. The frigid expression on her face was enough to instill dread. She sensed that if she did not confess, even death might soon become a luxury beyond her reach. Before long, the maid divulged everything she knew. Hu Yu, I implore you, grant me a swift end, she pleaded, her eyes beseeching. She made no request for mercy, for she understood that having chosen betrayal, Hu Yu would never allow her to escape. After all, she too was complicit in the defilement of Hu Yu by Qian Xunji. How could Hu Yu possibly spare her? In an instant, as if confirming her fears, the maid felt herself lift from the ground, witnessing her own body, curiously headless. Death was not without its justice. Unbeknownst to them, Bibi Dong observed the scene unfold, and she decided to abandon her concealment, stepping forth into view. Who are you? Hu Yu, momentarily disoriented, quickly recognized the newcomer and hastily knelt in reverence. I pay my respects to your highness, the saintess. Rise, came the command, yet Hu Yu remained motionless, instead bowing her head 3 times with a resounding thud. Tears of despair and helplessness soon cascaded down her cheeks. Your highness, I beseech you, she sobbed. Please, help me. What is it that you require assistance with? With clenched fists and gritted teeth, Hu Yu trembled as she implored, save my sister. Bibi Dong recognized Hu Yu. Although their acquaintance was not profound, she felt a twinge of compassion upon witnessing the plight of the once great Golden Generation. What has transpired? Please, share your tale at your own pace. Yet, despite Bibi Dong's gentle prompting, Hu Yu remained kneeling, compelled to explain her circumstances. It transpired that Qian Xunji had cultivated a particular method that necessitated dual cultivation with a woman of exceptional talent, thereby accelerating his mastery of soul power. Consequently, Hu Yu, a member of the Golden Generation, became his target. Qian Xunji's treachery knew no bounds. After failing to entice Hu Yu through persuasion, he resorted to threatening her family. He warned that should she refuse to comply, he would take the life of her 2-year-old sister, Hulaina. In her revelation, Hu Yu recounted everything she knew about Qian Xunji, including his plot to ambush the Holy Maiden. So, you wish for me to save your sister, Hulaina? Bibi Dong inquired. Indeed, if you can rescue my sister, I would willingly do anything for you, even if it meant sacrificing my own life without hesitation. To which Bibi Dong responded, if that is the case, you may leave. I require nothing from you. Bibi Dong turned around, preparing to depart. The Holy Maiden, upon seeing Bibi Dong's intent to leave, was nearly brought to tears, exclaiming, we are, after all, fellow disciples. Do you truly not wish to lend a hand? No, you have misunderstood. Bibi Dong paused, merely turning her profile, and remarked with a smile, after today, there will be no more Qian Xunji in this world. And your sister shall naturally be safe. With that, Bibi Dong departed with an air of determination. Hu Yu stood frozen in place, unable to utter a sound for a long while. Even though she was willing to risk everything today, her sole intention was to implore the Saintess to rescue her sister. However, she had never anticipated that the Saintess would seek to eliminate Qian Xunji. After all, he was the son of the revered Title Douluo. Did she not fear his wrath? Alas, since the Saintess had decided to take action against Qian Xunji, I must intervene, whether for the sake of the Saintess, for Nana, or for my own self. Hu Yu gazed in the direction of Bibi Dong's departure and swiftly followed suit. Moments later, Hu Yu caught up to Bibi Dong. But what she beheld was not an adversary, but rather lifeless bodies, irrevocably deceased. Were these individuals slain by Her Highness the Saintess? Hu Yu had initially believed that. With her understanding of Qian Xunji and his companions, she could at least alleviate some of the pressure on the Saintess. Yet, upon her arrival, she discovered that wherever the Saintess tread, there lay only blood and bones, devoid of any vitality. Junior sister, Bibi Dong, puzzled, cast a glance at the approaching Hu Yu, simultaneously tempering her imposing aura. Did I not instruct you to leave? Why have you followed me? Your Highness, Hu Yu replied timidly, though I am merely a sole emperor. I believe I can be of assistance to you. What assistance can you offer? I possess a lethal poison capable of diminishing Douluo's strength by at least half. With my current status, I can approach Qian Xunji and administer it. As Hu Yu spoke, she glanced at the corpses strewn across the ground, her heart racing once more. The slain were predominantly soul emperors, with 2 being soul saints, and yet the Holy Maiden had dispatched them with such swiftness. Most astonishingly, she had done so without a sound, as if she had possessed precise knowledge of their locations from the outset. However, no matter how formidable the Holy Maiden might be, she remained a Douluo of the same rank as Qian Xunji, far from achieving an overwhelming advantage. Should Qian Xunji manage to escape back to the Spirit Hall, greater troubles would undoubtedly ensue. Sister Hu Yu's concerns were not lost on Bibi Dong, who anticipated them. Yet, with Qian Xunji already encroaching upon them, she could not afford to relent, nor could she tolerate the existence of any threats to Xiao Xunfeng's safety. Thus, she inquired, if you proceed with the poisoning, will there be danger? Rest assured, Your Highness. Once I have successfully administered the poison, I will promptly inform you. At that point, I shall make my escape, and thus, there will be no peril. Very well, then I shall discreetly eliminate these minor nuisances. You may act shortly thereafter. Understood, Your Highness. Bibi Dong, no longer hesitating, left behind a venomous spider for Hu Yu and swiftly made her way to the next ambush point. Concurrently, the multitude of venomous spiders summoned by Bibi Dong began to scout the area, leaving a trail of desolation in their wake. Her Highness, the Saintess, is incredibly formidable. Hu Yu sensed the overwhelming aura of the Saintess and the chillingly dark energy that emanated from her. Her gaze sharpened, and an inkling arose within her that even if the soul saints dispatched by the Qian Xunji had set up an ambush in advance, they would not withstand a single strike from the Saintess. Buzz, as anticipated, Hu Yu had not waited long when the venomous spider left on her by the Saintess began to shimmer with a green glow. A look of shock dawning on her face. In a mere moment's time, had the Saintess already slain another soul saint? Buzz. Soon, Hu Yu observed the green glow of the spider flickering once more. She understood that with each flicker, it signified that the Saintess had taken down yet another soul saint. Buzz. After a prolonged period, the spider finally ceased its shimmering. The Saintess had swiftly and secretly eliminated 6 soul saints. What was her current level of power? Had she already reached the rank of Title Douluo? How else could she have discerned their ambush point and executed such rapid kills? Hu Yu's heart raced with disbelief. She was merely a few years younger than the Saintess, yet the disparity in their strengths was staggering. Nevertheless, the enigmatic prowess of the Saintess was indeed a boon. It was time for her to take action. Resolving to put her thoughts aside, Hu Yu's expression grew increasingly resolute as she proceeded towards the direction of Qian Xunji. Unbeknownst to Hu Yu, the reason Bibi Dong could so swiftly eliminate those soul saints was not only due to the soul power radar, but also the contributions of Xiao Xufeng. After all, Xiao Xufeng had awakened his system over a decade ago, consistently acquiring 3 to 4 rewards daily, amassing a plethora of auxiliary beverages and items, creating a veritable mountain of supplies. Even casually exchanging a few would significantly augment Bibi Dong's strength. Just moments ago, Bibi Dong had utilized a large bottle of white coke, boosting her soul power by 50, Waha yogurt, enhancing her strength by 50, and VIP version Weilong spicy strips, increasing the intensity of her soul skills by 50. all augmented by the dark power granted through the Rakshasa inheritance, allowing her to effortlessly dispatch those soul saints. As for how Bibi Dong had procured those 3 auxiliary items, that was, of course, from her dear disciple. Each night, while Xiao Shufeng was deep in slumber, Bibi Dong would gently whisper, "My dear disciple, do you have any delightful treats or beverages to share with your teacher?" If he refused, she would continue her coaxing. To ensure his compliance, he would invariably relent. This tactic had proven effective time and again. If all else failed, she could always take advantage of his deep sleep to rummage through his soul guide, certain to find several unused items. Taking one would surely go unnoticed. Indeed, Bibi Dong's actions commenced only after she acquired the ability to eavesdrop on the hearts of others. Prior to that, she was oblivious to the myriad treasures Bao Er possessed. Today marks your demise. The 8th soul skill, Spider Emperor's clone. In secret, Bibi Dong uttered the soul incantation, conjuring a figure identical to herself beside her. This clone possesses a formidable power equivalent to her own, capable of wielding any of the first 7 soul skills at will. It would not be an exaggeration to declare this as a second Bibi Dong. Its sole drawback lies in its lack of intelligence, necessitating manipulation. I have found you. Bibi Dong gazed at the soul power radar, confirming the direction of Qian Xunji. Go. With a soft murmur, her avatar transformed into a streak of light and darted away, while she followed closely behind, preparing to encircle Qian Xunji in a 2-pronged assault. Meanwhile, in another locale, Hu made her move, kneeling before Qian Xunji. Her face radiated sincerity as she declared, "After some contemplation, I have resolved to follow you wholeheartedly from now on. Whatever you desire to pursue, I shall voice no objections." "Oh," Qian Xunji replied, astonished as he regarded Hu, a smile playing on his lips. "What has prompted this sudden change in temperament? Are you fearful that I might harm your sister?" Despite the inquiry, his tone held an air of certainty. "No, that was merely a previous issue," Hu replied, gazing into Qian Xunji's eyes, her delicate features revealing an uncommon softness. "I have come to realize that if I assist you in ascending to the position of Pope, not only shall I reap lifelong benefits, but so shall my family. I admit my past ignorance and hope you will grant me a chance to atone." With a gentle sweep of her hair, she revealed a bashful smile. This scene left Qian Xunji momentarily dumbfounded. Perhaps it was due to Hu's previous defiance that witnessing her transformed into a submissive figure stirred a surge of fervor within him. Even though her beauty did not surpass that of the women he had encountered, at that moment, she appeared irresistibly alluring. "Come here." "Yes, Your Highness." Hu approached and knelt beside Qian Xunji, maintaining a gentle smile despite any distaste she might feel. She entwined her arm with his, resting her head upon his shoulder. "Ha ha ha, had you understood these matters sooner, you would have spared yourself much suffering. Your Highness speaks true. I shall serve you diligently from now on." "Excellent. Let me see if your body is as honest as your words." A moment of silence passed, and to his surprise, he found her form even softer than before, eliciting his satisfaction. TSK, give me a kiss." Hu was not taken aback. This beast, this scoundrel, was indeed making advances once again. Even with guards nearby, Qian Xunji unabashedly caressed her. So be it. Hu's body trembled slightly. This was precisely what she had hoped for, after all, as a soul emperor. Attempting to poison someone of Qian Xunji's caliber required such measures, as she could conceive no better alternatives. Moments later, a resounding explosion echoed. "Damn it! What have you done to me, you wretched woman?" Suddenly, Qian Xunji unleashed a powerful strike, sending Hu flying like a cannonball for several dozen meters before crashing heavily onto the ground, creating a massive pit. With the force of the blow, Hu coughed up a mouthful of blood, her complexion paling significantly, yet she laughed, a maniacal laughter that resonated through the air. "Qian Xunji, you have spent your life toying with women, and this fate assures you will ultimately perish at their hands. Today marks your demise. Surely, you did not foresee this. I had long since poisoned myself. The moment you touched me, you became infected. Now, even if you wish to cure yourself, it is too late." "Ha ha." Hu continued to laugh uproariously, a sound she had never before experienced with such fervor. "You deserve to die. Today, you all shall perish." Yet, amidst her laughter, tears began to flow, cascading down her face like rain, filled with a profound sense of injustice. "You all deserve to die?" In that moment, Hu wept with a heart-wrenching sorrow, her tears flowing like a torrent that could not be contained. She had once believed that by joining the prestigious academy affiliated with the Spirit Hall and becoming part of the Golden Generation, she would usher in her own era. Yet, before the dawn could break, darkness consumed her, leaving her life riddled with wounds. Had it not been for her sister, Hulaina, she might have succumbed to the unbearable humiliation and taken her own life. But she could not die. If she did, Qian Xunji would undoubtedly unleash his wrath upon her beloved sister, her only blood relative. You wretched woman, you dare to scheme against me. At that moment, Qian Xunji grasped the situation and was instantly consumed by rage. Bring forth the executioner, he bellowed, glaring fiercely at Hu Yu. Kill this vile creature. Yes, your highness. Two Soul Emperor-level guards responded, drawing their weapons and charging forward. Yet, before they could take 2 steps, a crescent of dark energy swept through the air, and the guards were instantly decapitated. Who dares? Upon witnessing the swift execution of the 2 Soul Emperors, Qian Xunji's heart raced with fear as he scanned his surroundings. Then, beside Hu Yu, a stunningly beautiful woman materialized, prompting a greedy smile to spread across his face. Your Highness, I did not expect it to be you. You have delivered yourself to me. Bibi Dong paid no heed to Qian Xunji, instead focusing on examining Hu Yu's injuries. Your Highness, sister, please refrain from moving, she urged as Hu Yu attempted to bow. At such a critical moment, let us dispense with formalities. Your Highness, do not worry about me for now. The pressing matter is to ensure that Qian Xunji does not escape. Understood. Bibi Dong gently nodded, and as she turned to face Qian Xunji, the Death Spider Emperor instantly possessed her. A hum resonated as resplendent soul rings unfurled in layers. An endless aura of death surged from the ground, enveloping her in a sinister embrace. 8 long spears, steeped in malevolence, pierced the earth, causing the flora within several meters to wither and even the soil to exhibit signs of decay. In that moment, Bibi Dong's murderous intent solidified, as if she had transformed into a demon from the abyss, capable of vanquishing any divine or sacred being that dared to oppose her. Observing Bibi Dong's state and sensing her chilling aura, Qian Xunji involuntarily shivered, yet he feigned a facade of defiance. Humph, do you believe this will suffice to subdue me? I have long since laid an intricate trap here. Today, you shall find no escape. Surveying his surroundings, he was acutely aware that the nearly 10 soul saints he had brought were lying in ambush, ready to converge and attack at his command. Even the saintess, despite being a Title Douluo, would be unable to withstand such an onslaught. An intricate web of fate? Bibi Dong let out a cold laugh and said, Then show me. Where is the celestial net you have prepared? Do not be hasty. I would like to offer you a chance to surrender first. In doing so, when I later unleash the tempest upon you, perhaps I can be a touch gentler. Qian Xunji's lips curled into a sinister smile, his gaze unabashedly appraising Bibi Dong's figure. Her exquisite and well-proportioned form, with a waist as slender as a willow, must be incredibly smooth to embrace. And those proud, full peaks, if only he could violently tear away her garments and indulge himself in unrestrained caresses, it would surely be an intoxicating experience, one difficult to resist. At this moment, the thought of soon possessing the body of the saintess, who had preserved her purity for so many years, stirred a tempest within Qian Xunji, his face suffused with avarice, as if he were on the verge of drooling. Seeing the wicked and greedy glint in Qian Xunji's eyes, Bibi Dong's expression grew even colder, and the aura of murderous intent surrounding her intensified. Suddenly, a surge of soul power erupted, causing the ground beneath her to collapse over a vast area. Today marks your demise. Bibi Dong spoke with a voice laced with frost, gradually advancing towards Qian Xunji. With each step she took, the soil eroded and the flowers withered. Come forth and capture the saintess. As the saintess prepared to strike, Qian Xunji wasted no time and issued his command. He had brought nearly 10 soul saints, who had long been lying in ambush, waiting for the saintess to appear so they could execute a surrounding attack. At that moment, even if the saintess were a Title Douluo, he felt confident in his ability to intercept her. Where are my subordinates? Qian Xunji furrowed his brow, scanning the various ambush points, and continued, The saintess has revealed herself. Do not hide any longer. Quickly form the encirclement. Silence. After several commands yielded no response, a sense of foreboding arose within him. Nevertheless, he refused to relent, exclaiming, Fools! I commanded you to come out, so show yourselves. Surveying his surroundings, Qian Xunji still found no sign of anyone, and his countenance darkened abruptly. Could it be that all the soul saints he had brought were secretly eliminated by that wretched woman? This thought surged within him, yet disbelief clouded his face. How could this be possible? Qian Xunji's body trembled slightly. Those soul saints were exceptionally skilled in stealth and assassination. It was unlikely that even a Title Douluo could detect their movements, let alone the saintess. How could she have silently eradicated so many soul saints? However, if this were true, his brow furrowed tightly, fists clenched, bones creaking with tension. Damn it, I've fallen into a trap. At this moment, it dawned on him that he might be the only one left to confront Bibi Dong. With determination, he unleashed his third soul skill, the death spiderweb bind. Opposite him, Bibi Dong murmured, and instantly, a thick, purplish toxic mist enveloped Qian Feng. Poisonous spiders emerged from the ground, relentlessly spraying him with their deadly webs. Humph. Even alone, I can easily subdue you. As the possessor of the six-winged angel martial soul, he boasted formidable talent and strength, and thus, fear of Bibi Dong was foreign to him. Angel's true form. Qian Feng bellowed, a radiant golden light enveloping his entire being. This sacred illumination instilled him with newfound confidence. He felt empowered once more. After all, he wielded the divine six-winged angel martial soul. Yet, before his confidence could sustain even a moment, that sacred golden light dimmed abruptly. What is happening? Qian Xunji had yet to comprehend the situation when his martial soul's true form shattered abruptly. With a splatter, he expelled a viscous black blood that landed on the ground, emitting a hissing sound. Cursed be it. It is poison, the vile concoction of that wretched Hu Yu. Realizing this swiftly, Qian Xunji barely had time to feel anger before the deadly web of Bibi Dong enveloped him from all directions. This is dire. Unable to summon his martial soul's true form, he was left with only the 6 soul skills at his disposal, which amounted to a significant reduction in his power. He could not afford to hold back any longer and unleashed his most formidable soul skill. The 6th soul skill, Angel's Roar. With a thunderous boom, the powerful sound waves collided with the myriad of webs, generating a colossal shockwave. Ha ha ha, Bibi Dong. Is that all the strength you possess? If so, you cannot hinder me, ha ha ha. Having deflected the assault, Qian Xunji let out a wild, triumphant laugh. At that moment, he recognized that he could not defeat Bibi Dong. But he was absolutely confident in his ability to escape. After all, he was an angel with 6 wings, and soaring through the skies was a trivial feat. With a resounding crash, Qian Xunji leapt into the air, his 6 wings unfurling like a canopy, casting a shadow over Bibi Dong. He looked down upon her, sneering, "Vile creature. We part ways here. Next time, fortune shall not favor you. This is not good." Beside him, Hu Yu cried out urgently, "Qian Xunji is attempting to flee." Indeed. Her gravest fears had manifested. If Qian Xunji returned to the spirit hall, her sister, and indeed her entire clan, would be doomed. "I am sorry, Nana. It is all my fault. I failed to protect you. Forgive me." The thought of Qian Xunji unleashing his wrath upon Hu Laina upon his return filled Hu Yu's heart with despair, helplessness, and sorrow. However, when Hu Yu witnessed the scene that unfolded next, she was left utterly speechless. Bibi Dong remained rooted in place, her disdainful gaze sweeping over Qian Xunji. In the next instant, a figure, which had long been poised for action beneath him, surged skyward. The Spider Emperor's avatar, unleashed. Bibi Dong lightly grasped her palm, and then, a tremendous sound reverberated through the air, instantly erupting into a mushroom cloud. The air buzzed with a resonant hum, and the aftershocks rippled outward, causing the entire space to tremble. Within a radius of several dozen miles, countless spirit beasts quivered in fear, scattering in all directions. The power of the Holy Maiden is truly terrifying. Beside her, Hu Yu, a witness to this scene, stood frozen in astonishment, her face a picture of shock. Sensing the heart-stopping shockwave that had just surged through, Hu Yu instinctively felt that even a Title Douluo like Yuguan would likely suffer grave injuries if caught in such a close-range blast. As for Qian Xunji, a Douluo whose strength had been halved due to poison, he would surely be obliterated. Contemplating this, Hu Yu timidly turned to Bibi Dong and asked, "Holy Maiden, is Qian Xunji dead?" "No," Bibi Dong responded with unwavering certainty. Then, she gently waved her sleeve, dispersing the mist that enveloped the arena. A vast pit emerged, revealing a figure in a state of utter disarray at its center, none other than Qian Xunji, who had been violently hurled to the ground. At that moment, his attire was tattered, his body marred by numerous burns, and of his 6 wings, 5 had been severed, while 4 were charred, exuding a pungent odor of singed flesh. The ghastly wounds were evident, with blood ceaselessly flowing forth. Ah, truly, he is the son of Qian Douluo. He possesses quite an array of treasures. For he even managed to withstand the self-detonation of my avatar. Bibi Dong approached Qian Xunji, her exquisite gaze descending upon him. Ahem. Qian Xunji swallowed hard, his eyes reflecting a profound fear and a desperate will to survive as he looked at Bibi Dong. Your Highness, the Saintess, I was in error. Please spare me. Now you realize your mistake? It is too late. Bibi Dong's murderous intent was intense, ready to strike. Your Highness, the Saintess, please hold on. Seeing Hu Yueqiang approach with great effort despite the excruciating pain, Bibi Dong seemed to have an inkling of his intentions, her expression softening slightly. Do you wish to take his life with your own hands? Your Highness, the Saintess, I hope you will grant me this opportunity. Very well. Bibi Dong nodded and stepped aside. Thank you, Your Highness, she said. Hu Yu gritted her teeth, her jade-like hands clenched tightly, and bowed deeply to Bibi Dong, unaware that 2 streams of tears had silently cascaded down her delicate cheeks. Ever since the day she was violated, Hu Yu could hardly dare to envision a day of vengeance, especially considering that Qian Xunji was the son of the limit Douluo, Qian Douluo. She feared retaliation. Should she dare to seek revenge, it might lead to the demise of her entire family, the Hu clan. Now, having the opportunity to eliminate Qian Xunji in this desolate mountain range meant that Qian Douluo would remain oblivious, which brought her some solace. As Hu Yu drew closer, Qian Xunji panicked, his voice laced with threat as he shouted, Have you forgotten that your sister is still in my grasp? Should you dare to lay a hand on me, your sister will undoubtedly perish. Hu Yu remained silent, instead brandishing her dagger and moving deliberately to Qian Xunji's side. With a swift motion, the blade struck down, severing Qian Xunji's final wings. You wretched woman, cease this at once. He bellowed in fury. Hu Yu, meeting his rage with a sinister smile, replied, Do not rush. I will repay you for every ounce of pain you inflicted upon me, piece by piece. Each word dripped with profound resentment and murderous intent. Next, I shall sever your limbs. Hu Yu narrowed her eyes and continued. This is to provide an explanation to the innocent girls you have toyed with and harmed. Stay away. Do not come any closer. Qian Xunji pleaded, his eyes wide with dread as he instinctively retreated from her. The intensity of her gaze was terrifying, sending shivers down his spine. However, no matter how far he withdrew, he could not escape Hu Yu's retribution. One by one, his fingers were severed, and once his hand was done, she moved to the other, methodically slicing through each digit. I implore you, spare me, he begged. Huh? Do you truly believe I would grant you mercy? You have always relished using these hands to violate my body. Now, I shall systematically dismantle them. Please, stop. He cried out in desperation. Hu Yu let out a cold laugh, and with unwavering resolve, she executed 4 swift strikes, completely severing Qian Xunji's limbs. His anguished cries echoed like the wails of tormented souls from the depths of hell. Yet, the more pitifully he screamed, the more satisfaction Hu Yu derived, as if what she heard was not lamentation, but the most melodious celestial music in existence. Qian Xunji could feel the overwhelming malice and hatred radiating from her. He no longer held any hope for survival, only pleading, I beg you, grant me a swift end. A swift end, you say? Hu Yu laughed, her laughter wild and fierce. I once posed the same question to you, but how did you respond? You threatened my sister's life, coercing me into submission, compelling me to assist you in your dual cultivation technique, while you shamelessly humiliated and toyed with me. Hu Yu's eyes burned crimson. Is this your answer to me? I was wrong. I truly acknowledge my mistakes. I beg you, grant me an end. In that moment, Qian Xunji felt his existence had become unbearable. He merely wished for a swift conclusion. Yet, as his plea escaped his lips, he beheld Hu Yu directing a dagger towards his groin. No. Please. Qian Xunji's pupils dilated in horror. This strike is the retribution you have long deserved for the torment you inflicted upon me. You are deserving of this punishment. Hu Yu's heart hardened as she thrust the blade forward, her overwhelming resentment and desire for vengeance driving her to stab not once, but repeatedly at the same spot. No. Please. Enduring this soul-rending agony, Qian Xunji yearned to scream, yet only a few hoarse cries escaped him before his throat fell silent, his face contorting in anguish as his body trembled. Had Qian Xunji still possessed his limbs, perhaps he would have curled into a fetal position, but alas. All 5 of his legs had been shattered, leaving him a mere husk of a man. Moments later, the bloodied and mutilated Qian Xunji could no longer withstand the pain. He succumbed to death beneath Hu Yu's blade, departing this world with unclosed eyes. Witnessing this scene, Hu Yu exhaled deeply and collapsed onto the ground, her complexion suddenly pale. The grudge has been avenged. My sister should be safe now, and I too shall find relief. Junior sister, what has happened to you? Upon seeing Hu Yu in such a state, Bibi Dong furrowed her brows and hurried over to investigate, only to be met with Hu Yu's refusal. Your Highness, there is no need to concern yourself with me. The poison within me has permeated my vital organs. There is no salvation. I am grateful for the opportunity to exact revenge. Achieving this outcome today fills me with contentment. Though Hu Yu felt weak, a serene smile graced her face, radiating gratitude. I clearly instructed you to leave first, yet why did you insist on poisoning Qian Xunji? Bibi Dong, perplexed, questioned. She possessed the auxiliary tools from Xiao Xufeng that could greatly enhance her power. She believed defeating Qian Xunji would not be a daunting task. Your Highness, I am aware of your formidable strength. Overcoming Qian Xunji is entirely within your capabilities. However, he possesses numerous cunning methods, making escape a possibility. If my demise can ensure that scoundrel does not flee, I would have no regrets. Moreover, should Qian Xunji perish, Title Douluo would inevitably trace the matter back to me. I cannot guarantee my ability to safeguard this secret. If I die, the truth of Qian Xunji's demise will remain concealed, thus ensuring your safety and that of my sister, is it not? Thus, from the moment you became aware of my intent to end Qian Xunji's life, you never contemplated returning alive, did you? What a pity, Bibi Dong remarked with a hint of regret. Only the dead can safeguard secrets. This is a necessity I must fulfill. Hu Yu paused momentarily before continuing with a smile. Moreover, your willingness to assist me in seeking vengeance fills me with immense gratitude. Just as she finished speaking, Hu Yu coughed up a mouthful of blood, clearly on the brink of collapse. Junior sister, Bibi Dong knelt down, grasping the other's hand, and spoke softly. What unfulfilled wish do you still harbor? Speak it, and I shall assist you. Hu Yu's words held merit. Indeed, Qian Xunji possessed numerous cunning methods. Without Hu Yu's aid, she might not have been able to secure Qian Xunji entirely. For the sake of safeguarding the secret of eliminating Qian Xunji, Hu Yu showed no fear of death, prompting Bibi Dong to feel compelled to do something in return. Your Highness, if it is within your power, I earnestly wish for you to take my sister to a safe place, where she can grow up healthy and happy. Very well, I promise you. Thank you, thank you. Upon uttering her final words, Hu Yu closed her eyes and departed without any regrets. Boom. The sound echoed. Bibi Dong acted with resolute decisiveness, unleashing a surge of dark flames that incinerated the bodies of Qian Xunji and his companions to ashes. As for Hu Yu, she chose a picturesque spot to lay her to rest before returning toward the direction of Xiao Xufeng. Had it not been for Baoer's timely reminder, perhaps my fate would have mirrored that of Hu Yu, subjected to the taint of my so-called teacher. If it were not for Hu Yu's daring act of poisoning today, the matter of eliminating Qian Xunji might have swiftly reached the ears of Title Douluo, inevitably leading to my capture. At that juncture, that beast, my teacher, would, like Qian Xunji, merely seek to toy with me, demanding that I bear children for the Qian family. The death of Hu Yu left Bibi Dong in a state of emotional turmoil, her thoughts spiraling as she felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness to Hu Yu. Thus, to repay this debt of gratitude, Hulaina, from this day forth, you shall be my second disciple. I shall ensure that no one shall harm you again. Bibi Dong quietly made a decision. A moment later, she returned to the carriage of Xiao Xufeng, who was still engrossed in playing a game on his Pingguo Plus. Dear Baoer, I apologize for not bringing you any delicacies. You wouldn't hold it against your master, would you? Bibi Dong is not a person prone to sentimentality. Yet the demise of Hu Yu has undeniably left a profound impact on her, intensifying her distaste for the Spirit Hall, which she already viewed with disdain. This aversion stems from the fact that the Spirit Hall belongs to the Qian family. Overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions, Bibi Dong finds herself lacking the energy to attend to her cherished Baoer. Teacher, it's all right. Su Feng, perceptive and insightful, notices Bibi Dong's troubled demeanor and promptly stows away his phone, presenting a charming and endearing smile. Upon witnessing Su Feng's innocent expression, Bibi Dong's heart softens, and she opens her arms, her voice tinged with a hint of vulnerability. Could you embrace your teacher? In this rare moment, Bibi Dong refrains from imposing her will upon Su Feng, as if she were merely a woman seeking affection in her sorrow. Su Feng, at a loss for words, remains unaware of the source of her grief, yet he is determined to alleviate her distress, unless it is derived from his own exasperation. And so he approaches her with small, deliberate steps, gently enveloping her in his embrace. "Bower, I desire a kiss," she requests, her demeanor increasingly one of neediness and fragility. Evoking a pang of sympathy within Su Feng, he tenderly pecks her delicate cheek, thinking this gesture might suffice to comfort her. However, he is utterly unprepared for the overwhelming reaction that follows. "My precious Bower, I knew you cared for me the most. To express my concern for you, I must return the kiss," she exclaims, her emotions spiraling out of control. "Isn't this a bit excessive?" Su Feng stammers, but Bibi Dong persists. "No, my care for you extends far beyond this." "Stop. Enough," he pleads. "Teacher, let go. I can hardly breathe." At this moment, Su Feng's inner turmoil manifests. "I am in agony. Why did I provoke my teacher? I must be foolish." Having eliminated Qian Xunji, Bibi Dong and Su Feng find their subsequent journey considerably smoother. Throughout their travels, Bibi Dong, relying on her spirit power radar, skillfully evades all formidable presences, making her way directly towards the heart of the underworld valley. It is important to note that this center is, in fact, the entrance to the realm of the Rakshasa. "Bower, I sense an ominous premonition," she confides. Bibi Dong lingered at the entrance, a shadow of concern flitting across her delicate face. "Teacher, are you troubled by something?" Bibi Dong appeared contemplative, then spoke with gravity. "Since this Rakshsa's side is indeed a divine artifact, it is inevitable that in my quest to obtain it, I must endure the trials set forth by the Rakshasa deity." Bibi Dong recalled the numerous soul beasts she had encountered along the way, no less than 8 of which were over 60,000 years old, with even 2 being 90,000 years old. Had it not been for the soul power radar, she might not have even approached the entrance to the Rakshasa ghost domain. Given the perilous nature of the outside world, the trials within the Rakshasa ghost domain would likely prove to be even more formidable, requiring an extended duration to navigate. Contemplating these matters, Bibi Dong hesitated and remarked, "With less than 5 days remaining until the conclusion of the first trial, if we recklessly proceed, we may find ourselves short on time. My dear disciple, what is your opinion?" The disciple replied, "I believe you are overly concerned, Master. We should proceed directly." "Why is that? Do you not think that such a direct approach is perilously reckless?" Su Feng was momentarily at a loss for words, his thoughts brimming with sarcasm. "Dangerous? Nonsense. Entering the Rakshasa ghost domain is as familiar to you as returning home. What peril could possibly await? If there were any real danger, would I have accompanied you? It's utterly ridiculous." Upon hearing his inner thoughts, Bibi Dong felt her anxiety dissipate somewhat, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, Su Feng, misinterpreting her demeanor as a sign of retreat, inquired, "Master, does this mean you do not intend to enter?" "Ahem, my dear disciple, I have given it serious consideration." Bibi Dong offered an awkward smile, then feigned composure and spoke with utmost seriousness. "Since we have come this far, we must venture inside and give it a try. We cannot abandon our endeavor halfway, lest we be deemed timid and fearful. My dear disciple, do you not agree?" Teacher Su Feng gazed at Bibi Dong in astonishment, momentarily rendered speechless. He had not anticipated that his teacher would exhibit such fortitude at a critical juncture. "Very well, I retract my previous statement. I shall refrain from calling you foolish, haha. Oh, my darling, how endearing you are." Bibi Dong was amused. "My dear disciple, shall we proceed inside?" Is it all right if I wait here for you?" "Why? I simply do not wish to move." Observing her beloved disciple's utterly lazy demeanor, Bibi Dong felt a tinge of helplessness. "Come, allow me to carry you." "No, I must refuse." If you think to make me leave this carriage, you are sorely mistaken. Not even the supreme deity himself could compel me to depart. Today, I am determined to remain here. Not even Jesus could dissuade me." Bibi Dong was somewhat taken aback by Xiao Su Feng's indomitable spirit. "My dear disciple, must you act so recklessly? It is not tiring for me to hold you close." Bibi Dong extended her delicate hand, yearning for Xiao Shufeng to approach her willingly. "This is not good. Disciple, if you continue like this, I shall be displeased." "If you are displeased, so be it. Should you dare to force me again today, I shall strip you of your garments. Do not assume that my youth renders me susceptible to bullying. If provoked, I will not only disrobe you, but will also reciprocate your indiscreet touches. Let us see if you will blush and whether you will still have the audacity to remain before me." Upon hearing Xiao Shufeng's somewhat petulant remarks, For some inexplicable reason, Bibi Dong felt a twinge of guilt. Indeed, she had always been selfish, focusing solely on her own desires, pinching and teasing Bao Bao without regard for her feelings. Perhaps Bao Bao truly detested her behavior. Bao Bao, are you angry with your teacher? Humph, of course I am angry. If you were in my position, constantly compelled by a man to kiss you and casually touching your body, would you not be infuriated? Conversely, if you were to take advantage of me at will and disrupt my rest, do you not think I would be upset? Xiaogang thought this to himself. Yet he dared not voice it, merely responding with a hint of sarcasm. How could a disciple presume to do such a thing? Bao Bao, I was wrong. Can you forgive your teacher? Discovering that she was the cause of the adorable one's displeasure left Bibi Dong feeling inexplicably distressed, her flawless and enchanting visage revealing a hint of grievance. Especially her autumn eyes, glimmering like lakes under the stars, evoked a sense of tenderness in those who beheld her. Ugh, this ploy of the teacher feels oddly familiar. Is she attempting to deceive me temporarily to compel my acquiescence? Noticing that Xiaogang doubted the sincerity of her apology, Bibi Dong's expression grew more pained. Resolutely, she took hold of Xiaogang's hand, guiding it to her chest, pressing it firmly against her. Bao Bao. Bibi Dong wore a serious expression. If my past actions have caused you distress, you may now reciprocate in kind. I assure you, I shall not resist nor hold it against you, as long as you can find it in your heart to forgive me. Is that acceptable? Feng was taken aback, his face flushing crimson with embarrassment as he pondered the situation. What is happening? How did my hand end up there? After a moment, he regained his composure and quickly withdrew his hand, his voice tinged with panic. Teacher, what are you doing? How could I possibly do such a thing to you? Despite having lived 2 lives, Feng remained an innocent soul, both in body and spirit, filled with curiosity, yet embodying the youthful naivety typical of his age. However, upon reflection, he acknowledged that the teacher was indeed soft and ample. Is it possible for you to join me? He ventured. Across from him, Bibi Dong's cheeks flushed as well. Although she viewed little Feng as an adorable child, the reality of the situation made her feel quite bashful. Well then, let us proceed, she suggested with a playful tone. Ah, my dear, you are simply the best. Relieved to see her precious one yielding, Bibi Dong hurriedly enveloped him in her embrace, cradling him gently, as if fearful of upsetting him. Ah, it truly is more comfortable to lie like this. Feng leaned his head wearily against her shoulder, feeling a mix of emotions. You little rascal, Bibi Dong retorted playfully. I have been nothing but courteous to you, and yet you dare to complain about my holding you. Upon hearing his thoughts, Bibi Dong felt a surge of indignation and tightened her grip, playfully squeezing him closer. So you find my embrace bothersome, do you? Then allow me to hold you even more tightly. In their spirited banter, Bibi Dong seemed to have discovered a vulnerability in her precious one. Feng was easily flustered, and when he became shy, he would readily acquiesce. This is a splendid strategy for dealing with my little rascal. As long as I remain unembarrassed, it will be he who feels bashful, and I need not fear his refusal any longer. It appeared that allowing her precious one a taste of mischief was not entirely a bad thing after all. As various thoughts began to stir within Bibi Dong's heart, she herself was unaware of the profound intimacy that had developed between her and her beloved. As Bibi Dong and Feng stepped into the realm of the Azura, in the brief span of an hour, a cataclysmic phenomenon unfolded within a radius of several dozen miles centered around the king of Hell Valley. Boom! The sky darkened with ominous clouds, and thunder rumbled as if the heavens themselves were bearing down upon the city. Tao Gu quickly looked towards the direction of the king of Hell Valley. What is happening over there? In a distant mountain range, Su Yuntao and his companions, still engaged in the hunt for soul beasts, were captivated by the strange occurrence in the sky, their attention wholly drawn to it. What on earth is that? All eyes fixated on Su Yuntao, eager for an explanation. What in the world could it be? Unfortunately, Su Yuntao himself was at a loss, causing the expressions of the others to darken. Damn it, are you just teasing us? Cough, cough, no need to panic, my brothers. Su Yuntao quickly composed himself, adopting a serious demeanor as he attempted to sound profound. If I am not mistaken, this phenomenon at the King of Hell Valley must be related to the talented individuals from the Spirit Hall who entered earlier. Why would it be related to her? Indeed. Tao Gu, didn't you previously assert that she was as good as dead and wouldn't be able to leave the King of Hell Valley? Cough. That was a slip of the tongue, but you emphasized it several times. Faced with an awe-inspiring spectacle that spanned dozens of miles, Su Yuntao and the others were filled with keen interest, quickly engaging in a heated debate. Suddenly, a colossal purple light column, spanning at least 100 meters, erupted from the sky, illuminating the very center of the King of Hell Valley. This purple beam appeared as if it were a celestial pillar, bridging the heavens and the earth, supporting this realm. As the light column manifested, Su Yuntao and his companions, not even catching a glimpse of what it was, fell to their knees in reverence, their heads bowed deeply, completely prostrate on the ground. Boss, what is that? The power and pressure are terrifying. I don't know, Su Yuntao said, furrowing his brows. He wished to raise his head, but found himself inexplicably bereft of the courage to do so. It was as though, the moment he dared to look up, he would behold the most horrifying sight in existence. I must see it. Driven by intense curiosity, Su Yuntao gritted his teeth and gradually lifted his head. After what felt like an eternity, he finally caught sight of it, and in that moment, his pupils contracted to the size of pinpricks. What is this? Su Yuntao murmured, trembling uncontrollably, his gaze revealing an abyss of darkness. As if the entire world had been consumed. Boom. Thunder rumbled once more. The sky was enveloped in ominous dark thunderclouds, save for a singular, magnificent purple beam of light that remained unfaltering. The oppressive presence of both the thunderclouds and the purple light weighed heavily upon all present, rendering them breathless, as if suffocating. Suddenly, with a swift whoosh, the purple beam vanished, as if it had completed some arcane ritual. Concurrently, the extraordinary spectacle of the thunderclouds, which had appeared with such haste, dissipated just as quickly. In a matter of moments, the sky returned to its serene clarity, as if nothing had transpired, leaving the onlookers still in shock, to grapple with the remnants of the extraordinary event. For days later, at a certain altar in the realm of the Rakshasa, boom, Bibi Dong awoke from her immersive training, and with a surge of energy, she successfully ascended to level 84. Congratulations, Master. Your soul power has once again advanced in just a few short days. Truly, you are the unparalleled genius of the Spirit Hall. Oh, what a fuss. This realm of the Rakshasa is replete with boundless dark energy, undoubtedly a sanctuary for your cultivation. Achieving rapid breakthroughs here is exceedingly simple. Even a fool could ascend within 10 days, provided they possess a dual dark spirit like yours and have accepted the Rakshasa inheritance. Humph, you little rascal. How dare you speak of your master in such a manner? Bibi Dong cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Su Feng, a hint of reproach flickering in her eyes. Nevertheless, she decided to overlook it, considering the numerous ways he had aided her. Bibi Dong cast another glance at the empty beverage bottles on the ground, and her fleeting annoyance quickly dissipated. Over the past few days, her beloved disciple, in moments of boredom, would indulge in an array of snacks and drinks to pass the time. Through subtle inquiries and attentive listening, she had also gleaned a few whispered secrets, such as the instant noodles that could enhance cultivation speed tenfold and the Wang Lao Ji that boosted weapon affinity by the same factor, regardless of their effects. As long as Bibi Dong deemed them beneficial for her training, she found ways to partake in them. What puzzled her, however, was why Wang Lao Ji, despite being a beverage, bore the name of a chicken. Yet, curiosity aside, Bibi Dong comfortably sipped it and discovered the flavor was rather delightful. Thanks to the tenfold increase in affinity brought by Wang Lao Ji, she effortlessly mastered the Shura demon scythe, as if it were her third spirit. She couldn't help but wonder where her darling disciple had acquired such treasures. In her heart, Bibi Dong was filled with an insatiable curiosity. However, she dared not inquire directly, for such an approach seemed overly abrupt and might arouse suspicion and wariness in the other party. She had no desire to create any rift with Bauer. If the effects of these auxiliary tools were inadvertently disclosed across the Douluo continent, it would undoubtedly incite a cataclysmic upheaval. No, this secret must remain known only to me. Contemplating this, Bibi Dong silently resolved. It seems that henceforth, I must refrain from questioning my obedient disciple about anything related to this matter, as long as I remain uninformed. The likelihood of this news leaking out will be significantly diminished. Bibi Dong turned her gaze towards Xiao Shufeng, her voice gentle, as she remarked. With only a day remaining until the first trial of the Rakshasa god, shouldn't we consider returning? Had this been a month prior, she would have effortlessly hoisted Xiao Shufeng away without a second thought. However, following a recent bout of playful stubbornness, her feelings towards Bauer had become notably more considerate, and she would no longer impose her will upon him. Very well, let us depart. To her surprise, Xiao Shufeng did not exhibit his previous reluctance to move. Instead, He willingly extended his hands. Bower, I always knew you were the most obedient. Bibi Dong rarely observed Xiao Shufeng taking the initiative to ask for an embrace. However, upon witnessing the scene before her, an inexplicable joy blossomed within her heart, a happiness that even surpassed the moment she acquired the Rakshasa demon scythe. Without a moment's hesitation, Bibi Dong embraced Xiao Shufeng, cradling him in the softest and most comforting position she could offer. What Bibi Dong was unaware of was that Su Feng's eagerness to depart was primarily due to the oppressive atmosphere of the Rakshasa ghost domain, where the intermittent sounds of a crying infant echoed like the ominous harbingers of vengeful spirits in the midnight hour, rendering it impossible for him to find solace in sleep. Thus, he longed to leave as soon as possible. In the Soul Hall, within a certain orphanage, the bell had just rung to signal the end of class, and a throng of children burst forth, engaging in various games and merriment, filling the air with exuberance. Yet, in a corner, a little girl sat rigidly, her small hands clenching the hem of her dress, exuding an aura of anxiety and apprehension. Not far from her, two middle-aged men observed her intently. Suddenly, the little girl rose to her feet. You'd better not run around, or you'll be in for a world of trouble, one of the men warned with a scoff. I need to use the restroom, the girl uttered timidly, yet fear compelled her to sit back down. On the other side, the principal, who had been covertly watching this scene, could no longer bear it. She approached the little girl, took her hand, and said with a gentle smile, "Do not be afraid. I will take you. Are you meddling in affairs that do not concern you? Do not forget that this little girl is under the watchful eye of His Highness Qian Xunji. Do not invite trouble upon yourself." The two middle-aged men interjected, positioning themselves in front of the principal. With a thunderous sound, a soul power of over level 40 emanated, effectively barring the principal and the little girl. This is an orphanage affiliated with the Soul Hall, and we answer only to His Holiness the Pope. Even if you are associated with His Highness Qian Xunji, you have no authority to interfere, one of the men declared, unleashing his own soul power. Although the principal was of a similar strength, her presence far surpassed that of the two men. The two middle-aged men found themselves momentarily overwhelmed and retreated a step, threateningly stating, "You would do well to refrain from any underhanded actions, lest you bring calamity upon yourself." The principal remained silent, instead choosing to lead the little girl away. "How brazen this woman is," one of the men sneered, while the other wore a lecherous grin. "Once we complete the task assigned by His Highness Qian Xunji, we might find an opportunity to deal with this woman. Indeed, let us see if she dares to speak to us in such a manner then. She will likely have no choice but to beg for mercy, ha ha ha." The two men shared a hearty laugh, but soon after, the principal returned with the little girl. Now that you've made your presence known, shouldn't you be leaving?" One of the men addressed the principal rudely, his gaze shifting to the frightened little girl, who quickly hid behind the principal. "His Highness Qian Xunji merely instructed you to keep an eye on her. He did not authorize you to confine her," the principal retorted, casting a disapproving glance at the two men. "This is an orphanage, a place for children to grow, not a domain for your reckless whims." The tone of the middle-aged individuals turned rather impolite. "So, are you determined to protect this little child today?" In an instant, the atmosphere became charged with tension. "Director, you may leave. I am fine." The little girl mustered her courage to speak. "Child," the director gently patted the girl's head. Her eyes filled with tenderness. "It is precisely because you are so sensible that I worry about you even more. Fear not, I shall protect you. It appears you have resolutely decided to oppose us?" The two middle-aged individuals, realizing the situation, suddenly darkened their expressions, preparing to unite in reprimanding the young woman. However, unbeknownst to them, Bibi Dong had already arrived in the shadows, having observed them for quite some time. Just as they prepared to strike, Bibi Dong unleashed two waves of energy. Boom! The sound of the explosion echoed, and the two middle-aged men were propelled away like cannonballs. You are." The director recognized the newcomer and immediately knelt with the still-dazed little girl, paying their respects. "We meet again, Your Highness. You are Hulaina, are you not?" Bibi Dong approached the little girl and gently said, "Do not be afraid, I mean you no harm." Bibi Dong discerned that the young girl, having endured prolonged confinement and surveillance, had become wary and fearful of outsiders. She immediately crouched down and gently caressed the child's head, striving to exhibit her soft side. Summoning her courage, the little girl finally raised her head and declared, "I am Hulaina." As soon as she uttered those words, she was momentarily taken aback. She had anticipated the newcomer to be fearsome, yet she was met with a visage of extraordinary beauty, akin to that of a celestial being, rendering her reluctant to divert her gaze. From this day forth, I shall take you as my second disciple. Are you willing? The gentle, melodious voice resonated, and the little girl, rendered defenseless, instinctively felt that the other would not harm her. She nodded subconsciously. I am willing. Very well. Henceforth, I shall call you Nana. Nana pays her respects to the master. With that, the little girl performed a simple bow as instructed. Nearby, the kneeling academy head, despite his outwardly impassive demeanor, was internally tumultuous, filled with envy towards the young girl. Perhaps she was still unaware of the significance of her new mentor, the saintess, the foremost figure beneath the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Who is it? Who ambushed us? At that moment, the two middle-aged men, who had just been sent flying, returned, their faces contorted with fury. However, upon spotting Bibi Dong, their expressions fell in an instant, and they hastily halted their advance towards her, retreating several steps. It is Her Highness, the Saintess. We were disrespectful earlier. We hope that you will not take offense. The two men knelt down. Deplete your spirit power and be gone. Bibi Dong did not even cast a glance at the two men, merely uttering a statement that suggested they were no more significant than mere ants. Certainly, had it not been for the presence of the young Nana, Bibi Dong might have chosen silence over words, opting instead for an immediate execution. For she had no desire for such a young soul to witness such a scene. Your Highness, the Saintess, we are all under the aegis of His Highness Qian Xunji. To dismiss us so lightly seems rather inappropriate, does it not? You may find it difficult to explain to His Highness Qian Xunji. Perhaps it was Bibi Dong's momentary softness that led the two middle-aged men to mistakenly believe their concerns were mutual. They promptly invoked their powerful patron. How tiresome. Yet, it was precisely their words that ignited Bibi Dong's fury. She swiftly turned Hulaina's delicate head away, ensuring she could not witness the two men. Then, with a resounding thud, in the blink of an eye, the heads of the two men were severed from their bodies. The director of the orphanage, standing nearby, was left in utter shock, not even comprehending how the saintess had acted, and she broke into a cold sweat. Enough. Clean up the aftermath. From this day forth, no one shall disturb this place. As for you, should you wish to advance further, you may proceed to the center of the Spirit Hall and mention my name. I shall ensure that arrangements are made in advance. Bibi Dong cast a glance at the dean, offering a few words of caution before taking Hulaina by the hand and departing. Farewell, Your Holiness, the dean murmured. As she watched the silhouette of the saintess fade into the distance, she found herself momentarily paralyzed, struggling to regain her composure, her heart overwhelmed with astonishment. She had never dared to dream that she would ascend to such heights so effortlessly. Though the saintess's promise seemed casual, it represented a pinnacle that she might not have reached even after a lifetime of striving. Bibi Dong returned to the snow-laden carriage with Hulaina in tow, gently rousing the still, slumbering Su Feng. My dear disciple, I have found the enchanting young lady you desired. Huh? Where? Where? In response, Su Feng exchanged incredulous glances with Bibi Dong, then directed a similar gaze towards Hulaina. Overwhelmed, Su Feng exclaimed, Oh my goodness! This is not what I wanted. I seek someone tall and slender, with a fair complexion, striking beauty, long legs, and a delicate waist, ideally as lovely as you, my teacher, and obedient as well. Please, I implore you to find me another. I do not want a mere child. I desire a beautiful young lady. Uft, you little rascal, you are but a child yourself. And yet you express disdain. Bibi Dong could not help but smile, her spirits lifting at the compliment regarding her beauty, and she proceeded to introduce Hulaina's identity. So, that means you are now my junior sister? Su Feng, upon learning of Hulaina's identity, felt a surge of interest and began to scrutinize her. After a while, he reached a conclusion. Tsk. Alas, she still lacks the qualifications to serve as a maid. Little rascal, what are you thinking? Bibi Dong chided. She is your junior sister. You must take care of her. How could you treat your junior sister as a maid? The teacher's admonition is just. The disciple acknowledges their mistake, Su Feng replied. It's all right. I can wait. Once Laina grows up, I won't have to worry about who will serve tea and water. After all, once Laina matures, she will undoubtedly be an enchanting beauty, perfectly fitting my expectations of a lovely young lady. He chuckled to himself. However, he pondered. Where is Xiaoyu? He is Laina's elder brother. After all, where has he gone? Without him, how will Laina collaborate with Xiaoyu and Yin to perform their triad martial soul fusion technique? Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong felt a jolt of surprise. Laina has an elder brother named Xiaoyu? And who is this Yin? She had not heard who Laina mention him. Moreover, can Laina truly execute a triad martial soul fusion technique with Xiaoyu and Yin in the future? It appeared necessary to investigate the whereabouts of Xiaoyu and Yin with utmost diligence, Bibi Dong thought. She had immense faith in her precious child's prophecies. If she could successfully gather those three individuals and nurture them in advance, they would undoubtedly form the most formidable combination on the entire continent, far surpassing the despicable golden triangle formed by Xiaogang. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, Laina, who had remained silent, burst into applause, seemingly finding the senior brother endearing and amusing. Dear disciple, see how much your junior sister adores you. You must take good care of her, Bibi Dong remarked. What are you planning, dear teacher? Su Feng's expression stiffened at her words. You will find out in due time, she replied enigmatically. Bibi Dong's lips curled into a mischievous smile, as she resolved to have Nana accompany Bayer on various occasions, whether it be during meals, sleep, or bathing. She intended for them to remain together at all times. After all, with Nana being so young, how could she harbor any ill intentions? The most she might do would be to disrupt Bayer's moments of leisure and slumber. 025, my Bayer must learn to swim. Night. Outside the Saintess's palace. Tap, tap, tap. As the snow-laden carriage came to a halt, Bibi Dong gracefully descended from it. Yuguan, it is an honor to see you, Your Highness the Saintess. Guimei, it is an honor to see you, Your Highness the Saintess. At the entrance of the palace. Yuguan and Guimei had been waiting there for some time. Upon witnessing the return of the Saintess, they promptly approached her. What brings you here? His Holiness the Pope emerged from seclusion 4 days ago and has instructed us to inform you to visit the Pope's hall at your earliest convenience. Understood. Bibi Dong did not approach the two individuals. Instead, she lifted the veil of the carriage, gently bringing down the two children, Xiao Shufeng and Laina. The Holy Maiden, upon witnessing the two children, appeared momentarily taken aback. They are my disciples, she declared. Are you implying that these two children are your newly accepted disciples? If you have no further matters to attend to. Bibi Dong then turned her gaze towards Yueguang and Guimei, her expression chillingly indifferent. You may leave now. Yes, Your Highness, replied Yueguang, hesitating momentarily before adding, I must remind you, Your Highness, to promptly proceed to the papal hall, lest His Holiness grows weary from waiting. After all, he has awaited your presence for 4 days. So, may you take your leave? Given the unwavering loyalty of Yueguang and Guimei to Qian Xunji, Bibi Dong harbored no fondness for them, her tone lacking in courtesy. Yet, Yueguang and Guimei dared not react, merely nodding in resignation before swiftly departing from the scene. Master, will I be staying with my senior brother tonight? Laina inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Bibi Dong. In the orphanage, both boys and girls resided together. Now that she had become Su Feng's junior, she assumed it would be appropriate to share accommodations. Nana, your senior brother's situation is rather unique. He cannot reside with you. Bibi Dong had long since devised this arrangement. Why? Why? Because your senior brother will be staying with me, and it would not do for you to intrude. Bibi Dong harbored such thoughts in her heart, yet as a teacher, she maintained an air of authority and stated, your senior brother's situation is rather intricate, and it is not appropriate for me to elaborate. In any case, refrain from delving further into this matter. Simply focus on your cultivation as per my directives. Oh, Laina obediently nodded, then inquired, where shall I reside henceforth? Bibi Dong gently stroked Laina's little head and chuckled, you will have your own courtyard and pavilion. I shall send someone to escort you there shortly. Grateful, Laina expressed her thanks to her teacher. Without much thought, upon learning that she would have an independent residence, Laina joyfully performed a courtesy. Subsequently, Bibi Dong personally selected 2 maidservants, and once she was satisfied, she allowed them to take Laina away while she cradled the little Su Feng and returned to her chamber. Teacher, you mentioned that my situation is somewhat unique. In what way am I special? Pondered the little rascal. Do not inquire about matters that are best left unspoken. Su Feng's heart raced with trepidation. Could it be that the teacher intends to do something to me, fearing that Laina might discover it, and thus use this as an excuse to send her away? The thought sent shivers down her spine. Hearing the turmoil of thoughts, Bibi Dong felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment and scolded inwardly. Oh, you little rascal. How can you think such things of me? Even if I were that kind of person, you shouldn't speak of it so openly. Do I not have my dignity? Perhaps fearing Su Feng's continued wild imaginings, Bibi Dong quickly fabricated a noble reason, saying, "You are so lazy. What if you make Liena lazy too by being together? I must keep a watchful eye on you." "Oh," Su Feng said, enlightenment dawning upon her. "Alas, it seems I have misjudged my teacher. With her kindness and beauty, how could she possibly harbor any ill intentions towards a mere child like me?" Bibi Dong finally breathed a sigh of relief within her heart. "Indeed, I am not that kind of person. Even if action must be taken, it shall only be after I have matured. Only then will I not be easily manipulated." Bibi Dong's expression suddenly stiffened, and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. It was over. Bayer had become strangely unhinged. Bibi Dong gently placed Xiao Xufeng upon the bed in her chamber, her heart racing with the impulse to depart. She sensed that if she continued to eavesdrop on his innermost thoughts, she too might begin to feel unbalanced. Yet, before taking her leave, she cautiously inquired, "My dear disciple, what do you suppose His Holiness seeks from me?" "How should I know?" replied Xufeng, though his mind instinctively pondered the question. "If my intuition serves me right, the old silver coin, Qian Xunji, must be eager to meet with the master upon his emergence from seclusion, likely to strategize regarding the establishment of a new sect. After all, the angelic bloodline of the Qian family requires a superior union with a woman of unparalleled talent to awaken its potential. And the master stands as the prime candidate. The old silver coin would undoubtedly not overlook such an opportunity. Nevertheless, the master need not concern herself with his intentions. Should she encounter the old silver coin, she could simply deliver a sound thrashing and complete the first trial of the Rakshasa. After all, she had already acquired the Rakshasa's demon scythe, and defeating that old silver coin to fulfill the assessment would be a trivial task. Does His Holiness truly wish to elevate me to the position of sect leader? Could it be that he is genuinely contemplating an advance against me? In her heart, Bibi Dong felt a twinge of vigilance. Suddenly, she realized that her innermost sentiments bore a striking resemblance to those of Xiao Su Feng. Alas, it was all the fault of that mischievous rascal who had caused her to become somewhat unhinged. Bibi Dong's delicate face was suddenly tinged with a blush. Yet she regained her composure and continued to probe, "My dear disciple, do you think there would be dire consequences if I were to reveal the Azura's scythe?" Su Feng found himself at a loss for words, his mind brimming with sarcasm. Would there be serious repercussions? You could simply expose it and find out for yourself. Why pose the question to me? Furthermore, what of the consequences? Are you truly concerned that the ancient Title Douluo would take action against you? That is simply inconceivable. For you are shielded by the revered blood-eyed deity, the Azura, who, like Title Douluo, serves as a divine envoy. He would not dare to lay a finger on you unless he seeks his own demise. It appears that being under divine protection is indeed a liberating experience, allowing one to act freely. Alas, my esteemed teacher, despite her ample bosom, remains blissfully unaware of this nuance, a truly tragic tale. You little rascal. Once again casting aspersions on my intellect. Having been chastised so many times by her disciple, Bibi Dong felt a blend of embarrassment and irritation. But she had to feign ignorance to avoid revealing her eavesdropping. This will not do. This little scoundrel dares to insult me repeatedly. He must be punished. As Bibi Dong's thoughts spiraled into a tempest of frustration and indignation, a sudden inspiration illuminated her mind. It occurred to her that her dear disciple had likely never swum before. This could be the perfect opportunity to impart a lesson upon him. Nay, it was imperative that she did so, as it would provide a justifiable reason to disrobe him. The thought of her beloved Bower appearing bashfully in such a state surely conjured an endearing image. Hiki. The mere contemplation of this scenario ignited a thrill within Bibi Dong, nearly eliciting a snort of mirth, which startled the young Su Feng, who hastily retreated beneath the covers, peeking out cautiously with a wary expression. "Teacher, what are you up to?" he questioned, sensing an unsettling change in her gaze. Surely, the teacher does not intend to take advantage of me again? Clearing her throat, she replied, "Oh, it is nothing. Remain here, and I shall return shortly." Bibi Dong waved her hand, swiftly regaining her composure, and then departed from the palace. Making her way towards the papal hall, Su Feng let out a sigh of relief as he retrieved his 29th generation Pingwa Plus. Moments later, the room resonated with a sorrowful sound. Defeat. 026. Bibi Dong challenges Qian Xunji in the papal hall. His Holiness the Pope. Bibi Dong entered the grand hall, her expression impassive as she respectfully saluted the figure seated at the head, Qian Xunji. "I have heard that you have taken on 2 children as disciples. What is the reason behind this? Qian Xunji's face was stern as he fixed his gaze upon Bibi Dong, his voice tinged with barely contained ire. It was evident that he harbored profound dissatisfaction regarding her decision to accept new apprentices. In his perspective, Bibi Dong should refrain from taking on disciples. Her immediate priority should be to break through to the Title Douluo level and subsequently marry him. Otherwise, how could he fulfill his duty of continuing their lineage? How could they hope to bear a child capable of fully awakening the angelic bloodline? Your Holiness, Bibi Dong replied, this matter pertains to my private affairs, and it is not convenient for me to disclose specifics. Furthermore, as the Pope, is it not a trivial matter for you to ascertain the details of your disciple's circumstances without needing to inquire directly? Bibi Dong fixed her gaze upon Qian Xunji. Perhaps it was the unwavering confidence of her beloved that emboldened her. Indeed, with the Rakshasa scythe in her possession, she felt no fear of Qian Xunji. Moreover, behind her loomed the blood-eyed Rakshasa, fixated on Title Douluo, ensuring that as long as she refrained from openly confronting Qian Xunji, no one within the spirit hall could pose a threat to her. How audacious! Do you dare to speak to me in such a manner? Forgetting the lessons I imparted upon you? Qian Xunji abruptly rose from his seat, his face a portrait of fury. I merely spoke the truth, master. The wrath of Qian Xunji did nothing to instill fear in Bibi Dong. Rather, it ignited her impatience and disdain. She continued, surely, your summons for me was not merely to inquire about these trivial matters. Upon reflecting on the fact that Qian Xunji initially took her on as a disciple merely to mold her into a vessel for procreation, thereby ensuring the continuation of the Qian family's angelic lineage, Bibi Dong felt a wave of revulsion. Perhaps it was possible that Qian Xunji and his brother, Qian Feng, shared a similar disposition, covertly exploiting their positions as Pope to tarnish and harm countless women. After all, Qian Xunji had lived for several decades without ever taking a consort. Could it be that he possessed no physiological desires? Was he truly capable of such restraint? If he could not, whom would he seek? The only plausible explanation would be that he was clandestinely pursuing women under the guise of his papal authority. At the same time, Qian Xunji found himself increasingly incensed by Bibi Dong's words. He could hardly fathom how that once most revered disciple of his could, within the span of just over a month, turn against him so vehemently and even dare to address him with such disrespectful tone. It made no sense. How could she have transformed so suddenly? Did she stumble upon something of significance? A torrent of confusion swirled within Qian Xunji. Yet he understood that pressing her too forcefully would likely yield no clarity. Thus, he stifled his rising ire, softened his expression, and spoke. Dong, do you feel that I have been overly harsh with you, leaving you with discontent in your heart? If that is the case, a gentle smile graced his lips. You are entirely free to voice your thoughts. I am not a heartless individual and will certainly show understanding. After all, you are my most cherished disciple. Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback by the sudden shift in his demeanor. His unexpectedly gentle expression caught her off guard, but she quickly regained her composure. Her beloved had once mentioned that Qian Xunji sought her for the matter of establishing the sect. Now, with his demeanor brightening so abruptly, it seemed he intended to play the emotional card to facilitate her acceptance of her future role. With this thought, Bibi Dong heightened her vigilance, recalling the sentiments her beloved had previously shared. Once Qian Xunji broached the topic of establishing the sect, if her mentor dared to show any sign of resistance, it was likely that the old silver coin would resort to underhanded tactics. There are numerous heartfelt whispers that Bibi Dong has overheard, many of which she has gleaned through subtle inquiries. Among them, one incident regarding a secret chamber stands out vividly in her memory. Her mentor, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, would audaciously strike her unconscious simply for harboring affections for another, dragging her into that clandestine space to engage in unspeakable acts, thus asserting his claim over her. This was not the end. Should she dare to pursue her beloved, her mentor would threaten the very life of that individual, coercing her to remain within the confines of the Spirit Hall. Even the prospect of pregnancy would not grant her an escape, as she would be compelled to bear the child. Although the prophecies concerning her cherished one had already been disrupted by her actions, a lingering fear haunted her of the day those predictions might come to fruition. After all, the person she now held dearest had become her beloved. And what would she do if Qian Xunji wielded that precious one as leverage against her? Dong, he began, noticing her silence from the throne, his voice softening further. Do you harbor unspoken troubles? Or have you encountered some difficulties? Speak with me. and I shall offer my assistance. In the past, whenever Bibi Dong found herself in a tumult of emotions, a few considerate words from Qian Xunji would suffice to render her obedient. He believed the same would hold true now, thus he suppressed his earlier fury. Your Holiness, I wish to challenge you. Boom. The true form of the Death Spider Emperor emerged. Yet, to Qian Xunji's astonishment, Bibi Dong did not respond to his inquiry, but instead summoned her martial spirit's true form. A powerful wave surged through the grand hall as Bibi Dong transformed into the Spider Emperor. Donger, what are you doing? Qian Xunji was taken aback by this unforeseen spectacle. Your Holiness, you are indeed correct. I, your disciple, find your demands excessively stringent, rendering them unsuitable for my cultivation. To demonstrate this, I wish to challenge you. Should I prevail, you shall cease to interfere with my training. If I lose, I will submit to your judgment. Bibi Dong spoke with an air of solemnity, as if the words had been pent up within her for an eternity. However, it was evident that her demeanor was a facade. Her intention was to engage in a challenge with Qian Xunji without severing their relationship. After a moment of contemplation, Bibi Dong had come to a realization. Her dear boar was indeed correct. At this juncture, she need not concern herself with Qian Xunji's intentions, but rather focus on delivering a decisive blow to him and completing the first trial of the Rakshasa. As long as she refrained from confronting the spirit hall directly, she would not be targeted by Qian Xunji, ensuring her safety. This was also the reason she had continued to address him respectfully since her entry into the grand hall. It became clear now. Perhaps the justification for Bibi Dong's sudden outburst was sufficiently compelling, for Qian Xunji appeared convinced, displaying a look of bewilderment. If your dissatisfaction stems from my strictness, then I accept your challenge. Let me assess the fruits of your training. With that, Qian Xunji extended his hand slowly, exuding an aura of inscrutable depth. In response to Bibi Dong, who had unleashed her martial soul's true form, Qian Xunji remained vigilant and promptly summoned his six-winged angel martial soul. In an instant, the entire hall was enveloped in a radiant golden light. Donger, you are still too young, daring to issue such a reckless challenge. It appears I have not taught you a lesson in quite some time, allowing your arrogance to swell. Qian Xunji regarded Bibi Dong with a mocking gaze, his heart filled with derision. The chasm between a Douluo and a Title Douluo is not easily traversed. Thus, this opportunity would serve to enlighten you on the meaning of respecting your elders. Sitting in the main seat, Qian Xunji appeared calm as he observed Bibi Dong, while internally, he was calculating. From the moment Bibi Dong entered the hall, he sensed her dismissive attitude towards him, which incensed him greatly. In his view, every individual in the world ought to show him the utmost respect, especially his disciple, Bibi Dong. He could not tolerate any hint of disrespect from her. Come now, Donger, unleash your full strength, and let me see what you are truly capable of. Qian Xunji spread his arms wide, mirroring the gesture of his six-winged angel martial soul above him. Instantly, the golden light in the hall intensified, as if it had transformed into Qian Xunji's absolute domain. In the center of the hall, Bibi Dong remained silent, secretly channeling her dark power. The next moment, she transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Qian Xunji. A commendable approach. Angelic Guardian. Qian Xunji's lips curled into a confident smile, as if victory was already within his grasp. Subsequently, a radiant golden light enveloped him, and the formidable power of the angel manifested as a protective shield before him. He was intimately familiar with all of Bibi Dong's techniques. No matter what soul skill she deployed, he was absolutely certain he could counter it. In fact, he was confident that she could not even breach his simple angelic guard. However, his composure faltered when he suddenly noticed a black scythe materializing in Bibi Dong's hand, causing his pupils to dilate in shock. What is that? As Qian Xunji had anticipated, Bibi Dong showed no restraint and immediately unleashed the Rakshasa demon scythe. In an instant, the enormous black scythe, shrouded in a dense mist of purple-black energy, swung toward Qian Xunji's forehead. Boom! Before he could even comprehend the nature of the weapon, Bibi Dong's strike collided with his shield. Crack! 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 The clash of their powers was instant, and the shield shattered under the immense force, splintering into countless cracks. Bang! With a sharp sound, the shield was utterly obliterated. How is this possible? What manner of power is this? Qian Xunji did not recognize the sinister side that embodied the essence of darkness, but he could feel that this force was particularly restraining to his angelic bloodline. It was a clash of two fundamentally opposing energies. Even as a Title Douluo, He felt a deep-seated fear emanating from the depths of his soul. Though his mind was filled with confusion, Qian Xunji had no intention of evading. His pride would not permit it, nor could he bear to retreat. If he dodged the very first strike from his disciple, how could he ever face Bibi Dong again? With such thoughts racing through his mind, he summoned an even more potent soul skill, Divine Sword. This ability would amplify the purifying effect of his angelic soul power by 300, specifically designed to counter such malevolent dark forces. Buzz! A golden greatsword materialized in Qian Xunji's hand, and he swiftly positioned it before him, determined to withstand the onslaught of the Rakshasa demon scythe. Clang! The golden greatsword met the scythe in a fierce clash, and Qian Xunji felt as if he had successfully blocked the attack, a sigh of relief washing over him. He regained his authoritative demeanor and remarked, "Dong, it seems your strength has indeed made considerable progress, but with such limited capability, it may not suffice." However, scarcely had Qian Xunji finished speaking when the Rakshasa demon scythe emitted a surge of purple-black mist, swiftly corrupting his soul power while sizzling ominously. Qian Xunji was taken aback, his heart racing, as he exclaimed, "What in the world is this?" He yearned to articulate his thoughts eloquently, yet he managed to restrain himself. At that moment, Qian Xunji found himself merely tainted by a trace of the sinister and malevolent power of the Rakshasa, leading him to conjure a grotesque illusion. He imagined himself stark naked, submerged in excrement, an utterly revolting scenario. Even more repulsive was the notion that he may have inadvertently ingested a minuscule portion of it, infested with worms. Why do such vile thoughts plague my mind? How can the power of this black scythe be so diabolical? Qian Xunji could not fathom it, yet the image persisted in his mind, and he involuntarily immersed himself in this horrifying vision. Bibi Dong was unaware of what Qian Xunji was contemplating. She merely followed her intuition and unleashed the dark power contained within the Rakshasa demon scythe. However, given the current circumstances, she swiftly reached a conclusion. It was time to conclude this with the Rakshasa demon blade. Bibi Dong murmured softly, and in her frosty gaze, a dark purple luminescence suddenly flickered. The azure demon scythe in her hand surged with ominous fog, swiftly infiltrating the sacred sword opposite her. Along with this, Qian Xunji's thoughts were also tainted. Bibi Dong observed that Qian Xunji was retching. But why was he in such a state? Because, under the influence of the demonic power of the Rakshasa, Qian Xunji inexplicably conjured an even more sinister image in his mind. In this vision, there lay an exquisitely adorned palace, within which were several breathtakingly beautiful women clad in revealing attire, their snow-white skin barely concealed, leaving one to wonder how such flawless skin could be maintained. Qian Xunji approached excitedly, yet in the next instant, he was left utterly dumbfounded. What had he just witnessed? Those so-called stunning beauties. He yearned to flee, but it seemed he had underestimated the situation and failed to evade. The women surrounded him. As Qian Xunji continued to retch, Bibi Dong noted with concern that he had vomited several times in succession. Although she did not fully comprehend the reason, she understood that this was likely a manifestation of the conflict between the Rakshasa and angelic powers. Any malevolent thoughts that Qian Xunji had previously entertained would be amplified to a terrifying extent, resulting in vivid, fabricated memories. Humph, the shameless wretch deserves his suffering, Bibi Dong thought, her expression growing colder. Bang! The Rakshsa's scythe was indeed a true artifact, while the holy sword was merely a manifestation of Qian Xunji's angelic power, utterly incomparable. The two clashed for barely a breath, and the holy sword was instantly shattered. Boom! After the holy sword disintegrated, the Rakshsa's scythe struck forcefully against Qian Xunji's chest, eliciting a pained scream from him before he was sent flying, crashing violently against the wall above the throne, leaving a gaping hole as if it could not be removed. Moments later, with Bibi Dong's assistance, using her soul power to forcefully reposition him, Qian Xunji found himself once more seated upon the throne. The hall fell into a profound silence, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Both were astonishingly taken aback. Damn, how could she be so powerful? Qian Xunji gazed at Bibi Dong, his heart filled with disbelief, realizing he had been severely injured by her single blow. At that moment, he could distinctly feel that a portion of his internal organs had been shattered, almost prompting him to vomit blood. However, he could not bear to appear humiliated before his disciple. Thus, the blood that threatened to escape his lips was forcefully swallowed back down. No, I must retreat and enter seclusion to heal. I cannot hold on any longer, Qian Xunji thought anxiously, feeling the strain mounting within him. Opposite him, Bibi Dong was equally astonished by her own strength. She had not anticipated that dealing with Qian Xunji would be so effortless, having inflicted an injury upon him with a single strike. Of course, Bibi Dong was unaware that, in the original narrative, Tang San, possessing over level 80 soul power and wielding the sea god's trident, which countered dark forces with the sea goddess light, had effortlessly vanquished a level 95 foe in the Stardow Forest. Conversely, Bibi Dong, also endowed with over level 80 soul power and armed with the Rakshasa scythe that countered angelic powers, was no less talented than Tang San. It was, therefore, a trivial matter for her to severely wound the level 92 Qian Xunji. At this moment, Bibi Dong, the Pope, merely perceived that Qian Xunji had sustained a light injury and believed that this challenge was far from over. She inquired, "Do you wish to further assess your disciple's abilities?" "Assess? What nonsense! I am nearly overwhelmed by your onslaught." Cough, cough, never mind. Qian Xunji's heart quivered, and he hastily replied, "After my examination, you have indeed demonstrated the ability to cultivate independently. Your progress is swift, and I am gratified. Henceforth, as you have stated, I shall refrain from intervening. Thank you, Your Holiness." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong let out a sigh of relief. After performing a feigned gesture of respect, she departed from the Grand Hall. "I wonder what my precious one is doing at this moment." Upon returning to the sanctuary of the Holy Maiden, Bibi Dong found it was already the witching hour. Alas, I must venture to bow Q. Triple kill. With a sense of curiosity, Bibi Dong stepped into the chamber, only to find Xiaoxiu Feng comfortably engrossed in play, softly murmuring strange phrases. Although Bibi Dong did not comprehend the words, witnessing her beloved so joyfully engaged brought a smile to her face. "My dear, you're still playing. I have splendid news to share. Would you like to hear it?" Given her formidable prowess, having triumphed over the Title Douluo level Qian Xunji, Bibi Dong was naturally elated, eager to share her joy with her cherished one. However, Xiaoxiu, hearing Bibi Dong's call, paid her no heed, remaining absorbed in the game, even exclaiming with fervor, "Go for it. Spray him Q. 5 kills. Seeing Xiaoxiu completely focused on her game, neglecting her presence, Bibi Dong felt a twinge of annoyance. "You lazy disciple. All you do is play. Where is the spirit befitting a soul master?" With a stern expression, she approached Xiaoxiu and snatched the 29th generation Pingwa Plus from her hands, declaring, "This troublesome device is hereby confiscated. Teacher, could you let me finish this round before taking it away?" Noticing Xiaoxiu's deep immersion, Bibi Dong furrowed her brow, gesturing as if to smash the device, and scolded, "You indolent disciple, day in and day out, you neglect your duties, consumed by frivolous pursuits. Dare to continue in this state of despair, and I shall indeed shatter it." Her words were delivered with utmost severity, as if she were genuinely angry. Yet, in truth, she aimed to intimidate Xiaoxiu for her blatant disregard. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Bibi Dong felt a surge of indignation, prompting her to act. This display frightened Xiaoxiu enough to leap from the bed, adopting a posture of surrender. "Oh teacher, I was wrong. I shall never do so again. Let us speak calmly. Could you perhaps set down the phone first?" Xiaoxiu gazed at Bibi Dong in trepidation, fearful that she might truly shatter the device. "My dear." Xiaoxiu's words struck deep within Bibi Dong's heart, causing her expression to gradually darken. "Do you truly believe that I am less important than this skinny chicken? Am I so insignificant in your eyes?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoxiu appeared utterly perplexed, furrowing her brow in confusion. "I didn't mean that at all." "Then what do you mean?" Xiaoxiu found herself at a loss, overwhelmed by a torrent of thoughts. I am genuinely concerned that you might smash the phone, triggering the devastating self-destruction of a Title Douluo. If that were to happen, the entire Holy Maiden's dormitory would be reduced to rubble. I, on the other hand, would be unscathed due to the system's immunity to self-harm. But you, dear teacher, would not fare as well should such a calamity occur. Self-destruction at the level of a Title Douluo? Xiao Su Feng's words instilled a profound sense of astonishment within Bibi Dong. She instinctively glanced at the 29th generation Pingwa Plus in her hand, pondering, could this little gadget possess such formidable power? "Teacher, remain calm, absolutely calm, do not shatter it." Observing Xiao Su Feng's palpable anxiety, despite the tumult of emotions stirring within her, Bibi Dong chose to place her trust in him, feeling a flicker of comfort. Indeed, my dear still cares for me. However, the fact that my dear constantly clutches such a perilous object seemed rather unsafe. A wave of concern surged within Bibi Dong, prompting her to promptly secure the 29th generation Pinghua Plus within her soul guide device. 028. Obedient disciple, you mustn't peek. With her phone confiscated, Su Feng felt a rush of urgency. Teacher, what do you mean by this? You lazy disciple, all you do is play around, never taking the time to venture outdoors. It must be the fault of your skinny physique. I cannot allow you to continue down this path of decline. Thus, I must confiscate this chicken of yours. Bibi Dong spoke with unwavering conviction, stating, when the day arrives that you begin to diligently cultivate, I shall return it to you. Is that not rather unreasonable? HM? With her arms crossed and her enchanting eyes narrowing slightly, Bibi Dong inquired, does my disciple harbor grievances against me? Gulp. Upon witnessing the formidable presence of her imposing figure, Su Feng swallowed hard, quickly conceding, you are right, master. It is indeed time for me to exert myself. Given the stern demeanor of his teacher, he feared that should he refuse, he might well be suffocated by her insistence this very evening. Alas, all those assurances of respecting my wishes and not coercing me seem to have been mere fabrications meant to deceive the innocent. Oh, my 29th generation Pinghua Plus, how swiftly joy has departed. With a chuckle, Bibi Dong observed her beloved disciple's slight display of grievance. Yet, this matter was indeed perilous. She too was apprehensive. Should it explode, she would cease to exist. Nevertheless, was her disciple genuinely frightened of her? Perhaps it was merely shyness. Bibi Dong glanced at her own figure and sighed resignedly. She had no control over her naturally voluptuous form. By the way, master, you mentioned having good news to share with me. What is it? Only then did Su Feng recall Bibi Dong's earlier words. You little rascal. So preoccupied with your play that you only now remember I have good tidings for you? Well then, master, do you truly have good news? Indeed, I do. Bibi Dong gradually softened her expression, preparing to showcase her remarkable achievement of defeating Qian Xunji, hoping to demonstrate to her slothful disciple that she was not merely a figure of ample bosom devoid of intellect. In truth, she was immensely powerful. Surely, the master would not be referring to the trivial matter of vanquishing that old silver coin, would she? With the Rakshasa demon scythe in her grasp, which possesses a formidable restraint against the angelic race, it would be utterly inconceivable if she were unable to triumph over that ancient adversary. No, it is unlikely that the master would concern herself with such an insignificant affair. Indeed, it must not be the case. Bibi Dong intended to speak on the matter, but upon hearing her beloved's heartfelt sentiments, her words became lodged in her throat, and her expression froze. Teacher, are you all right? Su Feng inquired with a puzzled gaze directed at Bibi Dong. What should I, as your mentor, say in this situation? Upon casting a glance at Su reciprocated the gaze towards Bai, resulting in a silent confrontation between the two, their large eyes locked in a mutual stare. How exceedingly awkward. Bai, feeling the tension, quietly closed her eyes. Suddenly, a formidable surge of psychic energy emanated from the Holy Maiden's palace, freezing everything in the room, including Su Feng, whose expression was captured in a moment of stillness. A chilling and eerie laughter, akin to the cries of an infant, echoed through the air as the diminutive yet sinister figure of Blood-Eye materialized. As always, she was barefoot, adorned in a seemingly tattered yet profoundly ancient black robe. Her presence was invariably accompanied by a chilling and enigmatic black mist, particularly accentuated by her blood-red demonic eyes, which ensnared the soul. Having witnessed the offerings to Blood-Eye before, one could only feel an overwhelming sense of dread. As Bibi Dong prepared to pay her respects, Blood-Eye summoned a surge of dark divine power to elevate her. As the inheritor of the Rakshasa legacy, congratulations on passing the first trial, Blood-Eyes remarked, a smile gracing her lips as she gazed at Bibi Dong. However, her tone shifted, becoming resolute as she continued, you must remember that in this world, no one is entitled to receive your courtesy, not even myself. You must understand that as the Rakshasa inheritor, you represent not only yourself, but also the Rakshasa deity. Do you comprehend? The weight of her final words seemed to awaken something within Bibi Dong. I understand, senior, she replied, her voice merely a response. Yet she gained a profound realization of the significance of her inheritance. Perhaps, she mused, she ought not to have shown such deference to Qian Xunji today. After all, her disciple had once remarked that the Rakshasa deity was among the most proud of the 18 supreme gods of the divine realm, intolerant of anyone standing above her, particularly since the Qian family was aligned with the opposing angel lineage. Naturally, The Rakshasa deity would not permit her inheritor to be overshadowed by the angel bloodline. Now that you have completed the first trial of the Rakshasa deity, it is time for you to receive the deity's reward. With a delicate gesture from Blood Eyes, a stream of luminous energy surged into Bibi Dong's being. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, Bibi Dong ascended 3 levels, achieving the remarkable soul power of level 87. Simultaneously, her Death Spider Emperor mark manifested, revealing all the soul rings she had previously absorbed. Gradually, the colors of these soul rings deepened, regardless of whether they were yellow or purple, ultimately transforming into a profound black. This signified the divine bestowal of soul power and the longevity of her soul rings. Bibi Dong's face was etched with astonishment. She had never encountered such a situation before. Indeed, could this be the power of the divine? It had elevated her by 3 levels in an instant and enhanced the lifespan of all the soul rings of the Death Spider Emperor by an astonishing 10,000 years, elevating them all to the level of black soul rings. A radiant smile blossomed upon Bibi Dong's delicate visage, yet she remained unperturbed, quickly regaining her composure. She had anticipated this reward during her time in the Rakshasa demon domain with Xiaogang, having subtly gleaned its nature through her astute inquiries. Thus, the receipt of this reward came as no surprise to her. However, Blood Eye, who had been observing Bibi Dong closely, was taken aback. She had not expected Bibi Dong to achieve consecutive breakthroughs of 3 levels and receive a reward enhancing her soul rings by 10,000 years, all while maintaining such tranquility. This composure surpassed her own when she first received the Rakshasa goddess reward. With a dual supreme dark martial soul, Bibi Dong's innate talent was evidently remarkable. Her ability to seize the Rakshasa demon scythe before confronting Qian Xunji and to methodically complete the Rakshasa goddess trials showcased her intelligence. Facing divine rewards for the first time without a ripple of disturbance revealed her fortitude. Blood Eye regarded the inheritor before her, a rare satisfaction flickering in her crimson eyes, and subsequently offered her appraisal. Talent, wisdom, and temperament, truly commendable. No wonder you are favored by the esteemed Rakshasa god. Yet, unbeknownst to Blood Eye, Bibi Dong's thoughts were occupied with Xiaogang. My dear disciple, you are truly my little lucky star. You always illuminate the correct path when I am in need. Your kindness shall not go unrewarded. I shall protect you diligently in the future, even if you were to become utterly indolent. You are my treasure. At that moment, Bibi Dong longed to embrace her precious disciple and shower him with affection, but with Blood Eye's presence still lingering, she resolved to wait for a more suitable moment. Now, I once again represent the Rakshasa god to bestow upon you your second divine trial, to absorb 200,000-year soul rings. The deadline for this task is 3 years. You must complete it within this time frame. Failure to do so will result in your permanent disqualification from the Rakshasa goddess inheritance and a lifelong curse, preventing any further ascension to godhood. As Blood Eye spoke, her figure gradually became ethereal until she vanished completely, restoring the Saintess Palace to its normal state. 3 years. 200,000 years. Bibi Dong softly murmured a few words, and the joy of her recent breakthrough was swiftly extinguished by a wave of apprehension. Her understanding of 10,000-year soul beasts largely stemmed from literary sources, such as the Azure Sky Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. However, her practical experience was virtually non-existent. She had never even encountered a soul beast of such magnitude. Moreover, according to the texts, 10,000-year soul beasts are fundamentally interconnected. Should one be attacked, the others would swiftly come to its aid, rendering human attempts to hunt them nearly impossible. Presently, she was merely at the Douluo level, her strength woefully inadequate, and without a single trustworthy Title Douluo at her side, the prospect of hunting a 10,000-year soul beast seemed insurmountable. Phew, that individual has finally departed. Though I am not under the control of the Blood Eyes, I still had to feign being immobilized. How exhausting. Alas, it is all for the sake of maintaining a low profile, so I shall refrain from recording the Blood Eyes in my ledger. Did my treasure not fall under the control of the Blood Eyes just now? Bibi Dong was somewhat taken aback, but she quickly comprehended the situation. Her dear Bower possessed an abundance of peculiarities, with an array of auxiliary tools at her disposal and prophecies that proved unfailingly accurate. The notion of an immunity to the blood pupils seemed rather easy to accept. Bower, dear teacher, what do you wish to do? Upon noticing Bibi Dong gazing at her with a gentle expression, Su Feng's delicate form trembled, a sense of foreboding washing over her. My dear Bower, did you not express a desire for a maidservant? It seemed the disciple had indeed mentioned it. Tonight, I shall fulfill your wish. Ah, wait. Su Feng was rendered speechless. That cannot be. Nana is merely 2 years old and has yet to develop properly. Where will the teacher find a beautiful young lady for her? Do not fret, dear. Just wait patiently in bed, and the beautiful young lady you desire shall soon arrive. Noticing Su Feng's confusion, Bibi Dong smirked and offered a brief explanation before making her way toward the bathroom. Realizing the bath chamber lacked a lock, Bibi Dong turned back with a playful admonition. I shall take a bath first, and you must not peek. Otherwise, I shall not let you off easily. Panic surged within Su Feng. The teacher's demeanor suggested that tonight she would be subjected to something quite overwhelming. The mention of a beautiful young lady was clearly a ruse to placate her disciple. This cannot be. It seems I must refrain from ever mentioning any young ladies again. It is truly perilous. Hearing Su Feng's words, Bibi Dong could not suppress her laughter and playfully chided. You are blissfully unaware of your fortune. Yet you believe I am taking advantage of you. Truly, a foolish disciple lacking in discernment. With that, Bibi Dong donned a loose, lightweight nightgown and gracefully entered the bathroom. Bibi Dong did not possess the multitude of thoughts that Su Feng imagined. Her mention of a beautiful young lady was merely an idea. Contemplating that she could momentarily set aside her role as a teacher to impersonate a lovely maiden and amuse her dear bower. After all, Su Feng's desire for a young lady was solely for the sake of leisure. Her masquerade would not be an issue, serving merely to tend to her naive bower. Is there a problem with that? Absolutely not. Perhaps, should her dear bower be delighted, she might divulge the whereabouts of a 100,000-year-old beast and even provide a comprehensive plan for its capture. How splendid would that be? Ultimately, whether her mentor could successfully acquire 200,000-year-soul rings within 3 years relied entirely on her, dear bower. At that moment, Bibi Dong's mind was consumed by this singular thought, quite innocent, albeit perhaps not entirely so. Perhaps she harbored a desire to take advantage of her dear bower. In the renowned Spirit Hall, which encompasses the Spirit Main Hall, the Douluo Hall, and the Elder Hall, the Spirit Main Hall and Elder Hall are the core of power, constituting the most critical components of the Spirit Hall's combat strength. While the Douluo Hall serves as a resting place for the deceased Title Douluo, a hall of honor recognized by every soul master. Presently, within the grand chamber of the Douluo Hall, a voice echoed, Father, save me, as Qian Xunji staggered towards the chamber, clutching his chest. Yet, before he could fully enter, he abruptly expelled a mouthful of blood, dark and viscous, as if tainted by malevolent forces. The droplets that fell to the ground emitted a faint hissing sound. Suddenly, an elderly figure clad in white, with pale hair and half of a golden mask, appeared, the most formidable being of the Spirit Hall, the 99th level limit Douluo, Qian Douluo. In a flash, Qian Douluo vanished and reappeared beside Qian Xunji, his brow furrowed with concern as he inquired, What has transpired? In that moment, Qian Douluo could distinctly sense the remnants of an exceedingly dark and sinister force within Qian Xunji's body, a power specifically designed to counter his angel clan. Father, the situation is thus. Qian Xunji, enduring excruciating pain, attempted to explain, yet the insidious force within him surged once more, conjuring peculiar and troubling memories in his mind. The scene unfolded within the Pope's palace, where Qian Xunji burst through the door, only to be met with a bewildering chaos that was both frenetic and indescribable. Yet, it was vital to acknowledge that among those fragmented memories were shadows of Qian Douluo, alongside his woman. Father, how could this be? At that moment, Qian Xunji was engulfed by the memories, believing them to be reality, his face flushed with an intense crimson. Why would you treat me this way? Qian Xunji suddenly shouted fiercely at Qian Douluo, unable to fathom that his most respected father had secretly engaged in such an act. How could he possibly betray him? You made me wear a green hat. Why have you treated me this way? Qian Xunji roared again, his eyes turning a fiery crimson. What do you mean? Qian Douluo, oblivious to the situation, merely frowned at Qian Xunji. What are you trying to say? How skilled you are at feigning ignorance. What do you mean? Upon witnessing Qian Douluo's continued pretense, Qian Xunji's face twisted into a cold smile laced with self-mockery. Not long ago, you secretly infiltrated my quarters and violated my woman. I saw everything, so what are you pretending for? You ungrateful wretch, do you even comprehend what you were saying? The moment Qian Xunji finished speaking, Qian Douluo's expression darkened. Of course, I know what I am saying. You old fool, behind my back. You are playing with my woman. Slap. Qian Xunji attempted to continue, but Qian Douluo could no longer contain himself and struck him, sending Qian Xunji into a dizzying spin before crashing to the ground. Buzz. Qian Douluo scrutinized Qian Xunji closely and discerned the unusual dark force within him. Subsequently, he summoned his six-winged angel martial soul, and a brilliant golden light enveloped Qian Xunji instantly. Zing, zing, zing. The sharp sound of an explosion echoed, and Qian Douluo's brow furrowed deeply. He discovered that the dark force within Qian Xunji was far from ordinary. It was profoundly sinister and pure, as if infused by a divine artifact. If it were not for the divine artifact's infusion, this dark power would not be so difficult to dispel. After a considerable time, Qian Xunji finally regained his composure. Father. Qian Xunji seemed to realize the folly of his earlier actions and fell to his knees with a thud. Enough. Now, recount the events that transpired. Yes. Qian Xunji obediently detailed his encounter with Bibi Dong, describing the enormous sides shrouded in strange black mist with utmost clarity. Bibi Dong, could it be that she has acquired the Rakshasa demon scythe? Qian Douluo fell into contemplation, a look of disbelief flashing across his face. If that were the case, it would pose a considerable threat to our angel lineage. Qian Douluo's expression turned grave. As the high priest of the angel god, he understood better than anyone that the powers of the angel god and the Rakshasa god were fundamentally antagonistic. Should they clash, one would either perish or both would be annihilated. It appears I must eliminate that girl. Father, are you planning to kill my disciple? She has already obtained the Rakshasa inheritance, and we, the angel lineage, cannot tolerate the emergence of such an adversary. As her father, I must eliminate her. A glimmer of golden light flickered in Qian Douluo's eyes, and a palpable sense of murderous intent rendered the entire space seemingly frozen. However, Qian Xunji hesitated for a moment before speaking. Bibi Dong possesses a supreme, twin martial soul. She is the most extraordinary genius the Spirit Hall has seen in a century, and the current saintess of the Spirit Hall. Are we truly prepared to take her life? Bibi Dong, having grown up within the Spirit Hall, has finally blossomed into a saintess, groomed to become his successor. Most importantly, she has developed into a figure of exquisite beauty, revered by the soul masters of the entire spirit city as the most enchanting woman. Her skin, as immaculate as snow. Her delicate and slender waist, her long, perfectly shaped legs, and the alluring curves of her figure all embody purity and sanctity, devoid of any blemish. Yet, he has never had the opportunity to savor her essence, nor even to gaze upon her or touch her. What weighs heavily on his mind is that should he unite with the extraordinarily gifted Bibi Dong, they might bequeath descendants of even purer lineage, truly inheriting the legacy of the angel god, thus justifying the years he has devoted to nurturing her. Contemplating this, how could Qian Xunji possibly acquiesce? Gathering his courage, he implored, Father, I beseech you to reconsider and spare Dong-He's life. Foolish child, Qian Douluo retorted, casting a scornful glance at Qian Xunji. Have I not made myself sufficiently clear? Bibi Dong has now embraced the inheritance of the Rakshasa god, standing in stark opposition to our angel lineage. She must be eliminated. Do you comprehend this? Seeing Qian Xunji fall silent, yet still visibly reluctant, Qian Douluo seethed with frustration and added, Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your thoughts. You must understand that in the face of the glorious mission of the angel clan, any personal sentiments are to be forsaken, even at the cost of one's life. Do you grasp this? Without waiting for a response, Qian Douluo strode past him. Father, I know with your prowess you could obliterate the Rakshasa inheritance, yet that would also destroy everything about Dong-He. I implore you, if it is within your power, grant her a chance at life. I have awaited this day for over a decade and refuse to relinquish my hopes so easily. Surely you too wish to witness the emergence of a descendant capable of awakening the divine test for our angel clan? As Qian Douluo prepared to depart, Qian Xunji could no longer contain himself. This time, his words were stark and unembellished. He was determined to unite with Bibi Dong, to conceive a child with her. Even if Bibi Dong were to lose her powers and become an ordinary person, he still wished to try, for her previous talents hinted at the possibility of success. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. I shall assess the situation as it unfolds, Qian Douluo murmured, though inwardly he began to deliberate. Indeed, Bibi Dong was the most gifted woman he had encountered in a century, and her striking beauty was undeniable. It was no wonder his son was reluctant to let go. Alas, To conceive a child who could withstand the might of the angel god was not a feat achievable by a woman stripped of her soul power. A Douluo with depleted abilities could hardly bear a fraction of your strength. At the very least, she would need to be of equal caliber to you. In a sudden moment, Qian Douluo inexplicably recalled an exquisite silhouette, akin to a graceful fairy dancing upon the ocean waves, breathtakingly beautiful and immensely powerful, to the extent that even he could not contend with her. In that era, he bore a striking resemblance to the current Qian Xunji, filled with an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction. Cursed be Tang Chun, that meddlesome scoundrel. Had it not been for him, I would have succeeded back then. If I could have possessed that woman, Poseidon, I would not have worried about begetting a child capable of inheriting angelic powers. Alas, all blame lies with that rogue Tang Chun. Qian Douluo dared not dwell further on such thoughts, lest he feel compelled to confront that old dog Tang Chun, who had audaciously stolen the woman he desired. Of course, should he find him, he would likely be met with a thorough beating. He preferred to dismiss the notion entirely. Unfilial son, reflect wisely in my absence and cease to create further chaos, he admonished Qian Xunji before vanishing in a flash. When he reappeared, Qian Douluo found himself hovering above the saintess's chamber, unleashing his six-winged angel martial soul, his six wings unfurling like a veil obscuring the sun. Let me investigate what you have concealed, he mused, narrowing his golden eyes as he gently pushed forth a formidable surge of angelic power, ready to establish a barrier to prevent Bibi Dong's escape. Yet, unexpectedly, the force he exerted was met with an even stronger mental energy that thwarted his advance. What? What is happening? Who is orchestrating this? Qian Douluo surveyed his surroundings, his expression grave. Since ascending to the rank of Limit Douluo, he had never encountered such an enigmatic situation. It was astonishing that someone could silently dissipate his power. Ha ha, the lapdog of the angel god, what brings you here? A chilling, eerie infantile wail resonated through the air, a haunting sound that sent shivers down his spine, yet curiously, there was no visible source for the voice. The spectacle left Qian Douluo momentarily stunned. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, feeling only a slight unease, instinctively tightening his resolve. Feigning divinity, are we? He scoffed. Angel domain. Qian Douluo quickly regained his composure, his thought shifting as a golden ripple emanated from him, instantaneously forming an angelic domain spanning at least 1,000 meters. This was the innate domain of the six-winged angel. Within this realm, he stood as the absolute sovereign, confident that the hidden presence would soon reveal itself. Indeed, as anticipated, the moment the angel domain was enacted, a girl clad in tattered, ancient black garments materialized within the sphere. Could it be that you were the offering to the Rakshasa god? Qian Douluo fixated intently on the girl clad in black, sensing a force emanating from her that stood in stark contrast to his own, yet appeared significantly more formidable beneath the cloak of night. The chilling laughter of Blood-Eye echoed, devoid of any reply. Suddenly, it became evident that the expanse of Qian Douluo's angelic domain was rapidly contracting, particularly around the location of Blood-Eye, who seemed to vanish instantaneously into the enveloping darkness. Damn it, it's nighttime. Her powers must be amplified. For she could not so easily breach my domain otherwise, Qian Douluo thought, his expression growing increasingly grave. He demanded, what on earth do you intend to do? Once more. The air resonated with that eerily cold, infantile laughter, a sound that appeared to emanate from all directions, yet offered no visible or tangible presence, instilling a profound sense of dread. Listen well, servant of the angelic god, Blood-Eye's voice emerged, still shrouded in mystery, delivering a grave warning. If the one I have chosen meets their demise by your hand, I shall ensure the obliteration of your entire clan. As her words faded, the darkness lifted, and Qian Douluo's angelic domain reclaimed its dominion over a radius of 1,000 meters. Yet, rather than warmth, he felt an unsettling chill, a harbinger of impending doom. This individual is truly terrifying, he inhaled deeply, casting a glance at the Holy Maiden's palace below. He harbored absolute confidence that, even if the Rakshasa deity intervened, he could annihilate everyone within that palace in the blink of an eye. After all, the residual energy from a Limit Douluo's battle could effortlessly shatter the spirits of two Title Douluos. Yet, he refrained from acting, as articulated by his adversary. Should he dare to strike, the Qian family would face annihilation. He possessed no assurance of being able to thwart this harbinger of death, cloaked in night. It seemed that the fate of Bibi Dong rested solely in the hands of Xunji. With a whispered thought, Qian Douluo's figure vanished. Humph, you possess some sense. Blood, I mused silently, her icy countenance gradually returning to an expressionless state as she observed Qian Douluo's departure. Bibi Dong, the disciple who most closely embodies the legacy of the Rakshasa, has far surpassed her expectations in terms of talent, disposition, and intellect. She cannot tolerate, nor will she permit, any interference from the worship of other deities in Bibi Dong's inheritance. Of course, if Bibi Dong were to fall victim to other circumstances, such as the machinations of Qian Xunji, she would have no words to say, only lamenting that Bibi Dong's fortune and strength were insufficient for her to attain divinity. At this moment, within the sacred maiden's palace below, everything remains as it should be. Bibi Dong and Su Feng were utterly oblivious to the extraordinary confrontation that had just transpired above this palace. My dear, are you not already eager to experience the warmth of your master's embrace? Having just emerged from her bath, Bibi Dong donned a delicate sheer gown. She felt that holding little Xiaogang in her arms would allow her to fully appreciate the softness of Xiaogang's tender skin, whose exquisite texture promised a comforting embrace during slumber. Yet Xiaogang paid no heed to Bibi Dong. I truly cannot contain my impatience. I beseech you to allow me to wait indefinitely. Accustomed to the slight disdain expressed by her beloved, Bibi Dong chose to disregard it, and then reclined beside little Xiaogang. My dear, for my sake, oh no. Bibi Dong recalled her intention to play the role of a charming young lady and quickly amended her words, saying, Little brother, how about I give you a massage? As long as the young lady is happy. Su Feng also played along, though his heart brimmed with sarcasm. A massage? How audacious to disguise such intentions with such lofty words. I have never encountered anyone so brazen. Alas, since resistance is futile, I might as well indulge in it. Bibi Dong was filled with secret delight as she embarked on her service. Yet, she lamented the shyness of her cherished one, who preferred to sleep clothed, maintaining a certain distance and denying her the opportunity for intimate contact. Nevertheless, it mattered little. The fact that her beloved did not push her away and even permitted her to embrace her while sleeping was already a source of great satisfaction. Having taken this initial step of closeness, how far could it be to the moment of unveiling her garments? Bibi Dong harbored a mischievous smile within, her delicate hands beginning to act with a certain disobedience. As long as I do not feel shy, it is my disciple who should feel the embarrassment. The following morning, in the serene chamber of the saintess, as the gentle breeze still lulled the world into slumber, Bibi Dong swiftly donned a modest palace gown and began her affectionate ministrations towards the slumbering Su Feng. Wake up, lazy disciple. Please, teacher, spare me the antics. Su Feng instinctively wiped his face, which bore no trace of drool, then turned over, continuing his repose. Humph, little rascal. You promised me yesterday that you would strive diligently henceforth, but I have not yet rested enough. One must recuperate to possess the vigor to exert oneself. Is that not so? Su Feng retorted earnestly, mentally rolling his eyes at the absurdity. Striving? What nonsense! I merely jested with you yesterday, yet you took it to heart. Tell me, are you not foolish? Bibi Dong's countenance darkened, her displeasure evident. From this day forth, you shall be responsible for guiding your junior sister in her cultivation. You cannot continue in this slothful manner. You must set an example for her, do you understand? Without awaiting a response from her cherished disciple, she enveloped him in her embrace, placing him in the most tender and comfortable position. Su Feng's body stiffened, his hands at a loss for where to settle. Despite the frequency with which Bibi Dong held him, he could not shake the feeling of embarrassment, caught in a limbo of indecision. Indeed, as long as the teacher remained unperturbed, it was her beloved disciple who would feel the shyness. Bibi Dong, noticing Su Feng's expression, felt a surge of pride. Though you outwardly respect your teacher, internally you deem me foolish. Such a contradiction. Let us see how you fare now. Perhaps having discovered a means to keep her beloved disciple in check, Bibi Dong grew bolder, her smile playing with mischief as she regarded Su Feng. My dear, having followed me for so long, why do you still exhibit such laziness? You resemble a newly born infant, reluctant to move even a finger. How would I know? Could it be that you are still weaning? With this teasing remark, Bibi Dong's lips curled into a playful smirk. In an instant, Su Feng was rendered utterly immobile, his mind erupting with a cacophony of disbelief. What did I just hear? Is the teacher suggesting she would feed me? Am I losing my mind? How could a teacher utter such words without a shred of shame? I must have misheard. It cannot possibly be true. With a heart full of silent grievances, Su Feng's delicate face began to flush, gradually revealing a faint rosy hue. At first glance, he appeared less like a boy and more akin to a bashful, endearing young girl. Upon hearing Su Feng's inner thoughts and witnessing his reaction, Bibi Dong could not suppress a chuckle. Feeling a surge of triumph within, it seems this tactic is indeed effective. Seizing the moment, Bibi Dong pressed on with a smile. My dear, I have decided that you shall guide Nana in her training from now on. Do you have any objections? Is that really feasible? Su Feng hastily sought an excuse to decline upon hearing of the task. I have trained for 8 years and have yet to break through level 20 with my talents. I certainly cannot guide Nana. Very well, I will compromise. You need not instruct Nana directly. Instead, you will oversee her training. Surely, this is acceptable? She teased. Are you truly so inclined toward laziness that you would refuse even this request? Bibi Dong was not surprised that Xiao Shufeng would evade her request. Her earlier demand was never intended to be taken seriously. It was merely a strategic maneuver to create an opportunity for a tactical retreat. However, Xiao Shufeng was not one to be easily swayed. He resolutely countered her assertion, stating, Teacher, your words are misguided. I do not seek to shirk responsibility. Rather, I believe that for one to oversee another, the former must possess qualities that inspire the latter's confidence. Regrettably, I feel I lack such attributes. To impose supervision upon Nana's training would likely yield the opposite effect, inciting her resistance. If she were to falter and lose her way, the consequences could be dire. A life extinguished is a grave matter indeed. Expecting me to toil is a fanciful notion, even with my recent ascension to Soul Sage. I shall not comply. Not even the mightiest of deities could sway me from my desire for leisure. I have an abundance of excuses at my disposal. So do your best. Ah, you little rascal, so certain that I am incapable of handling you. Are you? Bibi Dong felt a surge of indignation at Xiao Shufeng's words. Realizing that persuading her precious disciple to undertake a task required a cunning approach. As a teacher, I have clearly failed in my duties. With these thoughts in mind, she resolved not to engage in further banter with Xiao Shufeng. Steeling herself, she pressed his head firmly against her chest, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. It appears my dear disciple is woefully unaware of the burdens I bear in guiding our junior sister. Must I truly provide you with nourishment to instill some understanding in you? You little rascal, do you truly lack the ability to empathize with your teacher's hardships? Are you suggesting that I must nurse you? Teacher, I apologize. Seeing Xiao Shufeng's face redden and his body flush with warmth, Bibi Dong understood that this little rogue was now thoroughly embarrassed. She quickly adopted a more authoritative demeanor and declared, I shall ask you once more. Will you go, or will you not? After regaining his composure, Xiao Shufeng promptly nodded. Very well, I shall agree to supervise Nana's training diligently from now on. Now, that is more like it. Bibi Dong smiled gently, readjusting her hold on Xiao Shufeng, allowing him to rest his head upon her shoulder. In truth, she too felt a twinge of embarrassment and shyness moments ago. However, she was willing to set aside her personal feelings for the greater good. Bibi Dong remained composed. She did not blush, nor did she display any signs of shyness. The entire process unfolded naturally and seamlessly, which allowed her to firmly subdue Xiao Su Feng. Moments later, Bibi Dong escorted Xiao Su Feng to the courtyard where Hulaina resided, assigning her the training tasks for the day before taking her leave. However, Bibi Dong did not truly depart. She concealed herself in the shadows, eager to observe whether her precious disciple would reveal her abilities. After all, the disciple had repeatedly asserted her soul sage prowess, yet Bibi Dong had never witnessed it firsthand. Senior brother. At that moment, Laina glanced at Su, who returned her gaze. The former's eyes sparkled with curiosity, exuding a captivating clarity, while the latter appeared as though he had not slept in days, his eyes resembling those of a lifeless fish. Will you teach me how to cultivate in the future? Of course. Thank you, senior brother. Not at all. Initially thrilled by her senior brother's prompt agreement, Hulaina was taken aback by his sudden addition. Cultivation is quite arduous, and I do not wish to see you toil so hard. Therefore, I intend to teach you something far more significant. Senior brother, what do you wish to teach me? Hulaina inquired, her curiosity piqued. Today, I shall instruct you on how to cultivate your mind and spirit. With that, Su Feng retrieved a set of leisurely equipment from his soul guide, a chair, a table, and an array of delectable food. He reclined comfortably in the chair. Laina, observe carefully. Su Feng plucked a crystalline grape from the basket on the table, savoring its flavor before solemnly declaring, what you need to do is feed me a crystal grape every minute. If you succeed, You will attain the first realm of mind and spirit cultivation. Oh, Hulaina did not fully comprehend but felt that her senior brother's words were profoundly wise. She nodded gently and knelt beside Su Feng, earnestly counting the seconds in the most straightforward manner, 1 second at a time. However, it was not long before her attention wavered. For the table before Su Feng overflowed with tempting delicacies, and she yearned to sneak a taste. The crystal grape, glistening and translucent, appeared delightfully sweet. Then there was a package labeled VIP version of Wei long spicy strips, with its fiery red strips arranged neatly, each glistening with a tantalizing sheen, exuding irresistible allure. Although she had no idea what type of dragon Wei long referred to or which soul beast had inspired such a delicacy, the packaging alone suggested an exquisite flavor. Slurp. Hulaina felt her mouth water. No, senior brother never said I could have any. I cannot take it. She maintained a stern expression. Slurp. But I truly want to eat it. Hulaina is, after all, but a child. Faced with the allure of curiosity, she cannot resist the impulse to explore, to the extent that she loses track of time. Where are my grapes? After a minute had passed, Su Feng glanced at Hulaina again, only to find that not only had she failed to adhere to his instructions, but she was also fixated on his snacks, her expression betraying her hunger. It seems that nurturing Hulaina into a devoted maid would not be a matter of mere days. Su Feng forced a bitter smile and gestured for her to help herself to the food on the table. Only after Hulaina had satisfied her hunger did he resume instructing her on how to become a devoted little sister who understands the art of serving her elder brother. The day swiftly passed. Hulaina realized, to her astonishment, that she had acquired a wealth of skills, such as shoulder massage, leg patting, temple rubbing, and the timely feeding of fruit to her brother. Her elder brother had mentioned that practicing these tasks would be beneficial for her future cultivation. Hulaina believed this wholeheartedly. For after just 1 day of practice, she had begun to feel a transformative sensation within herself. Of course, she remained unaware that this profound change in her body was primarily due to the celestial fruits Su Feng had provided her, a reward from the system of numerous basic celestial items, and had little to do with her so-called practice. Nana, Su Feng remarked as he glanced at the sky and noted the late hour. He fixed a serious gaze upon Hulaina and said, Soon, the teacher will come to fetch your elder brother. When that happens, you must behave in this manner. He emphasized several times before adding, Whether I can stay tonight hinges upon you. Nana, do you understand? Rest assured, elder brother. Nana promises to fulfill the task, she replied, her small face brimming with earnestness. Indeed, Su Feng intended to stage a performance with Hulaina, seeking ample justification to remain in her company. Although Nana had yet to develop the skills of a charming young lady, given the current circumstances, she had already demonstrated a rudimentary ability to serve. Su Feng felt that staying would be quite advantageous, particularly as it spared him from the torment of that demonic teacher later that night. How did you two little ones fare in your training today? Did you slack off? As expected, it wasn't long before Bibi Dong entered from the courtyard, as if she had just arrived. In truth, she had been observing Su Feng and Hulaina throughout the day and was fully aware of Su Feng's intentions. Greetings, teacher, they both said in unison upon her arrival. Today, Nana trained with great diligence and successfully completed all the tasks you assigned. You may inquire with her. Is that so? Bibi Dong replied. Indeed, Nana has completed everything. Good, very well. Observing Su Feng and Hulaina harmoniously engaged in their duet, Bibi Dong could not help but smile with satisfaction. Yet, perhaps only she was aware of her overwhelming desire to administer a stern lesson to the young Su Feng. You little rascal, she thought, I have witnessed your antics today. You two are clearly slacking off, and you dare to deceive me alongside Laina. Alas, the very concern she dreaded, that Laina would be led astray and become indolent under Su Feng's influence, had indeed come to pass. Though her heart was heavy with sorrow, Bibi Dong knew she must not reveal her feelings. Otherwise, her secret observation would be exposed. Thus, knowing Su Feng's intentions, Bibi Dong casually inquired, having worked hard throughout the day, it is time for you to rest. What are your plans? Teacher, Laina has many uncertainties she wishes to discuss with her senior brother. May I request that he stays with me? Laina, having prearranged this moment, immediately stepped forward, though she dared not meet Bibi Dong's gaze. You have many uncertainties? Bibi Dong feigned surprise, then smiled gently. Could you share them with me? I would be delighted to assist you. Hulaina's expression froze, her entire demeanor turning blank. What do I not understand? It seems the senior brother has not taught me anything. How should I respond? Confounded, she cast a pleading glance towards Su Feng, clearing his throat. Su Feng had not anticipated that his plans for an overnight stay would unravel so swiftly. He quickly intervened, saying, "There is no need to trouble the teacher. In truth, I am already aware of Lyena's questions and am prepared to guide her myself. With your permission, of course." "Is that so?" Bibi Dong furrowed her brows, secretly pondering. This lazy disciple, when he takes things seriously, proves to be quite formidable. I genuinely feel embarrassed to forcibly take him back. The thought of not being able to indulge in my teachings tonight left an inexplicable void in her heart, as if something essential was missing. "Master, I implore you, let my senior brother stay," Lyena, fearing Bibi Dong's disapproval, suddenly infused her plea with a touch of theatrics. Her face radiated a blend of charm, sweetness, and a hint of grievance, prompting Su Feng beside her to involuntarily commend her. "You are truly remarkable." Reluctantly, Bibi Dong acquiesced. Su Feng, naturally, breathed a sigh of relief, finally liberated from this tormentor. However, when he heard Bibi Dong's subsequent statement, he was left in utter disbelief. "Fortunately, both of you are here. And after a day of training, you're both rather dirty. I shall prepare to assist you in cleansing." Boom. Thunderous sounds erupted. A single utterance from Bibi Dong struck Su Feng like a bolt of thunder, leaving him momentarily stunned. Were he to forego bathing, perhaps Bibi Dong might harbor a modicum of disdain for him. However, once he cleansed himself and emerged fragrant, he would be left with no respite from the torment of the malevolent teacher. The most disconcerting aspect was that, previously, being scrutinized by Bibi Dong alone was sufficiently embarrassing. But now, with Lyena also present, he feared the worst. What if this girl, lacking in decorum, suddenly posed a question? "Senior brother, why is it that we are different here?" In an instant, Su Feng felt his composure teetering on the brink of collapse. Ah, how delightful it was to be entirely unclothed and to bathe. Lyena, brimming with excitement, even took the initiative to grasp Bibi Dong's hand. "Senior brother, are you not happy?" she inquired with a playful smile. With a fleeting glance exchanged between Na and Su subsequently closed his eyes. A soft chuckle ensued. Bibi Dong could not help but chuckle. She delighted in witnessing the bashful demeanor of little Su Feng, for in those moments, he appeared even more endearing. Naturally, Bibi Dong's decision to allow Su Feng to remain was not solely due to a lack of alternatives. Rather, it stemmed from her desire for him to genuinely assist Nana. With the multitude of secrets that Su Feng harbored, even the most trivial of items he possessed could be considered treasures. Bibi Dong possessed an instinctive premonition that Su Feng undoubtedly had suitable cultivation methods to assist Nana, yet he was simply too indolent to impart them. Thus, she resolved to allow the two of them to reside together, convinced that he could not persist in concealing his knowledge indefinitely. The following day, within the grand hall of the Pope addressed them. "I am uncertain of your purpose in summoning us," said Yuguan and Gue Mei, as they approached the central dais and respectfully bowed to the esteemed Qian Xunji. "I have two matters that require your attention," Qian Xunji declared. Upon hearing this, Yuguan and Gue Mei bowed once more, with Yuguan responding in a clear voice, "Your Holiness, please issue your command. I shall exert every effort to alleviate your concerns." Gue Mei promptly echoed, "Please, Your Holiness, instruct us." Having only recently ascended to the rank of elders within the Spirit Hall, they were among the least experienced. However, due to their ability to perform the martial soul fusion technique, their status among the elders was notably elevated. They aspired to solidify this standing by contributing more to the Spirit Hall and, by extension, to the Pope himself. With notable contributions and the Pope's backing, they believed that no one would dare to gossip behind their backs. "Yuguan, from this day forth, you are tasked with monitoring the two children brought back by Bibi Dong. Should you detect any irregularities, you are to inform me immediately," the Pope commanded. "Yes, Your Holiness," Yuguan replied. "Additionally, I require you to investigate the whereabouts of Bibi Dong's eldest disciple, Su Feng, who has reportedly vanished in recent days. Uncover the truth of this matter," Qian Xunji continued. "Understood, Your Holiness," Yuguan affirmed. Qian Xunji quickly assigned tasks to Yuguan before turning his attention to Gue Mei, whose demeanor grew noticeably somber. "Gue Mei," he called. "Present, Your Holiness." Gue Mei responded. Seated on the throne, Qian Xunji, despite not unleashing any soul power or displaying anger, cast a heavy atmosphere over the hall, rendering the air particularly oppressive. "What is your command, Your Holiness?" Gue Mei dared not meet his gaze, instead whispering his inquiry. "Among the elders, your martial soul is most adept at concealment. I require you to discreetly observe Bibi Dong, reporting to me daily on her actions, ensuring that she remains unaware of your surveillance. The gravity of the last directive was palpable, for Qian Xunji understood that since Bibi Dong had embraced the legacy of the Rakshasa god, her strength would be formidable under the cover of night. Even Gui Mei, as the master of stealth, risked being discovered, which would only heighten Bibi Dong's wariness towards him. Understood. I shall comply, Gui Mei replied, feeling an overwhelming sense of suffocation. He could not comprehend why such a simple task necessitated such a weighty atmosphere. Curse it all. Were it not for the necessity of earning a living, why would I bow so low before you? Gui Mei internally grumbled, yet he maintained a facade of utmost reverence, saying, Yes, your holiness. Enough, you may withdraw. The Pope concluded, Indeed, your holiness. The spectre, Yueguan, swiftly departed from the grand hall. Bibi Dong, you belong to me. Do not entertain notions of escaping from my grasp. Qian Xunji spread his fingers, resembling claws, a fierce and even sinister expression manifesting upon his visage. In truth, had Qian Xunji merely desired Bibi Dong's corporeal form, he could have effortlessly summoned several Title Douluos to confront her. A single Douluo, even one endowed with the legacy of the Rakshasa, could not withstand the onslaught of many. However, he refrained from such an approach. For Qian Xunji sought not solely Bibi Dong's body, but also her heart. He yearned to utterly subjugate this woman. Before embarking on that conquest, he wished to ascertain the reasons behind the sudden deterioration of Bibi Dong's sentiments towards him, so he might address the matter appropriately. Naturally, Qian Xunji had also prepared for the worst-case scenario, that his plans for progeny had reached Bibi Dong's ears, which could elucidate her frosty demeanor. In light of this situation, he devised a contingency plan to capture the individual Bibi Dong cherished most as leverage. If his intuition served him right, that person would be her disciple. When the moment arrived, he could simply have Yueguan intervene, ensuring Bibi Dong's compliance with his commands. Bibi Dong, if your coldness towards me stems from your awareness of my intentions, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. A sinister smile graced Qian Xunji's face, exuding an air of masterful control. In this moment, he even felt a sense of relief, grateful that Title Douluo was ensnared by the worship of the Rakshasa, preventing him from eliminating Bibi Dong. Thus, he was afforded the opportunity to claim her. The mere thought of her flawless and breathtaking countenance, her enchanting form, and the mysteries that lay within her untouched realms stirred a greedy anticipation within Qian Xunji. Meanwhile, in a certain chamber, sunlight penetrated the gauzy curtains, illuminating the faces of two children. Miss Nana, young Master Feng, it is time to rise. Two maidservants entered, one carrying a set of toiletries. Upon hearing the call, Hulaina naturally stirred, nudging Feng, Brother, it's time to wake up. No response. A second push followed. Brother, you should get up to teach me how to cultivate. Speak another word, and you shall sleep alone tonight. Feng drowsily opened his eyes and caught a fleeting glimpse of Hulaina, who immediately fell silent. Her lips pursed in a somewhat aggrieved manner. Originally, the room contained two small beds, one for Feng and one for Hulaina. However, due to Hulaina's fear of the dark, she insisted on sharing Feng's bed, and he reluctantly acquiesced. Little did he expect that this mischievous girl had an unfortunate habit of fondling him and snuggling close while she slept, likely treating him as a mere plaything. After a night of this, Feng felt utterly disheveled. He had thought that escaping Bibi Dong's den would bring relief, only to find himself ensnared in Hulaina's lair. Fortunately, Hulaina was still young and relatively manageable. As a dignified soul saint, Feng was not entirely powerless. He figured that as long as he could restrain her, he would face no further issues. My lord Feng, the Holy Maiden has issued a decree that you cannot rise too late. You must strictly supervise Miss Laina's training. Please get up promptly, said a maid named Wan Xian, her tone tinged with hesitation. If you seek to shirk your duties, we shall have no choice but to report to the Holy Maiden. I trust you will not hold it against us. We are merely following orders, chimed in another maid. Xiaolang, adopting an expression of innocent compliance. To Feng's dismay, his teacher had even dispatched maids to monitor them. Nevertheless, to avoid giving Bibi Dong an opportunity to summon him back to the Holy Maiden's quarters, he chose to concede. After freshening up with Hulaina and having a light breakfast, he turned to the two maids and said, Please escort us to the training ground. The training ground? Feng referred to the open space just 50 meters outside their door as the training ground. Wan Xian was momentarily perplexed, while Xiaolang, amused, offered a gentle reminder, prompting Wan Xian to nod in realization. Oh, Very well, Lord Su Feng. As she moved to pick up little Su Feng, her face lit with anticipation. She had never held such an adorably innocent child before. What do you think you're doing? Su Feng shot her a glare, his brows raised slightly. Huh? Lord Su Feng, didn't you ask us to take you outside? What I meant was for you to carry the entire bed outside, Su Feng replied, tapping the bed's edge before lazily reclining once more. What a ridiculous notion it was to make him traverse a full 50 meters from the room. Moreover, he could see through Wan Xian's intentions to carry him. Such familiarity was unacceptable. He was somewhat of a germaphobe. And even Bibi Dong rarely touched him. How could he allow a maid to do so freely? Oh, very well. Upon hearing this, Wanxin felt a twinge of regret. Consequently, the entire small bed on which Su Feng lay was promptly moved outside by Wanxin and Xiaolang, leaving Su Feng without even taking a single step. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have once again achieved a new height of laziness, prompting the two maids to redefine their understanding of idleness, thereby attaining the achievement of noteworthy laziness within the lying flat system. Reward: soul power level increased by 70, lying flat value 300. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your soul power capacity has surpassed 100, leading to an automatic level breakthrough. Boom. Hey, senior brother, did you just pass gas? Su Feng's expression darkened as he inwardly cursed. Damn it, this is a breakthrough. Whatever. Su Feng couldn't be bothered to pay any heed to that girl. Nana. Warm reminder, the host has not accessed the shop for over a week. All items have been refreshed. Would you like to open it? Another notification chimed. And feeling rather bored, Su Feng clicked to open it. Instantly, a dazzling array of products appeared before him, yet he found himself hardly interested. Most of the items consisted of cultivation techniques, formation manuals, soul guiding device crafting secrets, and even the assembly blueprints for Zhuge's divine crossbow. However, all these items required considerable physical or mental effort to master, so he had no intention of purchasing them. At that moment, Su Feng's eyes fell upon a particular item categorized as manual. Name: Qingqiu Immortal Technique. Price: 10,000, 90 off. Description: this is a cultivation method that surpasses the Xian Tian skill, suitable for female practitioners. It allows for unrestricted accumulation of soul power and aids the practitioner in externalizing their soul power, with a special effect. The longer you practice, the more beautiful you become. More beautiful the longer you practice? Su Feng gasped in astonishment, and without further ado, he made the purchase. Among the myriad of products, none captivated him as much as this one, which indicated a certain fate at play. It wasn't he that he wished to cultivate Nana into a stunning young lady. Furthermore, why did Su Feng buy it without hesitation? Obviously, it was a bargain. Did he not see the 90 discount? To pass up such an offer would be a grave injustice. Most importantly, according to the description of this technique, Hulaina could easily accumulate soul power ahead of her 6th birthday, likely achieving a full 20 levels of innate soul power without any trouble. At that point, Nana would undoubtedly become a prodigy of great renown. His future beautiful lady could not have a low talent. That was simply unacceptable. However, she was still quite young. Could her little mind grasp it? A wave of concern surged within Su Feng, prompting him to test the waters. He turned to Hulaina. Junior sister, come here. Oh. Hulaina obediently approached Su Feng. No matter what happens next, don't move. Okay. Su Feng gently reminded her, then extended his small hand to lightly tap Hulaina's forehead. Ding! The host has activated the teleportation function of the secret technique. Please select a target. Ding! Target selection successful, initiating teleportation. As the notification echoed, the secret technique transformed into a vast stream of information, flowing through Su Feng's hand and gradually transferring to Hulaina. Master, please be gentle. It hurts. Hulaina felt an intense pain and quickly cast an aggrieved glance at Su Feng. Yet, before she could receive a response, a massive stream of information surged directly into her mind. Miss Laina, what is happening to you? A piercing scream escaped her lips as she sensed her body breaking through some barrier, the pain overwhelming to the point of causing her to faint in Su Feng's embrace. Her face contorted in agony. The two maidservants nearby were left in a state of confusion. Indeed, it proved too strenuous for Laina to absorb the contents of the technique directly. Fortunately, Su Feng had a backup plan. He gestured for the maidservants to remain quiet and then access the system shop. Ding, you have selected the product Qingqiu Celestial Technique Insight Legacy, priced at 2,000. Would you like to purchase? Su Feng grimaced at the original price. He seldom bought items at full price. However, given Laina's condition, which stemmed from his actions, he set aside his hesitations and proceeded with the purchase, selecting Laina as the recipient of the legacy. Ding, initiating legacy transfer. 10, 30, 50, 100. At that moment, Su Feng observed a noticeable improvement in Laina's complexion. Miraculously, a faint white mist enveloped her, imbuing her with an ethereal aura. Despite her tender age, she exuded an enchanting allure. How astonishing! The two maidservants watched in awe, suddenly realizing that not only was young Su Feng adorably charming, but Laina also possessed an incredible magnetism. Master, do not speak. Focus on comprehending what you have just learned. Understood. After a quarter of an hour, Laina finally roused from her faintness. However, the moment she detached herself from Su Feng's embrace, she was instructed to continue meditating to solidify her understanding. Thus, the day passed swiftly. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Yu Guan had been observing these individuals for the entire day. What on earth are these children up to? Yu Guan felt he might lose his sanity. The little girl had been meditating seriously throughout the day, which was commendable. But what was that little boy doing? Out of the 10 parts of his time, 6 were spent sleeping, 2 were lost in thought, 1 watching the 2 maidservants in a daze, and the final 1 allowing the maidservants to observe him in his stupor. He could not fathom the purpose of the Pope's instructions to keep an eye on them. Was it merely to watch 2 little ones play house? In the midst of the moonlit tranquility, a sense of discontent brewed within Yu Guan. However, when he beheld the subsequent scene, he was rendered utterly speechless. Suddenly, Laina emerged from her contemplation, and astonishingly, with a mere flick of her delicate hand, she released a wisp of soul power that detached from her body and surged towards Su Feng. The gentle wave of this soul power merely brushed against Su Feng's face, akin to a soft breeze. How delightful! Laina chuckled, her face adorned with a playful smile, completely oblivious to the fact that at that moment, both of her handmaidens and the concealed Yu Guan were frozen in sheer astonishment. Miss Laina, she has actually learned to externalize her soul power? One Xian's expression turned wooden, her voice trembling slightly. How is this possible? Miss Laina has yet to awaken her martial soul. How can she externalize soul power? In the shadows, Yu Guan fixated on Laina, his mind replaying every detail of what he had just witnessed. This defies all logic, he thought, his astonishment intensifying. It is well known that certain soul masters can create their own soul skills due to their mastery of externalizing soul power, which allows for the exploration of new abilities. Now that this young girl had grasped the art of externalization, it implied that she would inevitably be capable of inventing her own soul skills in the future, able to unleash them even without the absorption of soul rings. Is she not yet 3 years old? How could she possibly externalize soul power? The more he observed her, the deeper his bewilderment grew. Were it not for the Pope's explicit instruction to monitor the group without taking independent action, he would have rushed forward to seek clarity. At this moment, Su Feng stretched leisurely, unfazed by Laina's display, as he had anticipated such a development. Brother, what shall we do next? Laina inquired, playfully tugging at Su Feng's arm, her gaze imbued with a hint of dependence. Perhaps this reliance stemmed from the comforting embrace she had experienced the previous night, which provided her solace in times of fear. Alternatively, it might have arisen from the peculiar snacks they had shared, allowing her to savor the joy of sharing for the first time, something she had not encountered outside her family before. Gentle little one. Su Feng affectionately ruffled Laina's hair before addressing the 2 handmaidens. We have been training all day. It is time for us to rest. Training all day? The handmaidens were momentarily taken aback, their expressions blank. It is understandable that Miss Laina trained for a day. But, young Master Su Feng, when did you train all day? The 2 handmaidens stared at Su Feng in bewilderment, yet he paid them no mind and simply laid down. In any case, I am weary. Let us return to our quarters. Upon hearing this, the 2 handmaidens once again reevaluated their understanding of laziness. They genuinely could not comprehend why young Master Su Feng, who had merely reclined for an entire day, could possibly feel fatigued. Surely, he was the least qualified to claim exhaustion. It seemed imperative that I relay this matter to His Holiness the Pope without delay. Silently, Yu Guan mused to herself before discreetly taking her leave. As night fell, the most concerning events began to unfold. Bibi Dong arrived at the courtyard where Laina resided. Nana, have you engaged in your training diligently today? She inquired. Indeed, I have, came the reply. And you, my lazy disciple, have you managed to avoid slothfulness today? Ahem, Absolutely not. If you doubt me, feel free to ask Nana. Is that so? Teacher, today my senior brother has not been idle at all. He has been earnestly guiding me in my training, Nana affirmed. After a series of inquiries, Bibi Dong let out an inexplicable sigh. Ah, it is confirmed. Nana has indeed been led astray by this little rascal. This mischievous imp, who has spent the entire day lounging about, still dares to enlist Nana to assist him in fabricating a falsehood. Bibi Dong felt a sense of unease. Entrusting Xiao Shufeng to supervise Nana did not seem like the most prudent decision. She feared that, in due time, Nana would inevitably be assimilated by Xiao Shufeng, transforming into a second version of the indolent disciple. However, unbeknownst to Bibi Dong, the Qingqiu immortal technique imparted by Shufeng to Nana was taught through the medium of his voice. Thus, to Nana, it genuinely appeared as though Shufeng had been diligently occupied throughout the day. Aware of this, Shufeng decided to let Nana speak on his behalf. Nana, he began. I have heard that you have made significant progress in your training today. Please, showcase your achievements to the teacher. Bibi Dong harbored no inclination to delve deeply into the idleness of the young disciple, Su Feng. At present, her sole desire was to ascertain whether Hulaina had truly mastered the art of soul power emission. After all, Bibi Dong had learned of this matter through a servant, and she found it somewhat hard to believe that such a young girl could grasp such an advanced technique. Very well, master. I shall demonstrate it for you at once. Hulaina responded, settling into a meditative posture and closing her eyes. Before long, a diminutive silhouette began to take form in her mind, though the figure resembled a child. It exuded an air of profound authority. With bated breath and focused intent, she concentrated on her dantian. The faint voice emanating from the silhouette was one Hulaina recognized well. It belonged to her senior brother, who had been instructing her on the intricacies of the Qingqiu immortal art and how to project her soul power beyond her body. In a swift motion, under the guidance of the apparition, Hulaina successfully summoned a thread of soul power to her fingertip, crafting a small wave of energy. Perhaps finding it amusing, she promptly directed this wave towards Su Feng. Poof! Su Feng merely rolled his eyes, giving a gentle clap, and the energy wave dissipated like a soap bubble. How delightful! Hulaina thought, relishing the playful interaction with her senior brother. This is truly soul power emission. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished. Although Hulaina had merely released a bubble devoid of any significant power, it was important to consider her age. She was not even 3 years old. Once Hulaina awakened her martial spirit at the age of 6 and learned to master the precise control of her soul power. Even a mere compressed soul power sphere would likely surpass that of most soul masters who had absorbed spirit rings. Excellent work, my dear. You have already grasped such a complex technique of soul power emission. I am genuinely proud of you. Bibi Dong gently caressed Hulaina's head, her face adorned with a tender smile. As for who had imparted the knowledge of soul power projection to Hulaina, Bibi Dong was fully aware and would not be foolish enough to inquire, for that little rascal might, in an effort to safeguard their secret, choose to be more discreet in the future, which simply would not do. Beside them, Su Feng remained silent, yet a sense of unease stirred within him. Nana, the reason I impart these teachings to you is solely to nurture you into a graceful young lady. You mustn't reveal this to the teacher, otherwise, should the instructor probe into the origins of these secrets, I would be at a loss for words. You must be understanding. At this moment, both Bibi Dong and Su Feng harbored their own ulterior motives, yet curiously, neither wished for Hulaina to unveil the matter. Unexpectedly, she exclaimed, Teacher, teacher. All of this was taught to me by my senior brother. He not only instructed me in the mystical arts of Qingqiu, but also guided me in swiftly comprehending them. He truly is remarkable. The concerns of Bibi Dong and Su Feng have indeed come to fruition. Not only did Hulaina voice her thoughts aloud, but she also entwined her arm with Su Feng's, playfully shaking it, and finally rested her small head against his shoulder, nuzzling against him. Goodness, you mischievous little rascal. Could you possibly refrain from flaunting how much you admire your senior brother? Had I known, I would have refrained from instructing you. Su Feng silently cursed within, ultimately casting an awkward glance towards Bibi Dong. It appears there has been a misunderstanding. I have not taught Laina any of these things. After a moment of reflection, he added, My primary role during this period has merely been to supervise Laina. Her ability to grasp these concepts is entirely her own merit. Alas, I fear I have exposed myself. Surely, the teacher will not believe this? Ah, it seems our Laina truly possesses remarkable intelligence, and she must continue to strive forward. Do you understand? To Su Feng's astonishment, Bibi Dong actually took his words at face value, and he felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. Indeed, the teacher remains as blissfully oblivious as ever. I have successfully deceived her yet again. Heh, you little scoundrel, just wait. Bibi Dong's delicate fingers subtly clenched, yet her face retained a gentle smile as she inquired. Seeing how hard you all have worked today, would you like to indulge in a bath to unwind? Yes, yes, yes. Nana wants a bath. Hulaina's interest was piqued, her small face beaming with delight. Very well, it's settled then. I shall take you, Bibi Dong affirmed with a smile, gathering the two treasures into her embrace. As for the opinions of Xiao Su Feng, they were of little consequence. Reaching the bathhouse was all that mattered. Su Feng's lips twitched in exasperation. Oh dear. My composure is crumbling. A moment later, within the bathhouse, as anticipated, Bibi Dong seized the opportunity of bathing to subject Xiao Su Feng to yet another round of playful torment. Fortunately, with Nana present, Bibi Dong tempered her usual exuberance, mindful of the potential negative influence on her. Otherwise, Su Feng would have been unable to endure the humiliation and might have attempted to remove Bibi Dong's clothing. Though Bibi Dong had moderated her antics, the very situation Su Feng dreaded unfolded. Senior brother, why is it different here? Hulaina inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity. Fixated on Su Feng, his countenance froze, feeling as though he might shatter, wishing for a fissure in the earth to swallow him whole. A chuckle escaped Bibi Dong as she relished Su Feng's embarrassment, teasingly remarking, "Oh, lazy disciple, why not explain to your junior sister why it is different?" Flustered by her teasing, Su Feng's face flushed crimson, and he fell silent. Clearing her throat, Bibi Dong perceived that her precious one might be displeased and quickly adopted a more authoritative demeanor, addressing Hulaina. Enough of this, let us finish bathing. Casting a sidelong glance at Su Feng, she felt a chuckle rising within her, but upon meeting Su Feng's gaze, she hesitated, fearing it might provoke his discontent. Nana, eager to laugh, noticed Bibi Dong's restraint and suddenly felt compelled to stifle her mirth as well. The atmosphere grew inexplicably solemn. Indeed, silence can often convey dissatisfaction more eloquently than words. Su Feng seized this opportunity, prompting Bibi Dong to cease her teasing and hastily assist the two in drying off and dressing. By the way, Nana, I heard you have a brother named Xiaoyu. Is that true? Bibi Dong, recalling something, promptly inquired of Hulaina. Brother? Hulaina paused, her expression suddenly clouding with sorrow. My brother. He was devoured by a soul beast. As she spoke, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, prompting a pang of sympathy in Bibi Dong. Do not cry. There is still your teacher here, she comforted. Bibi Dong instinctively embraced Nana, wishing to offer her some comfort. Meanwhile, Su Feng was lost in contemplation. Could it be that Xiaoyu met his demise? This defied logic. If Xiaoyu had been devoured, then the subsequent fusion of martial souls involving Xiaoyu, Nana, and Yin would be impossible. Upon hearing these thoughts, Bibi Dong's eyes brightened, and she quickly inquired, Nana, could you share with the teacher what transpired? Perhaps the teacher can assist you in retrieving your brother. Really, is that true? Nana asked, her eyes wide with hope. Of course, Bibi Dong affirmed. Hulaina blinked and began to recount the tale. It turned out that Xiaoyu had wandered into a soul beast forest with a companion named Yin, lured by the allure of adventure, and had not returned since. Their clan had sent search parties, but after more than a year, they concluded that he must have been consumed by a soul beast. Do not be disheartened. Your senior brother will take good care of you in the future. Bibi Dong uttered a remark, prompting Hulaina to cast a gaze filled with grievance towards Su Feng. Brother, is it truly so? Su Feng's lips twitched in response. How could this be? I raised you with the intention of you serving me. How has the situation reversed? Su Feng had meticulously planned to cultivate his little followers once he located Xiaoyu and Yin. Xiaoyu was to be responsible for massaging his legs and shoulders, while Yin would serve him tea and water. Laina would be tasked with fanning him and providing sustenance at regular intervals. In this manner, he could truly recline in ease and revel in his enjoyment. All right, your elder brother will protect you. However, upon witnessing Hulaina's gaze, one that was tinged with both grievance and unwavering reliance, his heart softened. Consequently, he enveloped her in a warm embrace. As for Hulaina, she completely nestled into Su Feng's arms, reluctant to release her hold. Perhaps after enduring solitude for so long, she yearned for familial warmth. At that moment, Bibi Dong found herself in a bit of a quandary. She had intended to forcibly escort Su Feng back to the Holy Maiden's chamber that evening, but seeing Laina's demeanor made her hesitate. Yet, What if Lina spent too much time with Su Feng and became increasingly dependent on him? Wouldn't that complicate her efforts to bring Su Feng back to the Holy Maideness quarters in the future? Bibi Dong suddenly realized this. Most importantly, she had only parted from little Su Feng the previous night, yet she found herself unable to sleep, her heart feeling hollow. If she could not hold little Su Feng in her arms tonight, not be able to caress that soft, delicate arm, nor kiss that tender, porcelain-like face, she feared that she might once again endure an entire night of sleeplessness. No, this simply would not do. With a determined heart, Bibi Dong reached out and took Nana from Su Feng's embrace, adopting a serious demeanor. Nana, she began, I see that you have mastered the art of soul power projection. In moments like these, it is imperative that you practice independently and solidify this ability. Therefore, I shall take your senior brother away for the evening to prevent any distractions. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Nana became anxious, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed at Su Feng. I can't bear to part with my senior brother. You can't bear it? Does Master have the luxury of such sentiments? Bibi Dong retorted. You ungrateful disciple. Attempting to take my precious one from me. Bibi Dong's expression hardened slightly as she said, Nana, you must understand that you are nearly 3 years away from adulthood. You need to learn to be independent and strong. Do you comprehend? Nana, lowered my head. To become a formidable individual, one must first master independence. Do you understand? I understand, teacher. Observing Bibi Dong's stern demeanor, Lina refrained from being overly sentimental, yet her gaze towards Su Feng still held a hint of reluctance. Subsequently, Lina witnessed Bibi Dong carrying her senior brother away, and she could no longer contain herself, crouching down and weeping, murmuring, Nana is already nearly 3 years away from adulthood. Nana will grow strong, woo-woo. In the Saintess's palace, the disciple inquired, Teacher, since Nana is considered an adult, does that mean I am also an adult and should have the independence to reside in my own room? With a soft chuckle in response to Su Feng's earnest question, Bibi Dong remarked, What would a mere teenager like you understand? Su Feng's expression stiffened, the corners of his eyes twitching. Teacher, I implore you, be reasonable. Can you not exhibit such double standards? What on earth is a shuangbiao? Bibi Dong harbored a sense of perplexity. However, she did not delve deeply into her thoughts. Instead, she posed her most pressing question to the young disciple. My dear pupil, what do you think would have become of Nana's brother and Yin if they are still alive? Where might they be now? This inquiry, though seemingly hypothetical, was laden with ulterior motives. For Bibi Dong had already gleaned from Su Feng's innermost sentiments that both Xiaoyu and Yin were indeed alive, yet she could not afford to reveal her knowledge. Well, if they were alive, they might be in a village beyond the forest where they went missing. Of course, this is merely a guess from your disciple, Su Feng replied, feigning innocence, while inwardly lamenting. Alas, it is truly agonizing to know that Xiaoyu and Yin are likely in the nearest village beyond that forest, yet I cannot elaborate, lest my master interrogates me on how I acquired such knowledge. Should I confess that I possess a talent for understanding the past and present? Never mind. It is too much to ponder. You little rascal, why did you stop your thoughts there? Bibi Dong, her curiosity piqued, felt an unsettling anticipation. However, upon realizing the whereabouts of Xiaoyu and Yin, she concluded that it was imperative to recruit some trustworthy subordinates for a search. Now then, HM? Master, why are you gazing at me so intently? Sensing Bibi Dong's predatory gaze, Su Feng felt a chill run down his spine and quickly retreated to the corner of the bed, pulling the blanket over himself in a desperate search for a semblance of safety. Bayer, could you turn your head while I change? And do not dare to peek. Su Feng remained silent, burrowing beneath the covers. Do you think I am like you? Willing to resort to unscrupulous means for personal gain, lacking any moral compass? I see that your intent in pulling me back tonight is far from innocent, he mused. Before long, the other end of the blanket was lifted, revealing Bibi Dong, now clad in a light, ethereal purple gown, as she swiftly slipped into the bedding beside him. This is it. The nightmare is about to begin. I shall once again lose my purity, Su Feng thought, his heart sinking. He braced himself for a thorough examination, fully expecting to be smothered and unable to breathe. Considering his devilish master had restrained herself for an entire day. Bayer, let us sleep. To Su Feng's surprise, Bibi Dong was unusually docile that night, merely embracing him without excessive pressure, and soon she truly fell asleep. What sorcery is this? Has my master undergone a transformation? Perhaps it is for the best. I shall no longer need to seek refuge with my junior sister. Upon hearing Su Feng's heartfelt sentiments, Bibi Dong's lips curved into a faint smile, seemingly relieved at last. She understood well why Su Feng chose to remain by Nana's side rather than reside in the Holy Maiden's palace. It was likely that her beloved Bayer could not endure her overwhelming affection, the tenderness she bestowed. Thus, Bibi Dong felt the need to exercise restraint to temper her affections, lest she frighten Bayo away, or she would find herself once more deprived of sleep. At that moment, unbeknownst to Bibi Dong and Su Feng, a figure cloaked in swirling black mist lurked outside the Holy Maiden's palace, attentively observing their exchange. This man was none other than the Title Douluo assigned to monitor the Holy Maiden, renowned for his exceptional skills in concealment, Mei. From the information gathered by Yuguan, it appeared that Su Feng, the Holy Maiden's disciple, was indeed the young boy in question. It was unexpected that the Holy Maiden had transformed her disciple into a child and even allowed them to reside together. Should His Holiness the Pope become aware of such conduct, he would surely be incensed. Muttering to himself, Mei noticed that the lights in the Holy Maiden's palace had been extinguished. After a moment's pause, he turned to return to the Pope's Grand Hall to report his findings. In the Pope's Grand Hall, chaos ensued. What? You say Su Feng is that little boy who appears to be merely 2 years old, and he is living with Bibi Dong? Furthermore, they frequently embrace each other? Upon hearing Mei's report, Qian Xunji's countenance darkened. Have you ascertained what they have been doing within the Holy Maiden's palace? At this moment, Qian Xunji felt a wave of dread wash over him. A young boy, appearing no older than 10, had infiltrated the Holy Maiden's palace and was residing with the woman of the Soul Hall, second only to the Pope in status. The situation was utterly inappropriate for a solitary man and woman. Even if that boy were genuinely a child, it would still be unsuitable. Moreover, Su Feng was not merely a child, but an adult trapped in a child's form, mentally an adult nonetheless. Crack, crack. Qian Xunji inexplicably clenched his fists, the sound of his bones grinding together echoing ominously as his chest heaved violently. He had been composed until now, but if there was one thing that could shatter his calm, it was the thought of being deceived. To His Holiness, my subordinate feared that the Holy Maiden might take notice, hence did not approach too closely, and thus could not ascertain their activities within, Yuguan explained nervously, perhaps fearing punishment for his perceived ineptitude. However, according to my investigations, it seems Su Feng has indeed transformed into a child. Both his body and mind are undeniably that of a child. Therefore, the Holy Maiden's decision to bring Su Feng back to her palace was primarily to oversee his condition, and it is unlikely that anything inappropriate occurred. Or so it seemed. Qian Xunji gazed at Yuguan, his eyes narrowing slightly. I do not wish to hear responses laden with shoulds. You would do well to investigate this matter thoroughly and promptly, or else. The implicit threat hung heavily in the air, causing Yuguan to kneel in trepidation, his voice trembling as he replied, Yes, I shall commence the investigation at once. Why are you still standing there? Depart at once. Yes, Your Holiness. The ghostly figure hurriedly exited. Seated upon the throne, Qian Xunji rested his hand upon his forehead. A grave expression etched upon his face. Dong-Er, you had best refrain from actions that would betray my trust, for I shall not hesitate to act with ruthlessness. Previously, before Su Feng had assumed the guise of a child, he had been indolent beyond redemption, content to languish in his own tower, which was excusable, as Su Feng posed no threat to the plans of procreation or the establishment of a faith. However, now, the mere thought that this worthless individual had taken residence with Bibi Dong and shared intimate embraces was intolerable to Qian Xunji. What he desired was Bibi Dong, untouched by any man, a pure, immaculate being, solely his own. How infuriating it was that Dong-Er had permitted that waste to enter the sacred maiden's quarters. The more he pondered, the more vexed he became, feeling increasingly cheated. The sacred maiden's chamber was a sanctum accessible only to women. Even as the Pope, he had rarely set foot within. And the elders like Yuguan and the ghostly figure could only wait outside. Yet Su Feng had effortlessly entered, and what was worse, he had been embraced tenderly as he did so. In the days that followed, Bibi Dong and Su Feng were designated as key subjects of surveillance by Mei and Yuguan. As long as the two departed from the saint's chamber, they remained under the watchful gaze of Mei and Yuguan. Initially, the monitoring seemed manageable. However, after several days, both Yuguan and Mei found themselves gripped by a sense of dread. They hesitated to report their findings to His Holiness, the Pope. The reason was simple. Their worst fears had materialized. For instance, was Su Feng truly of a childlike mentality? Absolutely not. Despite lurking in the shadows unnoticed by Bibi Dong, They nearly fell victim to Su Feng's keen awareness, forcing them to retreat to a more distant observation point. It was utterly confounding. Both Guan and Mei were on the brink of despair, unable to comprehend how Su Feng had detected their presence. Another pressing question arose. Did the Saintess and Su Feng engage in any inappropriate conduct within the chamber? Had they? This question should be reversed. Had they not? After days of monitoring, Guan and Mei had discerned a pattern. Each night, Bibi Dong and Su Feng were nearly inseparable, sharing meals, slumber, bathing, and changing clothes in close proximity. Of course, they had not witnessed this firsthand. Rather, they pieced together the information through various clues. For instance, after the Saintess departed her chamber, one of them would follow her while the other infiltrated the quarters to investigate the circumstances surrounding Bibi Dong and Su Feng. They also coordinated with some undercover maidens left behind by His Holiness within the chamber. Consequently, unraveling the activities of Bibi Dong and Su Feng was relatively straightforward. Yet, another dilemma emerged: how to convey these findings to His Holiness. At that moment, as Guan and Mei completed their surveillance and prepared to return to the Pope's Hall to report their findings, Guan suddenly halted in front of Mei. "Old ghost, should we disclose the truth this time?" Upon hearing Guan's query, Mei hesitated. Indeed, should they reveal the unvarnished truth? Reflecting on the outcomes of their previous reports, they either faced reprimands from His Holiness or were subjected to his overwhelming pressure. In short, they had become mere outlets for His Holiness' frustrations. If they were to inform His Holiness that his disciple was entangled with another man, would he not explode with rage? If he did, they would undoubtedly suffer the consequences alongside him. Ultimately, they decided it best to report truthfully. Otherwise, being discovered for withholding information would likely incur an even harsher punishment from His Holiness. After careful contemplation, Mei responded, "Indeed, if we were to report truthfully, even if His Holiness the Pope were to be enraged, he would merely chastise us a few times. After all, we are both Title Douluo, capable of wielding spirit fusion techniques, and His Holiness would not regard us with such disdain." With this thought, Guan could only self-soothe, feeling increasingly justified. And his confidence swelled as he smiled at Mei, saying, "Surely, it cannot be that His Holiness would directly engage us in combat." "Yes, indeed. We have been overly concerned." Mei concurred, his own confidence bolstered. "Let us proceed to meet the Pope." Thus, the two walked side by side toward the Pope's Grand Hall, exuding an air of formidable strength. To an unsuspecting observer, one might mistake them for esteemed members of the Elder Hall returning from a sojourn. A moment later, a resounding explosion of golden light erupted within the Grand Hall, suffused with the sacred power of angelic evolution. Above, an immensely towering angelic apparition materialized, descending with an unparalleled pressure. Bang, bang, bang. "Your Holiness, we were mistaken. We beseech your mercy." Bang, bang, bang. "Your Holiness, please cease. We shall never dare again." Within the hall, the rhythmic sound of heavy impacts resonated, accompanied by rising cries of anguish and pleas for forgiveness. "Humph, a mere chrysanthemum. A little ghost dares to exhibit arrogance before me. It appears you seek your own demise." As the cold scoff of Qian Xunji echoed, the grand entrance of the hall was forcefully flung open, and two figures shot out like cannonballs, crashing heavily to the ground. "I command you both to complete the task I assigned within a day, or else, humph." A voice imbued with authority and dominance reverberated from within the hall, sending shivers down the spines of all within a 1,000-meter radius as they felt the depths of his fury. As the last words were spoken, the grand entrance slammed shut, and the angelic apparition above dissipated, its overwhelming presence gradually waning, allowing the surrounding guards to exhale in relief. Who would have thought that His Holiness would truly take action? And with such unyielding force, showing us no mercy at all? On the other side, Guan and Mei helped each other to their feet, both now battered and bruised, hardly recognizable. "Old ghost, are you all right?" Guan gazed at Mei with a tinge of concern. The Pope's martial soul was that of a six-winged angel, imbued with the sacred light of purification, which was particularly effective against Mei's dark martial soul. After being thoroughly beaten moments ago, Mei had likely sustained internal injuries. "My good friend, you ought to tend to your own well-being first. You are bleeding back there," Mei remarked, gesturing towards Guan's rear, an expression of pity crossing his face. "What do you mean?" Guan was taken aback, then glanced at his backside, his complexion paling dramatically. "Oh no, how could this happen?" Guan shrieked in a fit of panic, as if his very soul had been snatched away, his face contorting in horror. Could it be that? Suddenly, Yuguan recalled how, during the Pope's fierce onslaught, he had felt a sharp impact there. Cough, cough. Primarily, it pertains to the martial soul. It seems that injuries to the martial soul directly manifest on the body, Yuguan concluded. All right, let us hastily recuperate our wounds and swiftly fulfill the Pope's command. Otherwise, we shall find ourselves in dire straits, Guei reminded him. Having slightly recovered from his own injuries, according to the Pope's recent instructions, the two of them were tasked with bringing that rascal Su Feng to this place within a day, all the while ensuring that Bibi Dong remained oblivious. While they were uncertain of the Pope's intentions, it was not difficult to surmise. It was highly likely that the Pope intended to vent his wrath upon Su Feng. After all, Her Holiness the Saintess was the Pope's most cherished disciple, and this worthless soul master had failed to surpass level 20 in 8 years, daring to reside with Her Holiness in such an intimate manner. It was no wonder the Pope was furious. However, what Yuguan and Guei were unaware of was that Qian Xunji harbored ambitions beyond merely unleashing his anger on Su Feng. More importantly, he aimed to secretly seize Su Feng, using him as leverage against Bibi Dong, thereby compelling her to ascend as the future pope and ensure the continuation of the angel clan through progeny capable of inheriting the angelic legacy. Outside the courtyard where Hulaina resided, Yuguan and Guei were concealed in a secluded spot. Old Ghost, the Saintess is still in the courtyard. Shouldn't we first draw her away for it to be more convenient to capture that lad? Draw her away? How do we do that? You go ahead and do it. At Yuguan's suggestion, Guei wore a peculiar expression, then continued, the Pope commanded us to capture Su Feng, but it is imperative that Bibi Dong remains unaware. If we attempt to lure her away, and Su Feng subsequently goes missing, it would be obvious that we were behind it. Cough, cough, you seem to have a point. Yet, considering your usual cleverness, how is it you've become muddled at such a time? Could it be that? Guei sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. The words Guei wished to express lingered unspoken, but he hesitated to voice them. Could it be that you were so thoroughly overwhelmed that your wits have fled? This sense of schadenfreude, as a brother, is best kept to oneself. How could one dare to voice it? Indeed, it must remain unspoken. Yuguan remained oblivious to what Guei was contemplating, instead focusing on adjusting his posture and patiently waiting. After a considerable time, Yuguan and Guei finally caught sight of the Holy Maiden's silhouette as she emerged from the courtyard, accompanied by a little girl. Rest assured, Nana will train diligently with her senior brother, came the sweet voice. Soon, they witnessed the Holy Maiden departing. Let us move, Guei urged. But Yuguan raised his hand to halt him. Let us wait a moment. We wouldn't want the Holy Maiden to turn back unexpectedly, which could spell trouble. Guei nodded in agreement, suddenly realizing that Yuguan's mind was sharper than he initially presumed. However, when Guei noticed Yuguan discreetly covering his backside, he was taken aback. What on earth? Why is that still bleeding? Guei thought in shock, and considering it might be inconvenient for Yuguan to handle such personal matters with him around, he added, there are 2 maids in the courtyard. I'll deal with them first to prevent our actions from being discovered. You follow shortly. Yuguan remained silent, merely gesturing for Guei to hurry along. Once Guei left, Yuguan murmured his complaints. Damn it, Qian Xunji, that scoundrel. How could he strike from such a peculiar angle? It hurts like hell. A moment later, Yuguan and Guei infiltrated the courtyard, having already subdued the 2 mates. Old Ghost, move quickly, we cannot linger. If the Holy Maiden notices, we will be in trouble. All right, Old Chrysanthemum, you capture Su Feng, and I will create the illusion of Su Feng's sudden disappearance to avoid any scrutiny from the Holy Maiden. With a few whispered words, they split up to execute their plans. Shortly after, Yuguan arrived at the training area of Su Feng and Hulaina, in his line of sight. Su Feng lay on the bed as usual, while Hulaina stood on a wooden post, practicing her stance to cultivate stability and balance, laying the groundwork for precise control of her soul power in the future. Huh, little rascal, I've found you. Come with me, Yuguan declared with a smirk, his demeanor akin to a war god, unstoppable. In an instant, his figure transformed into a blur as he charged forward, confident that he could whisk Su Feng away without the little girl noticing a trace, for he was a Title Douluo after all. However, as Yuguan approached within 20 meters of Su Feng, his pupils suddenly constricted. Boom. At that moment, Yuguan felt as though his body had become 1,000 times heavier, rendering him incapable of summoning even a trace of his soul power. Thud. Devoid of the support of soul power, Yuguan fell to the ground, landing ungracefully. What has transpired? Why am I unable to summon my soul power? Yuguan was bewildered, However, this was not his greatest astonishment. It was when he found it exceedingly difficult to rise to his feet that he felt utterly dumbfounded. How infuriating! Xiaogang could distinctly sense that he not only could not summon any soul power, but also that his physical capabilities had drastically diminished, reduced to roughly 1/10 that of an ordinary person. Hey, brother, look over there. Who is that lecher? On the other side, Hulaina, upon noticing Xiaogang's appearance, immediately reported to Su Feng. That lecher? Hearing Hulaina's words, a twitch appeared at the corner of Su Feng's mouth. Can you be a bit more precise in your speech? Su Feng, disinterested in further reprimanding her, replied coolly, do not fret, they are not good people. Hulaina was momentarily stunned, and her body stumbled, causing her to fall from the wooden post. However, having experienced numerous falls, she had accumulated enough expertise. With a swift motion of her hand, a bubble formed from soul power cushioned her descent, preventing her from experiencing too harsh a landing. This technique had been taught to her by Su Feng, for falling so often could lead to unfortunate consequences. And Su Feng certainly did not wish for a maid whose appearance might become compromised. Meanwhile, Xiaogang, witnessing this scene, felt a twinge of anxiety. Hiss! Has this young girl become so adept at externalizing soul power already? Xiaogang gasped, though it was actually dust he inhaled. Just a few days prior, she had merely learned to externalize her soul power. Now, she was employing it with such finesse. This talent left him utterly astounded. Brother, what is that lecher here for? Upon hearing that Xiaogang was not a good person, Hulaina felt a twinge of nervousness and hurriedly moved to Su Feng's side, firmly grasping his arm, which provided her with a sense of security. Nana, Su Feng noticed that Hulaina's clutch was affecting his ability to lie down comfortably and chided her. You are no longer a child. Why are you so flustered? Oh. Hulaina pouted, reluctantly releasing her grip. Across from them, Xiaogang, still struggling to rise, was growing impatient. He furrowed his brow at Su Feng. Hey, brat, what kind of setup is this? Why am I unable to summon my soul power? Xiaogang had confidently barged in, believing he could complete his task in a mere moment, but he had not anticipated the strangeness of this place, which had inexplicably suppressed even a Title Douluo like him, making it exceedingly arduous to even stand. Do not panic. You will soon find out, Su Feng casually explained, observing Xiaogang's predicament while contemplating. It seems that the old rascal Qian Xunji can no longer restrain himself and intends to take action against me. A few days prior, Su Feng discerned the nefarious intentions of Xiaogang and Gui Mei. Consequently, he retrieved a defensive treasure known as the Qian Xunji shield, originally called the Deny shield. A name Su Feng found rather unrefined, hence the renaming. The Qian Xunji shield, centered around the host, it forms a formidable protective barrier within a 20-meter radius. Any soul master below level 90 who enters this zone will be suppressed, rendered incapable of harnessing any soul power, and reduced to merely 1/10 of an ordinary person's physical capabilities. Note: activating the protective barrier necessitates the consumption of lean flat points, with the expenditure correlating to the number and level of the suppressed soul masters. If there are no targets to suppress, no points are consumed. 039, toying with Xiaogang and Gui Mei. Hey, kid, why am I the only one being suppressed while you two remain unaffected? Xiaogang, still prone on the ground, glared in annoyance at Su Feng and his companion. Because products of the system are always of superior quality. Xiaogang was taken aback. Meanwhile, Gui Mei, noticing that Lao Ju had yet to rendezvous with him, also made his way to Xiaoguang's location. Damn it, I sent you to catch a child. Not to lie there idly. If you don't act soon, the holy maiden may very well return. Seeing Lao Ju sprawled out like a fool, Gui Mei was frantic. However, he quickly sensed something amiss and refrained from rushing in. Instead, he utilized the unique properties of his martial soul, enveloping himself in a shroud of black mist to disguise himself as a maid. It seems it falls to me, old Gui, to take charge. Gui Mei intended to catch Su Feng off guard and incapacitate him. Thud. To his astonishment, the moment he crossed into the Qian Xunji shield's domain, he too collapsed, unable to summon any soul power, and revealed his true form. Well, this is splendid. From one fool to two. What on earth is happening? Gui Mei exclaimed in panic. Echoing Xiaoguang's earlier question, why are we the only ones being suppressed while you remain unscathed? The Qian Xunji shield possesses facial recognition, pupil color recognition, fingerprint recognition, soul power attribute recognition, weight recognition, and measurements recognition, among numerous other identifiers. These assessments occur simultaneously. Whether Yu Guan attempts to force his way in or Gue Mei tries to infiltrate in disguise, the Qian Kuan shield will promptly initiate suppression. At this juncture, both Yu Guan and Gue Mei had only recently surpassed level 90 in soul power and stood powerless against the Qian Kuan shield's suppression. Su Feng, of course, did not feel inclined to elucidate these details to them. Instead, he turned to Hu Laina. Laina, these two individuals are here to capture us. Do you know what to do when faced with such villains? Laina understood. Beat them up. I'll reward you with a candy. Go ahead. Please don't lick my hand. Hee. Thank you, senior brother. Witnessing this scene, Yu Guan and Gue Mei were momentarily taken aback, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. You think this little child can take us on? Dare you to lecture us? Perhaps you have yet to wean. The emaciated camel surpasses the horse in stature. Even if Yu Guan and his companion are suppressed, they refuse to believe that a mere child could possess any formidable prowess. However, upon consuming the candy bestowed by Su Feng, Hu Laina's aura surged dramatically, transforming her from a mere little girl into one of considerable presence. At that moment, Yu Guan and his companion could distinctly sense that Hu Laina had acquired the formidable might characteristic of a soul master. What has transpired? How has her soul power suddenly amplified so significantly? Yu Guan and Gue Mei were engulfed in astonishment. You two, brace yourselves for a thorough thrashing from Laina. Su Feng cast a sympathetic glance at them. He was acutely aware of Laina's recent advancements in her cultivation. She was no longer the little girl capable of releasing only a single bubble wave, but rather one who could unleash multiple at once. Coupled with the chocolate candy he had just provided, which augmented her soul power by 20 and forcibly elevated her to the level of a 10th rank soul master if the target was not one themselves. Laina's ability to release a single bubble wave now equated to the force of hurling a 50-pound stone. If a barrage of such stones were to rain down, who wouldn't he tremble in fear? What if one struck a vital spot? Little brat, we are Title Douluos. To show us disrespect is tantamount to courting death. Once we break free from this suppression, it will be your turn to weep while we administer a sound thrashing. At that moment, Yu Guan and his companion remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, convinced that escape would come easily, allowing for retaliation without effort. Bang, bang. Yet, when that bubble struck them with the force of an iron ball, leaving a dent in its wake, they were left utterly bewildered. This defied all reason. How could such a mere child possess such outrageous strength? My senior brother has never struck me. How dare you wish to do so? You are all truly wicked. I shall retaliate most fiercely. Upon hearing the threat of a spanking, Hu Laina's countenance darkened, and she promptly unleashed even more bubbles. Pop, pop, pop. As hundreds of bubbles materialized around her, Yu Guan and Gue Mei found themselves frozen in place, their hearts quaking uncontrollably. Moments later, they remained sprawled on the ground, their garments in disarray, looking utterly disheveled with countless bruises adorning their bodies, resembling victims of a thorough beating. To think that we, dignified Title Douluos, would be bullied by a mere little girl is an unspeakable humiliation. Yu Guan and Gue Mei clenched their fists and gritted their teeth, unable to tolerate this indignity any longer. Will you yield? Cough. I concede. I implore you to cease. Internally resolute yet confronted by a harsh reality, the specter, Yu Guan, ultimately swallowed this bitterness in silence. That is more like it. Hu Laina withdrew and returned to Su Feng's side, her face brimming with anticipation. Senior brother. How did I perform? How was it? Just SOSO, I suppose? Though these thoughts crossed her mind, Su Feng, who was not accustomed to being harsh with his junior, gently patted her head and encouraged, no need for self-doubt. Keep striving. Laina will certainly persevere. Buoyed by Su Feng's praise, Hu Laina felt a surge of elation. Despite knowing he disliked excessive affection, she leapt into his embrace, nuzzling her small head against him. Oh dear, senior brother, you are so soft. I adore hugging you. Laina, you are becoming increasingly audacious. While Hu Laina reveled in the moment, suddenly, a pair of hands formed from soul energy lifted her effortlessly and returned her to the wooden post. Hurry and cultivate. Do not disturb my rest. Oh, Su Feng's reprimand made Hu Laina pout her lips, reluctantly assuming a hoarse stance. Why could her senior brother rest continuously while she had to train incessantly? How envious she was of him. It seems the teacher has returned upon hearing the commotion. A moment later, with a subtle shift of his thoughts, Su Feng activated another artifact, the celestial net, and discerned Bibi Dong's silhouette approaching the courtyard. celestial net, a surveillance tool set to monitor a radius of 2,000 meters. Su Feng promptly lifted the suppression of the Qian barrier on Yueguan and Gui Mei to prevent Bibi Dong from noticing any anomalies. Boom. In an instant, both Yueguan and Gui Mei's soul powers were restored, and they stood up from the ground. Hee, little ghost, it seems the suppression has failed. Regaining their freedom, Gui Mei felt invigorated, a wicked smile quickly spreading across his face. Humph, prepare to suffer. Yueguan rubbed the scars on his face, his expression also filled with fury. The restraint he had shown earlier was finally about to be unleashed. Bang, bang, ah. Before Yueguan and Gui Mei could react, two beams of sinister dark energy struck them, sending them flying like cannonballs. 040. Dare to touch my treasure. You seek death. Who dares? The two of them, once again struggling to their feet, froze in place, their pupils narrowing in shock. Swish. For reasons unknown, a thick, oppressive black mist gathered ominously in the sky, resembling dark clouds looming over a city. Beneath these foreboding clouds, a captivating figure shrouded in malevolent energy approached, wielding a colossal scythe that imparted an unparalleled visual impact, akin to that of a harbinger of death. Suddenly, beside Yueguan, the specter knelt, trembling uncontrollably, as even his martial soul manifested instinctively, seemingly paying homage to the enchanting figure, performing rites of homage. Old ghost, what are you doing? Stand up at once. Yueguan furrowed his brow, perplexed by the specter's act of reverence towards her holiness, the saintess. He added, no matter how powerful the saintess may be, she is merely a soul Douluo. All she displays is mere bravado. Why should we cower in fear? Yet, Yueguan remained oblivious to the fact that when Bibi Dong arrived and unleashed the Rakshasa scythe, the specter was already fated to lack the capacity for resistance. For the dark power contained within the scythe was the very essence of the specter's martial soul. If the specter harbored fear towards the divine power of angels, it was with reverence that he regarded the power of the Rakshasa. Humph, saintess, it appears you are aware of our purpose for being here. However, I do not fear your strength. Should you wish to impede my path, you may find yourself insufficiently qualified. Moreover, as a saintess, you are obliged to obey the commands of His Holiness the Pope. If His Holiness wishes to meet Su Feng, then you must allow me to take him. Yueguan summoned his martial soul, the wondrous and transcendent chrysanthemum, exuding the confidence befitting a Title Douluo, and then swiftly made his way towards Su Feng. Yueguan intended to seize Su Feng with utmost haste, having no desire to engage in battle with the saintess. How dare you lay a hand on my treasure? You shall meet your demise. In Bibi Dong's eyes flashed a glimmer of cold light, and the final sentence was almost articulated with deliberate emphasis. Buzz. In Bibi Dong's hands, the Rakshasa scythe surged with an overwhelming force of darkness, swiftly engulfing the entire weapon, as well as her very being. Now, Bibi Dong was shrouded in a veil of black mist, her eyes gleaming with a blood-red glow that sent chills down the spine. In the next moment, she ascended into the air wielding the demonic scythe, transforming amidst the dim sky into a deathly specter, a harbinger of doom that devoured lives and flesh. She gazed down upon Yueguan, her voice echoing ominously throughout the spirit hall, as if addressing Yueguan, while simultaneously proclaiming to all, I, Bibi Dong, harbor no grievances against humanity, and I assert that I have never wronged the spirit hall. If my disciple could remain here peacefully, it would be acceptable. Yet you persist in plotting against us, aiming to harm my disciple, a transgression I cannot abide. Upon finishing her declaration, Bibi Dong raised the Rakshasa scythe high above her head, her formidable voice resonating like a cataclysmic tide. Those who harm my disciple, those who wish to bring her harm, with this very blade, no matter how the cosmos trembles, even the most unparalleled Douluo cannot stand in my way. In an instant, the vast expanse shuddered, and countless lives were rendered futile. The eerie cries of a sinister infant filled the darkness, chilling to the core. Clearly, upon witnessing Bibi Dong summon the scythe and unleash the power of the Rakshasa, I was stirred, hastening to her side to protect her. Naturally, witnessing the angelic clan being subdued by the inheritor of the Rakshasa would be a sight I would relish. Boom, rumble, rumble. In the night, a colossal purple lightning erupted, reverberating like the annihilation of the heavens, as myriad bolts of lightning converged upon the Rakshasa scythe, its aura swelling exponentially. Observing the extraordinary phenomenon in the sky, Qian Xunji tightened his grip on the chrysanthemum. Unable to remain seated, he dashed out of the grand hall. What in the world is that? Qian Xunji's gaze trembled, his lips quivering uncontrollably. Meanwhile, in the Elder Hall, Qian Douluo, still in meditation, suddenly felt an unsettling disturbance, prompting him to leap into the air, whereupon he beheld a sight that left him in a daze. In such a short span, she has mastered the power of the Rakshasa god. A chill coursed through Qian Douluo's body, causing him to stagger backward uncontrollably, a sense of urgency enveloping his mind. Xunji, can you still subdue Bibi Dong, who has accepted the divine test? Simultaneously, within the spirit hall, countless soul masters were struck with awe at the sudden spectacle in the sky, with over a dozen Title Douluo ascending to the rooftops of the various halls. In that direction lay the courtyard not far from the Holy Maiden's chamber. What on earth transpired there? How could such a terrifying force of darkness manifest? As I gazed upon the scene shrouded in ominous clouds, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped me. All the Title Douluos experienced a profound sense of trepidation. Those with soul power merely in the 20s or 30s fell prostrate to the ground, as if struggling for breath. Thump. Your Highness, the Holy Maiden, I acknowledge my transgressions. Please grant us mercy this once. At that moment, Yueguan no longer exuded the earlier air of authority. Perhaps spurred by the presence of Gueme, he too swiftly knelt. His movements remarkably fluid and graceful. Confronted by the divine-level pressure, Yueguan harbored an intense premonition, should the adversary truly strike down with a scythe. Not only would he be unable to withstand it alone, but even in alliance with Gueme, they would likely be obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. He had never anticipated that the Holy Maiden would possess such unfathomable power. Merely the aura of her impending strike suffocated them both. Spare you this once. Bibi Dong cast a fleeting glance at the two individuals. Had I not arrived in time today, would you have spared my disciple once more? Or would you have inflicted harm upon my disciple? Bibi Dong, instead of heeding Yueguan's words, grew even colder in demeanor. The power of the demon scythe in her grasp intensified, causing it to emit a resonant hum. Not long after Bibi Dong departed from the courtyard, she became aware of the sounds of a struggle emanating from within. Upon her return, she beheld Yuguan and Gueme poised to assail her precious bower. Two Title Douluos preparing to harm two innocent children was beyond her comprehension. She could scarcely fathom the consequences had she arrived any later. Whether her beloved bower might have been dragged before the shameless Qian Xunji, subjected to a myriad of tortures. Qian Xunji had long harbored grievances against her. If her bower were to be captured, she would undoubtedly suffer a fate worse than death, ultimately becoming a pawn in his twisted schemes to threaten her. What? Harm your disciple? At that moment, Yuguan and his companion found themselves at a loss in the face of Bibi Dong's inquiry. Gueme, with a look of exasperation, lamented. When have we ever harmed your disciple? Who, pray tell, is truly inflicting harm? Yuguan, covering his face, was enveloped in indignation. He yearned to exclaim, I am on the verge of being overwhelmed by your disciple, yet you accuse us of harming them? Spare us the absurdity. Humph, since you have come, you must surely be prepared to bear the consequences of your actions. Bibi Dong was utterly impervious to such meaningless chatter. In her eyes, no one could be permitted to harm her precious bower. Your Highness, we genuinely recognize our mistakes. Please spare us our lives. They pleaded, bowing deeply. Bang, bang, bang. As they spoke, Yuguan and Gueme genuinely prostrated themselves, their movements swift and resolute. These two fellows were truly unworthy of their titles as Title Douluo. Above, Bibi Dong was taken aback, not anticipating that Gueme and Yuguan would so readily abandon their dignity. Just moments ago, they had been fervently serving the Pope, and now, upon sensing danger, they surrendered with such alacrity. Such elders were of little value to keep alive. It would be wiser to make an example of them. A warning to the despicable Qian Xunji to deter him from harboring any further intentions against my bower. Bibi Dong's heart hardened as she aimed a Rakshasa scythe at Yueguan and his companion. A chill coursed through the body of the ghostly figure, and his pupils dilated in shock. Oh no, how can this be happening? Yueguan screamed once more. The two had already reached the point of kneeling and begging for mercy, bowing their heads in desperation, yet they never anticipated that the Holy Maiden would still seek to take their lives. In that moment, they appeared utterly terrified, as if their very souls had fled. Enough. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Qian Douluo stepped forward, placing himself between Bibi Dong and the two men. 041. Subdue Yueguan and the ghostly figure. Yueguan, the ghostly figure, is a newly appointed elder of the Spirit Hall. Regardless of their transgressions, you must cease this. Qian Douluo stepped into the air, confronting Bibi Dong with a single statement that seemed to grant her a semblance of respect. The internal strife that resulted in the deaths of 2 elders within the spirit hall would have a profoundly detrimental impact if it were to be leaked. And Qian Douluo would never allow such a catastrophe. Haha, are you prepared to strike? Do you wish to bring about the extinction of the Qian family? The figure of Xiaogang appeared shortly after, positioning herself in front of Bibi Dong, standing defiantly against Qian Douluo. Should Qian Douluo dare to attack Bibi Dong, she would not hesitate to deal with Qian Xunji, and indeed, the entirety of the Qian family. You, Qian Douluo glared at Xiaogang, his expression darkening. This is not the night. In my domain, you shall not gain the upper hand. With that, Qian Douluo summoned the 6-winged angel martial spirit. The 6 expansive golden wings unfurled, their dazzling light piercing the heavens, tearing apart the oppressive gloom that enveloped the scene. In an instant, the formidable presences of Qian Douluo and Xiaogang coalesced into 2 opposing forces of black and white, colliding with one another, as if this space had been cleaved into 2 realms of darkness and light. Ha! Xiaogang turned her gaze back to Bibi Dong. You may act as you wish. I shall oversee everything. Bibi Dong remained silent, her attention shifting towards Su Feng and Hulaina, revealing a hint of hesitation. At that moment, Hulaina had rushed to Su Feng's side, her small hand gripping his arm tightly as her body trembled slightly, clearly terrified by the unfolding spectacle. As for Su Feng, he too was trembling, unable to bear the sight of the sky, appearing equally frightened by the scene before them. Yet, of course, he was merely feigning fear. After all, if everyone was terrified while he remained the epitome of calm, it would be far too conspicuous. And he desired to draw as little attention as possible. Have I frightened you all? Seeing her beloved bower, Bibi Dong's heart softened somewhat. If it were not for witnessing the sinister intentions of Yueguan and the ghostly duo towards her precious child, she would have no desire to reveal this terrifying aspect of herself in front of Bower. For the sake of my dear child, I shall spare your lives. Bibi Dong swiftly made her decision, her divine power slightly retracting. Yet, in the end, she still struck towards Yueguan and his companion. Boom. As anticipated, the duo joined forces to resist her, ultimately collapsing to the ground, gravely injured. Qian Douluo, observing Bibi Dong's lack of murderous intent, no longer wished to engage in combat with Blood-Eye. With a cold snort, he vanished from sight, while Blood-Eye dissipated into a cloud of black mist. This extraordinary event arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. The onlookers, particularly the Title Douluo, though filled with curiosity about what transpired, tacitly refrained from approaching. For before Qian Douluo departed, he had discreetly communicated a warning to all. From this day forth, without orders, no one is permitted to casually probe within a 3,000-meter radius of the Sanus's palace. This proclamation was laden with a palpable sense of caution, and coupled with the chilling aura of her divine power, the gathered spirit masters and over a dozen Title Douluo quietly dispersed. After this incident, perhaps the Sanus's palace had effectively become a forbidden domain. Yueguan, we are grateful for your mercy, Your Highness. Gui Mei, we are grateful for your mercy, Your Highness. Struggling to rise from the ground, Yueguan and Gui Mei gasped for breath as they bowed to Bibi Dong, who did not even spare them a glance. Begone. Thank you, Your Highness. The 2 prepared to flee. You too wait. Yueguan's body stiffened, his gaze returning to Bibi Dong, his lips twitching slightly in exasperation. What on earth do you want? Gui Mei silently cursed within, but maintained an ingratiating demeanor. Your Highness, may I inquire if there are any further instructions? Bibi Dong chose to remain silent, instead patiently listening to the grievances of a certain mischievous individual. Surely not. Teacher, you cannot be considering allowing them to escape? These 2 are destined to become your invaluable aides. Should you release them, where might you find another pair of Soul Douluo-level subordinates? Moreover, these 2 are currently enduring a difficult time with Qian Xunji, making this the perfect opportunity to bring them aboard. Please do not let this chance slip away, teacher. Valuable aides? Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong realized that she truly lacked subordinates with the strength of a Title Douluo. If there ever came a day when she had to leave Bower temporarily, and Bower encountered peril, she would be at a loss as to what to do. However, how could she persuade Yueguan and the others to serve her? Surely, Bower must possess a solution. Bibi Dong found herself in a state of perplexity, contemplating a means to gauge her beloved Bayer. However, to her astonishment, both Yueguan and Gui Mei, wary of her potential for a resurgence of murderous intent, once again bowed before her. Your Highness, the Saintess, if you do not find it distasteful, I, Gui Mei, am willing to remain by your side from this day forth. At your command, I shall traverse any perilous path, be it the steepest mountain or the fiercest flames, with unwavering dedication. Your Highness, I, Yu Guan, pledge the same. Henceforth, I shall heed your every instruction, devotedly serving your needs. Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback, her surprise evident. It was likely that these two had expressed similar sentiments in front of Qian Xunji. After all, they had only recently ascended to the rank of elders and felt little sense of belonging to the spirit hall. Their obsequiousness was merely a means of self-preservation. Was that truly the case? Bibi Dong suddenly realized that she could send them to seek out Hu Lai's brother, Xiaoyu, as well as the individual known as Yin, as a means to test their sincerity. With this thought in mind, Bibi Dong instructed Yu Guan and Gue Mei. The two, fearing for their lives, dared not to refute her commands and readily agreed. As long as you both assist me diligently and serve me faithfully, I shall not treat you unjustly. Bibi Dong pondered for a moment, then retrieved 2 spirit fruits from her soul guide, shielding Su Feng's gaze as she handed them to Yu Guan and Gue Mei. Please accept these. They shall greatly bolster your strength. Consider it a modest gift from me as a gesture of sincere allegiance. As she spoke, Bibi Dong appeared nonchalant, as though the spirit fruits were mere trifles to her. Yet, internally, she felt a pang of regret. These 2 spirit fruits had been painstakingly acquired from Su Feng, and there were only 3 in total. She had been reluctant to consume them all, having indulged in just one. It was indeed this very fruit that enabled her to comprehend the method of wielding the Rakshas's divine power in a mere few days, thus unleashing the formidable force moments ago. Now, in a bid to win over 2 Title Douluos, she had relinquished them entirely, her heart practically bleeding. Naturally, Bibi Dong was keen to conceal such an act from Su Feng, as it would be far too humiliating. Thank you, Your Highness, Yu Guan and Gue Mei exclaimed. Invigorated by the wondrous aura emanating from the spirit fruits, they swiftly accepted and concealed the fruits. With their enhanced soul power, they could distinctly sense the potency of these fruits. Consuming them would undoubtedly allow them to master their Title Douluo abilities within a week. And they even harbored confidence in breaking through another rank within 6 months. In light of the Saintess's generosity, their hearts were stirred, especially when reflecting on the brutal treatment they had endured at the hands of Qian Xunji. At last, we've aligned ourselves with the right person, Gue Mei thought, filled with excitement. It is imperative that I follow the Saintess wholeheartedly. Only then do I see a promising future for myself and the old ghost. Yu Guan shared in this exhilaration, silently cursing Qian Xunji as an old dog, for the comparison to the Saintess was starkly unfavorable. Your Highness, we shall take our leave now. Despite having faced a severe beating during this encounter, Yu Guan and Gue Mei departed with smiles beaming on their faces, brimming with enthusiasm. Master, did you give them something? Bibi Dong sensed Su Feng's gaze upon her, and inexplicably, a twinge of guilt washed over her. She hastily refuted. I merely offered them a few words of caution. Oh, very well. You startled me. I thought the teacher had bestowed spiritual fruits upon those 2. If that were the case, I would need to prepare 2 more spiritual fruits for the teacher. Since it is not the case, let it be for now. Perhaps I shall present them to the teacher at a later opportunity. Suddenly, a thunderous cacophony resonated in Bibi Dong's mind, leaving her frozen, as though she had turned to stone. Bower, I was wrong. I should not have deceived you. Woo-woo. In the depths of despair, Bibi Dong lamented silently, her heart heavy with unacknowledged pain, as if everything around her were fracturing. A month later, in a dilapidated house in Notting City, Xiaogang, having finally regained his capacity for movement, lay on a bed of thatch. He stretched languidly before rising with a somber expression. Bibi Dong, I never anticipated your cruelty. You shattered my legs and rendered me incapacitated, he muttered, pressing a hand to his groin, inhaling deeply as his countenance darkened further, twisting in anguish. You dared to leave me without an heir, forcing me to crawl back to Notting City. After a month of nursing my wounds, I have regained my strength. This humiliation shall be repaid 100-fold. After a few words laced with resentment, Xiaogang swiftly reined in his emotions and departed the house, making his way toward the Blue Tyrant Academy, murmuring to himself, now that I lack that particular ability, perhaps ere long remains unaware. As long as I conceal this matter, it shall be as if it never transpired. Thus, I can still remain by Erlong's side. Indeed, keeping Erlong as a backup was a sagacious decision. He suppressed all animosity, reverting to a state of remarkable composure. He was still, at least, the foremost theoretical master in the spirit master realm. Excellent. My path to vengeance now hinges upon you, Erlong. Though ere long may not possess the beauty of Bibi Dong, nor her porcelain-like complexion, Xiaogang firmly believed that if he showcased enough brilliance and provided her with ample care, he could maintain her affection, tightly controlling her and the dominance over the golden iron triangle. This represented his hope for resurgence and retribution. It was imperative that she remained oblivious, otherwise, ere long might refuse to stand by my side, jeopardizing my plans for revenge. This realization struck Xiaogang anew. He recognized that Lu Erlong's martial spirit was a variant of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, and as a theoretical master, he had gleaned countless insights from the ancient texts of the Spirit Hall. However, he could never divulge this knowledge. For how could he continue to regard Lu Erlong as a backup or maintain absolute control over the golden iron triangle? More than a month had passed. Lu Erlong, that foolish woman, must be longing for me, haha. Xiaogang coldly chuckled and immediately set out to search for Lu Erlong. Half a year swiftly passed. Meanwhile, in a courtyard of the Spirit Hall, there were originally only Feng and Hulaina, but for the past 5 months, 2 others had joined them, Xiaoyu and Yan. Thanks to the diligent efforts of Yueguan and Gue Mei, they successfully located the duo in a slum. Upon learning from Bibi Dong that Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yan would eventually be able to perform their martial soul fusion technique, she allowed them to reside in the courtyard, enabling them to cultivate together during the day and fostering their tacit understanding in advance. As expected, their synergy was remarkable. However, they had all succumbed to Feng's laziness, neglecting their training altogether. At that moment, in a corner of the courtyard permeated with an unpleasant odor, Yan provocatively suggested, Xiaoyu, let us have a contest and see who can urinate farther. What do you say? He boldly removed his trousers, not one to back down. Xiaoyu quickly raised his weapon. Bring it on. I'm not afraid. You lose every time anyway. Surprisingly, Yan was the first to unleash a stream, taunting. I'm faster than you. Xiaoyu, determined not to concede, retorted, I can make a louder sound than you. Hey, Yan exclaimed in shock. What are you doing? You just splashed me. I didn't. Xiaoyu argued, though inwardly he chuckled. You rascal, I said I was done. Why did you splash me? Xiaoyu retaliated. You splashed my face, you scoundrel. I'll get you back. Yan was completely infuriated. How dare you spit at me? I'll spit back. The battle raged on for quite some time. However, 2 maidservants in the courtyard were hesitant to intervene. They wished to stop the chaos. But upon realizing that the boys' weapons were merely saliva and urine, even they, having reached the spirit ancestor level, dared not step forward. Had they not witnessed it themselves, they could never have imagined being intimidated by 2 children. Finally, a figure appeared. You 2 rascals, what mischief are you up to now? Yueguan's presence unleashed a formidable pressure of spirit power, forcefully subduing the 2. Yet, even as a Title Douluo, he dared not approach them. For the odor was far too overwhelming for his fastidious nature. This confrontation was akin to a divine battle between Xiaoyu and Yan. Although neither had even awakened their martial souls, even a powerhouse of Yueguan's caliber had to tread carefully, refraining from provoking them recklessly. You 2, clean yourselves up and then face the wall for reflection, he commanded. The cold Moon Guan disdainfully tossed aside a remark before departing with a look of utter disdain. The 2 maidens, however, could hardly suppress their laughter, though they prudently kept their distance from the duo of Xiaoyu. For they could never predict when these 2 might turn their mischief upon them. On the opposite side of the courtyard lay a small garden. Entry forbidden to Xiaoyu and Yan. Any breach of this rule would result in a severe reprimand. At the entrance of the garden stood a sign emblazoned with 3 lines of resplendent characters, warning of the formidable presence within. Upon arriving, Moon Guan beheld the sign with a resigned expression, simultaneously feeling a sense of relief. Perhaps this garden was a rare sanctuary amidst the chaos of the courtyard. As he ventured inside, he found the holy maiden imparting knowledge to Feng and Hulaina. He cautiously took his place at the periphery, refraining from any disruptive actions. Having encountered the holy maiden before, he patiently awaited the conclusion of her lecture. Once it ended, he respectfully addressed her while bowing to Feng and Hulaina. I have the honor to greet young Master Su and Miss Laina. Unlike the 2 foolish individuals outside, Feng and Hulaina held a special significance in the eyes of the holy maiden. Particularly, Feng commanded a level of respect that made Moon Guan wary. Even if it meant hurling invectives at Qian Xunji, he would not dare offend Feng. The harrowing experience of half a year prior, when faced with the terrifying might of the Rakshas's demonic scythe, left Moon Guan unwilling to endure such a threat again. It was precisely because Qian Xunji had compelled him to confront Su Feng that he had nearly paid with his life. Please, rise. Bibi Dong gestured for Yu Guan to speak and inquired, what news do you bring? According to my subordinate, there exists a formidable trio known as the Golden Iron Triangle, capable of executing a powerful fusion technique involving 3 martial souls. Within the same great realm, they are nearly invincible, and even when facing opponents from a higher realm, their chances of victory remain substantial. Particularly in the Heaven-Do Empire, their reputation has grown immensely, rendering them unparalleled in prominence. Yu Guan paused briefly. Adopting a more serious tone, it is said that the leader of this trio is none other than Xiaogang, the foremost theoretical scholar within the Spirit Master community. Therefore, I propose that we capture Xiaogang and compel him to divulge his insights on the execution of the 3-person martial soul fusion technique. This would greatly assist Nana, Xiaoyu, and Yin in their future studies, perhaps facilitating their mastery of the fusion technique. Having spent over half a year alongside Her Holiness, Yu Guan was already aware that Hulaina and her companions would eventually be able to perform the martial soul fusion technique. He considered enlisting Xiaojiang's assistance to be a prudent idea. Most importantly, having consumed spiritual fruits, both he and Gui may had experienced a level up during this brief period, instilling in him a sense of gratitude and a desire to contribute something meaningful to Her Holiness. In summary, the Golden Iron Triangle, under Xiaojiang's leadership, has gained considerable renown, with rumors suggesting that after another decade of cultivation, they could rival Title Douluo. My subordinate is prepared to capture them and extract the secrets of the 3-person martial soul fusion technique. Upon hearing Yu Guan's account, Bibi Dong was taken aback. Reflecting on her last encounter with Xiaogang, which had occurred over 6 months prior, she recalled how she had personally shattered the man's legs and mutilated his most vital attributes, intending to consign this despicable wretch to a life of suffering. Yet, Bibi Dong had not anticipated the resilience of this man, who had seemingly regained his strength in such a short span of time. My dear disciple, what are your thoughts on Yu Guan's suggestion? Bibi Dong habitually glanced at Xiao Su Feng, believing that her dear bower might surprise her in unexpected ways. This suggestion is indeed quite splendid. If one wishes to interrogate the cultivation methods, then let them proceed. However, such an endeavor seems utterly unnecessary. I possess an abundance of insights regarding the cultivation of martial soul fusion techniques, which are undoubtedly superior to those penned by Xiaogang. When Nana and the others mature, I shall impart this knowledge to them. Nevertheless, it matters little to me. It is not my responsibility to capture that individual, so let them indulge in their antics. My bower has concealed so many treasures. A sudden shock coursed through Bibi Dong's heart, yet her countenance remained inscrutable. She contemplated the necessity of further investigating the origins of her precious bower. Given that Bao had already prepared her insights into the cultivation of their martial soul fusion technique, there seemed little reason to retrieve Xiaogang. How should she proceed with him? Bibi Dong pondered deeply, recalling some remarks made by her beloved bower in the past. That individual had always been fond of theoretical research, even publishing his treatise on the top 10 core competencies of martial souls, along with the maximum age limits for soul rings of various ranks, earning him considerable acclaim. However, should the truth about his clandestine appropriation of the martial soul hall as ancient texts be revealed, the world would understand him as a plagiaristic charlatan, leading to his inevitable disgrace and ruin. Bibi Dong vividly remembered that these words were one of the tactics employed by Xiao Su to incite her to teach Xiaogang a lesson over 6 months ago. However, since she had already dealt a severe blow to Xiaogang, stripping him of his dignity as a man, she refrained from pursuing further vengeance. Now, however, the opportunity was ripe for her to act. With this in mind, Bibi Dong immediately instructed Xiang Yuiguan, I want you to collaborate with the 2 specters and disseminate this news forthwith. Whether it be in the Heaven-Do Empire, the Star Luo Empire, or even the territories governed by the Spirit Hall, ensure that this information reaches every corner influenced by Xiaojiang's soul master theories. Your Highness, the Saintess, please proceed, Xiang Yuiguan replied. So what exactly are you saying? That the majority of Xiaojiang's theories are mere plagiarisms from the ancient texts of the Spirit Hall? He is indeed such a despicable character? Upon hearing the truth as revealed by Bibi Dong, Yuiguan's face fell in shock, as if his long-held beliefs had been shattered. He had previously regarded Xiaogang as a significant figure, albeit one lacking in talent, yet possessing some merit in theoretical knowledge. Do you find this hard to believe? Bibi Dong discerned Yuiguan's hesitations, thus she produced the Holy Maiden's token and entrusted it to him. With my token, You and Gue may access the inner sanctum of the Wuhuan Hall's library to seek ancient texts. With tangible evidence in hand, the truth shall become evident to you. It was she who had secretly lent the books from the inner sanctum to you Xiaogang, for otherwise. How could that despicable man have swiftly mastered such an abundance of elite theories? Very well, if your highness the holy maiden has no further matters, I shall take my leave. Go forth, she replied. Yuguan accepted the holy maiden's token and hurriedly set off to join his good brother, Gue Mei. My dear disciple, do you find my arrangement to be satisfactory? Bibi Dong, having overheard numerous heartfelt sentiments, was acutely aware of Xiao Su Feng's disdain for Yu Xiaogang. Indeed, she swiftly garnered Xiao Su Feng's unequivocal endorsement. Excellent, truly splendid. I am exceedingly satisfied with your arrangements. This individual is utterly repugnant. Allowing him to perish would merely be an act of leniency. Once his act of plagiarism is unveiled, the spirit hall can pursue him under the auspices of theft, rendering him a wretched fugitive, perpetually ensnared in a state of trepidation. It would be most gratifying to publicly humiliate him once more, just as we did previously. Right before his eyes, just as we did back then. Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback. The vivid imagery of that day resurfacing in her mind as if it had transpired only yesterday. On that fateful day, she had not only inflicted grave injuries upon Yu Xiaogang, but had also woven a deceitful tale, claiming to him that she was with child, bearing the offspring of Su Feng. At that time, Su Feng had not yet undergone his transformation into a smaller form, already displaying some semblance of adulthood. Perhaps it was during that moment that her desire for vengeance against Yu Xiaogang had consumed her, leading her to abandon all rationality. In a fit of fury, she had embraced her own disciple passionately, sharing a fervent kiss devoid of any decorum expected between a teacher and a student. That kiss was, after all, her first. Thump, thump, breathe. As Bibi Dong contemplated these thoughts, her heart inexplicably quickened, and a faint blush adorned her delicate visage. This matter had transpired over 6 months ago, and both parties had tacitly agreed to treat it as if it had never occurred. Yet, each time Bibi Dong recalled that incident, an overwhelming sense of embarrassment enveloped her. As if she had lost her senses that day, she silently prayed that Bauer had forgotten about it, for the shame was truly unbearable. Little did she know, Su Feng was also offering his own prayers. In just a few days, he would be able to alleviate the side effects of the fairy brew and return to his normal size. He hoped that when the teacher humiliated Yu Xiaogang, he would refrain from making any advances toward him, considering he had already surrendered his first kiss. Should he be subjected to further advances, it might lead to more insidious intentions regarding his body. A thunderous realization struck Bibi Dong's mind. Indeed, such fragments of memory are not so easily forgotten. Wait, could it be? Is Bao about to revert to her true age? Suddenly, Bibi Dong realized. Does that mean I can no longer hold Bauer while sleeping? Nor can I embrace and kiss her, or share a bath? Bibi Dong has come to realize the gravity of the situation. The reason she is able to treat her disciple like a precious gem is that the latter appears merely as a child. However, should he truly regain the appearance befitting his 14 years, he would undoubtedly resemble an adult, rendering her incapable of continuing those shameful acts. Master, why do you keep staring at me? Su Feng sensed an unsettling premonition as he noticed Bibi Dong's unwavering gaze upon him. Is there any reason for a teacher to do so? Still in denial? Your sordid eyes have already betrayed you. Very well. I shall endure for a few more days. Once I return to a normal size, I will certainly vacate the Holy Maiden's palace and ensure that you, a superficial woman, can no longer insult my body. Am I sordid? Am I superficial? Have I insulted your body? Upon hearing her precious disciple's grievances, Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback. She was aware that her image in his eyes was far from favorable, yet she never anticipated being so harshly judged. Precious one, you have truly saddened me. I have acted this way solely out of affection for you. It is not a reflection of my superficiality. In her heart, Bibi Dong felt an inexplicable sense of grievance, further deepened by the thought that in just a few days, Bauer would transform into an adult. How could he regain his youthful appearance? A perplexing thought arose within Bibi Dong. It was she who had personally anointed Su Feng with the divine elixir, a treasure that bestows upon men the gift of rejuvenation, which ultimately transformed Su Feng into a youthful visage. Obedient disciple, Bibi Dong prepared to probe further and inquired. Having stayed in the Holy Maiden's palace for over half a year, how do you find it? What do you mean, I am asking you a question. How do you truly feel? Su Feng's lips twitched slightly, yet he maintained a compliant demeanor, responding with a smile. I feel it is quite wonderful. Bibi Dong chuckled. Since my disciple is fond of it, I shall reluctantly consent to your request, allowing you to reside in the saintess's palace for an additional year. Isn't that rather excessive? Reluctantly allowing me to stay for a year? Are you jesting? I shall be departing shortly. Bibi Dong quietly clenched her fist, yet wore a smile as she said, My dear disciple, do you seem to think that a year is rather insufficient? Pray tell, how long do you wish to stay? The decision lies with me as your teacher. Su Feng feigned obedience on his face, but internally he was inundated with complaints. How long do I wish to stay? I wish to move out immediately. Nevertheless, there is no rush. In 3 days, my primordial body shall ascend to the primordial divine body, at which point the rejuvenating effects of the immortal brew will naturally dissipate, restoring my adult form. I refuse to believe that, upon facing my adult self, you would still have the audacity to suggest such shameless acts as bathing me, or dare to engage in those ignominious activities at night. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong seemed to grasp the situation, yet remained somewhat perplexed. What is the primordial divine body? Never mind, it is of little consequence. Sigh. As Bibi Dong contemplated the impending reality of parting from her beloved bower in just 3 days, an inexplicable sorrow enveloped her heart. Although her former disciple, with his precocious demeanor, had been endearingly charming, he paled in comparison to the present incarnation of Bower, who possessed an irresistible allure that captivated her deeply. Alas, growth was an inevitable journey for Bower, merely arriving sooner than anticipated. All that Bibi Dong could do was cherish these final 3 days, savoring every moment spent in Bower's company. After a fleeting spell of melancholy, a previous thought suddenly resurfaced in Bibi Dong's mind. She had once mentioned teaching Su Feng how to swim. The bashful expression of young Su Feng was utterly delightful, capable of ensnaring her heart. In the past, even a simple bath would send his cheeks aflame, yet the frequency of such occurrences had rendered him immune to embarrassment. It had been quite some time since Bibi Dong had witnessed that adorable shyness. Thus, she resolved to personally guide Bower in the art of swimming, providing her with ample justification to remove Su Feng's attire. In that moment, a blush crept across Bibi Dong's fair visage as she contemplated the notion of shedding her own garments as well. With Bower's exceedingly delicate sensibilities, the sight of her teacher disrobing would surely ignite a fervent blush, creating an utterly charming spectacle. Bibi Dong began to anticipate the moment. Yet she felt a twinge of shyness. After all, it was truly embarrassing to engage in such a mortifying act before her disciple. No, she must not succumb to embarrassment. As long as she remained composed, the one who would feel shy would be Bayer. Bibi Dong silently recited a calming mantra. Once she regained her poise, she feigned seriousness and inquired, Bayer, I have long promised to teach you how to swim, a promise I have yet to fulfill. I intend to impart this skill to you over the next few days. What do you think? I refuse, Su Feng protested, as was his custom. However, Hulaina was brimming with curiosity about all things new. Teacher, I want to learn as well. Learn. What a nuisance. Bibi Dong retorted. There are only 3 days left. Can you not allow me to borrow Bayer for a moment? Bibi Dong nearly let her thoughts slip. Over the past 6 months, Su Feng had repeatedly refused to share a room with her under the pretense of focusing on his training, claiming he needed to remain behind to guide Nana. In truth, Su Feng merely sought to evade responsibility, with Nana unwittingly becoming his accomplice in this endeavor. Nana, you cannot follow along, she admonished. Why not? Hulaina's petite face was filled with grievance. With only 3 days remaining, Bibi Dong was reluctant to indulge her, and thus spoke sternly. Have I not informed you that your senior brother is quite exceptional? Your presence would hinder his learning. Do you wish to impede his progress? Nana did not wish to hinder her senior brother, however, she also longed to accompany him in his quest for knowledge. Hulaina lowered her head, pouting, her expression tinged with reluctance. Very well. There will be future opportunities. Bibi Dong softened her demeanor slightly and inquired, Have you encouraged your senior brother to learn swimming? Once he masters it, he can teach you. Teach me? That sounds wonderful. I wholeheartedly support it. Nana exclaimed. Very well. 2 votes to 1. It's settled then. Bibi Dong bestowed a gentle smile upon Su Feng. Su Feng, bewildered, wore an expression of confusion. Are we going now? Bibi Dong, sensing the urgency of time, swiftly instructed Hulaina on the training agenda for the next 3 days, then effortlessly lifted Su Feng and departed, humming a cheerful tune. Soon, she would be free to indulge in her desires without restraint, and her anticipation grew. In the past, even when sleeping in the dormitory, Little Su Feng would always be dressed, exuding an air of vigilance that left no opportunity for her to tease him. She had refrained from forcing any advances, fearing to provoke his ire and risk alienating him. However, this time was different. Her reasons were abundantly justified. Little Su Feng's defenses had been overly stringent, leaving Bibi Dong with little opportunity before. Perhaps it truly resonated with the adage, that which one cannot possess is forever tantalizing. Seizing this moment, Bibi Dong prepared to fulfill all the desires she had previously harbored but had been too shy to act upon. In the bathing pool of the Saintess's dormitory, Bibi Dong returned here with Su Feng and immediately commenced a new round of teaching, the art of swimming. Bauer, let us begin. In Bibi Dong's heart, it felt as though a mischievous little devil was grinning wickedly, yet her expression remained impeccably serious. Come, allow me to assist you in removing your garments. Wait. Su Feng was acutely aware of Bibi Dong's ulterior motives and would not permit her to succeed so easily. In truth, I do not require instruction in swimming, for I have already mastered it. Really? S' expression stiffened, sensing that the plan might be unraveling, yet she felt a tinge of reluctance. Then demonstrate for me. Very well. Su Feng replied with confidence. It's merely swimming. I've indulged in it extensively in my past life, so what could be difficult about it? Come. Allow me to assist you in shedding your garments. Wait. If you do not remain still, I shall have no choice but to impose a punishment upon you. What Su Feng did not anticipate was that Bibi Dong seemed particularly eager today, almost seizing every opportunity to draw nearer to him, leaving him no time to refuse as she swiftly stripped him bare. Bibi Dong gently pressed her lips against Su Feng's face once more before reluctantly releasing her hold, saying, "Let us begin." A lingering feeling arose within her. She sensed that her mentor would not easily permit her to showcase her abilities. Su Feng couldn't help but shiver. As a profound premonition gripped him, his last 3 days before regaining his normal form would likely plunge him into a nightmarish ordeal. Indeed, the very next moment, the scenario he dreaded most unfolded before him. Glug! Glug! Good heavens, what a fright! Why can't I swim? The instant Su Feng leapt into the water, he sank like a stone, refraining from employing his soul power, compelled to feign drowning. Otherwise, his true prowess would be unmasked. It was evident that the water in the bath had been tampered with by Bibi Dong. Huh. See, I told you, you still cannot swim, she remarked with a smirk. Bibi Dong stifled a chuckle before leaping down to rescue Su Feng. Alas, in my endeavor to save you, my garments have become drenched. Bibi Dong stifled a smile, adopting a feigned expression of reproach, and remarked, "Why do you insist on pretending to possess skills you do not have? I would never refuse to teach you." Su Feng remained silent, appearing somewhat vexed. A mere swimming pool had proven to be his undoing. This defied logic. Had my swimming abilities truly atrophied? At that moment, Bibi Dong could no longer contain her laughter. In truth, she had surreptitiously introduced a rare element into the pool, which diminished buoyancy by 70%. Even an accomplished swimmer would struggle to adapt to such a drastic change upon suddenly entering the water. My clothes are wet. I must change into a swimsuit. Kindly turn your head away. Can't you just return to your room to change? That seems rather inconvenient. Bibi Dong spoke softly, while Su Feng clenched his fists and turned away, his expression tinged with embarrassment and irritation. How infuriating. It was always like this, changing clothes right beside me. Surely, this was intentional. What a shameless and superficial act. Faced with Su Feng's internal musings, Bibi Dong remained indifferent, for she had grown immune to such words, having heard them countless times before. These remarks were reserved for Bauer. Those who had insulted her otherwise, like Xiaogang, had already faced dire consequences. Moments later, a rustling sound emerged from behind Su Feng, accompanied by Bibi Dong's warning. "I am right behind you. Dare to peek, and I shall take your eyes." "I understand. You need not emphasize it, really." Upon hearing these words, Su Feng's face reddened even further, rendering him quite awkward. Bauer's bashful demeanor was utterly adorable, and Bibi Dong felt a surge of joy at witnessing this scene. However, she soon found herself in a dilemma. Which swimsuit would be suitable? If she desired to be intimate with Bauer, she certainly could not wear something too conservative. Ideally, she would prefer not to wear anything at all, as this would allow her to embrace Bauer more comfortably. Yet, if she chose something too revealing, or even opted to go without, she would feel quite embarrassed, especially since she had never presented herself in such a manner before a man. "Teacher, are you ready yet? Does it really take this long to change into a swimsuit? You're not feeling shy, are you?" Su Feng teased, his impatience growing. "I never imagined a woman as shameless as you would have such a day." Shy. How could that be? Bibi Dong's cheeks flushed at being exposed, and she hastily retorted, I am merely selecting a swimsuit. Oh, do you need your disciple's assistance in choosing? Su Feng persisted, a hint of annoyance in his tone. No need. Bibi Dong, apprehensive of Su Feng turning his head, hastily warned, if you dare to glance back, I shall not hesitate to strike you down. The mere thought of the awkwardness that would ensue if he were to turn around filled her with dread. In truth, as she engaged in these actions, Bibi Dong felt a tumult of emotions. On one hand, she yearned to provoke a blush upon Bao'er's cheeks, relishing the sight of her shyness, while on the other, she herself was engulfed in embarrassment. Nevertheless, she resolved to take things step by step, reminding herself that there were still 3 days ahead. In her current state, Bibi Dong felt a wave of shyness wash over her, prompting her to make a decision without further hesitation. Ultimately, she chose a relatively modest sheer gown that gracefully concealed her alluring figure. However, due to the gown's delicate and translucent nature, although it cloaked most of her body, it still allowed glimpses of her pale, flawless skin to shimmer through. She pondered that once immersed in water, the fabric might become even more revealing. The thought of this made her cheeks burn even more. Oh well, it shall be as it is, she resolved. Eventually, Bibi Dong composed herself, not forgetting to recite a calming mantra. As long as I do not feel shy. It is my precious Bao'er who is shy. Indeed, when Bibi Dong reappeared before Su Feng, the latter's face flushed crimson, extending to the neck and ears, as if the very essence of warmth enveloped them, ultimately making her too timid to meet Bibi Dong's gaze. Are you feeling bashful, Bao'er? Su Feng remained silent, yet her mind was filled with sarcasm. Shyness? How absurd, considering she donned such attire before her disciple. Does she possess no sense of shame? No semblance of decorum? The persona of her mentor has utterly crumbled. Can't she see that? I must endure for 3 more days. Once I revert to my original form, I shall swiftly distance myself from this individual. It seems my teacher has triumphed, ha. Observing the other's shyness, Bibi Dong felt her own timidity dissipate, replaced by an inexplicable joy. The thrill of teasing her beloved Bao'er had been a sensation long forgotten. Shall we begin, Bao'er? She said gently, extending her delicate hand to embrace Su Feng. In that instant, a jolt coursed through Bibi Dong, as if she had been struck by lightning. A sensation unlike any she had ever experienced enveloped her being. Indeed, this feeling was extraordinary. Even through the sheer fabric, Bibi Dong could distinctly sense the velvety softness of her precious Bao'er's skin, which was astonishingly smooth, almost as if better cared for than her own. Of course, there remained a distinction. Su Feng's skin was tender and supple, bursting with vitality, while Bibi Dong's was smooth and refined, infused with the fragrance of youth. Such was the nature of the situation. Truly, deriding her disciple proved to be the most delightful pursuit. In that moment, Bibi Dong felt an exhilarating thrill, brimming with anticipation, and further delighting in the fact that her beloved in her arms was now utterly stiff, her small hands unsure of where to rest, appearing exceedingly constrained. Humph. She is indeed thoroughly captivated by her mentor. Bibi Dong was overwhelmed with a sense of achievement. Such opportunities to restrain her cherished disciple were indeed rare, and ultimately, it was her lack of boldness that held her back. In the ensuing 3 days, following Bibi Dong's command, Yu Guan and Gue Mei hastened to the Tiando Empire. Every available resource within the Spirit Hall's branches throughout the Tiando Empire was mobilized to clandestinely announce a significant revelation. Xiaogang had plagiarized theories from the Spirit Hall's ancient texts, which included the core principles of spirit fusion, and had audaciously claimed them as his own research. This revelation sent shockwaves throughout the Tiando Empire, reverberating from the high-ranking officials within the imperial city to the bustling streets of various towns, where countless discussions erupted regarding the matter. At that moment, in the conference hall of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengji sat in the main seat, surrounded by numerous core members of the sect. Master, you previously extended an invitation to Xiaogang to become our guest elder. I urge you to reconsider. In just 3 days, this incident has spread throughout the Tiando Empire. If we insist on inviting Xiaogang and demand the core theories of spirit fusion, we may provoke the Spirit Hall. Indeed, and there is no guarantee that inviting him will yield the core theories of spirit fusion. Therefore, I propose we publicly announce that Xiaojing's character is questionable. The 7-treasure glazed tile school will not accept such a soul master as a guest elder, and we shall permanently blacklist him, prohibiting any sect assets from being accessible to him. Ning Fengji pondered, sensing the complexity of the situation. although he did not fully grasp the true motivations behind the events. The evidence presented confirmed that Xiaogang had indeed plagiarized the Spirit Hall's ancient texts and shamelessly declared them as his own research. With this in mind, Fengji resolved to act without hesitation. Convey my orders, retract the invitation, and blacklist Xiaogang. Understood, master. Meanwhile, in the streets of Soto City, voices echoed with disdain. I told you so. A theory that countless talented soul masters of the Spirit Hall could not decipher. How could that waste, Xiaogang, claim to have discovered it? It turns out he was merely plagiarizing. What a despicable and shameless individual. The recent rise of the so-called Golden Iron Triangle, led by Xiaogang, was undoubtedly bolstered by the Spirit Hall's core theories. Otherwise, how could those three achieve such feats? Indeed, those capable of dual spirit fusion techniques are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Even if someone were to succeed, they would at least have to be of genius caliber. What right does a useless person like him have to achieve it? He must have succeeded by stealing the Spirit Hall's core theories. The scandal of Xiaogang's plagiarism had unwittingly become a topic of gossip among soul masters during their leisure. Curse it, you dog of a man. It turns out it was all stolen. If only I could access the Spirit Hall's ancient texts. Perhaps I too could unravel such theories. In a secluded corner, a disheveled man violently shattered his wine glass upon the ground, subsequently stomping on it in a fit of rage, his face contorted with jealousy and fury. This individual was none other than the infamous Not Happy from Douluo, whose aspiration was to provide all beautiful girls in the world with a warm home. If possible, he wished to cultivate those innocent girls, helping them to understand the beauty of hard work and the expansion of their horizons. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, the patriarch, Yuanjin, sat in a brooding silence upon his throne. Below him were numerous elders, their faces marked by mockery and disdain. Patriarch, you previously mentioned the restoration of Xiaogang's clan status. We hope you will reconsider, spoke the Grand Elder, fully aware that Yuanjin's intention behind restoring Xiaogang's status was likely to gain the support of the elders through the theory of martial soul fusion, thus establishing Xiaogang as the future sub-patriarch, a notion he could not accept. The Grand Elder was right. The patriarch should retract his order. I propose we immediately command Xiaogang to personally go to the Martial Soul Hall to plead for forgiveness, thus alleviating the anger of the hall. We cannot allow this waste to drag down our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, interjected the second elder, whose harsh words resonated with many, all unwilling to let Xiaogan's incompetence tarnish their reputation. Soon, the hall echoed with the agreement of others. Indeed, in the face of self-interest, Xiaogang's recently regained reputation was tarnished in an instant, as if he had become a vile sinner within the sect. Summon my command. Immediately capture that ungrateful child. Yuanjin finally exclaimed in a fit of rage, unable to contain his fury at his son's disgraceful actions. Understood, Patriarch, replied the Grand Elder and the Second Elder, who quickly departed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan with several loyal subordinates. Brother, are we truly going to bring Xiaogang back? The Second Elder revealed a sinister smile. Humph, daring to plagiarize the ancient theories of the Martial Soul Hall, we must not let it implicate us. The Grand Elder's lips curled into a similar malevolent grin. It seems this waste cannot be allowed to remain. In Soto City, in a desolate ravine, Xiaogang, Flandra, and Lu Erlong sat around a fire, cooking some charred fish, neglecting to turn it, allowing the burnt aroma to permeate the air. Xiaogang, as brothers, I hope you will honestly confess. Did you plagiarize the ancient theories of the Martial Soul Hall? Flandra could no longer contain himself. In truth, the evidence secretly disclosed by the Martial Soul Hall was already sufficient to incriminate Xiaogang, yet Flandra, having known him for many years, believed he was not that kind of person. You don't believe me either? Xiaogang cast a forlorn glance at Flandra, his expression heavy with a sense of profound grievance. Indeed, the evidence was irrefutable, and he found himself devoid of any counter-arguments. There was no reason for them to continue believing in him. You both should leave. Let each of you bear your own burdens. I will shoulder this blame alone. At the very least, you will not have to hide as I do, nor endure the whispers and slanders that accompany it. Xiaogang appeared deeply troubled, as if he were the greatest victim in this unfortunate affair. This scene tugged at Lu Erlong's heartstrings, prompting her to declare her unwavering support. Xiaogang, I believe in you. You would never commit such an act. I will remain by your side, and we shall face this together, shall we? This does not concern you. "It is best if you keep your distance," he replied. "Xiaogang, I will not leave. I wish to stay with you." Upon hearing Lu Erlong's insistence, Xiaogang fell into silence, his fists clenched tightly. His expression shifted once more, revealing a sense of guilt as he felt he was the one burdening them. He could not even bear to meet the gazes of Lu Erlong and Flander. Yet, in the depths of his heart, Xiaogang thought, she truly is a foolish woman. A mere act, and she is moved to such depths. Excellent, splendid. You are my woman, and a tool for my vengeance. Even if the entire world believes I have plagiarized, you must trust in me and stand by my side. Otherwise, I shall irrevocably lose control of the Golden Triangle and perhaps never rise again. Thus, I cannot concede. Xiaogang calculated silently, his faade becoming increasingly authentic, exuding an aura of utter despair, as if the entire world conspired against him. Even his brothers had turned their backs. Xiaogang, if you did not plagiarize the theories of the Spirit Hall, then what accounts for the evidence that has surfaced these days? As anticipated, after Xiaogang's performance, not only did Lu Erlong's heart soften, but even Flander began to waver. "I do not know how this has come to pass," Xiaogang lamented, his face contorted in anguish. "But I know who is behind this." "Xiaogang, tell me, who is it?" Lu Erlong inquired urgently. "I will help you bring them to justice." "It is futile. She is from the Spirit Hall, and her position there is second only to the Pope. We cannot touch her." "Are you referring to Bibi Dong?" Flander's pupils dilated slightly. "Is she not your final beloved?" He dared not utter another word. Over the past several months, he had begun to suspect that Bibi Dong had decisively cast aside Xiaogang. Otherwise, the latter would not be so despondent, ultimately immersing himself in the study of soul master theories. The only plausible explanation for Xiaogan's state was being spurned by Bibi Dong. Perhaps it was for the best. After all, Flander had always felt that Xiaogang was unworthy of Bibi Dong. With Xiaogan's rejection, he felt a degree of balance restored within himself. Presently, Xiaogang was reduced to a state akin to a stray dog, and Flander found a certain irony in fate, even amusement, though he stifled any laughter, burying his instinctive schadenfreude deep within. "What shall we do next since we cannot confront Bibi Dong?" Lu Erlong asked gravely. "We can only continue to hide for now. Until we find evidence to prove my innocence, we cannot re-emerge," Xiaogang replied, his expression somber yet tinged with remorse. "I apologize for the trouble this has caused you. We may have to remain in hiding for an indeterminate period. Xiaogang, I am unfazed. As long as I am with you, I believe there will come a day when our innocence is vindicated," Lu Erlong declared, almost enchanted, unwavering in her faith in him. Finally, she raised her fist towards Flander, casting him a look of camaraderie. "Isn't that right, Boss Flander?" "Cough, cough," Flander responded with a resigned nod. "Indeed, indeed. Xiaogang, you see, both Flander and I will always support you, so there's no need to worry excessively." Lu Erlong moved closer to Xiaogang, extending her hand as if to drape her arm around him, showcasing her spirited loyalty, though in truth, her desire was simply to draw nearer to him. "All right. Then I shall prepare fish for you," Xiaogang said, hastily stepping back, using the excuse of cooking to maintain a certain distance from Lu Erlong. Meanwhile, he cast a sidelong glance at Flander, who showed no signs of discontent, allowing Xiaogang to breathe a sigh of relief. Over the past months, Xiaogang was well aware that Lu Erlong had made countless attempts to grow closer to him, and he too was eager for such closeness. Desiring to embrace her slender waist, to press his lips against hers, so temptingly luscious, and to explore the enticing mysteries that lay beyond. Alas, he could not act on these impulses, for he discerned that Flander harbored feelings for Lu Erlong as well. Should he be too eager and overtly take advantage of Lu Erlong, Flander would undoubtedly feel envious, risking the dissolution of their golden triangle of brotherhood, or even provoking enmity. Thus, Xiaogang could only dangle Lu Erlong's affections while maintaining his brotherly bond with Flander, fearful of any fracturing within their trio. Nightfall. In the chamber of the Saintess. It has finally come to an end. Feng lay supine on the bed, utterly listless. For an entire 3 days. It was almost unimaginable that he had swum over 100 meters in the pool and traversed more than 2,000 meters on foot. 2,000 meters. What a notion this is, nearly equating to his total exercise over the past 3 months, all condensed into these 3 arduous days. Remarkably, even his cultivation had surged to level 79, tantalizingly close to reaching the rank of Title Douluo. However, he would prefer to remain a soul sage than endure such exhaustion. In Feng's perspective, Ample rest was imperative for fruitful cultivation. If he could not secure the most basic 23 hours of rest per day, where would he find the energy to cultivate? Was there a problem? None at all. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Goodness, he hadn't eaten all day, sensing his stomach protesting. Feng prepared to retrieve some snacks from his soul guide. Just then, he caught sight of a graceful figure emerging from the bathroom. She was clad in a delicate gauzy dress, revealing her long, fair legs, cinched at the waist by a jade belt, accentuating her slender, willow-like physique. Her flowing tresses cascaded down like a waterfall, complemented by her starry lake-like eyes and flawless visage, all radiating an enchanting allure that could captivate any onlooker. Had another man witnessed this scene, he would likely be entranced, eager to seize this woman, only to be consumed by insatiable greed. However, having been accustomed to such sights, Feng instinctively withdrew beneath the covers upon first seeing Bibi Dong, losing all appetite and feigning sleep instead. These past 3 days, his teacher had thoroughly exhausted him. He fervently hoped for mercy tonight. Truly, he implored, grant me the kindness to enjoy a peaceful slumber. Is master truly so terrifying? As soon as Bibi Dong entered, she caught the echoes of Bauer's somewhat disillusioned thoughts, unable to suppress a chuckle. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Bibi Dong leaned slightly closer to Feng, and soon she heard the rebellious rumblings of his stomach. A sly smile curled at the corners of her lips. Over the past 3 days, she had seized the opportunity of teaching swimming to engage in numerous activities she had never attempted before and had previously felt too shy to undertake. For instance, she would cover Bei's eyes with a cloth and then, with heartfelt sincerity, lean in, inviting the other to massage her. The sensation was akin to an electric shock, intensely ticklish yet profoundly pleasurable. Regrettably, Bei's sense of modesty was exceedingly acute, regardless of how earnestly Bibi Dong pleaded. He steadfastly refused to engage directly, drawing the line at any overt displays. Throughout the day, Bibi Dong had deliberately focused her attention on Feng, ensuring he refrained from eating, all in pursuit of fulfilling her final 2 experiences. One was that she had never embraced Bei with unreserved affection, never truly savoring the feeling of him entirely belonging to her. The other was, Bibi Dong found herself grappling with thoughts that she deemed too audacious, too shameful, and far too improper. Particularly troubling was her second thought, which filled her with considerable embarrassment. After all, the individual in question was her disciple. How could she entertain such notions? Yet, the impending reality loomed over her. After tonight, Bauer would dispel the effects of the fairy brew and revert to her original adult form. At that point, Bibi Dong feared she would no longer be able to perceive Feng as a mere child, nor could she continue to harbor him within the sanctuary of the Holy Maiden's chamber. Regardless, she resolved that tonight she must seize this opportunity, otherwise, it might never come again. With a steely determination, Bibi Dong promptly brought forth the kanji she had prepared earlier, placing it beside Feng. Bibi Dong swiftly regained her composure and remarked, having toiled all day, you should first enjoy a bowl of porridge before resting. Feng remained silent, persisting in his pretense of sleep. The adage no good deed goes unpunished echoed in his mind. He was resolute in not falling for her ploys, convinced that she sought to rouse him only to subject him to indignities. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Bibi Dong had already discerned his ruse through her inner voice. In dealing with such a Feng, Bibi Dong, well versed in her own strategies, declared, since Bei has already succumbed to slumber, and I cannot bear to see you go hungry, it appears that I must reluctantly resort to feeding you with my own lips. Bibi Dong was fully aware that Bei had an intense aversion to dirtiness. Not only would she refuse to kiss, but she would also insist on wiping her face before any contact. The notion of feeding one another with their mouths was utterly unacceptable to her. I truly fed you with my mouth. As expected, when Bibi Dong initiated the act of drinking porridge, Feng could no longer contain himself and immediately sat up. I was wrong. I shall no longer pretend. I will drink it right away. With that, Feng took the bowl of clear porridge and swiftly consumed it. Master, may I take a rest now? Feng trembled, fully prepared for the impending humiliation. Sleep, came the reply. To his astonishment, however, the other party merely smiled gently, taking no further action, causing him to involuntarily gasp in surprise. This is not how it should be. It defies logic. Has the master changed her disposition? Filled with confusion, Feng suddenly felt a loud buzz in his mind as an overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he could think of nothing else but to succumb to sleep. It was evident that Bibi Dong had tampered with that bowl of porridge. Bei. Bibi Dong called out a few times, and, Upon realizing that her beloved child had truly succumbed to deep slumber, she let out a slight sigh of relief. Just moments ago, she had been quite anxious, fearing that her dear one might perceive any signs of distress. After all, her child's cultivation was notably advanced, which necessitated a substantial dosage of the sedative. It could likely even incapacitate a Title Douluo. Alas, she had ultimately become the very person she despised the most. Bibi Dong suddenly felt a wave of emotion, realizing that her actions tonight bore a striking resemblance to those of her beastly mentor, Qian Xunji. Perhaps there is a distinction. Qian Xunji was struck by his disciples, while she had yet to face such a fate. Was it truly appropriate for her to act in this manner? As she gazed at the peacefully slumbering Bao, uncertainty washed over her. Could it be that she, still so young, was about to be subjected to her teacher's whims? How shameless of you, teacher, to have removed my clothing. Your audacity knows no bounds. You are indeed shallow. The panicked voice of Xiaosu echoed in her ears, amplifying Bibi Dong's hesitation and her inner turmoil. Suddenly, a devilish whisper resonated in her mind. Go forth, act as you desire, fulfill your wishes. This is your path, your true calling. The voice, both ethereal and haunting, seemed to have lingered within her for an eternity, perhaps even since she embraced the Rasha inheritance. Fear not the conventions of the world. Follow your heart's true intent. Is this not your path? What do you hesitate for? The murmurs grew ever more insistent, akin to a demon's whisper, causing Bibi Dong to tremble slightly. In an instant, the uncertainty that had clouded her features dissipated, replaced by a mischievous smile. No more hesitation. The moment had arrived, and she was resolute. Her master would not squander this opportunity. Bibi Dong seized Bao's garment. With a surge of soul power, a resounding tear echoed as Bao's attire was instantaneously shredded. In that fleeting moment, Bibi Dong felt an overwhelming madness enveloping her, akin to a twisted and deranged individual. Yet, she yearned to relinquish control, wishing merely to follow the whims of her heart. Rest assured, my dear disciple, I harbor no ill intentions towards you. I merely wish to experience the true essence of embracing you. Do not hold it against me. Bibi Dong cast a fleeting glance at Su Feng, her fair cheeks tinged with a delicate blush, her entire being seemingly ablaze with warmth. Even now, she refrained from voicing her second thought, for it filled her with profound embarrassment, a notion she could never allow Bao to discover, yet one that she longed to explore with fervor. This thought had first emerged as a jest directed at Bao, something Bibi Dong had never truly contemplated pursuing. However, for reasons unbeknownst to her, a devilish voice echoed within her mind, amplifying her desires to an overwhelming degree, compelling her to act upon them. Bao, do not blame your teacher. Bibi Dong gently bit her lip, and then once more channeled her soul power, causing her attire to instantly tear apart. In a dream, Su Feng found himself in a kingdom dedicated to culinary delights, where an array of delectable foods surrounded him. Astonishingly, these exquisite dishes began to float towards him. Goodness, what a marvel! Am I truly dreaming? Su Feng murmured. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Realizing his stomach's rebellion, Su Feng decided to indulge. If this is a dream, I might as well feast. Soon enough, an endless stream of food wafted towards him, and he devoured it with great enthusiasm. Ah, how delightful! Su Feng exclaimed, reveling in sheer enjoyment and satisfaction. However, to his astonishment, no matter how much he consumed, he still felt insatiably hungry. Damn it, this is absurd. I'm done eating. Frustration etched on his face. He was then confronted with a bewildering sight. The food compelled him to continue eating. Oh no, this dream has spiraled out of control. Su Feng's expression turned to one of terror as he reached out desperately to grasp the food, only to find it slipping through his fingers. He then tried using both hands to push it away, but to no avail. The food seemed possessed, exerting more strength than he could muster. What on earth is happening? Su Feng felt utterly foolish, having never experienced such a terrifying dream. Well, since resistance is futile, I might as well keep eating. He resigned himself to the whims of the food. Moments later, a bizarre scene unfolded. The floating food, much like a loaf of bread, began to emit a grotesque scent of blood. Why is this bread bleeding? Fear gripped Su Feng, prompting him to reject the bloodied loaf. To his relief, it no longer forced itself into his mouth like the previous dishes had. Ah, it's over. Su Feng thought the nightmare had finally concluded. But terror struck once more as all the bloody food in the kingdom was removed, only for another batch of untouched delicacies to surge toward him. Help! Someone! Please save me! Panic overwhelmed Su Feng as the scene repeated itself. The torment seemed to stretch on indefinitely. Eventually, Su Feng noticed that another batch of food had also begun to bleed, yet this was a relief. At least these dishes no longer forced themselves into his mouth, merely brushing against his face and offering a sense of warmth. Perhaps this time it has truly come to an end. In a fleeting moment, Su Feng's consciousness was enveloped in darkness until a crisp notification echoed through the void. Ding! Congratulations, host. Through your relentless efforts, you have accumulated 15 years of lying flat. Achieving the eternal lying flat status in the system. Reward: Primordial Body Advancement Card, capable of upgrading the primordial body to the divine primordial body, level 1 soul power. Tranquil Heart Pill clears all malevolent thoughts and 5,000 lying flat points. Ding! Gentle reminder. Utilizing the Primordial Body Advancement card will allow your primordial body to evolve into the divine primordial body. Effect: negates all negative physical effects. Accelerates cultivation speed by 2,000 times. Amplifies soul power by 100 and enhances beauty to perfection. Would you like to proceed? This voice was all too familiar to Su Feng, who promptly responded, use it. Buzz. A resonant vibration echoed in Su Feng's mind. Although he remained in slumber, he distinctly sensed an extraordinary transformation within his body, which seemed to be growing at an astonishing rate. 048. Bibi Dong is infatuated, trying to retain Su Feng. How warm? What is happening? As the advancement card was activated, Su Feng's body expanded rapidly, and he soon noticed an unusual sensation. It felt as though he was being cradled by something soft and warm. Ah, this feels so delightful. Su Feng surrendered to the enveloping warmth, indifferent to waking, as this was the profound slumber he had always sought. After all, with his usual ample sleep, opportunities to delve into such depths were rare. Time slipped away, and eventually, dawn broke, casting piercing sunlight into the chamber, illuminating everything. With a groggy blink, Su Feng instinctively turned his head to see if the woman had departed. To his relief, he found himself alone on the bed, the faint, lingering fragrance of the woman still in the air, alongside the warmth that had yet to dissipate. He sighed in relief. Thankfully, the devil had finally left. After a brief moment, Su Feng stretched out his hand and beheld his robust arms. Clearly, he had transformed into an adult form. A radiant smile blossoming on his face. Finally, he had restored himself. Suddenly, Su Feng's gaze fell upon a pile of clothing at the edge of the bed, and he frowned slightly. Did the teacher leave this? Could it be that even after his transformation, the teacher had not yet departed? Thus, he had been exposed to her gaze once more. A twitch of his lips betrayed his regret. Indeed, he had been too hasty the previous night. He should have awaited the teacher's departure before advancing. Though accustomed to being seen in his juvenile state, the embarrassment of being exposed post-transformation still overwhelmed him. Sighing, he resolved to don the nearby clothing swiftly, lest the teacher return unexpectedly. Just as he finished dressing, Su Feng retrieved a mirror, and in the next moment, he was astounded. Wow, who is this? How extraordinarily handsome! Su Feng gazed into the mirror, increasingly enamored by the reflection before him. He could not deny that this was the most strikingly handsome man he had ever encountered, without exception. Clearly, this was a consequence of the Hongming divine body. As he ascended, the Hongming divine body was concurrently transforming his physique, guiding both his stature and appearance towards a state of perfection. Most importantly, after this metamorphosis, Su Feng now appeared indistinguishable from a young man in his early 20s. At that moment, the system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host. Due to the advancement of your Hongming body to the Hongming divine body, your soul power level has increased by 50, surpassing 100 soul power slots. And your level has automatically risen. A powerful wave of energy erupted. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully advanced to an 80th level Soul Douluo. Ding! Friendly reminder, the Soul Ring section of the marketplace has refreshed its offerings. Would you like to open it for selection? Without hesitation, Su Feng nodded. Open. Before his eyes, thousands of soul rings materialized, leaving him momentarily dazzled. Ultimately, he disregarded the types and attributes of the soul rings, focusing solely on their prices and discounted rates. Based on Su Feng's understanding of the marketplace, the prices were correlated with the quality of the soul rings. A hefty price did not necessarily guarantee the highest age, but certainly promised exceptional capabilities. Hence, he concentrated on the prices and discounts, and finally, amidst the myriad of soul rings, he selected one. This item was a 300,000. Your Death Spider Emperor Soul Ring, absorbable, can be gifted. Original price, 300,000. Discounted price, 30,000. Buy one, get one free. Time remaining for this soul ring's listing, 9 minutes. Buy one, get one free, just right. One for me and one for my teacher. Feng was uncertain whether this soul ring would suit him, but upon seeing the alluring price, he disregarded all else and made the purchase. Ding. You have spent 30,000 lying flat value to acquire 2 by 300,000 Year Death Spider Emperor soul rings. Your remaining balance is 748. Well done. Sighing, Feng felt a twitch in his face. This sudden sense of impoverishment was quite uncomfortable, especially with the phrase well done, which felt like the system was mocking him. After absorbing one soul ring, he stored the other in his system inventory, intending to gift it to Bibi Dong. Though he sought an opportune moment, not wishing for her to discover it was from him. Gurgle, 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 as he sensed his stomach beginning to protest. Feng recalled the bizarre dream he had experienced the previous night, furrowing his brow slightly. What the devil? I have never had such a strange dream. Did my teacher do something to me last night? He attempted to recollect but found no trace of the memory and decided to cast it aside. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, Feng beheld a graceful figure entering through the door. She was adorned in an elegant long dress, subtly embellished with delicate pearls and glass beads. And her unparalleled beauty exuded an indescribable air of nobility. In her hands, she carried a tray of delectable food, even before her arrival. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, hinting at meticulous preparation. Teacher, Feng rose to pay his respects. Yet his peripheral gaze remained fixated on the breakfast in her hands, as his stomach protested more vehemently, producing a series of rumbling sounds. Are you hungry? Bibi Dong spoke rather imperiously. Then sit properly for your teacher. Feng was somewhat taken aback. It appeared that Bibi Dong was entirely unperturbed by his transformation into an adult. Nevertheless, he obediently straightened his posture. It seems that the attire prepared by your teacher fits you quite well. Bibi Dong gazed at Feng for a moment, a look of satisfaction gracing her features. However, she could not help but recall the events of the morning, her cheeks flushing slightly, and her heartbeat quickening. She had initially anticipated that Bauer would merely revert to a semblance of adulthood at the age of 14. To her astonishment, he had transformed into a true adult. Bibi Dong's thoughts became somewhat disordered. As Feng's body continued to mature, she was stirred from her slumber prematurely, yet upon opening her eyes, she was met with the sight of a man in his 20s, leaving her utterly shocked and alarmed. Bibi Dong had never envisioned a day when she would find herself nestled in Feng's embrace, unreservedly, as if they were a couple. Fortunately, she was the first to awaken and promptly donned her attire. Otherwise, had Feng caught a glimpse of her in such a state, she would have been at a loss on how to interact with him henceforth. Because of this, Bibi Dong felt a lingering disarray throughout the morning, even entertaining bizarre thoughts, such as how something so slender could possibly fit within such a narrow crevice. As Bibi Dong's mind raced with wild thoughts, her heartbeat quickened, her face flushed with embarrassment, and her body grew increasingly warm. Teacher, what is the matter? Why is your face so red? It's nothing, nothing at all. Startled by the inquiry, Bibi Dong regained her composure and placed the breakfast beside Feng. Making an effort to steady herself, she smiled and said, I just made this. Give it a try. You made this? Are you worried that I might have poisoned it? Cough. That was not my intention. It feels like I'm seeing a ghost. Aren't you curious why I have transformed into an adult? Noticing Feng's myriad of concerns, Bibi Dong felt a tinge of helplessness. To alleviate her disciple's doubts, she skillfully concocted an explanation. Dear disciple, your transformation is likely a side effect of the elixir brewed by the fairies. There is no need for you to worry. It poses no harm. Oh, I see. Well, this is splendid. Now I don't even need to fabricate a reason. Feng appeared enlightened, and soon began to devour his breakfast with fervor. Beside her, Bibi Dong observed in silence, an inexplicable blush gracing her delicate features. It seemed her disciple was indeed famished. No wonder Feng had taken such an interest last night. What transpired last night? Eating your food, is that not obvious? Why so much chatter? Slap. Ouch. Bibi Dong swiftly struck back, silencing Feng, who, feeling disinclined to pursue the matter further, resolved upon one certainty. Residing alongside his teacher could only lead to trouble. Thus he must depart from the Sanus's quarters. Consequently, after finishing his meal, Feng broached the subject, asserting his maturity and the inappropriateness of cohabitating with his teacher, given the propriety of gender relations. However, to his surprise, Bibi Dong remained resolutely opposed. Why? She inquired. In your current state, you are far too alluring. Remaining in the saintess's quarters is, in fact, your safest option. Su Feng, taken aback, soon reflected upon his appearance and came to an understanding. Ah, I see. Teacher, you must have found me too enchanting and wish to keep me here for your amusement. Indeed, you superficial woman, having coveted my beauty for so long, can you no longer restrain yourself? Impudent disciple, how dare you speak of me in such a manner? How could I ever be that sort of person? Within her heart, Bibi Dong continuously refuted, yet eventually attempted to elucidate her stance, though her conviction was evidently lacking. In any case, you must remain, I assure you. This is for your own good. Ah, as if my staying would prevent you from committing any wrongdoing against me. In truth, you are perhaps the most perilous individual here. Fear not, I absolutely refuse to stay. Seeing Su Feng resolute in his decision to leave, Bibi Dong grew anxious. Then tell me, what must I do to persuade you to remain? Or do you have any demands? I shall consider fulfilling them. Initially, Bibi Dong believed that Su Feng's transformation into a child was the most delightful sight. However, upon his metamorphosis, she realized her misjudgment. It appeared that Su Feng's adult form was far more captivating, and it stirred her heart in ways she had never anticipated. For the first time, she experienced a sense of aesthetic pleasure emanating from a man. This sensation was distinctly different from the endearing innocence he displayed as a child. Rather, it was a compelling allure that evoked a deep yearning for closeness. Most importantly, having spent so much time together, the thought of suddenly parting left her feeling hollow. Very well. If you agree to 2 conditions, I shall remain. To Bibi Dong's surprise, Su Feng responded with unwavering decisiveness, and her countenance brightened with a smile. Speak your mind. First, Su Feng pointed to the bed beneath him, his tone brooking no argument. This bed is mine. You cannot touch it, especially not me, nor can you come near. Otherwise, I shall leave immediately. This bed was the finest he had ever slept on, and he had grown accustomed to it, unwilling to change his resting environment. And where shall I sleep? She inquired. How should I know? Su Feng retorted, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. So you still wish to sleep beside me as before? Have you no sense of modesty? All right, fine. Bibi Dong sighed in resignation. What is the second condition? You must consume this. What is it? Do not concern yourself with that. Very well. Su Feng handed over the clear heart pill awarded by the system, and to his astonishment, she swallowed it without hesitation. I hope it proves beneficial. Having ascended to the Hongming divine body, Su Feng's perception had greatly enhanced. He distinctly sensed that Bibi Dong's mind had been influenced by the Rakshasa deity. With the aid of this clear heart pill, he hoped to restore her to her former self. Perhaps then, she would regain her seriousness. As anticipated, upon consuming the clear heart pill, an ethereal aura enveloped Bibi Dong, subsequently expelling a dark mist accompanied by crackling sounds. With the clear heart pill ingested, Bibi Dong's malevolent thoughts were eradicated, yet she could not help but recall the events of the previous night. I have truly lost my mind. What on earth did I do last night? Bibi Dong's body quivered slightly, and then she crouched down, suddenly covering her face with her hands, as if overwhelmed by a profound sense of shame and indignation. At this moment, Bibi Dong came to a realization. The influence of the Rakshasa god the previous night had magnified a once trivial jest, her intention to continue nurturing Su Feng, into something far more significant, leading to the mortifying events that ensued. She had never anticipated that she would actually act upon it. Perhaps her actions were indeed the catalyst for the dream that Su Feng experienced. How utterly humiliating. How could she have committed such a foolish act? With the wicked thoughts now purged from her mind, Bibi Dong finally understood the essence of shame, feeling utterly bereft of dignity, wishing fervently to vanish into the cracks of the earth. Oh, how she longed to evade the gaze of others. Bibi Dong curled her legs, burying her head in her knees, her delicate face flushed with a deep crimson hue, while her eyes glistened with unbidden tears. Teacher, what is the matter? Su Feng inquired, his expression one of confusion, mistakenly believing that she was upset about his intention to leave the holy maiden's chamber. Thus, he offered a compromise, saying, Perhaps I could alter the conditions I proposed? Do not concern yourself with me. Just leave, she retorted. Bibi Dong did not dare to look at Su Feng. Instead, she tugged at the quilt on the bed, enveloping herself in its warmth, which alleviated her discomfort and made her feel less ashamed. As for Su Feng, he found himself in a predicament. Would that disciple dare to move out? If so, just wait and see if I don't discipline you severely. Bibi Dong suddenly spoke with a warning tone. Although she felt a sense of shame regarding the previously attempted continuation, one thing remained unchanged. She still desired Su Feng to stay. Over the past 6 months, the feeling of mutual dependence had become her habit, and she did not wish for it to vanish so easily. If it meant having to visit Su Feng's pavilion daily just to catch a glimpse of him, she found it difficult to swallow her pride. What do you intend to do, teacher? I don't know. What do you think of the conditions I proposed? Unacceptable. The voice emanating from beneath the covers was faint, eventually resembling the chirping of insects, tinged with a weak sob. Regardless, you cannot leave. If you dare to go, you will face dire consequences. I'm at my wit's end. Why not just end me? Su Feng felt utterly defeated. After a prolonged silence, he finally conceded. How about this? As long as I have this bed, everything else can remain as it was. Is that agreeable? Su Feng's desire to leave the Saintess's dormitory stemmed primarily from his inability to tolerate Bibi Dong's constant interruptions during his leisure time, as well as her various unorthodox behaviors. Now that she had been rejuvenated by the purity pill, his previous concerns had dissipated. Thus, he found himself willing to stay. He did not wish to leave the familiar confines of the Saintess's abode. You insolent disciple, why should I relinquish my bed for you? Unfortunately, Bibi Dong was not appreciative and felt slighted, retorting, either find your own bed or sleep on the floor. If you dare to climb into my bed, I will break your legs. Su Feng froze, then completely unraveled. He regretted sending out the purity pill. He had not anticipated that his situation would worsen. A week later, at the entrance of the Saintess's dormitory, TSK, TSK, TSK. Why has the teacher been avoiding me these days? It makes no sense. Su Feng reclined in an armchair, lazily squinting at the morning light, leisurely savoring some snacks, utterly content. Could it be that the teacher was evading me because she had engaged in some unspeakable act? A strong sense of doubt flickered across Su Feng's face. Or perhaps she had done something to wrong me, making her too embarrassed to face me? Su Feng's plan to leave the Saintess's dormitory was unsuccessful. He assumed he would soon be embarking on an unabashed cohabitation with his mentor once again. However, to his surprise, Bibi Dong had been avoiding him throughout the week. Even when they crossed paths, their conversations were limited to mere exchanges of a few words, after which Bibi Dong would inexplicably flush and depart in a fluster. By nightfall, as long as the lights in her chamber remained aglow, Bibi Dong would resolutely refrain from returning. She would wait until Su Feng extinguished the lights and ensured he had retired for the night before stealthily making her way back. Once inside, she would meticulously begin her bathing and dressing routine. What delighted Su Feng the most was that she had indeed learned to feel shy. She now understood the necessity of closing the unlocked door and placing wards around it during her moments of vulnerability. Although faint sounds still filtered through, igniting the imagination, the situation had vastly improved compared to a week prior. At least she would no longer disrobe in his presence or enter the bathing area without securing the door, allowing the sounds of splashing water to evoke an awkward flush upon his cheeks. To his chagrin, there were even instances when she might request him to bring her clothes. Nevertheless, feeling a profound sense of embarrassment, he had never obliged. Strangely enough, Bibi Dong would emerge wrapped in a towel, seemingly indifferent to his presence. In the realm of attire, Bibi Dong had undergone a remarkable transformation. She was now acutely aware that she ought not to present herself too provocatively before her disciple, striving to maintain a dignified image befitting a mentor. No longer would she don the alluring sheer skirts that had once clung to her form, showcasing her long, alabaster legs and exposing her smooth arms to the air. Through the delicate fabric, one could see the absence of any excess flesh on her abdomen. Su Feng, naturally shy, found himself feeling quite uneasy in her presence, constantly berating himself internally. When it came time to rest, Bibi Dong would erect a semi-transparent screen between their two beds, allowing them to acknowledge each other's existence while preserving a measure of privacy. These seemingly minor adjustments transformed Bibi Dong in Su Feng's eyes. It was as if she had become an entirely different person. This bewilderment, coupled with a sense of ease, brought him joy. For this undisturbed existence was something he had once yearned for. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the daily task of the lying flat system, enjoying 2 hours of basking in the morning light. Reward, 5 snowberries, which enhance the user's speed by 50 and 50 lying flat points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have accumulated a total of 15,760,000 seconds basking in the morning light, earning the achievement of Morning Light Bathing Expert within the lying flat system. Reward, 1 chance for a premium lottery draw. At that moment, Su Feng heard the system's notification, his eyes widening in disbelief. What the heck? A premium lottery draw. His face beamed with excitement. This lottery was tailored to his desires, meaning that whatever he wished for, he could draw something akin to it. At present, his greatest desire was for a time-passing plaything, such as the last Flat Pan Plus, which had unfortunately been confiscated by his mentor. The lottery commenced. Su Feng felt a subtle stirring in his mind, and the thought of his phone surfaced. Ding. The lottery has commenced. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won the 30th generation Umbrella Star phone. Features: countless leisurely games at your fingertips, Qian tier-level single-target attack capability with 9G network strangulation. A gentle reminder, the 9G network strangulation of the 30th generation Umbrella Star phone can be reused, though each use requires a substantial expenditure of lay flat points for recharging, reaching a maximum of Qian tier level. How delightful! Upon seeing the successive pop-ups, Su Feng's smile grew ever brighter. Clearly, this new phone surpassed the previous 29th generation flat pop by a considerable margin. The number of available games had multiplied tenfold, and the defensive measures were no longer a one-time use. This precious treasure must not fall into the hands of his teacher. Su Feng hurriedly tucked away the Umbrella Star phone, intending to play in secret from now on. Strangely, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the fear of having his phone confiscated. Young Master Su Feng, it is a pleasure to see you. At that moment, a flamboyantly dressed man appeared before Su Feng. Although surprised by Su Feng's adult demeanor, he recalled that the other had previously transformed from a child, which made acceptance easier. Ah, it's you, Xiaogang. Are you looking for the teacher? Yes. Do you know where the Holy Maiden is at this moment? Oh, just wait here. At this hour. The teacher should return shortly. As he spoke, a mischievous smile crossed Su Feng's face. For several days, he had been basking in the morning light at the door, anticipating that Bibi Dong would return around this time. She would then use the pretext of not wanting to embarrass him to send him back to his dormitory, forbidding him to wander outside, or even directly dismissing him from the Holy Maiden's residence until the evening when fewer people were around. It was evident that Bibi Dong was quite apprehensive about outsiders discovering Su Feng's presence in the Holy Maiden's dormitory, especially since he now appeared as a fully fledged adult. This made her feel that her reputation was at stake, causing her great embarrassment. Although no one dared to openly voice their opinions, whispers had reached Bibi Dong, leaving her in a state of turmoil, torn between wanting to distance herself from Su Feng and her unwillingness to part with him. This was likely one of the reasons she had been avoiding him these past few days. Greetings, Holy Maiden. Soon, Bibi Dong's figure appeared, and Xiaogang bowed respectfully. Ahem. I shall take my leave now. Stop. Su Feng, well aware of his situation, attempted to slip away, but Bibi Dong called him back. Disciple. Bibi Dong did not visit Su Feng, and her speech bore an unnatural quality. You should listen as well. Su Feng remained quietly in place. At that moment, he was unaware that Bibi Dong had been avoiding him for several days, primarily due to the shame and humiliation stemming from that fateful night incident, which left her utterly mortified. She could scarcely fathom how such thoughts had crossed her mind. However, after spending several days together, Bibi Dong had confirmed that Su Feng was indeed oblivious to what had transpired that night, which afforded her a measure of relief. Otherwise, she would have been too embarrassed to face him. At this juncture, Yuguan commenced his report. According to the intelligence received, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan had dispatched individuals to apprehend Xiaogang, should they succeed in capturing him. The core theories behind the trio's martial soul fusion technique would be at risk of exposure, which would be highly detrimental to our interests. What do you think? Should we preemptively seize Xiaogang? Bibi Dong did not respond immediately. Instead, she instinctively turned to Su Feng and inquired tentatively, Disciple, what do you think? I believe. Su Feng candidly replied that I should not have remained here at all. Each time I assert that I am merely here to listen, I inevitably end up voicing my opinion. How am I to articulate my thoughts? Should I bluntly inform you that the so-called theoretical core is utterly ineffectual? It cannot spontaneously conjure a martial soul fusion technique. It is imperative to locate compatible soul masters. Thus, whether Xiaogang divulges that theory is of little consequence. What truly matters is whether he is currently enduring hardship. That was the very reason we spared his life. While Su Feng's mind was rife with complaints, his expression remained deliberately serious. Disciple has no suggestions. I shall abide by your arrangements, master. Are you truly devoid of ideas? Indeed, none. Su Feng maintained a grave demeanor, though internally he sighed. Even if I had, it would be inconvenient to express, lest you press for further details. For instance, Xiaogang has now become involved with a woman named Lu Erlong, who happens to be his cousin. In other words, he swiftly turned to his own relative right after you cast him aside, employing various schemes to manipulate Lu Erlong's affections, all to solidify his absolute control over the golden iron triangle. Otherwise, how could a mere incompetent like Xiaogang gain such notoriety in a mere half-year? As for his haste to amplify his influence, it is simply to exact revenge on you, to redeem his lost honor, seizing opportunities in public discourse, such as our cohabitation, which serves as one of his opportunities for retaliation. A cornered dog will leap over walls. Moreover, you have stripped him of his masculine dignity. And in his quest for vengeance, he will undoubtedly resort to any means necessary. Who would have thought that this despicable wretch would be so malicious? To exact revenge on me, he would even toy with his own cousin's affections. Upon hearing Su Feng's thoughts, Bibi Dong's disdain for Xiaogang intensified. Why does my disciple, who is clearly aware of these matters, remain silent each time? Suddenly, she gazed at Su Feng with a hint of sorrow in her eyes. A sense of grievance and disappointment swelling within her heart. If I do not probe, will my disciple forever withhold such truths from me? Will I be left waiting for that vile man to retaliate against me? Bibi Dong found herself puzzled, a sentiment not unfamiliar to her. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, she invariably managed to console herself with the reasoning. Perhaps her disciple simply feared exposing his secrets. However, Bibi Dong's assumptions were not entirely accurate. Su Feng, reluctant to voice his true feelings, consistently chose to conceal them, not merely out of fear of revealing secrets, but primarily because the myriad trials that Bibi Dong faced had yet to encroach upon his bottom line. In the beginning, when Su Feng learned of Bibi Dong's romantic entanglement with Xiaogang, he refrained from disclosing the latter's character, allowing their relationship to unfold unimpeded. His intention was for Bibi Dong to endure these societal tribulations, believing that when the time was ripe, he would reveal the truth, which would significantly enhance her discernment in future encounters. Throughout this period, should Xiaogang have dared to engage in any inappropriate behavior, such as attempting to embrace Bibi Dong's slender waist, it is likely that Su Feng would have swiftly intervened with severe repercussions. Any further intimacy was unequivocally prohibited, otherwise, the consequences would be dire. What Su Feng had not anticipated was that as he prepared to unveil the truth, Bibi Dong seemed to possess an uncanny ability to intuit the essence of certain matters, almost as if she could hear his thoughts. Thus, he chose silence. Should there come a day when his bottom line was truly transgressed, it would likely provoke a tempestuous reaction from him. Unbeknownst to Bibi Dong, this dynamic led to a simmering discontent towards Su Feng. Consequently, she resolved to channel this dissatisfaction into an assignment for him. Disciple, since you have expressed willingness to heed my instructions, you shall accompany me on a journey. To where? The Heaven-Do Empire. The disciple's presence seemed of little consequence. Aware of Su Feng's intent to evade, Bibi Dong disregarded his objections and turned to Yuguan. Prepare a carriage and bring Su Feng along. Should he dare to resist, you are to subdue him. As you command, Yuguan responded, his mood brightening at the prospect. He had long held a disdain for Su Feng. How long have you awakened your martial soul? 9 years, I believe. Yet, you have failed to progress beyond a mere great soul master. Encountering a Title Douluo like myself? You still address me as Little Guan. I have longed to teach you a lesson. With a smirk, Yuguan approached Su Feng, his unspoken thoughts manifesting in a blend of pride and mockery. Young Master Su Feng, please. The final 2 words imbued him with a newfound sense of elevation. Xiaogang, last time I showed mercy. This time, I shall ensure you suffer more than death. Bibi Dong cast her gaze towards the direction of the Heaven-Do Empire, her eyes growing increasingly frigid. Had she been unaware of Xiaogang's intentions and actions, she might have simply allowed Yuguan and Gue Mei to eliminate the despicable man in a swift manner. However, now that she was enlightened, she deemed that merely killing Xiaogang would be far too lenient. The desire to personally torment him lingered in her heart, a torment that could not be easily abated. Though such thoughts occupied her mind, her peripheral vision would often drift towards Su Feng. Observing his side profile, strikingly handsome and exuding an otherworldly charm, she found herself entranced. A faint smile gracing her lips, as if she were lost in daydreams. At that moment, Bibi Dong might have found it difficult to discern whether her journey to the Heaven-Do Empire was motivated by a desire for vengeance against Xiaogang or a longing to take Su Feng out for a leisurely stroll. Perhaps the latter held greater sway, though she was reluctant to admit it. This past week marked the period in over half a year where Bibi Dong had spoken the least to Su Feng. She was unwilling to continue in such a manner, yet pride held her back from initiating a conversation. Seizing this opportunity, Bibi Dong finally found a chance and a reason to linger by her disciple's side as she once did, allowing her to gaze at that infuriatingly handsome face up close and revel in the delightful sensation it evoked. This troublesome disciple, how could he possess such an unfairly captivating appearance? It was beginning to affect her own state of mind. Bibi Dong regained her senses, a hint of reproach stirring within her heart. Wait a moment. What if, during this outing, her disciple inadvertently became entangled with another girl? Bibi Dong was filled with concern. Her disciple, possessing such captivating beauty, stirred emotions within her that were hard to suppress. She feared that the girls would be unable to resist and would inevitably entangle themselves, which was simply unacceptable. Bibi Dong could not tolerate such occurrences. Disciple, take this with you. Bibi Dong retrieved a veil and handed it to Su Feng. Why? She inquired. Are you not aware of your own appearance? In case you attract unwanted attention from other girls, and given your indolence in matters of such nature, would it not place you in an awkward position? Bibi Dong spoke with righteous indignation, presenting herself as one who genuinely cared for his well-being. Su Feng smirked, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. But why do I sense a hint of jealousy in your words, teacher? Smack. You little rascal, how dare you jest? Bibi Dong, slightly flustered and angry from being so accurately perceived, playfully struck him and scolded. I worry for you, and you dare to jest with me. Truly ungrateful. My apologies. Su Feng replied, evading further reprimand. Please, no more. I truly understand my mistake. He sighed, adding, teacher, since you have consumed the tranquility pill and dispelled your malevolent thoughts, it seems I have wrongfully judged you. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong relented, a gentle smile now evident on her lips. This playful banter with her disciple was a warmth she had not experienced in over a week. 2 days later, within the mountainous realm of the Heaven Do Empire, a tamed spirit beast, adorned with the horns of a Qian and the stature of a steed, ambled forward, pulling a carriage. Those with discerning eyes would recognize it as the majestic vehicle known as the snow-gliding chariot, a symbol of the highest status within the spirit hall. Of course, flying chariot was merely a hyperbolic expression. It did not actually soar through the skies but rather described the swiftness of its travel, akin to flight. Pair. Boom. I'm out. Su Feng, you might as well concede. At this moment, Su Feng reclined lazily in the front seat of the chariot, flanked by Yu Guan and Gue Mei, who were grinning triumphantly, clearly confident of their impending victory. They were engaged in a game of doujiju, where the loser would face penalties, as Yu Guan and Gue Mei were on the same team. They only needed Gue Mei to play one last card to secure their win. Apologies, Su Feng announced, laying down the final 2 cards adorned with demonic engravings, his face radiant with a smile. A trump card. Yu Guan and Gue Mei were momentarily stunned, their victorious expressions frozen in disbelief. Su Feng had achieved 10 consecutive victories, meaning that anyone opposing him was bound to lose. The two could hardly accept this reality. After all, they were both Title Douluo, and such misfortune and luck seemed unfathomable. What they were unaware of was that these cards were products of a system, and whatever they displayed was entirely at Su Feng's whim, allowing him to manipulate the outcome effortlessly. Could these two fools possibly uncover the truth behind the system's machinations? This is quite absurd. Thus, Yu Guan and Gue Mei have begun to question their very existence, feeling that if they continue this way, they will be left with nothing but their undergarments. Well, let us put an end to this. Here, this is what you have lost. Su Feng was merely toying with the two out of sheer boredom. The items he won from them were of no interest to him, and he promptly returned them. Ahem, having lost, how can one shamelessly reclaim what is not theirs? Yu Guan uttered these words, yet his hands acted otherwise. Observing this, Gue Mei smirked and followed suit, saying, Indeed, we have always kept our word. How could we dare? Since it would be inappropriate. Su Feng stretched lazily and then raised his foot towards the two, chuckling. Then let your actions serve as some form of compensation. Damn it. You scoundrel. Quickly remove your filthy elbow. Yu Guan and Gue Mei silently cursed in their hearts, yet their hands began to move of their own accord, gingerly. Especially Gue Mei, who wore a fawning smile on his face, inquiring, Master Su Feng, how's this pressure? Not too sharp, Su Feng replied, wearing a look of enjoyment and unable to suppress his eyes from closing. In stark contrast, Yu Guan and Gue Mei wore faces of reluctance, forcing smiles. Alas, this is too difficult. Yu Guan, Gue Mei, Your subordinate is here. A voice filled with authority emanated from the flying chariot, prompting Yueguan and Gue Mei to bow respectfully. Go about your affairs. Yes, Your Highness. The two released a sigh of relief, tinged with a hint of pride, especially Gue Mei, who felt a sudden urge to lunge at Su Feng, but restrained himself, deeming it too shameful. Disciple, why do you not enter? After Yueguan and Gue Mei departed, a somewhat indignant voice from Bibi Dong resonated. Oh. Su Feng reluctantly stepped into the flying chariot, quickly spotting Bibi Dong seated in meditation. Did you summon me for something, master? Must I have a reason to summon you? Su glanced at Bibi, who shot back a glare, causing him to promptly silence himself. This wretched disciple has spent 2 days merely causing mischief with those two, never once initiating a conversation with me. It's infuriating. Bibi Dong found herself increasingly agitated with each passing thought. Initially, she had hoped that a leisurely stroll with Su Feng would foster a closer bond between them, rekindling the laughter and camaraderie they once shared. Such moments had once brought her immense joy. However, the reality was starkly different from her expectations, and it seemed their relationship had grown more distant. The root of the problem, it became clear, lay not with Su Feng, but within herself. Perhaps it was the effect of the elixir he had given her, the tranquil heart pill, that made her feel as though an invisible shackle had been placed upon her heart. She found herself unable to lower her guard and approach Su Feng, believing it to be unbecoming and a violation of her master's authority. Yet, when she reflected on the past 6 months, she recalled how she had once boldly approached him, disregarding his reluctance and disdain, making it a habit to be close to him. Now, even the desire to draw nearer to Su Feng felt like an insurmountable challenge. Bibi Dong felt a twinge of regret, pondering that she should never have consumed that pill. Otherwise, she would not be burdened with these troubles. The old teacher, Su Feng, gazed at her with a hint of concern. He had certainly noticed the changes in Bibi Dong over this period. She had indeed smiled far less than before. Su Feng was perplexed by the source of the issue. Yet he sensed an undeniable connection to himself, leading to an inexplicable feeling of guilt. Have I inadvertently offended you, master? Humph, it's good that you understand. Su Feng found himself at a loss for words. It shouldn't be so. He had done nothing in recent days, so how could he have incurred the teacher's displeasure? At most, he had simply failed to initiate conversation with her, but he had always behaved this way. Could it truly be a fault not to take the initiative? Humph. If it is not your fault, then whose could it be? Is it the fault of your master? Su Feng's inner turmoil only served to reinforce Bibi Dong's sense of righteousness, and her eyes inadvertently reflected a reproachful gaze. As a disciple, you lack diligence in your cultivation and do not even make an effort to please your master. What purpose do you serve then? Though her words were somewhat harsh, they accurately depicted the situation. At that moment, Su Feng, feeling somewhat indignant, inquired, May I ask, Master, where have I erred? Where have you erred? Do you not possess any self-awareness? Are you not aware that your lack of initiative requires rectification? Bibi Dong pondered deeply, yet she found herself at a loss for words. The very nature of the matter felt too embarrassing to articulate. Moreover, even if she were to voice her concerns, given the reckless disposition of her wayward disciple, there was no assurance he would acquiesce. The burden of being a mentor weighed heavily upon her. Bibi Dong let out a soft sigh. The actions that once came effortlessly to her now found her hesitating, unable to lower her pride. Ultimately, she spoke with a hint of melancholy. Please leave for now. I require some rest. Su Feng's lips twitched slightly. You rest as you wish, but why must you send me away? Moreover, what exactly have I done wrong? Do enlighten me, for how can I amend my ways if you remain silent? Suddenly, Su Feng was struck by a realization. Recalling snippets from his previous life where he had encountered similar scenarios in short videos. Wasn't this a telltale sign of a woman sulking? She was indeed upset. Yet she chose to remain silent. She wished for him to guess. If he failed to decipher her feelings, she would continue to sulk, occasionally venting her frustrations on him, forcing him to keep guessing. Such was her prideful playfulness. The more he pondered, the more exasperated he became, sensing that if Bibi Dong had merely expelled him this time, the next encounter could very well end in a confrontation. To resolve this predicament, it was essential to uncover the crux of the matter. Why did Bibi Dong seem irate? Was it as he had previously speculated, stemming from his own lack of initiative? Su Feng decided to probe further, thus he cleared his throat and suggested, Ahem, it appears that the teacher's expression is rather unsatisfactory. May I assist you with a massage? Upon hearing this, a ripple of anticipation stirred within Bibi Dong, though her countenance remained nonchalant as she replied, Well, let's give it a try. Su Feng was taken aback by her calm demeanor. In the past, she would have embraced him affectionately by now. Alas, had he fallen from her favor? A sense of despondency washed over him. The adoration that had once been easily attainable now seemed elusive, igniting within him an unsettling sense of crisis and an ethereal void. Yet, he clung to a flicker of hope. Perhaps the teacher was merely employing a strategy of feigned indifference. He resolved to test the waters once more. With that thought, Su Feng approached Bibi Dong, positioning himself behind her as he began to knead her shoulders, then traversing her back and waist, employing every technique at his disposal. How does that feel, teacher? Though confident in his skills, he felt a twinge of apprehension. Quite good, she replied, yet Su Feng could not revel in her words. For they were too bland and devoid of any emotional resonance, merely serving as a casual encouragement. In earlier times, Bibi Dong would have clung to him, urging him to continue. Had he truly fallen from grace? The contrast left him feeling somewhat shattered, his spirit dampened. No, he still possessed a secret weapon. Undeterred, he summoned a newfound determination and declared, I have another massage technique that will surely help you relax. That's unnecessary. You may leave now. I wish to rest in solitude. Bibi Dong replied, offering him no opportunity to continue. She closed her eyes, not even glancing in his direction, her words strikingly flat. Alas, it was confirmed he had indeed lost her favor. Su Feng departed the carriage in a melancholic state, leaning against the driver's seat, lost in thought. Inside the carriage, however, Bibi Dong could no longer maintain her composure. She stifled a laugh, revealing a softer side. Oh, my mischievous disciple, it seems you too experience the pangs of insecurity. Bibi Dong's charming face was adorned with a radiant smile. Just moments ago, she had closed her eyes, fearing that she would be unable to stifle her laughter. For she found Su Feng's earnest attempts to please her utterly amusing. However, once the laughter subsided, a pang of regret washed over her, as it seemed she had scarcely exchanged a few words with her disciple. Should she perhaps summon him back? Bibi Dong gently clenched her delicate hand, hesitating for an extended period, yet she could not bring herself to lower her pride. After approximately the duration of an incense stick, a cunning idea struck her. She suddenly unleashed a surge of soul power. With a resounding crash, the soul energy reverberated and Bibi Dong fell to the ground. Outside the palanquin, Su Feng rushed in upon hearing the commotion, only to find Bibi Dong collapsed, her complexion appearing somewhat pale. Teacher, what has happened to you? Su Feng inquired anxiously as he helped her to her feet. It is nothing, she replied. Bibi Dong replied softly, you may leave for now. I merely became overly eager in comprehending the power of the Rakshasa and was momentarily overwhelmed by its backlash. I shall recuperate alone for a time. Ah, but had you not already attained that understanding? A fleeting thought crossed Su Feng's mind. However, noticing Bibi Dong's pallid complexion, he hesitated to depart. Thus, he suggested, perhaps you might allow me to attempt the massage technique I mentioned earlier. Very well, Bibi Dong acquiesced. Su Feng added, however, Master, you must cooperate with me. Oh, how delightful. My disciple has taken the bait, she responded with a chuckle. A sense of secret delight surged within Bibi Dong, accompanied by a profound anticipation. Yet her expression remained composed. How shall we proceed? She inquired. First, relax your body, Su Feng replied. Gently, he assisted Bibi Dong in reclining, allowing her to rest her head upon his lap. Subsequently, he began to tenderly massage her temples. Su Feng vividly recalled how Bibi Dong had previously relished taking advantage of him, evoking an almost insatiable desire to be close to him. In this intimate moment, with Bibi Dong nestled against him, he soothingly attended to her, a gesture that might have deeply moved her in the past. Alas, that was a bygone era. Open the tool menu, Su Feng thought to himself. He certainly did not intend to rely solely on the simple technique of massage, for such an approach was far too mundane and likely insufficient to please her. Ding! You have activated the Master Technician card. For the next hour, the individual you massage will experience the utmost relaxation, swiftly rejuvenating their spirit, alleviating fatigue, and enhancing their comprehension of cultivation. A gentle reminder followed. Utilizing this card will exponentially increase mental fatigue. Users are advised to balance work and rest, avoiding excessive use. Su Feng did not scrutinize the card's details, but felt confident it would greatly benefit Bibi Dong. Thus he employed it without hesitation. Buzz. Simultaneously, Bibi Dong sensed a shift. An enveloping tranquility washed over her, rendering her mind devoid of thought, accompanied by an overwhelming drowsiness. Unbeknownst to her, she slipped into a deep slumber. Su Feng continued to massage her earnestly, yet he soon realized that the technique seemed to drain his mental energy. After merely a quarter of an hour, he was beset by a wave of exhaustion. Perhaps a restorative pill for mental energy would suffice? He contemplated this briefly, but the thought was swiftly cast aside. Was he truly such a diligent individual? Unlikely. Thus, Su Feng too succumbed to slumber. As for the concern of both falling unconscious, leaving them vulnerable to powerful soul beasts or foes, there was no cause for alarm. Su Feng had set an alarm on his soul force radar. Any formidable, unfamiliar presence approaching would ensure he awoke in advance. Unfortunately, what Su Feng could not have anticipated was that. Scarcely had he drifted into sleep when a delicate hand instinctively reached out. Bibi Dong remained in a state of slumber, her subconscious murmuring softly. Though enveloped in sleep, her strength remained undiminished, allowing her to effortlessly draw Su Feng closer, instinctively holding him tightly. "Do not catch a chill," she murmured, as she absent-mindedly adjusted an imaginary blanket, gently covering Su Feng. In her mind, or rather in her dream, she encountered the familiar visage of the childlike Bauer, who, as always, recoiled in fear at her approach. "What do you want? Please, don't come any closer." Listening to the trembling quiver in Bauer's voice heightened Bibi Dong's excitement. Seizing Bauer, the sounds of gentle kisses echoed. And she was resolute. There was no way she would release her hold without thoroughly indulging in her desires. The dreamscape seemed to reflect reality. Within the confines of the palanquin, Bibi Dong clutched tighter, her body nearly melding with Su Feng's, her head buried deep against his chest, her hands wandering indiscriminately, unaware of where they roamed. Yet at that moment, in her consciousness or dream, the figure of Bauer, so familiar to her, began to fade into a mere illusion. Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes widened as she reached out, attempting to grasp the fading specter, only for her hand to pass through it. "Farewell, teacher," came the tender murmur of Bauer. "Bauer, where are you going?" Bibi Dong's pupils constricted as she struggled to accept the words spoken by the other party. Yet, the individual offered no further response, merely bestowing upon her a faint smile, reminiscent of a farewell. "Bauer, return to me. You must come back to me." Bibi Dong continuously waved her hand, yet time and again, she penetrated the figure before her, grasping only at the void. Ultimately, that figure dissipated completely. How could this be? Bibi Dong crouched on the ground, her body curled inward, her hands clasped tightly around herself. Her eyes gradually grew moist, and when the sorrow became unbearable, she wept with a heart-wrenching intensity. "Farewell, my teacher," she murmured softly. In the depths of Bibi Dong's mind, the final words of Bauer continued to echo, while her delicate cheeks were already stained with tears, weeping uncontrollably. As her consciousness melded with her physical form, within the carriage, Bibi Dong ceased her restless movements. Simply lying quietly in Su Feng's embrace, holding him tightly, with two streams of glistening tears cascading down her eyes. In a forested area of the mountains, three figures raced through the trees. The foremost individual possessed a prominent nose and a hawkish visage, exuding a cunning and treacherous demeanor, especially accentuated by the owl spirit he emanated, which bore a sharp brilliance. Behind him was a woman, who at that moment seemed to transform into a fiery dragon, with a spectral flame dragon enveloping her. In the middle was a middle-aged man whose face bore the marks of hardship, appearing utterly exhausted from the endless flight. These three were, of course, Xiaogang, Lu Erlong, and Flender. "Chase. Do not let them escape. TSK, capture them and deliver them to the elder. He will certainly reward us generously. Rest assured, their strongest member possesses merely the rank of soul sage, making them no match for us." Behind Lu Erlong, over a dozen soul masters were fervently pursuing, intermittently launching attacks in her direction. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Erlong, known for her fiery temperament, retaliated without hesitation, unleashing dozens of explosive fireballs towards the pursuing soul masters, sending several of them hurtling backward, crashing into trees before coming to a halt, while others were compelled to activate their soul power for defense, slowing their pace. You foolish girls, seeking death. Although the over a dozen soul masters were momentarily hindered, Lu Erlong's speed had also diminished, and soon she was overtaken by other unaffected soul masters. Ahead, Xiaogang glanced back. "Erlong, you must hold them off. I cannot be captured. I have yet to exact my revenge. I cannot afford to lose here." Xiaogang turned his gaze forward, his expression fierce, continuing his frantic dash without a backward glance, while an overwhelming surge of rage and frustration welled up within him. "Bibi Dong, you wretched woman. Entangled with your own disciple and bearing his child, you are the one who deserves to be scorned the most. As Xiaogang recalled the scene from over 6 months ago when he was humiliated by Bibi Dong, his expression grew increasingly ferocious. I refrained from seeking retribution. Yet you audaciously accused me of plagiarism, tarnishing my reputation. How infuriating. At that moment, a profound sense of indignation and resentment surged within Xiaogang. Nevertheless, this did not hinder his instinct for survival. He gave no thought to returning to rescue Lu Erlong, who was ensnared in peril, for he was the weakest among them. Retracing his steps would inevitably compel him to unleash his martial soul fusion technique in a fierce battle, which would attract even more formidable adversaries from powerful families. Only by escaping first could Lu Erlong find an opportunity to extricate herself. Even if she could not, it mattered little. Lu Erlong's father was a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, and they would not truly wish her dead. At worst, the pursuers might attempt to lay hands on Lu Erlong, seeking to defile her pristine form, for she was extraordinarily beautiful and possessed a captivating figure. The idea of exploiting Lu Erlong was, regrettably, quite natural for those ruffians. However, even if Lu Erlong were to suffer such indignities, it would not matter as long as he, Xiaogang, remained alive. He vowed to exact vengeance upon those scoundrels, no matter the cost. As for whether Lu Erlong was a pure woman, he was indifferent. After all, he had lost his own capacity for manhood. At that moment, he believed that as long as he steadfastly stood by Lu Erlong, disregarding her past tribulations, and swore unbreakable oaths of loyalty, she might become even more devoted to him. Such a tool for revenge seemed rather advantageous. Meanwhile, at the forefront, Flinder, upon witnessing Lu Erlong in danger, did not hesitate and turned to rescue her. Flinder, be sensible. Xiaogang intercepted him, sternly declaring, now is not the time for impulsiveness. If you return, you will truly endanger Lu Erlong. They seek to capture me. So our escape is paramount. Only then can she find a chance to flee. Do you understand? He emphasized his final words with great intensity. According to their prearranged plan, Lu Erlong was to block their rear, while Flinder was responsible for forging their path. Since Lu Erlong was executing the plan and held the identity of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, she would not be in mortal danger. Xiaogang could not allow Flinder to act recklessly. Otherwise, he would be placing himself in jeopardy. How can we escape with Lu Erlong trapped? Flinder glared at Xiaogang, a strong sense of disdain swelling within him. You only care for yourself, remaining indifferent to Lu Erlong's plight. I truly misjudged you. With that, Flinder turned away and proceeded to assist Lu Erlong. Damn it, that fool. Xiaogang could not help but curse under his breath, and reluctantly followed suit to provide assistance. Before long, a golden triangular emblem materialized, accompanied by a dragon's roar, as a magnificent golden holy dragon soared into the sky, instantly intensifying the battle to a fever pitch. As if the very heavens were collapsing. In the shadows, Yueguan and Gue Mei, who had arrived earlier, observed the clash with calm demeanor. Old ghost, should we intervene? Gue Mei cast a warning glance at Yueguan and retorted, the task entrusted to us by Her Highness the Saintess is not to engage recklessly, but rather to keep a close watch and prevent other forces from seizing the opportunity. Coughing awkwardly, Yueguan scratched his head. Watching them fuse their martial souls to transform a pig into a golden insect is rather intriguing. I feel an urge to try it myself. Sure. Gue Mei suddenly gestured for silence, then turned his gaze to another direction, a smirk creeping onto his lips as he revealed a sinister grin amidst rising ominous black mist. It seems this battle has indeed attracted the attention of those from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. We have work to do. Yueguan followed his gaze, his eyes lighting up. TSK, it's a Title Douluo. It must be the elder of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Perfect, a chance to hone our skills. With that, the two swiftly darted away, preparing to intercept the approaching Title Douluo from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Time passed, and the battle on Xiaogang's side concluded. The golden holy dragon fusion form dissipating. Xiaogang, thank you. Lu Erlong expressed her gratitude first to Xiaogang, then glanced at Flander. And you too, old Flander. Had you not returned, I might have been surrounded. Seeing Lu Erlong's immediate gratitude directed towards Xiaogang, Flander clenched his fist in silence, ultimately saying nothing. As long as Erlong was safe, he was unwilling to dwell on Xiaogang's earlier attempt to flee. After all, Erlong likely wouldn't believe him if he brought it up. Our battle was so loud, yet it failed to attract more pursuers, Xiaogang pondered, not relaxing despite momentarily escaping danger. feeling an unsettling sense of foreboding. This situation is rather peculiar. We should find a place to hide. All right, I will follow your lead, Xiaogang. Observing Lu Erlong's willingness to heed Xiaogang, Flander trembled slightly, his hands tightening within his sleeves. The three quickly retreated to a more secluded valley, where Erlong prepared to hunt nearby, while Xiaogang gathered firewood, leaving Flander in a state of discontent. I will scout the area and return shortly, he announced to the two before departing. However, instead of scouting, he found a quiet spot, lying against a tree, lost in thought. Bang! Damn it! Flander struck the tree trunk with his fist, gritting his teeth in frustration. What is so special about that guy? Why is Erlong so infatuated with him? Just moments ago, had he not insisted on returning to rescue Erlong, perhaps Xiaogang would have turned a blind eye, leaving Erlong to face peril alone. To abandon a companion and cling to life in such a despicable manner was something Flanders could never bring himself to do. Just then, a mocking and eerie laughter echoed from all directions. Who could it be? Flanders' expression shifted to one of alarm as he scanned his surroundings, yet he found no visible enemy. Ah, it seems you were rather unwilling. The sinister laughter grew more unsettling, and Flanders' demeanor turned grave. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Show yourself if you possess the audacity. Who are you? The presence was overwhelmingly powerful, far surpassing him. Enough with the prattle. Come with me, the assailant commanded. Before Flanders could grasp the situation, a mass of black mist surged forth, rendering him defenseless as he was swiftly enveloped and taken away. The one behind the attack was none other than the ghost Douluo, who had been instructed by the Holy Maiden to capture Flanders the moment he was alone, bringing him before her. Meanwhile, on another front, Ling Bo traversed the snowy terrain in her swift carriage. Bibi Dong gradually awoke from her slumber, but upon realizing her current predicament, she froze in place, her delicate face instantly flushed with a rosy hue. What on earth have I done? Why am I in bed with my disciple? Bibi Dong felt a deep sense of embarrassment as she lay nestled in her disciple's embrace, the intimacy of their close connection stirring a tumult of emotions within her. She found the experience both disconcerting and exhilarating. However, she could not allow her disciple to witness her in such a vulnerable state, for it would jeopardize her authority. Bibi Dong attempted to extricate herself from Su Feng's embrace, but what she witnessed next left her utterly astonished. What on earth was that protrusion from her disciple? It was pressing against her leg, and to her disbelief, it even stirred slightly. Could it be? No way. Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes widened, her delicate body trembled, and her complexion deepened in crimson, as she remained utterly still, fearful of awakening her disciple prematurely. Thump, thump. Bibi Dong's chest rose and fell with intensity. Vividly recalling the last time she sensed her disciple's robust health was over 6 months ago. It was when she applied the fairy brew to him, necessitating the removal of his garments. She observed him clearly, and that image, akin to a lingering pestilence, was indelibly etched in her mind, impossible to forget. Bibi Dong's figure flickered as she hastily extricated herself from the ambiguous posture with Su Feng. However, at that moment, her face was already flushed with embarrassment, and her entire body radiated heat. Fortunately, her disciple was sound asleep. Had he witnessed this scene, she truly would not have known how to respond. Bibi Dong exhaled softly, then settled into a meditative posture, seeking tranquility within. Yet, her peripheral gaze involuntarily drifted towards the handsome visage of her sleeping disciple, as well as the tent that had yet to be properly tidied. A flurry of emotions stirred within her, akin to a fawn capering about. Could it be that her disciple's current state was a consequence of something she had done? A thought arose within Bibi Dong, recalling past events. If she had engaged in any inappropriate actions with her disciple, the primary culprit would likely be herself, for her disciple was a person of strict adherence to rules, incapable of taking liberties with her. This instance would likely be no different. It was probable that, having succumbed to slumber, she instinctively sought proximity to her disciple, mistaking him for her cherished one from the past, thus initiating various indecorous behaviors that provoked a physiological response in him. What should the teacher do? Would this sensation dissipate on its own? The realization that she was the cause of this predicament left Bibi Dong feeling somewhat guilty and anxious, rendering her too embarrassed to remain. Yet, to simply depart felt irresponsible. After all, Bibi Dong had gleaned some peculiar knowledge from her readings. As boys matured, such urges must find an outlet, for to suppress them for too long could be detrimental to one's health. Bibi Dong was deeply concerned about the well-being of her disciple, especially since the predicament had arisen due to her actions. Thus, she resolved to take a bold step. One must take responsibility for their own actions, and she could not simply abandon her disciple. However, upon making this decision, Bibi Dong found herself in a state of confusion, uncertain of how to proceed or how to alleviate the situation. Should she use her hands? Bibi Dong gently bit her delicate lips, feeling an overwhelming sense of shame. No, absolutely not. Even the mere thought that flickered through her mind made her feel as if she were losing her sanity. Moreover, such an action would likely awaken her disciple. Given her disciple's exceedingly thin skin, it would undoubtedly be embarrassing for him to seek her assistance. Thus, she resolved not to rouse him. It seemed she could only proceed discreetly. Contemplating this, Bibi Dong gracefully waved her hand, releasing a cloud of smoke. It was a potent sedative, capable of rendering even a Title Douluo unconscious if one were to unwittingly fall victim to it. The deed was done. Bibi Dong believed that her disciple would undoubtedly fall into a profound state of unconsciousness. Therefore, she summoned her courage and approached her disciple's side. This predicament was instigated by her, and she could not shy away from it. With a resolute heart, Bibi Dong prepared to confront the issue at hand. Although she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, perhaps the departure of Bauer in her dreams instilled in her a sense of indebtedness towards her disciple. After all, during the preceding 6 months, she had been the one taking advantage of her disciple, never having offered any assistance in return. This moment presented a potential opportunity for atonement. And even if she felt an acute sense of shame, she was willing to embrace it, provided that her counterpart remained oblivious to her intentions. Ahem, what is that scent? It is quite acrid. Unexpectedly, Feng suddenly awoke. Ah, how could my disciple be awake? Could it be that the sedative was ineffective? Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes widened in horror, as if she had been caught red-handed in a nefarious act. Unbeknownst to her, ever since Feng ascended to the primordial divine body, he had become immune to all poisons and sedatives beneath the divine level. Consequently, he would not succumb to unconsciousness. Rather, he was roused from his stupor by the very stimulation of the narcotic. Now that his disciple had awakened, it was time for the master to take her leave. Whoosh! Bibi Dong reacted swiftly, vanishing from the flying chariot before her disciple could catch sight of her. And she did not forget to disperse the lingering sedative as she departed. Perhaps her earlier thoughts were merely a fleeting whim. Even if her disciple had truly succumbed to the drug, she would be unable to confront the situation, ultimately fleeing in disarray. After all, she had spent an entire week avoiding her disciple after merely engaging in that one act. Your Highness, I have brought the individuals you requested. Understood. Meanwhile, a commotion stirred outside the chariot. Feng's attention was diverted, and with the effects of the sedative dissipated, he remained oblivious to any anomalies, proceeding to step outside. Is this Flinder? Feng recognized Flinder immediately, having seen the anime, though he was puzzled as to how the specter had captured Flinder. 052. Flinder betrays you, Xiaogang. You are members of the Spirit Hall. Upon seeing Bibi Dong, Flinder instantly recognized her as the Saintess, his expression growing grave. Are you here to capture us three? In that moment, Yueguan, Guimei, and the others turned their gaze to Bibi Dong, awaiting her next command. Feng felt a surge of curiosity as he noticed Bibi Dong's cheeks tinged with crimson. She dared not meet his gaze. Her bashful demeanor reminiscent of the day he had matured over a week ago. Why does the teacher appear somewhat flustered? What on earth is happening? Of course, it must be that she almost got caught while attempting something scandalous. You little rascal, why did the sedative have no effect on you? I nearly embarrassed myself. Reflecting on the earlier scene, Bibi Dong felt a pang of guilt and embarrassment, but with her subordinates watching, she quickly composed herself, adopting a demeanor of authority. You three have utilized the core theories of my Spirit Hall to create a martial soul fusion technique. While that is accurate, one among you, Xiaogang, has claimed that these theories were developed independently. Tell me, should I dispatch someone to apprehend you? Bibi Dong spoke with a calm demeanor. Yet each word seemed to resonate with supreme authority. Yueguan, astute in reading the atmosphere, sensed an opportunity for mischief and immediately chimed in. Indeed, you three scoundrels. It is one thing to pilfer the theories of the Spirit Hall, but to shamelessly assert that they are your own research, do you have no sense of shame? Finally, Yueguan added, if it were not for the Saintess's order forbidding us from taking matters into our own hands, I would have long since dealt with you three during your skirmish with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Upon witnessing Yueguan's unabashed flattery and various displays before the Saintess Hall, Guimei was struck by astonishment, a sense of urgency welling up within him. Over the past 6 months, the Saintess had bestowed numerous gifts, yet most had been more favorably received by Xiaogang. For he possessed the acumen to gauge the moment and extol the right praises, thereby winning the saintess's favor. However, these are merely your one-sided claims. How can I ascertain whether your accusations of theft and plagiarism are not simply a ploy to tarnish our reputation? Hearing Flander's evasive rhetoric, Guo sensed an opportunity and interjected. Do you dare to speak of one-sided narratives? What then do you say to the abundant evidence that has emerged in recent days? At this juncture, a scornful expression adorned Guo's countenance. Moreover, our esteemed predecessors at the Spirit Hall have devoted countless years to the study of martial cultivation, yielding an innumerable array of Title Douluos, yet none have articulated any foundational theories on martial souls. What merit does Xiaogang, a mere soul master incapable of surpassing his current position, possess to claim such research? If it were indeed his work, why can he not even resolve his own trivial issues? In that moment, Flander found himself at a loss for a rebuttal, beginning to perceive the validity in their assertions. Though Xiaogang had repeatedly proclaimed his intent to uncover evidence, over a week had elapsed without any indication of his innocence. Today, why are these two so lively? Feng gazed in astonishment at Xiaogang and Guo, noting their apparent intent to engage in a contest of wits. You two, withdraw, Bibi Dong. Unable to tolerate their antics any longer, gestured for them to step aside. Flander, I trust you are an intelligent man. So I shall be forthright. If you agree to one condition, I shall ensure your safety. Bibi Dong approached Flander, her demeanor remaining remarkably composed. Yet the ethereal aura she exuded, reminiscent of a goddess descending from the heavens, rendered him somewhat breathless. Her casual manner of speaking and actions conveyed an unspoken authority that commanded respect. Your Grace, the Holy Maiden, to what do I owe the pleasure? Please, do enlighten me. In that moment, Flander was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of pressure and a profound reverence, as though facing a divine entity, where death seemed but a mere thought away. Betray you, Xiaogang. Those 5 succinct words caused the typically loyal Flander to freeze, instinctively resisting with, I regret to inform you that I cannot comply. His countenance darkened, yet his gaze remained resolute, imbued with a spirit that embraced death without fear. He added, now that I have fallen into your grasp, whether you choose to slay me or torment me, I implore you to be swift. However, if you expect me to betray my companions, I must regrettably decline. Though Flander harbored some discontent towards Xiaogang at that moment, he had yet to discover any transgressions that surpassed his moral boundaries. They still shared a bond as comrades. Regarding the previous incident when Xiaogang attempted to escape, Flander felt a surge of anger, yet upon reflection, he found it somewhat justifiable. Flander, do not be so hasty in your refusal, Bibi Dong jestingly remarked, then gently tilted her head to glance at Feng. Disciple, come here. Teacher. Feng approached Bibi Dong, performing a respectful bow, his face filled with trepidation. Hiss, whenever she wore that smile, it surely boded ill. As expected. My disciple remains as fearful of me as ever. Am I truly so terrifying? Bibi Dong could hardly contain her laughter, yet she feigned an air of authority, saying, Disciple, I shall now entrust everything to you. Do not let me down. Handle what? Handle what? Still pretending. Slap. Ouch. Why did you hit me? Bibi Dong struck Feng on the head, startling him into retreating several paces. Do you recall the question I posed to you during our journey? Feng pondered. On the way to the Heaven Do Empire, Bibi Dong had indeed inquired, how can one make Xiaogang wish he were dead? This. How on earth does one respond? Simply execute the plan. Inflicting torment is not a matter of mere presence, is it? Feng found himself perplexed. Why would his teacher seek his input on such a straightforward matter? Consequently, he had only offered a perfunctory response, failing to articulate his actual thoughts. For instance, 1. Seize an opportunity to incite Flander, persuading him to lure Xiaogang under the pretense of discovering a treasure. Then provide him with system items to allow for a moment of pride. 2. Find a chance to sway Lu Erlong, who could hint to Xiaogang about entering a cave of unspeakable nature. At that moment, Xiaogang would undoubtedly be consumed by fervor, unable to restrain himself. 3. Enlist the help of Guo and Xiaogang to employ an illusion, impersonating Flander and Lu Erlong, wherein the former forcibly confines the latter in the cave. Orchestrating an encounter of a delicate nature, deliberately allowing Xiaogang to witness it. Given Xiaogang's selfish and possessive nature, he would surely erupt in rage. Feeling betrayed by Flander, believing he had been stabbed in the back, overwhelmed by anger, he would likely fail to recognize this as an illusion. 4. In that moment, Yu Guan and Lu Erlong would seek Yu Xiaojing's aid. If he possessed even a modicum of courage, he would intervene. Just as he thought he had rescued Lu Erlong, she would turn against him, leading to an explosive confrontation. Ultimately, before Yu Xiaojing's very eyes, Yu Guan and the illusionary Flander and Lu Erlong would engage in various unspeakable acts, reminiscent of the humiliation Yu Xiaojing endured over 6 months prior. If there exists a scenario capable of shattering a person as resilient as Yu Xiaojing, it would undoubtedly be the experience of betrayal not once, but twice. Of course, executing this plan in its entirety hinges upon the success of the first 2 points, as only then could Yu Xiaojing be driven into a blind rage. Otherwise, with his keen perception, he would surely uncover the ruse ahead of time. These musings were merely idle thoughts of Su Feng, unaware that Bibi Dong had overheard everything and had already commenced executing parts of the plan. For instance, capturing Flander was a step towards inciting him. However, Bibi Dong deemed Su Feng's ideas too nefarious and harsh. Such an approach did not resonate with her intentions. Her arrival here was not primarily about avenging Yu Xiaojing, but rather to engage in something entertaining with her disciple. Thus, Bibi Dong made slight modifications to Su Feng's plan. For the 3rd point, she questioned why Yu Guan and the others needed to impersonate 2 grown men. Was that not distasteful? Just the thought sent a shiver down her spine. Was there not a way for her and her disciple to partake in such endeavors without resorting to this? After all, it is merely a performance, not an actual engagement in shameful deeds. As for whether to ultimately shatter Yu Xiaojing's dignity once more, Bibi Dong deemed such an act too malicious. She resolved to complete the charade in front of that hypocritical individual before putting an end to him. However, a dilemma arose. The execution of her disciple's plan proved to be exceedingly challenging. For instance, how to persuade Flanders, how to sway Lu Erlong. Bibi Dong currently finds herself at a loss, my disciple. Bibi Dong observed Su Feng's prolonged silence, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as she feigned seriousness. Regardless of the methods you employ, you must achieve results akin to those of our last encounter. Last time, Su Feng's mind immediately conjured the memory of the torment inflicted upon Yu Xiaojing 6 months prior, causing a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that his teacher was indeed earnest in her intentions. He had not anticipated such deep-seated resentment towards that petty individual. The thought of laboring was far from appealing. Noticing Su Feng's inclination to shirk his duties, Bibi Dong's countenance hardened, and she feigned displeasure. What is it? Does my arrangement place you in a predicament? Or do you wish to defy me as you did previously? Clearing his throat, Su Feng hastily retorted, Disciple would never. If you are unwilling, you may return with Yu Guan. I shall not compel you. Bibi Dong's words had grown considerably more subdued, tinged with a hint of disappointment. As soon as she finished speaking, she gracefully retreated into her palanquin. Su Feng gazed at her departing figure, his heart a tumult of emotions. In the past, his teacher had showered him with affection, never treating him as she had just now. Alas, it was once again confirmed. He had indeed fallen from grace. Should he fail to prove himself worthy, he might very well be cast out of the dormitory upon returning to the spirit hall. A sense of urgency gripped Su Feng even more fiercely. To maintain his standing in his teacher's heart, it seemed he had no choice but to betray Yu Xiaojing. Perhaps, once he exacted his vengeance, he could restore some semblance of his former favor. As Su Feng contemplated this, unbeknownst to him, within the palanquin, a voice mused, What a foolish disciple. He. Bibi Dong pressed her lips tightly together, nearly bursting into laughter. It appeared that my previous methods of dealing with my disciple had taken a misguided turn. Inside the flying carriage, Bibi Dong reflected. Had I known that such tactics of feigned pursuit and withdrawal were so effective, I would have employed them long ago. At that moment, Su Feng approached Flander. Who are you? Flander inquired. I am Su Feng. Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. Although Flander had never encountered Su Feng before, he found himself strangely reassured by the latter's uncommonly handsome visage and courteous smile. Instinctively, he softened his demeanor. Young Master Su, what is it that you seek? Nothing much. Merely to persuade you to betray someone. Flander's face twitched, and he immediately retracted his previous impression. What I am about to tell you may completely reshape your understanding of Yu Xiaojing, so listen carefully. Without further ado, Su Feng succinctly recounted the character and intentions of Yu Xiaojing. You claim Yu Xiaojing is a hypocritical scoundrel? All this time, he has been deceiving both me and Erlong? His aim is to solidify his absolute dominance over the golden iron triangle? To think you could sow discord with such scant words is to underestimate me gravely. Flander's expression darkened, utterly skeptical of Su Feng's assertions. Su Feng remained unperturbed and continued. I anticipated that you would not immediately believe me, but that is of no consequence. I shall provide you an opportunity to verify it for yourself. Buzz. Su Feng produced a lie detector stone, a reward from the system, which he promptly placed into Flander's hands. He then demonstrated its usage, directing it towards Flander. Note, it beeps when one lies. Do you harbor any resentment towards you, Xiaogang? Humph. How could I harbor ill will towards a brother? Beep, beep, beep. Do you have feelings for Lu Erlong? Impossible. I merely regard her as a younger sister. Beep, beep, beep. You have feelings for Lu Erlong. Yet she favors you, Xiaogang, who has committed actions that displeased you. Consequently, you have long desired to confront him, but have been thwarted by Lu Erlong's protection. Have you not? I have not. Nonsense, be silent. Beep, beep, beep. Su Feng continued to pose a series of questions until Flander was left speechless, infuriated, and astonished. He had not anticipated that Su Feng would uncover the very thoughts he harbored, leading him to fully trust in the efficacy of the lie detector stone. Very well. I shall do as you suggest, and use this to confront you, Xiaogang, in search of the truth. Flander grasped the lie detector stone tightly, gritting his teeth, and added, If what you say is true, what is it that you desire from me? At this moment, Flander harbored a subtle premonition that Yu Xiaogang might indeed be as despicable and hypocritical as Su Feng had suggested, manipulating emotions with insidious intent. However, without verification, he would not hastily draw conclusions. All you need to do is have him drink this, and he will be grateful, Su Feng remarked, handing Flander a jade vial containing raw chicken essence. What is this? Flander inquired. Just follow the instructions, you need not know more, Su Feng replied with a mischievous grin. Very well. Flander accepted the jade vial and emphasized, I hope you keep your word, regardless of the outcome. You must ensure that both Erlong and I are allowed to leave. After their earlier conversation, Flander had discerned the situation. The three of them were entirely at the mercy of this group, who could extinguish them effortlessly, as one might crush an ant. Snap! Su Feng snapped his fingers. Young Master Su, what are your orders? Yuguan hurriedly approached. Untie him, Su Feng commanded before turning back to his flying chariot with an air of nonchalance. Yuguan's lips twitched. He recognized that Su Feng was becoming increasingly adept at issuing commands. If it weren't for Her Highness the Saintess being here, you would be insufferably arrogant. Once untied by Yuguan, Flander hastened towards the ravine where Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong were situated, frantically escaping through dense thickets, rendering himself quite disheveled. Along the way, Flander occasionally glanced back, acutely aware that Su Feng and his associates had a comprehensive understanding of their circumstances, including their hiding place. Yet he could not help but remain vigilant. Only after confirming that Su Feng's group had not pursued him did Flander truly return to their refuge. Boss Flander, where have you been? Why did you take so long to return? Upon Flander's arrival, Lu Erlong noticed his disheveled state and rushed forward, her face etched with concern. Are you all right? Did you encounter danger? Erlong, do not worry, Flander began to respond, but was abruptly interrupted by Yu Xiaogang, who wore a grave expression. We cannot remain here. We must leave immediately. Why? Erlong raised an eyebrow. Flander's martial spirit was that of a remarkably swift owl. And if he had merely been scouting, he would not have taken so long to return, coupled with his disheveled appearance. It was evident that he bore the marks of a desperate escape. Thus, it was clear that during his reconnaissance, Flander had inadvertently revealed their hiding place, compelling them to vacate the area without delay. In a calm demeanor, Yu Xiaogang spoke without any superfluous expression on his face. However, for reasons unknown, Flander perceived a hint of reproach in his words. He glanced at Lu Erlong, who remained silent, yet the genuine concern reflected in his gaze was palpable. Flander could sense that, although Erlong did not harbor romantic feelings for him, she sincerely regarded him as a friend. In contrast, an unsettling thought crept into Flander's mind. Has Yu Xiaogang truly considered me a brother over the years? Perhaps once, but now he felt an utter absence of that sentiment. This so-called brotherly bond had seemingly deteriorated into mere formality, or perhaps it had never been genuine to begin with. Don't dawdle. Let's move, Yu Xiaogang urged, prompting a hasty retreat. Flander, we should hurry as well, Lu Erlong called out, and then she followed Yu Xiaogang. Flander remained silent, trailing behind them quietly. Thus, they fled for over 20 kilometers, traversing vast mountain ranges until they arrived at a secluded cave, which alleviated some of Yu Xiaogangs doubts. Night had fallen by this time. After an exhausting day of escape, The trio was utterly fatigued. They quickly foraged for some fruit to satiate their hunger and prepared to take turns resting. Flander, you and Xiaogang should rest first. I will keep watch at the cave entrance, Lu Erlong suggested. No need, you should rest first, Flander replied. You seem burdened by concerns. Are you truly all right? Lu Erlong pressed. Of course, I'm fine. Very well, then do take care. With a smile, Flander proceeded to the entrance, watched by Lu Erlong. Due to Yu Xiaojiang's limited strength and alertness, Flander and Lu Erlong had taken turns keeping watch for over a week. Flander had previously thought little of this duty, believing it a brotherly obligation to protect Xiaogang. Yet now, he questioned whether it was truly worth it. Humph, you better not betray me and Erlong, especially not her. If I discover you have toyed with Erlong's feelings, you shall not escape my wrath. Flander turned his gaze towards the resting Yu Xiaogang, who was already lying down with faint snores emanating from him. He clenched his fist silently. After about an hour, Flander noticed that both Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaogang were deep in slumber. He promptly took out the lie-detecting stone, ready to probe Yu Xiaogang. However, unbeknownst to Flander, every action he took was being observed by a mechanical bird hidden within the cave. This device, known as the 1,000-mile wind mechanical bird, was employed by Feng to track and monitor Flander during his escape, allowing him to see and hear everything happening in the vicinity. Meanwhile, 5,000 meters away from the cave where Yu Xiaogang resided, the snow-gliding chariot of Ling Bo had arrived and halted in place. Yu Eguan and Gui Mei stood guard around the area, preventing any soul beast from approaching so as not to disturb Feng and Bibi Dong inside the chariot. It seemed that Flander was about to take action. Inside the chariot, Feng could clearly see the images transmitted by the mechanical bird through the system interface, keeping a close watch on Flander's every move. This little rascal only thought of himself and neglected to involve his master. Beside him, Bibi Dong noticed her disciple staring intently at the air. Through her ability to eavesdrop on thoughts, she was well aware that he was monitoring Flander. Moreover, it appeared that her disciple was not solely focused on Flander, but was also observing something called the electric eagle. Although she was unaware of what this electric eagle was, it seemed rather intriguing. Otherwise, how could her mischievous disciple occasionally break into silly laughter, leading her to believe he had lost his mind? Yet the problem was, she could not see it. What further vexed Bibi Dong was that despite the passage of time, this little rascal had shown no intention of engaging her in conversation, leaving her to languish in silence for what felt like an eternity. Could he not discern that his master was feeling rather bored? Alas, it appeared that this little rascal was completely oblivious to her plight. Bibi Dong was seething with rage, and what infuriated her further was the necessity to feign meditation. Her disciple, overwhelmed by boredom, finally provoked her into action. With a flick of her delicate fingers, she sent a small orb of soul power hurtling towards Feng's head. Duong. Ouch, master, why did you hit me? Feng exclaimed, his face a picture of grievance. The sight of her disciple's expression somewhat alleviated Bibi Dong's ire. Yet she maintained a facade of sternness. I entrusted you with the complete responsibility of dealing with Yu Xiaogang, and you choose to laze about? Staying idle in the flying carriage is one thing, but neglecting your duties for so long, without even attempting to placate me, what purpose do you serve? Of course, the latter part of her thoughts remained unspoken, merely a silent grievance. Cough, cough. I assure you, I have not been idle, Feng insisted earnestly, eager to defend himself. I was actually engaged in. What should I say? I can't very well admit to you that I was monitoring Flander while watching a film, can I? Oh, I've got it. He quickly adopted an expression of utmost seriousness. I was contemplating. Is that so? Bibi Dong bit her silver teeth, her annoyance growing as she recognized his habitual duplicity. Yet, her curiosity piqued. What excuse would this little rascal conjure? Then do enlighten me. What were you pondering? Just a moment, let me think, Feng replied, his eyes sparkling with inspiration. I was reflecting on what exactly Yu Xiaogang did to provoke you into personally coming here, solely to ensure that his existence is more torturous than death. Bibi Dong was stirred by curiosity. Please continue. Why? Why? Feng replied, how am I to know? I have yet to concoct a proper explanation. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, it must be that Yu Xiaogang is exceedingly malevolent. Not only has he committed acts that anger our teacher, but he also endangers others. Thus, for such a rare and malignant presence in this world, our teacher can no longer refrain from personally administering discipline. You, a mere wooden child, are mistaken. My intention in bringing you along was to foster a closer bond, akin to the days of yore. A flicker of disappointment crossed Bibi Dong's eyes, yet she could not bring herself to voice her inner thoughts. Su Feng, though unaware of her musings, sensed the disheartened expression adorning her face. What could have evoked such disappointment in the teacher? Had she discerned the fabrications I spun? Was she displeased with my deceitful actions? Would my standing diminish yet again? A wave of anxiety surged within Su Feng, igniting a sense of precariousness regarding his situation. It seemed imperative that he cease his efforts to conceal his shortcomings and devise a means to amuse the teacher, thereby demonstrating his worth. Su Feng began to ponder. What could pique the teacher's interest without revealing too many secrets? Upon catching wind of Su Feng's contemplations, Bibi Dong maintained a composed demeanor. While internally, a little figure danced with joy, both weeping and spinning in circles. You naughty boy, at last, you were considering your teacher. My efforts have not been in vain. Suddenly, Bibi Dong recalled the emaciated chicken she had confiscated last time. She had attempted to tinker with it, but alas, it was locked, and she did not possess the means to unlock it. Remembering Su Feng's previous obsession with it, she felt certain that the emaciated chicken held great potential. She promptly retrieved the item, only to accidentally drop it. With a clatter, the 29th generation Pingua Plus, which Su Feng had long coveted, unexpectedly made its entrance. Fortunately, the explosive power of the Pingua Plus could only be triggered by Su Feng himself. Otherwise, Bibi Dong's careless toss might have led to an entirely different tale. Ahem. It had slipped out inadvertently. Bibi Dong spoke with utmost seriousness. Disciple, please retrieve it for me. Su Feng felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. It could fall out even when stored in a soul guide. How careless of you. Though he silently berated her, Bibi Dong's actions sparked an idea in him on how to win her favor, to invite her aboard the gaming ship. Teacher, I have noticed that your spirits seem rather low of late, undoubtedly due to that detestable Xiaogang. To lift your mood, I am prepared to introduce you to the delights of mobile gaming. Hadn't you previously expressed disdain for my daily gaming habits? Since resistance is futile, let us indulge together. After all, games like Tower Defense, Match 3, and Dress Up Princess are beloved by many girls in Blue Star. Particularly the latter. I find it hard to believe you would not enjoy it. Although he felt a surge of confidence. When Su Feng handed the Pingua Plus back to Bibi Dong, a sense of trepidation crept in. As long as you are willing to give it a try, I am certain you will enjoy it. Might I inquire if you have any interest? Any interest? She retorted. You little rascal, how dare you ask? Were it not for the lock you placed on the thin chicken, I would have been secretly exploring it myself long ago. Otherwise, why would I have accidentally entrusted the thin chicken to you? In her heart, Bibi Dong harbored great anticipation for the exploration of mobile phones, yet she feigned indifference, remarking, let us see. Su Feng, diligent in this regard, swiftly presented her with a plethora of information and demonstrated the games he had recently conceived. Would Bibi Dong be captivated by the allure of the mobile device? Without a doubt. Su Feng exuded confidence in this belief, unwaveringly assured. Enough of this, he concluded. I perceive your intentions, and it brings me solace. If you have no further matters, you may attend to your duties. However, when Bibi Dong's voice, as tranquil as still water, resonated, Su Feng found himself rendered speechless, his demeanor turning utterly befuddled. What on earth? He pondered. In this day and age, is there truly anyone who does not enjoy playing with mobile phones? Could it be that the technology is too advanced for my teacher to embrace such pastimes? Does this imply that my standing in her eyes has not improved at all? Am I still at risk of being expelled from the sacred maiden's quarters? Su Feng was utterly perplexed. Look at you, little rascal. You've finally panicked, she teased. Serves you right for being so indifferent just now, thinking only of your own enjoyment. Bibi Dong could hardly suppress her amusement. Naturally, her desire for Su Feng to depart stemmed primarily from the fact that this slender fellow was undeniably intriguing. For instance, in games like Candy Crush and Carrot Defense, it was her first encounter with such forms of entertainment, which were utterly unheard of to her. Indeed, they serve as a delightful diversion during moments of ennui. Particularly, dress-up games captivated Bibi Dong. Since her ascension as a saintess, she has been privy to resources and privileges of the highest caliber, experiencing almost every facet of the world. Yet, within the realm of dress-up games, she discovered an astonishing array of outfits, revealing that girls can adorn themselves in myriad ways. The desire to be beautiful is an innate trait of femininity, and naturally, Bibi Dong yearns to enhance her appearance and stand out. As for why she does not dedicate her surplus time to cultivation, Bibi Dong seems to be evading this issue, for she is uncertain about when it began. She has become rather indolent under the influence of that little rascal, constantly yearning for play, particularly desiring to follow him. Much like the trial set by the Rakshasa deity, Bibi Dong has long since cast it aside, thinking there is still over 2 years left, and will address it when the time grows urgent. Teacher, grant me another opportunity. If you please. Su Feng, unaware of Bibi Dong's thoughts, felt a tinge of reluctance and resolved to impart a practical technique to her. My dear disciple, is this truly necessary? In her heart, Bibi Dong couldn't contain her eagerness to study the slender chicken. However, upon witnessing her disciple's earnest demeanor, she felt a pang of reluctance and hesitation. To her astonishment, Su Feng audaciously snatched the frying pan from Bibi Dong's grasp. You little rascal, she exclaimed. In a moment of urgency, Bibi Dong sighed and ultimately conceded. Very well, I shall grant you another opportunity. Teacher, please observe closely. Su Feng promptly initiated a live demonstration, swiftly extracting a dozen mechanical birds known as Qian Xunji. He connected the Pingwa Plus to these mechanical birds, and soon the surveillance footage was displayed on his mobile device. This innovation would undoubtedly assist Bibi Dong in monitoring the entire spirit hall, proving to be an exceedingly practical tool, and Su Feng was confident that Bibi Dong would find it intriguing. Additionally, Su Feng had connected a mechanical bird that was surveilling Flander, thus allowing them to view the scene within Flander's cave as well. Indeed, upon witnessing this, Su Feng noticed that Bibi Dong's composure had finally faltered. Teacher, what do you think? Do you see now? This is the power of technology. Are you left speechless by the astonishment? In that moment, Su Feng felt a surge of pride, perhaps excessively so. Remarkable. This is an incredibly practical function. And I had no idea my disciple possessed such talent. I am proud of you. Now, you may leave. I find myself weary and wish to rest alone. At that moment, Su Feng sensed that his teacher was indeed unsettled, but not from shock. Rather, it was a clear expression of impatience. Boom, boom, boom. Su Feng felt as though struck by a thunderbolt. Had he been overly verbose? Why did his teacher wear a look of impatience? Yes, the disciple takes his leave. Su Feng could not fathom the reason, and with a sense of despondency, he exited the flying chariot, quietly lying in the pilot's seat, staring blankly at the night sky. This defies logic. Am I not impressive? Why was his teacher so indifferent? Yet, unbeknownst to Su Feng, within the flying chariot, a low hum resonated. Bibi Dong has meticulously established layers upon layers of barriers to prevent Su Feng from intruding unexpectedly. My dear disciple, you have finally embraced your humanity. Hee. Bibi Dong gazed at the finally unlocked slender chicken, nearly bursting into exclamation with excitement. After a night's time, Su Feng had not re-entered the flying chariot. He certainly wished to, as the chariot housed a magnificent soft bed, yet alas, it was ensnared by Bibi Dong's barrier, rendering his entrance impossible. Reflecting upon the past, Su Feng had never endured such indignity. Could he tolerate it? Certainly not. Thus, summoning his courage, he threatened, if you do not allow me to enter. Upon our return to the spirit hall, I shall vacate the saintess' quarters. Traditionally, Bibi Dong would undoubtedly acquiesce and entangle him in myriad ways, preventing his departure. However, within the chariot, silence was the only response to Su Feng's entreaties. Believing Bibi Dong had not heard him, he called out several more times, even knocking insistently upon the door. Yet, after numerous attempts, all he received was silence, which instilled a sense of panic within him. This clearly indicated one thing: Bibi Dong had no desire to engage with him, nor did she care whether he remained or departed. Su Feng's composure began to fray. After all, he had been the recipient of Bibi Dong's affection for so many years, and her sudden indifference was difficult for him to accept. He even concocted a scenario in which she would dismiss him with words akin to, "Stay if you wish, leave if you must." Should Bibi Dong indeed utter such a phrase, Su Feng would find it utterly shameful to remain in the saintess' quarters, for he lacked such audacity. Fortunately, Bibi Dong did not voice such sentiments. Yet, somewhat regrettably, Su Feng imagined her saying them. Consequently, throughout the night, he dared not disturb Bibi Dong further. Instead, reclining in the driver's seat of the chariot, gazing at the stars above and indulging in self-reflection and idle musings. Where had the issue truly lain? Why had his teacher become so distant? Even if he had fallen from grace, surely his status as a disciple warranted some acknowledgement? Having thought too much, Su Feng found himself unable to sleep. He decided to open the system interface and continue monitoring the cave where Flander resided, albeit with a lackluster attitude. On the screen, Flander made his move. Taking advantage of Xiaogang's deep slumber, Flander produced the lie-detecting stone and directed it at Xiaogang, posing all his inquiries, to which he received responses. As Su Feng had anticipated, Flander discerned Xiaogang's true nature and decisively chose to betray him. What surprised Su Feng, however, was Flander's even greater volatility than expected. He ruthlessly forced the vial of raw chicken water down Xiaogang's throat, employing a brutally straightforward approach. Even more astonishingly, Flander disregarded the agreed-upon wait for Su Feng's instructions, instead confronting Xiaogang head-on and initiating a series of fierce altercations. When he could not win the argument, he resorted to slapping him twice. Xiaogang attempted to resist, but to the enraged Flander, it was utterly futile. Flander only grew more brutal, leaving Xiaogang's face swollen like a pig's head after several slaps. Ultimately, Flander revealed Xiaogang's true character to Lu Erlong, but regrettably, Lu Erlong dismissed it entirely, leading to a physical altercation between them. Flander, incensed, stormed off. Thus, Su Feng's plans were thoroughly disrupted. Nevertheless, Su Feng deemed it inconsequential. At present, he was less concerned about Xiaogang's trivial matters and more preoccupied with why Bibi Dong had become so distant from him. This was illogical. He had clearly become more handsome. Could it be due to his laziness? Was his teacher disappointed in him? Su Feng found himself perplexed, sensing that perhaps he ought to make some changes. Otherwise, he risked losing everything he once had. In the past, when Bibi Dong enjoyed clinging to him, Su Feng had taken it for granted, even exhibiting a sense of repulsion, merely seeking tranquility. However, now that Bibi Dong truly ignored him, Su Feng felt an emptiness within, as though a vital piece of his heart was missing. He detested this sensation and longed to discover how he might reclaim his standing in Bibi Dong's esteem. Suddenly, inspiration struck Su Feng. Without waiting for dawn, he called for Yu Guan. "Young Master Su, what is your command? Come, let us go fishing." Su Feng leaped from the flying chariot, tidied his attire slightly, and prepared to head towards the river. What the? Yu Guan stared in astonishment at Su Feng, his expression shifting from shock to sheer disbelief, and then to utter incredulity. You are actually taking the initiative to leave the chariot? And you wish to go fishing? Yu Guan stuttered as if he had encountered a ghost. Having spent considerable time with Su Feng, he believed he had deciphered his character, which could be succinctly encapsulated in a single word: laziness. He was lazily exceptional. A rarity beyond compare, unprecedented in history. Never had Yu Guan encountered such a lethargic individual. Thus, when he suddenly observed Su Feng taking action, he thought he must be hallucinating. "What are you dawdling for? Let us go." Su Feng cast a sidelong glance at Yu Guan and proceeded on his way. With a series of sharp slaps to his own face, Yu Guan felt a stinging pain, his astonishment only deepening. This was no dream. It defied logic. It should not be. As he muttered in bewilderment, he hurried to catch up with Su Feng. "As a Title Douluo, why are you so slow?" "Ahem, right away." Su Feng snapped, prompting Yu Guan to quicken his pace. Before long, the two ventured to the nearest river to commence fishing. Yu Guan anticipated this task to be straightforward, merely requiring the use of one's legs. However, to his surprise, Su Feng imposed an unusual restriction. He forbade the use of soul power and insisted on catching the fish directly by hand, specifying the need to capture blue-tailed fish of a certain age and weight, with any deviations necessitating a complete redo. "Are you messing with me?" Yu Guan longed to curse Su Feng, yet he lacked the courage, fearing Su Feng might report him to Bibi Dong. In Yu Guan's mind, apart from his looks, Su Feng had no redeeming qualities and was merely a weakling who couldn't even surpass a great soul master, which fueled his resentment. Thus, he was quite dissatisfied and resistant to Su Feng's commands. However, after a quarter of an hour with no success in catching a single fish, Su Feng was compelled to enter the water. Yu Guan's attitude swiftly shifted when, in less than 20 seconds, Su Feng emerged with a blue-tailed fish that perfectly met the criteria for both age and weight. What kind of discerning eye does this guy possess? Or is it merely luck? Yu Guan was taken aback, recalling how he had fumbled underwater for quite some time without success. Just then, while he was still processing this revelation, Su Feng caught another fish that also met the standards, which Yu Guan hurriedly caught. Su Feng then dove back into the water, the entire process flowing seamlessly. "Wow, he swims like a pro too?" Yu Guan was astonished, and at that moment, his perception of Su Feng began to shift. Perhaps Su Feng was not entirely useless after all, nor as insufferable as he had initially thought. After a lengthy period of fishing, Su Feng turned to Yu Guan and remarked, "Had I known you were this inept and couldn't catch a single fish, I would not have brought you along. Yu Guan's lips twitched, his expression darkening. I take back what I said earlier. Indeed, this rascal remained as irritating as ever. Let us pack up and head back. All right, all right. As the moonlight waned, Su Feng, under the command, did not dare to hesitate and swiftly wrapped up all the fish. Returning to the side of the flying chariot, he retrieved a set of grilling tools, an array of seasonings, and various beverages, whatever one might find at a barbecue stall. He had a bit of it all. Before long, he commenced his culinary operations, and soon the air was filled with an enticing aroma, even drawing the attention of the vigilant, ghostly shadow nearby. Gulp. Observing Su Feng's vigorous cooking, Yu Guan and ghostly shadow could not help but swallow hard. Su Feng, generous in spirit, selected 3 perfectly grilled fish for Bibi Dong, while the rest were devoured with gusto by Yu Guan and ghostly shadow. Ah, truly delightful. As Yu Guan savored the feast, he couldn't help but wonder, why on earth does Su Feng possess such culinary prowess? And why is it so delectable? Su Feng, equally perplexed, mused that these skills were implanted in his mind by the system without his consent, rendering him proficient in an instant, though his laziness had prevented him from ever practicing them. Had it not been for Bibi Dong, he would have likely remained untouched by the art of cooking for ages. Seeing Yu Guan and ghostly shadow relish their meal, licking the skewers and their fingers clean after each fish, Su Feng felt a surge of confidence. Surely, the teacher would appreciate this. As dawn gradually brightened the sky, Yu Guan and ghostly shadow returned to their posts. Su Feng then reheated the 3 selected fish. And once again, the delectable scent wafted through the air. Unfortunately, the barrier surrounding the flying chariot prevented the savory aroma from entering. Otherwise, it was certain that the teacher would have been lured out by the enticing fragrance. Wrapping up the grilled fish, Su Feng approached the front of the flying chariot and knocked on the door. Teacher. Silence. He knocked several more times. Yet, as the previous night, there was no response. Was the teacher not inside? That couldn't be. The barrier was still in place. Doubt began to creep into Su Feng's mind as he struck the wooden door of the chariot with force, producing a series of thuds. Enough, stop knocking. At last, a voice emerged from within, tinged with a hint of impatience. Had he disturbed the teacher's rest? Su Feng's heart sank, his confidence waning. Unbeknownst to him, Bibi Dong's irritation stemmed from a fruitless night spent battling through a challenging puzzle game, having faced repeated failures. Yet, she also felt a twinge of guilt for leaving her disciple outside all night. It was never her intention to do so. Her curiosity about her phone had overwhelmed her desire for discretion, and she had wished to indulge in play without exposing her disciple to her more frivolous side. Just one night. Surely it wouldn't cause any harm, would it? Bibi Dong harbored such thoughts. Yet she remained oblivious to the fact that Su Feng had become increasingly anxious due to her recent actions. Disciple has prepared grilled fish for you. Would you like me to bring it in? Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong seemed to have misheard. You prepared grilled fish for me? How could this lazy disciple possibly do such a thing? Was the sun rising in the west? At that moment, Bibi Dong's expression mirrored that of Yu Guan when he learned Su Feng intended to catch fish. Both were filled with astonishment, followed by profound shock, and finally, sheer disbelief. Bibi Dong was undoubtedly the most qualified to comment on Su Feng's laziness. Back when she sought the Roshok demon's scythe, she merely wished to carry the young Su Feng out of the carriage, and it took relentless persuasion to get this sloth to agree. Now, to hear this extremely lazy individual claim he had grilled fish left her feeling as if she were dreaming. Bring it in. Though skeptical, Bibi Dong held on to a strong sense of anticipation and promptly removed the barrier. Creak. The door swung open, and Su Feng prepared to enter. At that moment, Bibi Dong realized she was still holding her phone, which had inadvertently started a game. Her beautiful eyes widened, and instinctively, she tucked the phone beneath her skirt. Teacher, please have a taste. Su Feng presented the fish before Bibi Dong, his face reflecting a hint of expectation, thinking, if Yu Guan and the specter enjoyed it so much, surely the teacher would as well? Disciple, you may step outside. Unexpectedly, Bibi Dong didn't even spare a glance at the fish. Instead, she closed her eyes, furrowed her brow tightly, her entire body trembling, exhibiting signs of profound emotional turmoil. Su Feng was taken aback. Fearing that Bibi Dong's reaction stemmed from the scent of the fish, and panic surged within him. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Could it be that the teacher does not eat blue-tailed fish? What if I've prepared grilled blue-tailed fish? That would be disastrous. Did you not hear me instructing you to leave? While Su Feng was lost in thought, Bibi Dong could no longer contain herself. She unleashed a wave of energy, propelling him outside, while simultaneously erecting 3 barriers to prevent his re-entry. How could this happen? Su Feng sat on the ground, utterly dazed, his lips quivering. Have I angered the teacher again? His state of mind shattered, truly shattered. After toiling throughout the night, not only had he failed to please the teacher, but he had also inadvertently provoked her wrath. Ah, what a failure. I might as well await my doom. Despondently, Su Feng lamented, unaware that within the carriage, Bibi Dong.He's cheeks had flushed crimson, her entire body ablaze with embarrassment, wishing she could simply vanish into the ground. How utterly shameful. How could I have left my phone in such a place, and for it to vibrate due to a game failure, leaving me feeling utterly flustered? I hope the disciple did not notice my peculiar state. Otherwise, I would not know how to face him in the future. Bibi Dong retrieved her phone from beneath her skirt, lacking the inclination to play with it any longer, and promptly stowed it away within her soul guide device. Did my disciple create this? It smells delightful. Bibi Dong gazed at the neatly wrapped 3 fish, her delicate face immediately illuminating with delight. Subsequently, she picked one up and gently took a small bite. In an instant, she seemed to drift into a realm of enchantment, her entire being radiating brilliance. Exquisite. Bibi Dong, for reasons unknown, felt an overwhelming impulse to pace in circles, her face awash with astonishment. Is this truly the work of my disciple? Oh, how delectable. How fragrant. Bibi Dong, as she indulged in her meal, found her eyes inexplicably moist, seemingly overwhelmed with joy. My dear child, you have finally grown up. This marks the first occasion on which Bibi Dong has savored the culinary creations of Su Feng, and undoubtedly, it is among the most delectable dishes she has ever encountered. Perhaps, regardless of the true flavor of the grilled fish, whether it be exquisite or unpalatable, Bibi Dong would still regard it as the finest delicacy in existence, simply because it was crafted by Su Feng. At this moment, her greatest satisfaction does not stem from her appetite, but rather from the fact that Su Feng willingly undertook the effort to prepare this meal for her. Indeed, Bibi Dong finds the 3 grilled fish prepared by Su Feng to be absolutely delightful, and they remain unparalleled in her experience of grilled fare. But wait, why are there only 3? Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes narrowed as a sudden thought struck her regarding Yu Guan and Gue Mei. Could it be that they too had indulged? How audacious of them to seize the delicacies meant for my disciple. They shall await their impending doom. At that very moment, Yu Guan and Gue Mei both felt an inexplicable shiver run down their spines, a sense of unease emanating from the depths of their souls. They initially feared an assault from a soul beast of ancient times and instinctively summoned their martial spirits. However, as they surveyed their surroundings and realized it was merely a false alarm, they gradually retracted their martial spirits. Yet, the lingering sensation of anxiety persisted, leaving them in a state of perpetual trepidation. After savoring the delectable grilled fish, Bibi Dong leisurely stepped out of the flying chariot. Although she was thoroughly satisfied with the exquisite meal, in order to maintain the dignified image she had previously established, she adopted a composed demeanor as she addressed Su Feng. Disciple, your intentions have been duly acknowledged by your master. However, there remains considerable room for your improvement. Do not become complacent. Upon hearing this, Su Feng bowed respectfully, his expression tinged with melancholy. Disciple understands. Indeed, was the master expressing dissatisfaction? The reactions displayed by Bibi Dong and Yu Guan are vastly different. Su Feng feels an unfamiliar discomfort. Such emotions have never surfaced within him before. Indeed, if the teacher had not harbored disdain, he would not have become so enraged as to tremble all over and ultimately thrust me out. The teacher must surely be quite disappointed in me. Disciple, I beseech you, do not speak further. Upon hearing the trembling words, Bibi Dong could not help but associate them with the events that had just transpired within the flying carriage. A faint blush crept onto her delicate face, rendering her unable to maintain her composure. It was all that wretched phone's fault. How could it vibrate so tantalizingly? Fortunately, she had not been discovered. Otherwise, it would have been utterly mortifying. Bibi Dong, haunted by lingering fears, felt an overwhelming sense of shame at the mere recollection of the awkward scene that had been uncovered. However, it seemed that her disciple had misunderstood her intentions. Bibi Dong gazed at Su Feng's somewhat desolate expression, feeling a pang of sympathy. Should she take a moment to explain? Bibi Dong hesitated. Bibi Dong could perceive that her disciple was currently experiencing some distress, stemming from a misunderstanding. Yet, in truth, she was not disappointed. Rather, she was filled with profound emotion. Had it not been for this moment, She could scarcely fathom when she would next savor the delectable dishes prepared by her disciple. Never before had Bibi Dong felt such joy and contentment as she did now. However, could she truly reveal her feelings to him? Would her beloved disciple revert to the indifferent demeanor he once displayed towards her? Bibi Dong felt a twinge of anxiety, which soon morphed into a deeper conflict within her. Although witnessing Su Feng's current state of sorrow and despondency stirred a sense of compassion and reluctance in her heart, she was even less fond of the previously ambiguous relationship she had with her disciple. Very well, once we return to the spirit hall, I shall find an opportunity to clarify matters. Bibi Dong ultimately made her decision. After all, according to her plans, she would soon involve her disciple in the scheme to take revenge on Xiaogang. If she clarified things too swiftly, what if her disciple became lazy and refused to cooperate? Would that not lead them back to their former estrangement? Humph, the wheel of karma. Just as you treated me in the past, my disciple, so shall I treat you now. With this thought, for reasons unknown, Bibi Dong suddenly found herself less inclined to feel pity for Su Feng, and instead, she found it somewhat amusing. However, at that moment, Bibi Dong was unaware that Su Feng had already botched the plan. Flinder had fled with a bucket in hand, and Lu Erlong inexplicably had become even more devoted to Xiaogang. In summary, Su Feng's premeditated scheme had spectacularly failed. Thus, oblivious to the true state of affairs, Bibi Dong inquired of Su Feng, "Disciple, how goes the task I entrusted to you?" "How goes it?" Su Feng raised an eyebrow, then suddenly recalled. He had been so preoccupied with fishing and roasting that he had completely forgotten to check. Su Feng's expression stiffened as he hurriedly opened the system interface to swiftly observe the footage captured by the mechanical bird. Fortunately, there was a playback function, and he quickly grasped the subsequent events. Yet, there was an unfortunate twist. For the footage revealed that Xiaogang seemed to have sensed the danger and had already fled with Lu Erlong. Oh no, the key figures have all escaped. This plan is undoubtedly doomed, Su Feng lamented. He sighed, anticipating that his teacher would be disappointed in him once again. Faced with the crumbling plan, Su Feng felt a hint of panic, unsure of how to convey the news to Bibi Dong, fearful of witnessing the disappointment etched on her face. Inept in all endeavors, the champion of mischief, he resigned himself to his fate and admitted, Xiaogang has already taken his leave. Taken his leave? Bibi Dong furrowed her brows, a hint of astonishment crossing her features. She had never anticipated that her astute disciple would encounter a situation beyond her control. However, such matters held little significance for Bibi Dong. After all, the punishment of Xiaogang had merely served as a pretext. The fact that he had escaped was inconsequential, for it merely meant a postponement of her journey with her disciple. How delightful! Bibi Dong felt no displeasure. Rather, she was filled with a sense of anticipation. Especially when she beheld Su Feng's countenance, reminiscent of a child awaiting punishment for misdeeds, her heart swelled with even greater excitement. Little did she expect that her disciple had grown to be so endearing, though Bibi Dong felt a sense of satisfaction within. Her countenance remained impassive as she continued to maintain an air of authority. Disciple, since Xiaogang has fled, what do you believe should be done? What should be done? How am I to know? Furthermore, why must you always inquire of me? I do not wish for your opinions. I desire your perspective. At this moment, Su Feng found himself devoid of any inclination to concern himself with Xiaogang, longing instead to swiftly conclude matters and return to the spirit hall. He promptly replied, "The task you have assigned to your disciple, I fear, cannot be fulfilled. It would be more prudent to send Yueguan to eliminate Xiaogang directly." Eliminate him directly? How naive of you. How then would I justify my outings with you? A flicker of reproach crossed Bibi Dong's heart, yet she feigned an air of authority, declaring, "Disciple, have I ever taught you to abandon your endeavors midway? Are you truly prepared to relinquish your aspirations?" I, Su Feng, was momentarily taken aback, believing that Bibi Dong was deeply disappointed in my decision, and my countenance fell further into despondency, leaving me utterly dejected. Alas, I had once again incurred my teacher's ire. It seemed I was beyond redemption now. "Huh, you little rascal, how can you be so endearing?" Upon witnessing this scene, Bibi Dong nearly suppressed her laughter. Feeling a sense of pride swell within her, it was indeed overwhelming. No, I must not laugh. Such a display would betray my facade. Bibi Dong quickly composed her expression, continuing to feign an air of authority as she stated, "Disciple, since matters have reached this juncture, further words would be futile. I shall grant you another opportunity. Do not let your master down." "Yes," Su Feng replied, bowing awkwardly. Bibi Dong turned and made her way towards the flying chariot, not casting a single glance at Su Feng before entering, ultimately setting up multiple layers of barriers. Su Feng fell into a moment of silence. In the past, his mentor would always look back every few steps, as if fearing that he might fall asleep and tumble to the ground. Now, alas, it is best left unspoken, for it deeply saddens me. Su Feng steadied his resolve, clenching his fists in determination. This time, I must not let my mentor down. It is merely about tormenting you, Xiaogang, after all. As long as I have feet, I can manage. While Su Feng was lost in thought, he was unaware that within the chariot, his foolish disciple was fretting over his mentor's playful antics. It seems that dealing with my precious disciple requires such measures, indeed. Ha 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 ha. Bibi Dong could no longer contain herself. She covertly covered her mouth, laughing with such fervor that she nearly emitted a pig-like snort. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Her disciple seemed to have misunderstood her feelings about grilled fish. Such a delectable delicacy. Could it possibly be her first and last encounter with it? Absolutely not. Bibi Dong's heart trembled, unable to accept the reality. Unfortunately, she could not directly convey her feelings to Su Feng. Otherwise, the carefully constructed image she had created would likely collapse in an instant. It seems that she must endure for the time being. Bibi Dong gently caressed her impeccably toned abdomen, her delicate face instantly suffused with a sense of grievance. She had resolutely decided that upon returning to the spirit hall, she would clarify the misunderstanding with her disciple. Regardless of how stubbornly she had to pursue it, she was determined to once again savor her disciple's astonishing culinary masterpieces. Alas, maintaining an air of authority is exhausting. She could no longer engage in the carefree banter she once shared with her disciple. Bibi Dong felt a surge of emotions as she retrieved the 29th generation soul guide device from her possession. Fortunately, she could still indulge in a game of Candy Crush. However, she faced an unfortunate setback. After spending the better part of the day, she found herself utterly stuck on a particular level, unable to progress. As days swiftly passed, 5 in total, Bibi Dong was pleasantly surprised to find herself relishing the culinary delights prepared by Su Feng, though no longer the grilled fish, but rather an assortment of other game. Just 2 days prior, her disciple had ventured deep into the mountains with Yuguan at dawn, all to procure an egg laid by a millennium-old soul beast, which was later used to prepare a nourishing porridge for her. Despite the relentless assaults from various soul beasts and the arduous nature of their journey, her disciple never allowed Yuguan to waver. This profound act of devotion deeply moved Bibi Dong, resulting in her delivering a sound reprimand to the mischievous spirit that day. "You scoundrel! All you do is eat. Did you not see the effort Yuguan put forth? What are you doing here, idling away? What if a soul beast were to harm my precious disciple?" Bibi Dong was filled with ire. With her current prowess, did she truly require the protection of these 2 mere Title Douluos? The one who needed safeguarding the most was undoubtedly her cherished disciple. Although Bibi Dong held deep concern for Su Feng, she would never allow him to perceive this. She maintained an imposing demeanor when necessary. Su Feng, for his part, seemed to thrive under her stern facade, behaving with an earnestness that starkly contrasted with his previously languorous character. This existence felt surreal to Bibi Dong, a dream she treasured immensely. Thus, she cunningly sabotaged one of the wheels of the flying chariot, claiming it was of inferior quality. This would delay repairs, granting Xiaogang and his companions ample time to make their escape. However, Yuguan and Gui Mei were left in a state of bewilderment, as they were the ones tasked with the repairs. Good heavens! A wheel forged from adamantine could break? How on earth were they to fix this? Such matters were of no concern to Bibi Dong. Her sole intent was to relish every moment spent with her disciple, employing every stratagem to prolong their time together. It was a pity, though, that Xiaogang proved to be utterly inept, as he was caught within a mere 5 days. Nevertheless, Bibi Dong reasoned that an early conclusion was preferable, for watching her disciple languish in the driver's seat filled her with increasing guilt and sorrow. Ultimately, Bibi Dong could no longer stealthily indulge in her phone. She removed the barrier of the flying chariot, hoping her beloved disciple would come in for a restful reprieve. Yet, her precious disciple never returned, speaking only to deliver delicacies on schedule, offering no further words. Bibi Dong is acutely aware that she may have overstepped her boundaries, truly causing her disciple's heart to ache. During this period, she has indeed relished the obedient demeanor of her disciple. Yet when faced with the genuine sorrow that her actions have inflicted, her heart is overwhelmed with guilt. This very behavior, which hinges her own joy upon the suffering of others, is precisely what she once despised. Bibi Dong could no longer maintain her facade. As Su Feng and his companions surrounded Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong, she positioned herself in front of Su Feng and declared, "This is where it ends. You need not undertake this mission any longer." At that moment, Su Feng, accompanied by Yu Guan and Gue Mi, had cornered their targets at the entrance of a cave, where Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong were trapped with no avenue for escape. Everything was in place, merely awaiting a command to make Yu Xiaogang's suffering a reality. However, upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Su Feng was left astounded. "Teacher, are you serious? After all this effort over the past few days, we were on the brink of success. And now you wish to call it off?" The sensation he experienced was akin to having his trousers down, only to be shown a mere glimpse. Of course, Bibi Dong was resolute. She could not bear to see Su Feng continue down this path of turmoil. Turning to Yu Guan, she commanded, "You, go in and eliminate Yu Xiaogang." According to the original plan, Bibi Dong intended to stage a performance with her disciples shortly thereafter. But she could no longer maintain her pretense. She simply wanted to conclude matters swiftly and return home. "Yes," Yu Guan responded, preparing to charge in. "Stop," Su Feng interjected sharply. Instantly, Yu Guan halted, refraining from any further action. Su Feng then approached Bibi Dong. "Teacher, did you not promise me an opportunity?" He rarely displayed such gravity in his demeanor, but this time, he struggled to contain his emotions. Perhaps it was due to the teacher's prior indulgence. He had grown accustomed to being cherished, and the thought of losing that affection was unbearable. Consequently, he found it difficult to accept Bibi Dong's recent indifference toward his efforts. It seemed as though his endeavors were invisible to her, utterly disregarded. He yearned to reclaim what they had shared. Thus, he had been striving to transform himself in recent days, eager to win his teacher's approval and diligently complete the tasks she had assigned. Yet at this critical juncture, she was retracting her promise. Was this a manifestation of her distrust in his abilities? Or had she lost all faith in him? Disciple, Bibi Dong faltered slightly, her composure shaken by his questioning. "Indeed, I did promise you an opportunity. However, much time has passed, and it is time to bring this to a close." Through their connection, she could clearly sense his current state, disappointment, sadness, and a myriad of negative emotions swirling within him. She had never witnessed him in such turmoil. "Teacher," Su Feng's expression was resolute, leaving no room for debate. "I implore you to grant me another chance. This time, I shall undoubtedly meet your expectations." With that final entreaty, Su Feng bowed deeply, his tone imbued with urgency, as if it had become an obsession. Bibi Dong gazed at the other party with concern before finally nodding. "Very well. Teacher Xia." Su Feng then performed a respectful bow and beckoned Yu Guan and Gue Mi to enter the cave. Inside the cave, the sound of footsteps echoed ominously. Yu Xiaogang was drenched in cold sweat. Upon hearing the approaching footsteps, he staggered back a few steps, steadying himself against the stone wall, while his other hand frantically wiped away the perspiration that continually emerged. "Who are those people?" he uttered, his voice laced with trepidation. Beside him, Lu Erlong's expression was grave, though he positioned himself protectively in front of Yu Xiaogang. At the spirit hall, they had indeed come for them. A few days prior, Yu Xiaogang had quarreled with Flinder and gleaned information about the spirit hall, which compelled him to hastily flee with Lu Erlong. Alas, they were ultimately pursued. "Yu Xiaogang, we meet again," Su Feng declared as he approached Yu Xiaogang. "Su Feng, it's you." Yu Xiaojiang's eyes widened, his expression darkening with palpable fury. Although Su Feng now appeared as a fully grown adult in his early 20s, the contours of his face were indelibly etched in Yu Xiaojiang's memory. The humiliation from half a year ago felt as fresh as yesterday. He had not anticipated that the one who had been tracking them all this time was none other than Su Feng. "Find them." Su Feng snapped his fingers, signaling Yu Guan to take action, dismissing any pleasantries with Yu Xiaogang. "Stop. I will not allow you to harm Xiaogang," Lu Erlong insisted, ever the protector. "How dare a mere soul sage obstruct me?" With a resounding slap, Yu Guan sent Lu Erlong crashing backward, causing him to spit blood multiple times before he regained his composure. Faced with the overwhelming might of a Title Douluo, both Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong stood no chance. Swiftly finding themselves bound hand and foot, "Su Feng," Yu Xiaogang bellowed in rage, demanding, "What do you intend to do?" Su Feng smirked coldly at Yu Xiaogang, responding, "What I wish to do depends entirely on what you hold dear." "What do you mean?" Yu Xiaojiang's pupils dilated, an intense sense of dread surging within him. Su Feng remained silent, producing a vial of potion and holding it before Yu Xiaojiang's nose. After allowing him to inhale its scent for a while, Su Feng remarked with a grin, Do you know what this elixir is for? Yu Xiaogang, possessing a wealth of experience, seemed to deduce its purpose upon catching the scent. His body trembling violently as he suddenly roared, "You wretched scoundrel, you had better not act recklessly, or I will make you pay dearly." The potion just now, known as the Hehuan water, once touched, regardless of gender, would inevitably lead one to gradually lose all rationality, ultimately transforming into a beast driven by unrestrained desires. Why the haste? Su Feng's smile bore a hint of mockery as he added, "Could it be that you wish to partake?" Yu Xiaogang remained silent. Yet his gaze was fixed intensely upon Su Feng, his hands clenched tightly, producing a sound akin to cracking bones. The intended recipient of this potion could only be Lu Erlong, a realization that struck Yu Xiaogang. Thus, Su Feng could once again, just as he had 6 months prior, shamelessly display affection towards someone Yu Xiaogang cherished, thereby inflicting humiliation upon him. It seemed the theoretical master did not harbor a desire for the potion. Observing Yu Xiaogangs silence, Su Feng approached Lu Erlong directly with the vial. "Then I shall have to present it to this young lady." "No, stop. I will drink it," Yu Xiaogang suddenly roared. He could scarcely fathom the repercussions of Lu Erlong consuming the Hehuan water. He was unable to bear such a scene. For a woman like Lu Erlong, who had developed feelings for him, possessing such a pure, exquisite, and fiery physique, he certainly did not wish to let her slip away. Had he not been on the run these past days, Yu Xiaogang might have sought an opportunity to claim Lu Erlong for himself. After all, Flander had already fled, effectively severing ties with the Golden Triangle. Yu Xiaogang no longer needed to consider Flander's opinions and could possess Lu Erlong's body without restraint. "Since you wish to drink, then come forth." Su Feng once again brought the potion before Yu Xiaogang, who hesitated. "Xiaogang, do not drink it." Meanwhile, Lu Erlong, perceiving the potion as poison, felt deeply moved by Yu Xiaogangs reckless intent to drink it on her behalf, nearly brought to tears as she implored, "Give me that potion. I will drink it for Xiaogang." TSK, 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 such deep affection, how poignant. Su Feng observed Lu Erlong's devoted demeanor with admiration, only to pivot his tone, adding, "Alas, you have misjudged the character." Lu Erlong was indeed a pitiable soul. Born to a mother of questionable repute, she was subject to societal scrutiny. Her father, Yu Lumian, dared not bring her home, raising her as an illegitimate child in seclusion while allowing her to bear her mother's surname. Consequently, Lu Erlong grew up in the realm of vice, often subjected to the advances and covetous gazes of lecherous men. Fortunately, her mother had fiercely protected her, ensuring Lu Erlong was spared from disgrace. Ultimately, through relentless effort, Lu Erlong became a formidable soul master. Tragically, just as she gained strength to protect her mother had already passed away. Due to her childhood experiences, Lu Erlong developed a fiercely competitive nature, and her temper became quite volatile. However, beneath this exterior lies a kind and gentle heart. This woman, tough on the outside yet tender within, despite her strong will, possesses a side that craves dependence and unconsciously seeks emotional solace. Unfortunately, she misplaced her affections on Yu Xiaogang, who toyed with her feelings without her awareness. Su Feng merely contemplated this in his heart, while he forcefully administered the Hehuan water to Yu Xiaogang. "Stop!" Yu Xiaogang attempted to struggle. Slap! Su Feng raised his hand and delivered a sharp blow before continuing to pour the liquid down Yu Xiaogangs throat. Yu Xiaogang could only whimper in response, futilely attempting to resist. The Hehuan water, paired with Yu Xiaogangs recently restored soul beast-level dignity, would undoubtedly yield explosive effects. If not released in time, his obsession would intensify, and the torment of that fiery desire would gradually escalate, presenting a tremendous strain on his psyche. "Let me go? Return Erlong to me." As expected, upon consuming the potion, Yu Xiaogang began to react. His eyes gradually reddened, and his gaze towards Lu Erlong transformed into that of a beast filled with insatiable greed. On the verge of madness, bind him tighter, do not allow him to escape, Su Feng instructed, prompting Yu Guang to swiftly tighten the ropes, wrapping several more loops around him. Before long, Yu Xiaogang resembled a tightly bound rice dumpling. Is this it? Impossible. This was merely an appetizer for Yu Xiaogangs torment, or perhaps a catalyst. Yu Xiaogang, do you remember what transpired 6 months ago? Today, I shall allow you to experience it once more. At that moment, Su Feng produced another jade vial, identical to the previous one, shaking it in front of Yu Xiaogang before approaching Lu Erlong. "Scoundrel, stop. Stop this at once. I have already consumed it. Why must you continue?" Yu Xiaogang shouted hoarsely. Just moments ago, he willingly drank the Hehuan water to protect Erlong from being sullied by this man. With Erlong's perfect physique, exceptional talent, and formidable strength, he could not allow anyone else to claim her body before him. Scoundrel, you must cease this immediately. Ignoring the shouts, Su Feng pinched Lu Erlong's mouth and poured the liquid directly down her throat. Her face flushed crimson, and she felt a haze beginning to envelop her mind, as if the effects of the potion were taking hold. No, no, no. She is my woman. If you dare to touch her, I will ensure your demise. Yu Xiaojiang's pupils constricted, and he struggled desperately, trying to inch closer to Lu Erlong. However, bound by the ropes, he could only crawl towards her like a worm. Bang! Alas, before Yu Xiaojiang could ascend even a few steps, Yu Eguan ruthlessly stamped down upon his foot, the sound of bone shattering resonating with alarming clarity, to the extent that his foot was embedded into the ground. This time, Yu Xiaojiang's foot was irrevocably damaged, with no possibility of recovery. Humph. Do you really think you can scold young Master Su? With a disdainful snort, Yu Eguan followed Su Feng's prior instructions and retrieved a black cloth to blindfold Yu Xiaojiang. In an instant, Yu Xiaojiang's world was engulfed in darkness, accompanied by the excruciating pain radiating from his foot. What do you intend to do? Yu Xiaojiang gritted his teeth, enduring the agony as he spoke. TSK, 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 do you still not comprehend? Su Feng approached Yu Xiaojiang and forcefully stomped on his head, grinding it slightly before coldly stating, I wish to possess the woman you desire but cannot attain, right before your very eyes, just as I did 6 months prior. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, Su Feng sneered. The potion that Lu Erlong consumed was far more potent than the one you ingested. Thus, even if Erlong harbors no feelings for me, it matters not. She will soon be lost in a haze of intoxication. So you need not worry about any issues of cooperation. Ah, you bastard, you deserve to die? Seeing Yu Xiaojiang so enraged, nearly hoarse from shouting, Su Feng wore a satisfied grin, no longer inclined to engage in further banter with Yu Xiaojiang, for his objective had been achieved, to infuriate Yu Xiaojiang, thereby rendering him incapable of rational thought. Having accomplished this, Su Feng would have Gue Mei and Yu Eguan employ sleight of hand to impersonate him and Lu Erlong, orchestrating an indescribable scene before Yu Xiaojiang, who would undoubtedly be driven into a furious rage, especially since, from his perspective, Su Feng was the man who had betrayed him not once, but twice. At that moment, Su Feng would be able to trample upon Yu Xiaojiang's dignity as he had done half a year ago, subjecting him to both physical and mental torment. In this manner, the task assigned by Bibi Dong, making Yu Xiaojiang feel as though life itself were worse than death, would be deemed accomplished. Su Feng merely hoped that executing this plan would validate his worth. He truly did not wish to witness that look of disappointment from Bibi Dong again. As for the potion Lu Erlong had consumed earlier, it was nothing more than ordinary strong liquor, devoid of any so-called euphoric effects. Once this affair concluded, Su Feng would release her. Whether she could extricate herself from the shackles of her deceived emotions would depend solely on her. And Su Feng would not inquire further nor concern himself with it. However, at that moment, Su Feng's scheme encountered an unforeseen disruption. What are you doing? It became evident that Yu Eguan and Gue Mei had yet to fully don their disguises, for the black cloth that obscured Yu Xiaojiang's eyes had fallen away, allowing him to perceive the scene before him in its entirety. In other words, due to Yu Eguan's negligence in failing to secure Yu Xiaojiang's blindfold tightly, Su Feng's plan had once again been thrown into disarray. Young Master Su, I did not mean to. Yu Guan sensed Su Feng's frigid gaze and involuntarily shivered. Su Feng paid no heed to Yu Guan, but instead turned his attention to Lu Erlong, a glint of cold light flashing in his obsidian eyes. For a fleeting moment, he genuinely contemplated inflicting harm upon this woman, solely to fulfill the task assigned by his mentor. It seemed as though the desire to accomplish this mission had become an obsession for Su Feng. He had never been so earnest and devoted to a single endeavor as he was now. Perhaps, in the depths of his subconscious, he believed that by successfully completing this task, he could restore everything he had once lost. Ultimately, Su Feng sighed. You too, take Lu Erlong down first. Yes, yes, yes. Having disrupted Su Feng's plans, Yu Guan and the specter dared not linger and promptly escorted Lu Erlong out of the cave. Consider yourself fortunate. Otherwise, I would not allow you to die so easily. Su Feng's icy gaze fell upon Yu Xiaojiang as he drew a dagger, preparing to enact vengeance. Since the plan had already unraveled, there was no need to continue the charade meant to provoke Yu Xiaojiang. It would be better to bring a swift conclusion. Why you stay back? Sensing Su Feng's murderous intent, Yu Xiaojing crawled away like a frightened creature, leaving a trail of blood as his leg wound scraped against the ground. Thud. Thud. Yu Xiaojing had barely made any distance when his chest began to heave violently, his breaths coming in rapid succession, as if some internal pressure might burst forth. Not good. The effect of the Hehuan water is taking hold. Yu Xiaojing curled up, clutching his lower regions, his complexion flushed crimson. You scoundrel! Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, Yu Xiaojing exclaimed, the potion that Fland poured into me, was it you who provided it? Was it your intention for me to regenerate? His final words remained unspoken, yet his expression morphed into one of heightened fury. Su Feng. Have you been plotting revenge against me all along, intending to replicate the torment I endured 6 months prior? It was evident that Yu Xiaojing had grasped the situation fully. Humph. At least you managed to come to this understanding before your demise. That is no small consolation. Su Feng approached Yu Xiaojing, dagger poised at his lower regions, ready to strike. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he found himself unable to carry out the act. It was not out of mercy, nor a desire to spare this man. Rather, he felt that the task of avenging Yu Xiaojing was incomplete. Without the performance of the intended role, he could not truly ensure Yu Xiaojing's suffering. To Su Feng's mind, if Bibi Dong merely wished to kill Yu Xiaojing, she could have sent Yu Guan and the Spectre to handle it without needing him to orchestrate the revenge, since he had been summoned for this purpose. It was imperative that he do more than simply end Yu Xiaojing's life. He must ensure that Yu Xiaojing experienced a fate worse than death. If I cannot even accomplish this, the teacher might increasingly feel disillusioned with me. Su Feng's thoughts were in disarray, his mind reflecting upon the myriad contrasts he had experienced in recent days. The person who once turned back every few steps, unable to part for even a moment, had now become someone who could depart without a second glance. Likewise, the individual who used to cling to him even in sleep, refusing to let go without a struggle, had begun to keep him at arm's length, treating him as if he were invisible, leaving him to languish outside all night. In days gone by, a mere gentle embrace would elicit boundless joy from that person, yet now, even when he prepared a meal in the dead of night, all he received in return was a curt reminder, more effort is needed. Reflecting on these matters made Su Feng feel profoundly unsettled, a hollow ache resonating within him. Perhaps it was the excessive indulgence he had once received that led him to subconsciously believe he was the most significant person in the teacher's heart. Once this notion was shattered by the current reality, he found it impossible to accept, feeling as though he had been overly sentimental. And despite his attempts to mend the situation, he could not bring himself to sever the ties. This, perhaps, encapsulates Su Feng's current state. Ah, you scoundrel! How could you betray me again? In a concealed corner of the cave, he pondered, if I cannot even manage this small matter, the teacher might indeed grow increasingly disappointed in me. Bibi Dong gazed quietly at Su Feng, eavesdropping on his innermost thoughts. Unbeknownst to her, it felt as though grains of sand had entered her eyes, causing her star-like, beautiful orbs to glisten with unshed tears. No, it is not so. I have never been disappointed in you, my dear disciple. I have merely feigned indifference. Oh, foolish apprentice, why must you take it to heart? Bibi Dong tightly clenched her delicate hands, overwhelmed by an impulse to rush forward and clarify her intentions, yet she refrained from doing so. She could sense that her disciple had taken all her previous aids to heart. If she were to hastily explain herself, her disciple would likely dismiss her words as mere fabrications, believing her trust had waned even further. It appeared that in order to assist her disciple in shedding these obsessions, she had no choice but to proceed in this manner. Bibi Dong whispered softly, then swiftly employed her illusion technique. The illusion technique essentially involves manipulating soul power to create a desired appearance, resulting in a visual distortion. The stronger the practitioner, the easier it becomes. For a Title Douluo, it is almost effortless. However, this technique has a flaw. It produces significant fluctuations in soul power, making it easily detectable. Yet, at this moment, Yu Xiaojing, burdened by the excruciating pain of his broken leg, the malevolent thoughts from the Hehuan water, and the anger ignited by Su Feng, likely lacked the energy to perceive the illusion. Within mere moments, Bibi Dong had enveloped herself in a layer of illusionary soul power. At a glance, she appeared identical to Lu Erlong, the only distinction being a subtle fluctuation of soul power surrounding her, reminiscent of flickering flames, distorting the air nearby. Clearly, Bibi Dong intended to utilize the illusion to assist her disciple in completing the final act. Aiming to thoroughly enrage Yu Xiaojing and ensure he experienced a fate worse than death. What should I do? Must I approach now? The thought of embracing her disciple and engaging in intimate acts before Xiaogang made Bibi Dong somewhat anxious, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Wasn't this what she had desired previously? Why, at such a critical moment, did she hesitate? Bibi Dong felt a pang of frustration towards herself. Perhaps she had merely found the idea of teasing her disciple amusing, but when faced with the prospect of actual execution, she felt a wave of embarrassment, lacking the courage to follow through. No, the current state of her disciple was a consequence of her actions. It was her responsibility to rectify it. With a determined expression, Bibi Dong retrieved a bottle of ergue from her soul tool. This was a special drink Feng had once given her, claiming it was delightful. Of course, being able to hear thoughts, Bibi Dong was well aware that it was a strong liquor. Even a Title Douluo would struggle to withstand its effects if consumed in excess. Regardless, she resolved to proceed. Bibi Dong unscrewed the bottle cap with a swift motion. Thud, thud, thud. Bibi Dong seldom indulges in alcohol, belonging to the type that turns crimson after just half a cup and is utterly incapacitated after 3. However, in a bid to muster courage, she voraciously gulped down several mouthfuls. Cough, cough, cough. This liquor is exceedingly potent. After a few swigs, Bibi Dong found herself choking, her face flushed, as a wave of overwhelming intoxication surged through her, nearly causing her to lose her balance. At first glance, she resembled Lu Erlong, who had just been forced to drink, both appearing equally inebriated. Thus, seizing the opportunity before Feng could act against Xiaogang, Bibi Dong staggered towards him. Erlong, what brings you here? As expected, upon seeing Bibi Dong, Xiaogang failed to recognize her true identity. His expression suddenly filled with urgency. You must leave at once. Observing Lu Erlong's flushed face, barely able to walk steadily, Xiaogang couldn't help but recall the hedonistic potion she had previously consumed. Now, as she approached Feng, it ominously hinted at one conclusion: he might once again be betrayed. Erlong, snap out of it. Get away from here. Xiaogang couldn't contain his desperate cries. Experiencing betrayal even once was already a misfortune. He could not bear the thought of enduring it again, especially at the hands of the same individual. Just imagining it left him feeling utterly suffocated. Erlong, I implore you, regain your senses and do not draw near that scoundrel. Yet, despite Xiaogang's frantic shouts, Lu Erlong remained oblivious, continuing her unsteady advance towards Feng, her rosy cheeks and bashful demeanor only deepening his anxiety and irony. Indeed, his gravest fears were materializing. Feng, gazing at the alluring figure before him, yearned to speak but found himself at a loss for words. Upon recognizing Bibi Dong, he understood immediately. After all, his innate connection to soul power was profoundly acute, rendering such rudimentary illusions ineffective. Yet, he was perplexed as to why she would disguise herself as Lu Erlong. Or perhaps he began to comprehend. She likely intended to assist him in executing a plan, though he found it hard to believe that his mentor, who had recently expressed disappointment in him, would be willing to lend her support. Disciple, my actions are solely to vex Xiaogang. Do not harbor any other thoughts. However, when Feng witnessed Bibi Dong unsteadily approaching him and resting her head gently on his shoulder while drunkenly uttering those words, he could no longer doubt that his mentor truly had come to help him fulfill his scheme. Are you listening to what I say? The soft, intoxicated murmur reached Feng's ears as he felt delicate, warm hands wrap around his waist and a warm breath, laden with the scent of alcohol, wafted against his neck. Under ordinary circumstances, Feng's first reaction might have been, what on earth? My mentor has truly consumed my potent brew. However, at this moment, Feng was enveloped in exhilaration and excitement, for he experienced that long-lost sensation, one that made him feel as if Bibi Dong had once again returned to his side. Master, do you truly know why I acted this way to provoke you, Xiaogang? The intoxicating voice echoed once more, and Feng regained his senses, gently embracing Bibi Dong. Disciple understands. What are you two doing? Stop. Cease this at once. It was Xiaogang, who could no longer endure the scene before him, his brows furrowed, eyes bloodshot, and face twisted in rage, resembling a madman consumed with resentment and fury. Feng, where are your hands wandering? You scoundrel, I command you to stop. Ah, you wretched fool. Seeing Feng wrap his arm around Lu Erlong's slender waist, Xiaogang trembled with anger, yet bound tightly. He could only squirm like a worm in place. Ultimately, filled with indignation, he continued to roar, venting his inner wrath. Su Feng, you shameless bastard. Was it not enough that you stole Bibi Dong from me back then? Now you seek to take Lu Erlong as well, you beastly scoundrel. As he witnessed the intimate embrace between Su Feng and Lu Erlong, Xiaogang's face flushed crimson, his hands clenched into fists. Oblivious to the pain of his nails digging into his palms, only aware of his hoarse shouts. Wretched Su Feng, you better stop this. Lu Erlong is mine. Do not lay a finger on her. If you have the courage, come at me instead. How bothersome. Enraptured, Bibi Dong wished only to rest quietly against Su Feng. But upon hearing Xiaogang's incessant complaints, she glanced at him with growing impatience and waved her hand, unleashing a tidal wave of soul power. In a flash, Xiaogang was hurled away, crashing violently against the stone wall. With a dull thud, he felt a surge of blood rush backward, unable to suppress a violent spurt of crimson, which mingled with the teeth he had just lost. The excruciating pain rendered his face ghostly pale, his lips quivering as he lamented, "My teeth, Lu Erlong." Compared to the physical torment he endured, the emotional anguish was far more unbearable. He could hardly believe that the Lu Erlong, who once adored him so dearly, would strike at him with such ferocity, even shattering his front teeth in the process. Lu Erlong, please awaken. Xiaogang did not easily concede defeat. He continued to call out, firmly believing that with Lu Erlong's feelings for him, once she regained her senses, she would never treat him this way. In fact, he believed she could even subdue Su Feng. In such a scenario, using Su Feng as leverage, perhaps they could escape. Most importantly, once out of danger, he could be with Erlong. After all, the medicinal effects of the potion within him were proving excruciatingly difficult to endure. Erlong, do you remember our promise? As long as we escape their pursuit, we shall soar high and far. Quickly, seize that scoundrel Su Feng. This is our chance to flee. The mere thought of possessing Erlong's alluring and fiery form spurred Xiaogang to shout even more fervently. However, before he could utter much more, Bibi Dong intervened once again. Silence, she commanded, unleashing another wave of soul power, sending Xiaogang flying once more. With a resounding crash, he coughed up blood. The crimson liquid mingled with fragments of his teeth and even bits of his internal organs, a gruesome sight. Ultimately, after enduring such torment, words escaped him. He could only fixate his gaze on the couple, his eyes brimming with intense hatred and unwillingness, causing 2 streams of tears to slip down his face, blood tears. Tears of humiliation. Disciple, at that moment, Bibi Dong turned her gaze to Su Feng, her cheeks flushed with a deep shyness as she stammered, You had a plan. What are you waiting for? Su Feng found himself somewhat at a loss. According to the original scheme, he had intended for Yueguan and Guimei to take on the roles. He had never anticipated stepping in personally. Observing Su Feng's hesitation, Bibi Dong had no choice but to assume a more authoritative demeanor, reprimanding him. Do you not wish to fulfill the task assigned by your master? Or do you intend to abandon it? Through the past few days, Bibi Dong understood that this task, which brought Xiaogang such suffering, was merely an excuse she had concocted to accompany her disciple. It had become an obsession in his heart, and she felt compelled to assist him in seeing it through. Otherwise, he might succumb to self-doubt, plagued by a lack of confidence in his ability to accomplish even this seemingly trivial task. After a moment's contemplation, Su Feng nodded in agreement. Sure enough, upon hearing her reprimand, he felt a surge of determination. This was indeed an opportune moment to execute their plan. As long as he performed an intimate act with the teacher masquerading as Lu Erlong in front of Xiaogang, it would undoubtedly provoke him. However, Su Feng, prioritizing the completion of the task, did not wish for his actions to be misconstrued, so he felt compelled to clarify, Master, I only, before he could finish. Bibi Dong abruptly covered his lips with her hand. Their eyes met, and she whispered, Do not speak, kiss me. Bibi Dong released her grip on the other's lips, her entranced gaze gradually closing. Subsequently, her porcelain-like hand extended, firmly encircling the waist of her companion, holding him even tighter. Su Feng hesitated for a fleeting moment, but ultimately, disregarding all else, he leaned in decisively. In that instant, time seemed to freeze, as if they had been transported back 6 months to a secluded grove outside the spirit hall, where they had engaged in a similar act. Fueled by their desire to provoke Xiaogang, the distinction lay in the fact that, on the previous occasion, it was she who sought to irritate Xiaogang for her own reasons, whereas this time, it was he who acted to fulfill a mission that involved provoking the same individual. Stop it, you fools. Su Feng, I command you to cease at once. Do you hear me? You are insufferable. Beside them, witnessing this scene, Xiaogan's composure shattered completely. Compared to the torment he endured half a year ago, he now felt an even deeper anguish, as if his heart were being cleaved asunder. 6 months prior, the reasons behind Bibi Dong's actions were foreshadowed. It was Feng who had seduced her away. After all, proximity often breeds affection, and he could not fault Feng for his success. However, Lu Erlong was a different matter entirely. Her affection was something he had painstakingly cultivated over the course of 6 months, her heart rightfully his, with no ties to Feng. Yet, Feng's despicable and shameless behavior was utterly unbearable. He brazenly forced Lu Erlong to drink the euphoric potion before his very eyes, indulging in intimate displays of affection without a shred of decency. How long would they continue this charade? Stop, I implore you, cease this at once. As he shouted, Xiaogang felt as though he had become a deflated balloon, appearing to scream, yet the sound that escaped him was merely a whisper. Drowned out by the blood tears cascading from his eyes and his body trembling in agony, a testament to his profound suffering. Watching Feng and Lu Erlong entwined in a passionate embrace was unbearable. This sensation was akin to enduring a lifetime of torment, a daily ordeal that words could scarcely encapsulate. Feng, grant me a merciful release. Ultimately, Xiaogang could no longer contain himself. He suddenly bowed his head in submission to Feng, pleading for him to halt, yearning for liberation. If it were possible, he would almost prefer to take his own life. However, being well-read, Xiaogang understood that biting his tongue would not bring immediate demise. Death would only come after blood loss or nerve shock, a prospect far too distant, likely leading only to additional suffering. I beg you, grant me a swift end. Even bound by ropes, Xiaogang struggled to bow his head. Yet, his pleas fell on deaf ears. They continued their embrace, their touches, their kisses, entirely disregarding him. In a fit of rage, he could no longer bear the sight, and in a surge of emotion, he spat out blood, his complexion paling further, resembling a bedridden invalid. Time slipped away, and eventually, in a daze, Bibi Dong regained a flicker of consciousness, slowly opening her eyes. To her alarm, she found her disciple gazing intently at her. Disciple, surely you do not think of me as a promiscuous individual? I am not such a person. Had it not been for your profound misunderstandings, I would never have engaged in such actions. In the depths of her thoughts, Bibi Dong was suddenly graced by a whisper in her mind. Hello, teacher. You are so adorable and gentle. How wonderful it would be if this moment could last forever. Forever? Always in this embrace? You little rascal. How could your thoughts be so impudent? To dare entertain such notions about your master. Feng's inner voice caused Bibi Dong's body to stiffen, her heart racing uncontrollably. After all, they were still locked in a kiss. Yet, upon witnessing the hopeful gaze of her disciple, she hesitated to push him away. For it was the first time she had seen him in such a light. Oh, what the hell? Let this be a way to compensate for her disciple. If you wish for this to last, then I shall endure a little discomfort and accompany you in this moment. Bibi Dong closed her eyes once more, clutching Feng's hand with a firmer grip. However, unbeknownst to her, Feng's thoughts were solely focused on her gentle and endearing nature, rather than the act of kissing. Yet, she responded with fervor, and naturally, Feng would reciprocate with equal enthusiasm, abandoning any semblance of a stoic demeanor. Ah, Feng, you beast! Why do you not cease? Meanwhile, Xiaogang was on the verge of a mental breakdown, feeling as though he might shatter completely. In front of Xiaogang, Feng's passionate exchange with Bibi Dong persisted for quite some time. Ah, Feng, you beast! If you have the audacity, then in my misery, kill me. However, when Feng heard Xiaogang's nearly exhausted scream, he realized that the latter had likely lost all sense of reason in his fury. Even if they continued the scene, Xiaogang would soon lack the strength to wail any further. Enough, that will suffice. Feng finally halted the kiss. Bibi Dong gazed at Feng. Perhaps under the influence of alcohol, she found herself somewhat entranced, or rather, lingering in a state of unfulfilled desire. A thought flickered in her mind, wondering why it had to end, yet her remaining clarity warned her that such words would be shameful and should never be uttered. Thus, she gently nodded in agreement and slowly released her grip on him. As soon as she let go, a wave of potent alcohol rushed to her head, accompanied by a fierce sensation of dizziness, causing her to stumble backward. Be careful, Feng swiftly exclaimed, catching her hand and drawing her once more into his embrace. Bibi Dong, seemingly fearful of a fall yet appearing as if inebriated to the point of unconsciousness, instinctively clung to Feng, her head nestled against his chest, nuzzling affectionately. exuding an aura of drowsiness. As Su Feng felt the warmth of the enchanting figure in his embrace and the overwhelming scent of alcohol, he couldn't help but grimace. How much had she consumed? Nevertheless, he resolved to complete his task first. He retrieved a detoxifying pill from his soul guide device and placed it in Bibi Dong's mouth, the pill dissolving instantly, alleviating any concerns about her swallowing it. Teacher, please rest well. I can handle the remaining tasks alone. Su Feng was uncertain whether his entranced teacher could comprehend his words, yet he spoke to himself, subsequently lifting her and laying her down on a gentle expanse of ground to rest. Yu Xiaogang, prepare to meet your end, he declared, approaching Yu Xiaogang with renewed determination. Drawing forth his dagger, his gaze fixed upon the target of his vengeance. It was time to execute the final step. Don't come any closer, Yu Xiaogang stammered, immediately recalling the agony he had endured 6 months prior, instinctively crawling away from Su Feng's advancing figure. Weren't you seeking death? Why flee? Su Feng retorted with a cold smile, closing in relentlessly, feeling like a quintessential villain in this moment. You scoundrel, if you have the guts, grant me a swift end. Yu Xiaogang glared at Su Feng, his eyes ablaze with fury, though his retreating movements betrayed his fear. Though he had indeed sought death, it was for a quick release, not the torment he had previously experienced. A swift end? That is not yours to decide. Why you get away from me? Su Feng swiftly reached Yu Xiaogangs side, but the latter still attempted to escape. Su Feng would not grant him that chance. He firmly placed his foot upon Yu Xiaogangs head. Su Feng, I am the son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan's leader. If you dare to humiliate me like this, the clan will pursue you without mercy. Yu Xiaogangs' voice trembled with terror, his words spilling forth without thought. Su Feng, uninterested in further discourse, raised his dagger. Ah, you beast! I shall haunt you as a ghost. The anguished cries echoed within the cave, reaching a pitch that could only be likened to the wails of hellish demons. Each utterance was steeped in profound suffering, as if even death had become a most extravagant desire. The cacophony of despair persisted for an extended period. Yu Xiaogangs' cries of anger, resentment, and torment resonating until he could no longer produce sound, ultimately collapsing in a grotesque heap, his body twitching, enduring the agonizing wait for death. Now, the final step must be concluded. Su Feng gazed upon the pitiable figure of Yu Xiaogang, devoid of any semblance of compassion. His dagger rose once more, aimed squarely at the man's head. A single thrust would mark the flawless conclusion of his mission. However, just as Su Feng's scheme appeared poised to reach its denouement, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. A resounding dragon's roar echoed from outside the cavern, heralding the arrival of Lu Erlong, whose martial spirit had manifested in its true form, charging into the cave like a fiery dragon. Su Feng, cease this at once. Release Xiaogang immediately. Upon entering the cave, Lu Erlong's gaze fell upon the bloodied and battered Yu Xiaogang, momentarily rendering her speechless, unable to fathom the torment he had endured. How did this woman manage to breach in here? Su Feng pondered, his sword-like brows knitting in confusion as he recalled instructing Yue Guan and Gui Mei to keep watch. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Lu Erlong's assault was already upon him. With no time to waste, he prepared to retaliate. Yet, a graceful figure, resembling a fleeting specter, darted forth to shield him, none other than Bibi Dong, who had feigned unconsciousness after regaining her senses. The reason Bibi Dong hesitates to awaken is her fear of hindering her disciple's completion of the task, ultimately leading to an unresolved obsession. At this moment, with Lu Erlong taking action, she can no longer restrain herself. How dare you lay a hand on my disciple? It seems you have grown weary of life. Boom. Bibi Dong gazed intently at Lu Erlong, without even unleashing her martial spirit. With a mere extension of her delicate hand, she effortlessly neutralized his assault. Simultaneously, she delivered a resounding slap, sending Lu Erlong spinning through the air multiple times before crashing down heavily. Disciple, are you all right? Bibi Dong cast a worried glance at Su Feng. It's all right. You continue, my disciple. I shall step out for a moment. Noticing that Su Feng was merely a step away from completion, Bibi Dong appeared cautious, completely hesitant to intrude. She hurriedly took Lu Erlong away from the cave. Yet as they departed, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over her, as if foreboding that something unforeseen would transpire. Thus, she could not help but urge, hurry. I shall wait for you outside. Understood, Su Feng nodded, replying, grant me 2 minutes, and I shall surely accomplish the task. I have faith in you, she affirmed. And with that, Bibi Dong vanished from the cave with Lu Erlong. Within the cave, Su Feng tightly gripped the dagger in his hand, descending into silence, lost in contemplation. Lu Erlong, how did she manage to infiltrate? What were Yueguan and Guimei doing moments ago? Even a soul sage could not keep watch. Perhaps sensing Su Feng's confusion, the system's notification suddenly resonated. Ding. Gentle reminder. In the world of Douluo, every individual possesses their own destined trajectory. However, due to your intervention, host, a multitude of butterfly effects have been triggered, leading to the activation of the correction power of the Douluo world. The system's message was lengthy and detailed, and Su Feng quickly came to a realization, understanding why he had faced numerous difficulties while undertaking tasks in recent days. Just like the first time, with Yueguan and Guimei, two Title Douluo assisting him, how could Xiaogang have slipped away right beneath their noses, resulting in a pursuit that lasted several days? Similarly, just moments ago, even though he instructed Yueguan to blindfold Xiaogang with a black cloth to facilitate Guimei's concealment techniques, the very cloth binding Xiaogang inexplicably fell away, culminating in the failure of their plan. Astoundingly, despite having entrusted Yueguan and Guimei to guard Lu Erlong, the latter still managed to escape. Such improbable occurrences unfolded in succession, revealing the mischievous influence of the Douluo world as correction power. According to the system, this Douluo world possesses sentience, or rather, a form of life. It can affect the thoughts and intentions of all living beings within it, ensuring that people, events, and objects operate along predetermined paths. In other words, this life form endowed with correction power could be referred to as the heavenly path, the very essence of the Douluo world, existing solely to maintain the world's operation along its destined course. Of course, the heavenly path is not invincible. For instance, it is completely ineffectual against the thoughts of the 5 supreme gods of the divine realm. Thus, once one transcends to the divine level, the influence of the heavenly path diminishes significantly, potentially becoming entirely ineffectual. Individuals like Su Feng, safeguarded by the system, are even less susceptible to its influence. Should the heavenly path insist on swaying his thoughts, the system would activate its protective mechanism, ultimately leading to the obliteration of the heavenly path itself. Wait a moment. Does this mean that my teacher is also under the influence of the heavenly path? Su Feng suddenly pondered this question. If the teacher was also under the influence of the heavenly path, then was it the heavenly path that orchestrated the teacher's decision to take me in all those years ago? Sensing Su Feng's confusion, the system prompt chimed in once more. Ding. A gentle reminder. The power of correction is the most fundamental force in the Douluo world. Only the host and the 5 divine kings of the divine realm remain entirely unaffected. Furthermore, the host is the master of the lying flat system, which offers absolute protection, ensuring that the host cannot be manipulated by the heavenly path. Consequently, from the moment the host was taken in by Bibi Dong, she was included in the system's protection list. As long as Bibi Dong remains within a certain proximity to the host, she will not be influenced by the heavenly path. The system's message was still lengthy and detailed, yet it registered in Su Feng's mind in an instant, and he quickly regained his composure. Bibi Dong, in her decision to adopt him, was not influenced by the heavenly path, nor could it intervene. However, she remained susceptible to its influence, as she did not constantly reside within its protective embrace. Consequently, during a certain period away from the spirit hall, her heart and mind were swayed by the heavenly path, leading to her subsequent romance with Xiaogang, an affair orchestrated by the whims of fate. Had it not been for the heavenly path's interference, the Bibi Dong of your might not have spared Xiaogang a single glance, for she was the holy maiden of the spirit hall, well acquainted with the intricacies of human deceit. How could she fail to see through the facade of a mere hypocrite? The system pondered whether there was a means to ensure that the teacher would always be under its protection, shielded from the perturbations of the heavenly path. Sensing Su Feng's thoughts, the system chimed in. Kind reminder. Simply placing Bibi Dong on the priority protection list will suffice. However, this will require a continuous expenditure of substantial lying flat value, approximately 10% of daily income, reducing as the host's cultivation increases. Shall we proceed? Without hesitation, Su Feng replied, proceed. After years of companionship, he had come to regard Bibi Dong as family. He would not balk at the continuous sacrifice of 10% of his lying flat value, even if it were to be the entirety. Yet, he would still weigh the costs. If obliterating the heavenly path proved to be more advantageous, luxury would be discarded. With clarity achieved, he thought, then you may perish. Su Feng redirected his gaze towards Xiaogang, gradually increasing the pressure of his foot upon the ladder's head. Ugh, Su Feng, do not celebrate too soon, even in death. I shall not spare you. Sooner or later, you too will be tormented to the brink of despair, begging for release. In that instant, Yu Xiaojiang's anguished moans and bitter curses echoed anew, albeit faintly, as if his spirit was waning. Bang! With a resounding explosion. The scene was marred by the presence of a mangled corpse. Ah, it is finished. Su Feng exhaled in relief, feeling a twinge of sentiment. He had not anticipated that dispatching Yu Xiaojiang would prove so laborious. It was all the heavenly path's machinations. Reflecting on the system's earlier notifications, he realized that his attempts at vengeance against Yu Xiaojiang had been thwarted repeatedly by the clandestine interventions of the heavenly path. For instance, during their first encounter, Yu Xiaojiang's escape was facilitated by a vision of future torment conjured by the heavenly path, prompting him to flee with Lu Erlong without delay. Similarly, just moments ago, when Yu Guan blindfolded Yu Xiaojiang, the heavenly path had subtly influenced Yu Guan's mind, causing the cloth to loosen, allowing Yu Xiaojiang to witness the scene of Yu Guan employing his illusions. Even more absurd was a few minutes prior. When Yu Guan and the specter were guarding Lu Erlong, the heavenly path had directly imparted insights into cultivation, ensnaring them in profound realization, thus granting Lu Erlong the chance to escape. 2 minutes as promised, I must depart. Having completed his scheme, Su Feng felt a significant lightness in his heart as he prepared to exit the cave. Buzz. At that moment, behind Su Feng, a translucent phantom materialized above the corpse of Yu Xiaojiang, resembling the very visage of Yu Xiaojiang himself. What could this be? Su Feng furrowed his brow, and a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! A gentle reminder. In the world of Douluo, when a life perishes, its true spirit gradually dissipates. However, if protected by the power of correction, the true spirit will coalesce anew, and this power will endeavor to resurrect it, including, but not limited to, finding a new vessel for rebirth. This involved the power of correction, and the system's message was lengthy, causing Su Feng to take some time to fully comprehend it. According to the system, Tang San, the chosen one of Doa continent, is safeguarded by the power of correction, which intervenes in times of peril, ensuring his safety. Yu Xiaojiang, as the chosen mentor, plays a pivotal role in guiding Tang San towards divinity. Thus, even before Tang San acknowledges him as his master and imparts knowledge of soul masters, he too would be under the protection of the power of correction, if all proceeds as anticipated. This power intends to carry away Yu Xiaojiang's true spirit and grant him a new vessel for rebirth. Su Feng pondered this, and his expression turned noticeably colder. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of relief, grateful for having recently ascended the Hongming body to the Hongming divine body, which heightened his sensitivity to the energy fluctuations around him. Otherwise, he would have been unable to perceive the coalescing true spirit of Yu Xiaojiang, allowing the heavenly path to claim him. Oh, I truly have not perished? At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang's true spirit slowly opened its eyes, gazing in astonishment at his transparent form. Just moments ago, when Su Feng had crushed his skull with a single kick, Yu Xiaojiang had felt the world plunge into darkness. Within that obscurity, he heard a mysterious and ancient voice, which conveyed to him that his mission was not yet complete and that he would be reborn into a new body, retaining all his memories. Furthermore, Yu Xiaojiang glimpsed several visions. In the first vision, he saw the Nodding Academy, where an elderly man named Old Jack brought a child to the academy's gates, only to be halted by the guards. At that instant, Yu Xiaojiang happened to appear, displaying his exceptional knowledge and instantly recognizing Tang San's twin martial souls. Recognizing Tang San as a remarkable talent of unparalleled potential, he decisively took him as a disciple. The second vision portrayed the Grand Soul Master competition across the continent, where the 7 extraordinary individuals he had trained triumphed through numerous challenges, ultimately winning the championship. His former identity as a waste was no longer mentioned. Everyone who encountered him respectfully addressed him as master, granting him the utmost regard. Even the elders of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan were left speechless in awe, eagerly anticipating his return to the sect. Among the many images, the one that left the deepest impression on Yu Xiaojiang was the final scene. Set in the region of Jialing Pass, his disciple Tang San had ascended to divinity, personally slaying the equally divine Bibi Dong. The Crimson Shura sword ruthlessly pierced through Bibi Dong's body, obliterating any possibility of her survival. And it seemed Bibi Dong had a daughter named Qian Xunji, who also achieved divinity. Yet, curiously, she bore the surname Qian instead of Su. Xiaogang pondered this, but the visions he witnessed were mere fragments, incomplete, leaving him unaware of the specifics. After a brief moment, he dismissed his musings, a satisfied smirk gradually appearing on his face. Never mind, this is unimportant. All I need to know is that they ultimately fell at my disciples' hands, and that is sufficient. Humph, Bibi Dong, you wretched woman. Daring to betray me with another man and bearing a child. Your demise at my disciples' hands is no injustice. Xiaogang felt a surge of anticipation. Upon his rebirth, he would seek out the one named Tang San and impart his teachings without reservation. Oh no, after his rebirth, possessing a new body, he might even cultivate anew. Not only could his disciple grow stronger, but he could as well. It was simply perfect. Xiaogang, it seems you are quite pleased. Recently formed. Xiaogang's true spirit reveled in excitement, oblivious to Su Feng's unwavering gaze upon him. Startled by Su Feng's remark, he suddenly jolted, adopting a defensive stance. His voice trembling. Why, you can see me? Guided by the enigmatic voice, Xiaogang realized with clarity that he had perished once, and now existed in a true spiritual form, invisible to mere mortals. However, upon further confirmation, he discovered that Su Feng, that scoundrel, was indeed fixated on him, with an unmistakable intent to kill. A flicker of terror crossed his face as he stammered, You have already taken my life. What more do you desire? What do I desire? To utterly obliterate you, Su Feng declared, drawing a dagger and aiming it at Xiaogang's head, thrusting it forward with determination. How dare you? Xiaogang's pupils contracted as he instinctively raised his hand to shield himself. Buzz. Yet, when Su Feng's dagger pierced forward, it passed entirely through Xiaogang's form. Failing to make contact, it appeared that ordinary weapons bore no threat to a true spirit. Su Feng quickly realized that his previous actions had been rather hasty. Ha! Su Feng, even if you can see me, you cannot kill me. Xiaogang, now aware that Su Feng was powerless against him, began to gloat. Ha! Do you know what I witnessed after you killed me? Xiaogang crossed his arms, a triumphant expression adorning his face. I saw your teacher, Bibi Dong, perish by the sword of my disciple, Tang San. Surprising, isn't it? It is fate. Bibi Dong shall inevitably fall at the hands of my pupil, beneath the Shura sword. Ha! Upon hearing that Bibi Dong would meet her end by the Shura sword, Su Feng remained silent, yet his expression grew increasingly frigid. Xiaogang reveled in his wicked laughter. As if the anguish he had just endured had vanished entirely, he continued with a mocking tone, You, a waste, even if I reveal the truth. You cannot alter your fate, you can only watch helplessly. This has long been predetermined, just as my current state indicates. You cannot kill me. Ha! Are you so certain of that? Su Feng's eyes, once icy, gradually deepened into an abyss of darkness as the dormant martial spirit, the black sky demon scythe, finally responded to his call. In an instant, a vast black mist erupted from within him, enveloping the cavern in mere moments, casting it into an endless night. What is this? Xiaogang gasped, his countenance shifting to one of alarm as an overwhelming sense of dread washed over him. Unbeknownst to him, this was merely Su Feng's tactic to release the dark mist, designed to obscure energy fluctuations. Thus, even if he summoned his martial spirit to vanquish Xiaogang's true essence, the presence of Bibi Dong and others outside would remain oblivious. In this darkness, a chilling aura emanated from Su Feng, and despite the black mist serving as a barrier, it still imparted an overwhelming sense of oppression upon Xiaogang, a looming feeling of impending death encircling his heart. If not for the intent to utterly annihilate you, I would truly prefer not to employ this formidable entity, Su Feng murmured. In the next moment, a black, ancient scythe materialized in his hand. This scythe, entirely shrouded in darkness, bore a striking resemblance to the Rakshasa demon scythe at first glance. However, if the blood eye were present, it would reveal the discernible differences between the two. This colossal scythe possessed an immense force of law, its blade inscribed with countless cryptic runes, profoundly intricate and obscure. Most importantly, this was not merely a martial spirit, but a genuine super artifact, its rank far surpassing that of the Azura sword. For the runes etched upon this weapon encompassed the entirety of powers at the level of the creator god, yet it bore a flaw that was not truly a defect. This super artifact, due to its elevated rank, could not be directly wielded by Su Feng. Even with his spirit Douluo cultivation, he could only forcibly activate it. It was anticipated that using it even once would leave his soul power and mental energy utterly depleted, a sensation he was loath to experience. However, upon contemplating that Bibi Dong's life might be endangered by Xiaogang, Feng disregarded his concerns and unleashed his soul rings. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, ripples radiated from Feng, accompanied by the flickering of 8 soul rings, 4 black and 4 red. Among these soul rings, the lowest age was 20,000 years, while the highest reached 300,000 years. The terrifying pressure within the cave surged to an unprecedented level. How could you possess so many soul rings? And 4 red soul rings, no less. Xiaogang was utterly bewildered, his face a portrait of shock. In his recollection, Feng was merely a waste who could not even transcend the realm of a great soul master. How had he suddenly become so formidable? Feng, disinterested in responding to Xiaogang, raised the black heaven demon scythe above his head and brought it down decisively. This demon scythe had the effect of devouring spirits, and as long as no one intervened, slaying a true spirit would be quite simple. Am I truly about to be slain here? The terror was palpable on Xiaojing's face as he beheld the descending scythe. Clang. Fortunately, at a critical moment, a transparent barrier suddenly formed around Xiaojang's ethereal figure, imbued with a potent pressure of the heavenly law, which remarkably deflected Feng's strike and pushed him back several steps. Once again, this damned corrective power. Feng's expression darkened slightly. He understood that this was the heavens warning him, advising him to refrain from further harm to Xiaogang. This is the protection of that mysterious force. It seems you cannot harm me, boy. Xiaogang also noticed the protective shield, realizing that it was designed either to safeguard him or to facilitate his rebirth. Regardless of its purpose, the presence of the shield instilled in him a profound sense of security, prompting a more mocking gaze towards Feng. When I return from my rebirth, it shall be your demise. That day is not far off. At that time, I shall take my revenge on you and that wretched woman, Bibi Dong, one by one. Ha ha. Feng, however, paid no heed to Xiaogang, though his expression grew increasingly anxious. It was not a lack of confidence in eliminating Xiaogang that troubled him. Rather, the 2 minutes he had promised to complete the final task of slaying Xiaogang had dwindled to merely 10 seconds. He did not wish to breach his word. Yet, the previous strike had already instilled a vague sense of foreboding. Within 10 seconds, a typical attack would undoubtedly prove insufficient. Even unleashing a soul skill of 300,000 years might not shatter the shield formed from the force of correction, for his soul power fell short of fully manifesting the requisite potency of such an ability. Damn the force of correction! Damn the heavenly path! Feng roared, raising the black celestial scythe once more. 9. First soul ring detonate. With a thunderous shout, the first black soul ring erupted, and a torrent of soul power surged into his body like a tidal wave. What? Xiaogang, witnessing Feng's explosive ring, immediately associated it with the Haotian school. His astonishment palpable. How could he possess the ultimate technique of the Haotian school? Xiaogang thought he might be hallucinating. 8. Second soul ring, detonate. Feng commanded again, and the second black soul ring detonated, unleashing an even more terrifying flow of soul power. Xiaogang fell silent, yet his body trembled involuntarily. 7. Third soul ring, detonate. Feng struggled to speak, the impact from the first 2 detonations threatening to tear him apart, yet he maintained his composure, bolstered by the formidable amplification granted by his homing divine body. It was over. Yet Xiaogang, upon witnessing the explosion of Feng's third soul ring, was filled with despair, sensing an overwhelming threat. 6. Fourth soul ring, detonate. Feng had no intention of halting. Uncertain if 3 rings would suffice, he unleashed the 4th, the one closest to 100,000 years. Boom, boom, boom. In the face of this indescribably terrifying tempest of soul power, the entire cavern began to shake violently. Despite the obscuring dark mist, a significant amount of soul power spilled forth from the cave. Not good. My disciple is in danger. I must go in and rescue him. Outside the cave, Bibi Dong sensed a terrifying aura and prepared to lead Yu Guan and Gue Mei into the depths. However, as the trio approached the cave entrance, they were impeded by an eerie black mist. With every step they attempted to take, their bodies trembled uncontrollably, as if a perilously dangerous entity lurked within the cave, capable of inflicting grievous injuries or even death to a Title Douluo with the slightest contact. The 8th soul skill, destruction of heaven and earth. Inside the cave, Feng was unable to acclimate to the overwhelming power unleashed by the 4 explosive rings. With a slight mental shift, he unleashed the soul skill bestowed by the 300,000-year Death Spider Emperor's soul ring, destruction of heaven and earth. Upon his demonic sickle, a vortex formed, rapidly absorbing the soul power generated by the earlier explosions. My rebirth is the will of heaven. How dare you, a mere mortal, obstruct it? Truly, you overestimate your capabilities. Should you insist on ending my life? Prepare to face divine retribution, Xiaogang warned, though his heart was filled with trepidation. To hell with your will. Dare to touch Bibi Dong. I care not for your so-called heavenly path. Perish. Su Feng responded with a hint of madness in his voice. He was indolent, but never submissive. In the face of grievances, his sole mindset was to regard life and death with indifference and to confront challenges head-on. From the moment Xiaogang mentioned Bibi Dong's fate of being pierced by the Azura sword, Su Feng had already gone berserk. He abhorred the notion of destiny. You wish to threaten me? We shall face death together. I fear nothing. Fool. Stop. Cease at once. Are you abandoning your life? Xiaogang continued to shout. But Su Feng paid him no heed, focusing intently instead. In a fleeting moment, a crescent moon, radiating a fierce violet light, formed atop the raised demonic sickle. Exuding an aura of perhaps unparalleled might, Xiaogang fell silent, succumbing to despair, awaiting the inevitable outcome. In that final instant, the demonic sickle descended, the violet light erupted, and time seemed to freeze. Surrounding Xiaogang, the force of correction surged incessantly, and the protective barrier grew ever more resilient, as if the will of heaven had firmly decreed that Xiaogang must not perish. Boom! The collision of the two forces sent tremors through the vast expanse, rendering countless beings utterly insignificant. Between heaven and earth, it seemed as though the echoes of a great cosmic truth reverberated, as if deities themselves had descended. As the colossal shockwave radiated outward, the trio of Bibi Dong, Yueguan, and Guimei, who had been stationed at the mountain's edge, were hurled over 1,000 meters before regaining their footing. In their line of sight, the cave shrouded in mist erupted in an instant, giving rise to a mushroom cloud. As the dust settled, the cave had been obliterated, leaving behind only a vast pit encompassing a 100-meter radius. In the center of this crater lay a disheveled youth, quietly resting, his face adorned with an expression of profound relief. Despite his tattered garments and numerous burns marring his skin, his ethereal presence shone through. Strikingly handsome enough to evoke feelings of inadequacy in all men and incite madness and infatuation in women. Disciple. A voice filled with concern echoed from 1,000 meters away. Bibi Dong sprinted towards the epicenter of the explosion like lightning. Though the distance was merely 1,000 meters, she summoned her martial spirit's true form, executing successive soul techniques to accelerate her movements. Upon reaching the center of the pit, Bibi Dong beheld Su Feng lying motionless on the ground, his faint breath the only indication of his survival. How could this be? The sight of her disciple in such a state brought tears to Bibi Dong's eyes, her body trembling uncontrollably. Yet, her actions were swift. She immediately retrieved a pill from her soul guide, one that Su Feng had entrusted to her previously, claiming it could save his life should he suffer grave injuries, albeit lacking the ability to dissolve upon ingestion. Without hesitation, Bibi Dong placed the pill in her mouth, crushed it, and gently pried open Su Feng's lips, transferring the medicinal essence to him in the most tender manner possible. Bibi Dong was acutely aware of her disciple's intense obsession with cleanliness. If her actions were to come to light, she would undoubtedly face severe reprimand. Yet, upon witnessing her disciple's frail state, she cast aside her concerns and proceeded with the task at hand. Old ghost, we are done for, murmured the specter lurking in the shadows, casting a fearful glance at Yuguan. Have we seen something we ought not to? Surely, Her Highness, the Saintess, will not silence us afterwards? Yuguan, equally flustered, was uncertain of the Saintess's intentions regarding their fate. However, he knew that witnessing such a scene would inevitably lead to a thorough discussion, and the terror induced by the Rasha's demonic scythe was far too formidable. Disciple, please awaken. After administering the medicine, Bibi Dong grew increasingly anxious as Su Feng remained unresponsive. Unbeknownst to her, tears brimmed in her eyes, and eventually, she collapsed, overwhelmed by a profound sense of regret. Disciple, I realize my mistakes. I swear I shall never act thus again. Please, awaken for me. Bibi Dong allowed Su Feng to rest his head upon her lap, her delicate hand gently caressing his cheek. At this moment, she was engulfed in profound regret, lamenting her prior pretentiousness. Although she had been elated by her disciple's transformation, she had feigned indifference. If only she had cast aside her pride and the faade of a stern master sooner, her disciple would not have misinterpreted her intentions. Nor would he have felt compelled to undertake a task that she herself deemed insignificant. Moreover, had she chosen to remain by his side in the cave rather than departing, perhaps she could have offered assistance, potentially averting the catastrophic explosion that ensued. Even now, the recollection of the explosion's ferocity sent tremors through her heart. A typical Title Douluo would scarcely survive a mere breath in such an onslaught, disintegrating into oblivion. She could hardly fathom how her disciple had endured such a devastating event. Yet, none of this mattered now. As long as he was alive, there remained hope for recovery, and that was sufficient. Unbeknownst to her, the explosions might stem from Su Feng's own power, rendering him immune to its destructive force, resulting in only exhaustion rather than grievous injury. However, he felt as though he had been utterly drained. Tick, tock, tick, tock. In the fleeting moments that followed, Bibi Dong's face was awash with tears, the deluge flowing from her eyes akin to a breached dam, unstoppable. The intense self-reproach and remorse pierced her heart like a myriad of sharp blades. If given the choice, she would wish for herself to lie on the ground instead of her disciple. Alas, there is no remedy for regret. All she could do now was remain by his side, awaiting his awakening, hoping for an opportunity to atone. A quarter of an hour later suddenly, Su Feng, still unconscious, exhaled softly, his brows twitching slightly, signaling the onset of consciousness. Disciple, I implore you, awaken swiftly, do not frighten me any longer. In that moment, Bibi Dong was as anxious as a child, her authoritative demeanor forgotten, her gaze solely fixed upon his fragile form. Teacher at last, Su Feng slowly opened his eyes. Disciple, how do you fare? Bibi Dong hastily wiped away the tears staining her face, striving to present a semblance of a smile. However, the worry and guilt etched upon her countenance rendered this smile painfully forced. I am fine, Su Feng said weakly, and then, with a hint of despondency in his voice, he added, but it seems I exceeded the 2 minutes I promised to eliminate you Xiaogang by a second. You are not disappointed, are you? Alas, if it is this arduous to slay a formidable soul master, I wonder if my teacher will be let down. If disappointment lingers, I believe my continued presence in the spirit hall would be meaningless. It may be time to depart. Depart? My disciple wishes to leave? Upon hearing Su Feng's words, Bibi Dong panicked and instinctively enveloped him in her embrace, her voice trembling with emotion as she responded, I have never been disappointed in you. My previous demeanor was merely pretense. Please do not leave me. I acknowledge my mistakes, truly. I assure you, I shall never faint again. Please do not depart from me. The mere thought of Su Feng contemplating leaving her sent Bibi Dong into a frenzy, leaving her speech almost incoherent. What? It was all an act? Su Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling utterly perplexed. Moreover, I have yet to express my desire to leave. How does my teacher know my thoughts? Observing Su Feng's reluctance to acquiesce, Bibi Dong grew increasingly anxious, tightening her hold on him. With a voice laden with heartfelt regret, she pleaded, Disciple, I truly understand my wrongs. As long as you promise not to leave, I will adhere to your wishes from now on. You may command me as you please. What? Is my teacher truly this accommodating? Bibi Dong's attitude underwent a complete transformation, leaving Su Feng utterly stunned, as if he were shaken to his core. However, being tightly embraced by Bibi Dong made Su Feng feel somewhat breathless, prompting him to struggle and plead, Teacher, could you please loosen your grip? I fear I might suffocate. Ah? Bibi Dong exclaimed in surprise, suddenly realizing that she had been holding him too tightly. She quickly eased her embrace, then pouted in a somewhat aggrieved manner. I was merely worried you might run away. This time, her concern was genuine. If she hadn't witnessed Su Feng alive with her own eyes, she would have believed she would never see him again, especially considering the sheer force of the recent explosion, which seemed powerful enough to have claimed 10 lives. At that moment, Bibi Dong gazed at Su Feng with deep concern, her recently halted tears threatening to spill once more. Disciple, promise me you won't leave, all right? Yes, I promise you. Darling, Bibi Dong uttered this endearing term after a long while, nuzzling her head affectionately against Su Feng's face. I knew you were the best. Cough, cough. Maintain your composure, Su Feng murmured, feeling a blush rising to his cheeks. Yet, Bibi Dong remained oblivious, continuing to nuzzle him, and eventually, she couldn't resist a few playful nibbles. In that moment, she cast aside all trivial concerns. Knowing that Su Feng was willing to stay with the spirit hall filled her heart with joy. In the shadows, a specter named Gui Mei expressed his unease. Little Juju, are you certain we should continue watching? He sensed that persisting in their clandestine observation might lead to dire consequences, as it was evident that their interactions had escalated beyond mere embraces. Little Juju, why are you silent? Receiving no response, Gui Mei turned to find that Yuguan had already made his escape, causing a pang of alarm to grip him as he hurriedly followed suit. Author's note and apology. 1. The recent narrative employs a traditional style of rising tension followed by relief, which may appear somewhat oppressive to readers accustomed to light-hearted free literature. I apologize for this discomfort and assure you that the tone will revert to a more relaxed style moving forward, so please remain patient. Note, the author remains the same. This is merely my first attempt at free writing, and I am learning and improving. Dear readers, please give me a chance and refrain from abandoning the story just yet. 2. Some readers have expressed concerns regarding Bibi Dong's ultimate fate. I must clarify that this story will not include any distasteful elements. 3. Regarding the recent dissolution of the reader group. This was a mistake on my part due to a moment of frustration. I sincerely apologize to those who wish to discuss the plot and engage in casual conversation. Rest assured, should I form a new group, I will notify you. For now, I wish to focus on providing quality updates and lack the energy for further distractions. In a luxurious hotel within the Heaven Do Empire, the attendant implored, "Gentlemen, we truly have only one room left. I kindly ask you to seek accommodation elsewhere." Within a radius of 10 miles, this is the only hotel. Now that I am to seek elsewhere, where else can I go? The innkeeper, cornered by Yueguan and Gui Mei, trembled in fear. Very well, let it be one room. Beside them, Bibi Dong appeared somewhat impatient, supporting the frail Feng as they made their way to the last suite. Not forgetting to remind, you two stay outside and ensure that no one disturbs us. Understood, Yueguan and Gui Mei responded in unison. Once Feng and Bibi Dong entered the suite, Yueguan and Gui Mei revealed relaxed smiles, with Yueguan tossing a large bag of gold coins to the innkeeper. You performed quite well. This is your reward. Thank you. My lord, the innkeeper beamed with delight, for he had never earned so many coins in a single day. This was nearly equivalent to his earnings over several years. Be careful not to expose anything. Rest assured, my lord, everything has been arranged. After emphasizing this to the innkeeper, Yueguan and Gui Mei took their posts, occasionally whispering to each other as they left, their faces adorned with mischievous grins. The Holy Maiden instructed us to notify the innkeeper in advance to put on the show before Feng, thus providing a reason for us to share a room with him. Do you think the Holy Maiden intends to engage in something with Feng tonight? Damn it. You dare speak such words, old ghost? Are you seeking a beating? Don't involve me. Little Jujuku, what is inappropriate about it? Haven't they already been living together? What is the difference from when they resided in the Holy Maiden's chambers? A difference? Yueguan's lips twitched. There is a significant difference. How vast are the Holy Maiden's chambers? You only know that the Holy Maiden shares a room with Feng? How spacious is this suite? It is, after all, a couple-s suite. Old ghost, this is not a matter for us subordinates to discuss. We should focus on our duty. Yueguan, disinterested in further conversation with Gui Mei, remained curious about whether the Holy Maiden truly intended to do something with Feng, but he dared not engage in clandestine discussion, knowing the severe consequences of being caught. Inside the suite, disciple, you are injured. Allow me to assist you in changing your clothes, Bibi Dong said as she helped Feng onto the bed, preparing to remove his garments. Cough, cough, I am quite well, master. I can manage on my own, Feng exclaimed, abruptly halting Bibi Dong's actions. What nonsense is this? I am already an adult. I cannot revert to such childishness. Is it not shameful? Moreover, I am not truly injured. I merely overexerted my soul and mental energy. I am still capable of self-care. Though Feng's stance was resolute, Bibi Dong appeared unfazed, responding earnestly, look at how weak you have become. Why pretend to be strong? Am I to be considered an outsider? As she spoke, Bibi Dong had already begun her actions, and before long, Feng found himself reduced to nothing but his undergarments. Goodness, is she really going to strip me further? Witnessing Bibi Dong's unwavering determination to remove even his last vestige of modesty, Feng could no longer contain himself. His face flushed crimson as he exclaimed, Teacher, that is enough. Immediately, he instinctively pulled up the blanket to shield himself from further exposure, his expression betraying an unnatural discomfort. As if he had been cast out onto the streets in a state of undress, overwhelmed by a profound sense of shame. This sensation was all too familiar. reminiscent of his childhood innocence. With a soft chuckle, Bibi Dong remarked that her disciple remained as bashful as ever. Bibi Dong could hardly contain her amusement. Yet she refrained from making things difficult for the other party. Instead, she busied herself within the suite, and before long, she had prepared a bathtub filled with a concoction of medicinal potions. Clearly, Bibi Dong intended for Su Feng to undergo a therapeutic bath to facilitate his physical recovery. What are you standing there for? Bibi Dong cast a fierce glance at Su Feng and asserted with an air of authority, "Step inside." A peculiar sensation crept over him. A sense that the situation was far from straightforward. Nevertheless, he reasoned, it was merely a medicinal bath. What could possibly go awry? Surely, his teacher would not leap in to join him in such a bath. If she possessed any semblance of modesty, she would refrain from such antics. Despite his reservations, Su Feng ultimately stepped into the medicinal pool, discarding his final vestige of modesty before doing so, as it was imperative to immerse oneself without clothing to ensure the treatment's efficacy. Now, my disciple, turn your head away. What are you intending to do? What am I intending to do? Naturally, I am joining you in the medicinal bath. Su Feng's worst fears were realized. Isn't this rather inappropriate? What? Are you selfishly claiming the entire bath for yourself, expecting your teacher to wait idly by? Su Feng was taken aback by the nonchalant demeanor with which Bibi Dong articulated her demands, as if he were the one in the wrong. You little rascal. Are you not going to turn away? With that, Bibi Dong began to remove her garments, leaving Su Feng flustered, hastily turning his back, his face aflame, murmuring, This is utterly outrageous. What on earth was his teacher thinking? Had she lost her mind? Could she not wait for him to finish his bath before commencing her own? Or, better yet, could she not begin first? Why insist on sharing such an embarrassing experience? Why, you ask? It is simply to foster a closer bond with you. As Bibi Dong fell into the water, the surface concealed her figure, and her mind was flooded with the murmurs of her disciples' unspoken grievances, which elicited both amusement and reflection within her. Through this mission, she had come to realize certain truths and had relinquished some burdens. The formidable aura of her master had, in fact, led her disciple to harbor significant misconceptions about her. She no longer wished to provoke even the slightest misunderstanding over matters of pride. She understood that regret should not arise only upon loss. Since she genuinely cherished her disciple and enjoyed their time together, there was no need for pretense. She could embrace her emotions wholeheartedly. At that moment, Bibi Dong perhaps did not fully comprehend her feelings towards Su Feng, but she simply found solace and joy in their companionship. The typical reservations that often accompany romantic relationships no longer concerned her. Conversely, Su Feng remained utterly silent since Bibi Dong's plunge, his head refusing to turn, his face flushed with embarrassment, even his neck feeling as if it had been scorched. The thought of sharing a bath with his teacher in his matured form was almost too mortifying to bear. He fervently wished for the moment to pass swiftly. Yet, Bibi Dong, sensing the turmoil within her disciple, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Was sharing a medicinal bath with her truly such a burden? Naturally, she kept her thoughts to herself, moving slightly closer to Su Feng, and with a gentle motion of her delicate hand, summoned a small towel. It had been quite some time since she had attended to him in this manner, and she hoped she had not become too unfamiliar in her ministrations. What do you mean? He questioned, bewildered. Of course, it is to pamper my treasured disciple, she replied. As Bibi Dong's words trailed off, her hands were already in motion. Su Feng, startled, quickly evaded by a body length, his lips twitching in disbelief. Why, you're actually serious? Is it too much to ask for a little restraint? Could it be that my teacher can no longer bear my wretched appearance and intends to take action tonight? No way, I'm not prepared for this. He lamented internally. You little rascal, what on earth is running through your mind? Bibi Dong felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. Her intention was merely to draw closer to him, not to entertain such bizarre thoughts. With a swift motion, she struck Su Feng on the head and reprimanded him. Silence. No more nonsense, and certainly no more wild imaginings, or I shall discipline you. Su Feng immediately fell silent, laying still, yet his body betrayed him. Some sensations, once ignited, were beyond his control. Consequently, he became increasingly uneasy, striving to redirect his thoughts to quell the rising heat within him. He could only hope that once Bibi Dong finished tending to his back, this would all come to an end. Su Feng pondered, but was it truly possible? How could it be? From the moment Bibi Dong fell into the water, she had never considered allowing Su Feng to ascend effortlessly. After all, he had endured such a tremendous explosion. How could she trust him without conducting a thorough examination? Most importantly, Su Feng was clearly very weak. If someone could provide him with a massage, it would naturally help him loosen his muscles and better recover his strength. This was a perfect opportunity to tend to her disciple, and Bibi Dong was determined not to let it slip away. Thus, after 2 hours of relentless fussing, Su Feng finally donned a loose nightgown and comfortably reclined on the bed. To be fair, although Bibi Dong's technique was somewhat clumsy, Su Feng indeed felt significantly more at ease in that moment. However, a new dilemma arose. There was only one bed in this suite. What to do? Had the teacher conspired to ensure this hotel offered only a single suite? That seemed unlikely, as every suite here was evidently occupied. Su Feng pondered this but quickly dismissed the thought. After all, he had swept through the mental presence of the place, and every room showed signs of occupancy. Therefore, it seemed that the teacher had not manipulated the situation. There truly remained only one suite. Never mind, this was not important. Su Feng was too weary to dwell on it, and instead turned to Bibi Dong, who had just changed into a flowing, sheer dress. Teacher, why don't you take the bed while I sleep on the floor? In the past, had there been only one bed, Su Feng would never have yielded. After all, the bed was where he spent the most time, and it had to be the best. However, considering Bibi Dong has considerable efforts to care for him, he decided to make an exception this time. Disciple, your body is still weak. How can you sleep on the floor? That would not aid your recovery. Bibi Dong, however, showed no intention of contesting the bed. Instead, she proceeded to prepare a makeshift bed on the floor. Very well. Su Feng, not wishing to be overly dramatic, thought it was just one night, and it would be fine. So, when Bibi Dong extinguished the light and prepared to rest, he suddenly sneezed. Su Feng's lips twitched as he instinctively turned his head to glance at Bibi Dong. You, on the verge of becoming a Title Douluo, can't even withstand the chill of the ice. Why are you sneezing? Su Feng thought to himself, yet upon seeing Bibi Dong curled up beneath the blanket, shivering slightly, he felt a twinge of sympathy. Although he suspected she was likely exaggerating, he couldn't help but suggest, perhaps, teacher, you should come up here. Very well. If my disciple doesn't mind, then I shan't be polite. Rest assured, I am a very honest sleeper. Before Su Feng could finish his sentence, Bibi Dong had already slipped into his covers. Su Feng's lips twitched once more. He felt that he had most likely been outmaneuvered. Unfortunately, now that she was here, he could hardly push her away. Resigned, he shifted toward the edge of the bed, reminding her, let us keep it to half each, no crossing boundaries. In matters of decorum, Su Feng remains quite discerning, far more so than Bibi Dong, who is rather carefree. Ahem, let us not digress. It is merely shyness. A simple embarrassment at the thought of drawing too near. Bibi Dong remained silent, feigning acquiescence, yet within her heart lingered uncertainty. She could not guarantee that she would not stealthily approach in the dead of night. After all, she had intentionally ensured that only one suite remained, driven by the desire to take advantage of the situation. Indeed, it was a matter of seizing an opportunity. Bibi Dong has made her decision. Before her disciple, she intends to abandon all sense of shame. What is wrong with being brazen? After all, no one else is aware. What is there to fear? Bibi Dong pulled the blanket higher, concealing her expression, which revealed a blend of triumph and a hint of shyness. Once her disciple falls asleep, she would take action. As I mentioned, even you Xiaogang cannot intervene. Ahem, how did I come to mimic that little rascal of a disciple? The more Bibi Dong pondered, the more her anticipation grew, mixed with a sense of nostalgia. She had once believed that the childlike bower was the one she desired to claim for herself. Yet she found herself utterly captivated by the grown Su Feng. As for whether Su Feng could be roused from his slumber by her, there was no cause for concern. She was acutely aware of his current state, exhausted, profoundly weary. If he were to awaken from his deep sleep due to her disturbances, it would indeed be a miraculous occurrence. Time passed, and at long last, she whispered, Disciple, are you asleep? After a series of tentative inquiries yielded no response, Bibi Dong's lips curled into a sly smile. Ah, he is mine. She reached out, her delicate hand encircling Su Feng's waist, gently drawing him closer. How vexing it was that he could possess such an alluring appearance. Bibi Dong gazed at the Su Feng who was so close. Her heart raced as if a flurry of deer danced within her, and a delicate blush adorned her fair cheeks. Previously, she believed her weakness to bower stemmed from the latter's adorable innocence. However, she now realized her error. It was the strikingly handsome visage, seemingly untouched by the earthly realm, that captivated her, igniting an irresistible desire to surreptitiously indulge. Consequently, Bibi Dong found herself instinctively reclining into Su Feng's embrace, her delicate head resting upon his chest, while her hands began to wander unbidden. Was this to be the conclusion? Surely not. Such rare opportunities to be close with her disciple were scarce. Humph. In the past, even a mere kiss was met with disdain. Let us see how you evade tonight. Bibi Dong cast her enchanting gaze upon Su Feng's profile. A flurry of soft kisses echoed in the air. Perhaps sensing that this was insufficiently exhilarating, her eyes gradually shifted to his supple lips, and her complexion flushed an even deeper shade of crimson. Was this approach too audacious? Bibi Dong pondered, for according to her previous habits, a kiss on the cheek was the boundary. The lips were a forbidden territory, reserved only for moments of feigned vulnerability to elicit a response. Otherwise, it would be akin to playing with fire, inevitably leading to disdain. Yet, the opportunity was rare, and she decided to cast her reservations aside. After all, they had shared countless kisses before. What was one more? Bibi Dong, unable to restrain her emotions, ceased to ponder any further and directly pressed it down. It was unclear how much time had elapsed. As Bibi Dong's inner turmoil gradually subsided, she slowly succumbed to drowsiness, ultimately embracing Su Feng tightly, and together they drifted into slumber. Though Su Feng had traversed the Douluo realm for 15 years, his confrontation with the heavenly Tao marked the first time he had exerted himself to the fullest extent, exhausting both his soul power and mental fortitude. Coupled with the 2 hours of massage from Bibi Dong during his medicinal bath, Su Feng felt utterly drained, yearning for a comfortable and restful sleep. Thus, once the lights of the suite were extinguished, he swiftly descended into a profound state of sleep, entirely oblivious to Bibi Dong's actions. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have activated the embedded small world of the lying flat system, the chaos realm. What Su Feng did not anticipate was that as he slipped into deep slumber, a system notification resonated, and his consciousness was transported to a mysterious space he had never encountered before. The sky was blood red, as if stained with crimson, accompanied by a chilling aura of slaughter. Beneath this sky lay countless fragments of floating continents, some desolate ruins shrouded in black mist, where the faint wails of tormented souls echoed, reminiscent of the underworld, evoking a chilling sensation. Among the continental fragments, numerous volcanic plates clustered together, erupting with violent explosions, spewing forth torrents of lava that recklessly tainted the battered ground, resembling a hellish inferno. Within this enigmatic space, the fragments of land varied in landscape, yet shared a singular trait, a complete lack of vitality, reminiscent of the primordial chaos, where everything had to commence anew. What place is this? Su Feng was utterly astounded. Perhaps sensing his bewilderment, the system's voice chimed in once more. Ding! Gentle reminder, this is the Chaos Realm, a small world embedded within the system. And it is an absolutely safe haven where the host is invincible. How did I arrive in this place? Su Feng inquired with confusion. Ding! Gentle reminder, due to the host's confrontation with the heavenly Tao, the power of correction, which far exceeds the host's current strength, the Chaos Realm has been activated in advance to ensure the host's safety. Cost: lying flat value reset to 0. Reset to 0? Su Feng was taken aback. But upon reflection, he realized that after purchasing a 300,000 your soul ring, his remaining value was minimal, thus he felt a sense of relief. What purpose does this Chaos Realm serve? Su Feng asked again, and thereafter, all information and usage methods regarding the Chaos Realm were seamlessly transmitted into his consciousness, allowing him to quickly grasp its essence. It turned out that this Chaos Realm was his final sanctuary, regardless of the perils he faced in the Douluo world. He could seek refuge here. However, the primary function of the Chaos Realm was not merely as a sanctuary, but to assist Su Feng in expanding his influence more effectively. After all, this was his absolute domain. As long as it flourished, outward expansion would be a natural progression. Teleporting to the hellish prison. Su Feng followed the operational methods as described by the system. With a slight movement of his mind, his body vanished from its original position, only to reappear in a vast prison. Here, each cell was ablaze with a layer of crimson flames, and an assortment of torture instruments filled every chamber, as if this place existed solely for the purpose of tormenting souls. The reason Su Feng ventured here was that he had learned through the system's guidance that every life extinguished by his hand would ultimately be imprisoned in the hellish confines of the chaotic realm, existing eternally as restless spirits. These specters were under his dominion. The true essence of life and death lay entirely within his thoughts, beyond even the reach of celestial law. Furthermore, By tormenting these souls, he could earn rewards from the system. Thus, Su Feng's thoughts turned to the recently slain Yu Xiaogang. It was unbearably hot here. Where am I? Someone please let me out. As anticipated, upon his arrival in the cage, Su Feng soon heard the anguished cries of Yu Xiaogang emanating from a nearby cell. Simultaneously, the system's notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host. By employing the heart flame to torment the soul of Yu Xiaogang in the hellish confines, you have earned 1 point of lying flat value. Su Feng approached the door of Yu Xiaogan's cell, remaining concealed as he observed stealthily. How effortlessly one can acquire lying flat value. It's simply splendid. He quickly beheld the tormented visage of Yu Xiaogang, and a smile crept upon his face. According to the system, earning lying flat value in this infernal prison was indeed a significant source of income. Most crucially, during his previous confrontation with the celestial law, Su Feng had merely aimed to fulfill the task assigned by Bibi Dong and had not realized that allowing Yu Xiaogang to die so easily was truly a disservice to him. Fortunately, the system had activated the chaotic realm in advance, sparing Yu Xiaogang from an immediate demise under normal circumstances. It would require Su Feng to break through to the Title Douluo level to unlock. In the cell where Yu Xiaogang was confined, the intensity of the heart flame was doubled. With a flicker of thought, Su Feng attempted to exert control over the hellish cage. Moments later, the heart flames surged with a deafening roar, intensifying around Yu Xiaogang, the flames rising to nearly engulf his form. However, this heart flame possessed an unusual quality. It would not char Yu Xiaogang, but instead evoke an unbearable sensation of searing heat, akin to actual combustion. Ah, damn it, where is this place? It's so hot. How did I end up in this cursed location? As the flames intensified, Yu Xiaogang's wails became increasingly resplendent, echoing like the cries of tormented souls. However, to Su Feng's ears, these lamentations were remarkably soothing. The louder Yu Xiaogang screamed, the more joy Su Feng experienced. This was not a reflection of any sadistic tendencies on Su Feng's part. Rather, it was a simple reaction to the unfolding events. Ding! Congratulations to the host. By employing the double heart flame to torment the soul of Yu Xiaogang within the confines of this infernal prison, you have earned 2 points of relaxation value. The method of earning relaxation points in such a manner was simply delightful. Su Feng found it impossible to suppress his laughter. Regrettably, it seemed that double intensity was Yu Xiaogangs limit. Any further increase in the flame's ferocity would likely lead to the dissolution of his spectral form. With this thought in mind, Su Feng refrained from amplifying the flames further and approached Yu Xiaogang directly. What is this place? Yu Xiaogang exclaimed, his voice filled with exasperation. Damn it. Why am I here? Did you bring me to this place? Unperturbed by Yu Xiaogang's frantic outburst, Su Feng chose not to elucidate the situation. Instead, he merely snapped his fingers, and an unseen force silenced Yu Xiaogangs mouth, rendering him incapable of uttering another sound. Clearly, in this realm, a mere thought granted him dominion over everything, including Yu Xiaogang and all other spirits present. Yu Xiaogang, did you not witness a few scenes earlier? Su Feng spoke with a hint of mockery. You saw your disciple Tang San ascend to godhood, and you personally orchestrated the demise of my master, did you not? Yu Xiaogang attempted to respond, but his mouth remained firmly sealed. Nevertheless, his expression betrayed a profound sense of satisfaction, as if the revelation shown to him by the heavenly Tao had fulfilled some deep-seated desire for vengeance. Observing this, Su Feng felt a pang of curiosity, just what had the heavenly Tao revealed to Yu Xiaogang. He decided to release the constraints on Yu Xiaogang's speech and asked, What other visions did you behold that day? Share them with me. How dare you be so arrogant? Yu Xiaogang retorted, now able to speak freely. Before long, I will escape from this place, and then you will all perish at the hands of my disciple. Not just you, but also Yu Guan and Gue Mei. Every one of you who opposes me will inevitably meet your demise. Su Feng chuckled. Go ahead and revel in your bravado. Your time is limited. Perhaps influenced by the heavenly Tao, Yu Xiaogang was unwavering in his belief regarding the visions he had witnessed, treating them as certainties of the future. Given your demeanor, even if I were to tell you those visions are merely the future desired by the heavenly Tao and not the actual future, you would likely remain unconvinced. Su Feng's expression initially bore a hint of mockery, followed by a sigh of resignation. Very well, since you are destined to remain here, there will come a day when you witness the outcome. However, before that day arrives, you must pay the price for your past actions. As he spoke, the flames of heart's torment surrounding Yu Xiaogang intensified, and his cries of anguish grew increasingly harrowing. Was this truly the end? How could it be? As long as Xiaogang could endure, the torment must continue unabated. Naturally, this process of suffering could not be executed in a simple or crude manner, for that would render it tedious and lacking in intrigue. Thus, Su Feng recalled a humorous image from his past life, one often encountered while playing online, featuring a cartoonish electric mouse, wherein a small rodent was bound tightly and subjected to a horrifying electric shock, resulting in frantic struggles and convulsions. With a flicker of thought, Su Feng dismissed the flames and initiated the electric punishment. Instantly, Xiaogang found himself ensnared by 4 iron chains, suspended in midair like a helpless rodent. You scoundrel! What are you planning to do? Even now, Xiaogang could not comprehend how he had been dragged to this place. But witnessing his captor's unscathed demeanor while he remained trapped in a cage filled him with dread, an overwhelming sense of unease surging within him. Crackle! Su Feng paid no heed to Xiaogangs protests, instead controlling a large electric rod to approach his vulnerable areas. Damn it! You wretched fiend! Remove that thing. Don't come near me. As he beheld the sparking implement, Xiaogangs lips quivered, his body writhing in a desperate attempt to escape, yet the electric rod drew ever closer. Zap! Damn it, don't zap me there. Wah! Before long, Su Feng was met with a rhythmic cacophony of howls emanating from the cage. One might mistake Xiaogang for reveling in some twisted pleasure. Zap! Stop it, you devil. Enough. Zap! You scoundrel. This is too much. Oh no. Zap! Damn it, stop. I can't take it anymore. As he observed Xiaogang struggling to articulate a coherent thought, his body convulsing in a frenzied dance, Su Feng found himself amused and somewhat mocking. Though Xiaogangs current state appeared pitiful, Su Feng felt no compassion. Instead, he increased the voltage of the electric shocks to the very limits of Xiaogangs' endurance. In the realm of chaos, there is no rebirth. In the prison of hell, eternal torment awaits. Now, with but a thought, I could obliterate your existence entirely. Yet I shall refrain from doing so. I wish to see you suffer while bearing witness to the final outcome. Upon recalling the smug visage of Xiaogang, who confidently believed that Tang San would inevitably slay Bibi Dong, Su Feng could not suppress his ire. Very well. Since you are so unwavering in your faith in the prophecy decreed by the heavens, so resolutely convinced of that so-called predetermined reality, I shall demonstrate how I shall contend with this nonsensical celestial mandate. What of your correctional powers? What of the heavens? Should you dare to send someone against Bibi Dong, I shall cleave them down without hesitation. Ah, but wait. Su Feng suddenly recognized a pressing concern. If the ultimate aim of the heavens, the force of correction, is to ensure that the world of Douluo unfolds according to its scripted narrative, then might Qian Xunji also be destined to appear? After all, in the original tale, if Tang San is deemed the chosen one, then without a doubt, Qian Xunji stands as his destined adversary. Their existence serves merely as stepping stones for Tang San, fated to fall before him. Moreover, the heavens have been known to extract the true spirit of Xiaogang to facilitate his rebirth. Thus, arranging for Qian Xunji a new mother seems not beyond the realm of possibility. Indeed, Qian Xunji has yet to be born, and her true spirit remains in the hands of the heavens. The very location of her birth could be determined by a mere thought of the celestial will. If I can locate Qian Xunji, perhaps I might safeguard her, ensuring that the tragedies of the original narrative do not recur. Su Feng silently resolved this in his heart. He was no saint. He could certainly appreciate and cherish a woman revered as a goddess by the Douluo fandom. And it would indeed be a pity if such a divine being were to vanish simply because her teacher had not been tainted by Qian Xunji. Should the opportunity arise to protect her, Su Feng would not hesitate to act. Nevertheless, it is premature to dwell on such matters. That which is meant to occur shall inevitably come to pass, and that which ought not to transpire, I shall resolutely prevent. With these thoughts, Su Feng withdrew his consciousness from the chaotic realm, leaving behind Xiaogang, who continued to endure electric torment while he returned to a deep slumber. For the exceedingly fatigued Su Feng, this night was but a fleeting moment of closing and opening his eyes, a mere sleep that would soon pass. Yet for Bibi Dong, the situation was far more dire, as it appeared she had indulged herself rather excessively. At this juncture, it was already the stroke of midnight. Bibi Dong lay nestled in Su Feng's embrace, her head resting upon his chest. Yet, she felt no semblance of drowsiness. On the contrary, she was imbued with an undeniable vitality, her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson hue. What should she do? What course of action was appropriate? Her disciple had, in an unforeseen manner, inadvertently pressed against her leg. Bibi Dong blinked in embarrassment, her body immobilized, her pretty face radiating an intense warmth, reflecting on a recent occurrence. It seemed only moments ago that a similar scene had transpired. At that time, en route to the heavenly, boredom had led her to feign unconsciousness, prompting her disciple to perform a massage technique on her. Unbeknownst to them, they both succumbed to slumber, and in a moment of shame, she had mistaken her disciple for someone else and had touched him inappropriately. Upon awakening, she was mortified to discover that her actions had elicited a response from him. Now, the situation had repeated itself, yet appeared more dire, as she had waited an interminable duration, and her disciple's reaction showed no signs of abating. She yearned to escape, to find solace on the ground below. Rather than endure this mortifying position, it would be preferable to extricate herself and feign ignorance of the incident. Yet, this entire predicament had arisen from her own actions, and fleeing seemed an act of irresponsibility. What, indeed, should she do? Bibi Dong's face was flushed with a mix of embarrassment and hesitation. Initially, she merely sought to indulge in a few playful kisses and touches, never anticipating that her disciple would exhibit such a reaction. Most concerning was her knowledge from literature, which indicated that if a boy experienced such a response and suppressed it, it could be detrimental to his health. Thus, during their previous encounter, she had contemplated resolving the matter, wishing to avoid causing any harm to her disciple's well-being. Alas, her disciple had proven immune to the effects of the sedative, awakening abruptly, prompting her hasty retreat. This time, however, her disciple had finally succumbed to a deep slumber. Surely not to awaken prematurely. Did she, as the teacher, truly need to flee once more? Inwardly reflecting, Bibi Dong felt increasingly selfish. It was she who had initiated the inappropriate touches, provoking a reaction from her disciple, and now she wished to simply leave without consequence. Such behavior was undeniably reckless, irresponsible, and egotistical, prioritizing her own gratification over her disciple's physical safety. Constructing her pleasure upon another's health was utterly inhumane. As these thoughts weighed heavily on her, guilt enveloped Bibi Dong. Ultimately, she steeled herself, resolving that what had gone unfulfilled previously would now serve as a means of atoning for her disciple. She could not allow herself to be the selfish individual in this scenario. With newfound determination, she tentatively called out, "Disciple, are you awake? Disciple, are you truly asleep?" After several confirmations yielded no response, she realized that Feng was indeed soundly asleep, prompting her to shyly extricate herself from his embrace. Thud, thud, thud. In that moment, panic surged within Bibi Dong. Her heart raced uncontrollably. She merely wished to take responsibility for her disciple, yet she possessed not a shred of experience in how to do so. Nevertheless, she resolved to give it a try, biting her luscious lips. Her delicate hands twisted nervously before her cheeks aflame with embarrassment. Even her neck felt as though it might burst with heat. Though her resolve was firm, she hesitated to act, fearing that if she proceeded, she would find it impossible to face Feng afterward. Much like the previous incident that had left her avoiding him for over a week, this situation was clearly of a different magnitude, and she dreaded entering a period of awkwardness that would render her unable to converse with Feng for an extended duration. The possibility of being discovered loomed ominously, leading to an even more uncomfortable predicament. The room fell into silence. After a prolonged pause, she sighed, reflecting on the difficulty of dealing with a formidable soul master. Would her teacher be disappointed? If disappointment were to reign, she mused, remaining within the spirit hall would seem futile. Perhaps it was time to take her leave. Inexplicably, Bibi Dong's mind was suddenly flooded with Feng's heartfelt sentiments from not long ago. Her expression froze in astonishment, and her body became rigid. Over the past few days, she had keenly observed her disciple's actions. She could hardly fathom that there would come a day when he would strive so earnestly to mend their relationship. Yet, she had repeatedly and artfully wounded his heart, ultimately forcing him to unleash that catastrophic explosion. Though she was unaware of how he had managed to conjure such a terrifying blast, it was evident that the challenges and sacrifices he faced were considerable. Thankfully, he had survived. Otherwise, she would have lived with regret and guilt for eternity. Now, as Bibi Dong reflected on the multitude of sacrifices her disciple had made for her, while she remained unchanged, merely taking advantage of him and hesitating to resolve even a single issue for him, she felt increasingly ashamed, irresponsible, and selfish. If this continued, she would inevitably lose him for good. This turmoil stemmed from her role as a mentor, and this time, she would not retreat. Bibi Dong gazed at Feng, her delicate face tinged with a hint of remorse. Even if you discover this, I shall not regret it. With a resolute expression, she pursed her lips, threw off the covers, and burrowed into the bedding. The following day, at noon, the glaring sunlight streamed into the suite, and Feng groggily opened his eyes. Awakening naturally after a long slumber felt utterly delightful. This was the epitome of a laid-back lifestyle. As he instinctively stretched, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to reach down and check. Oh no, he needed to change his clothes immediately. Feng jolted upright, seizing the moment while Bibi Dong was absent from the suite to attend to his hygiene. Hopefully, the teacher was unaware, otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. His face was flushed with discomfort. Last night, he had experienced a peculiar dream, the details of which eluded him, but he was certain it was an indescribable rural fantasy. Sighing, he lamented that transitioning into adulthood had brought along unnecessary troubles. He felt somewhat helpless. It wasn't he that he found it unpleasant, after all. It was a sign of his healthy development, but the issue lay in the fact that he had shared a bed with Bibi Dong. He worried that he might inadvertently envision her as the subject of his dream, leading to an uncontrollable situation, which would be quite the spectacle. Wait a minute. In such dreams, one's body might not necessarily react, right? With this thought, Feng exhaled slightly in relief. But what if it did? His heart raced again, and his discomfort escalated. Indeed, I should never have allowed the teacher to lie beside me, or perhaps I should have insisted on sleeping on the floor. In that moment, Feng felt utterly embarrassed. However, more than that, he felt a deep sense of guilt towards Bibi Dong. For the actions he had envisioned in his dream were quite excessive, even for a married couple. Moments later, the door swung open, and Bibi Dong entered, carrying a bowl of congee. I anticipated that you would sleep in until now, so I prepared a little congee for you in advance. Bibi Dong approached Feng and placed the porridge beside him. How is your recovery progressing? Would you like to eat something? She inquired. Feng replied, Teacher, I have mostly recovered. He dared not meet Bibi Dong's gaze, instead hastily lifting the bowl of porridge and burying his face in it. As he ate, he stealthily glanced at Bibi Dong, who, with an amused expression, rested her chin on her hand, observing him with a hint of laughter. Why are you eating so hurriedly? I am not rushing you, she remarked. Feng coughed awkwardly. Perhaps I am simply too hungry, he feigned, though in truth, he felt guilty, fearing that the shameful deeds of the previous night might have been revealed to his teacher. Bibi Dong discerned the unnatural expression on Feng's face and, with a hint of concern, inquired, Disciple, you seem preoccupied. Is something troubling you? Feng cleared his throat and replied, Indeed. There is a matter I wish to confirm with you. Speak freely. At that moment, Bibi Dong maintained an air of unwavering calm, as if nothing had transpired the previous night. After all, she had meticulously eradicated all evidence, leaving no remnants behind. Although the process had been somewhat nauseating and harsh on her throat, she had ultimately avoided leaving any incriminating traces. Thus, Bibi Dong was certain that her disciple was completely unaware of the events of the previous night. As long as she feigned ignorance, it was as though nothing had occurred. Hence, her earlier demeanor had been so composed, aimed at preventing her disciple from sensing any unusualness. I wish to know if we engaged in any peculiar activities last night. However, when Feng's somewhat apprehensive words fell upon her ears, Bibi Dong froze in place. Disciple, what do you mean? Her heart inexplicably raced. Could it be that her disciple was aware? This was inconceivable. Everything that needed to be dealt with had been resolved. In her heart, Bibi Dong found herself engulfed in a wave of trepidation, her delicate visage blushing faintly. This time, it was she who dared not meet Feng's gaze, for she felt a guilty conscience that rendered her unable to confront him. Surely, her disciple had succumbed to a deep slumber the previous night. It was impossible for him to have noticed. So, which aspect had gone awry? Bibi Dong was enveloped in confusion. She had meticulously ensured that everything was thoroughly dealt with the previous night, leaving no trace behind. There was no reason for anyone to suspect her actions. Could it be that she had underestimated her disciple? Suddenly, a possibility dawned upon her. Perhaps she had indeed underestimated her disciple's resourcefulness. It was conceivable that after she had concluded her tasks, the disciple had resorted to unscrupulous means, sneaking in a covert maneuver. How could her disciple be so audaciously unprincipled? Bibi Dong's face flushed crimson, tinged with a hint of regret. She should have anticipated it. Her disciple was remarkably resilient, capable of enduring even the most tremendous explosions, which undoubtedly implied an exceptional physical strength. It was insensible to assume that merely addressing the matter twice would suffice. Now, The mere thought that her disciple was aware of her actions from the previous night filled her with a profound sense of embarrassment, making her wish for a crevice in the ground to hide away. She was at a loss regarding how to confront her disciple. At that moment, Feng turned his head, pointed to the discarded garments, and wore an expression of deep embarrassment as he began to confess. He recounted, in essence, that he had dreamt a peculiar dream, one that might have involved some unusual actions. Although he felt a wave of shame while divulging these matters, he believed it was imperative to apologize if he had indeed wronged Bibi Dong. After explaining himself, he bowed respectfully before her, his face etched with contrition, stating, "As a young disciple, my actions were not intended to offend. If I have inadvertently caused you any discomfort, I humbly ask for your forgiveness." Oh, how he longed to know what had transpired the night before. Regrettably, he had slept too soundly to retain any recollection. He could only hope he had not crossed any boundaries. What? His disciple was unaware of the events from the previous night? Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback, realizing she had misinterpreted her disciple's words. He had no inkling of her actions and believed he had merely experienced a peculiar dream. Thank heavens, it seemed her disciple had yet to uncover the truth. Bibi Dong sighed with relief, but as she observed his sheepish demeanor, a sense of amusement washed over her. How naive her disciple was, to not even suspect her involvement. Bibi Dong was acutely aware that had she not taken advantage of the situation last night, her disciple would not have reacted at all, nor would she have engaged in the subsequent absurdities. Perhaps, the so-called village dream of her disciple was ignited by her actions. Since her disciple remained oblivious, Bibi Dong felt a measure of calmness. "There is no need for you to feel guilty, my disciple. You did not do anything to me last night and should not dwell upon it. Even if you had, I would not hold it against you." This last sentiment remained unvoiced, confined to her thoughts. She vividly recalled that her disciple had been in a deep slumber, yet his body responded instinctively to her movements. Had she not intervened, he might have found himself unable to speak normally today. Moreover, she had consumed several throat-soothing remedies early that morning to alleviate her discomfort. "That is a relief," Feng exhaled in relief. "As you are now aware, you are an adult." At this moment, Bibi Dong shifted the conversation, a mischievous smile gracing her face. "Isn't it time for you to find a girlfriend?" Bibi Dong had formed a general impression of Feng's formidable nature. 2 words summed it up: terrifying. She understood that since her disciple had experienced an initial response, there would inevitably be subsequent ones countless times. To fundamentally resolve this issue, she needed to find him a partner. This way, he would no longer have to endure such desires in silence, thus safeguarding his health. Feng initially thought that after dealing with Xiaogang, he would have little else to do and would soon return to the spirit hall. However, he did not anticipate that, with a lineup equivalent to 4 Title Douluos, someone would dare to intercept them on the way, especially a mere soul sage. Feng, come out. At that moment, blocking their path was a woman clad in red, wreathed in flames, Lu Erlong. Although she had been affected by the explosion yesterday, she had been flung far away by Bibi Dong, so her injuries were not severe. "You little wench," Moonlight, who had been seated at the front of the flying carriage, instantly leapt into the air, petals scattering around her as she swiftly approached Lu Erlong. "I spared your life yesterday. Despite such a great favor, you show no gratitude and dare to obstruct my way. Truly reckless." As she spoke, Moonlight prepared to strike, poised to eliminate Lu Erlong with a single blow. "Stop." Feng's voice resonated from within the carriage, causing Moonlight to freeze mid-action, her expression shifting to one of alarm. "Young Master Feng, how did you come out?" As he uttered these words, Guang felt a tremor in his voice. He distinctly recalled that during their return journey, the Saintess had commanded that, barring urgent matters, no disturbances should be allowed to disrupt the flying palanquin, particularly to ensure that Feng could rest undisturbed. Guang understood the Saintess's intentions. After all, Feng had just endured the shock of a great explosion the previous day, and it was only natural that he required careful recuperation. However, along the way, Guang sensed unusual sounds emanating from within the palanquin, which led him to believe that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. "Ah, be gentle. That hurts." Guang was certain these cries were originating from the palanquin. Although the sounds were faint, they were unmistakably clear. Despite not witnessing firsthand what the Saintess and Feng were engaged in within the confines of the palanquin, the suggestive nature of the noises, coupled with the fact that they were alone together, left little to the imagination. Guang never anticipated that the Saintess harbored such wild tendencies. As the adage goes, the more one knows, the greater the peril. Thus, He resolved to feign ignorance and remain vigilant, ensuring that no disturbances would breach the sanctity of the palanquin, for if he were to ruin the mood within, he would likely face dire consequences. When Yu Guang spotted Lu Erlong suddenly leaping forth to block their path, he instinctively reacted, fearful of interrupting those inside the palanquin. Regrettably, his actions ultimately roused Su Feng. Yu Guang was flustered, immensely so, and he quickly knelt before Su Feng, or more accurately, before Bibi Dong within the palanquin, exclaiming, "I have failed in my duties and allowed this woman to disturb your bliss. I beseech the saintess for forgiveness. I shall handle this matter. You may step aside for now," Su Feng replied, oblivious to Yu Guang's thoughts. Had he been aware of Yu Guang's musings, he might have been unable to restrain himself from delivering a sound thrashing to the man, perhaps even to the point of causing him grievous harm. After all, Su Feng had not engaged in anything untoward with Bibi Dong inside the palanquin. They were merely sharing a light-hearted moment while playing a game, occasionally stumbling upon some humorous videos. If such innocent interactions were to be misconstrued and slandered, it would be utterly unjust not to mete out punishment. Suddenly, the obstructing Lu Erlong radiated an overwhelming aura, and a phantom of a fire dragon materialized, indicating that she had summoned her martial soul's true form. Observing Lu Erlong's transformation, Su Feng pondered, "Are you here to avenge you, Xiaogang?" "You killed Xiaogang, so I shall take my revenge," Lu Erlong declared, her face etched with sorrow and her eyes red, as if she had wept through the night. Yet, despite her tears, her resolve remained unshaken. Shortly after unleashing her martial soul's true form, she was enveloped in a blazing crimson flame, her soul rings shimmering with radiant brilliance. "Su Feng, you shall perish." Lu Erlong fixed his gaze upon Su Feng, his face a mask of resentment, before his figure surged forward like a bolt of lightning, charging directly at his adversary. How dare a mere soul sage show disrespect to young Master Su? Yet, as Lu Erlong initiated his attack, the elusive specter concealed in the shadows suddenly emerged. Shrouded in a swirling black mist that descended upon him, Lu Erlong was sent hurtling backwards like a kite severed from its string, crashing into several trees along his path before finally coming to a halt. "I am protected by 2 Title Douluos. Do you not fear for your life by seeking revenge?" Su Feng observed Lu Erlong's disheveled state with a hint of amusement. "Since I have come to avenge myself, I never contemplated leaving alive." Lu Erlong's face remained contorted with hatred, and he resolutely declared, "If you possess the courage, then kill me. Thus, I shall hasten my reunion with Xiaogang." In this quest for vengeance, it was evident that Lu Erlong understood the folly of her actions, fully aware that it was a path fraught with peril. Yet, she was unable to restrain herself. Having endured the abandonment of her father, the tribulations imposed by her clan, and the relentless advances of lustful individuals throughout her life, she had come to perceive the world as a realm steeped in malevolence toward her. Were it not for her mother's unwavering protection, she might not have survived for long. By the time she had gained enough strength to shield her mother, the latter had already departed from this world. For years, she had dwelled in shadows, her existence overshadowed by sorrow far outweighing joy. Had it not been for her encounter with Xiaogang, she would have remained oblivious to the profound happiness that life could offer. She had never imagined that a man of such remarkable intellect as Yu Xiaogang would tirelessly work through the night to devise suitable cultivation methods for her, solely for the purpose of avenging Su Feng. Even in the face of her affections, he maintained his composure, embodying the virtues of a gentleman, never taking advantage of her, lest it incite jealousy and slander and jeopardize their trio. Moreover, Xiaogang willingly risked himself, consuming the enemy's poison on her behalf, a ruse to prevent her from succumbing to another. Such an extraordinary, albeit duplicitous, man had indeed captured her heart. Now, with Xiaogang gone, she found no desire to continue living. If she could exact vengeance before her demise, it would be a welcome reprieve. If not, she would hasten to join Xiaogang. Alas, how pitiable and tragic. Since you yearn so fervently to reunite with Yu Xiaogang, I shall grant your wish. Noticing Lu Erlong's deranged demeanor, Su Feng let out a soft sigh. Gesturing for Yu Guang to bring Lu Erlong before him, "You may proceed." In that moment, Lu Erlong felt an unexpected sense of relief. As if this were merely an act of liberation, she slowly closed her eyes. "Young Master Su, such trivial matters are best handled by me. There is no need for you to soil your hands." Yu Guang interjected upon seeing Su Feng's intent to strike. "Unnecessary. Also, you two should turn your heads away." "Young Master Su, this, Is there a problem?" "Cough as you command." Under the moonlight, the two figures swiftly turned their heads. Su Feng glanced back at the flying chariot, realizing that Bibi Dong was likely engrossed in her game, oblivious to the happenings here. With a hum, Su Feng formed a hand seal, summoning a spatial rift connecting to the realm of chaos. He seized the seemingly resigned Lu Erlong and unceremoniously cast her into the rift, promptly sealing it shut. The entire process unfolded seamlessly in less than a second, unnoticed by anyone. Very well, we may resume our journey back to the spirit hall, he remarked, leisurely returning to the chariot. Wait, what happened to that woman? Moonlight exclaimed, suddenly agitated, recalling that she had been present just moments ago. This was indeed perplexing. Gue Mei wore a look of astonishment as well. Ah, I was careless. Su Feng felt a pang of embarrassment over the earlier accidental encounter with Bibi Dong, unaware that it was merely the beginning. Disciple, do you think my previous actions have caused me great concern? Are you feeling remorseful? Bibi Dong suddenly sat up straight, her expression stern, though it was all an act meant to impart some wisdom to her disciple. Su Feng hesitated briefly before reluctantly nodding. Yes. How could he not be bothered after such an incident? Upon hearing his response, Bibi Dong wasted no time and struck Su Feng on the head. Smack. Ouch. Su Feng exclaimed, looking utterly innocent. Why did you hit me? Bibi Dong no longer gazed upon Su Feng, but instead chided him with a tone steeped in disappointment. Sing, humph. My dear disciple, I once believed that after enduring yesterday's cataclysm, you would emerge transformed, possessing a deeper understanding of life and death. Yet, to my dismay, you remain as mundane as ever. This truly disappoints me. Su Feng stood in bewilderment. What was his teacher speaking of? Why had she suddenly adopted such a serious demeanor? Disciple, I must inquire, Bibi Dong continued, maintaining her stern expression. Why did you hesitate to assist me with the massage I requested? Was it due to feelings of shame or embarrassment? Su Feng's lips twitched, but he eventually nodded in acknowledgement. Is that so? Why add perhaps to it? Bibi Dong furrowed her brow and struck towards Su Feng. With a resounding clap, Su Feng jolted, hastily correcting himself. Yes, yes. The master said, disciple, heed my words. Bibi Dong gazed solemnly at Su Feng and began with gravity. In this world, all living beings can be categorized into the divine and the mundane. To the divine, the physical form is merely a vessel, a fleeting cloud of little significance. I firmly believe that, in due time, we, as master and disciple, shall both attain enlightenment and ascend to divinity. Bibi Dong gently patted Su Feng's shoulder and, with a tone imbued with gravitas, raised her voice slightly as she spoke again. My dear disciple, I hope that between us, we shall not be overly concerned with the trivialities of worldly etiquette, for we shall inevitably attain enlightenment and transcend these mundane rituals in due time. Do you understand? Do you comprehend? How could Su Feng dare to claim ignorance? Observing Bibi Dong's impending reprimand, he reluctantly nodded. I understand, master. Then, as I previously stated, let us disregard such worldly customs moving forward. Are you capable of this? Su Feng's lips twitched. Could he truly? Was it even feasible? Goodness, if it were as simple as you suggest, I would not feel any embarrassment at all. Noticing Su Feng's lingering reluctance to cast aside his reservations, Bibi Dong's voice turned somber once more. What troubles you? Do you consider my request excessive? Or do you doubt our potential to achieve divinity? Cough, cough. I harbor no such thoughts, master. Then why do you hesitate to acquiesce? Su Feng, feeling exasperated, finally relented. Very well, I shall agree. Although Su Feng found this request somewhat challenging to embrace, being a person of propriety and easily embarrassed, Bibi Dong's words resonated with a hint of truth. Indeed, the body is merely a vessel. Not long ago, had he not resembled a child? In the blink of an eye, he had matured into adulthood. Once he became stronger or even divine, would he not be free to transform into whatever form he desired? Reflecting on this, Su Feng felt a sudden sense of ease, even becoming more at ease in Bibi Dong's presence. He had managed to navigate through that moment. Bibi Dong, attuned to her disciple's thoughts, exhaled a sigh of relief. The previous assertions were mere fabrications, crafted because her disciple, in his naivety, was so slow to understand. Just because he had touched her in a certain manner, he was now reluctant to offer her a massage? That was simply unacceptable. Her disciple's hands were so delicate and soft, merely holding them brought her comfort, let alone the thought of a massage. The sensation of his small hands gliding over her skin and gently kneading was nothing short of exquisite pleasure. In Bibi Dong's eyes, requesting her disciple to tend to her legs or massage her body was merely a way of indulging herself. Yet she found it puzzling that her disciple perceived such an act as improper. However, witnessing his bashful demeanor, torn between lifting her skirt and massaging her legs, was amusing. She would certainly regret missing opportunities like this in the future. Since her disciple had already consented to her request, why not? Bibi Dong, unwavering and resolute, reclined once more, her delicate feet playfully resting upon Su Feng's legs. With an air of audacity, she proclaimed, "Let us continue what we left unfinished." Su Feng did not immediately respond with his hands, but instead found himself lost in contemplation. It seemed that his teacher truly bore no reservations. He pondered whether the influence of the Rakshasa divine power was at play. In the past, she had exhibited a modicum of modesty, yet today, her unabashed demeanor was astonishingly brazen. Most alarmingly, she even uttered phrases that suggested lifting her skirt and allowing him to delve within, a notion that was utterly preposterous. He resolved to probe further. Though his teacher's previous explanation bore a semblance of justification, as her disciple, Su Feng felt compelled to support her. Nevertheless, a lingering sensation gnawed at him, hinting that the Rakshasa's malevolent thoughts may have resurfaced. Otherwise, her conduct would not have so abruptly shifted towards such suggestive undertones. Buzzing with determination, Su Feng's gaze shimmered with a flicker of starlight, infused with an ethereal resonance, as he employed a secret technique to sense the fluctuations of power. Indeed, the Rakshasa divine force was at work. As he observed Bibi Dong, a subtle yet discernible ripple of divine energy caught his attention, reminiscent of their previous encounter. This energy could disturb one's spirit, providing myriad insinuations and guidance during Bibi Dong's moments of indecision, nudging her towards more sinister choices. This subtle suggestion resembled the whispers of a devil, offering reminders when one least expected it. This was perplexing. He had previously administered a clear heart pill to her. How could the Rakshasa's malevolence still linger? Su Feng grappled with this conundrum, but knew the course of action he must take. Without hesitation, he retrieved a pill from his inventory, though it was not the clear heart pill, but rather a superior version, the VIP clear heart pill. Both pills served the same purpose of nullifying negative influences, yet the distinction lay in the VIP version's enduring effects. Once consumed, Bibi Dong would be shielded from the Rakshasa divine power for an extended period. Thus, Su Feng presented the pill before Bibi Dong with an innocent smile, stating, "Teacher, as long as you consume this, you may request my assistance with massage for as long as you desire." However, unbeknownst to him, his intentions had already been eavesdropped upon by Bibi Dong. This mischievous rascal sought to have her consume such a concoction again. This time, she resolved that she would not yield to it, no matter the circumstances. Upon seeing the clear heart pill, Bibi Dong instinctively felt a sense of aversion. The reason for her discomfort was simple. Following the previous incident, it was this very substance that had purged her mind of malevolent thoughts, only to leave her overwhelmed with shame, rendering her incapable of facing her disciple for an entire week. Moreover, her actions last night had crossed a line. She had delved into her disciple's physical being, exploring it not once, but twice. The mere thought of consuming the clear heart pill again filled her with trepidation, for she feared that her recently subdued sense of shame would resurface with a vengeance, compelling her to seek refuge in the earth and resulting in a prolonged estrangement from her disciple, ultimately leading to further misunderstandings. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Bibi Dong swiftly grasped the pill, yet instead of consuming it, she stowed it away in her soul guide device. "Master, what do you mean by this?" Su Feng's expression stiffened. Bibi Dong's lips curled upward, revealing a hint of pride as she declared, "Humph, you may massage first. I shall indulge later." Although her words suggested otherwise, her heart had already resolved that as soon as her disciple was distracted, she would discreetly discard the pill. No, this extraordinary elixir, which could be sold. In any case, the notion of her consuming it was utterly unfathomable. Noticing Bibi Dong's lack of cooperation, Su Feng's expression turned serious. "Teacher, please do not jest with your disciple. That elixir is truly vital for you. I implore you to take it swiftly." The malevolent influence of the Rakshasa had resurfaced, and Su Feng regarded it with great concern. He wished to prevent his teacher from engaging in bizarre actions under its spell, for that was neither the mentor he recognized nor the one he desired. "Can you enlighten me on the purpose of this elixir?" Bibi Dong inquired with a teasing smile. Su Feng froze momentarily, grappling with how to articulate his thoughts. After a considerable pause, he managed to respond with increased earnestness. "Teacher, please trust your disciple and consume the elixir without delay. I assure you, I would never wish you harm." Sighing at Su Feng's unwavering determination, Bibi Dong felt a tinge of helplessness. She then retrieved the tranquil elixir once more, placing it back into Su Feng's hands, a faint smile gracing her lips. Disciple, your goodwill is appreciated, but I absolutely refuse to partake in this elixir. But Su Feng's brow furrowed, eager to persuade her further, yet Bibi Dong silenced him. You foolish disciple. Bibi Dong could discern that her disciple genuinely cared for her, which warmed her heart. Unable to resist, she gently embraced her disciple, leaning close to whisper into their ear, softly exhaling a warm breath. Master, what are you doing? Su Feng's body stiffened, and his ears instantly flushed crimson. Silly disciple. Bibi Dong lightly exhaled, her breath almost grazing Su Feng's earlobe. Her words as gentle as a whisper. My dear disciple, I am well aware that you would never wish harm upon me. However, do you understand that what you believe to be beneficial for me may not necessarily align with my own desires? The power of the Rakshasa is inherently a representation of malevolence and darkness. To wield such strength inevitably invites the taint of Rakshas's sinister thoughts unless one's own prowess approaches or even surpasses that of the Rakshasa deity, thereby allowing for its use without consequence. Bibi Dong was certainly cognizant of this, yet she harbored no intention of consuming that heart-cleansing pill again, for, in a certain sense, the reemergence of this Rakshas's malevolence was a manifestation of her own making, a subconscious summoning on her part. Coughing slightly, as she suddenly embraced him and her legs pressed against him, Su Feng felt an overwhelming discomfort throughout his body, prompting him to gently push her away and say, Teacher, if there is something you wish to discuss, could you please release me first? Disciple, she replied, I have held certain thoughts within my heart for far too long. Are you willing to listen? Bibi Dong, in a surprising display of affection, clung even tighter, ultimately settling onto his lap like an enamored couple. Perhaps she was unaware of her own actions, instinctively fearing that Su Feng would push her away. Su Feng was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Why was the teacher suddenly so sentimental? He pondered, having done nothing to provoke such a reaction. Confounded, he noticed the hint of distress on Bibi Dong's face, which led him to relent and refrain from pushing her away. Instead, he gently patted her back, offering comfort as he said, Speak your mind. I'm listening. Disciple. Hold on to your master. I shall speak further. Her voice, reminiscent of a gentle hum, bore a trace of vulnerability, deepening Su Feng's confusion. Nevertheless, he embraced her softly. Hold tighter. Oh, how are you holding me? With your elbow? Are you that afraid of touching your master? Then how should I hold you? Of course. Noticing Su Feng's hesitation, like a wooden figure, Bibi Dong felt an inexplicable surge of irritation and promptly pinched his waist. Su Feng inhaled sharply. You truly are clumsy. Bibi Dong muttered, then took one of Su Feng's hands to rest on her waist while grasping the other to wrap around her leg. In this manner, she nestled into Su Feng's embrace, transforming into a delicate woman who leaned on him with unwavering trust. Her head rested against his chest, as if she longed to remain in this tender cocoon forever, relishing his warmth and embrace. Yet Su Feng, mindful of their pressing matters, reminded her, Teacher, did you not have something to say to your disciple? Although Bibi Dong's behavior was peculiar and intimate, Su Feng was not overly surprised. As he discerned the underlying cause, once again, it was the influence of the malevolent thoughts of the Rakshasa. Everything is in my heart. Do you wish to feel it? At this moment, a mischievous smile graced Bibi Dong's lips as her delicate fingers pointed to her chest, subsequently seizing one of Su Feng's hands and tugging it closer. Wait. Su Feng jolted, hastily withdrawing his hand. He shot her an incredulous glare, ready to admonish, what madness is this? However, upon noticing the faint crimson glow in her eyes, he understood that she had likely succumbed to the Rakshasa's sinister influence. How could she have shifted so drastically from normalcy? This was rather absurd. Su Feng found himself ensnared in confusion once more, attributing it to the corrupting influence of the Rakshasa. It seemed the only recourse was to force-feed her a heart-calming pill. With this thought in mind, Su Feng firmly grasped Bibi Dong's chin, applying pressure to pry her mouth open, preparing to insert the pill. Yet, just as he produced the medicine, the crimson light in Bibi Dong's eyes vanished, replaced by her furious protest. Disciple, what are you doing? You're hurting your master. Su Feng's lips twitched, his face adorned with a look of utter bewilderment as he instinctively released his grip. What manner of operation is this? Hadn't the teacher just been tainted by the malevolent influence of the Rakshasa? How did she manage to break free? Could it be that the teacher possesses the ability to regulate the impact of the Rakshasa's dark thoughts upon her mind? Otherwise, how could she oscillate between lucidity and confusion? Upon hearing her disciple's thoughts, Bibi Dong's delicate features stiffened. This little rascal, just moments ago as unyielding as a statue, how has he now become so astute? Bibi Dong harbored a hint of resentment within her heart, and in the next moment, her eyes once again gleamed with a faint crimson light, albeit much weaker than before. As this red glow emerged, the composed expression on her face revealed a softer side. The disciple, Bibi Dong, reached out to grasp Su Feng's hand, which held the Qingxin pill, and with a touch of vulnerability in her voice, she said, "Master, I no longer wish to consume this. Please keep it safe. If you would." Upon witnessing Bibi Dong's demeanor, Su Feng found himself utterly bewildered. On one hand, it seemed she was not in her right mind, as she had intended to force him to take the pill. On the other hand, she frequently displayed this delicate, dependent side, almost as if she were an entirely different person. At that moment, Bibi Dong nestled her head once more into Su Feng's embrace, nuzzling against him before she continued. "What I wished to tell you earlier can be disclosed now. Would you like to hear it?" "Master, please, go ahead," Su Feng replied, taking a deep breath and clenching his fist. He sensed that Bibi Dong might have been teasing him earlier, perhaps indicating that she had not been influenced by the malevolent thoughts of the Rakshasa at all. However, after listening to her subsequent words, he found himself captivated. "Disciple, do you know?" In truth, Bibi Dong spoke extensively, her voice gentle yet profound. Upon finishing, Su Feng found himself frozen, as if time itself had come to a standstill, his mind reverberating with the echoes of 1,000 thunderclaps. In these past couple of days, the transformation in Bibi Dong had become apparent. At last, Su Feng grasped the gravity of the situation. With increasing intensity, Bibi Dong clutched Su Feng's hand, her head nuzzling against his chest, her words laden with a sense of grievance and helplessness. "Bower, I cannot bear to be without you. Fear not, my teacher, for I shall always remain by your side." This time, Su Feng's expression softened considerably. For the first time, he felt an overwhelming tenderness toward the woman in his embrace, instinctively tightening his hold on her and gently caressing her back, hoping to provide her with some solace. Crack, crack, crack. Su Feng clenched his fists, producing a cacophony of sharp sounds, his eyes gleaming with an unprecedented coldness. Perhaps for the first time, he experienced such intense anger, accompanied by a profound urge for vengeance. 075, The Spirit of Malevolence, Red Aftermath. 1. Ling Bo stepped lightly upon the snow, urging, "Bower, promise me, do not eliminate her, will you?" After Bibi Dong confided in Su Feng with the secret she had long harbored, her emotions became somewhat agitated. She clasped her hands tightly around him, nestling herself in his embrace, her eyes shimmering like stars, veiled by a subtle crimson hue. Su Feng remained silent, his face etched with concern. According to Bibi Dong's account, following the catastrophic explosion yesterday, an image of the future inexplicably manifested in her mind. In this vision, she was defeated by a man named Tang San, pierced through by a blood-red sword, ultimately collapsing in a pool of her own blood. Beside her stood Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong, who, shockingly, embraced one another before her, hurling accusations at her, labeling her as a madwoman and a demon. Bibi Dong found it impossible to accept this outcome, believing it to be an illusion, a mere figment of her imagination. Yet, as such thoughts crossed her mind, a second vision emerged within her mind, a harrowing scene depicting Su Feng's tragic demise at the hands of various formidable foes, his body torn asunder, a sight of utter brutality. It felt as though this was a warning. She was compelled to adhere to the outcome presented in the first vision, lest she succumb to the fate illustrated in the second. Alternatively, it might be a manifestation of destiny, suggesting that she was destined to perish by the sword of one named Tang San, with any attempts to thwart this fate leading to demise. And with less than 20 years remaining until that day, these visions appeared abruptly, and Bibi Dong was reluctant to accept their reality, yet an instinctual fear gripped her. For those images bore an overwhelming authority that made her subconsciously believe in their inevitability. Thus, she yearned to draw closer to her disciple, to remain by her side more often. However, certain matters transcended propriety, leaving her hesitant and embarrassed. Consequently, she contemplated invoking the Rakshasa's malevolent thoughts, emboldening herself to seize the fleeting remaining years, for she might ultimately meet her end beneath the blade of Tang San. It was for this reason that a dark inclination stirred within her, akin to the previous malevolent thoughts of the Rakshasa, both products of amplified desire. The distinction lay in that the former Rakshasa's malevolence was bestowed by the Rakshasa deity, while this new inclination was birthed from the threat of future visions, an emergence from within Bibi Dong herself. To be precise, the dark influence that had been affecting Bibi Dong in recent days should not be labeled as Rakshas's malevolence, but rather as Bibi Dong's own dark inclination. Most crucially, this inclination had gained a degree of independence, possessing a nascent consciousness. To refer to it as a spirit of dark inclination would not be an exaggeration. Although it lacked the capacity to seize absolute control over Bibi Dong's body, it had begun to exert a certain degree of influence over her thoughts and emotions. At this moment, Bibi Dong was indeed under the sway of that dark inclination spirit, with her eyes turning red, a telltale sign of its presence. Su Feng harbored deep concerns that this dark inclination spirit might continue to grow in strength, ultimately leading to the complete absorption of Bibi Dong. Observing Su Feng's silence, Bibi Dong assumed he still intended to eradicate the dark inclination, prompting her to feel anxious. She nuzzled her small head against his chest, her demeanor becoming increasingly pitiful as she implored him, her voice laced with a tone of endearment. "Will you promise me, master?" Su Feng, known for his softness towards gentle appeals, felt his heart soften upon witnessing Bibi Dong's vulnerable state. Despite knowing her behavior was influenced by the dark inclination spirit, "I can agree to your request. Master, I knew you would be the best." "Oh, but hold on, no. I mean, stop nuzzling. I have conditions." Su Feng found himself overwhelmed by Bibi Dong's affectionate gestures, his face blushing a deep crimson. "Speak your mind, master. I shall comply with your wishes." However, Bibi Dong paid no heed to Su Feng, as if she were eager to meld into him, desiring to be inseparable. "Very well. I shall speak plainly. I can temporarily spare this spirit of malevolence, but should it ever pose a threat to your safety, I will assuredly eradicate it." Su Feng possessed unwavering confidence in utilizing the tranquil heart pill to eliminate the malevolent spirit. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that the moment he produced the pill, the spirit would instinctively retreat, seeking to evade its demise. Of course, its evasion was futile. As long as Bibi Dong ingested the tranquil heart pill, she could be vanquished. The fundamental issue remained that Bibi Dong, whether under the influence or in her lucid state, stubbornly refused to consume the pill, resolutely determined to preserve the malevolent spirit. Su Feng, recognizing this, chose not to compel Bibi Dong into actions she deemed undesirable. "Very well, I shall concede. If that day arrives, I will not obstruct you." A deeper smile graced Bibi Dong's fair visage, her crimson gaze intensifying, particularly as her delicate hands brazenly roamed, ultimately venturing into Su Feng's trousers. "Teacher, what are you doing?" Su Feng's body shuddered as he forcefully pushed Bibi Dong away, springing to his feet, and glared at her fiercely, exclaiming, "If you continue this way, I shall have to reconsider." His glare pierced through the void, reaching deep into her soul, causing her previously rosy eyes to momentarily freeze. Suddenly, Bibi Dong's crimson hue faded, leaving only clarity and brilliance in her gaze. Seemingly restored to lucidity, she became acutely aware of the shamefulness of her previous actions, her cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment. "I apologize, teacher. I did not intend for that to happen." Observing her sincere remorse, Su Feng felt a tinge of helplessness. "It's all right. You were merely influenced by the malevolent spirit. I bear no ill will." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong exhaled a breath of relief. At that moment, her crimson glow flickered back to life, only to vanish almost immediately, leaving her in a contemplative state. "Ah, I understand now." A moment later, Bibi Dong, with a mischievous smile, regarded Su Feng. "Humph, my dear disciple, you just spared the malevolent spirit's life, and it has sent me to express its gratitude." "Surprised? Thank you." Su Feng was momentarily taken aback. Bibi Dong further remarked, "She also instructed me to convey to you that you should not perceive her in such a negative light. She is merely a manifestation of desire, an embodiment of wicked thoughts, yet she does not harbor malicious intentions and would not harm others without reason. So you may rest assured." Bibi Dong's expression turned triumphant. "My master is not in any peril. Do refrain from constantly offering me that substance." Su Feng's lips twitched. "What do you mean by constantly offering? I have only let you taste it once, for goodness sake. This is not a trivial matter. It is quite precious, you know?" Furthermore, she expressed her disdain for the name spirit of malevolent thoughts and wished for a change. "Change it if you wish. Why look to me for approval? She desired you to name it. How about Zhao Taigang, Wang Taizhu, Erguzi?" With a swift motion, upon noticing Su Feng's complete disregard, Bibi Dong promptly struck him, playfully admonishing, "Be serious." "Then how about Bibi Shi?" Coincidentally, the two names could merge, transforming into good sisters, a delightful pairing indeed. Slap. Bibi Dong could not help but strike again, exclaiming, "You little rascal, how dare you jest with your master?" Clearing his throat, Su Feng became serious and, after much contemplation, suggested, "Let us call it Red Queen. Each time the spirit of malevolent thoughts manifests, your eyes turn crimson. Thus, this name is quite fitting." This was more like it. From now on, she would be known as Red Queen. Through their connection, Bibi Dong sensed that the spirit of malevolent thoughts seemed pleased with this designation, and she could not help but feel a sense of joy on its behalf. After all, this spirit had come into being because of her and, in a sense, was part of her. Subconsciously, she wished to regard it as kin. You are you, and she is she. Should she harbor ill intentions, I shall not spare her either. On the contrary, Su Feng had no intention of treating the Red Queen with kindness. His demeanor irked Bibi Dong, who could only retort in frustration, "Humph. If you dare to mistreat the Red Queen without cause, I shall not let you off easily." Although the Red Queen was merely a fragile consciousness, she embodied the insatiable desires of Bibi Dong, magnified countless times. In essence, every action of the Red Queen reflected Bibi Dong's own suppressed wishes. Anything Bibi Dong wished to do but hesitated or felt embarrassed to pursue, the Red Queen could undertake on her behalf. For instance, had it not been for the influence of the Red Queen last night, Bibi Dong would have found it impossible to convince herself to act in such a manner towards her disciple, let alone twice. It was precisely for these reasons that Bibi Dong insisted on preserving the Red Queen. Thus, whenever she was in need or burdened by reservations, the Red Queen could step forward. As for Lu Erlong, the Hell Dragon Hunter, it was time to address matters concerning him. Inside the flying carriage, Su Feng had no inclination to engage with Bibi Dong further. After finding a spot to recline, his consciousness entered the chaotic realm of the Hell Prison. Although Bibi Dong had not mentioned the Tao of Heaven during her confessions, Su Feng had already deduced that the reason she could perceive those visions and felt threatened was undoubtedly due to the machinations of the Tao of Heaven. The objective of the Tao of Heaven was straightforward: to restore the disrupted established facts to their rightful course, ensuring that the grand scheme was not affected. This included Tang Sen attaining the divine titles of Shura God and Sea God, subsequently stripping Qian Xunji of her Angel God title, and ultimately slaying Bibi Dong, who aspired to become the Rakshasa God. Initially, Su Feng believed that by placing his master on the system's protection list, she would no longer be subjected to the Tao of Heaven's influence. However, he had not anticipated that the Tao of Heaven would resort to such ruthless measures, threatening his life to correct the so-called predetermined script. Since it had come to this, it was time for Su Feng to take matters seriously. Numerous thoughts surged within him. Was he afraid of the Tao of Heaven? Fear is utterly unwarranted. Were it not for the exhaustion stemming from cultivation, I would have long since transcended to the supreme realm. Nonetheless, Su Feng's reluctance to engage in cultivation does not imply a lack of resolve against the heavenly path. Rather, he can adopt an alternative strategy by nurturing a formidable force to combat it, enlisting his subordinates to execute his will. At present, Su Feng is poised to enter the chaos realm, seeking to recruit Lu Erlong into his ranks. The rationale behind selecting Lu Erlong, a mere soul saint, is straightforward. Within the chaos realm, everything exists in its primordial and fundamental state, if one cannot thrive amidst ruins. It follows that the chaos realm necessitates substantial human and material resources for its development. Only then can it transform into a true paradise, a picturesque landscape of unparalleled beauty. How, then, shall we construct the chaos realm? The answer is simple: by contracting sentient beings to serve as guardians of the chaos realm, assigning them to appropriate positions. For instance, in search of a female spirit master endowed with the power of flames, one could appoint her as the guardian of the hellish prison, the dragon hunter of the abyss. This would grant control over all the punitive measures employed within the confines of the prison. Even if Su Feng were to depart from the realm of chaos, the hellish prison would continue to function seamlessly, enabling him to amass an unceasing flow of passive rewards. Beyond the dragon hunter of the abyss, numerous other roles exist, such as the monarch of Midsummer Night, responsible for the overall greening and aesthetic enhancement of the chaotic realm. To assume this position, one must locate a spirit master with a profound affinity for flora, or alternatively, a spirit beast would suffice. It is abundantly clear that Lu Erlong qualifies as the candidate for the position of Dragon Hunter of the Abyss. Moreover, considering her complicated history with Xiaogang, appointing Lu Erlong to this role would undoubtedly lead to a rather amusing scenario: her tormenting Xiaogang. Thus, Su Feng naturally chose Lu Erlong. Su Feng, come out. If you have the audacity, then kill me. What does it mean to confine me here? Upon entering, Su Feng was greeted by Lu Erlong's furious outburst. Glancing over, he discovered her trapped within a cell of the hellish prison. However, this particular cell lacked the heart flame, sparing her from the relentless torment endured by Xiaogang. Do you not wish to see Xiaogang? He is right here. With a flicker of intent, Su Feng materialized outside Lu Erlong's cell. Su Feng. Do you truly believe I am so naive as to fall for your fabricated lies? Lu Erlong glared at him, convinced he was toying with her. After all, following such a cataclysmic explosion, even a Title Douluo would likely perish. How could Xiaogang possibly still be alive? With a chuckle, Su Feng refrained from elaborating further. Instead, he snapped his fingers, causing the metallic lock binding the cell to vanish, and the door swung open. What is this place? Lu Erlong stepped out of the cell. Fixing her gaze upon Su Feng. What do you intend to do by bringing me here? Enough with the trivialities. Follow me. I shall take you to meet someone. Su Feng replied, remaining enigmatic, before walking away in a specific direction. Lu Erlong, filled with exasperation, nearly considered resorting to violence. However, recalling that the formidable Title Douluo and the ghost Douluo might be nearby to protect Su Feng, she restrained herself. Fearing another slap to the face, an experience akin to being struck by a heavy iron plate, which was decidedly unpleasant. It is so hot, so unbearably hot. Soon, Su Feng led Lu Erlong to a location not far from Xiaogang's cell, where agonizing screams echoed ominously. Xiaogang. It's Xiaogang. Upon hearing this voice and witnessing his tormented state, Lu Erlong's face filled with urgency and concern, and she dashed toward him in an instant. However, within the realm belonging to Su Feng, a mere snap of his fingers rendered Lu Erlong completely immobilized, unable to move even a fraction. Xiaogang. It is truly wonderful that you are alive. Do not worry, I shall come to rescue you shortly. Upon realizing that Xiaogang had survived, Lu Erlong was overwhelmed with joy, as if imbued with boundless strength, desperately attempting to rush to his aid. Unfortunately, regardless of her cries or her attempts to break free, they were all tightly bound, rendering her efforts futile. Cease your futile struggles. I did not bring you here to witness your sentimental exchanges with Xiaogang. Su Feng remarked coolly. Then, with a single hand, Su Feng reached out towards Xiaogang's direction. His fingers curling menacingly as he drew forth a stream of shimmering light, fragments of memories and some unsavory thoughts associated with Xiaogang. In this chaotic realm, every spirit was under Su Feng's absolute dominion. Be it memories or innermost thoughts, he could effortlessly extract them. I hope you can truly understand Xiaogang and emerge from this tragedy, Su Feng continued. Lu Erlong, what are you attempting to do? Under the watchful gaze of Lu Erlong, filled with trepidation, Su Feng directly infused that stream of light into her forehead. This beam of light plunged Lu Erlong into a profound dream. The dream persisted for what felt like an eternity. Lu Erlong beheld countless scenes, each featuring the figure of Xiaogang. However, what she encountered was utterly incongruous with her previous perceptions. In one particular scene, from over half a year ago, shortly after their acquaintance, she witnessed Xiaogang tirelessly researching cultivation methods in the fusion of martial spirits, his expression one of unwavering focus and dedication. In another recent scene, she recalled the moment when they had consumed the poisoned wine, Hawan water, together. Beyond these, innumerable images unfolded, showcasing Xiaogang's profound knowledge and his upright character. Had she merely observed these scenes, Lu Erlong would undoubtedly have deemed Xiaogang an exceptionally admirable man, believing that all his past actions were for her sake. However, when she began to discern Xiaogang's innermost thoughts, she was rendered utterly speechless. Bibi Dong, you vile creature. How dare you engage in ambiguous dealings with your disciple Su Feng behind my back? You even went so far as to cripple my legs, forcing me to crawl back to the Tiandu Empire. Truly, you possess a heart of stone. Let this be enough. You have so ruthlessly stripped away my dignity, rendering me incapable of bearing offspring. You truly deserve condemnation. Fortunately, I encountered Lu Erlong, a woman so foolish it is beyond comprehension. I merely revealed a fraction of my abilities, and to my surprise, I ensnared her heart. Just look at her. She would likely welcome death itself. How amusing. It is fortuitous. By relying on this dim-witted woman, perhaps I can exact my revenge on those two despicable beings, Bibi Dong and Su Feng. It appears that the so-called research on cultivation methods was merely a ruse to seek vengeance against Su Feng through her. From the very beginning, she has been nothing more than a tool, a mere backup. Alas, it seems that Flander has also developed feelings for Lu Erlong. If I were to suddenly establish a relationship with her, I fear that, given Flander's nature, he would abandon the golden iron triangle. This cannot come to pass. Henceforth, I must maintain my distance from Lu Erlong in Flander's presence. Only then will he not depart from the triangle due to the loss of his object of pursuit. This simply cannot happen. If Flander were to leave, who would assist me in the fusion of martial souls? Who would help me seek vengeance against Su Feng and his cohorts? If the previous cultivation methods were deception, then the subsequent ones are nothing but feigned affections. In this dream, Lu Erlong witnessed many scenes from their shared past and heard numerous thoughts from Xiaogang's heart. The more she observed and listened, the more her heart shattered. How could this be? This is not real. It must be a fabrication of Su Feng's design. Unable to accept what she had seen and heard, Lu Erlong collapsed to the ground, cradling her head in her hands, repeatedly murmuring her disbelief. This cannot be true. For a moment, Lu Erlong seemed on the brink of collapse. Enough, Su Feng said, having revealed all that was necessary. He gently tapped her forehead once more and asked, "Now, do you wish to rescue Yu Xiaojing?" Though Lu Erlong had long harbored a desire to kill him in vengeance for Yu Xiaojang, Su Feng bore no hatred towards her. Rather, he perceived her as a tragically pitiable woman. Upon learning the truth, Lu Erlong was utterly devastated. "I cannot believe it. This is not real." Although she had gained clarity regarding Yu Xiaojang in the dream, she felt that Su Feng had manipulated the situation. With unwavering certainty, she declared, "What I just saw was undoubtedly an illusion you created. The reality is not as such." In her view, Xiaojang cared for her deeply, and she could feel his genuine affection. Now, confronted with such a stark reality, she found it utterly impossible to accept. Su Feng seemed to have anticipated Lu Erlong's reaction and calmly replied, "Whether it is true or not, you can ascertain for yourself." "What do you mean?" she asked, bewildered. Lu Erlong furrowed her brow. She watched as Su Feng lightly snapped his fingers, conjuring a crimson dragon head inscription that floated toward her forehead. "This place, known as the Hell Cage, ensnares the souls of all beings that perish at my hands. The likes of Yu Xiaojang are trapped here because I took his life." Su Feng elucidated the general conditions of the Hell Cage to Lu Erlong, his tone growing more serious. "As for the inscription before you, it grants you the ability to genuinely perceive the inner state of every soul trapped here. You will discern whether they speak falsehoods or harbor certain thoughts with absolute clarity." Upon finishing his explanation, a playful smile appeared on Su Feng's face as he added, "If you wish to personally probe Yu Xiaojang's heart, then accept it." He refrained from mentioning that this inscription was a legacy of the Dragon Hunter of Hell, and once accepted, Lu Erlong would be entirely under Su Feng's control. With her life and death no longer her own, Su Feng could even forcibly manipulate her actions, compelling her to do his bidding, regardless of her inner turmoil. "Very well. I shall accept it." However, at this moment, Lu Erlong was solely focused on uncovering the truth, oblivious to the implications, and she promptly accepted the blood-red dragon head mark. Boom. In an instant, a powerful wave of energy erupted from Lu Erlong's being. She felt an intense affinity and an unbreakable connection with the Hell Cage, as if it and she were one. Faced with this sudden transformation, Lu Erlong's expression turned to one of shock. The flames surrounding her no longer scorched and burned. Instead, they radiated warmth and comfort. Most importantly, just as Su Feng had stated, Lu Erlong could directly sense Yu Xiaojing's thoughts. "Su Feng, may I be released now?" "Of course." Su Feng lifted the restrictions binding Lu Erlong, and her attention swiftly returned to Yu Xiaojang as she approached his cell. It appeared that the main event was about to commence. Su Feng spoke with a faint smile, his form gradually becoming ethereal. He would observe from the shadows, unseen by both Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojang. "Erlong." At that moment, Yu Xiaojang caught sight of Lu Erlong outside the cell, his face filled with astonishment. "How did you come here?" "Wait. The important part isn't how you arrived, but that you can enter here, which means you can also let me out." "Aha! There is truly a way out." With this thought, Yu Xiaojang suddenly began to shout frantically, "Erlong, quickly, open the cell door. Let us escape together." Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong felt a wave of emotion surge within her. It was unexpected. Su Feng's words were indeed true. She could genuinely sense Xiaojang's innermost thoughts. Upon discerning the depths of another's heart, Lu Erlong immediately inquired about her most pressing concern. Xiaogang, answer me honestly. Have you ever deceived me? Erlong. What nonsense are you talking about? Yu Xiaogang responded almost instantaneously. I have always regarded you as my closest confidant. How could I ever deceive you? Something felt amiss. Why would Erlong innocently pose such questions? Had she uncovered something? Or had that scoundrel Su Feng whispered something in her ear? The more Xiaogang pondered, the more uneasy he became. He promptly urged, Erlong, have you been swayed by someone's malicious insinuations? Do not believe them. I have never deceived you. You must trust me. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong felt a wave of relief wash over her, coupled with Yu Xiaogang's profoundly sincere gaze. She was deeply moved and promptly replied, Yes, I believe you. I knew you would never lie to me. Having spoken, Lu Erlong prepared to dismantle the prison door, intending to free Xiaogang. However, having received the blood-red dragon head mark, she had become a hellish dragon hunter, wielding considerable power over the infernal prison. Thus, with merely a thought, the door swung open, and she sprinted inside. Well done, Erlong. Yu Xiaogang exclaimed joyously, straining against the iron shackles binding him. Hurry. Break these chains. We can escape together, and I promise, from now on, I will protect you. All right, Lu Erlong replied, equally exhilarated. Indeed, Xiaogang had not deceived her. He truly cared. Her heart swelled with emotion. Yet, at that moment, Xiaogang's thoughts echoed ominously in his mind. Thank goodness I had this foolish woman as a backup. Otherwise, I would have perished in this wretched place, falling victim to that scoundrel Su Feng. Su Feng. You surely did not anticipate that my Erlong would rescue me, huh? Once we leave here, I shall whisk Lu Erlong away, and my first course of action will be to indulge in her. After all, with Flander having defected, I need not concern myself with his opinions. Erlong's physique is exquisite, utterly captivating. It will be delightful to toy with her. As he envisioned his impending escape from this dreadful place, Xiaogang's heart brimmed with excitement. Little did he realize that his very thoughts caused Lu Erlong, who was poised to free him, to come to an abrupt halt. Xiaogang, you. Lu Erlong furrowed her brow, fixing her gaze upon him, her lips quivering involuntarily. What were you just saying? Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Xiaogang blurted out. I said that once we leave here, I will take you to a safe haven, free from any disturbances in our lives. What's wrong? Do you not like that? Curse it. You fool, what is wrong with you? Break the locks now. If you dawdle any longer, Su Feng may arrive at any moment. You are truly more hindrance than help. Lu Erlong stood frozen in place, enveloped in silence for an extended period. Erlong. Noticing Lu Erlong's unusual expression, Yu Xiaogang's face immediately filled with concern as he hastily inquired, What troubles you? If there is something weighing on your mind, please share it. I shall assist you in resolving it. Damn it. How could this foolish woman be so unreliable at such a critical moment? If we do not escape soon, we may truly be trapped here. It seems I must first placate this dimwit. Sighing in mounting anxiety, Yu Xiaogang suppressed his emotions and feigned concern. Erlong, have you recalled something distressing? Lu Erlong gazed at Yu Xiaogang, remaining silent, yet her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, as if the cherished hopes within her heart were gradually shattering. Erlong, what is the matter with you? Seeing Lu Erlong in such a state, Yu Xiaogang felt an uncharacteristic surge of panic. Xiaogang, be honest with me. Lu Erlong clenched her fists, fighting back tears as she gravely asked, throughout our acquaintance, have you ever held any affection for me? Even though she already harbored an answer that left her heartbroken, Lu Erlong clung to a sliver of hope, believing that despite being used, he must have genuinely cared for her at some point. Erlong, why would you suddenly pose such a question? Yu Xiaogang's brow furrowed, his face a mask of disappointment. Have we not endured so much together, spent so much time in each other's company, that you cannot sense my feelings? If you insist on a definitive answer, I can now assure you, with utmost sincerity, that the person I cherish most in this life is you. Your figure is exquisite and alluring. What man would not be captivated? I dare say even an endless year of such indulgence would not suffice. Yet, it is a pity that although Erlong is strikingly beautiful, one of the finest among women, she still lacks the regal aura and flawless grace that others possess. However, none of that matters now. Once we escape this place, I shall engage in those intimate acts with Erlong. Given her unwavering devotion to me, she would undoubtedly not refuse. Upon hearing Yu Xiaogan's words, Lu Erlong was immediately engulfed in rage, her entire body trembling. This notion of affection was not the kind she desired. Erlong. Witnessing Lu Erlong's trembling form, Yu Xiaogang assumed she was merely moved to tears as before, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Yet he suppressed his excitement, saying, "Erlong, could you help me unbind these chains? Our primary concern now is to escape this place. What on earth is wrong with this foolish woman? Hesitating so? If she doesn't act soon, it will be too late." Xiaogang grew increasingly anxious and could not help but exclaim, "Erlong, I promise you, once we leave this place, I shall marry you, and we will live a good life together, shall we? Marry me?" Upon hearing these words, Lu Erlong could no longer contain the fury bubbling within her. Each word she uttered was laced with disdain. Are you worthy? With that, Lu Erlong struck him with a resounding slap. The crisp sound echoed as Xiaogang was sent flying. Had he not been restrained by chains, he might have spun through the air a dozen times. Erlong, what are you doing? Xiaogang fell back, his face now swollen and bruised, his mouth contorted into an unrecognizable grimace. He could not comprehend this transformation. Filled with anger and disbelief at the sight of the woman who once obeyed him so completely now turning against him. "What do you think I am doing? I intend for you, you scoundrel, to pay the price." At that moment, Lu Erlong was consumed by a rage that seemed to strip her of reason, her eyes glowing a blood-red hue. Thus, Lu Erlong struck him again. "No, stop." Xiaogang attempted to evade the blow, but it was futile. The other side of his face met her hand like a hammer against metal, sending him soaring once more. Blood and teeth mingled as he coughed violently. When he hit the ground, his visage was utterly swollen, resembling that of a pig's head, with his mouth twisted grotesquely to one side, transforming him into the most formidable of misaligned warriors. "Xiaogang, you truly deserve to die." Even after delivering 2 slaps that left him a grotesque sight, Lu Erlong still felt unsatisfied. Her final words dripped with resentment, and she raised her foot once more, delivering a vicious kick towards his dignity. A dull thud resonated through the air. In that moment, it felt as though time itself had frozen. Xiaogang's face contorted in agony, a sensation that for any man equated to unbearable pain, he experienced once again. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Xiaogang wished to scream, to release his torment, but no sound emerged. For the pain coursing through him was too intense, leaving him only able to whimper and curl into a fetal position, succumbing to convulsions. Is this the end? How could it be? Xiaogang, I never imagined your thoughts to be so sordid and vile, so hypocritical. Lu Erlong, still not appeased, raised her stiletto heel once more, aiming directly at Xiaogang's battered dignity. Bang! Why did you deceive my feelings? Bang! You scoundrel! Bang! You wretched creature! The rhythmic thuds echoed repeatedly within the confines of the cage, resembling the beat of a drum. It was a sound that could bring sorrow to the listeners and tears to the onlookers. Perhaps it was the most melodious yet unadorned tune in existence. Good heavens! Hidden in the shadows, Feng bore witness to this harrowing scene. He instinctively clenched his trousers and ultimately turned away, unable to behold the bloody violence unfolding before him. How ruthless it was! Feng couldn't help but reflect on the situation, while a series of system notifications began to resonate in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Due to the brutal mistreatment of prisoner Yu Xiaogang by the Hell Dragon Hunter, who has endured inhumane torment, you have achieved the first punishment of the Hell Dragon Hunter. You are rewarded with the Hell Dragon Hunter set, an exclusive set for the Hell Dragon Hunter, accompanied by a complete set of soul bones. With the lifespan of the soul bones increasing as the Hell Dragon Hunter's cultivation advances, base lifespan, 10,000 years, along with 1,000 points of Liang flat value. What a delightful reward! Feng rejoiced at the prospect of the rewards, realizing that cultivating power through the chaos realm was indeed the most judicious path. According to the system's description, the Hell Dragon Hunter represents a form of inherited strength, rivaling, if not surpassing, that of the angel god. Most importantly, upon accepting this inheritance, Lu Erlong's cultivation method would transform. She would only need to maintain the operation of the hellish cage, thus assisting Feng in tormenting the spirits within. In doing so, Lu Erlong could absorb the negative emotions of those spirits, converting them into her own cultivation. Buzz. At this moment, as Lu Erlong relentlessly tormented Yu Xiaogang, her own cultivation was simultaneously rising. In mere moments, she had advanced 2 levels, completely unaware of her furious state. Enough. If you kick him any further, he will surely perish. Finally, Feng could no longer contain himself. With a mere thought, a wall of flames erupted, separating Lu Erlong from Yu Xiaogang. Do not impede me. I shall slay this scoundrel. He deserves to die, she screamed in fury. Yet, even though they were parted, Lu Erlong continued her frenzied assault on Yu Xiaogang, no longer merely kicking but launching lethal strikes, causing the fiery barrier to resonate with thunderous booms. At this point, Yu Xiaogang had succumbed to unconsciousness, his spectral form becoming increasingly ephemeral, teetering on the brink of death. Damn it, what a loss. Su Feng glanced at Yu Xiaogang and reluctantly retrieved a pill specifically designed for restoring the corporeal form of spirits, administering it to him, halting the latter's spectral fading. This pill cost at least 500 points of Ling flat value in the system marketplace, yet he had only just earned 1,000 points. By that reckoning, he had incurred a loss of 500. This transaction was hardly advantageous. Oh wait, perhaps there was no loss after all. After all, he had acquired an entire Hell Dragon Hunter set, had he not? However, in the future, one must not allow Lu Erlong to act recklessly. Moderation is essential for sustainable development, as it is the only way to accrue greater dividends from one's efforts. Su Feng, I implore you. I beg you to let me kill him. Despite being restrained, Lu Erlong's face was still etched with murderous intent, her eyes resembling pools stained with blood, brimming with malice that instilled fear in those who beheld her. Observing her demeanor, Su Feng pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Do you wish to kill Yu Xiaogang and then take your own life?" Lu Erlong fell into silence. Indeed, she had contemplated death. In this world, she could hardly envision anything worth her attachment. Su Feng felt a jolt in his heart. You must not entertain such thoughts. If you were to end your own life, who would torment the spirits of the deceased for me? Who would earn me the rewards of tranquility? That would be an immense loss for me. Su Feng considered for a moment and swiftly interjected, to kill Yu Xiaogang so easily. Do you not think it would be too merciful for him? Furthermore, Su Feng continued to reflect and counseled. Think back to your past experiences, betrayed by your sect, humiliated by your family, left homeless, and even your only kin, the Lu family, perished. Who is responsible for all this? Are you truly willing to die in such a pitiful manner? Do you not yearn for justice? Although Su Feng could prevent Lu Erlong from taking her life, having a subordinate consumed by thoughts of death was vastly different from having one dedicated to serving him. He did not wish for Lu Erlong to become the former. Mother? Justice? As expected, when Su Feng mentioned the Lu family, a glimmer of hope rekindled in her expression. This was the person she felt she owed the most. Indeed, noticing Lu Erlong's shifting sentiments, Su Feng hastily continued to incite her. Your mother, Lu Shi, was abandoned by your father, Yu Luomin, due to her lineage. For so many years, he never intended to summon you back to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, nor did he allow you to bear your mother's surname, completely disregarding your right to return to your ancestral roots. Do you believe this is fair to you and your mother? Lu Erlong remained silent, yet her fists clenched tighter within her sleeves. Oh, by the way, Su Feng seemed to have recalled something and reminded her, to my knowledge, Yu Yuanjin, the leader of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect, is also your father's brother. He was the first to oppose your mother's return to the clan. Do you not desire to seek justice from him? They have much to atone for. After speaking, Su Feng fell silent, patiently awaiting her response. Lu Erlong, still unresponsive, had already shed the crimson hue from her eyes, and tears cascaded down her cheeks like a torrential flood unleashed. Creak, creak, creak. Lu Erlong collapsed onto the ground. Her delicate hands clenched into fists, emitting a cacophony of sounds. Her expression was a tumultuous blend of resentment, grievance, hatred, and helplessness. Why? Why must it be like this for me? She sobbed, curling inward, wrapping her arms around her legs, burying her head in her knees. Mother, it's because of me I'm so selfish, only thinking of myself in that moment. Lu Erlong wept heart-wrenchingly, as if the entire world conspired against her. Nearby, Su Feng hesitated, struggling to find the words. He despised witnessing a woman in tears, yet was at a loss for what to say, so he remained silently supportive. Time slipped by, and once Lu Erlong's sobs diminished, Su Feng finally spoke. While I deeply sympathize with your plight, I must remind you that in this world, only the strong can dictate the rules and seek the justice they desire. He extended his hand to Lu Erlong, a confident smile gracing his lips. If you wish to avenge your mother, come work for me. Become a guardian of the hellish prison, a dragon hunter of the underworld, and you will have the chance to attain greatness. Work for you? Lu Erlong gazed at Su Feng, bewildered. You command powerful beings like Yue Guan and the ghostly apparition, and I am but a soul saint. What could I possibly do for you? There is much you can achieve, such as tormenting Yu Xiaogang. Su Feng replied with a grin, swiftly outlining the responsibilities and tasks of a dragon hunter, as well as the benefits to be gained. Very well, I accept your offer. Realizing that this role could grant her rapid strength, Lu Erlong did not hesitate. She reached out her hand for him to pull her up. But upon touching Su Feng's palm, she was momentarily taken aback by the softness and silkiness of his skin. How could it be so well cared for? Was he truly a man? From now on, you are my subordinate, do you understand? Lu Erlong was momentarily dazed by his question, her gaze fixated on Su Feng. Captivated by his stunning features that could overshadow the heavens and shame the sun and moon. Once adversaries, she had perceived him as a rogue. Now, as she became his ally, she saw him anew, realizing how extraordinarily handsome he truly was. What are you staring at? I'm asking you a question. Su Feng's reprimand snapped Lu Erlong back to reality. I understand, my subordinate, she replied quickly. Good. From now on, you may call me by my name or refer to me as master, whichever you prefer. No need for formality. Yes, master. Little did Su Feng know the thoughts swirling in Lu Erlong's mind. Otherwise, he might reconsider his choice of a dragon hunter. As he certainly did not wish to have a subordinate who coveted his beauty, which would only lead to unnecessary troubles. By the way, this is for you. At this moment, Su Feng retrieved the Hell Dragon Hunter set and presented it before Lu Erlong. What is this? She inquired. Do not ask too many questions. Simply don it, and you shall understand, he replied. Right now? She asked, misunderstanding his intent, her face flushing red. Could you possibly turn your head away? Seeing Lu Erlong's bashful demeanor, Su Feng's expression darkened, and his lips twitched slightly. I do not possess the peculiar habit of watching others change clothes. With a snap of his fingers, the ensemble transformed into a stream of crimson light and darted toward Lu Erlong. In an instant, she was adorned in the attire. The blood-red crystal armor, coupled with the fiery sword in her grasp, made her resemble a goddess of war. With her slightly exposed skin and fully revealed flat abdomen, she exuded a captivating allure. You look quite impressive, Su Feng remarked, scrutinizing her closely. Unbidden, he was reminded of a skin from the game Honor of Kings. Specifically the Crystal Dragon Hunter version of Hua Mulan. The resemblance was striking. Could you please stop staring? Lu Erlong, feeling uneasy in such revealing clothing for the first time, felt her face grow even hotter under Su Feng's unabashed gaze. Ahem, you shall grow accustomed to it, he said, turning away to respect her privacy. After a moment's thought, he added, adapt well to your surroundings. If possible, I hope you can swiftly integrate into your duties. Yes, my lord, she replied. With that, Su Feng vanished from sight. The Hell Dragon Hunter, what power does it bestow? In the arena, Lu Erlong began to sense the transformations the set had imparted to her. The deeper her understanding, the more profound her astonishment became. Now, she felt capable of battling across a significant realm. Where is Yu Xiaogang? She pondered, lost in her own shock. She only realized upon regaining her focus that Yu Xiaogang had been hidden away by Su Feng. A cold fury flared within her, the hatred surging almost instantaneously. Perhaps it was due to her mother's influence, but Lu Erlong harbored an intense disdain for men who toyed with emotions, reminiscent of her father, Yu Lumian. She had never acknowledged him as her father, even wishing to see him dead. Had it not been for Yu Luomden, her mother would not have endured such suffering and injustice. Now, she found herself ensnared in a similar predicament, suffering Yu Xiaojiang's deceit. This animosity fueled her desire to eliminate the scoundrel at once. Enough, she thought. Perhaps Su Feng is right. Allowing him to die so easily would be too merciful. I shall torment him slowly, ensuring he experiences a fate worse than death. In this way, I can rapidly enhance my cultivation and seek justice for my mother. Lu Erlong pondered for a considerable time before gradually coming to an understanding. Outside the flying chariot, Su Feng, having just regained consciousness, immediately became vigilant of his surroundings. He soon noticed that his esteemed teacher was meditating in repose, and a sense of relief washed over him. To be candid, Su Feng harbored a certain trepidation. He feared that during his consciousness's sojourn into the chaotic realm, his teacher might be swayed by the influence of Hong Ho, potentially leading to unwelcome advances upon him, characterized by a series of indiscreet touches and wanderings. If his teacher were indeed affected by Hong Ho, such acts would certainly be within the realm of possibility, and he found himself unable to endure such behavior, feeling a profound sense of shame, given that his teacher was resting. Su Feng relished the opportunity for leisure himself and prepared to rest as well. However, before succumbing to repose, he drew back the curtains of the flying chariot to glimpse the sky. Just that single glance felt as if he had pierced the heavens and transcended the void. The hellish dragon hunter was merely the beginning. I shall take my time to engage with you. A year later, within the newly established Holy Maiden Palace. Oh no. To be precise, this place is no longer referred to as the Holy Maiden Palace. It should be called the Holy Maiden Palace. Do not inquire as to why. Simply note that the Holy Maiden Palace was utterly destroyed a year prior, leading to the construction of the current, grander edifice, which embraces elements of 21st century Earth architectural style. As for the reason behind the destruction of the former Holy Maiden Palace, one must attribute it to Pope Qian Xunji. A year ago, upon learning that Su Feng had fully matured into adulthood and was still cohabitating with Bibi Dong, the implications of such a situation were all too clear. Their daily interactions resembled those of a couple embracing, whispering sweet nothings, and even holding hands during leisurely strolls, all of which undeniably indicated the nature of their ambiguous relationship. Consequently, in Qian Xunji's eyes, Bibi Dong had undoubtedly lost her purity to Su Feng, rendering her unworthy of her status as a pope. Thus, shortly after Su Feng and Bibi Dong returned from the Heaven Do Empire to the Spirit Hall, Qian Xunji led dozens of Soul Douluo and nearly 10 Title Douluo from the Douluo Palace, surrounding the Holy Maiden Palace, which included 3 offering Douluo. Faced with such overwhelming forces, Bibi Dong had no means of resistance and was almost instantly subdued, with the Holy Maiden Palace being crushed in an instant. In that dire situation, her sole solution was to escape the Spirit Hall with Su Feng. However, Su Feng had no intention of fleeing. My disciple, I implore you, do not be stubborn. Come with me, Bibi Dong pleaded tearfully. Yet, confronted with such overwhelming odds, any ordinary soul would likely tremble in fear, but Su Feng remained unfazed, even eager to engage. After all, he had amassed 15 years of experience and treasure. Facing 10 Title Douluo was not akin to confronting 10 limit Douluo, so he felt no trepidation. If these individuals were seeking their demise, he was more than willing to flex his muscles and send them all to the depths of hell, allowing Lu Erlong to assist him in accumulating some leisure rewards. However, just as Su Feng was prepared to reveal his true capabilities, Qian Xunji unexpectedly announced the withdrawal of all Title Douluo. This abrupt maneuver left Su Feng in a state of bewilderment. It was well known that Bibi Dong had slain several silver bishops, even severely wounding 2 Title Douluo. Thus, it was unexpected for Qian Xunji to let her go so easily. Nevertheless, since Qian Xunji had decided against pursuing them, Su Feng, too, opted not to take action, continuing to feign normalcy and relaxation. Unbeknownst to Su Feng, Qian Xunji had chosen to abandon the siege because, during the confrontation, he had sensed a pure aura emanating from Bibi Dong through the secret arts of his angel martial soul, leading him to conclude that she had remained untouched. Given this revelation, Qian Xunji was willing to relent, as Bibi Dong was his designated successor. He could not tolerate anyone tarnishing her or claiming her for themselves. In his eyes, such an act would be no different than betrayal. Fortunately, he had not yet been betrayed. Yet, there was an unfortunate aspect to his situation. He felt no different from one who had been. For Su Feng seemed to reside perpetually with Bibi Dong, living a life of utmost comfort. This predicament left him feeling quite frustrated, and he found himself powerless against Su Feng. For if he dared to act against Su Feng, Bibi Dong would likely erupt in fury, leading to a possible mutual destruction. Thus, Qian Xunji restrained himself, planning to wait until Bibi Dong ascended to the rank of Title Douluo before making his move. At that point, he would be able to forge a descendant with the most superior bloodline alongside Bibi Dong. Even if it meant exhausting the full might of the Spirit Hall, he would not let Bibi Dong escape, as long as his father, Title Douluo, remained uninvolved. The Blood Eye of the Rakshasa Grand Offering would not intervene. This was their tacit understanding. At this moment, within the Holy Maiden Palace, it had transformed into more than just a mere sleeping quarters. It encompassed everything that the former Holy Maiden's residence had, while also adding numerous pavilions and courtyards. Even the built-in training grounds had been enhanced. Most importantly, every area of the Holy Maiden Palace was adorned with a plethora of high-quality spiritual trees, plants, and flowers, serving both as objects of admiration and medicinal materials, readily available for harvesting. It is no exaggeration to say that the Holy Maiden Palace had been fashioned into a simplified version of a paradise. In the training grounds of the Holy Maiden Palace, Miss Nana, you have yet to complete your training tasks for today. You cannot afford to be lazy, Yuguan remarked, taking Su Feng's place to supervise Hu Lien is training. Upon noticing her attempt to sneak away, he immediately intervened. Why can my senior brother be lazy while Nana cannot? Yu Guan's lips twitched as he instinctively glanced at Su Feng, who was napping beside the training grounds, and then turned back to Hulaina. Ahem. Your senior brother's situation is special. How many times must this special situation be emphasized? Hulaina pouted instinctively at the mention of the special circumstances, her frustration evident as she stomped her foot. That lazy brother of mine only knows how to shirk his duties. She cast a glance at Su Feng, who lay comfortably in the shade, seemingly in deep slumber, further fueling her anger. That lazy brother of mine, the teacher asked you to supervise me, not to sleep. At this moment, Hulaina had grown considerably taller, and with her fondness for dressing up, she exuded a beauty characteristic of a young girl despite still resembling a child. However, as she witnessed Su Feng's idleness while she was burdened with training, her ire swelled, prompting her to march towards him. Miss Nana, this is absolutely unacceptable, Yu Guan exclaimed, rushing to call out. Young Master Su specifically instructed me to supervise your training. You cannot be lazy. He spoke with urgency. But inwardly he longed for Hulaina to awaken Su Feng, that scoundrel, so that he could take the opportunity to slip away. Thus, he feigned urgency, but ultimately stepped aside. As Hulaina approached Su Feng, Yu Guan nearly succumbed to laughter, thinking to himself, ha, every villain has their reckoning. However, his smile did not last long, abruptly ceasing. Senior brother, Guan said you cannot be lazy. Let Nana urge you to get up. As Hulaina approached Su Feng, her little hands grasped his shoulders and shook him vigorously, her voice sweetly calling out, Senior brother, Guan said to wake you. Please rouse yourself. Boom. Thunderous echoes resonated in Guan's mind as he witnessed this scene. He froze, his thoughts consumed by a surge of indignation akin to a bear's roar. Guan never anticipated that, despite her tender age, Hulaina possessed such a malicious heart, intent on his demise. Over the past year, he had deduced the 10 taboos of the Holy Maiden Palace, one of which was, never disturb Su Feng while he sleeps, for the consequences are dire, extremely dire. Not long ago, Xiaoyu and Yan had been embroiled in a relentless quarrel that inadvertently disturbed the slumbering Su Feng. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Feng had summoned the specter to punish them, leaving their posteriors swollen, rendering them bedridden for days, remaining in a prone position. Now, Miss Nana had placed this burden upon him. He could only wonder how Su Feng would choose to punish him. If it meant the specter would strike him or, worse yet, subject him to utter humiliation, he would likely refrain from retaliating. Indeed, it would be far more shameful than receiving a straightforward beating. Who dares disturb my slumber? Su Feng awakened. Guan jolted, hastily offering an explanation. Young Master Su Feng, the situation is as follows. Yet before he could clarify, Hulaina had already clung to Su Feng's arm, pointing at him with an innocent expression, declaring, Senior brother, it was Guan. He ordered me to wake you, stating you could not be idle and must supervise my training. Oh, is that so? Su Feng, still in a daze from sleep, cared little for specifics and hastily blamed Guan, his eyes narrowing with a deadly glare. All the weeds of the Holy Maiden Palace are entrusted to you. The entire Holy Maiden Palace? Guan's body stiffened, his lips trembling. Of course, what of it? Do you have any objections? Coughing, he replied, none at all, absolutely none. Guan's expression darkened. The Holy Maiden Palace was vast, with weeds growing abundantly. Once he managed to clear one area, new ones would surely sprout, meaning this task could stretch on indefinitely. At that moment, Su Feng narrowed his eyes. No assistance is permitted, nor the use of soul power, and certainly no slacking off. Otherwise, prepare for your demise. Damn it, this is akin to an indefinite labor camp. Guan's eyes brimmed with tears, though he dared only to grumble internally. Are you not hurrying off? Yes, I shall attend to it at once. With a countenance full of sorrow, Guan departed from the training ground. However, before leaving, he cast a glance at Hulaina, who cheekily stuck out her tongue at him, as if to say, Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your little schemes. This only intensified his frustration. After punishing Guan, Su Feng's morning grumpiness seemed to have dissipated, and he quickly regained his composure, realizing that Nana had deceived him. After all, given Guan's timid nature, how could he possibly dare to provoke him? Thus, Su Feng reached out to pinch Hulaina's cheek, chiding her, You little rascal, instead of focusing on your studies. You've learned how to deceive. Ouch! Brother, please let go. Hulaina cried, attempting to pry his hand away, but Su Feng only pinched harder, nearly kneading her entire face. She ceased her struggles and began to plead with a quavering voice. Whoa, brother, Nana was wrong. I promise I won't do it again. Please just let go. You have uttered those words countless times before, Su Feng replied with a darkened expression, feeling somewhat exasperated. This girl, having followed him for so long, had learned nothing useful, yet had perfectly absorbed his mannerisms, which he had employed previously and still employed now to deal with Bibi Dong. Very well, I shall spare you this time. Su Feng finally released her. Thank you, brother, Hulaina exclaimed, seizing his hand and affectionately rubbing her head against him. Could you allow Nana to rest for a while? Do you wish to be lazy? Brother, please. Enough with the nuzzling. As long as you do not disturb me, you may do as you please. Upon receiving his consent, Hulaina immediately reached for Su Feng's belongings, specifically his phone. Having observed him play with it numerous times over the past year and yearning to try it herself. You little girl, refrain from rummaging around. Do you not understand the rules? Noticing Hulaina incessantly digging through his things, Su Feng's lips twitched, and he swiftly lifted her and tossed her aside. Brother, just let me play for a bit. I promise, I will only touch your precious item and won't mess around. Su Feng's expression darkened. Sister. That statement is quite open to misinterpretation. Suppressing his inner thoughts, Su Feng eventually retrieved his phone, which was an astrological star model, while the other phone had already been commandeered by Bibi Dong. Thank you, brother. You are the best, Hulaina exclaimed, snatching the phone and attempting to plant a kiss on Su Feng's cheek. Unfortunately, he blocked her with his hand and, in the process, wiped his palm, damp with saliva, on her clothing, emphasizing, without my permission, you are not allowed to kiss me. Otherwise, I shall deny you the use of the phone in the future. Oh, Hulaina felt a pang of disappointment. Just moments ago, she had merely wished to express her joy, unaware that her companion would regard her with such disdain. However, her disheartenment lingered only for a few seconds, as her attention was swiftly captivated by her phone. Thus, another day slipped away. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have daydreamed under the shade for over 10 hours. You have completed your daily task of relaxation. Reward. Soul power level 10, relaxation points 500. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your soul power gauge is now full and has automatically leveled up. Boom. A wave of energy erupted. From that moment forth, Su Feng had ascended to the esteemed level of 85 as a soul fighter. Nana, this is not a joke, Su Feng said earnestly, fearing that Hulaina might misunderstand. If you don't believe me, just take a whiff. Curiously, Hulaina leaned in to sniff, her expression transforming into one of astonishment. It really doesn't smell. Nana, do you know why it's odorless? Why? Hulaina's curiosity was piqued. Open your mouth and say ah, and your senior will reveal the secret. Ah, Hulaina obediently complied. In an instant, Su Feng seized a handful of air and forcefully poured it into Hulaina's mouth, covering her lips to prevent her from expelling it. He then burst into laughter, declaring, because the real stench is right here. Surprised? Unexpected? Hulaina's eyes widened, her pupils dilating as she struggled to pry Su Feng's hand away, but to no avail. She could only emit muffled sounds, ultimately swallowing the air. Moments later, you naughty senior, you're such a bully, Hulaina wailed, feeling as though she was enveloped in an odor, losing all desire to play with her phone. Cough, cough. I was merely jesting. There was no foul smell at all. You're deceiving me. I can smell it. It's utterly foul. Su Feng felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, exasperated. Pray tell, what does it smell like? He thought, realizing that this was merely Hulaina's overactive imagination. Naughty senior. Hulaina continued to mutter softly, tears streaming down her cheeks, which made Su Feng feel a twinge of guilt. Most importantly, he was at a loss for how to console her. Finally, Su Feng promised, Nana, if you stop crying, your senior will grant you a small wish. How does that sound? Not interested. 2 wishes? Humph, I'm not impressed. 3 wishes? All right. Hulaina instantly ceased her sobbing, though a semblance of grievance lingered on her face. What is your wish? Su Feng inquired. I want to. Hulaina pointed at Su Feng's cheek, her eyes glimmering with eagerness. Give you a kiss. Indeed, her curiosity about that area grew, and she longed to plant a kiss. Very well, I grant you permission. Su Feng nodded, but raised 3 fingers. A kiss requires the expenditure of 4 wishes. It seems that Nana must wait until she has enough wishes to realize it. Hulaina's little mind became overwhelmed. Good. Su Feng affectionately patted her head, his expression full of indulgence. Once you gather enough wishes, I shall definitely grant you a kiss. All right, fine. Nana is truly obedient. When you have enough wishes, my senior brother will surely raise the price. The last sentence Feng dared not utter, fearing that her tender heart might not withstand such a notion, worried that at such a young age, she might be burdened with such thoughts. This little rascal is bullying Nana again. By your logic, if a kiss costs 4 wishes, then doesn't it mean I owe you thousands of wishes? Feng continued to tease Huliena, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that Bibi Dong had already arrived and overheard their conversation, which elicited a smirk from her. My disciple, let us not play around with Nana for now. I have something to discuss with you. After a brief pause, Bibi Dong approached Feng, her demeanor growing serious. Over the past year, she had often caught whispers of her disciple's thoughts, among which 2 names frequently surfaced, Ain and Tang San. Particularly the name Tang San seemed to evoke a subtle hostility in her disciple, as if he wished to deal with this individual at once. As for Ain, whenever her disciple mentioned her, a mischievous smile would grace his face, often accompanied by remarks about the most fitting candidate for the Midsummer Night's monarch. Though she did not fully comprehend, it was evident that her disciple sought to recruit this person. Regrettably, in the span of over a year, Bibi Dong had not heard of Tang San, only recently learning of Ain, who had quite a remarkable background. 100,000-year soul beast taking human form and marrying a genius from the Hautian sect was indeed a rarity in the Soul Master realm. After all, 100,000-year soul beasts were scarce, and even fewer had taken on human form. Typically, soul masters would hunt them directly. Yet, this prodigy from the Hautian sect had defied convention, marrying a soul beast and reportedly even fathering a son. Unfortunately, the woman named Ain had now revealed her identity as a 100,000-year soul beast, and upon learning this, Qian Xunji had dispatched numerous powerful individuals to hunt her down. It was likely that in no time, Qian Xunji would return to the spirit hall with Ain. Given the significance of this matter to her disciple, Bibi Dong felt compelled to inform him swiftly. With this in mind, she promptly relayed all the intelligence she had gathered over the past few days to Feng. In summary, Yin's identity as a soul beast had been exposed, and Qian Xunji had already set off with several Title Douluos to capture her. Disciple, I have shared so much. Do you not have anything to say? Nothing. Bibi Dong had mentioned the name Ain several times, having expected that revealing information about her would elicit some surprise from the other party. However, the response was one of indifference, as if they had anticipated the current situation all along. Given the number of soul masters led by Qian Xunji, it was certain that the one named Ain would not escape unscathed. Are you not curious about her ultimate fate? Bibi Dong probed once more, sensing that her disciple's deep concern for Ain's whereabouts must stem from a personal agenda. Indeed, the fate of Ain has little bearing on my disciple. Why should they care about this matter? When Feng habitually fabricated a lie, a wave of sarcasm followed closely behind. Yin's identity as a 10,000-year soul beast has already been exposed. If I do not intervene, the outcome is all but inevitable. Ain would surely sacrifice herself to protect Tang, Hao, and Tang San. Sacrifice? A 10,000-year soul beast, and she would just succumb so easily? Would that not grant Tang Hao a soul ring of 10,000 years? Bibi Dong was taken aback, utterly astonished. She had never even encountered a soul master of 10,000 years. In a selfless act to safeguard her husband and child, Ain had chosen the path of sacrifice. Surely, Ain must have harbored deep affection for that man. Perhaps, that man also cherished Ain dearly. Otherwise, how could he have moved her heart? As Bibi Dong pondered, she unwittingly conjured a poignant love story. However, upon hearing Feng's subsequent heartfelt thoughts, her perspective was instantly overturned. Regrettably, Ain, with her pure and innocent nature, had not been tempered by the harshness of the world, thus she had naively placed her trust in a scoundrel, ultimately giving birth to his child, all the while remaining oblivious to being manipulated by him. How pitiful and tragic indeed. Trusting a scoundrel? Being exploited? Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, instantly forming a negative impression of the individual referred to as Tang Hao. It was surprising to discover that Tang Hao was indeed such a person. She held unwavering faith in the heartfelt revelations expressed by her disciple, for the latter had never erred in her judgments. Eventually, all truths would be laid bare. However, Bibi Dong was curious about what this Tang Hao had done to provoke such disdain from her disciple, who even resorted to calling him a vile person. Thus, she ventured cautiously, "Disciple, I wish to pose a few questions to you. Please answer me honestly. If you are uncertain, feel free to speculate. if you would. No, I cannot. Very well, since you believe you can, I shall proceed. As expected, Su Feng habitually declined, while Bibi Dong, accustomed to disregarding such refusals, initiated her inquiries. Of course, her questions were not direct. Rather, they were subtly phrased to avoid revealing her secret of eavesdropping on the disciple's innermost thoughts. Fortunately, Su Feng did not harbor any suspicions, merely deflecting verbally while, in truth, he divulged everything, allowing Bibi Dong to swiftly grasp the reality. It turned out that Tang Hao was nothing short of a despicable scoundrel, rivaling even Xiaogang in his loathsome nature. Why, you may ask? Because Tang Hao was exceptionally skilled at concealing his true self and was cunningly devious. After meeting Ain, he devised a scheme to obtain a 100,000-year soul ring by ensnaring Ain's heart, subsequently placing her in peril to manipulate her into a sacrificial act. What was Tang Hao's motive for such treachery? Certainly, it was for the soul ring, to attain the title of the youngest Title Douluo. He meticulously orchestrated a yin sacrifice to achieve a breakthrough. It was shocking to realize the depths of Tang Hao's malice. Reflecting on her disciple's revelations, Bibi Dong's impression of this Tang Hao was irrevocably tarnished. Should she encounter him, she might be compelled to unleash a violent beating upon him or subject him to a Yu Xiaogang-style retribution, allowing him to experience the suffering Yu Xiaogang once endured. It was lamentable that Ain, who had devoted 100,000 years to her cultivation before finally taking human form, was so cruelly mistreated by such a despicable individual. Bibi Dong sighed inwardly, reflecting on the enormity of 100,000 years, a duration of arduous cultivation culminating in such a dismal fate. However, according to her disciple, this was not even the most tragic aspect of a yin story. The gravest misfortune was that her most cherished child, one whom she valued even more than her own life, had perished at birth, usurped by a being named Tang San. Yet, in her profound sorrow, Ain remained blissfully unaware, believing her child was still alive and willingly prepared for sacrifice. Alas, Ain was truly pitiable. Bibi Dong felt a pang of sympathy mixed with gratitude, for she was fortunate to have her precious bower, which allowed her to see through Qian Xunji's true nature early on. Otherwise, her fate might have mirrored Yin's, becoming just another tool for bearing children in the hands of that shameless scoundrel. As for the veracity of Su Feng's revelations, could they possibly be fabricated? The system informed him. It is undeniably impossible. Thus, not only does Bibi Dong firmly believe this to be the truth, but Su Feng also holds the same conviction. No, I cannot allow this tragedy to persist. Suddenly, a bold thought emerged in Bibi Dong's mind. I absolutely must not allow my disciple to reveal what truly transpired. I must save Ain. Bibi Dong swiftly resolved her determination, fully aware that Ain was currently being pursued by Qian Xunji and had not yet been sacrificed. As long as she acted promptly, there would be a chance to rescue Ain. With this thought in mind, she turned to Su Feng with utmost seriousness and declared, "Disciple, let us embark on a mission to save Ain." "Excuse me?" Su Feng replied, utterly bewildered. "What I meant was, let us together thwart Qian Xunji's pursuit of Ain and stealthily bring her back to the Holy Maiden Palace. What do you think?" A sudden unease gripped Su Feng. "I implore you, please refrain from engaging in reckless antics." "Oh, wait, you lack certain anatomical features." "Ahem, that is not the point. The crux is, even if we manage to rescue Ain, it would be futile, as she would never return to the spirit hall. After all, the one she currently loves is Tang Hao, and until she sees through his true nature, she will not accompany us." "Wait, why does the teacher suddenly wish to rescue Ain? Do they know each other?" Su Feng pondered, raising an eyebrow. He could not recall any such connection in the original narrative, prompting him to inquire of Bibi Dong, "Teacher, do you know Ain? What compels you to save her?" Bibi Dong's gaze flickered before she nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I am acquainted with Ain. She is an old friend of mine." "How come I have never heard of you having a spirit beast friend?" Su Feng questioned. "Ah, that was many years ago, long before you were born. It is only natural you would be unaware," Bibi Dong replied, though her demeanor suggested she was concealing something. Noticing her discomfort under his scrutiny, Su Feng pressed on. "Teacher, let us not digress. What are your thoughts on the matter you previously mentioned?" "What do I think? Absolutely not. If you proceed with such reckless abandon, my plans shall be thwarted. After all, I intend to win Ain over, without allowing her to witness the truth at least once. How can she truly relinquish her feelings for Tang Hao? How could she genuinely pledge her allegiance to me? No, I cannot permit the teacher to engage in such folly. Su Feng thought resolutely. Yet, his words came out cautious, yet seemingly well-reasoned. Ahem, I believe. Given that Tang Hao is a top prodigy of the Haotian sect and Yin is a 100,000-year-old spirit beast, they undoubtedly possess their own means of self-preservation. Our rash interference may jeopardize them. Therefore, I advise the teacher to refrain from acting and to observe the situation instead. This little rascal, always so contradictory. If only you would share your plans, would I not be inclined to cooperate? Bibi Dong felt a twinge of annoyance. Very well, let it be as you say. However, upon learning that her disciple had devised a plan, Bibi Dong restrained her irritation and consented, not wishing to disrupt her disciple's intentions. The teacher was sagacious. The teacher was formidable, and the teacher. Meanwhile, Su Feng, relieved by Bibi Dong's prompt agreement, could not help but shower her with flattery. At the same time, he found himself preoccupied with another concern. According to his understanding of ancient prophecies, the reason Qian Xunji captured Ain was, in fact, to prepare the ninth spirit ring for his teacher, serving as a reward for the post of the sect leader. Alas, with Qian Xunji going to such lengths to prepare for the sect leader's appointment, it seemed that the day of a complete fallout was drawing near. The ninth spirit ring? The sect leader's appointment? Upon hearing her disciple's thoughts, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Bibi Dong's eyes. Bibi Dong believed that since the fierce battle a year ago, her relationship with Qian Xunji had irreparably soured. Any individual with a modicum of sanity would surely recognize that she would never consent to become the pope. However, she was unprepared for the fact that Qian Xunji was still scheming to bestow the title of pope upon her. Could it be that he intended to secretly apprehend her disciple and subsequently threaten her? The mere thought of this ignited a fierce resolve within Bibi Dong. Qian Xunji, should you dare to harm my disciple again, do not blame me for taking drastic measures. At that moment, Bibi Dong herself was astonished by how completely she had ceased to regard Qian Xunji as a human being. She was prepared to strike without hesitation, even against the very mentor who had nurtured her. Of course, had it not been for Qian Xunji's earlier machinations against Su Feng, perhaps Bibi Dong would have merely harbored resentment towards him, feeling betrayed by one who had raised her only to view her as a mere vessel for procreation. Yet, she would never have contemplated murder, as she still held a degree of gratitude for his upbringing. However, if Qian Xunji's intentions extended to Su Feng, Bibi Dong would not hesitate to unleash her fury, disregarding any divine or supernatural consequences. Not even Jesus could restrain her. Before she realized it, night had fallen. Within the sacred maiden palace, in the confines of her chamber, Bibi Dong forcefully dragged Su Feng back into her room. Bang! As soon as they entered, she promptly shut the door and turned to Su Feng with a look of indignation. Disciple, can't you be a bit more self-aware? I am quite self-aware. Su Feng replied innocently. I even volunteered to stay up all night to guide Nana in her cultivation. It is you who are not providing opportunities. That is not the kind of self-awareness I meant. Bibi Dong exclaimed, striking Su Feng on the head. Foreseeing the reprimand, Su Feng nonetheless inquired. Then what precisely should the disciple be doing? You little rascal, how dare you ask? Bibi Dong retorted. Bibi Dong instinctively turned her head aside, her delicate hand gently clutching the hem of her garment, a faint blush adorning her cheeks as she bashfully remarked, I merely wish for you to return sooner, otherwise I find myself unable to sleep alone. Having cohabited for an extended period, Bibi Dong had grown accustomed to the presence of Su Feng. She could only drift into slumber after catching a glimpse of him. If he were absent from the room, she would remain awake throughout the night. She had attempted to remedy this affliction, resorting to sleep-inducing potions. While they did grant her the solace of sleep, they also birthed a new predicament, nightmares. Vivid visions of her disciples meeting tragic ends, and grotesque dreams of her students perishing amidst a throng of women. The horror was unbearable. The mere thought of her fragile disciples enduring torment at the hands of dozens of unsatisfied maidens, ultimately leading to their demise, pierced her heart with excruciating pain. She understood that her disciples, in such circumstances, would undoubtedly feel immense suffering. After all, her students possessed an acute sense of cleanliness, requiring even a simple kiss to be followed by a face wash. If they were to be sullied by so many girls, it was likely they would be driven to despair. Oh, Su Feng feigned enlightenment, raising his voice slightly. If you cannot sleep alone, shall I fetch Nana to keep you company? With that, he took a few steps toward the door, glancing back at Bibi Dong. What do you think? You dare? Bibi Dong furrowed her brows slightly and shot Su Feng a fierce glare, her voice laced with warning as she admonished. If you dare to step out of this room, you shall face dire consequences. Ah, very well then, I shall refrain from going, Su Feng sighed, feigning compliance, yet inwardly reveling in delight. TSK, TSK, TSK. Successfully outsmarting my teacher. How delightful. Humph, who told you to forcibly drag me back? I had intended to secretly indulge in my phone tonight. But you have disrupted my plans. You deserve to be outwitted by me. It turns out that I have played a trick on my master. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong was filled with fury, and soon a glimmer of crimson flickered in her eyes. The corners of her lips gradually curled upward, revealing an extraordinarily alluring smile. You possess an obsession with cleanliness, do you? Let us see if you dare to defy me after I shower you with my affections this evening. Bibi Dong's figure flickered as she lunged towards Su Feng. To his surprise, he swiftly evaded her attack, a triumphant smile gracing his face. Little did he expect, however, that his moment of pride would be short-lived. He soon detected something amiss in Bibi Dong's gaze, causing his smile to falter. It dawned on him that he had inadvertently drawn out the entity known as the Red Queen. Over the past year, he had repeatedly counseled Bibi Dong to consume the Tranquil Heart pill, but each time his efforts were in vain. She was steadfast in her determination to protect the Red Queen. If she could manage to contain her, that would be acceptable, yet it was evident that Bibi Dong had no intention of doing so, often indulging in her whims. Disciple. Having toyed with your master, do you still dare to evade punishment? At that moment, Bibi Dong fixed her gaze on Su Feng. Hesitating not a moment before charging at him once more, her speed surpassing that of her previous attempt. Su Feng instinctively dodged, warning her, Red Queen, know your limits. Should you continue this folly, do not expect me to show mercy. Typically, such a threat would suffice to deter the Red Queen, compelling her to retreat, but today, she appeared particularly unhinged, refusing to relinquish her influence over Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong lunged at Su Feng again, the crimson light in her eyes intensifying. Witnessing her state, Su Feng could only sigh in resignation. It seemed the Red Queen had erupted once more. The Red Queen was the embodiment of Bibi Dong's malevolent desires, magnified exponentially. And this accumulation would ultimately lead to an explosion once a critical threshold was reached. Both Bibi Dong and the Red Queen found themselves powerless in such moments. And once unleashed, the Red Queen would disregard any threats, only to realize fear after her release, retreating thereafter. Indeed, harboring the Red Queen proved troublesome. It erupted at least once a month, and should she not be allowed to vent her frustrations, who knew what reckless actions she might undertake? If her previous antics of running about in disarray were to repeat themselves, it would spell disaster. Both Xiaogang and the specters would undoubtedly take notice, leading to utter humiliation. With these thoughts in mind, Su Feng chose to cease his escape, allowing Bibi Dong to tackle him, even permitting her to caress and kiss him without resistance. After all, he wished to avoid a repeat of the last incident, which had tarnished Bibi Dong's reputation and left him feeling profoundly embarrassed. Fortunately, he had intervened in time previously. Otherwise, Bibi Dong would have dashed from her chamber. Disciple, for your earlier jest, prepare to embrace your punishment. As expected, upon bringing Su Feng down, Bibi Dong immediately unleashed a fervor akin to that of a wild beast. In a fleeting moment, Su Feng's visage, neck, ears, arms, and back were all adorned with marks left by Bibi Dong. This raises a question. Why? If it was merely a kiss, are there such imprints? This brings us to the matter of intensity. Bibi Dong's actions were far from gentle. They resembled a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, fiercely and relentlessly. What was most disconcerting was that her kisses were unsatisfying to her. She wanted to scratch as well. Thus, even though Su Feng had attained a level of cultivation akin to that of a Title Douluo and possessed the enhancement of the primordial body, he was ultimately left in a disheveled state by Bibi Dong's relentless antics, his clothes in tatters. Sigh, in order for my teacher to regain her clarity, I must sacrifice myself. Su Feng clenched his fists, suppressing his grievances. Indeed, grievances it was. He harbored no fondness for this feeling of being toyed with. However, he did not blame Bibi Dong, for it was the fault of the Red Queen. The true Bibi Dong would never behave in such a manner towards him, at least. One would hope so. Even with the knowledge of the Red Queen's influence, there was little he could do. Once the malevolent thoughts she had accumulated erupted, they needed an outlet. To impede her would require sealing or even eliminating the Red Queen, but doing so would undoubtedly provoke the true Bibi Dong upon her awakening. Thus, Su Feng dared not take action against her. The only thing he could do was to firmly cover his mouth during her onslaught and protect his sacred space. which was his last bastion of dignity, refusing to allow the superficial malevolence of the Red Queen to trample upon it. Disciple, please don't cover your mouth. After a considerable time of torment, Bibi Dong, no, more accurately, the Red Queen, seemed unsatisfied with merely kissing his face, her gaze fixating on Su Feng's lips. Let me have a kiss, will you? She said with a hint of playful pleading, immediately seizing Su Feng's hand in an attempt to forcibly pull him closer. Humph. Think again. Su Feng shot her a wary glance, filled with vigilance. You shallow creature, cease gazing at me with those lewd eyes. I will never grant you your wish. This is my final sanctuary. It matters not. I shall kiss your lips. The Red Queen insisted, a hint of urgency in her tone. And despite Su Feng's attempts to cover his mouth, she lunged in for a kiss. No, a nibble, while also indulging in a few slurps. Su Feng's lips twitched in distaste, his face marred with revulsion. In a bid to thwart the Red Queen's absurd behavior, he forcefully pushed her head away. Humph, dare you resist, disciple? Watch as I, unexpectedly. The Red Queen retaliated, turning her mouth towards his hand. What on earth? Eating my hand. And please, refrain from leaving my hand drenched in saliva. Su Feng vigorously shook his hand, but Bibi Dong clung on tenaciously. Even when he tried to shake her off, she refused to relent. Sigh, what a calamity. Su Feng's patience was wearing thin. This unleashed Red Queen was truly indefensible. Perhaps it was as his teacher had previously stated, the body is but a fleeting illusion. When he eventually attains enlightenment and divinity, acquiring a new body will be a trivial matter. Why should he concern himself with this current vessel? Suddenly, Su Feng stared blankly at the ceiling, seemingly enlightened, his expression resembling that of a sage who has transcended the worldly desires. Of course, this was merely an act. While he verbally claimed indifference, his hands instinctively guarded his lower region, and his lips sealed to prevent the Red Queen from delving deeper. At that moment, perhaps weary of her own antics, the Red Queen flung herself back into Su Feng's embrace, playfully imploring, Disciple, yield to your master. Not a chance. Besides, you are not my teacher. You are merely an embodiment of wicked thoughts. I don't care. Just remove your hand, will you? After speaking, the Red Queen couldn't help but draw a circle on his chest with her finger, her tone turning threatening. If you refuse, I shall bite you here. Red Queen, you have crossed the line, Su Feng exclaimed, abruptly pushing her hand away and warning, Humph, if you dare to do that, I shall not hold back. I fear you not, she retorted, her boldness startling him. Su Feng, in shock, quickly reached to stop her, and at the last moment, he managed to clasp her mouth shut, more accurately, her wide-open maw. Let go of me, you ungrateful disciple, she whimpered. Faced with her pleas for mercy, Su Feng remained resolute, tightening his grip, allowing only muffled sounds to escape her lips. Though Su Feng had permitted her to pounce in order to dispel her malevolent thoughts, he would not tolerate any reckless behavior. Thus, when confronted with the Red Queen's insistent advances, his resolve became unwavering. You're hurting me, you little rascal. Noticing her on the verge of tears, Su Feng finally loosened his hold. All right, that's enough. You ought to calm down for a while. Seeing the red glow in her eyes diminish significantly, he understood that her wicked thoughts had nearly dissipated. He then effortlessly lifted her in a princess carry. Disciple, you still revealed a flaw, she teased, wrapping her arms around his neck. Noticing that he hadn't covered his mouth, she instinctively licked her lips, preparing to press her own against his. Slap. Unexpectedly, Su Feng swiftly pressed her head against his chest, scolding, Red Queen, behave yourself. Having endured the relentless teasing for far too long, Su Feng had been harboring an intense frustration within him, a simmering anger that refused to dissipate. He was decidedly displeased with the sensation of being slobbered upon by the Red Queen, despite the absence of any foul odor. The experience left him with an inexplicable sense of revulsion, compelling him to yearn for a refreshing shower. Even more distasteful was her penchant for groping and nibbling on him, an act that, while not particularly forceful, filled him with profound embarrassment, rendering his face a deep crimson and his entire being uncomfortable and tingling. Perhaps had it been another individual under the Red Queen's advances, they might have readily succumbed, even fervently seeking more. After all, the woman in Su Feng's embrace was beyond reproach in both beauty and form, universally acknowledged as the most exquisite lady in the spirit hall. Such a flawless creature would undoubtedly entice any man, including Su Feng himself, though that was a sentiment rooted in his youth. Now, however, he found himself devoid of that exhilarating flutter in his heart when he compared her to Bibi Dong. Having been nurtured by Bibi Dong for the past 15 years, He was accustomed to her constant presence, spending virtually all his time in her company. He had long since grown indifferent to her beauty and physique, viewing her merely as his most cherished family member. Unless Su Feng were to encounter another girl as captivating as Bibi Dong or experience some extraordinary event with her, it was unlikely that his heart would easily stir again. Perhaps he could not even discern his own feelings towards Bibi Dong. He simply appreciated the current state of affairs, reluctant to disrupt it. This was well and good. Without romantic entanglements, he could lie back and find tranquility. Lost in these thoughts, Su Feng suddenly became aware of an unusual sensation in his arms. "Ah, release me at once," he exclaimed in shock, wincing in pain. To his astonishment, after pressing the Red Queen's head against his chest, such an incident had unfolded. She had bitten him without warning, truly lacking any sense of decorum. "Is there no shame left in you? Are you but a weaned child?" Su Feng felt tears of humiliation welling up within him, his face aflame, as if steam were rising from his head. "You forced my hand," he thought, "so do not blame me for being resolute." Unable to endure any longer, he swiftly produced a clear heart pill and presented it before the Red Queen's lips, intent on administering it forcefully. "Ugh, you traitor, remove that at once." Upon sensing the pill's aura, the Red Queen's beautiful eyes widened, and she immediately released her grip, frantically pushing Su Feng's hand away, terrified of the clear heart pill drawing near. "Humph, it seems you still possess a modicum of fear." Upon witnessing the demeanor of He after awakening, Su Feng discerned that she had regained a significant degree of lucidity. Otherwise, she would not exhibit fear towards the Qingxin Dan. Startled by its mere presence, He immediately fell silent, yet instinctively gravitated towards Su Feng, unable to resist nuzzling against his chest. Had she not feared the resurgence of the Qingxin Dan, she would have relished the prospect of indulging further. If only this state could persist. Ah, how troublesome it is. Perceiving the actions of the woman in his embrace, Su Feng could not help but sigh. He understood that the malevolent thoughts accumulated within He were likely still considerable if he did not address them adequately this time. It would be but a fortnight before the next eruption. With this in mind, Su Feng carried He back to the bed, his expression grave as he stated, "I shall undertake some measures regarding your malevolent thoughts. It would be prudent for you to remain tranquil." Upon hearing this, He seemed to ponder for a moment, then immediately adopted a docile demeanor, nodding vigorously. Yes, I will absolutely refrain from causing any disturbance." Based on previous experiences, Su Feng was likely preparing to administer a massage, and the anticipation of varying techniques piqued her interest. However, had she been aware that Su Feng's intention was to dispel her malevolent thoughts, she would likely have resisted. After all, her brief ability to control Bibi Dong's body stemmed from the amplification of those very thoughts. If they were eradicated, she would succumb once more to a deep slumber. "Lie down properly," Su Feng instructed. With eager anticipation, He's hands instinctively sought to unfasten her garments, believing that disrobing would enhance the comfort of the massage. The thought of Su Feng's soft and silky hands gliding over her skin promised an extraordinary experience. "Stop! What are you trying to do?" Su Feng suddenly jolted, swiftly grasping her hands to halt her actions. Before she could respond, he admonished, "If you dare to move again, I shall not be so lenient. I am merely removing my own clothing. What concern is it of yours?" He pouted, feeling a touch wronged. Su Feng's lips twitched. Indeed, she had a point. Clearing his throat, he corrected, "Wait, that isn't your clothing. It belongs to my teacher." Though he contemplated this, he chose not to engage further in the argument and instead activated the system interface to select the scanning function. Buzz. In an instant, a thermal imaging-like depiction emerged before Su Feng's eyes, revealing the distribution of the malevolent thoughts accumulated by He. It was evident that the malevolent energy was predominantly concentrated in the lower abdomen of Bibi Dong. It appeared that guiding this malevolence away would suffice. Fortunately, He had calmed down. Otherwise, this approach would have been futile. Silently contemplated for a moment, then gently placed his hand on Bibi Dong's abdomen, skillfully guiding the flow of sinister energy as instructed by the system. The sound that followed made Su Feng's lips twitch, prompting him to admonish, "He, enough of that. Refrain from making such noises. This rascal must be doing it on purpose. After all, I'm merely massaging through her clothing. It shouldn't elicit such satisfaction, should it?" Unperturbed by Su Feng's thoughts, He found the sensation of his touch quite pleasurable, and involuntarily, she let out a soft sound. However, since Su Feng had requested silence, she restrained herself, fearing that he might cease the massage. After a while, Honghe grew dissatisfied with merely being massaged over her clothes. She clung to Su Feng's arm and, in a delicate tone, implored, "Babe, could you please reach inside?" Su Feng ignored her, continuing his ministrations. "Babe," Honghe gazed at Su Feng with an innocent expression. Attempting to play the part of the charming damsel, "I beg you." When Su Feng remained unresponsive, she resolved to take matters into her own hands. Lifting her dress and guiding his hand beneath it, perhaps afraid he might withdraw, she tightened her grip on his hand. "Honghe, release me at once," Su Feng exclaimed, instinctively trying to pull away. "No, I cannot let go." Unfortunately, Honghe was well prepared. Not only did she hold his hand firmly, but she also ensnared it between her legs, determined to prevent his escape. "Honghe, if you persist, I shall be quite displeased." Seeing Su Feng's unwavering determination to withdraw his hand, Honghe adopted a more pitiful demeanor. Shaking his hand insistently, her voice dripping with feigned sorrow, "Babe, just agree to my request." Fearing Su Feng might still refuse, she hastily concocted a reason. "Otherwise, massaging over the fabric truly feels uncomfortable." "Uncomfortable? Are you certain? You just made quite a noise earlier." Su Feng's expression darkened, his mind filled with exasperation. Noticing that Honghe's legs were pressing tightly against his hand, almost causing it to venture too far, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Reluctantly, he conceded, "Fine. I agree. Just let go." "Babe, you are the best," Honghe exclaimed, her face lighting up with a radiant smile as she released her grip. Su Feng fell silent, feeling a mixture of embarrassment as he resumed the massage. However, after merely a few moments of this new position, Su Feng halted, his gaze narrowing at Honghe. He could no longer tolerate the sounds emanating from her. The involuntary noises made him instinctively perceive her as exceedingly lascivious, which repulsed him. For the teacher he remembered would never behave in such a manner. "I apologize, I was mistaken." Continuing, the Red Queen discerned the malevolent glint in Su Feng's eyes, prompting her to hastily cover her mouth, stifling any sound that might escape. "Humph." Su Feng uttered a warning grunt, then turned his head away, resuming his gentle ministrations. "How delightful," the Red Queen mused, feeling as though she might float away in bliss. Yet, she endeavored to suppress her voice, refraining from uttering any further sounds. Unbeknownst to her, the wicked thoughts began to dissipate. The crimson glow in her eyes gradually dimmed, and she sensed a wave of fatigue washing over her. "Disciple," she softly intoned, seemingly content, and thus ceased to solicit Su Feng's continued massage. Instead, with a tender yet weary tone, she implored, "Tonight, do not refuse me any longer. Sleep beside me, will you?" For over a year, each time her dark thoughts surged, she had made such a request, yet Su Feng had never acquiesced. Of course not. Upon hearing this, the Red Queen refrained from pressing further, for she was too drowsy and simply closed her eyes, just before succumbing to the depths of slumber. She could not help but pout. "I knew you would not agree, as you never do. It is always the same, every single time. Disciple, do you truly despise me so?" The final words were laced with a sense of despondency and sorrow, and she felt tears welling at the corners of her eyes. Unbeknownst to her, Su Feng remained silent. To him, she was merely a manifestation of the amplified malevolence stemming from a teacher's essence. She was herself. The teacher remained the teacher. The two were not to be conflated. It was unfortunate that the Red Queen seemed to always regard him as her disciple, while he could never acknowledge her as a mentor. Has the teacher also drifted off to sleep? After waiting for some time, Su Feng noted the Red Queen had succumbed to slumber, while his true teacher remained unmoved. Assuming she too had fallen asleep, he carefully tucked her in and then stretched languidly. At last, it is over. Following this, Su Feng entered the bathroom, intent on indulging in a long, hot bath to cleanse himself of lingering traces. However, unbeknownst to him, once he stepped into the bathroom, Bibi Dong opened her eyes, her gaze sparkling with the brilliance of stars. Yet, as she turned to glance toward the bathroom, a shadow of disappointment crossed her features. "Disciple, if it were I who requested, would you also refuse?" Though it was the Red Queen who had made the request for sleep, Bibi Dong understood that, to some extent, all of the Red Queen's actions conveyed her desires. However, she lacked the audacity of the Red Queen, the recklessness, and the exaggeration. Reflecting on it now, she realized it had been quite some time since she had held her disciple close during slumber. Bibi Dong found herself reflecting, her mind involuntarily conjuring the image of her disciple after his transformation into a smaller form. With a mere embrace, she could envelop him in her arms, a sensation that provided unparalleled comfort. However, Her disciple had now matured into adulthood, rendering her incapable of expressing such sentiments. With a sigh, Bibi Dong acknowledged her nostalgia for the comforting moments spent cradling her disciple as he slept, yet she could not bring herself to articulate those feelings, as they felt too shameful. In the Holy Maiden's chamber, after more than a month without tangible results, it was time to venture into the chaos realm. Feng emerged from the bathroom clad in a fresh set of pajamas, discovering that Bibi Dong was indeed asleep. He returned to his own bed, and soon his consciousness traversed into the chaos realm. Upon his arrival in the hell cage, Feng's awareness settled into the chaos realm, and with a fleeting thought, a portal materialized beside him. He hesitated before stepping through, waiting for a while longer before entering. In a flash, Feng vanished, reappearing in a fiery domain reminiscent of hell itself. The landscape had transformed significantly over the past year, although it retained its infernal appearance. Numerous palatial structures and buildings had been erected, rendering it akin to a fortress. The architecture, influenced by the harsh climate, predominantly featured blood-red tones, with accents of black, white, and earthy hues, while greenery was virtually non-existent. "My lord, you have arrived," greeted Lu Erlong, who had been meditating. She immediately awoke and approached, bowing respectfully. "Well, how has the task I assigned you progressed?" Feng inquired. "Rest assured, my lord, everything is proceeding smoothly," Lu Erlong replied confidently, subtly brushing her thumb against her nose. Compared to a decade ago, she now radiated a more striking presence, exuding vitality and competence. Her alluring figure, adorned in the attire of the Hellfire Dragon Knight, made her resemble a Valkyrie. "Very well, then lead the way. I wish to see your accomplishments." Feng gestured for her to proceed. "Yes, my lord," Lu Erlong responded, summoning her martial spirit. In an instant, she transformed into a fire dragon, soaring towards the sky with a graceful leap. Feng, sensing Lu Erlong's aura, couldn't help but muse. It seemed that within a year, she too would reach the level of Title Douluo. Within this infernal prison, Lu Erlong merely needs to torment the souls that arrive here to enhance her cultivation. Furthermore, absorbing the fiery energies of this realm also contributes to her growth. And the method of absorption is rather simple. One need only linger in areas of high temperature without fear of burns, as Hell Dragon hunters possess an immunity to extreme heat. Consequently, not long after assuming her role as a Hell Dragon hunter, Lu Erlong developed a peculiar hobby. She relished bathing in magma, delighting in the intense heat. As for how this knowledge came to be, do not inquire. It was merely an accidental glimpse. Due to that unforeseen observation, Feng would intentionally summon a teleportation portal each time he entered, lingering for a moment to inform Lu Erlong of his impending visit. "My lady, what are you waiting for?" From a distance, Lu Erlong called out upon noticing Feng had not kept pace. "Ahem, I shall be there shortly," Feng replied, regaining his focus. With a mere thought, he flashed to Lu Erlong's side and added with a gentle smile, "Please, continue to lead the way." This realm was inherently his domain. Nearly all tasks could be accomplished with a mere thought. For instance, teleportation required no physical effort on his part. Naturally, this was contingent upon possessing sufficiently flat value. A brief teleportation cost 1 point, while longer distances would incur greater expenses. Thus, theoretically, as long as Feng's flat value was adequate, he could expand this realm into a genuine world if he so desired. "Very well, my lord, please follow me." With that, Lu Erlong accelerated, her figure slicing through the sky like a lightning bolt, while Feng's presence flickered in the void, each blink reappearing at a greater distance. "My lord, we have arrived." Indeed, in a matter of moments, Lu Erlong guided Feng to an expansive plaza, resembling a circular altar surrounded by numerous stone pillars adorned with intricate and esoteric designs. "My lord, I constructed all of this according to the blueprints you provided. If all goes as planned, it should be completed in about 2 days." Lu Erlong informed Feng. Feng examined the structure intently, growing increasingly satisfied. According to the system's description, once this altar was properly constructed, he would be able to employ puppet techniques on the souls here, granting them a second chance at life and transforming them into an undead army. This legion could not only operate within the chaotic realm, but also return to the Douluo continent. Even if the army were vanquished, it would not matter, as he could resurrect them repeatedly, untouched by the will of heaven. At that moment, Feng raised an eyebrow, turning to Lu Erlong. "Where are you, Xiaogang, and that group? Why are they not laboring here?" A year prior, Qian Xunji, accompanied by the Title Douluo, besieged the Holy Maiden's palace. To safeguard him, Bibi Dong took the lives of many, including 5 Title Douluo, among them Salas, as well as 20 soul saints. Furthermore, since Bibi Dong was placed on the system's protection list, forming a connection with the system, the souls of those slain were forcibly ensnared within the confines of hell, becoming specters therein. Over the past year, Lu Erlong diligently fulfilled his duties, striving to acclimate these new members to the harsh realities of society. Any task available was first assigned to them, and if none existed, they were made to toil amongst themselves. The altar at the scene, likely constructed from 130 bricks, was built by Xiaogang and Salas along with their cohort. The additional 30 bricks were presumably shattered by Lu Erlong during punitive measures, subsequently compelling them to rebuild. This very group facilitated a remarkable transformation within the hellish confines over the course of a year, allowing Su Feng to amass substantial lying flat points during this time. My lord, Su Feng's inquiry left Lu Erlong somewhat embarrassed, yet he candidly replied, to expedite the construction of the altar, I have been pressing them to work tirelessly, resulting in 2 fatalities, while the remaining individuals are nearly at death's door. Fearing further losses among the specters, I granted them a respite. 2 dead? Su Feng's lips twitched. In this hellish prison, as long as the specters retained a breath of life, they would ultimately recover, albeit slowly. How did you manage to exhaust 2 of them? Su Feng's curiosity was piqued. Forgive me, my lord, Lu Erlong stammered, his demeanor growing frantic before Su Feng. I did not intend to arrange such a fate. I merely allowed them to labor continuously. Had it not been for the recent fatalities, I would not have permitted them any rest. As he spoke, Lu Erlong glanced at the sky and added, given the current time, Yu Xiaogang and Salas should be returning shortly. Although the sun was obscured, the sky's hue shifted with the passage of time, enabling Lu Erlong to discern the hour. After listening to Lu Erlong's account, Su Feng found himself at a loss for words, yet he harbored a suspicion that the rest he referred to as anything but genuine. Thus, unable to resist the temptation, Su Feng expended some of his lying flat points to investigate the entirety of the hellish prison. Upon doing so, he was left utterly astonished by what he discovered. Deep within the confines of hell, in a certain cell, there resounded the sounds of chaos. Crackling and booming echoed throughout. A multitude of individuals is engaged in a frenzied dance, their bodies illuminated by vibrant azure lightning that strikes with precision. Each bolt of electricity courses through them, causing uncontrollable spasms and even prompting wild gesticulations. What manner of sorcery is this? Su Feng, taken aback, felt a surge of awareness from the system, which promptly provided a notification. Ding! A gentle reminder. This is the exclusive restorative technique known as the electric torture of the hellish prison, designed specifically for the undead. Remaining within this electric confinement allows for swift recuperation of stamina. Electric technique? Su Feng's lips twitched once more. I would call it the electric chicken technique. Though Su Feng oversees all in the realm of chaos, he finds himself less omniscient regarding specific matters within its various sectors, often lacking the insight possessed by the corresponding guardians. Just like this electric chicken cough, the electric prison, he was previously unaware of its existence, while Lu Erlong, having gained the identity of the hellish dragon, was well aware of its workings. Buzz. As predicted, shortly after Lu Erlong's assertion, the lightning within the electric prison ceased. Hurry! Hurry! If we linger, Lord Lu shall surely unleash her wrath. The moment the shock ceased, a rush of individuals surged forth, as if fearing to be a second late. Indeed, if they did not seize the opportunity to labor, they might find their fates even worse than those who had perished. Within the confines of the prison, others echoed the sentiment, and an increasing number of frightened faces fled toward the exit. The relentless torments they had endured over the past year had imparted a profound lesson. In this place, one must obey Lord Lu's commands without question, or face a fate worse than death. It was evident that during their suffering, thoughts of suicide had crossed their minds. Yet, regrettably, as long as Lu Erlong wished for them to live, escape from life was not an option. In this hellish prison, nearly everyone lived in fear of Lu Erlong. However, amidst them existed a singular voice of dissent, Yu Xiaogang. Humph, Lu Erlong, you wretched creature, do you think I shall stoop to perform your despicable tasks? Not a chance. Yu Xiaogang remained resolutely in his corner of the prison, unwilling to step forth. Lu Erlong, you vile wretch, ha ha ha. In the entire hellish prison, only Yu Xiaogang dared to utter such words. Was it due to his audacity? Certainly not. His boldness stemmed from the fact that he had been driven to madness by torment, his sanity unraveling. Confounded, Xiaogang, you must rise at once. Saras, witnessing his inertia, rushed to pull him up, imploring him to join the labor, while grumbling incessantly. You worthless piece of filth, what have you done to incur Lord Lu's wrath? To the extent that she has driven you to madness? This is one thing, but why must you drag me down with you? Saras gazed at Xiaogang, burdened with unutterable anguish. He vividly recalled the moment when, driven to madness, Xiaogang had brazenly draped an arm around him in the presence of Lord Lu, grinning with an unsettling leer. What do you say, my good brother? Let us conquer her together. She is so beautiful, with such an alluring figure, we can indulge ourselves. He. Since that fateful day, when Xiaogang uttered those words, Saras understood one undeniable truth. He was doomed. As anticipated, even in his derangement, Xiaogang became the target of Lord Lu's relentless torment, and to his dismay, Saras found himself subjected to the same punishment. Subsequently, Lord Lu decreed that for every punishment meted out, Xiaogang must accompany him. Should Xiaogang be absent, Saras would face even harsher repercussions, effectively tethering him to Xiaogang's fate. Damn it, you wretched creature. It is one thing to offend Lord Lu, but why must you drag me down with you? The thought of being embroiled in this predicament left Saras utterly despondent, prompting him to deliver 2 swift kicks to Xiaogang's forehead, leaving distinct shoe prints on his face. Ah, that feels delightful. Let us have a few more. However, to his astonishment, Xiaogang did not cry out in pain, but instead wore a look of utter delight. My good brother, come on, kick me again, it feels so good. Blood trickled from Xiaogang's mouth, yet he laughed with an almost foolish glee, eventually spreading his legs and leering at his groin. Saras felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Unable to restrain himself, he kicked again. Ugh! Xiaogang immediately covered his groin and arched his back, veins bulging on his forehead, yet he did not scream. Instead, he continued to laugh, even more ecstatically than before. Yes, this is the sensation. It's exhilarating. Coughed. You truly are insane. Saras, increasingly irate, spat a thick, fragrant glob at Xiaogang's face, believing it might alleviate his frustration. Is that a delightful scent? Slurp. Wow, truly delicious. As he observed Xiaogang's next actions, Salas appeared to be petrified, his demeanor utterly shattered. Ah, I can't take it anymore. You are truly revolting. Salas felt on the brink of madness and kicked Xiaogang several more times in frustration. Finally, with a face full of disdain, he yanked at Xiaogang's clothing and unceremoniously dragged him out like a dead dog. There was no other choice. Lord Lu had given orders. During work hours, he was obligated to keep Xiaogang by his side, or else his workload would increase significantly. Otherwise, he would rather endure anything than associate with this lunatic, as it was indeed quite distasteful. Alas, a master of the past has succumbed to madness. What a pity. Witnessing this scene, Feng felt a twinge of regret. Not for Xiaogang, but rather for the immense amount of laid-back value accumulated from tormenting him over the past year. Undoubtedly, he was the largest crop of chives. Now that Xiaogang had lost his sanity, even tormenting him would not evoke much negativity. It was akin to being withered. And Feng could not help but feel a sense of loss. My lord, they are about to commence their work, and it will surely become exceedingly noisy here. Perhaps we should find another place? At this moment, Lu Erlong cautiously suggested, having discerned that Feng preferred tranquility and likely wished to avoid the cacophony of the construction site. Indeed, that sounds reasonable. Feng nodded in agreement and added, Lead the way. I wish to see what you have accomplished this past month. Yes, my lord. Soon, under Lu Erlong's guidance, Feng toured the various buildings of the Hell Prison, including the Hall of Punishment, the Confinement Area, and the Council Hall. These structures had begun construction over a year ago, but had become even more refined and substantial following a month of rest, making the Hell Prison increasingly formidable. Excellent. Quite impressive. Feng expressed his satisfaction, while Lu Erlong stood quietly nearby, unable to hide the smile that had crept onto his face despite not responding. Are there any other places of interest? Feng inquired once more. Yes, indeed. Please, Lu Erlong began, but then abruptly waved his hand, appearing flustered. Oh no. There are none. Feng's expression darkened, yet he refrained from pressing further and instead opened the system marketplace. Laid-back value, 184, 349. Gazing at this staggering figure, Feng felt a wave of contentment wash over him. In the past, amassing this amount of laid-back value would have taken an entire year, and even then, it would have barely reached 60 or 70,000. However, since recruiting Lu Erlong and newly minted chives like Salis, his harvest over the past year had significantly increased. Most importantly, this had not disrupted his laid-back lifestyle. He merely needed to check in during moments of idleness, and a substantial influx of laid-back value would be his reward, which was indeed delightful. Erlong, do you aspire to break through to the Title Douluo level? Do you desire 100,000-year soul ring? Su Feng suddenly cast a teasing glance at Lu Erlong. A year had passed, and she had worked for him throughout that time. He felt it was the moment to bestow her a year-end bonus. My lord, what do you mean? Lu Erlong replied, somewhat bewildered. To break through to the Title Douluo level, was it truly as simple as stating it? As for 100,000-year spirit ring, she had never dared to dream of such a thing. Title Douluo? 100,000-year spirit ring? My lord, what exactly do you mean? Seeing Su Feng's expression, it seemed he intended to assist her in breaking through and acquiring a spirit ring. Lu Erlong could hardly believe it but still gazed at him with a flicker of hope, eager to clarify. Observing her reaction, Su Feng smiled wryly and continued. What I mean is, I can facilitate your swift ascension to the Title Douluo level, and I can also grant you 100,000-year spirit ring. With a playful grin, he added, this time, have I made myself clear enough? At his words, Lu Erlong's figure trembled, her breath quickening. She stood frozen for a long moment, overwhelmed with shock and joy, before responding, my lord, you have indeed made yourself clear. 100,000-year spirit ring. In her understanding, this was nearly the pinnacle of spirit rings. There was no higher tier, and she had never even witnessed anyone display such a spirit ring. My lord. Lu Erlong suddenly bowed deeply to Su Feng, her excitement palpable. What must I do next? Although Su Feng had yet to assist her in obtaining the 100,000-year spirit ring, she held unwavering trust in his words. He had previously promised that after she accepted the Hell Dragon Hunter's legacy, her strength would increase dramatically, and her cultivation would progress faster than before. All of this had proven true over the past year. Not only had she leveled up repeatedly within that time, but she could also harness a power she had once deemed unimaginable, the necromantic energy of the Hell Cage. Even without her martial spirit, she could now easily engage in battles beyond her level. When utilizing her martial spirit and the Hell Dragon Hunter set, particularly the Hellfire Dragon God Sword, she was absolutely confident that she could slay any ordinary soul master of the same rank with a single strike. If her opponent was a Title Douluo exceeding her by 10 levels, she still believed she could hold her ground in battle, if not emerge victorious, at least retreat unscathed. Please rise. There is no need for such formalities. Yes, my lord. Please wait a moment. Su Feng gestured for Lu Erlong to stay put as he swiftly opened the system shop, a myriad of items instantly presenting themselves before him, leaving him somewhat dazzled. Alas, there isn't even a discount. Su Feng meticulously examined all the merchandise, but this time, fortune did not favor him as it had before. There were no items available at a mere fraction of the price. To make matters worse, the only two items offered at a discount were urgently needed and not aligned with his current requirements, rendering any purchase futile. Alas, the desired items were prohibitively priced. The situation ahead appeared daunting. Su Feng felt a throbbing headache. He detested purchasing system items at full price due to their exorbitance. With only 180,000 units of lay-flat value to his name, a casual purchase could easily deplete his resources. It seemed he had no choice but to venture into the bargain zone and try his luck. With a resigned sigh, Su Feng rubbed his forehead. If given the option, he would prefer to avoid the bargain zone entirely, for the items procured there came with inherent risks. A previous experience echoed in his mind. In a moment of greed, he had purchased 9 level-up pills at a bargain price. The function of these pills was straightforward. Upon ingestion, they could alter one's soul power. With a 60 chance of an upgrade, a 39 chance of a downgrade, and a 1 chance of complete depletion. On that fateful day, he was but 1 level shy of breaking through to the Soul King rank, and he thought to take a gamble. If it failed, he could simply consume more, for surely. With a 60 upgrade probability, he would eventually succeed. Yet, after consuming all 9 pills, he experienced a tormenting cycle of brief elevation followed by an immediate descent. To his dismay, he encountered the 1 failure probability at the end, resulting in his utter depletion, all while being just 1 level away from his breakthrough. Since that incident, Su Feng had seldom visited the bargain zone, for he felt the items there were not particularly kind to him. However, as the user of the items would be Lu Erlong, he would not suffer the consequences. Thus he considered this avenue. Level up pills, you are the one. In the bargain zone, Su Feng's gaze quickly fixated on a particular item, and without hesitation, he purchased 10 pills for a mere 5,000 lay-flat value. Were it possible, he would have preferred to acquire more, aiming to elevate Lu Erlong to a divine level. Yet, these pills could not be used indefinitely. Exceeding 10 would result in immunity to their effects. Now, consume these pills. Su Feng obtained the pills and promptly handed them to Lu Erlong, curious about the other's luck. Yes, my lord. Without hesitation, Lu Erlong accepted the pills and swiftly stuffed them into his mouth. Wait, Su Feng exclaimed, startled into action, instinctively covering Lu Erlong's mouth with one hand while using the other to retrieve the pills from his mouth. With lingering trepidation, he cautioned, I forgot to mention. They must be taken one at a time, otherwise, the consequences could be severe. The pills of this grade are akin to a double-edged sword. While they provide a modicum of pleasure during the elevation of one's level, they also engender a sense of suffocation upon its descent. Should one consume 10 of these simultaneously, the sensations would likely compound, and she feared that Lu Erlong would be unable to withstand either outcome. If the pleasurable sensations intensified, it would undoubtedly lead Lu Erlong to cry out, a scenario Su Feng would prefer to avoid. Conversely, if the discomfort were to amplify, it could inflict irreparable harm upon Lu Erlong's body. The most frightening possibility remained the rare chance of an extreme reaction, which might result in Lu Erlong's untimely demise. A catastrophic loss indeed. Fortunately, he managed to intervene just in time. Su Feng, still feeling a sense of relief, failed to notice that Lu Erlong's face was flushed with embarrassment, her body trembling as if subjected to unprecedented stimulation. Master, she stammered, her mouth restrained. Could you possibly release me? Cough. I apologize, Su Feng replied, his expression filled with regret. He then offered the pills to her once more, feeling slightly awkward. That was an accident. Please, try again. At this moment, Lu Erlong remained silent, merely nodding with a face aglow, hastily accepting the pills without daring to meet Su Feng's gaze. Su Feng observed Lu Erlong's peculiar behavior, his curiosity piqued. What is the matter with you? Master, she replied timidly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, conveying a sense of grievance. Could you refrain from touching your subordinate so casually in the future? The last part of her statement remained unspoken, as she turned her head away, her entire visage deepening in crimson. What on earth is happening? Su Feng found himself utterly bewildered. Sensing his confusion, the system provided an informative prompt. Ding. Friendly reminder. The dragon hunter lineage originates from an ancient and foreign race, governed by a paramount rule that dictates marriage through a kiss. Consequently, each dragon hunter places immense value on their kiss, often more than their own life, surpassing even the reverence that human women hold for their chastity. Thus, no dragon hunter, particularly female hunters, would ever permit a man to touch their lips, let alone their tongues, as these are the most sensitive parts of their bodies. Should anyone dare to intrude, the outcome would either be death or a fate so miserable that it is scarcely conceivable. Upon absorbing the system's explanation, Su Feng found himself in a state of shock, replaying the earlier scene in his mind. In his eagerness to retrieve the pills, it seemed he had not only brushed against her tongue, but had also inadvertently prodded several times. This was disastrous. He had certainly made a grave mistake. Although Su Feng was perplexed by the concept of substituting a kiss for marriage, he realized, upon reconsideration, that he had inadvertently trespassed upon the most cherished boundary of Lu Erlong. Understanding this, Su Feng began to grasp the gravity of his misstep. With clarity of thought, he felt an overwhelming sense of remorse and sincerely apologized. Erlong, I am truly sorry. It was not my intention. Sir, there is no need for such formality, Lu Erlong replied, despite feeling aggrieved. She quickly sought to reassure Su Feng, explaining, I understand that it was unintentional, and I did not hold it against you initially. I merely, once again, Lu Erlong was overtaken by her emotions, hastily brushing away the glistening tears at the corners of her eyes, and a light smile graced her face. I was simply affected by the bloodline of the Hell Dragon Hunters, and I have come to see myself as a true member of the Dragon Hunter clan, which made it difficult for me to accept. Lu Erlong looked back at Su Feng, her smile appearing more genuine. I am well now. Su Feng fell silent, his sense of guilt intensifying as he sensed through the contract mark that Lu Erlong was not being entirely truthful. It seemed likely that she was merely trying to shield him from guilt. Recognizing her good intentions, Su Feng wisely chose not to confront her deception. silently resolving to find a way to offer material compensation later. Feeling somewhat reassured by this thought, Su Feng smiled and said, "In that case, please continue. But be sure to swallow each pill one at a time." "Yes, my lord," Lu Erlong replied without hesitation. Settling into a meditative posture and swiftly entering a focused state before consuming the first pill. Boom. In an instant, Su Feng witnessed a surge of energy erupting from Lu Erlong, enveloping her in a torrent of fiery power. It was evident that she had leveled up. "Continue," Su Feng commanded. "Understood," Lu Erlong affirmed, consuming another pill without delay. Moments later, boom, boom, boom. Su Feng was left dumbfounded as he watched Lu Erlong shatter barrier after barrier. What does it mean to be lucky? He understood now, and a pang of envy stirred within him. He had to admit that Lu Erlong's fortune was remarkable, for consecutive pills had all propelled her to new heights. Lu Erlong had officially entered the 80th level of Title Douluo. "My lord, shall we proceed further?" she inquired. Instinctively, Su Feng wished to say yes, considering Lu Erlong's extraordinary luck and the possibility of her ascending even further. However, upon noticing the flush of her cheeks and a hint of dissatisfaction in her expression, he was jolted into caution. "That is enough. You need not consume more. Please keep the remaining pills safe. I will inform you when they are needed." The pill assists in elevating one's realm and induces a certain degree of pleasurable sensation. Although Su Feng had never experienced the feeling of consecutive breakthroughs, he speculated that it might be akin to the ethereal sensation felt during the union of yin and yang. Ahem, just a conjecture. "Well then, I shall abide by your wishes, my lord." As anticipated, once Su Feng halted the proceedings, Lu Erlong did not conceal her emotions in the slightest, almost appearing to wear her disappointment upon her face. Su Feng, unable to bear the sight of Lu Erlong's expression, promptly opened the system store to continue browsing the discounted items, while reminding her, "Your level has already surpassed the threshold. The next matter at hand is the soul ring. Take a moment to acclimate to your newfound power and wait here." "Oh, very well." Su Feng diligently searched for the system items, oblivious to Lu Erlong's distracted gaze. Her eyes fixed upon him. Although she maintained her silence, her hands, hidden within her sleeves, clenched tightly, trembling ever so slightly. Were it not for the earlier incident, had the other not touched upon her most cherished and sensitive matters, perhaps she would have been engulfed in ecstasy after achieving 4 consecutive breakthroughs to become a Title Douluo. Alas, that was not the case. Su Feng had indeed crossed that line. In Lu Erlong's perspective, or rather, in the depths of her bloodline's inherited thoughts, she believed that she had already completed the most vital ceremony of their union with Su Feng, rendering her incapable of maintaining her calm demeanor in his presence. Yet, she also understood that Su Feng likely regarded it as inconsequential. After all, she had once been human and knew that the earlier gesture was a trivial matter, hardly worthy of note. Surely, a person of such beauty as her lord's esteemed mentor would not deign to glance at an ordinary woman. What am I truly anticipating? Suddenly, Lu Erlong thought of Bibi Dong, envisioning her beauty that could not be described even by the most poetic of terms, coupled with a physique that could enchant the world. Involuntarily, she felt a wave of self-deprecation and an overwhelming sense of solitude wash over her. It is futile. I shall adhere to my beliefs while he pursues his own. For in the end, there is no distinction. Ever since I embraced the role of a hell dragon hunter, I have been destined to belong to Su Feng. Should he desire anything of me, I have no power to refuse. After a brief moment, it seemed Lu Erlong reached an understanding, lowering her head in shyness. Her cheeks flushed. Now that the rites have been fulfilled, all I can do is regard him as my husband and serve him diligently, even if he does not acknowledge it. Lu Erlong clenched her fists once more, her chest rising and falling as if she had resolved herself. Roar, roar, roar. I found it. My lord, what is the matter? Lu Erlong, lost in her thoughts, was startled by Su Feng's sudden laughter. I have located a soul ring suitable for you, one of 100,000 years. With a hearty laugh, Su Feng spread his arms wide, unleashing a resplendent blood-red soul ring. In an instant, a crimson glow enveloped the surrounding area for 100 meters, emanating a formidable pressure reminiscent of a ferocious beast, transforming the already hellish scenery into a more magnificent spectacle. Is this truly a 100,000-year soul ring? Observing the blood-red ring and the intricate, esoteric patterns etched within, Lu Erlong was utterly taken aback. She never anticipated that the master would indeed produce a soul ring of such age. After a brief moment of astonishment, Lu Erlong became aware of a serious concern and hurriedly queried Su Feng. To absorb the soul ring, it must be one personally hunted by the soul beast. I fear I may not be able to absorb this soul ring. Su Feng smiled wryly and replied, do not worry about that. Simply find a suitable place to absorb the soul ring directly. Very well, I shall give it a try. Lu Erlong began to guide the soul ring. But as soon as she made contact, the ring surged into her body and then sank within. Is it gone? Lu Erlong gazed at Su Feng in confusion. Certainly not. Su Feng patiently elucidated. The soul ring has merely been temporarily accommodated within your body. It has yet to merge with your martial soul. You will need to find a place conducive to your recovery in order to absorb this martial soul. However, you must take heed. This soul ring is derived from the fiercely aggressive Fire Dragon King. Be cautious during the absorption process. Do not underestimate the fiery power simply because you believe yourself immune. If the Fire Dragon King were to consume your spirit, you would still find yourself in peril. Therefore, seek a location where you can maintain your peak condition in a normal state. Is that so? Then I know where to go, Lu Erlong murmured, her eyes brightening as she immediately transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting towards a particular direction. Such impatience. Su Feng shook his head helplessly, his mind stirring as he flickered and pursued her. Where's this? Upon arriving, Su Feng beheld a vast pool of magma. Reporting to the master, Lu Erlong said, this is the divine nectar pool, and it is also. She lowered her head slightly, a hint of shyness in her demeanor as she confessed, it is where I bathe. I see, Su Feng replied, having sensed the intense fire attributes present in the area. Realizing that Lu Erlong could indeed maintain her peak state here. Nonetheless, the name of the pool made him want to scoff. Divine nectar, indeed. It resembles magma more than anything. Scoffing aside, Su Feng remained extremely cautious regarding Lu Erlong's absorption of the soul ring, promptly stating, I will provide you with protection shortly. You may begin at your discretion. Understood. Wait, I'm still here. How could you strip down so suddenly? Upon the unsettling thought of the unclad Lu Erlong standing behind him, Su Feng felt an overwhelming discomfort enveloping him. He promptly declared, you may begin. Yes, my lord. Lu Erlong replied, lowering her hand that had covered her chest. After a respectful bow towards Su Feng, she proceeded towards the pool of divine nectar. Boom, boom, boom. The pool of divine nectar was situated atop a volcano, its depths filled with magma that surged incessantly, perpetually releasing fresh molten rock. This newly erupted magma carried with it an exceptionally pure essence of fire attribute energy. As a hell dragon hunter, Lu Erlong could effortlessly absorb this fiery power simply by immersing herself in the volcanic magma, entirely unharmed by the extreme temperatures. My lord, I shall commence, she announced, but I am concerned about potential mistakes. Would you mind turning around to observe? Upon hearing her quiet plea, Su Feng hesitated briefly before slowly turning away, fearful of encountering that alluring yet unguarded figure again, which would undoubtedly amplify his discomfort. Fortunately, Lu Erlong had submerged her entire body in the magma, leaving only her head exposed, thus sparing Su Feng from any further provocative sights. Very well, proceed. I shall stand guard beside you, Su Feng instructed, before reclining in an elderly chair he had retrieved. Yes, my lord. Moments later, a colossal fire dragon apparition materialized around Lu Erlong, accompanied by the vivid crimson soul ring that was once again summoned forth. Buzz. In an instant, a heavy pressure enveloped the vicinity of the pool of divine nectar, casting a resplendent scarlet glow across the landscape. At this moment, to enhance her focus on absorbing the fire dragon soul ring, Lu Erlong closed her eyes, occasionally contorting her face in pain, with beads of sweat cascading down her forehead. Roar. Lu Erlong had scarcely begun her absorption when a series of dragon roars echoed through the air, as if a ferocious beast were manifesting right before them. Roar. Another roar followed, this time resonating with an even greater intensity, reverberating through the heavens and sending powerful sound waves rippling for miles. What is happening? What is going on? In the square of the puppet altar, Salus and his companions, who had just begun their labor, were captivated by the dragon's roar, their gazes converging in unison towards the source of the sound. Look over there. What a splendid crimson glow. What could that possibly be? Exclaimed a stunned soul saint. Numbered 5, standing beside Salus, seemingly witnessing such a terrifying spectacle for the first time. Simultaneously, he felt a faint pressure, even from a distance of over 10 miles away from the source of the crimson light. Someone is absorbing a 100,000 year soul ring. Salas suddenly asserted with unwavering certainty. What? 100,000 years? How is that possible? Where could such a 10,000-year soul beast originate? As Salas began to speak, murmurs of skepticism arose around him. After all, they had been present in this place for a year, fully aware of its circumstances, not to mention a 10,000-year soul beast. There wasn't even a single soul beast to be found. Undoubtedly, someone must have been absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring. Salas remained steadfast in his conviction. Although he had perused few books, one had mentioned that the scene just witnessed was indicative of someone absorbing a 10,000-year soul beast. Thus he felt utterly certain. Unbeknownst to him, the information in that book was fabricated. He had merely stumbled upon the truth by sheer chance. Despite Salas's baseless conjecture, he held the highest esteem among those present, prompting several to echo his sentiments with exclamations of astonishment. Who would have imagined that it could indeed be a 10,000-year soul ring? Yet, how could such a thing suddenly materialize? Could it be that Lord Lu had vanquished a 10,000-year soul beast? With a confident push of his glasses, Salas proclaimed, "If my deductions are correct, it must be that Lord Lu has broken through to the rank of Title Douluo and had long since imprisoned a 10,000-year soul beast. Thus, she must have slain the beast and commenced the absorption of the 10,000-year soul ring." His effade of composure was abruptly interrupted when Xiaogang threw his arm around Salas's shoulder, sneering, "What are you doing here? Pretending to be busy?" Infuriated, Salas recoiled at the contact, delivering a swift kick that sent Xiaogang flying over 10 meters. "Get your filthy hands off me." Salas glared at the spot where Xiaogang had touched him, revulsion evident on his face. He was acutely aware that since Xiaogang had gone mad, he often picked his nose, and to make matters worse, he never used toilet paper, leaving his hands with a considerable amount of unsanitary remnants, particularly embedded under his nails. "Filthy hands." "Not filthy at all," Xiaogang retorted, licking his fingers with a self-satisfied grin. Salas stood frozen, fury boiling within him as he trembled with rage. Oblivious to Salas's growing anger, Xiaogang continued to savor the taste of his fingers, strolling over with a beaming smile and extending his hand. "Hey, brother. Would you like to try some? I can't take it anymore. I must kill you." Suddenly, Salas erupted in a scream. Seizing a nearby shovel, the ultimate tool for moving bricks, and swung it with ferocity, aiming a brutal blow at Xiaogang's head. Bang, bang, bang. In a fleeting moment, Salas unleashed a barrage of blows upon Xiaogang, believing that such actions would suffice to quench his ire. However, upon witnessing Xiaogang's subsequent behavior, he was taken aback. "Not painful at all," Xiaogang chuckled, his face adorned with an insufferable grin. Yet, as he continued to laugh, an unexpected sensation seemed to wash over him. To Salas's astonishment, he noticed that Xiaogang's trousers had become damp, a sizable stain emerging, followed by an unbearable stench wafting through the air. Instantly, several individuals in the vicinity were overwhelmed by the noxious odor, retching at the unpleasantness. Nonetheless, Salas did not succumb to nausea. He had grown accustomed to such grotesque spectacles, having once awoken to find Xiaogang's vile antics upon his face. Having endured far worse, he maintained his composure amidst this disarray, bellowing, "What are you all standing around for? Let us converge and vanquish this wretched creature." Salas took the initiative, swinging his shovel once more at Xiaogang. Indeed, this individual was utterly revolting. He must be eradicated to prevent further disgust. Soon, the surrounding crowd echoed Salas's sentiments, brandishing their shovels in unison. However, just as they prepared to besiege Xiaogang, he interrupted, "It seems you all wish to partake in the delightful feast. I would be more than happy to share the experience." With a foolish grin, Xiaogang rummaged through his trousers, soon revealing a grotesque weapon of unspeakable horror. "Who among you wishes to indulge first?" he cackled, brandishing the offensive object before the stunned crowd. In response to Xiaogang's outrageous display, the group hesitated. Fear etched on their faces. No one dared to advance, and several even retreated a few steps. Here stood 5 soul Douluos and 18 soul saints, 2 of whom had perished, yet they found themselves intimidated by a mere great soul master's antics. Such a tale would be disbelieved by many, yet Xiaogang had succeeded in maintaining his composure amidst the onslaught of formidable foes. "Charge forth, everyone. He must perish today. This loathsome creature must be eradicated." Salas clenched his fists, raising his shovel high, embodying a warrior ready for battle. Silence enveloped the arena as Salas's words hung in the air, and everyone instinctively retreated several paces. "What does this mean?" Salas questioned, confusion marring his features. Just then, he noticed that Xiaogang had inexplicably aimed his vile projectile directly at him. Brother, catch the delicacy. Salas barely had time to react as Xiaogang hurled the offensive object towards him, prompting him to swing his shovel in a desperate attempt to deflect it. Smack. However, Saruth remained oblivious to the fact that his seemingly innocuous gesture had unwittingly ensnared those around him. Ah, Saruth, you got my hand. Damn it, Saruth. You've got it in my mouth. This is not my fault. It's all that scoundrel Xiaojing's doing. If you wish to vent your anger, direct it towards him. Saruth felt an overwhelming sense of innocence. Let us unite and take down this scoundrel. Mad, let us finish him off. In the midst of the chaos, many had found themselves inadvertently touched by the fragrant essence due to Saruth's slap. And they suddenly lost the desire to evade any longer. They surged towards Xiaogang with fervor, transforming the scene into utter disorder. Suddenly, a resounding dragon roar reverberated through the air, causing the very earth to tremble, especially in the direction from which the crimson light had emanated. A colossal phantom of a fire dragon soared into the void. That is, Lord Lu's martial soul. It was indeed Lord Lu absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring. As the fire dragon's silhouette emerged, accompanied by the distant waves of soul power, the crowd immediately ceased their assault on Xiaogang, their expression shifting to one of astonishment and envy. A 100,000-year soul ring. In their understanding, that was the pinnacle of soul rings, beside the pool of exquisite nectar. A voice echoed, "Congratulations, you now possess your own 100,000-year martial soul." Watching Lu Erlong transform into a fire dragon soaring through the skies, Su Feng felt a surge of satisfaction. If his estimations were accurate, Lu Erlong had now transcended to the rank of Title Douluo, and with the 100,000-year soul ring and the inheritance of the Hell Dragon Hunter, she should have no difficulty contending with an ordinary Title Douluo, at least not against Yuguan. Perhaps an opportunity will arise to test Lu Erlong against Yuguan, he pondered. Fortunately, Yuguan remained unaware of Su Feng's thoughts. Otherwise, he might have fled under the cover of night. With one final dragon roar, the fire dragon phantom swept towards Su Feng, its engulfing flames dissipating to reveal a woman with flowing red hair, her eyes a deep crimson, exuding an aura of bloodlust and brutality. Thank you for your guidance, my lord. In a brief span, Lu Erlong had not only broken through to Title Douluo, but had also acquired a 100,000-year soul ring, filling her with exhilaration and gratitude towards Su Feng. Coughing slightly, Su Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment in response to Lu Erlong's gratitude, for she had approached him entirely unclad. Please put on some clothes first. It is rather improper to present oneself in such a state. My apologies. Lu Erlong, caught up in her joy, felt a flush of embarrassment wash over her as Su Feng's reminder broke her reverie. Hastily, she donned the Hell Dragon Hunter ensemble lying on the ground. My lord, I am ready, Lu Erlong murmured softly, straightening her posture, although exposed, which made her feel somewhat bashful. The thought that this was not their first encounter, and that the ritual had already been performed, emboldened her resolve. Su Feng replied, this time not indulging Lu Erlong as before. He issued a firm warning. Lu Erlong, I hope you will refrain from such casualness in my presence in the future. Otherwise, I may perceive it as an invitation, leading me to believe you are a wanton woman. I do not favor such subordinates, and should that occur, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Thud. At Su Feng's words, Lu Erlong trembled and immediately knelt, her voice trembling with panic. My lord, I understand my mistake. Su Feng's admonition bore truth. She had indeed acted with a hint of intention, having already regarded him as her husband. She yearned to occupy a place in his heart rather than waiting timidly for him to approach her. She was acutely aware that such passivity would yield no response. Su Feng's handsome visage, coupled with his unfathomable strength and the myriad secrets he held, enhanced by the presence of a figure as formidable as the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, made him a man of unparalleled allure. Should Su Feng desire companionship, he would have no shortage of options. If she did not take the initiative, her chances would vanish entirely, leaving no opportunity even for a fleeting touch, let alone a cherished place in his heart. She was determined not to harbor regrets, at the very least, to seize this one opportunity. However, as Su Feng was currently agitated, she dared not voice her true feelings, knowing well that he might dismiss her outright. Lu Erlong believed he was entirely capable of such an act, for if he sought another Hell Dragon Hunter, it would pose no challenge for him. Enough. Let this be the last time. You may rise, Su Feng commanded, turning away and soaring toward the puppetry altar. Leaving behind an unmistakable directive. I have further tasks for you. Follow me. Yes, my lord. Lu Erlong gradually stood, her gaze lingering on his departing figure. Am I being too impatient? Or perhaps he has looked down upon me all along. A hint of despondency crossed her features as she manifested her fire dragon wings. Swiftly pursuing him, her hands clenching tighter in her sleeves, concealing her innermost thoughts. At the puppetry altar, Su Feng was confronted with a harrowing scene upon his arrival. Particularly the sight of Xiaogang, covered in blood, his clothes tattered, and his face mired in a repulsive mess. It was a sight that tested Su Feng's composure. System. Initiate purification. Unable to endure the grim spectacle, he focused his thoughts, and a divine light enveloped the altar, restoring its cleanliness, albeit at the cost of some of his energy. Lord Su. Upon seeing Su Feng, Salas immediately recognized his identity and promptly knelt down, recounting the recent events with great embellishment, exclaiming, "It's one thing for you Xiaogang to have gone mad, but his repeated disruptions to our construction have severely impacted the progress of the altar. It would be better to eliminate this nuisance." As he spoke, Salas couldn't help but steal additional glances at Su Feng, his curiosity intensifying. How could this individual possess so many identities? He was the master of the Hell Cage, the superior of Lord Lu, and the disciple of Her Holiness. Unbidden, Salas recalled the assassination incident at the Holy Maiden's Palace from a year ago, filled with regret. Had he known then that Su Feng was so adept at masquerading and harbored such secrets, he would have never participated in the ambush. The hardships and humiliations he had endured over the past year far surpassed anything he had experienced in his previous life. Enough of this frivolity, Su Feng stated, disinterested in the specifics of the situation at hand. After casting Salas a sharp glance, he inquired, "How long will it take to complete the altar?" Salas hastily replied, "It will require at least 3 days to finish." If this question had been posed by Lu Erlong, he would not have dared to lie. But since it was Su Feng, he entertained the thought, believing Su Feng's amiable demeanor would make him more lenient, unlike the cruel and fiery temperament of Lord Lu. 3 days? However, as the chilling words were spoken, a flash of crimson mist appeared, and Lu Erlong materialized in the air above them. Lord Lu? Upon seeing her, Salas's pupils constricted, his body stiffening, and his lips trembled uncontrollably. He quickly corrected himself. No, I misspoke. It can be completed in 2 days, or rather, a day and a half. Absolutely a day and a half. I shall deal with you all later. Lu Erlong chose not to engage with the group for the moment, but instead bowed to Su Feng, stating, "My lord, how may I assist you?" "I require you to eliminate 2 individuals," Su Feng replied coolly, producing a portrait which he handed to Lu Erlong, adding with gravity, "From this day forth, your mission is to devise a means to kill these 2. The portrait depicted a formidable man cradling an infant, wielding an immensely heavy hammer, with annotations indicating the man's cultivation level as a Title Douluo. Clearly, this image had been acquired from Bibi Dong, pertaining to Tang Hao and Tang San. Rest assured, my lord, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to this task, Lu Erlong declared, accepting the portrait with eager anticipation. Having just broken through to Title Douluo and recently obtained 100,000 soul rings, she was eager to find a worthy opponent to test her newfound power. My lord, when shall I set forth? Lu Erlong inquired further. In her estimation, the opponent was merely a Title Douluo, and eliminating him should pose little challenge. Seemingly perceiving Lu Erlong's thoughts, Su Feng raised an eyebrow slightly, cautioning her not to underestimate their adversary. Lu Erlong was momentarily taken aback, puzzled. Is that man truly formidable? It is not as simple as you might think, Su Feng solemnly advised. He continued, moreover, there is no need for you to rush into undertaking missions. The immediate priority is to expedite the construction of this altar and subsequently produce the first batch of puppets. You should be aware of the procedure. Yes, my lord. Once all matters were clearly articulated, Su Feng concluded, the remaining tasks are in your hands. With that, his figure dissipated, and his consciousness returned to his original form, allowing him to indulge in a restful slumber. Su Feng was acutely aware that although Tang Hao is currently just a Title Douluo, attempting to slay him alongside Tang Sen would be an exceedingly arduous endeavor. After all, one was the chosen son, and the other, the chosen father, both under the protection of the heavenly Tao. To confront them directly would invite the obstruction of corrective forces. Most crucially, even if Tang San were to be slain, There was no guarantee that the heavenly Tao would not manifest Tang Si or Tang Wu, continuing its scriptural corrections, thus leading to endless complications. The sole resolution lay in depleting the corrective force that belonged to Tang San, effectively eroding his protagonist's halo. Ultimately, the corrective power wielded by the heavenly Tao is not infinite. The allocation of such power to individuals is finite. If one could exhaust the corrective energy possessed by an individual, the heavenly Tao would cease to interfere with them. Su Feng's intent in constructing this altar was to prepare for the creation of an army of the undead, tasked with pursuing Tang Hao and Tang San, gradually tormenting the father and son duo to deplete their corresponding corrective energies. In the end, Su Feng would find it effortless to eliminate them. The prior annihilation of Xiaogang had been particularly arduous due to the simultaneous absorption of all corrective forces assigned to him by the heavenly Tao. Had he instead captured Xiaogang and subjected him to gradual torment, the endeavor would have been considerably simpler. It is time to settle accounts with you. Su Feng had barely departed when Lu Erlong's icy gaze immediately turned towards Salas and the others. I shall inquire once more. How long until this altar is fully completed? Lu Erlong advanced menacingly towards Salas, an aura of terrifying flames enveloping her. My Lady Lu, Salas retreated repeatedly, his legs trembling uncontrollably, until he ultimately knelt upon the ground, incessantly bowing his head with a resounding thud, pleading, I acknowledge my error. I should not have deceived Lord Su. Rest assured, Lady Lu. Grant us 1.5 more days, and we shall assuredly complete the final touches on the altar. Bang! As soon as Salas finished speaking, Lu Erlong produced a long whip entwined with flames and lashed it fiercely across his face. The force of the blow sent him spinning through the air before crashing down. I ask you once more, Lu Erlong said, approaching Salas and stepping onto his head. With a surge of flames rising, Salas's face emitted a sizzling sound, a faint scent of burning flesh wafting through the air. How long will it take to complete? Lu Erlong's voice was calm, yet it was laced with an undercurrent of unrestrained fury. Rest assured, Lord Lu, even if it costs us our lives, we shall finish the final construction within a day. Lu Erlong's gaze shifted to the others around him. What do you think? Yes, Lord Lu, even if it means risking our lives, we will complete it within a day. The crowd echoed, kneeling in trepidation. This time truly represented the absolute limit of their endurance, but if they wished to finish, they would likely have to draw upon their life force without a moment's rest, for failure was not an option. However, more than the arduous task, they feared the torment inflicted by Lu Erlong, an existence worse than death, dominated by fear, a sensation they wished to avoid at all costs. With a crack, Lu Erlong released his foot from Salas and swung the fiery whip. If that is the case, why are you still standing around? Get to work. Yes, Lord Lu. Thus, within the puppet altar, Salas embarked on a desperate endeavor, refusing to slacken for even a moment. What was originally expected to take 2 days to complete was miraculously finished in just 1. Of course, Salas and his companions were utterly exhausted, drained of strength even to lift a hand. Fortunately, despite the intense pressure, no one had perished. Lord Lu, we have finally completed the task you set for us. Salas gasped, feeling a sense of relief. Surely, now that the task was accomplished, they could rest for a moment. Very well. To his surprise, Lu Erlong approached with the fiery whip in hand. Lord Lu, what do you mean? Salas attempted to retreat, but his body betrayed him, leaving him in a state of panic. Lu Erlong offered no explanation. Instead, he ensnared Salas with the whip and hurled him into the altar. Initiate the formation. Following Su Feng's instructions, Lu Erlong activated the grand array concealed within the puppet altar. Boom. Thunder rumbled as dark clouds gathered ominously above the altar, flashing with crimson lightning. What are you planning? Salas's thoughts raced back to the punishments in the electric prison, and instinctively, he shielded his lower body. What a joke. After being struck by that blood-red lightning, how could one possibly recover? In the heart of Salas, a sense of trepidation surged. Yet the crimson lightning showed no hesitation as it struck down upon him. Fortunately, there were no electric chickens. However, it was hardly a stroke of luck, for the ferocity of the current rendered him exquisitely tender, both inside and out. Would I truly meet my demise in this manner? At that moment, such thoughts coursed through Salas's mind. Yet the more he was assailed by the sanguine bolts, the more he felt an inexplicable wonder. His body seemed to be rapidly healing, an overwhelming sensation of regeneration enveloping him. To his astonishment, the corporeal form he had once possessed as a wraith had, indeed, begun to manifest flesh and blood. Boom. Rumbling. The crimson lightning continued its assault, each strike inflicting excruciating pain upon Salus. Yet he found himself laughing, an ecstatic madness overtaking him. I am alive once more. I can return to the world of Douluo. Salus had resigned himself to a spectral existence in this place. But it appeared that Lord Lu had intentions of resurrecting him for a grander purpose. As long as he could survive, as long as he was not perpetually tormented in this realm, he cared not whom he would confront. In that moment, the prospect of freedom filled Salus with uncontainable pride and joy. Good brother, your laughter has taken a strange turn. However, when Salus heard a familiar voice, his laughter abruptly ceased. You Xiaogang, you are doomed. Salus felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. He vowed to rally his comrades to deal with this wretched creature. As the puppet altar came to a close, every soul except Yu Xiaogang had been cleansed by the crimson lightning, reconstituting into flesh and blood. Now, they only awaited Su Feng to open a rift in space, allowing them to return directly to the Douluo world. A week passed quietly. During this time, Su Feng, as per his usual routine, lay idly, embodying his customary despondency. Oh no, since becoming an adult, he had indeed made progress. At least he had advanced significantly compared to his youthful self. Previously, in his child form, he would spend a minimum of 18 hours a day lying down, with an additional 3 hours for daydreaming, 2 hours watching others daydream, and the final hour allowing others to observe him in a state of reverie. Now, however, Su Feng felt content after lying down for just 17 hours. A full hour of improvement that he deemed quite substantial. Most importantly, the present Su Feng no longer daydreamed aimlessly. Instead, he engaged in purposeful, structured, and intentional reveries. Such was the case in the Holy Maiden Palace, within the martial arts arena. At the break of dawn, Bibi Dong hurriedly arrived to oversee Huliana's training, compelling Su Feng to remain vigilant. Any hint of idleness would undoubtedly invite her scolding. Thus, he resolved to wait until she departed before indulging in daydreaming. With that in mind, Su Feng settled into an elderly chair, remaining in a trance for the entire day, until the sun dipped below the horizon and the moonlight ascended, at which point he lazily stretched. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the daily task of idling in the training grounds for over 10 hours. Reward, 200 idling points. 10 ghost face masks. Anyone wearing this mask can communicate across space. Sigh. Despite my daily commitment to this routine of idleness, I receive yet another ghost face mask, which is of little use. Hearing the system's notification, Su Feng shook his head in disappointment. He had amassed over 100 of these items, yet they were nearly useless to him, as he had no one to communicate with telepathically. The only potential use would be during missions with Lu Erlong and others. But even then, it seemed unnecessary. He could contact Lu Erlong directly through the system's capabilities, rendering the mask somewhat superfluous. Wait a moment. Just because I find them redundant does not mean Lu Erlong and the others would not benefit. If they don these masks during combat, it would facilitate a deeper connection, undoubtedly enhancing their coordination in battle. A spark of realization ignited within Su Feng, transforming his earlier disappointment into delight. Alas, it seems I have idled too long. My mind has grown sluggish. Su Feng offered a bittersweet smile. Suddenly, a voice broke through his reverie. Brother, I've completed my task, Huliana exclaimed, sprinting towards Su Feng as she finished her training. A faint purple aura trailed behind her, and her eyes shimmered with an enchanting violet glow, captivating anyone who dared to gaze upon her, compelling them to pledge eternal protection for this girl. This was a hallmark of the top-tier Qingxiu immortal arts, now cultivated to the second level, exuding an irresistible charm that evoked feelings of reverence and affection in all who beheld her. Brother, I've trained all day. I'm so tired, Huliana said as she collapsed beside Su Feng, her eyes brimming with innocence and a hint of entreaty. Could you give me a little massage, please? Pouting, her eyes sparkled even more brightly, amplifying her appeal. Any young boy witnessing this scene would likely be unable to resist offering her a warm embrace, for she appeared so vulnerable and endearing, evoking no thoughts of malice. Smack! You little girl, how dare you use your charm on me? You're asking for a reprimand. Unexpectedly, Su Feng showed no interest in the matter at hand. With a swift motion, he flicked his finger towards Huliana. Ouch! Huliana exclaimed, clutching her head with a look of deep resentment. Brother, you're hitting my head again. It's going to make me duller. Duller? Su Feng replied with a bitter smile. Considering how articulate you are, could you possibly become any more foolish? Well, if I am indeed foolish, then I just want my brother to give me a gentle rub. Hulaina stuck out her tongue and, with a sudden leap, lunged towards Su Feng, arms wide open for a grand embrace. Buzz, however, before her petite form could reach him, she was suspended midair and tossed aside by Su Feng as if she were a mere chick. Little one, have I not told you? I've just finished training and am drenched in sweat. Do not come near me. To this, Hulaina bore no grudge. She had long since grown accustomed to such treatment. After landing, she quickly regained her footing and scampered back to Su Feng's side. Then, brother, if I take a bath, may I come closer? Will you give me a rub then? Why are you like the teacher, always wanting me to ask for a rub? Is it truly that comfortable? Su Feng regarded Hulaina with a weary gaze, feeling somewhat helpless. Naturally, he kept his thoughts to himself. Brother, could you please? Hulaina attempted to cling to Su Feng's arm in a playful manner, yet fearing he might toss her away again, she merely swayed gently on her rocking chair, her eyes glistening with tears that could surface at any moment, a display of practiced charm. Absolutely not. You have been denied this many times already. If you persist, I shall make you weep. Hulaina pouted, and indeed, tears began to well up in her eyes. All right, then be quick about it. Su Feng, unable to bear her disheartened expression, reluctantly acquiesced. Thank you, brother. Hulaina promptly dashed back to her room. Alas, what a predicament. Su Feng felt a throbbing headache. How could such a young girl already be acting this way? What would happen when she grew up? Memories of the past year flooded his mind. That little girl, having learned from whom he could only speculate, would cling to him every few days, concocting various excuses for him to indulge her. While there was nothing inherently wrong with this, given her tender age, even full-body massages were harmless. The issue arose when, during these moments, she would often explore his body with her tiny hands, attempting to lift his clothing on multiple occasions. That was simply too much. Who had she learned such behavior from? Su Feng was enveloped in confusion. Little did he know that every time he succumbed to laziness and fell into a deep slumber, Bibi Dong would be scheming nearby. Over time, her antics became habitual, inevitably leading to her being discovered by Hulaina, who then acquired this newfound knowledge and was eager to experiment with it. It was only upon attempting this that Hulaina finally understood why her teacher engaged in such behavior. Indeed, it was an incredibly pleasurable sensation. Uncertain of the reasons behind her enjoyment, Hulaina simply relished the feeling of her delicate hand gliding over her senior's arm, the sensation of her toes, as graceful as ice lotus petals, brushing against his calves. If given the chance, she yearned to lift her senior's clothing to personally experience the warmth emanating from his well-defined abdominal muscles, smooth yet undeniably muscular, an exquisite tactile sensation. Senior, I'm ready, Hulaina announced as she emerged from the room, having shed her practice attire in favor of a charming pink dress. Can I come closer? She asked, approaching Su Feng and playfully pointing at his chest. Previously, she would nestle in his embrace, requesting shoulder rubs, calf squeezes, and back scratches. You little rascal. You've truly been spoiled, Su Feng replied with a hint of exasperation. With a gentle wave of his hand, he released a soft stream of soul power, effortlessly lifting Hulaina and placing her onto the armchair, or rather, into his embrace. Unexpectedly, the teacher contemplated using a mechanical bird for eavesdropping. Fortunate for Su Feng, he could control the device, or else he would have been discovered. After disabling the bird's surveillance functions, he swiftly retrieved his phone and connected it to the hidden surveillance system installed in the Holy Maiden Palace, linking with numerous mechanical birds to display the gathered footage. It appeared that the teacher had indeed returned to her quarters, seemingly quite irate. This little rascal, how can she guard against me so thoroughly? There must be some unmentionable secret at play. Once you return to your room, I shall undoubtedly interrogate you properly, he mused, faintly hearing the teacher's murmured frustration. A bittersweet smile crept across Su Feng's face as he thought, it seems I am in for more trouble soon. Frankly speaking, Su Feng was reluctant to continue concealing his myriad secrets, such as his cultivation and the enigmatic chaos space. After all, hoarding such knowledge was indeed a cumbersome affair. He constantly found himself fabricating excuses to placate Bibi Dong. Most perplexing was the fact that, no matter how evasively he responded, Bibi Dong seemed to grasp his thoughts with unnerving clarity. This was exceedingly strange. Were it not for the assurance of his system's protection, he might have suspected that Bibi Dong had the ability to delve into his memories. He resolved to confide in his mentor at the earliest opportunity about his cultivation and certain secrets, preparing to lay his cards on the table. However, for the time being, he felt it prudent to remain silent. After all, he had previously portrayed himself as quite ordinary. Should he suddenly reveal his prowess, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions in Bibi Dong. What if she mistakenly believed he had been possessed by a powerful entity, much like a Yin's child had been taken over by Tang San? No, that simply would not do. He decided to postpone any revelations. As Su Feng pondered these matters, Bibi Dong's voice echoed once more through the surveillance footage on his phone. Where has my rope gone? I must find it quickly. If I do, it will be splendid. Upon hearing this, Su Feng instinctively focused intently on the screen, soon witnessing Bibi Dong tugging at the rope, which appeared remarkably sturdy. This little rascal dares to defy me, he thought, a smirk forming on his lips. Just wait until that rebellious disciple returns. I shall make sure to discipline him thoroughly. The voice resonated again, sending a shiver down Su Feng's spine. Oh no, it seems I can't return tonight. Observing Bibi Dong's actions, particularly the rope she had unearthed, filled Su Feng with trepidation, for it was the very same rope that had bound him on several occasions in the past. In truth, if Su Feng had wished to avoid being tied up, he could have simply revealed his cultivation to resist her attempts. After all, they were both soul masters. As long as he did not desire to be ensnared, she would have no means of subduing him. However, this would inevitably expose his true strength. And that was merely a minor concern. His primary fear lay in the possibility that she might mistakenly conclude he had been possessed, leading her to pursue him relentlessly for vengeance, which would spell considerable trouble for him. To err on the side of caution, perhaps it would be best not to return tonight. This notion grew increasingly potent within his mind. Little rascal. If you do not return after a stick of incense burns, I shall turn the holy maiden palace upside down to find you. At that point, your fate will be sealed. Yet, upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Su Feng swiftly altered his thoughts. No. That would mean my mentor would surely put me to the sword. Bibi Dong declared her intention to overturn the entire Holy Maiden Palace. And Su Feng harbored no doubts about her resolve, for she had done so in the past, even demolishing the clandestine basement he had constructed, a sanctuary of sorts, which resulted in Yu Guan receiving a thorough beating, as Su Feng had commissioned him to build it. Seizing the moment before his disciple's return, Su Feng decided to indulge in a refreshing bath. Just then, the playful lilt of Bibi Dong's voice reached his ears, seemingly humming a cheerful tune. To his astonishment, he beheld her on the screen, shedding her garments within her boudoir. Alas, one must not gaze upon such indecency. Su Feng instinctively shielded his eyes, too embarrassed to witness the provocative scene before him. Yet, a different thought began to burgeon within his mind. It struck him as unjust that this alluring teacher had surreptitiously observed him on numerous occasions and had touched him repeatedly, while he had yet to behold her in her entirety. It felt as if he had suffered a significant loss, though it was not entirely appropriate. He felt compelled to reclaim some semblance of balance. The notion of not looking back gnawed at him, leaving him with a sense of discontent. Resolute in his decision, Su Feng hesitantly parted his fingers to allow one eye to steal a glance at the unfolding scene on the screen. Just a brief moment, he reassured himself, should pose no harm. In the presence of Bibi Dong, he would never dare to look. His sense of propriety and the accompanying embarrassment made such an act feel utterly inappropriate, as if it would transgress the boundaries of decorum and offend his esteemed teacher. However, the thought of her perpetual advantage over him, coupled with his lack of opportunity to reciprocate, stirred a rebellious spirit within him. Thus, Su Feng continued to gaze. Bibi Dong first untied her hairband, and instantly, 3,000 strands cascaded down like a waterfall, remarkably silky and smooth. Accompanied by her clear, bright star-like eyes, her delicate, alluring lips, and her unparalleled, ethereal beauty that defies description, she appeared extraordinarily captivating. Bibi Dong continued to hum a soft tune, casting a glance at the door and the surroundings, seemingly ensuring that all entrances were securely managed. Once satisfied, she exhaled a sigh of relief, then delicately tucked a strand of hair behind her back, preparing to loosen the jade belt that confined her waist. Before she could untie it, her slender, delicate waist gave a slight twist, revealing her graceful figure. Alas, it was bound too tightly. Bibi Dong struggled to loosen her jade belt, yet it remained firmly in place, igniting her irritation and mischievous thoughts. If only my disciple were here to assist me, he would undoubtedly be flustered. As she pondered this, Bibi Dong finally managed to undo the belt and swiftly removed all her garments, leaving only a simple piece of fabric for modesty. Ultimately, Even that modest covering was cast aside. What am I doing? At this moment, Feng realized that the hand he had previously used to shield his eyes had long since dropped. His gaze was fixated on the screen, even employing a 500 times magnification feature to scrutinize every detail of his curiosity. In the midst of her bathing ritual, Bibi Dong hummed a little tune and stretched lazily before sauntering into the bathroom, instinctively closing the door behind her. Unaware that she was already fully exposed to the hidden mechanical bird, and more precisely, to Feng, who observed every detail without exception. Furthermore, the bathroom was equipped with surveillance apparatus akin to the mechanical bird, allowing Feng to witness Bibi Dong's every movement with crystal clarity after she entered. It is worth noting that Feng installed the surveillance not for the purpose of voyeurism, but rather to establish a comprehensive surveillance network, enabling him to visualize the entire Holy Maiden Palace in three-dimensional form and maintain control over everything within, to preempt any potential intrusion by assassins. However, he did not anticipate that Bibi Dong's actions tonight would inadvertently reveal a new function of the surveillance system, that of voyeurism. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Feng abruptly shut off his phone and slapped his face, feeling somewhat disoriented. How could I have done such a thing to my teacher? I must be out of my mind. He had always considered himself a rather serious individual, strict with rules and actions, unwilling to permit himself any lewd behavior towards the opposite sex, and even less so to allow others to overstep boundaries with him. Of course, Bibi Dong was an exception, for she was beyond his defenses. Bibi Dong's figure froze, her face a portrait of astonishment. The first thought that surged through her mind was, has the sun risen from the west? How could this be? In her recollection, her disciple was remarkably unique. Unlike most boys, he was not only excessively honest but also easily embarrassed, especially regarding the proprieties between men and women, adhering strictly to numerous taboos, never daring to overstep boundaries nor allowing others to do so. To her utter amazement, this little rascal had seemingly gone astray. No wonder he had looked at her with such a gaze earlier. Perhaps his mind was filled with images of her in a state of undress. The mere thought of the way her disciple had regarded her caused a flush to stain Bibi Dong's fair cheeks, her heartbeat quickening by several beats. Yet, she felt no sense of aversion. Rather, the emotions swirling within her were predominantly astonishment and shyness. Had she not overheard her disciple's thoughts, she would never have believed he could engage in such covert behavior. This was utterly unexpected. How had this little rascal managed to spy on her? Bibi Dong was enveloped in a haze of confusion. Then, she recalled the mechanical birds that had been mentioned earlier. In an instant, she unleashed a surge of mental energy. Buzz. Within moments, Bibi Dong had detected over a dozen mechanical birds hidden within her chamber, and she was far from uncovering them all. Each of these mechanical birds was capable of monitoring every corner, leaving no trace of a blind spot. Most importantly, these mechanical birds could not be discovered unless one was aware of their existence and deliberately sought them out. Their colors shifted according to their surroundings, effectively camouflaging them. To locate these mechanical birds, one had to utilize mental energy to sense the electrical fluctuations within them, for they operated on electricity. Grasping this aspect was essential for unveiling their presence. This little rascal, when did he install so many mechanical birds? Her beautiful eyes narrowed once more, astonished. Could it be that her disciple had secretly placed mechanical birds in the bathroom? This thought crossed her mind. However, she quickly dismissed it, for she had previously released her mental energy in the bathroom. Had there been mechanical birds there, she would have undoubtedly sensed them. Yet, if there were no mechanical birds in the bathtub, how could her disciple have spied on her while bathing? Bibi Dong's mind raced with thoughts. Just moments ago, her disciple had unwittingly revealed that he had not only spied on her while she was disrobing, but had also intruded upon her bathing rituals for quite some time. Yet, she distinctly remembered closing the door upon entering the bathroom. This could only imply that the bathing area was equipped with surveillance tools. She surmised that her disciple must have employed alternative monitoring devices to replace the mechanical bird, thus evading her notice. With so many clandestine gadgets at his disposal, achieving this should pose little difficulty. Suddenly, a realization struck Bibi Dong, igniting a mix of embarrassment and indignation within her. This little rascal was becoming increasingly audacious. Could it be that he had surreptitiously observed her on several occasions? If that were indeed the case, then her disciple might have witnessed those intimate moments she had previously indulged in secretly. The mere thought of such private matters potentially being exposed by her disciple caused her cheeks to flush crimson, her neck adorned with a rosy hue, and her body to radiate warmth. as if she longed to find a secluded place to hide. At that moment, Bibi Dong felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Do not inquire as to why, simply accept it. The possibility that her private acts could have been seen by her disciple made her feel utterly uncomfortable. How vexatious. It was all the fault of Honghe. Were it not for Honghe's encouragement, she would never have engaged in such behavior. And now, it seemed that all her indiscretions had been laid bare before her disciple's eyes. Bibi Dong reflected upon her past experiences, increasingly engulfed by feelings of shame and regret. Initially, she harbored no such desires or impulses, yet the whispers of the Red Queen echoed in her mind, urging her not to suppress her yearnings, but rather to learn to indulge herself. Alas, the image of her mentor in her heart had been utterly shattered. In a fleeting moment, a myriad of speculations and assertions unfolded in her mind, leaving her overwhelmed with timidity and remorse. Until, once again, the voice of Feng resonated within her. What's wrong? Why has the teacher fallen silent? Has my moment of indiscretion been uncovered? Surely not. I have only stolen a glance once, and to be caught so swiftly seems a stroke of ill fortune. Once, Bibi Dong's expression froze upon hearing Feng's words. Her disciple had merely glanced once. Did this imply that her own past indiscretions had escaped detection? With this realization, a wave of relief washed over her. Oh, I hope I have not been discovered. Otherwise, I shall be at a loss in facing my teacher henceforth. Wait, why should I fear being found out? The teacher has taken advantage of me on numerous occasions, not only stripping me bare, but also pouncing upon me, exploring every inch of my being with reckless abandon. My only transgression was a single moment of curiosity, merely to recoup my losses. Why should I feel guilty? To recover her losses, she had dared to steal a glance at her mentor? How enlightening. A soft chuckle escaped her lips at Feng's thoughts. I knew it. My disciple could not have acted on a whim to indulge in such voyeurism. It seems she felt aggrieved by my numerous impositions and sought to reclaim some semblance of equity. Bibi Dong gazed at Feng, observing his averted gaze. As he seemed too shy to meet her eyes, she couldn't help but find it amusing. You little rascal, you had so many opportunities to look before. Yet you choose to steal glances in secret. Is it truly then embarrassing for you? Ah, I suppose it is. If you weren't prone to such bashfulness, you would have long since succumbed to the Red Queen's advances. Bibi Dong reflected inwardly, clearly recalling how the Red Queen had made multiple proposals to share a bed with her disciple, all of which he had firmly declined. On another note, throughout this past year, although she had taken considerable liberties with her disciple, she had yet to encounter that forbidden territory again, which piqued her curiosity immensely. Bibi Dong, for reasons unbeknownst to her, was suddenly transported back in time to a year prior. It was during that fateful incident, when an explosion ensued due to her attempts to eliminate Xiaogang, that she had stealthily assisted her disciple in addressing two physiological needs while he lay in a deep slumber. Although a year had elapsed, the memories remained vivid in her mind, as if imprinted upon her very consciousness. These recollections, haunting yet alluring, compelled her to envision Feng as the object of her fantasies each time Honghe suggested she find solace in the bath. Such thoughts inevitably led her to ponder certain intimate queries. Could such a narrow crevice truly accommodate him? The more she contemplated, the quicker her heart raced, and an insatiable heat enveloped her entire being. Her enchanting eyes scrutinized Feng from head to toe, as if she longed to decipher his very essence. Alas, she chastised herself for such unbecoming thoughts. It was then that Feng, who had remained silent thus far, finally spoke, breaking the dense silence that had filled the air and igniting a sense of unease within him. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave to the bath, he stated, feeling the need to secure the monitoring devices in the bathroom to avoid any potential reprimand from his master. With a soft chuckle, Bibi Dong decided to let the matter slide this time, acknowledging that it was merely an impulsive act on his part. Despite her embarrassment and irritation, she could not bring herself to further torment him. You may go, she permitted, secretly wishing for Feng to dismantle the surveillance equipment. Otherwise, she would dread entering the bathroom on her next visit. With a cough, Feng hastily made his way towards the bathroom, and with a resounding thud, the door was locked behind him. Concurrently, an invisible strand of spiritual energy lingered at the entrance, ready to alert him should anyone approach. Observing his actions, Bibi Dong felt a pang of displeasure. How could he dare guard against her after having indulged in the act of spying on her? Moments later, the sound of water splashed through the air. In the bathroom, the sound of water splashing resonated, prompting Dong to indulge in a myriad of vivid fantasies. Perfect outlines, a robust physique, and those impeccably defined abdominal muscles exhibited an unparalleled aesthetic, were it not for the knowledge of his laziness. One might easily assume he was a dedicated athlete. Particularly striking were his handsome features, devoid of any flaw, as if he possessed the most exquisite visage in existence, unmatched by any other. Any woman who cast a glance his way would inevitably feel an instant attraction, save for one, his adversary. With a gulp, in her imagination, Bibi Dong seemed to perceive the scene within the bath, unable to resist the urge to swallow hard, her gaze fixated intently on the bathroom. This moment perfectly illustrated the adage, what is unattainable is forever restless. The more Su Feng prevented Bibi Dong from indulging in reckless behavior, the more agitated she became, yearning to extract some advantage from him. Perhaps she could offer to assist her disciple with his bathing? Listening to the sounds emanating from the bathroom, Bibi Dong entertained a bold notion. Perhaps feeling a tinge of embarrassment over such a thought, she hastily rationalized it. Her disciple, with such an acute sense of cleanliness, surely would not appreciate any dirt upon his body. Therefore, her concern was merely for his inability to cleanse himself adequately, not a desire to behold him in his entirety. Yet, deep down, she could not quite convince herself of this. Having shared a life with her disciple for so long, particularly during the period following the emergence of Hong Ho, she had long since recognized her own disposition. It was clear she sought to take advantage of him. Unable to resist the allure of her disciple, her desires often mirroring those of Hong Ho, albeit with far greater intensity. Previously, without Hong Ho's influence, she had been oblivious to these sentiments, or perhaps unwilling to acknowledge them. However, with Hong Ho's presence, she gradually unearthed these latent thoughts, subtly accepting them. As for why the inclination to take advantage of her disciple arose, while such thoughts did not extend to others, Bibi Dong remained uncertain. She had speculated. Yet those conjectures were ones she was reluctant to admit or voice, fearing Su Feng's rejection. After all, she was of an age that could easily qualify her as a mother to him, while he was merely a young man, surely preferring the company of girls his own age. Such thoughts had crossed her mind more than once, and it was precisely these musings that had kept her from ever confessing her true feelings to Su Feng. Splash, splash. In the bathroom, the sound of water continued to flow, while Bibi Dong approached, her charming face flushed with a rosy hue, rendering her exceedingly captivating. Finally, she halted just outside the bathroom's warning line, ensuring that Su Feng remained unaware of her presence. Her expression grew complex as she murmured softly, tinged with playful reproach, "You little rascal, over the past year, I have introduced you to so many girls, yet you have disregarded them all. What are you truly thinking?" A year ago, following the catastrophic explosion that targeted Xiaogang, her disciple fell into a coma, providing her with an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Unexpectedly, during this process, her disciple reacted in a manner that was both astonishing and formidable. Consequently, she mustered the courage to assist him in releasing his pent-up emotions on 2 occasions. From that moment forward, she resolved to find him a girlfriend, recognizing that he had matured and possessed certain needs that she could not consistently fulfill. It was crucial to note that if a young man were to suppress such needs for an extended period, it could adversely affect his health, a fact Bibi Dong had gleaned from her readings. Therefore, throughout the past year, she diligently sought a suitable partner for Su Feng, motivated by her desire to safeguard his well-being. In her quest, she scoured the entirety of Spirit City, familiarizing herself with every eligible and attractive young lady available. To her dismay, despite her extensive search, she found no suitable candidates. Either they lacked the beauty or youth she deemed necessary, or their intentions were impure, seeking to climb the social ladder, which left her disciple dissatisfied. Even when her disciple finally expressed willingness to give someone a chance, she found herself discontented upon witnessing those girls approaching him, yearning for closeness. This inexplicable agitation consumed her, and she pondered, can such girls be accepted? Certainly not. I brought you here to serve my disciple, not to drive me to frustration. Bibi Dong was unwavering in this belief, and while she perhaps understood her aversion to those girls, she refused to admit it. She remained steadfast in her conviction that there existed a young woman who could provide comfort for her disciple without inciting her jealousy or discomfort. Hence, she spent an entire year searching for a candidate who could fulfill both her disciple's needs and her own peace of mind, yet to no avail. As the sound of water in the bathroom gradually diminished and eventually ceased, Bibi Dong pondered for a moment. Concluding, It appears that my disciple has finished his shower and is about to commence the next step of his bathing routine. Although the scene within the bathroom remains obscured, one can piece together a general sequence from the fragmented images previously glimpsed by Bibi Dong, thus easily surmising Su Feng's activities. It seems enticing to take a peek. He. In this manner, I could witness the extent of my disciple's growth. Humph, that little rascal just spied on me. If I could reverse the gaze, it would be a delightful gain. Bibi Dong found herself lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, an array of indescribable images flooding her mind. Yet soon enough, a hint of panic surfaced upon her countenance. How could she possibly voice such a request? She longed to knock on the bathroom door, to concoct some excuse to enter. Yet fear held her back, as she deemed such an act too shameful. Alas, matters of this nature seemed more suited for the likes of Hong Ho. Had she been present, she would undoubtedly have barged right in. Bibi Dong was lost in her thoughts, unaware that it was precisely due to these musings that the slumbering Red Queen within her, which had lain dormant for an entire week, was gradually awakening. A hum resonated, and one could observe the once dormant crimson light in Bibi Dong's eyes flickering back to life. In Bibi Dong's mind, the whispers of a demon echoed once more. Bibi Dong, if you hesitate to enter and dare not act, then allow me to take over. I am you. The mention of Red Queen startled Bibi Dong. Had she awakened prematurely? A week prior, her disciple had successfully dispelled a significant amount of the malevolent thoughts, and it was expected that she would remain dormant for at least another fortnight. However, unbeknownst to Bibi Dong, her own errant thoughts and the vivid, indescribable images she conjured had inadvertently given rise to peculiar notions, which the Red Queen magnified infinitely, ultimately leading to her early awakening. Bibi Dong, what are you still hesitating for? Do you not wish to see your dear disciple in good health? Can you truly rest easy without verifying it with your own eyes? At that moment, the Red Queen disregarded Bibi Dong's contemplations and immediately began to incite her thoughts upon awakening. Bibi Dong found herself momentarily at a loss for words, stammering as she attempted to justify. My disciple has grown into an adult. How could I intrude upon his privacy? He would certainly be angered. Do not delude yourself, Bibi Dong. No one understands your desires better than I do. The truth is, you not only wish to intrude, but also to possess Su Feng. You simply lack the courage to do so. Am I mistaken? Bibi Dong fell silent, unable to refute the assertion, seemingly at a loss for a suitable response. Submit your body to me, Bibi Dong. Allow me to engage in what you yearn to do but fear to act upon. With each whisper from the Red Queen, a seductive crimson gleam flickered in Bibi Dong's eyes. Had Su Feng witnessed this scene, he would discern that the Red Queen was endeavoring to seize control over Bibi Dong's body, preparing to strike. Red Queen, cease your words. My disciple is currently bathing. I will not permit you to emerge. Otherwise, your reckless actions may incite his ire. Suddenly, Bibi Dong clasped her ears, seemingly unable to bear the words of the Red Queen any longer, fearful that she might actually be swayed. Yet, such resistance proved futile, for the Red Queen whispered directly into her mind. Do not forget how I came into existence, Bibi Dong. I, the Red Queen, was awakened by your own volition, created solely to fulfill your desires. If you truly harbor no thoughts, I would remain in eternal slumber, incapable of awakening. My presence now is a testament to your need for me. Relax and surrender your body to me. The last words of the Red Queen were imbued with an intensified tone, echoing like a haunting melody, penetrating deep into the soul. Bibi Dong remained silent, her luminous, captivating eyes gradually veiling themselves with a crimson hue, ultimately transforming into a deep scarlet, as if possessed by a demon. Clearly, from that moment forth, her body would be under the control of the Red Queen. My disciple, I have returned, the Red Queen remarked, casting a glance at the cautionary barrier before disregarding it entirely and striding towards the bathroom. Buzz, who's outside? Teacher, is that you? As anticipated, with the Red Queen's approach, a wave of soul power surged forth, instantly alarming Su Feng within the bathroom. Upon hearing this, the Red Queen refrained from immediately responding, instead concealing the avarice on her face and adopting a more serious demeanor. Finally, with a hint of gravity in her tone, she spoke. Disciple, I left my clothes inside. Kindly open the door so I may retrieve them, and you may continue your bath afterward. The Red Queen was acutely aware of Su Feng's vigilant nature under normal circumstances. He would seldom grant her any advantage, often regarding her with disdain. Were it not for Bibi Dong's protection, she might have already been eliminated. If she wished to breach the bathroom, she must devise a suitable pretext while ensuring her identity as the Red Queen remained concealed. For Su Feng would undoubtedly refuse to cooperate, and might even threaten her. If your teacher's clothes are indeed left in the bathroom, it stands to reason that I would wait until you finish bathing to retrieve them. Yet, your eagerness to have me open the door implies that you are the Red Queen, plotting to invade and spy on me. How shameless you are. As expected, Su Feng immediately grew suspicious, displaying no intention of opening the door. This little rascal, how cautious. The Red Queen lightly bit her red lip, her annoyance flaring despite having anticipated this scene. Little rascal, she reiterated after a brief pause, her voice laced with seriousness and a hint of discontent. What nonsense are you spouting? I am your teacher. How could I commit such a sordid act? If you feel embarrassed, simply hand me my clothes. Su Feng's refusal to allow her entry was anticipated by the Red Queen. Her ultimate goal was to prompt him to open the door. Once it was ajar, she could swiftly enter. Very well, then you shall wait. Indeed, within the confines of the bathroom, Su Feng did not hesitate and promptly acquiesced. He. The disciple fell for it. Outside the bathroom, Hong Ho's cunning scheme had succeeded, though she stifled her laughter, fearing Su Feng might detect her amusement. Here, take it, she called out. Moments later, Hong Ho observed Su Feng cautiously opening the door just a crack, gingerly extending an arm to hand over his clothes. However, he was exceedingly cautious, revealing only his forearm, leaving her no opportunity for a furtive glance. Oh disciple, how reckless you are. The instant the bathroom door swung open, she seized Su Feng's arm and pulled him outward. Hand it over. A faint smile graced Hong Ho's lips, her face betraying an unmasked avarice. Her eyes glinting with a devilish allure, crimson and enchanting. In her mind's eye, she envisioned that with this tug, Su Feng would undoubtedly be fully exposed before her. Since her inception, she had yet to truly behold Su Feng in his entirety, and excitement surged within her. Huh? Why are you? To her astonishment, as Su Feng emerged, Hong Ho froze. To her dismay, he had already donned his trousers, revealing only his upper body. You little rascal. How can you put on your pants before finishing your bath? Upon witnessing Su Feng in this state, disappointment washed over her, mingled with a hint of irritation at his vigilance. It is indeed you. Fortunately, I was prepared, otherwise, you would have triumphed. Simultaneously, Su Feng recognized Hong Ho, a slight smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth, as if he had unraveled a grand conspiracy. I don't care. Today, I must see for myself. Just when she was on the verge of witnessing Su Feng in his entirety, he had the audacity to don his trousers, leaving her unwilling to concede. She immediately reached for his pants. What do you think you're doing? Su Feng's pupils dilated, swiftly intervening and firmly grasping her hand. Disciple, let me have just a glimpse. I promise it will be but a glance. Once I ascertain that everything is indeed healthy and intact, I shall return to my slumber, all right? Seeing Hong Ho in such a frenzied state, Su Feng's lips twitched as he could not help but reprimand her. What nonsense are you spouting? Have you lost your mind? What do you mean by that thing? What do you mean by healthy and intact? What on earth occupies your mind? Su Feng silently grumbled, yet upon realizing his misstep in expression, he corrected himself internally. Oh no, you lack sense. You are merely an entity with consciousness. Despite his internal musings, Su Feng remained resolute against Hong Ho's insistence, fully focused on thwarting her attempts, lest she unexpectedly strike back, turning the narrative into an entirely different tale. Disciple, release me. Let me see just once. You are delusional. Su Feng replied firmly. And you quickly withdraw your hand. I have no inclination to indulge in your antics. I have yet to witness it. I will not relinquish my grip. After a moment of entanglement, Su Feng lost his patience and threatened, Hong Ho, if you continue to cause a ruckus, I shall unleash the sealing technique. If you do not wish to fall into eternal slumber, release me at once. A hum resonated as a cryptic golden pattern materialized upon Su Feng's forehead, a sigil capable of sealing spiritual entities, provided by the system itself. With but a thought, he could confine Hong Ho instantly. Hong Ho, release me. Were it not for dire necessity, Su Feng would prefer not to threaten her. For Bibi Dong had warned him that should he intimidate Hong Ho, she would retaliate. Hong Ho, you must let go? Upon hearing these words and sensing the enigmatic force emanating from the sealing pattern, her body involuntarily trembled. She quickly released her hold and cautiously stepped back from Su Feng, wary of drawing too close to the golden sigil. You were always aware of this possibility. I would not force you otherwise. I know you merely wish to frighten me. How about you put away that sealing sigil first, and then we can have a proper discussion. Hong Ho waved her hand, indicating for him to stow the sigil, and then, seemingly struck by a mischievous thought, added, "Or perhaps, I could assist you in cleansing yourself. If you desire anything from me, I would not refuse." With that, Hong-ho brazenly prepared to loosen the strap on her shoulder, as if to shed her garments before Su Feng. "Silence! Do not utter such lewd words in my presence, nor perform such actions. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless." Su Feng glared at her, his expression grave, the golden pattern on his forehead shining ever more brilliantly. Were it not for his reluctance to harm his teacher's body, he would have struck her without hesitation. To him, Hong-ho's behavior was an affront and humiliation to Bibi Dong, for the genuine Bibi Dong would never engage in such conduct. Hong-ho, upon witnessing the golden pattern and Su Feng's demeanor, halted her actions, trembling with sorrow as she finally spoke. Her voice choked with emotion. "Do you truly wish to rid yourself of me?" "Indeed," Su Feng replied, a cold smirk curling on his lips, as if to say, "You are quite perceptive." Hong-ho, an embodiment of malevolent thoughts, incessantly influenced Bibi Dong's psyche and posed a risk of possession. Su Feng was resolute in his desire to eliminate this ticking time bomb. Yet regrettably, Bibi Dong forbade him from slaying her. "Hong-ho," she paused, reflecting on his response, her body trembling again as she struggled to voice her feelings, a quiver in her tone. "Do you not know that I care for you? Can you truly bring yourself to eliminate me? Enough. Do not call me your disciple, nor refer to yourself as my teacher. Remember, you are you, and I am the teacher." Su Feng remained unmoved, his expression still exceptionally grave. "Do not presume to assume identities recklessly. You are merely a spirit. The fact that I allow you to remain is already in consideration of my teacher. Do not overstep your bounds." After speaking, Su Feng returned to the bathroom, meticulously stored the golden patterns, and with a resounding thud, he abruptly closed the bathroom door. The sound of splashing water continued to evoke the imagination, yet Hong-ho appeared somewhat distracted, devoid of any inclination to indulge in fantasy. "I knew it would come to this. I foresaw it." After casting one last glance towards the bathroom, Hong-ho turned away, her delicate hand tightening slightly, and she returned to Bibi Dong's bed, tinged with a hint of disappointment. "Am I truly so detestable? Why must it always be this way with me?" Lying on the bed, Hong-ho felt increasingly uneasy. Her pale pink lips, unbeknownst to her, had gently pursed, eventually biting down until they turned white, blood seeping forth. Even so, she seemed oblivious to the pain. For compared to this minor discomfort, the anguish within her heart was immeasurably greater. In that moment, Hong-ho ceased to voice her thoughts, instead pulling up the covers to envelop her entire being, clutching a pillow as if seeking solace in the void. "He has been so heartless. Why do I cling to futile fantasies? Why does this always happen? What have I done wrong?" These murmured words were spoken softly yet were steeped in boundless grievance and sorrow, her eyes gradually filling with a veil of tears. Regret began to settle within her. Regret for responding to Bibi Dong's call, regret for awakening, and most of all, regret for being born into this world. Her existence was meant to be a vessel for desire, to act without hesitation, not to be scorned, threatened, or wronged. Perhaps it was precisely because of her intense longing that rejection brought forth even greater pain. "Enough. After being turned away so many times, I should have been more self-aware. From now on, I shall no longer emerge. I shall no longer harbor feelings for you." As the final words echoed, they brimmed with a sense of grievance. As if she had been thoroughly wounded, her heart shattered. Buzz, the crimson radiance in Hong-ho's eyes, a symbol of her identity, gradually dimmed until it ultimately extinguished. Following this fading glow, tears welled in her eyes, slowly cascading down, soaking the pillow beneath her. Moments later, the sound of footsteps echoed, tap, 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 as Su Feng emerged from the bathroom, now clad in a dry set of pajamas that enveloped his form, clearly ever vigilant against Hong-ho's presence. Su Feng cast a glance at Bibi Dong's bed, where he noticed a figure lying on her side, clutching a pillow. A sense of perplexity washed over him. According to custom, after I finish my bath, Hong-ho would surely come over for a touch, yet she seems so subdued now. Su Feng dismissed the thought, concluding that perhaps it was for the best. No one was there to bother him. Humming a little tune, he made his way to his own bed, but after only a few steps, he abruptly halted. Something felt amiss. If Hong-ho were awake, she should not be so compliant. The more he pondered, the more his confusion deepened. Approaching Bibi Dong's bed, he began to probe with his spiritual energy. Oh, so that's it. To his surprise, Hong-ho had opted for self-induced slumber. Realization dawned upon Su Feng. Yet a new suspicion arose within him. Could it be that my earlier words were too hurtful, causing Hong-ho to retreat into herself? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Perhaps. Su Feng's eyes sparkled with insight. This was a fortuitous opportunity. While Hong-ho remained in her self-imposed slumber, he could seize the moment to have Bibi Dong absorb that 300,000-year soul ring. Over a year ago, he had successfully purchased two 300,000-year Death Spider Emperor soul rings at a discounted price in the marketplace. One was intended for Bibi Dong. However, due to the emergence of Hong-ho, he had refrained from allowing Bibi Dong to absorb it, fearing that Hong-ho might disrupt her communion with her martial spirit. Now, with Hong-ho choosing self-sleep, this was far superior to having her fall into slumber due to his dispelling of evil thoughts. Perhaps for the next month, or even half a year, Hong-ho would remain undisturbed. This splendid opportunity prompted Su Feng to prepare for Bibi Dong to absorb the 300,000-year soul ring. Teacher, are you asleep? Hello, teacher. In order to prevent Bibi Dong from discovering the existence of the 300,000-year soul ring, Su Feng tentatively called out a few times, simultaneously poking her in the armpit. But he received no response, nor did he sense anything unusual. It seemed that Hong-ho's slumber had allowed the teacher to drift off as well. With this confirmation, Su Feng summoned a brilliant red soul ring, within which a vivid pattern of the Spider Emperor came to life, resembling a genuine Death Spider Emperor. In an instant, as the soul ring was extracted, Su Feng guided it towards Bibi Dong's body, the entire process unfolding in a mere heartbeat. Everything was accomplished. Now, it was merely a matter of waiting for a dream to unfold. Su Feng exhaled in relief and then adjusted Bibi Dong's blanket before returning to his own bed to rest. As for Bibi Dong's safety, Su Feng harbored no concerns. After all, the Red Queen was in a deep slumber, and no one could disturb Bibi Dong. Most importantly, the 300,000-year soul ring had been purchased from the system's regular marketplace, making it exceptionally compatible for absorption, regardless of one's cultivation level. The only side effect was that it induced dreams. Whether sweet or nightmarish was uncertain. Unlike Lu Erlong, who had acquired a 100,000-year soul ring from the discount section, which was of inferior quality and required personal refinement of the chaotic energy within. She even needed Su Feng to personally protect her to prevent any mishaps. An incense stick's worth of time later, in the boudoir, Su Feng was sound asleep, unaware of the turmoil brewing nearby. Due to the influence of the 300,000-year soul ring, Bibi Dong had plunged into a terrifying dreamscape that rendered her countenance increasingly pale. No. Please, no. She murmured unconsciously, beads of sweat forming on her delicate forehead, her hands gripping the sheets tightly, as if resisting an unseen force. As Su Feng had mentioned, after the 300,000-year soul ring fused with Bibi Dong's essence, she found herself ensnared in a dream that felt strikingly real. The content of this dream was intricately woven from the thoughts and emotions of the one absorbing the soul ring. The deeper her desires and fears, or her yearning for knowledge, the more vivid the corresponding dream became. For instance, when Su Feng absorbed his own 300,000-year soul ring, he experienced a delightful dream. For his thoughts were solely centered on leisure and enjoyment. In that dream, all his wishes were granted. Beautiful maidens served him tea, gentle fairies massaged his shoulders and legs. And most importantly, he could indulge in idleness without a single reproach. At that moment, within Bibi Dong's dream, darkness enveloped her, rendering her unable to see even her own hand. Where is this place? Wasn't I just in my room? Bibi Dong surveyed her surroundings. Yet all that met her gaze was a realm of frailty, which instantly set her heart racing with unease. The sensation of being the sole inhabitant of a desolate world was profoundly discomforting. Where exactly is this place? Is anyone there? Suddenly, Bibi Dong called out loudly, and her voice echoed back to her in waves. Is anyone there? Hearing this sound and gazing into the boundless darkness, Bibi Dong felt a tightening in her chest, an inexplicable surge of fear enveloping her. Just then, a flicker of red illuminated the shadows. A girl clad in a crimson dress soared towards her. This girl appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age, with flowing blood-red hair and equally crimson eyes that exuded an enchanting allure. Even her attire, a flowing red gown, accentuated her captivating presence. When comparing this girl to Bibi Dong, one could easily discern that she resembled a youthful version of Bibi Dong herself. The only distinction being the girl's profound affinity for the color red. Red? How did you come to be here? Upon seeing the newcomer, Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback, yet a profound sense of security enveloped her, for she was no longer alone in this place. Most importantly, the arrival was none other than Hong Ho, which instantly provided her with a sense of reassurance. However, in response to her inquiry, Hong Ho remained silent, her expression a tapestry of complexity as she regarded Bibi Dong. Is something troubling you, Hong Ho? Bibi Dong inquired, her delicate brows furrowing in concern as she sensed something amiss. Yet, Hong Ho continued to withhold her words, maintaining her quiet observation. Hong Ho, what is the matter with you? Bibi Dong pressed further, her unease growing. Bibi Dong instinctively took a few steps closer to Hong Ho, her expression growing increasingly urgent. Where's this place? Hong Ho remained silent, gazing at her counterpart for an extended moment. However, her countenance became increasingly intricate, reflecting envy, jealousy, and predominantly, a profound sense of loss and sorrow. At last, Hong Ho broke the silence, albeit with a hint of bitterness in her tone. Do you understand why you have arrived here? Why? Bibi Dong retorted almost immediately. Simply because Su Feng has bestowed upon you a 300,000, your soul ring. It is the unique effects of this soul ring that have brought you to this realm, into this profound dreamscape. As she spoke, a glimmer of uncontrollable emotion flickered in Hong Ho's eyes. The apprentice she had consistently referred to had now transformed into Su Feng. Just as she had succumbed to slumber, Su Feng had, in the next moment, granted Bibi Dong a soul ring of extraordinary age, one that could be assimilated directly into her martial soul without the need for refinement. Although Hong Ho was unaware of Su Feng's source for such a soul ring, it was evident from his actions that he was deliberately guarding against her, fearing that she might exert an influence over Bibi Dong. But why are you here? Did I not relinquish control of my body to you? Bibi Dong, still oblivious to the implications of the 300,000 year soul ring, mistakenly assumed that Hong Ho was merely toying with her apprentice. Why am I here? Because this is my place of slumber, Hong Ho thought with a touch of self-mockery, instinctively glancing around at the surrounding scenery, which remained an endless void of darkness and eternal nothingness. An indescribable sense of desolation enveloped her entire being. To be ensnared in eternal slumber, to experience solitude and darkness alone, wasn't this precisely what he desired? Hong Ho felt a tinge of grievance and bitterness. Yet she refrained from voicing it to Bibi Dong, instead forcing a smile that appeared somewhat strained. Why I am here is inconsequential. What truly matters is whether you wish to escape from this place. This realm was not only her resting ground, but also a domain under her dominion. As long as she remained there, she could facilitate Bibi Dong's departure from the dream. While Su Feng harbored disdain for her, Bibi Dong had genuinely shown her kindness, a sentiment she had always sensed. She did not wish to unleash her frustrations regarding Su Feng upon Bibi Dong. Furthermore, through her awareness of the deeper layers of the dream, Hong Ho had a premonition of what Bibi Dong would encounter next, and she was reluctant for her to witness that vision. Hong Ho, tell me honestly, what has transpired? Hong Ho had initially intended to keep her self-induced slumber a secret from Bibi Dong, but her expression betrayed her, prompting Bibi Dong to immediately sense something amiss. Has that little rascal threatened you again? Bibi Dong's exquisite visage was clouded with wrath, clearly indicating her intention to exact vengeance upon the Red Queen. Time was of the essence, so she urged, please allow me to finish speaking. The Red Queen, however, did not respond immediately. Instead, she fervently elucidated. I sense that Su Feng has introduced a soul ring of 300,000 years to you. This soul ring possesses a side effect that will thrust you into an extraordinarily vivid dreamscape, which is precisely where you are now, a profound dream realm. Within this dream, you will encounter nightmares that you would absolutely dread to confront, and these nightmares will be so strikingly real that you will hardly discern their falsehood. Nevertheless, as long as I remain here, I can temporarily halt the initiation of this dream. Furthermore, should you desire it, I can assist you in extricating yourself from this dream at once. So, do you truly wish to escape? The Red Queen had a means to liberate Bibi Dong, but it required her cooperation, otherwise, she would have expelled Bibi Dong long ago. Nightmares? And so real that one could not perceive their falsity? Upon hearing the Red Queen's explanation, Bibi Dong shivered involuntarily. She abhorred nightmares above all else. She promptly nodded, of course I wish to escape. How will you facilitate my departure? Yet, as soon as she spoke, Bibi Dong sensed something amiss. For the Red Queen had never been one to dally, she acted decisively without room for negotiation. But why are you behaving so unusually today? Are you concealing something from me? Bibi Dong gazed intently at the Red Queen. Perhaps fearing Bibi Dong's continued suspicion, a smile once again graced the Red Queen's face. This time, her smile appeared markedly more relaxed, as if she had unraveled some truths and found solace. But let us set that aside for now. The pressing matter at hand is for you to accept this portion of my power. Only then can we extricate ourselves from the depths of the dream realm. The Red Queen seemed pressed for time, and in the next moment, she formed a series of intricate hand seals, unleashing a torrent of crimson light that surged forth from her being and darted toward Bibi Dong. Very well. Seeing that the Red Queen had already taken action, Bibi Dong felt compelled to comply and began to absorb the crimson energy that had been released. As she continued to absorb the energy, Bibi Dong noticed something unusual about the Red Queen's form. The once solid and formidable figure of the Red Queen began to grow increasingly ethereal, exhibiting a tendency towards transparency. Bibi Dong's expression suddenly changed drastically, and she abruptly ceased her actions of absorption. She then shouted at the Red Queen, "Stop! What on earth are you doing? You must be concealing something from me, am I right?" Bibi Dong's figure flickered before the Red Queen, and instinctively, she reached out to grasp her. However, the Red Queen drifted away, seemingly evading her touch. A smile lingered on the Red Queen's face as she said, "Do not inquire further. Everything is of my own volition." It was evident that for Bibi Dong to escape this dreamscape, the Red Queen would have to pay a price. This price, while not exorbitant, required her to release a fragment of her malevolent energy. Yet, it was not insignificant, for the majority of her dark power had been sealed away. Her true essence lay in slumber. What manifested now was merely a remnant, stirred by Bibi Dong's presence. She had expended her last vestige of strength for Bibi Dong, and soon she would dissipate. It was a pity that despite her utmost effort, she could not liberate Bibi Dong from this nightmare. Alas, though I cannot fully extricate you from this torment, at least I can alleviate it to some extent, the Red Queen mused, observing Bibi Dong. In her perception, Bibi Dong's descent into this dream was peculiar, striking at the very core of her emotional vulnerabilities, an ordeal that would be exceedingly difficult for her to bear. Had the Red Queen not intervened, she feared that this nightmare would leave psychological scars on Bibi Dong. Of course, the reason for this phenomenon was likely due to her own influence, for she was indeed the spirit of malice, and her emotional fluctuations would invariably affect Bibi Dong. This evening, having been spurned by Feng, she was already despondent and hopeless, which in turn impacted Bibi Dong, leading her to encounter such a harrowing nightmare upon her slumber. "Come to me," Bibi Dong exclaimed, completely unaware of the unfolding events. She gazed at the increasingly ethereal figure of the Red Queen, panic rising within her. "Red Queen, I beseech you, come to me swiftly." Bibi Dong desperately sought to seize the Red Queen, yet the Red Queen offered her no opportunity, continuously distancing herself, her figure rapidly dissipating. The pursuit of Bibi Dong did not endure for long, for the lower half of Honghe, those exquisite feet resembling ice lotuses nurtured in a frigid realm, began to fade away, gradually extending until her entire lower half completely vanished. "Honghe, is there any intrigue in your evasion? Once I depart from this place, I shall still ascertain the outcome. A simple inquiry to my disciple will reveal the truth of what transpired." Upon hearing these words, Honghe halted, her expression becoming increasingly complex. "Bibi Dong, how I wish I had never appeared, or that I possessed even a fraction of your resolve. Were I in your position, I would never exhibit such cowardice, nor would I shy away from expressing my true feelings. If I could take your place, that little rascal would have long been mine. Perhaps it is no longer of consequence." As Honghe gazed at Bibi Dong, it seemed she could no longer withstand the anguish within her heart. Crystalline tears, which had but recently subsided, surged forth once more, swiftly dampening the corners of her eyes. "I truly envy you." With that final utterance, the remnants of her upper half began to dissipate rapidly. "Honghe!" Bibi Dong cried out in desperation, seizing the moment while the Red Queen had not yet distanced herself. She rushed towards her, extending her hand vigorously in an attempt to grasp her. However, her hand merely passed through the Red Queen, devoid of any tangible sensation, as if she were merely a phantom. This scene bore a striking resemblance to a dream she had once experienced, though in that instance, it was a youthful Feng she had sought, and now it was the Red Queen. "No, don't!" Bibi Dong exclaimed, her heart racing as she observed the Red Queen's form becoming increasingly ethereal until she ultimately vanished. In a fit of urgency, Bibi Dong shouted, "Red Queen, come back to me, please." Although this transpired within a dream, she harbored an unsettling premonition that upon awakening, the Red Queen might never return. As the remnants of the Red Queen dissipated, an unforeseen transformation unfolded within the shadowy realm. Boom! The deafening roar of crimson light erupted. At that moment, an intensely radiant white light flashed, instantly tearing apart the darkness of this world, causing Bibi Dong to lose consciousness. Clearly, with the departure of the Red Queen, the deeper layers of the dream had truly commenced. Bibi Dong felt as though she had been asleep for an eternity. "Hong-ho, do not depart." Upon awakening, she abruptly exclaimed, realizing she had merely been ensnared in a nightmare. Teacher, what transpired?" With her loud outcry, Feng, who lay nearby, was startled awake. "Teacher, did you experience a nightmare?" "A nightmare?" At the mention of this, Bibi Dong registered the reality that it was simply a dream. Yet, to err on the side of caution, she tentatively called out, "Hong-ho?" In an instant, the sinister whisper echoed in her mind. "He, are you contemplating mischief once more? Do not hesitate. Relax your body and leave the rest to me." He. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong shuddered and resolutely affirmed, "Cough, no need. I was merely calling out in jest." It is of no consequence. Would you allow me to emerge and spend some time with my disciple?" Confirming that Hong-ho was still present, Bibi Dong firmly replied, "Absolutely not." With that, she cast aside her doubts and breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Hong-ho had not abandoned her, which brought her great comfort. What is that?" At that moment, Bibi Dong noticed something unusual about Feng. Her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. Could it be that, due to the morning's events, her disciple had awakened again? Bibi Dong breathed heavily. Her gaze fixated on a particular spot on Feng. "Teacher, what are you staring at? You still continue to look." Feng seemed to have noticed the peculiarity in Bibi Dong's eyes, and his face suddenly flushed with embarrassment. He then turned away, his hands awkwardly covering his lower body, appearing exceedingly unnatural. He added, "Ahem, this is beyond my control." With a soft chuckle, the teacher remarked, "I have said nothing at all." Bibi Dong chuckled softly, pausing for a moment before continuing, "But what about you? It's not healthy to keep suppressing your feelings. Perhaps it's time to consider finding a girlfriend?" Although she spoke lightly, she was acutely aware that if Feng did indeed find someone who captured his heart, she would likely feel a twinge of discontent. And there was a high probability she would intervene to separate them. After all, every time she prepared to give someone a chance, she would ultimately drive them away. What was the point? With that thought, Feng departed the room. Bibi Dong, watching him leave, felt a pang of guilt. Am I being too selfish? Despite being the one to suggest that Feng pursue romantic relationships, she was always the first to oppose whenever he showed interest in a girl, fearing that if her disciple truly fell in love, he would inevitably drift away from her. After all, couples require their own intimate space. What role would she play if she were merely an observer? This conflicting desire to act in her disciple's best interests while simultaneously being reluctant to let him go left her in a state of turmoil. Suddenly, an intriguing thought crossed her mind. What if I became my disciple's girlfriend? However, this notion was quickly overshadowed by another. He was so young, while she was considerably older. Would he ever accept her? The likelihood seemed slim. Contemplating this, Bibi Dong suppressed her impulsive feelings and resolved to wait a little longer. In her view, as long as she did not facilitate Feng's pursuit of a girlfriend, everything would remain as it always had. She would continue to reside with him in the Holy Maiden Palace, sharing the same quarters. Though she had not become his girlfriend, at the very least, she could still be by his side. Yet, as 2 months passed, Bibi Dong was astonished to discover that a girl stood closely beside her disciple, intimately linking arms with him. A sense of foreboding surged within Bibi Dong, prompting her to inquire, "Who is this girl? Allow me to introduce her, teacher." Feng gestured for the girl beside him to step forward, then added with a smile, "This is my girlfriend. We met a month ago, but I hesitated to tell you right away, fearing you might not approve." Upon hearing Feng's introduction, Bibi Dong found herself momentarily frozen. Deep down, she had sensed this day would come, yet the reality of it was still difficult for her to accept. Her disciple had taken the initiative to seek a girlfriend. What was she to do now? Seeing the girl so intimately close to Feng, Bibi Dong prepared to intervene in a relationship she wished to avoid. "Teacher." Unexpectedly, Feng suddenly knelt before her, his expression earnest as he professed, "I genuinely cherish her, and I do not wish to let her go. I implore you to bless our union." Disciple, are you truly serious? No jealousy, I beseech you. Dear teacher, to support us. Boom. Thunder. Upon hearing Su Feng's words, Bibi Dong trembled, as if her mind were struck by a thunderous revelation. Bibi Dong remained in a state of bewilderment. Teacher, please grant us your approval. Su Feng's voice resonated once more, as he urged the girl beside him to kneel alongside him. Disciple, please rise and speak. Bibi Dong instinctively reached out to assist Su Feng in standing. Yet her expression was one of utter confusion. For her, the disciple's actions were far too sudden. She found it difficult to accept and decided to let the matter rest for the time being, perhaps believing that her disciple's feelings for the girl would dissipate with time. Teacher, if you do not consent, I shall not rise. However, as Bibi Dong attempted to help Su Feng to his feet, he remained resolute, seemingly compelling her to acquiesce, as if he had already prepared to elope with the girl. Your Highness, I sincerely hope you will permit this, the girl beside Su Feng chimed in, instinctively wrapping her arms around his, presenting a united front in their resolve. You both. Bibi Dong's expression was complex, her chest rising and falling violently as she rebuked. Are you attempting to force me into making a choice? If I refuse, are you prepared to sever ties with the Holy Maiden Palace? The disciples dared not respond. Su Feng lowered his head, feeling somewhat flustered. Yet he did not forget to wrap his arm protectively around the girl beside him, and then he stated, I merely wish to inform you that I have resolved to be with her. Upon hearing Su Feng's words, Bibi Dong was rendered speechless with fury. Witnessing her disciple's fierce protectiveness toward the girl, coupled with such determination, caused her immense heartache, akin to a knife twisting within her. I have not said I would tear you apart. What is the necessity of this? Bibi Dong extended her hand, intending to assist Su Feng to his feet, and added, If you can find someone you cherish, I am naturally pleased for you. I only fear that this may be a fleeting whim, and should there be unforeseen circumstances. Su Feng once more declined to rise, instead bowing alongside the girl with utmost sincerity, saying, I humbly ask for your understanding, esteemed teacher. Bibi Dong pondered for a protracted period, her heart vehemently resisting the girl's presence, yet her disciple's unyielding stance left her at a loss for what to do. Ultimately, she could only acquiesce with a reluctant nod. Very well then. Thank you, esteemed teacher. Thank you, Your Highness the Holy Maiden. After Bibi Dong's agreement, Su Feng grasped the hand of the girl beside him and rose to express his gratitude, their hands remaining intertwined throughout. Bibi Dong's discomfort grew as she observed the situation, prompting her to turn her head away and inquire, Disciple, how do you intend to accommodate this young lady? Master, this is precisely what I wish to discuss with you. Su Feng replied, gently embracing the girl beside him, allowing her to nestle against him. He smiled and continued, I plan to have her reside in a small courtyard in the western part of the Holy Maiden Palace, where there are seldom any visitors, thus ensuring that it does not disturb the sanctity of the palace. Bibi Dong expressed no objections to this arrangement, however. She could not help but steal another glance at Su Feng. After a moment of hesitation, she asked, And what about you? Me? Su Feng replied, a hint of embarrassment evident in his tone. You forbade me from leaving the Holy Maiden's chamber, so I shall remain as I have before. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong felt a slight sense of relief. Although her disciple had found a romantic partner, at least the young lady would still be in close proximity to her. For the time being, this matter would suffice. Bibi Dong felt a sense of dizziness enveloping her, prompting her to leave the area and seek solace in a quiet place. At this moment, she found herself unable to accept the sudden emergence of that girl, for it was utterly unexpected. Over the past month, she had been oblivious to the fact that her disciple had formed an acquaintance with such a girl. Given her disciple's profound concern for the girl, how could she compel her to depart? Such an act would surely incite her disciple's wrath towards her. Nevertheless, she resolved to take a step back and observe the unfolding events, clinging to a glimmer of hope within her heart. Until, at last, night descended. Bibi Dong had waited in the chamber of the saintess for quite some time, yet Su Feng still had not returned. Growing anxious, she promptly made her way to the western courtyard of the saintess' palace. My dear, do not be so hasty. Oh dear, first extinguish the light, one might feel shy. From a distance, Bibi Dong heard voices that made her cheeks flush, and soon after, she noticed that the room where her disciple was with the girl had succumbed to darkness. The sounds emanating from within were not loud, but due to Bibi Dong's utilization of her spiritual power, she could hear everything with crystal clarity. At that moment, it was evident that her disciple and the girl were undoubtedly entwined in an intimate embrace. Bibi Dong did not linger here for long. She swiftly returned to her chamber. Is this not the outcome I initially desired? Yet, my heart truly aches. Bibi Dong lay upon her bed, one hand pressed against her chest. Her face a portrait of sorrow, reflecting on the past. It seemed that her suggestion for her disciple to seek a romantic partner stemmed from her awareness of his needs in that regard. Over the course of this period, she had indeed endeavored to assist him in his search, though she had yet to find someone suitable, or rather, someone who met her own standards. That scoundrel surely would not return tonight. Bibi Dong slowly turned her head, casting her gaze towards the direction of Su Feng's bed. Despite the barrier of a screen in between, she could clearly see that the bed was empty, mirroring the emptiness in her heart. Time seemed to pass swiftly, and before she realized it, midnight had arrived. They had promised that everything would remain as it once was, yet now, he had not returned. Bibi Dong gazed towards the entrance of her chamber, waiting for an extended period, yet the figure of her disciple remained elusive. A silence enveloped her. Traditionally, if she did not catch a glimpse of her disciple before retiring for the night, she would undoubtedly seek them out. However, at this moment, she lay quietly, occasionally sighing and casting her eyes towards the ceiling. It appeared that another night of insomnia awaited her. Bibi Dong murmured softly to herself, and soon after, her consciousness began to drift into a haze. When she finally opened her eyes once more, it was already dawn. To her astonishment, she realized she had not experienced insomnia. It was the first time in a long while that she had managed to sleep without seeing her disciple beforehand. Recalling her disciple, she instinctively glanced towards the other bed, which remained desolately empty. It seemed her disciple had not returned the previous night. Bibi Dong lowered her head and whispered to herself, clenching her fists as a surge of anger welled up within her. Strangely, she could not quite comprehend the source of her fury. Was she angered by the mere presence of that girl? Or was it the fact that her disciple had not confided in her and had instead chosen to pursue a romantic relationship? Perhaps it was her own frustration at her indecision, at her inability to voice her thoughts, much like what Hong Ho had previously remarked. If I were you, I would never be as timid as you are, afraid to express your own feelings. This sentiment, spoken by Hong Ho during their time together, echoed incessantly in Bibi Dong's mind. Each time she heard those words, an overwhelming urge to confess her feelings to her disciple surged within her. Yet whenever she attempted to articulate her emotions, she found herself hesitating, unable to utter a single word. It was too late. It was already too late. Bibi Dong whispered softly, feeling a twinge of regret in this moment. As for whether to reveal her true feelings, she found herself more conflicted and indecisive than ever before. Previously, her thoughts had stemmed from the fact that her disciple was indeed single. However, now that he has a girlfriend, what would it mean for her, as his teacher? To intrude upon their relationship? Would she be jeopardizing his connection with that girl? Even though she desperately wished to prevent her disciple from becoming involved with her, she could not bring herself to act upon such desires. Teacher, I have returned. In Bibi Dong's heart, emotions surged tumultuously when Su Feng entered, appearing exceedingly frail. Bibi Dong gazed at Su Feng, instinctively reprimanding him. You still know how to return? Ahem, you are late. Su Feng offered an awkward smile, seemingly too fatigued to pay her much heed, and simply reclined back onto his bed, succumbing to slumber. Was that girl truly so remarkable? Capable of making you yearn for an entire night? Witnessing this scene, Bibi Dong's irritation intensified, her fists clenched tighter, and she promptly exited the room. After a brief moment, Bibi Dong arrived at the small courtyard in the western part of the sacred maiden palace. Can she still remain here? Bibi Dong gazed at the room where the girl resided, her expression laden with complexity. Now, her apprentice dared to defy her previous orders just to remain by the girl's side, spending the entire night away. Was it not time for him to move in and cohabit with her? How amusing. Nevertheless, she decided to let the girl stay for the moment, as she feared that Su Feng might elope with her. At the very least, her apprentice would still remain in the Holy Maiden Palace, if necessary. She could accept the girl as a concubine for him. After all, in this world, it was common for men to have multiple wives, and Su Feng being one of them posed no issue. With these thoughts, Bibi Dong seemed to have convinced herself, deciding not to pursue the matter further with the girl, even preparing to accept her as merely a servant to her apprentice. As long as Su Feng continued to stay in the Holy Maiden Palace, close to her, that would suffice. However, after a month had passed, an event transpired that Bibi Dong found utterly intolerable. Master, I wish to take her out for a stroll, to explore the outside world together. On that day, Su Feng held the girl's hand, his face alight with anticipation as he awaited Bibi Dong.He's response. You wish to leave the Holy Maiden Palace? At Su Feng's request, Bibi Dong trembled slightly. Her greatest fear had come to fruition. Indeed, we plan to leave the martial soul hall and wander about. Su Feng bowed respectfully to Bibi Dong and added, I hope for your permission, master. Beside him, the girl also bowed, albeit shyly, saying, We kindly ask for your approval, your highness. Bibi Dong remained silent for a long while. Her mind flooded with memories of her apprentice over the past month. Ever since the girl had moved into the Holy Maiden Palace, her apprentice had been visiting the western courtyard daily, indulging in sweet nothings with the girl. He would often spend entire nights with her. And what transpired during those hours went without saying. Most notably, the conversations between them had dwindled. Frequently, it was the girl who initiated dialogue, prompting Su Feng to respond with only a few words. It was peculiar. Despite spending most of their time together, it felt as if a wall separated them. Bibi Dong had endured all of this. After all, her initial intention in finding a girlfriend for Su Feng was to prevent him from feeling constrained and repressed. The girl was merely fulfilling her role, and Bibi Dong had no grounds to voice her discontent. Yet now, her apprentice had shed his previous lethargy and boldly sought to leave the Holy Maiden Palace with the girl. Such treatment was unprecedented for him. Master? Su Feng spoke once more. Bibi Dong regained her composure and immediately inquired, How long do you intend to be away? A year. You plan to be gone for an entire year? Bibi Dong raised an eyebrow. Indeed, I ask for your understanding, master. That is unacceptable. Bibi Dong replied decisively, adding, If you insist on departing with her, you must take along elders Yueguan and Gueme. Furthermore, I shall accompany you as well. Only then will I feel reassured. Although the atmosphere in the Holy Maiden Palace appeared tranquil, Bibi Dong was acutely aware that turbulent undercurrents were brewing on Qian Xunji's side, who harbored intentions of covertly targeting her and her disciple. She could not possibly allow her disciple to leave alone with this girl without feeling apprehensive. Master, I wish to go out with her alone. I implore you for your understanding. Bibi Dong believed she had made sufficient concessions, yet she was taken aback by her disciple's unwavering stance, which incited her irritation. She immediately reprimanded, Disciple, I shall never permit you to depart from the Holy Maiden Palace alone. Having shared her residence with her disciple for such an extended period, the prospect of a sudden separation for a year was utterly unacceptable to her. It felt as distressing as if her disciple had abruptly taken a romantic partner. But what if her disciple insisted on leaving with her? Bibi Dong was taken aback by Su Feng's unexpectedly resolute stance. Her expression suddenly darkened. If you insist on leaving, it is tantamount to severing ties with your master, and from henceforth, you shall have no further connection with me. Bibi Dong believed that after her statement, her disciple would at least take their teacher-student bond into account and make some concessions. However, she was taken aback by the unwavering resolve of the other party. Master, I have made up my mind to leave. Please do not coerce me. If you threaten to expel me from the sect, then I shall have no choice but to apologize to you. What do you mean? Are you truly considering leaving the sect? Su Feng's face flushed with shame. And he added, If you insist on forcing me, then this is the path I must take. With a resounding slap, Bibi Dong struck Su Feng and rebuked him. Rebellious disciple, do you understand the gravity of your words? I raised you and treated you as my own kin, and this is how you repay me? As she struggled to articulate her feelings, Bibi Dong turned away, her body trembling with anger. In any case, if you dare to take a single step away from the Holy Maiden's palace today, you will no longer be my disciple. Whether you live or die will no longer concern me. You may consider your options. Behind Bibi Dong, her disciple expressed profound gratitude. Thank you, master, for your nurturing over the years. With that, Su Feng knelt down, bowing 3 times before her. Bang, bang, bang. With each sound resonating, Bibi Dong's body trembled. She could scarcely believe that her disciple was truly severing their bond for the mere reason of wanting to take his girlfriend out for a stroll. Disciple, how have you changed so? Could you truly bear to part ways with your master? This cannot be real. Bibi Dong's heart was wrenched in agony, an unbearable pain that pierced her very soul. She wished fervently that this were but a dream. Yet, the lingering sting of the slap she had just delivered still burned upon her palm, dispelling any notion of it being a mere illusion. Before long, Su Feng took the girl's hand and departed from the Holy Maiden Palace. Bibi Dong turned away, but alas, all she could see was the retreating silhouette of the other party, who did not even glance back. Nearby, witnessing this scene, Yuguan approached cautiously and suggested, Your Highness, Would you like me to discreetly follow and protect young Master Su Feng and his girlfriend? No need, Bibi Dong replied, her expression icy and her entire being trembling with anger. Since he has chosen to sever ties with me, his life and death are of no concern to me. However, Your Highness, it is indeed perilous outside. Young Master Su Feng and his companions lack formidable protection, and they may not be safe, Yu Guan observed. Sensing that Bibi Dong was sulking, and hurriedly added, perhaps it would be wise for me to follow and assess the situation. Silence. I have already stated that it is unnecessary. Bibi Dong let out a cold snort, and then, with a swift motion, departed. Moments later, she arrived at the small courtyard in the western part of the Holy Maiden Palace. Since you have all left, this courtyard may now vanish. Bibi Dong ascended into the air, wielding the fearsome scythe of the Rakshasa, and then, in a fit of fury, slashed towards the small courtyard. A swirling vortex of purple-black energy tore through the void, darting past like an ephemeral shadow. Boom, boom, boom. In mere moments, Bibi Dong reduced the quaint western courtyard to mere ruins. Yet, seemingly unsatisfied, she returned to her chamber, shattering every item associated with Su Feng into oblivion. After completing this destruction, Bibi Dong shrank into a corner, lost in a daze, uncertain of her next course of action. Boom, boom, boom. If you choose to depart, let all your belongings vanish with you. As Su Feng left the Holy Maiden Palace with that girl, Bibi Dong, in her rage, obliterated nearly everything linked to him. Among these was the rocking chair he often reclined in. Though not a valuable item, it was one of Su Feng's most cherished possessions, as he had grown accustomed to it, having used it daily and formed an emotional bond with it. Particularly, she ravaged the garden he had personally tended, decimating every tree, flower, and blade of grass into mere remnants. How could you leave so abruptly, after all the years I have devoted to protecting you? The thought that my disciple could so callously abandon his master for a girl he had only known for a few months filled Bibi Dong with indescribable fury. As if she were grappling with an uncontainable tempest. Disciple, how could you be so heartless? You truly are a scoundrel. Bibi Dong initially believed that by obliterating all possessions associated with her disciple, her anger would dissipate somewhat, and she would find solace from her sorrow. However, in reality, after she destroyed those items, an unprecedented sense of emptiness surged within her. Most importantly, the annihilation of the belongings tied to her disciple did not bring her any comfort. Instead, it deepened her regret. In truth, there were scarcely any remnants related to her disciple left within the entire Holy Maiden Palace. Even if she yearned to reminisce, she found herself at a loss for what to recall. As Bibi Dong gazed upon the multitude of artifacts she had ravaged within the Holy Maiden Palace, her emotions surged tumultuously. It seemed she had not experienced such fury in quite some time. The last occasion she felt this way appeared to be when the Qian Xunji sent Yueguan and the ghostly shadow to capture her disciple. At that moment, she had believed that Qian Xunji intended to slay her disciple, and in a fit of rage, she had unleashed the power of the Rakshasa god, nearly turning the tide against Yueguan and the two Title Douluos, the ghostly shadow. Bibi Dong let out a long sigh, perhaps having vented much of her anger. She now felt considerably calmer. I need to collect my thoughts, Bibi Dong murmured softly, her figure flickering as she ascended to the highest point of the Holy Maiden Palace. A tower of observation. She settled upon the seat within the tower, gazing quietly into the distance, enveloped in silence. Time passed, and the sun began its descent towards the west. Bibi Dong remained as still as a statue, her eyes reflecting a tapestry of twilight. In days gone by, she relished the view of the setting sun from this very spot, captivated by its beauty, which bestowed upon her a profound sense of enjoyment and tranquility. Yet now, she found herself lost in thought, her gaze clouded with confusion, fixated on a singular point, the direction in which her disciple had departed. Unbeknownst to her, the full moon had already risen in the night sky. Bibi Dong remained perched atop the tower, gazing into the distance. Suddenly, a flurry of night wind rushed in, causing her long hair to dance gracefully and her garments to flutter like those of an ethereal fairy. Alas, everything had irrevocably changed. Bibi Dong's delicate hand extended slowly, bathed in the gentle glow of the moonlight. What should have been an exquisitely tranquil scene instead enveloped her in a profound silence and desolation. The absence of her disciples in the Holy Maiden Palace filled her heart with melancholy and sorrow, leaving her to question the very purpose of her existence within the Spirit Hall. Your Highness, the Holy Maiden, not far away, Yuguan stepped lightly upon golden petals, soaring towards Bibi Dong's direction. You have remained here for an entire day. The night breeze has blown too harshly. It is not good for your health. Please, do take care to rest." In the void, Yuguan bowed respectfully to Bibi Dong. In truth, as a soul Douluo, Bibi Dong could withstand not merely the chill of the night air, but even the harshest of frigid realms without consequence. Yet, witnessing her in such a disheartened state stirred a sense of compassion within Yuguan. "Bring me several jars of wine," her faint whisper echoed, imbued with a deep sense of loss. "Your Highness," Yuguan's expression faltered, astonished, for he had never witnessed Bibi Dong indulge in wine before. "Go quickly." "Understood." The tone of Bibi Dong grew colder, sending a shiver through Yu's heart as he hurried to fetch the wine. "Your Highness, the wine you requested has arrived. You may leave." "Your Highness, I dare to speak a word." Yu set down several bottles of wine and cautiously continued. "If you wish for young Master Su Feng to return, I could easily bring him back. And I could also discreetly deal with that girl to ensure young Master Su Feng loses all hope. What do you think?" "Enough. I do not wish to hear anything further regarding Su Feng." Bibi Dong's expression turned icy. "Leave." "Yes." You seem to realize he had misspoken and promptly withdrew. Bibi Dong is currently in a fit of anger. For him to utter such words is tantamount to courting death. Humph, a lazy scoundrel. So easily captivated by a mere little girl, what purpose could there be in your return? Bibi Dong let out a cold snort and then picked up a jug of wine. With a resounding thud, she began to pour it into her mouth in large gulps. Despite having seldom partaken in alcohol before, coughing uncontrollably, her face turned crimson from the effects. However, after a brief pause, she resumed her fervent drinking. Thud, thud, thud. Coughing ensued once more. Bibi Dong consumed increasingly larger quantities of alcohol, each sip provoking a deeper cough, her entire visage flushed a vibrant crimson. However, since Yuguan provided her with merely ordinary wine, no matter how much she drank, she remained sober, at most feeling slightly bloated. How audacious of Yuguan to dare present me with such mundane libations. Bibi Dong's expression darkened. She had intended to intoxicate herself, hoping to alleviate her emotional turmoil. However, no matter how much she drank, she remained acutely aware, her mind haunted by the image of her disciple departing the holy maiden palace hand in hand with that girl. This thought pierced her heart deeply. Thus, she resolved to indulge in her own wine. Moments later, Bibi Dong retrieved a bottle of specially packaged liquor from her soul guide device, a gift from her disciple. Unbeknownst to her, she had subconsciously claimed this wine as her own. Otherwise, she would have never touched it, likely discarding it instead. Thud, thud, thud. Bibi Dong, with a resolute heart, once again poured forth with vigor. This time, she felt herself being swept away by an overwhelming force, her entire head enveloped in a haze. Yes, this was precisely the sensation. Thud, thud, thud. Bibi Dong indulged once more, the intoxicating aroma of alcohol washing over her in waves, causing her to involuntarily begin to forget the events of the day. Until, a week later, within the observation tower, Lady Yuguan arrived once again, her expression tinged with urgency. She spoke, "Young Master Su Feng and his companions have departed from the Holy Maiden Palace for a week. If we do not pursue them soon, it may prove exceedingly difficult to locate them thereafter. Furthermore, it is rumored that His Holiness the Pope has already sensed something amiss and has begun sending people to search for young Master Su Feng. Do you truly not wish for me to accompany the ghostly shadows to safeguard young Master Su Feng and his companions? Su Feng, his fate matters not to me. Come, let us drink together." At that moment, Bibi Dong, inebriated, bore a flushed visage, her hands tightly clutching an empty wine glass, yet she continued to drink. Observing her despondent state, Yuguan knelt down with a thud and implored, "Your Highness, please do not hold it against me for speaking out of turn. But I urge you to consider your next steps very carefully before making a decision. According to my knowledge, the girl young Master Su Feng previously brought back is, in fact, a manifestation of a 300,000-year-old soul beast. This soul beast has recently reached the stage of tribulation, which is why young Master Su Feng hastily departed with her from the Holy Maiden Palace, intending to protect her and ensure she safely endures the Great Tribulation." Yuguan's voice grew grave. Moreover, news of this 300,000-year-old soul beast's tribulation has reached the Pope, although he may not yet realize that this soul beast is young Master Su Feng's beloved. Should they ascertain young Master Su Feng's whereabouts, the entire spirit hall will undoubtedly mobilize against him. At this juncture, Yueguan's tone intensified further. Your Highness, it is evident to me that you hold young Master Su Feng in high regard. If you wish to avert any misfortune befalling him, I implore you to cast aside your stubbornness and swiftly assist young Master Su Feng. Alternatively, allow me to accompany the ghostly shadows, at the very least. Young Master Su Feng would have someone to rely upon. That girl, a manifestation of a 300,000-year-old soul beast, preparing for tribulation? Bibi Dong paused her drinking, lost in contemplation. However, due to the excessive consumption of alcohol, her mind felt clouded, and she could scarcely recall what the girl looked like. Instead, her imagination conjured the image of a fearsome beast, grotesque and menacing. Are you asking me to rescue a soul beast? Bibi Dong's eyes glimmered with a hint of intoxication as she questioned, why should it be so? Am I to endure the sight of her and my disciple engaged in their tender affections before my very eyes? Shall I permit them to reside within the Holy Maiden Palace, stirring up storms of passion? Perhaps recalling her sorrows, Bibi Dong grew increasingly agitated. That insolent disciple of mine, whom I have painstakingly protected for over a decade, has the audacity to abandon me for a mere spirit beast. He departed without so much as a word of explanation, casting aside our bond as if it were not. Did he ever consider my feelings? Have I wronged him in some way? Her body trembled involuntarily as she spoke, her voice thickening with emotion. Does he still hold me, his teacher, in any regard? The holy maiden, Yuguan, bowed her head, hesitant to provide a definitive answer. With utmost caution, she replied, I only perceive that you care deeply for young Master Su Feng, and thus, I hope you refrain from making any decisions you might later regret. Regret? Why should I feel regret? If that wretched boy truly needed my assistance, why did he not come to me for help? Instead, he expects me to approach him. When have I ever been so servile? Yuguan found herself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Enough. You may leave now. Do not disturb my drinking. Upon hearing this, Yuguan sighed, sensing that the holy maiden was merely sulking. Regrettably, she felt she had said all that was necessary, and there was little more she could do to persuade her. Holy maiden, I can only hope that regardless of what unfolds in the future, you will not come to regret your choices. With that, she swiftly departed from the viewing tower. How could I ever harbor regrets? Bibi Dong scoffed defiantly. Bibi Dong let out a cold laugh, her expression one of indifference, yet, her hand gripping the wine glass tightened with increasing intensity. In an instant, the glass shattered into fragments under her grasp. I shall never regret this. Bibi Dong's expression turned frosty, her words dripping with solemnity, perhaps due to the effects of intoxication. An inexplicable surge of impulse overcame her, prompting her to strike out with a palm. Boom. Before Bibi Dong, the table was reduced to powder. The mere thought of her disciple's resolute departure sent a chill through her visage, rendering it even more frigid. Her chest heaved violently, and her breath quickened substantially. All of this was the result of that reckless individual's own choices. He brought this upon himself. Why should I take the initiative to assist him when I owe him nothing? Moreover, with the multitude of secrets he harbors, possessing no fewer than 5 weapons capable of contending with a Title Douluo, what need is there for my assistance? In Bibi Dong's heart, a surge of frustration welled up, as she found herself unable to convince herself to assist Su Feng. Yet, while remaining within the confines of the Holy Maiden Palace, her thoughts frequently drifted back to that figure. In an attempt to forget that shadow, Bibi Dong once again grasped the wine jug, tilting her head back to drink deeply. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Perhaps Bibi Dong herself was aware that her actions stemmed from a fit of pique. Yet she could not quell the tumult within her heart. It was undeniably her deepest desire to unite with her disciple. So why had that girl seized what was rightfully hers? Initially, feeling a lack of boldness, she had summoned the Red Queen, hoping that this entity might either replace her or embolden her to undertake ventures she had previously deemed unthinkable. Little did she anticipate that, in the end, a soul beast would strip her of everything she yearned for. How could she possibly acquiesce to such a fate? Gulp, gulp, gulp. The more she ruminated, the more infuriated and aggrieved she became. In a fit of frustration, she indulged once more, her consciousness spiraling deeper into intoxication, to the point where she no longer wished to awaken from her stupor. Perhaps, she mused, this was the only way to forget that wretched creature. With that thought, she continued to drink voraciously. Thus, Bibi Dong once again succumbed to a life of inebriation, during which time seemed to lose all significance. A month swiftly passed. The moon waned, and shadows danced. Have you, my disciples, been well of late? Bibi Dong regained her composure, ceasing to drown her sorrows in drink. Instead, she summoned Yu Guang and Gui Mei to the Grand Hall. Just as she was about to refer to them as her disciples, she hesitated, feeling a surge of anger. It was infuriating that this scoundrel had not contacted her for over a month. Could it be that he truly intended to sever all ties with the Holy Maiden Palace? With this thought in mind, Bibi Dong promptly altered her address. Have you received any news regarding that scoundrel Su Feng recently? Your Highness, the Holy Maiden, Yu Guan replied. You previously forbade us from continuing the investigation, which is why we have long since lost track of young Master Su's whereabouts. What? Yu Guan's words tightened Bibi Dong's heart, immediately igniting a sense of foreboding. Observing her reaction, Yu Guan inquired, Your Highness, do you intend to seek out young Master Su? In her heart, Bibi Dong harbored a lingering resentment, one she was reluctant to acknowledge. However, with over a month having passed, concern for Su Feng's safety began to gnaw at her. Thus, she commanded, You two, set forth immediately to search for Su Feng's whereabouts. Inform me at once if you uncover any news. Yes, Your Highness, replied Yue Guan and Gui Mei, who promptly departed to seek Su Feng. This wretched fellow, having absconded with that girl, had the audacity to remain silent for over a month. Nevertheless, once he was found, she would ensure he received a thorough reprimand. After a month of reflection, Bibi Dong's fury had diminished considerably compared to a month prior. She had begun to perceive certain subtleties, namely, that her disciple was likely concealing something significant from her, something far graver than merely acquiring a girlfriend or contemplating betrayal of his master. This notion arose from Bibi Dong's synthesis of whispers she had previously overheard, leading her to a daunting conclusion. It was evident that this matter was intricately linked to the power of rectification. Ever since she had heard that name, she noticed a transformation in her disciple. He was no longer the indolent youth he once was, but rather someone who proactively devised plans and even discreetly nurtured Yue Guan and Gui Mei. If her suspicions were correct, her disciple was clandestinely confronting a formidable presence, one far more powerful than even the likes of Title Douluo. Of course, these were mere conjectures, thoughts that had only recently crossed her mind, and she could not yet ascertain their validity. She would have to wait until she found her disciple to uncover the truth. As Bibi Dong resolved to seek Su Feng, she, along with Yue Guan and Gui Mei, embarked on separate paths to gather information regarding Su Feng and the ancient soul beast of 300,000 years. Given that the soul beast was to undergo tribulation, it would inevitably manifest extraordinary phenomena, drawing significant attention. Moreover, Qian Xunji and his companions had been relentlessly pursuing the said soul beast, with ample resources. It would be possible to acquire some leads by bribing Qian Xunji's subordinates. A week swiftly elapsed. Your Highness, I have discovered the whereabouts of young Master Su Feng. Yue Guan rushed back to report within the sacred maiden palace. Where are they? Bibi Dong inquired, her face etched with urgency. Throughout the week, she had tirelessly scoured the surroundings, paying heed to any soul master who had accompanied Qian Xunji, even resorting to subtle intimidation in her quest for information. Alas, she had found no trace of Su Feng or the ancient soul beast. Your Highness, they are encircled in the Star Doe forest. Yue Guan bowed and elaborated. According to the intelligence I have gathered, Su Feng and his companions are currently under siege by the Pope and others. How did you come by this information? Bibi Dong instinctively queried. Your Highness. Yu Guan hesitated for a moment before finally explaining, it was not through my own efforts that I acquired this information. Rather, it was Master Su Feng who, utilizing his mechanical bird, chose to inform me directly. Had he not taken the initiative to share this with me, we would likely have been unable to locate them before Qian Xunji. Your disciple chose to inform you? Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes narrowed in focus. What else did he convey to you? Is it possible that he has realized he is being hunted and now seeks your guidance? Your Highness, the truth is quite the opposite, Yu Guan replied, his expression betraying a hint of panic as he struggled to articulate the details. After a brief pause, he continued earnestly. Master Su Feng implied that we should already be aware of the girl being a 300,000-year-old soul beast, and we should also know of his predicament with Qian Xunji. Thus, he wishes to remind you that he has severed ties with you as his mentor. Regardless of what they may encounter, he hopes you will refrain from intervening. Should you choose to meddle, he will regard you as an adversary. Furthermore, he added, even if they find themselves in peril, he hopes you will not allow your emotions to mislead you into providing assistance under the guise of goodwill. Otherwise, he will similarly view you as an enemy. one who poses a threat to his beloved, and he may resort to lethal measures. Having conveyed this, Yuguan immediately lowered his head, visibly anxious, and stated, "That is all that Master Su Feng had to say." Bibi Dong.He's expression froze, her delicate hands clenching slightly, her lips trembling with suppressed emotion. That rebellious disciple truly uttered such words? Witnessing the change in the saintess's demeanor, Yuguan shivered in response. Why yes, the great hall fell into a profound silence. Severing ties? Advising her not to meddle? Urging her not to be overly sentimental? Threats of violence? As she contemplated the warning relayed by her disciple, Bibi Dong felt an overwhelming wave of disappointment wash over her, a deep ache in her heart, mingled with indignation. Such declarations of disavowal were the most unwelcome words she could hear. Bibi Dong's expression shifted, and a sudden thought crossed her mind. Her disciple could not have spoken such words without reason. He must be concealing something from her. Humph. I shall see if you truly dare to take a life. With this in mind, Bibi Dong promptly commanded Yuguan, inform the ghostly charm. We shall immediately proceed to the Stardo Great Forest and retrieve that rebellious disciple. Understood. Yuguan swiftly departed the hall. At this moment, Bibi Dong remained unaware that today, Yuguan exhibited an unusual demeanor, as a faint azure light flickered subtly within his gaze. Bibi Dong and her companions arrived at the Stardo Forest, and after 5 days of searching, they finally discovered traces of Su Feng at the entrance of a cave. Rebellious disciple, why do you not come out to greet your master? Bibi Dong exclaimed furiously upon reaching the cave's mouth. Silence. Bibi Dong raised her eyebrows slightly and reprimanded. Rebellious disciple, I am aware of your presence within. Come forth at once. As her words fell, a figure gradually emerged from the cave, revealing Su Feng. I never anticipated that you would locate me so swiftly, he remarked, casting a glance at Bibi Dong and the others before fixing his gaze coldly upon Yuguan. Was it you who informed her? Yuguan, flustered, immediately bowed and replied, Master Su Feng, I sincerely apologize. I could not bear to witness you in peril without taking action. Thus, I did not follow your instructions to conceal your whereabouts. Nor did I guide Her Highness the Saintess away from you. In fact, I took the liberty of bringing Her Highness here myself. Upon hearing this, Su Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Yuguan, having acquired my soul bone yet failing to assist me, do you presume that the soul bone now belongs to you? Or perhaps you think you are capable of wielding it? Certainly not, Yuguan responded, promptly producing a soul bone from his possession and channeling his soul power towards Su Feng. This is the 100,000-year soul bone you bestowed upon me. I return it to you now. Su Feng gazed at Yuguan in astonishment. I never would have imagined that you could resist the allure of a 100,000-year soul bone. Beside him, Bibi Dong also appeared taken aback, as she had not foreseen such a transaction between Yuguan and her disciple. However, how had Yuguan managed to restrain himself? Was he truly so devoted? After all, it was a 100,000-year soul bone. Bibi Dong was engulfed in profound shock. Yet she remained oblivious to the flicker of pale azure light that resurfaced in Yuguan's eyes as he relinquished the soul bone, a subtle gleam unnoticed by any onlookers. Bibi Dong did not dwell on this. Her gaze fixated intently on Su Feng. Disciple, confess honestly, are you concealing something from your master? Princess, I implore you to reconsider our relationship, Su Feng replied, his tone unexpectedly frosty. We are no longer bound as master and disciple. Moreover, your presence is unwelcome here. So I kindly ask you to take your leave, lest you provoke my ire. As he spoke, an overwhelming pressure, akin to that of a Title Douluo, emanated from him. What is happening? At the sight of Su Feng's displayed might, Yuguan's expression turned to one of astonishment. Young Master Su is indeed a Title Douluo? Disciple, do you truly intend to raise your hand against me? Bibi Dong, unperturbed by Su Feng's display of soul power, had long been aware of his capabilities. Yet she was unwilling to accept that he would turn against her. Su Feng fell silent. I will not, came a voice from within the cave, revealing Su Feng's girlfriend, who now enveloped herself in dark mist, exuding an ominous aura. Are you the one who dares to strike at me? Bibi Dong's anger ignited upon seeing the girl, for she believed this individual was the reason for the rift between her and her disciple. Brother Su has made it clear that you are not welcome. If you refuse to leave, I shall naturally stand by his side, the girl declared, drawing closer to Su Feng and affectionately linking her arm with his. You. Witnessing this scene, Bibi Dong's delicate hands clenched tightly, her face clouded with a frost-like chill, radiating a palpable coldness. What is our transgression? We share a deep connection and wish to enjoy our time together without disturbance. Is that so wrong? Or do you wish to witness our intimacy? The girl continued, her hands entwining around Su Feng's neck, her lips curling into a mocking smile as she lightly rose on her toes. If that is the case, allow me to give you a show. In the next moment, Bibi Dong watched in disbelief as the girl passionately kissed Su Feng right before her eyes. What was most unbearable for Bibi Dong was Su Feng's lack of resistance. He allowed the girl to kiss and caress him, ultimately reciprocating with fervor. You too. The sight rendered Bibi Dong's countenance somber, as if a tide of blood surged against her will, leaving her feeling utterly unwell and consumed by a fierce inner turmoil. If only I had expressed my feelings to my disciple without hesitation from the very beginning. Would we have arrived at this regrettable juncture today? At this moment, the pangs of regret within Bibi Dong were once again stirred by the girl. Alas, there are no what-ifs. What has transpired cannot be undone, and she found herself powerless to lament. At that juncture, the girl finally ceased her fervent kisses and shifted her gaze towards Bibi Dong, her expression a blend of mockery and derision. Are you satisfied now? If so, can you finally leave? Very well. Bibi Dong, consumed by her wrath, could no longer contain her soul power. In her grasp was the formidable Rakshasa scythe, and she addressed the girl with a venomous tone. I have heard that you are a soul beast of 300,000 years. Your soul ring must possess remarkable quality. Since I have arrived, prepare to meet your demise. Originally, she had no intention of disrupting Su Feng and the girl. Yet the intense anger and humiliation inflicted upon her ignited a fierce desire for bloodshed within her. If you wish to kill her, you must first contend with me. However, before Bibi Dong could make her move, Su Feng had already positioned himself protectively in front of the girl, exuding an air of unwavering determination. Disciple, you must understand that I intend to slay her. Should you attempt to intervene, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you as well. I am aware of that. Therefore, if you wish to kill her, you must first step over my corpse. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Silence yourself. Bibi Dong's furious command interrupted him, plunging her into silence as her body trembled with rage. The atmosphere in the arena fell into an eerie stillness. After a brief moment, she declared, "Let us depart." Bibi Dong, suppressing her fury, uttered a cold remark before departing with Yuguan, their figures vanishing like phantoms. Barely a quarter of an hour had passed since their exit when the moonlight shimmered once more in Yuguan's eyes, a subtle azure glow flickering back to life. He swiftly approached Bibi Dong, bowing respectfully as he spoke. Your Highness, I believe that young Master Su Feng was merely performing a ruse. They undoubtedly conceal something. What do you mean? Bibi Dong inquired, her elegant brows knitting together in concern. It is merely my intuition, Yuguan replied. I firmly believe that regardless of his actions, young Master Su Feng would never do anything to harm you. As he finished speaking, the faint azure light in his gaze gradually diminished. Bibi Dong fell into silence for a moment, then promptly summoned a small spider using her soul skill, directing it back towards Su Feng. She intended to ascertain whether her disciple was indeed concealing something from her. As the spider retraced its path, after several hours of observation, she witnessed a scene that left her utterly astonished. Her disciple's girlfriend was, in fact, a mere puppet. How could this be? The likeness was disturbingly lifelike. Through the spider's surveillance, Bibi Dong clearly observed Su Feng retracting his girlfriend into the soul guide, while he appeared to be laying some kind of ambush. This little rascal was certainly hiding something from me. Realizing the implications, Bibi Dong immediately led Yueguan and Guame back to the cave. Why are you back again? Su Feng's expression turned icy. Stop pretending. I have seen everything. As soon as Bibi Dong arrived, she immediately recounted the scene she had just witnessed. Su Feng did not attempt to defend himself. Instead, he fell into silence. Disciple, what exactly are you doing behind my back? Is there something you cannot confide in me? I assure you, I will assist you, Bibi Dong said, her expression laden with concern as she gazed at Su Feng. Yet, he remained silent, subsequently forming a hand seal. With a hum, an energy shield enveloped Bibi Dong and the two others within its confines. Disciple, what is the meaning of this? Upon seeing the protective barrier, Bibi Dong's expression darkened, and she instinctively prepared to shatter it, but curiously, she found herself unable to summon her soul power. Teacher, Su Feng approached Bibi Dong, bowing deeply before stating, once this matter is concluded, no one will threaten you again. Hearing his words, Bibi Dong's countenance grew increasingly grave. Disciple, what do you mean? What are you planning to do? Is it dangerous? You need not concern yourself with that, Su Feng replied, turning away and leaving the cave. Disciple, come back. Please return. As she watched Su Feng's figure recede further into the distance, Bibi Dong's anxiety deepened. Regardless of how she called out, Su Feng showed no intention of halting his departure. It was not until he reached the cave entrance that he turned back to moonlight, a resolute expression of defiance against death crossing his face. Once this matter is resolved, you must ensure the safety of our teacher. If any harm befalls her, you will surely face dire consequences. Su Feng then turned his gaze to Bibi Dong, a radiant smile illuminating his features. I apologize for deceiving you for so long, but this next task is one that only I can undertake. I truly wish for you to remain uninvolved. No, that is unacceptable. I will not allow it. Bibi Dong unleashed a furious assault upon the protective barrier that ensnared her. Yet it stirred not a single ripple. Her expression grew increasingly frantic as she shouted, "You little rascal, hasten to release me from this confinement. Otherwise, once I am free, I shall not show you any mercy. Open this at once, you scoundrel." After uttering her final words, Su Feng turned and departed, disregarding Bibi Dong's cries echoing behind him, until he vanished completely. Cursing under her breath, Bibi Dong glared in the direction Su Feng had taken, unable to suppress her ire. "You are truly infuriating." Fueled by anger and desperation, she continued her relentless assault on the barrier. Bang, 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 though she was unable to wield her soul power. As a formidable soul Douluo who had undergone the refinement of the Rakshas's divine strength, her physical prowess was exceptionally formidable, causing the protective barrier to reverberate with each strike. Both of you attacked together. Bibi Dong, recognizing the inadequacy of her solitary strength, promptly summoned Yu Guan and Gui Mei to join her in the fray. Alas, no matter how fervently they struck, the barrier remained impervious, exhibiting not a single crack, as if it were forged from indestructible material. Thus, Bibi Dong and her companions found themselves ensnared within the cave for a full 3 days without respite, until, suddenly, a cataclysmic explosion reverberated through the air, causing the entire cavern to tremble. Accompanying this upheaval was an overwhelming pressure the likes of which they had never experienced, rendering the trio breathless. "What is happening?" Gui Mei inquired, perplexed. Yu Guan, deep in thought, speculated, "If my senses are not deceiving me, it must be an explosion occurring in the vicinity." Meanwhile, Bibi Dong remained silent, her expression darkening instantaneously, her heart brimming with trepidation. For this oppressive aura was all too familiar. It was precisely the same formidable force that had emanated when her disciples sought to vanquish Xiaogang. Such an unparalleled authority, transcending even divine levels, could not be misperceived. "My disciple." In her heart, Bibi Dong could not suppress a fervent prayer, "May you remain safe." After a brief moment, the oppressive force and tremors within the cave began to gradually subside. Crack, crack, crack. Simultaneously, the protective barrier that ensnared Bibi Dong and her companions was riddled with an intricate web of cracks, until at last, with a resounding boom, the shield shattered completely. Whoosh! Freed from her constraints, Bibi Dong wasted no time. Her form transformed into a fleeting shadow as she darted out of the cave, swiftly surveying her surroundings in search of the source of the explosion. No, this cannot be real. Soon, her gaze fixed upon a distant point, perhaps over 100 kilometers away, where a colossal mushroom cloud loomed, so vast that it seemed visible to all the inhabitants of the world. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to a previous event. Yet, the magnitude of the mushroom cloud was far greater than anything she had witnessed before, 1,000-fold beyond. Disciple. Is he still alive? A thought surged within Bibi Dong's mind, and as she recalled her disciple's resolute departure, a wave of panic washed over her. In an instant, Bibi Dong transformed into a streak of light, darting towards the direction of the explosion, employing every accelerative tool and soul skill at her disposal. "My disciple, you must be safe. You simply must be." As Bibi Dong sprinted fervently, she continuously sought to reassure herself, yet the words she uttered were scarcely convincing, even to her own ears. The energy fluctuations and oppressive force she had just encountered were overwhelmingly potent. She did not doubt that such an explosion could obliterate 100 Qian Douluo. But could her disciple truly withstand such a cataclysm? Fortunately, Qian Douluo was not present. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly bear a similar expression of astonishment. The segment titled "The Anomaly of Moonlight" is not yet complete, and typographical errors remain uncorrected. Kindly revisit in half an hour, at which point an additional chapter will be added. This time, it will surely parallel the previous one. Disciple, you certainly cannot manage everything alone. Having determined the direction of the impending explosion, Bibi Dong surged forward with unbridled energy, seemingly impervious to fatigue or the passage of time. The duration of her exertion became a nebulous concept. Bibi Dong hastened to the site of the explosion, and what lay before her was a colossal crater. Strikingly reminiscent of the scene she had encountered before, yet this chasm was infinitely larger than the one she had previously witnessed. Anyone who stood within this immense pit would inevitably be overcome by an overwhelming sense of insignificance, akin to that of mere dust, particularly within this vast hollow. Streams of molten lava flowed abundantly, a testament to the sheer magnitude of the explosion's energy, which had melted the ground into magma. Disciple, where are you? I know you are still alive. Come forth at once. Bibi Dong was not overly astonished by the scene before her. Instead, she frantically searched for her disciple. No matter how she unleashed her spiritual energy or explored the vast pit, she found no trace of her apprentice. It cannot be. My disciple cannot be dead. With so many life-preserving treasures, he is bound to survive. After searching for a considerable time, Bibi Dong still could not locate Su Feng, and her anxiety deepened. Her eyes had turned a vivid crimson, yet she held back her tears, firmly believing that Su Feng was still alive. Disciple, please come out. Do not hide any longer. Just show yourself. In her final call, Bibi Dong nearly screamed, her throat raw, sending forth her overwhelming spiritual energy to sweep through the pit repeatedly. Perhaps realizing that there was indeed no one within the chasm, she shifted her focus to the surrounding area. After a few swift sweeps with her spiritual energy, she stumbled upon several corpses. Judging by their attire, it was evident that these were elite spirit masters from the spirit hall, likely brought here by Qian Xunji. Could it be that her disciple had intentionally set a trap to lure Qian Xunji and his companions, intending to ensnare them all? This thought surged within Bibi Dong's mind. Moments later, she indeed discovered the corpse of Qian Xunji, along with numerous bodies of the esteemed guardians from the Douluo Hall scattered around the explosion site. In addition to the Spirit Hall members, there were also individuals from the Haotian sect and the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. The final strongholds of these great powers had perished here, their deaths strikingly similar, as if they had been effortlessly slain by a single stroke, showing no signs of resistance. If her disciple could so easily dispatch these formidable foes, why then would he resort to such a powerful explosion? What could be the reason? Bibi Dong's heart swelled with confusion. Could this be related to that mysterious force of correction? Bibi Dong recalled the whispers she had once overheard. Whenever her disciple mentioned this particular matter, a solemnity would inevitably shadow his countenance. Yet, when discussing other individuals or affairs, even someone as significant as Title Douluo, he seemed indifferent. What secrets, she wondered, was this little rascal concealing from his master? Bibi Dong was in a state of frenzied anxiety, her gaze incessantly scanning the surroundings. Yet she could not find Su Feng anywhere. Disciple, come out quickly. Please, come out. Ultimately, Bibi Dong returned to the epicenter of the explosion, her eyes darting around as her delicate hands clenched tightly. The torment of being oblivious to the situation and unable to locate him was excruciating and unbearable. Moments later, Yu Guan and Gui Mei arrived at the scene. Could all of this truly be the doing of young Master Su Feng? Gui Mei exclaimed in astonishment. Yu Guan paid no heed to Gui Mei's words, standing in a trance. Then, a brilliant azure light flickered in his eyes, dazzling more than ever before. As if he were being puppeteered by an unseen force, transforming his demeanor completely. Subsequently, Yu Guan disregarded the magnificent chaos surrounding him and approached Bibi Dong directly. After bowing respectfully, he spoke with grave seriousness. Your Highness, the Saintess, there is no need to search any longer. Young Master Su Feng has perished. What did you say? At his words, Bibi Dong's expression darkened suddenly, her gaze towards Yu Guan icy, as if veiled in frost. My disciple cannot be dead, absolutely not. If you dare utter such words again, I shall kill you. Unfazed by the threat, Yu Guan remained undeterred, his eyes clear and bright, and replied with a smile. Your Highness, have you not yet realized the anomaly? Bibi Dong's brows furrowed slightly. What do you mean? Nothing of consequence, came the reply. I merely wish to convey that if you persist in viewing the future through a lens of trepidation and hesitation, it will inevitably manifest as the very thing you dread. However, if you cast aside distractions and remain steadfast in your true self, acting in accordance with your innermost desires, then regardless of the outcome, you shall no longer be mired in regret and despair, will you not? Yu Guan's smile was strangely absent, devoid of the previous flattery and obsequiousness. Instead, it radiated a gentle warmth, as if imparting wisdom from an outsider's perspective. What exactly are you trying to express? Bibi Dong's expression grew colder, tinged with astonishment. For the Yuguan before her felt utterly unfamiliar. In the past, even with tenfold courage, he would not have dared to address her in such a manner. Yuguan did not hold back, stating plainly, "In truth, this is merely a fade." What? Bibi Dong's confusion deepened. Yuguan patiently elaborated. "What I mean is that your current experiences are all but a mere illusion." "Are you mocking me?" Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes narrowed, her spiritual energy surging as if she were prepared to strike this insolent individual. Yuguan's lips twitched, unable to suppress a retort. As expected, she cannot comprehend. After a moment, Yuguan resumed a serious demeanor, addressing her with gravity. "Your Highness, you ought to reflect deeply. What is it that you truly fear? Only by recognizing your fears and courageously confronting them, seeking ways to overcome what terrifies you, can you find peace, regardless of the outcome. You will no longer endure the regret and sorrow that plague you now, for you will have strived with all your might, leaving no room for remorse." Upon finishing, Yuguan's form stiffened, and the brilliant azure light in his gaze flickered and faded, leaving him suddenly filled with trepidation. Thud. In an instant, Yuguan knelt, filled with dread, imploring, "Your Highness, I beg for your forgiveness. My previous words were mere folly. Please do not take them to heart." Witnessing this scene, Bibi Dong contemplated deeply, instinctively asking, "Are you implying that those words were not your own, but rather someone else's influence?" No, Yuguan stammered. "Those words were indeed my own, unbidden by any external force. Yet, I cannot fathom how such thoughts surfaced so suddenly, compelling me to share them. Perhaps I have lost my senses. I hope your Highness will not hold it against me." His words tumbled forth, as if he was only now grasping the concept of fear. Bibi Dong chose to ignore Yuguan, instead lost in thought, the echo of his earlier words resonating within her mind. "What is it that I truly fear?" Bibi Dong murmured softly, her mind conjuring images of the myriad experiences from the past few months. It seemed she had finally recognized the anomalies throughout this time. Everything she feared, such as her disciple seeking a romantic partner behind her back, or facing peril in secrecy, had unfailingly materialized, leaving her engulfed in regret and anguish. The root of these tribulations lay in her indecision. Her prolonged reluctance to express her feelings had deprived her of any opportunity to assert herself, culminating in her petulance that ultimately compelled her disciple to sever ties. As Bibi Dong sank into contemplation, a profound silence enveloped the scene. Yuguan and Guei stood quietly to the side, scarcely daring to breathe. Time passed, though it was uncertain whether it was merely a quarter of an hour or several hours. Yuguan. Bibi Dong stirred, rising anew, her gaze fixed intently upon Yuguan, causing him to retreat several steps in fear before ultimately kneeling before her. "Your Highness, the words I spoke earlier were truly unintentional. I beseech you, spare me. Rise. I do not intend to blame you." Bibi Dong gestured for him to stand, then continued, "I wish to know if my disciple has conveyed anything further to you. Perhaps there are messages intended for me?" No." Upon hearing this, disappointment flickered across Bibi Dong's face, yet she quickly regained her composure, commanding, "You too. Return to the outskirts and search for any remains or survivors. Bring anyone you find to me." "Yes, Your Highness." Yuguan and Guei promptly departed. Bibi Dong then settled into a meditative posture, murmuring incantations to summon the blood-eyed deity of the Rakshasa. Buzz. Shortly thereafter, a swirling mass of black mist rose nearby, accompanied by a thunderous roar, from which emerged a petite figure. "What's happening here?" Blood-Eye inquired, her expression one of shock as she observed the unfolding scene. Bibi Dong, feeling somewhat helpless, recounted the recent events to Blood-Eye, concluding with a plea, "This explosion occurred less than 24 hours ago. Surely you possess a means to locate my disciple?" She recalled her disciple once revealing that, in this Douluo realm, individuals who perish within a 24-hour window can be resurrected. Currently, Bibi Dong could not ascertain whether her disciple had indeed met death, yet she felt an urgent need to remedy the situation, as there remained many words unspoken between them. "Indeed," Blood-Eye replied, her demeanor calm. "However, the price to pay is steep. Not only may your Rakshasa inheritance fail, but you might also face a fate worse than death. Do you still wish to pursue him? Regardless of the cost, I am willing. Please, Blood-Eye, enlighten me." Bibi Dong bowed deeply, her face alight with fervor. "If I am not mistaken, your disciple has alleviated many of your troubles. His actions were intended to shield you from threats. If you insist on seeking him now and inadvertently lose your own life, would that not render his sacrifices in vain? Blood-Eye advised, her expression unyielding and rational. What you ought to do is to accept the Rakshas's inheritance properly. This would honor your disciple's goodwill and be the wisest choice. In the face of this counsel, Bibi Dong's resolve remained unwavering. I implore you, Blood-Eye, reveal to me the means to find my disciple. Blood-Eye, slightly displeased, responded with a frigid tone, why must you pursue this? Is it truly worth it? Bibi Dong had been holding back for quite some time. Ultimately, she mustered the courage, with an unwavering resolve, and declared, I have come to love my disciple. I wish to marry him. A world without him is not worth living in. I cannot bear to be without him. Although these words were directed towards Blood-Eye, it took an immense amount of courage for Bibi Dong to voice them. Due to my indecisiveness, I have forfeited countless opportunities to express my feelings to my disciple. Now, with less than 24 hours remaining, there is still a chance. If I do not attempt to salvage this, I shall regret it for the rest of my life. I implore you to assist me. Bibi Dong seldom sought assistance. Yet this time, she unwaveringly knelt before Xiaogang, her face reflecting an extreme sense of helplessness. Her voice laden with entreaty. Very well, this is your choice. Do not harbor regrets, Xiaogang acquiesced. Subsequently, she gestured with her hand, summoning a thread of luminous energy amidst the epicenter of the explosion, which she ultimately grasped. Xiaogang regarded Bibi Dong with a cold stare and continued, from my perception. This is indeed the true spirit of your disciple, or more accurately, a remnant spirit. Your disciple has paid a grave price to combat those adversaries. And if you wish to save her, it will be a life for a life. However, I must caution you. Xiaogang paused momentarily, her tone imbued with forewarning. Employing this method does not guarantee success, and you will forfeit 90% of your lifespan. At that juncture, you may become exceedingly unappealing. Are you certain? Absolutely. Bibi Dong replied without hesitation. Then, Xiaogang began to weave intricate hand seals, murmuring an arcane incantation. As she did so, a substantial essence of life was drawn from Bibi Dong and infused into the remnant spirit of Su Feng. Initially, Su Feng's spirit was merely a fleeting glimmer. Yet with the infusion of life energy, it began to coalesce into a tangible form. As for Bibi Dong, she gradually aged. Her once flawless and exquisitely beautiful visage began to show signs of wear, wrinkles emerging, and her hair gradually turning white. No, I cannot allow my disciple to see me in this state. Although Bibi Dong had anticipated this outcome, the reality of it was still difficult to accept. Master? At this moment, Su Feng regained consciousness, existing in the form of his true spirit. He gazed at Bibi Dong with concern and asked, What has happened to you? Disciple, do not look at me. I am quite unappealing at present. Sensing her disciple's gaze upon her, Bibi Dong instinctively turned away, covering her face with her hand, fearful that he would witness her aged appearance. It seems I have discerned the situation, Su Feng explained. If I am not mistaken, it must have been you, Master, who asked Lady Xiaogang to save me. Given this, I am profoundly grateful and would never think to disdain you. After a brief pause, he added with a smile, Regardless of how you may appear, you will always be my most esteemed teacher. Upon hearing those words, Bibi Dong's figure trembled slightly, her delicate hand unconsciously clenched. Teacher, once again. Teacher, I do not wish to merely be your teacher. The very thought of Su Feng's title filled her heart with an unbearable torment. In that moment, she longed to express her feelings to Su Feng, yet upon seeing her aged visage, hesitation gripped her anew. If it were in the past, Bibi Dong would have been terrified by her own appearance, too afraid to voice her innermost thoughts, fearing Su Feng's rejection. However, this time, her hesitation was fleeting. After being awakened by the moonlight's gentle touch, she came to a realization. She truly harbored feelings for her disciple. Her greatest regret was not revealing her emotions sooner. Now that she had finally salvaged an opportunity, regardless of the outcome, she resolved not to relinquish it. With these reflections in mind, Bibi Dong ceased to evade and instead gazed earnestly at Su Feng, stating with sincerity, Disciple, what I am about to share may be hard for you to believe, but it is the truth of my heart. Su Feng paused for a moment before responding, Please, go on. A faint blush illuminated Bibi Dong's face. Her delicate fingers instinctively fidgeted with the hem of her garment. After a moment of hesitation and a deep, steadying breath, she stammered, Disciple, I no longer wish to be merely your teacher, for I have developed feelings for you. I desire to marry you and be your wife. Will you accept me? This simple confession demanded nearly all of Bibi Dong's strength and courage, and once uttered, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over her. Uncertain of her disciple's response, she found solace in having expressed herself. Regardless of the outcome, she resolved not to harbor regrets as she had in the past. Previously, her concerns regarding their age difference had ensnared her in turmoil, yet in that moment, she had transformed into someone bolder. To her surprise, she realized she had never been this audacious before. Indeed, upon hearing Bibi Dong's heartfelt declaration, Feng was momentarily rendered speechless. Do you find me repugnant? Bibi Dong misinterpreted his silence as disdain, prompting her to hurriedly clarify, this is but a temporary state. Once I successfully inherit the legacy of the Rakshasa god, I shall attain immortality and regain my former appearance, perhaps even become more beautiful. You might consider my proposal. Perhaps emboldened by her confession, Bibi Dong's mindset shifted dramatically. She no longer retreated in fear, but instead actively sought what she desired, a realization that even she was unaware of. Very well, I accept your proposal. Once I reclaim my true form, I shall marry you, and you will thereafter be my wife. Bibi Dong initially believed that Feng would decline her request. However, to her astonishment, he responded with utmost sincerity, leaving her feeling as though she were lost in a dream. Bibi Dong found herself overwhelmed with emotion, unable to resist enveloping Feng in her embrace. Alas, Feng remained in his ethereal state, and she simply passed through him. Nevertheless, she felt as though she had captured something warm and profound. Not long ago, she had been consumed by sorrow when her pupil found a girlfriend, and she had suffered immensely upon his departure from her tutelage, desperately wishing it to be nothing more than a wretched nightmare from which she could awaken. Yet now, what she had once deemed a nightmare began to transform into a beautiful dream, leaving her exhilarated and somewhat entrapped in joy. How she longed for this to be reality. If it were merely a dream, she wished never to awaken. However, as Bibi Dong revealed her heartfelt sentiments to Feng, an ominous sound reverberated through the sky. Boom! Thunderous roars echoed endlessly as boundless black clouds enveloped the heavens, and streaks of crimson lightning pierced the firmament, crashing down relentlessly. What was happening? Bibi Dong's expression turned grave, and Feng, equally perplexed, solemnly stated, "It seems as if this world is on the brink of collapse." Collapse? Why would it collapse? Upon hearing Feng's words, Bibi Dong's countenance grew anxious, and she could not help but weep. Pupil, after much effort, I finally gathered the courage to confess my feelings to you. And it was no small feat to earn your promise. You have yet to marry me. How can this world collapse now? You must think of a way. After all, I have not yet become your bride. Having endured so much in recent times, Bibi Dong felt that she had finally arrived at a favorable conclusion. How could it be that the world would disintegrate at such a critical moment? This was simply beyond her comprehension. Master, I am truly sorry. I am at a loss as well. Feng responded with an apologetic gaze, his own heart heavy with despair. In this lifetime, it seems we may not be destined to be together. Just as he spoke, a tremendous black hole materialized in the sky with a deafening roar, voraciously consuming everything in its vicinity, causing multiple tornadoes to erupt across the land. Boom, boom, boom. The immense gravitational pull of the black hole surged forth, lifting vast expanses of earth into the swirling chaos. Oh no, this is ruthless. Little Juju, what is happening? I do not wish to perish. Nearby, the ghostly figure was suddenly swept up by a tornado, his frantic cries seeking Moon's assistance. Before long, Moon too was caught in the tempest, unable to suppress his screams. How could this be? What is happening? Not only Moon and the ghostly figure, but at that moment, wherever the tornadoes passed, everything was swept away. It would not be long before the entire world was devoured by that insatiable black hole. Upon witnessing the scene before her, Bibi Dong felt a surge of disappointment and anxiety. She had yet to embark on a sweet romance with her disciple. However, she was not afraid, for her disciple had always been by her side. Should there be a next life, even if she were to forcefully claim him, she would ensure he would not escape. Bibi Dong gazed at Feng, and in the next moment, her thoughts stirred, causing her body to erupt with energy. Buzz. After the body of Bibi Dong exploded, her true spirit became manifest. This was the result of the Rakshasa divine power assisting her soul in its departure from her corporeal form. She would not resort to such measures unless absolutely necessary. Yet now, she could no longer afford to be concerned with such considerations. In this moment, Bibi Dong appeared ageless, free from wrinkles, embodying the beauty of her most radiant self. Bibi Dong approached Su Feng, her delicate hand encircling his neck. In her captivating gaze, there shimmered an enchanting brilliance, and soon, only Su Feng's silhouette remained in her eyes. Not particularly tall, Bibi Dong instantly rose onto her toes. Her voice a tender plea, "Kiss me." In that moment, she cared not for the world's demise or anything else. Her heart was solely filled with Su Feng, and her gaze was brimming with affection. Su Feng, the teacher, looked back at Bibi Dong, his face awash with tenderness, and without hesitation, he pressed his lips against hers. This kiss seemed to suspend time, as if they were locked in a moment that would last until the end of eternity. Bibi Dong responded with deep emotion, her hands beginning to wander restlessly, until a whirlwind approached, forcing them to cease their intimate actions. Strangely, this tempest only ensnared Su Feng, leaving Bibi Dong unscathed. As if the celestial black hole had come to obliterate the world, sparing her, or perhaps to signal that it was time for her to awaken from this dream. "Hold on tight, master. I won't let you be taken away." Witnessing Su Feng being swept up by the whirlwind, Bibi Dong was naturally unwilling to relent and firmly grasped him. It seemed that her teacher was an exceptionally fortunate individual. Even amidst the world's destruction, he could survive. Which brought her a sense of relief. Relief for what? "You should be quiet and hold on to me. I won't allow you to be swept away." Bibi Dong believed that as long as she held her disciple tightly, she could keep him by her side. However, to her dismay, as the whirlwind swept through, her disciple's true spirit began to fade into a mere illusion. How could this happen? No, no. Upon witnessing this scene, Bibi Dong cried out in desperation. Her voice strained yet unwavering as she clung tightly to Su Feng. "Disciple, do not let go. Hold on to me. Please, I implore you." Tears, recently wiped away from Bibi Dong's face, surged forth once more, like a dam that had burst, impossible to contain. "Teacher, let go. It is futile. I fear that this time, I must truly depart from you." "No, I shall not release you," her teacher implored. Bibi Dong gazed at Su Feng, her voice trembling with desperation. "Disciple, I have searched tirelessly for you. Please do not leave me. Hold on tightly to me." Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from the heavens, as a dark abyss unleashed a bolt of lightning that struck Su Feng with ferocity, rendering his form nearly translucent and allowing Bibi Dong's hand to pass through him. "This cannot be real. It must be a dream. Oh, it must be a dream." Bibi Dong collapsed onto the ground, her hands covering her face as she wept inconsolably, tears streaming down her cheeks and soon soaking her garments. As Su Feng was swept away, the destruction of this world seemed to hasten, and before long, everything was annihilated, leaving only an abyss of darkness. "Disciple, do not depart," she cried, her voice breaking as her consciousness gradually faded into obscurity. In a world devoid of Su Feng, even if the sky were to collapse, it would matter little, would it not? "Disciple, I fear this time you truly must leave," echoed Su Feng's last words in Bibi Dong's mind, like an ominous refrain, rising and falling. Accompanying this haunting echo were images of a cataclysmic world, where earth and sky shattered. Perhaps that was the true apocalypse. Until, Bibi Dong's consciousness became shrouded in a haze, as all that she had experienced began to fade, akin to the sensation of having traversed an exceedingly long dream, one that felt profoundly real, so much so that, even in the final moments, she could not perceive it as false. The duration of this nebulous state was indeterminate to her, however. She could sense her awareness gradually returning to clarity, enabling her to think with lucidity. Most notably, she felt an immense surge of power coursing through her body. This newfound strength bore resemblance to the sensations experienced after absorbing a soul ring, yet it was markedly more domineering and formidable, surpassing the cumulative potency of all the soul rings she had previously absorbed. Bibi Dong remained oblivious to the origins of the newfound power coursing through her body, indifferent to pondering its source. At this moment, her mind was consumed solely by the image of her disciple, particularly the haunting memory of their figure dissipating. Why? Why was she the sole survivor in this apocalyptic world? Why was she not swept away as well? The mere thought of that black hole emerging, devouring all in its wake, along with the collapse of space and the harrowing scenes of the world's end, twisted her heart in agony, rendering her nearly lifeless. If only she could have been taken by the tempest that day, then at least she would have been with her disciple, rather than existing in this solitary consciousness, enduring an interminable expanse of loneliness and darkness, unable even to seek death. Bibi Dong was engulfed in sorrow, when suddenly a familiar voice of banter echoed in her mind. What on earth? Why hasn't he woken up yet? What kind of dream is the teacher having? It's been an entire week. Upon hearing this voice, Bibi Dong's mind jolted, and her first reaction was to suspect auditory hallucination, for the voice belonged to Su Feng. My disciple, wasn't he swept away by the tornado? Could it be that my disciple is not dead? As Bibi Dong contemplated this, her heart surged with excitement, and she instinctively yearned to call out to Su Feng. However, she soon realized that she could neither speak nor move. Her awareness was the only aspect that remained intact, while everything else was beyond her control. This sensation was familiar to her, commonly referred to as sleep paralysis, a term imparted to her by her disciple. It appeared that her teacher had been quite frightened by a nightmare this time. Alas, it was my fault for being hasty. I should have made additional preparations when I bestowed upon my teacher the 300,000-year soul ring. After all, unlike me, who possesses the primordial divine body, she is unable to resist the dream induced by such a soul ring, resulting in her requiring over a week to adapt to its power, while I merely need a single night of rest. Before long, Bibi Dong heard her disciple's voice again. However, this time it was not spoken, but rather a silent thought, imbued with a sense of helplessness and regret. Dreaming? A week? Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong felt her mind suddenly overwhelmed. Was everything she had experienced merely a dream? If it were a dream, why did it feel so extraordinarily real? No, that was not right. In that dream, it seemed she had never heard her disciple's thoughts. Despite not having heard them for several months, why had she failed to realize this? Bibi Dong found herself engulfed in confusion, striving to recollect the memories of that time. It seemed she had indeed noticed something amiss back then, albeit subconsciously, without deliberately pursuing that line of thought, merely convinced that it was the reality of the world. Could it truly have been nothing more than a dream? Bibi Dong still felt a sense of shock and disbelief. However, after the initial astonishment, a wave of excitement and exhilaration washed over her. Alas, she pondered when her teacher would awaken. I have been keeping vigil for an entire week. If you do not awaken soon, I might very well succumb to exhaustion. At that moment, Bibi Dong's mind was once again graced by the voice of her disciple, though this time the figure bore a hint of weariness, suggesting that the disciple had not rested for quite some time. Moments later, Bibi Dong sensed something gently wiping her forehead, bringing her a great sense of comfort. If her perception was correct, she must have sweated profusely from nightmares, and her disciple was assisting her in drying off. There, all done, came the soft and cautious whisper, and Bibi Dong realized that the towel had been removed from her forehead by her disciple. Teacher, please rest well. I need to take a brief nap. I truly cannot endure any longer. As these heartfelt words resonated, Bibi Dong heard Su Feng begin to retreat into the distance, the sound of his footsteps remarkably clear. Bibi Dong was unaware of Su Feng's destination, yet upon hearing the distant footsteps, she instinctively recalled a scene from her dreams. In that dream, Su Feng had confined her within a cave, and at that time, she too had heard such receding footsteps. An inexplicable sensation washed over her, as if Su Feng would never return after this departure. Disciple. Finally, in a moment of desperation, Bibi Dong exerted all her strength to call out, but unfortunately, her voice failed to manifest. At most, her anxiety lingered in her consciousness. Disciple, do not leave, do not leave. Perhaps Bibi Dong was truly frightened, despite her silent cries. She continued to struggle, yearning to escape this nightmarish state of paralysis. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of Su Feng's footsteps grew increasingly distant until, at last, it vanished completely. Disciple, do not go. Come back. Please come back. Bibi Dong, having heard no further sounds from Su Feng, assumed he had departed, which only heightened her anxiety. In a desperate struggle within her consciousness, she endeavored to break free from the state of clarity in her mind while being unable to control her body. Disciple, come back. Please return. Finally, overwhelmed by her fears, Bibi Dong exerted all her strength and shouted, come back. This cry seemed to transcend both time and space, piercing through body and soul, jolting her awake from her state of paralysis. As she regained consciousness, a fine sheen of sweat appeared on her forehead. Teacher, you're awake. Hearing the anxious exclamation, Su Feng was startled and hurried back to Bibi Dong's side. What greeted him was a disheveled woman, pale of face, with tears welling in her eyes. This scene stirred a pang of concern and compassion within him. What on earth frightened you so? He wondered, observing her distress. Are you all right, teacher? Bibi Dong met Su Feng's gaze, her expression a mix of shock and disbelief, as if she could hardly believe he was real. viewing him as a mere illusion. Disciple, she blinked, her heart racing with emotion. She instinctively clenched her delicate hands, her eyes fixed intently on him. Su Feng's countenance bore the marks of exhaustion, dark circles under his eyes, a testament to his sleepless nights. Bibi Dong could not tear her gaze away from Su Feng, her lips trembling as she seemed on the verge of speaking, yet words faltered into a choked sob. Soon, large tears welled in her eyes, streaming down her cheeks and eventually falling onto the bed. Please, teacher, don't cry. Su Feng, rarely witnessing Bibi Dong in tears, found himself at a loss in this unforeseen situation. You're alive, thank goodness. Bibi Dong's expression shifted from sorrow to a strained smile. Yet the joy was tinged with lingering distress, indicating she had not yet fully escaped the clutches of her nightmare. Do not be afraid, it's over now. Everything is all right, Su Feng reassured her, though he remained unaware of the specifics of her nightmare. Yet, from her expression and demeanor, he sensed a tumult of emotions, profound fear, disbelief, and lingering trepidation. Without hesitation, he enveloped her in a comforting embrace. Fear not, it is all behind you now. Su Feng held Bibi Dong in his embrace, gently patting her back in an attempt to provide solace. After all, he too had experienced nightmares, and the comfort of another person following such terrors could instill a profound sense of security. He believed that his actions would indeed be of some benefit. Disciple Bauer. Bibi Dong embraced Su Feng with fervor, her head nestled against his chest, unable to resist nuzzling against him, as if longing to meld her very being with his. My dear, when shall you wed your master? You had promised me. Bibi Dong suddenly spoke, her tone laced with a playful charm. Thunderstruck, Su Feng could only exclaim, What? The words of Bibi Dong struck Su Feng like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily stunned and bewildered. Teacher, what? What did you just say? Su Feng's lips trembled uncontrollably as he spoke. Bauer, did you not promise to marry me once this matter was resolved? You even stated that I would be your wife in the future. These are vows you made. Bibi Dong embraced Su Feng more tightly, as if fearing he might slip away. Her voice, laced with an extreme sense of grievance, carried a weeping tone, and the tears in her eyes stained his garments. Disciple, do you intend to renege? Bibi Dong pouted and nuzzled against Su Feng's chest. Su Feng's lips twitched, his mind racing with silent complaints. When did I ever agree? What am I reneging on? Perhaps that was merely a figment of your dreams, dear teacher. What you envision in your slumber should not be taken seriously in reality. Su Feng felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Over the past few days, he had overheard Bibi Dong uttering various sleep-talking musings, and it became apparent that his teacher had developed feelings for him. Nevertheless, this was something Su Feng had anticipated long ago. Don't ask how he knew. It was simply a given. Bibi Dong's sordid gaze had long betrayed her intentions. Furthermore, her repeated attempts to thwart his pursuit of romantic companionship clearly illustrated her jealousy. The emergence of the Red Empress only served to underscore this notion, for the Red Empress epitomized Bibi Dong's desires. Her every whim was undoubtedly influenced by Bibi Dong. This series of circumstances inadvertently proved that Bibi Dong had long wished to claim him as her own. Yet, while she was aware of her feelings, the question of acceptance was an entirely different narrative. After all, matters of the heart involve two individuals. One person's affection does not necessitate reciprocation from the other. If that were the case, he would have been whisked away by the Red Empress long ago. Reflecting on this, Su Feng instinctively patted Bibi Dong's back and urged, perhaps, Teacher, you should take a moment to collect yourself. I am perfectly composed, but I have always regarded you merely as a teacher. As he uttered these words, Su Feng felt a pang of guilt, for he realized he could not entirely view Bibi Dong in that light. Just as in the past, when she had playfully teased him, his heart would race, though he managed to maintain his composure out of embarrassment. Only as a teacher? Su Feng's words seemed to provoke Bibi Dong, prompting her to instinctively release him. Disciple, if you claim to regard me solely as a teacher, will you heed my words? Bibi Dong scrutinized Su Feng, her expression grave and imbued with an undeniable authority, as if daring him to utter a dissenting word, lest she retaliate without hesitation. Gulp. Su Feng found himself swallowing hard at the sight, reluctantly nodding. Well, I suppose I would. Then I command you to marry me. Can you acquiesce to this? Can I? Given your expression, can I dare to refuse? If I were to do so, would you not drain me dry? Enough of this banter. Respond to me. Bibi Dong urged eagerly, her resolve unwavering as she sought to act upon her true desires. She cared not for Su Feng's internal deliberations. She required but a singular answer. If he consented, she would find solace, but should he dare to decline, she would resort to any means necessary to possess him. Su Feng discerned Bibi Dong's intention for a forceful approach, seeking to bind him to her will, yet he was unprepared for such an eventuality. Teacher, might you allow me to impart some reasoning first? Given the current predicament, it was ill-advised to outright refuse. The repercussions could be dire. The most prudent course of action would be to stall for time and devise a strategy later. Disciple, do not divert the topic. Unexpectedly, Bibi Dong did not grant Su Feng the opportunity to defend himself. She swiftly seized both of his hands and promptly pinned him down onto the bed, seating herself atop him. In this commanding position, she held Su Feng beneath her with an air of dominance, then gazed at him tenderly, inquiring, Disciple, please respond. Will you marry me or not? Gulp. Su Feng, taken aback by the woman before him, found himself unable to suppress a nervous swallow. Panic surged within him. What a predicament. The teacher has lost control. Observing her current demeanor, he noted that her eyes remained unclouded with rage, which meant she was truly serious this time. Having not rested properly for a week, he feared that if he allowed her to have her way, he might be utterly exhausted beyond recovery. With this troubling thought in mind, Su Feng shuddered involuntarily, trembling slightly. He hastily declared, Teacher, I can agree to your request, but you must also concede to one condition. At his words, Bibi Dong's expression brightened, and she urged, Speak. Su Feng intended to continue, but being pinned in such a manner by Bibi Dong left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. He quickly added, Could you please get off me first? Otherwise. His gaze faltered, unable to maintain eye contact with Bibi Dong, who still wore her translucent nightgown. The sensation of her skin against him was overwhelming, causing him considerable embarrassment. Prompted by Su Feng's comment, a faint blush crept upon Bibi Dong's cheeks. However, she remained steadfast, suppressing her shyness and retorted, You must first state your condition, otherwise. Don't blame me for taking it a step further. Just moments ago, she had even entertained the notion of devouring her disciple, a thought that now surged with intensity. Thus, rather than feeling shy about their intimate contact, it ignited a restless yearning within her to claim her disciple wholly. In the bedroom, Su Feng observed Bibi Dong's unwavering grip on him and realized he had no choice but to adapt to this awkward situation. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke, Teacher, if you desire me to marry you, it is possible, but under one condition. He emphasized, we must start anew, as if we were a couple in a typical romantic relationship. During this period, we shall be equals, and neither of us shall coerce the other into anything. This is the most fundamental respect. Upon hearing Su Feng's words, Bibi Dong found no faults in his reasoning, and a radiant smile blossomed on her face. Very well. I agree, she replied. With that, her delicate hand lowered slightly, and her lovely countenance revealed a hint of bashfulness. So, does this mean I am now your girlfriend? We are indeed a couple? Cough, indeed. Su Feng turned his head slightly, feeling embarrassed to gaze at Bibi Dong. At this moment, he sensed an undertone of coercion. Or rather, he was indeed being coerced. However, he found himself surprisingly unopposed to this sensation. On the contrary, there was a faint anticipation within him. Otherwise, he would have resisted, even at the cost of revealing his cultivation rather than acquiescing. Disciple, I wonder if I may engage in such actions with you? Bibi Dong finally looked at Su Feng, her face flushed with embarrassment. After much hesitation, she stammered out her inquiry. Although her disciple had already consented to be her partner, Bibi Dong felt a lingering unease, as if until she truly possessed him, he might still be snatched away by another girl. This thought made her yearn to claim him at once. That is not acceptable. To her surprise, Su Feng firmly rejected her, further insisting, You cannot compel me, otherwise. You would be violating the conditions I set forth. At his words, Bibi Dong found herself momentarily at a loss, observing the seriousness etched upon her disciple's countenance. She couldn't help but pout slightly, adopting a somewhat playful tone. If I don't mind, even if I were to suffer a loss, it would be on my account. What are you afraid of? Su Feng's lips twitched, internally scoffing at her words. You suffer a loss. Can you truly say that with a clear conscience? Oh, but no. You cannot touch it. It's too glaring. After all, from childhood to adulthood, it had mostly been she who had taken advantage of him. After this internal monologue, Su Feng's expression grew serious once more as he stated, In any case, you cannot force me to do anything. If you cannot adhere to this, yet still insist on undertaking such actions with me, then what distinguishes you from Qian Xunji? Certainly, there is a distinction, Bibi Dong replied with conviction, as if she had long pondered this matter. Qian Xunji seeks only personal gain, whereas my feelings for you are genuine. The final words she uttered were imbued with profound sincerity, as if she wished to grasp his hand and place it upon her heart, allowing him to truly feel her emotions. Su Feng, while not doubting her words, felt a sense of shyness and realized he needed time to accept her identity. Thus, he gently advised, even if your feelings are sincere, coercion is not the answer. If that were the case, our relationship as a couple would merely be a forced arrangement, and such fruit would never be sweet. Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback, and without engaging her intellect, she uttered a phrase, though a forcibly picked fruit may not be sweet, it can quench one's thirst. Su Feng's face twitched in surprise. Where on earth did you learn that, teacher? I don't believe I've ever uttered such words. Su Feng was astonished. Upon reflection, it seemed to him that Bibi Dong had likely gleaned this from a short video on that flat-screen mobile device. My disciple, I heed your wishes and shall not compel you to undertake any task. At that moment, Bibi Dong's gaze lingered on Su Feng's dark circles, and in an instant, her initial inclination to discipline him dissipated. She then turned her attention away from him. It appears you have not rested in quite some time. Is it because you have been watching over me? Observing Su Feng's current state, Bibi Dong felt a twinge of compassion and warmth, and she could not help but reach out to caress his cheek, adopting a somewhat scolding tone. Look at you, once so indolent, refusing to lift a finger, and now you seem like a lifeless statue, incapable of resting? Ahem, well, it is fortunate that I do not perceive myself as suffering. After all, I am a Title Douluo, and enduring several sleepless nights is bearable. At present, my greatest desire is simply to indulge in a leisurely slumber. However, more than that, Su Feng was eager to uncover what had transpired in Bibi Dong's dreams over the past week that had so frightfully affected her. Throughout this week, he had heard numerous exclamations from her, indicating she had undoubtedly been ensnared in a terrifying nightmare. With this in mind, Su Feng could not help but inquire, Teacher, what exactly have you dreamed of this past week? Please share the details with me. Upon hearing the word dream, vivid images began to surge in Bibi Dong's mind. A girl was boldly kissing her disciple right before her eyes. Moreover, her disciple turned his back on her, resolutely severing ties with their master-disciple bond. There was also that merciless tornado, gradually ravaging her disciple's true spirit until it was utterly annihilated, separating the two of them completely. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Bibi Dong's delicate brows furrowed, and her expression grew increasingly somber. Ultimately, she instinctively covered her head with her hand, seemingly reluctant to revisit those memories. Such recollections were nothing short of a nightmare for her. Su Feng discerned Bibi Dong's distress and promptly reassured her, Teacher, if you prefer not to reflect on those memories, it is perfectly acceptable. You need not share. No, I must speak, Bibi Dong insisted. Although she was hesitant to recall those images, an overwhelming urge compelled her to divulge her experiences, or rather, the events of her dreams, to her disciple. Having suppressed these feelings for so long, she feared that if she could not articulate them and release the pent-up emotions, she might continue to endure those dreadful nightmares, potentially leaving an indelible mark on her psyche. Then please, go ahead. I am listening intently, Su Feng replied, his demeanor earnest and attentive. Bibi Dong pondered for a moment and then said, Not only do I wish to speak, but I also desire for you to witness it. How shall we perceive this? Bibi Dong drew closer to Su Feng, until they were merely inches apart. As your teacher, I possess the ability to wield the power of the Rakshasa to create an illusion, allowing you to witness everything I have experienced. All you need to do is relax your body, as if you were simply drifting into slumber. Bibi Dong elucidated her words, her complexion gradually turning a shade of crimson. She pressed her lips together, then continued, However, before that, might you fulfill a small wish of mine? What is it? Upon witnessing Bibi Dong's demeanor, Su Feng seemed to sense something, instinctively retreating a step. Disciple, why do you shy away? Noticing Su Feng's attempt to escape, Bibi Dong wasted no time and lunged forward, swiftly pinning him to the bed. Just as before, she firmly grasped both of his hands, intertwining their fingers. While she positioned herself atop Su Feng, her beautiful eyes locked intently onto his. As they gazed into each other's faces, both felt their breaths quicken, their chests rising and falling tumultuously. In such an intimate moment, they could distinctly perceive the fervent rhythm of each other's heartbeats. Bibi Dong's continuous actions left Su Feng somewhat bewildered and slightly apprehensive. Teacher, what exactly are you trying to do? His disciple, Bibi Dong, blinked her beautiful eyes, her delicate face revealing a hint of grievance. making her appear irresistibly charming. Now that we are a couple, can we sleep together from now on? May I embrace you as I used to? As she uttered these words, it was as if Bibi Dong had been holding back for a long time. Her voice tinged with nervousness and a touch of vulnerability. Memories of the past year flooded her mind. Every time the Red Queen made such a request, she would reject it without hesitation, sometimes even throwing a tantrum. This filled her with dread, fearing that her fate would mirror that of the Red Queen. Su Feng found himself deep in thought. Perhaps terrified of rejection, Bibi Dong immediately raised her small hand in a gesture of oath, declaring, "I promise. As long as you do not agree, I will never impose such a thing upon you." "Ah, I just fear that you may lose control," Su Feng silently lamented. However, this time, he did not indulge in his usual dramatics. Instead, he nodded in agreement. All right. After all, they were now a couple. And Su Feng felt that further hesitation would be unbecoming of him. "You are the best, Bibi." Upon receiving his consent, Bibi Dong's expression lit up with joy. Unable to contain herself, she playfully pinched Su Feng's cheek, and perhaps feeling unsatisfied, she did the same to the other side, as if she wished to devour half of his face. Of course, her true intention was to kiss him, but she was somewhat apprehensive. Previously, when the Red Queen had been in control, an attempt to kiss her disciple had nearly resulted in her being sealed away. Now that she had finally become a couple with him, she dared not be too forward, preferring to take things slowly. Su Feng, instinctively preparing to wipe his face after being pinched, found this behavior habitual. Oh no, it was indeed a habit, for he disliked the sensation of moistness on his face. Although there were no traces of saliva from Bibi Dong's playful gestures, he felt as though there was a slight residue. "Let me help you with that," he began. But Bibi Dong was quicker, grabbing a handkerchief to wipe his face. "All done." Bibi Dong giggled foolishly. Witnessing her smile stirred something within Su Feng. He had initially felt disdain, yet she remained unconcerned, even considering his perspective. This made him reflect on his own pettiness and lack of appreciation for her feelings. In that moment, seeing Bibi Dong's sweet, innocent smile, Su Feng felt an unusual warmth in his heart. It seemed that Bibi Dong was rather endearing and exceptionally captivating. Moments later, unable to restrain himself, Su Feng flipped over and pinned Bibi Dong onto the bed. "Disciple you." Bibi Dong stared at Su Feng in astonishment. Her face a canvas of disbelief, utterly unprepared for such an unexpected gesture from him. "What do you intend to do?" she murmured, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. As if lost in a dream, never imagining she would utter such words to her disciple, words that had always been spoken by her disciple to her. "Disciple, you, however." Bibi Dong received no answer. Instead, she found herself captivated by the proximity of her disciple's face, her heart racing uncontrollably as she instinctively closed her eyes. In that moment, she felt one of his hands wrap around her waist while the other cradled her head, and she was taken aback as his warm, soft lips pressed directly against hers. Thump, thump, thump. Bibi Dong felt as though her heart might leap from her chest, as if she were caught in a dream. Her apprentice. He had actually initiated a kiss with her. While her heart was overwhelmed with astonishment, she simultaneously savored his tenderness, wrapping her arms around his neck and passionately responding. Unfortunately, just as Bibi Dong began to relish this gentle moment, Su Feng seemed ready to release her. Startled, she quickly wrapped her legs around his waist, holding him firmly in place. Su Feng's eyes widened, instinctively wanting to push Bibi Dong away. Yet, he, who dared not reveal his true strength, could not muster the courage to exert himself. Thus, he found himself ensnared in a passive predicament, softly whimpering. As Su Feng sensed Bibi Dong tightening her embrace, a sense of foreboding surged within him. Oh no, this is reckless. Surely, she won't lose control again, will she? Could it be that I am to be subjected to her desires today? Despite his worries, he soon realized that Bibi Dong was merely kissing him and had not ventured further, which brought him a slight sense of relief. After all, he had acted on impulse, unable to resist the urge to steal a kiss, yet he was not prepared for anything more intimate. Since Bibi Dong chose not to pursue deeper exploration, Su Feng felt reassured and ceased to resist her advances, allowing her to continue the kiss, even beginning to reciprocate. Time seemed to blur. Perhaps it was 3 minutes. Perhaps a quarter of an hour. Bibi Dong released Su Feng, breathing heavily, her face flushed crimson. In contrast, Su Feng appeared even more wretched. Not only was his face aflame, but his entire body radiated heat, and his clothing was torn in several places. Well, you must be quite fatigued now. It is time for you to rest, Allow me to take care of you from here on. Bibi Dong reluctantly released Su Feng. If circumstances permitted, she would have desired to advance their intimacy. However, she understood that his lack of resistance had already constituted a significant concession. To press further might provoke his displeasure. Su Feng, exhaling in relief, then collapsed onto the bed, not wishing to move another muscle. At last, it was over. A week spent vigilantly attending to his teacher had deprived him of precious hours of sleep. If he did not rest soon, he feared he would truly succumb to exhaustion. With a silent lament echoing in his mind, he closed his eyes, determined to drift into a deep slumber. Yet, scarcely had he shut his eyes when he felt delicate. Warm hands tugging at his clothing. Teacher, what are you doing? Su Feng inquired wearily, gazing at Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong felt a twinge of guilt and said, I accidentally tore your clothing. It would be rather uncomfortable for you to rest in this state. Perhaps you should remove your garments to facilitate your relaxation. Though her words suggested concern, a more disquieting intention brewed within her, as she yearned to ascertain the extent of her disciple's growth over the past year. In her eagerness, she had acted too hastily, realizing now that she ought to have waited until he was asleep before proceeding, perhaps fearing that her disciple might harbor suspicions. Bibi Dong hastily added, of course, if you prefer not to undress, that is perfectly acceptable. Upon hearing this, Su Feng instinctively glanced at his attire. Indeed, it was slightly torn. Thus, before Bibi Dong could take any action, he tossed aside his clothing, reassured by the fact that he still wore his undergarments beneath the covers. Feeling no significant embarrassment, Bibi Dong seemed to recollect something and reminded, Do you not wish to know what I dreamt of? I can conjure an illusion through the power of the Rakshasa, allowing you to witness it firsthand. However, you must relax your body, treating it as a mere slumber. Do not resist my strength. Very well. Su Feng did not hesitate. Then let us begin. Bibi Dong positioned herself beside Su Feng, her delicate hand reaching out to rest upon his forehead, a gentle stream of soul power flowing into him. Su Feng felt an overwhelming drowsiness wash over him. He ceased to speak, dismissing all other thoughts, and simply closed his eyes to sleep. Before long, a humming sound resonated. At that moment, Bibi Dong had successfully constructed the illusion, and she was certain that Su Feng had fallen into a deep slumber. Hee. Bibi Dong's lips curled into a mischievous smile. And then, with deliberate grace, she gently moved her jade-like hand, brushing across Su Feng's forehead, caressing his cheek, and ultimately delving into his chest. Feeling the strength of his muscular form, this touch caused her cheeks to flush with a delightful crimson, her mind swirling with bashful imagery. Bibi Dong gazed once more at the window. Although it was shut, the essence of the night was unmistakable. A more profound smile graced her lips. The night stretched on interminably. What should I do? Her thoughts wandered. Sleep? Nonsense. She had already indulged in slumber for an entire week. Bibi Dong felt utterly devoid of any fatigue at that moment. How filthy. Bibi Dong surveyed the garments adorning her form, wrinkling her nose in distaste. It seemed she had perspired profusely over the past week, having been quite startled. How vexing. This little rascal, why does he not think to provide me with a change of attire? With a glance full of reproach directed at Su Feng, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of resignation. Alas, if this scoundrel possessed even a modicum of modesty, I might not have found it so challenging to subdue him for this long. Never mind, I shall take a bath first. Resolutely dismissing her thoughts, Bibi Dong shed her garments and stepped into the bathing chamber. In the past, she might have felt a surge of shyness, instinctively closing the door behind her. Yet now, she not only left it ajar but also conceived a notion, I shall dismantle this bothersome door later. In that bed, where my disciple has slumbered for over a year, cannot remain either, lest he regret not sharing my bed in the future. Meanwhile, Su Feng found himself enveloped in the illusion crafted by Bibi Dong. Upon closer inspection, a shiver coursed through him, and he finally discerned the intricate web of circumstances. It became apparent that the reason Bibi Dong had been ensnared in this dream for so long, suffering immensely, stemmed from 4 influencing factors: the soul ring, the Red Queen, the prophecy of the heavenly Tao, and Su Feng himself. The first factor involved the absorption of a 300,000-year-old soul ring, which bore a side effect of plunging one into a dream state. Normally, even if one experienced nightmares, the pain would not be unbearable. However, the subsequent 3 factors, the emotional turmoil during the Red Queen's self-induced slumber, the prophetic visions bestowed by the heavenly Tao, and Su Feng's repeated rejections, conspired to instill in Bibi Dong a profoundly negative mindset. This culminated in a deeply unsettling dream, one more difficult for her to endure than death itself. Fortunately, prior to her full immersion into the dream realm, Bibi Dong received assistance from the Red Queen, which mitigated the severity of the nightmare to some extent. Furthermore, after Bibi Dong entered the dream, Feng employed a mystical artifact to release a wave of azure light, endeavoring to alter the nature of her dream experience. This intervention gradually transformed what could have been an extreme nightmare into a more bearable scenario for Bibi Dong. Without the aid of the Red Queen and Feng, perhaps the outcome would have been dire. In the depths of her dreams, Bibi Dong envisions a girl who is not merely a puppet, but a real person, perhaps even a child, who appears before her each day, incessantly swaying and instilling within Bibi Dong a profound sense of regret and anguish. It is conceivable that in her dreams, Bibi Dong may also endure the torment inflicted by Qian Xunji. Every vision once bestowed upon her by the heavenly path gradually manifests in her dreams, allowing her to experience them as if they were reality. Upon witnessing the contents of Bibi Dong's dream, Feng felt a shiver run down his spine, simultaneously overwhelmed with gratitude. Fortunately, the teacher had not encountered a truly horrific nightmare, for that would surely leave an indelible shadow upon her psyche. After digesting the dream, Feng found himself inexplicably inspired, though the insight was slight, merely a fleeting touch of understanding. Suddenly, a notification chimed. New insight detected in the host. The system has automatically generated a unique soul skill, Ultimate Nightmare, available for purchase at the cost of 10,000 relaxation points. Would you like to learn it? Stunned by the announcement, Feng acknowledged the prowess of the system. Yes, he replied decisively. Without delay, the essence of this newly conceived soul skill penetrated his consciousness, granting him immediate mastery over it. Having grasped the quintessence of this skill, Feng felt an instinctive urge to elevate its status to the highest tier, for it surpassed even his 300,000-year soul skill, evoking a tremor of fear. In the chaotic realm, within the confines of a hellish prison, one could observe a subterranean cell ablaze with flames, each chamber engulfed in fire. Presently, the prison was nearly devoid of inmates. Save for one deranged prisoner in the foremost cell, none other than the remnant of Xiaogang. He was curled up beside the bars of his cell, gnawing on the iron while foolishly chuckling. So delicious. Despite the absence of extraneous debris, the surroundings appeared utterly filthy, a result of Xiaogang's indiscriminate release of bodily functions, rendering the cell akin to a pigsty, utterly repugnant. Simultaneously, not far from Xiaogang, a rift in space materialized, accompanied by a cacophony of crackling lightning. Moments later, a figure emerged from within. Feng, having just comprehended the ultimate nightmare, he thought to himself, what better way to test its power than on you, my little guinea pig? As Feng uttered his words, his gaze shifted toward Xiaogang, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Simultaneously, he deftly conjured a protective shield enveloping his entire being, lest the foul odors of the surroundings taint him. Feng was acutely aware of how utterly revolting the deranged Xiaogang could be. He behaved like a beast, relieving himself indiscriminately and, appallingly, even consuming his own excrement. While his own consumption might merely incite disdain from others, such as Salus, it was Xiaogang's penchant for sharing that rendered him even more repulsive. He would pull a handful of the disgusting matter, but rather than ingest it himself, he sought to feed it to others. Should they refuse, he would wait until they were at rest, then abruptly force it into their mouths. Feng shuddered at the thought of Salus's suffering and dared not delve further into that imagery. With a grave countenance, Feng extended his hand and traced a few intricate gestures. Soon, a black mark began to materialize, its design exceedingly elaborate and sinister, resembling a black hole that threatened to ensnare anyone who gazed upon it. Feng's will subtly shifted as he directed the ominous mark toward Xiaogang. At that moment, Xiaogang was still foolishly licking the railing, his silly grin betraying no awareness of Feng's approach. However, upon sensing the arrival of the nightmarish mark, he trembled and turned in panic. No, don't come closer. The foolish smile faded from Xiaogang's face, replaced by a palpable dread as he instinctively recoiled from the aura emanating from the mark. Oh, trying to escape? Feng chuckled mockingly as he observed Xiaogang's frantic attempts to evade him. With a snap of his fingers, the nightmarish mark surged forward, embedding itself in Xiaogang's forehead, rendering him unconscious. Su Feng surveyed the insensible figure, pondering what grotesque visions might haunt his dreams. Just as the thought crossed his mind, he recalled Salis's lamentations, sending a chill down his spine. Forget it, forget it. I'd rather not witness his nightmares and end up with my own. Su Feng had an inkling that while observing anyone else's nightmares might pose no issue, witnessing Xiaogang's would likely be a significant problem, one that would undoubtedly be revolting. As these thoughts lingered in his mind, a notification from the system chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have inflicted the soul skill ultimate nightmare upon the wretched Xiaogang, subjecting him to unparalleled torment. Reward: 500-foot lying flat points. Upon hearing this notification, Su Feng's expression brightened with joy. Indeed, I can accumulate lying flat points. Begone, begone. Suddenly, Su Feng heard Xiaogang's exclamation, and his gaze instinctively shifted towards him. Don't come any closer. Please, don't come any closer. At this moment, it was evident that Xiaogang had plunged into the depths of a harrowing nightmare. His expression, once characterized by a foolish grin, gradually morphed into one of fear and anxiety, his entire visage cloaked in an overwhelming aura of suffering. Ding. The spirit of Xiaogang in the hellish prison is enduring extreme torment. The level of anguish has escalated. Reward: 500 lying flat points. Su Feng was uncertain about the nature of Xiaogang's dream, yet witnessing his profound distress and the accumulation of numerous lying flat points brought him a sense of reassurance. Please, don't. I beg you. Perhaps due to the feedback from the nightmare, even in a state of unconsciousness, Xiaogang continued to plead, trembling in fear. It seemed the method was proving effective. Perhaps, in the future, he could employ this strategy to amass even more lying flat points. This thought flickered in Su Feng's mind. Although he had no intention of applying this tactic to Salis and the others, fearing it might render them utterly daft, jeopardizing his army of the undead. While Su Feng pondered, the system notification chimed once more. Ding. Due to the host instilling Xiaogang with an extreme nightmare, it inadvertently stimulated his consciousness, allowing him to regain his senses, while simultaneously increasing his sensitivity to the dream. Consequently, Xiaogang's pain index has risen. Reward: 1,000 lying flat points. Upon hearing the sudden notification, Su Feng twitched his lips in astonishment. What the hell? Has Xiaogang turned misfortune into fortune and regained his sanity? Yet, as soon as he uttered this, he felt something amiss and promptly corrected himself. No, in the face of such a dreadful nightmare, regaining sanity is the true misfortune. Initially, Su Feng had merely sought to test the potency of this soul technique, and if possible, intended to use this mark to torment Xiaogang to siphon off his resentment, thereby earning lying flat points. However, he had not anticipated that he would inadvertently restore this fool Xiaogang's consciousness. Never mind. It's of little consequence as long as this fellow continues to earn me lying flat points. Su Feng swiftly dismissed the matter from his mind. With a mere thought, a rift in space appeared beside him. Whoosh! Su Feng stepped into the rift in space, departing from the confines of the infernal prison. However, instead of awakening upon his escape, he descended into a deeper slumber. After all, he had vigilantly remained by Bibi Dong's side for an entire week, during which he had to intermittently employ a certain artifact to release a surge of azure light, thus altering the visions that plagued her dreams. Yet, utilizing this artifact to unleash the azure glow drained his mental fortitude. Despite Su Feng being a formidable Title Douluo, bolstered by the support of the Hongming divine body, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed. This exhaustion was, of course, a matter of endurance, necessitating proper rest for recuperation. As he mentally lamented his plight, he unwittingly succumbed to profound sleep. Perhaps even he was unaware that it had been over a year since his last deep slumber. During this period of profound repose, he was unlikely to awaken unless faced with imminent danger. As Su Feng was enveloped in deep sleep, he remained oblivious to Bibi Dong's mischievous intentions, which she was diligently putting into action. The bathroom echoed with the splashing of water, accompanied by her cheerful humming, suggesting that her mood was exceptionally buoyant this evening. Su Feng had not only consented to be her partner, but had also agreed to share the same bed in the future. These two affirmations were sufficient to ignite her excitement. Reflecting on their last shared night, he realized it had been over a year since they had been together, and that occasion bore a resemblance to this one, as his disciple had also succumbed to deep slumber then. If Su Feng were to awaken at this moment, he would not only hear the melodic hum emanating from the bathroom, but would also be greeted by an exquisitely fragrant aroma, the scent of a body wash. An essence that did not exist in this world. This fragrance was not overpowering, yet it was irresistibly alluring, prompting one to inhale deeply. Most importantly, this substance boasted skin-nourishing properties, rendering the skin more hydrated, smooth, and fair. Perhaps due to the peculiarity of the evening, Bibi Dong lingered in the bath longer than usual, spending over an hour in the bathroom. At last, she emerged, not clad in garments but rather wrapped in a white towel, as she began to rummage through her wardrobe. Oh dear, I truly cannot decide which nightgown to wear. Bibi Dong gazed upon the expansive wardrobe, contemplating the myriad of garments that seemed countless. She found herself ensnared in a profound dilemma. In truth, if given the choice, she would prefer not to don a nightgown, for the mere layer of fabric felt like an insurmountable barrier between her and her disciple. Even when nestled in each other's embrace, she could not sense the intimate connection of their hearts. Particularly tonight, her disciple, unusually, chose to sleep unclothed, and she yearned to seize this moment. Yet, she hesitated to forego attire entirely, fully aware that her disciple was prone to shyness and a touch of affectation. Should her disciple discover her state, it would likely lead to reproach, and she feared leaving a negative impression, making her disciple perceive her as overly casual, which would be quite undesirable. Well, this shall suffice. Bibi Dong swiftly selected a nightgown, a short piece that gracefully skimmed her thighs. Without a moment's hesitation, she slipped it on. The fabric she chose was remarkably smooth and silky, almost ethereal in its delicacy. One might easily mistake it for a gossamer layer. Its sheer lightness rendered it almost imperceptible against her skin, as if she were adorned in nothing at all. Yet, astonishingly, despite the gown's diaphanous quality, it exhibited no transparency whatsoever. Indeed, it was quite a pleasing sight. Bibi Dong approached the mirror and scrutinized her reflection, twirling gracefully before finally indulging in a moment of self-admiration. Typically, she did not possess the habit of gazing into mirrors, however. Today felt distinctly different as she yearned to adorn herself, desiring to present her most exquisite self before her disciple. Oh, and there was also a matter of great significance to consider. Bibi Dong seemed to recall something, and she promptly approached the bed where Feng used to sleep. I merely wish to prevent this bed from occupying unnecessary space in the room. It is not that I fear my disciple might choose to sleep separately, she justified to herself. In an instant, a crimson glimmer flickered in Bibi Dong's eyes. Were this bed to possess consciousness, it would likely tremble in fear at her gaze. Exclaiming in terror, "Don't come any closer." With a resounding crash, as expected, Bibi Dong extended her delicate hand, unleashing a tempestuous surge of soul power. In the blink of an eye, the bed that Feng had often used was utterly obliterated, reduced to mere dust. Fortunately, prior to its destruction, Bibi Dong had conjured a protective barrier, allowing her to swiftly collect the remnants of the shattered bed. Next, her gaze shifted towards the bathroom door, or rather, the entire wall. Indeed, she found that door, and the wall itself, exceedingly bothersome. I am only concerned that this wall might obstruct the fresh air from entering the bathroom. It would be unfortunate if my disciple were to suffocate while bathing. It is not that I wish to witness my disciple in the bath. She rationalized once more. In the following moment, the crimson light in Bibi Dong's eyes flared again, her focus intensely fixated on the bathroom door and the wall beyond. If the door possessed sentience, it would likely tremble in fear, akin to a bear on a mountaintop, stomping and roaring. Should the wall be sentient, it might scream in madness. I want to go home. I want to go home. I want to go home. Alas, under Bibi Dong's relentless assault, both the door and the wall were swiftly reduced to dust and collected without delay. At last, having disposed of these obtrusive objects, Bibi Dong approached Feng's side, cautiously inquiring, "Are you asleep?" Bibi Dong, uncertain whether her companion was truly asleep, stealthily slid her hand into the other's armpit and gave a gentle scratch. It appeared that her companion was indeed in a deep slumber. For quite some time, Bibi Dong noticed no unusual reactions from her disciple, nor did she hear any whispers from the depths of her heart. Clearly, her companion had succumbed to a profound sleep. As long as she refrained from making any significant noise, her companion would generally remain undisturbed. Most importantly, the other had cared for her for an entire week, and such exhaustion would naturally lead to such a deep sleep. With these thoughts in mind, Bibi Dong felt a sense of relief wash over her. "Bayer, I have come for you." Bibi Dong's lips curled into an expectant smile as she stealthily climbed onto the bed. gently lifting the covers. She carefully nestled herself beneath the blankets. Throughout this entire process, she made scarcely a sound, fearing that she might awaken Su Feng, for that would hinder her intentions. In this moment, Bibi Dong felt her heart race with an exhilarating thrill. It seemed that engaging in such clandestine actions was far more exhilarating than kissing her disciple. Oh, dear disciple, allow me to first ascertain whether your skin is more exquisite than my own. A peculiar thought arose within Bibi Dong, and in the next moment, her delicate foot, akin to an ice lotus blossoming amidst a frozen landscape, gently grazed Su Feng's thigh, rubbing against him softly. It was an oddly stimulating sensation. A faint blush adorned Bibi Dong's fair cheeks, as she seemed immensely affected by this intimate contact between their skins. Bibi Dong gently caressed Su Feng's cheek, gazing at his peacefully sleeping face and the lingering dark circles beneath his eyes, feeling a surge of tenderness. Unable to restrain herself, she leaned down and placed a soft kiss on his forehead. Perhaps seeking a more exhilarating sensation, Bibi Dong then playfully kissed each of Su Feng's cheeks. Oddly, this kiss produced a continuous sound that was not merely a gentle wave, but rather sensuous in nature. Perhaps it was not a kiss, but rather a gentle sucking. Is this sufficient? How could it be? This is hardly even the beginning. A few hours prior, in the Heaven Do Empire, within a small valley, a robust middle-aged man was diligently constructing a house using bamboo. He swung his hammer with vigor, driving the bamboo poles deep into the earth. After meticulously planning the layout of the ground and securing the framework of the house, he swiftly split numerous bamboo stalks and orderly placed them on the roof. As night fell, the man finally completed a modest yet sturdy green bamboo dwelling, perfectly capable of withstanding the elements. Brother Hao, you've worked hard. A woman clad in a blue dress approached, her gentle demeanor complemented by an exquisite beauty that radiated grace and elegance, sure to captivate any man who beheld her. In her arms, she cradled an infant, evidently just recently born. Had Su Feng been present, he would have recognized the trio as Ain, Tang Hao, and the recently reincarnated Tang San, who had taken over Ain's true child. Ain, what brings you here? Were you not instructed to care for our son? Upon seeing Ain, Tang Hao set aside his work and approached her. It's all right. Our son is calm and well-behaved, not crying or fussing at all. Ain replied with a warm smile, playfully engaging with the baby in her arms. The infant merely gazed at her with wide, curious eyes, exhibiting a discerning look that was unusual for a typical newborn. Goo, how adorable. She cooed. All right, Mama won't tease you anymore. Ain playfully interacted for a while, but the baby only responded with a few coos, displaying remarkable composure that brought her comfort, further revealing that this child seemed to possess an extraordinary nature. Brother Hao. Ain shifted her gaze back to Tang Hao, hesitated briefly, and then inquired, why don't we return directly to the Star Do forest? Upon hearing this, Tang Hao furrowed his brow slightly, instinctively averting his gaze as he explained, did I not already share the reason with you? Why bring this up again? Ain stepped closer, her movements graceful, returning to stand before Tang Hao, her eyes locking onto his with a hint of pleading in her tone. You know that I am a blue-silver emperor, born after 100,000 years. My current strength is woefully inadequate in this realm of humanity. I lack the means to protect our son. Only by returning to the Star Do forest, to the domain abundant with blue-silver grass, can I fully harness my advantages and safeguard our child. Is that not true? Ain, Tang Hao responded, suddenly cradling his head in his hands, a look of anguish crossing his features, revealing his indecision. Finally, his hands clenched tightly. I understand that you can only realize your potential in the Star Do forest to better protect our son, but, he paused, as if struggling with his own burdens and sorrows, his words heavy with meaning. As a man, it is my duty to protect you and our child, not to cower in fear of others' pursuit, retreating behind you in submission. It makes me feel utterly powerless. Turning slightly, Tang Hao cast his gaze towards the direction of the Haotian sect in the Sky Do Empire, confidence radiating from his expression. Ain, you need not fear excessively. As a prodigious disciple of the Haotian sect, should danger arise, formidable allies will undoubtedly come to our aid. Our family of 3 shall remain unharmed. Upon hearing Tang Hao's reassurances, Ain fell silent, uncertain of how to counter his words, yet an inexplicable unease gripped her heart, as if foreboding great calamity. Enough of this, Ain. Let us not dwell on such matters for now. Come, let me show you the new house I have built for you and our son. I am certain you will adore it. Tang Hao gestured invitingly, encouraging her to venture into the bamboo house. Very well. Ain, without another thought, allowed a gentle smile to grace her features once more and followed Tang Hao's lead into the bamboo dwelling. However, what Ain failed to notice was that the moment she stepped inside, Tang Hao's expression shifted dramatically, becoming greedy, indifferent, and ruthless, as if revealing his true self. Huh. Foolish woman, he thought, a sinister grin creeping across his lips as he gazed in her direction, his heart cold with amusement. After all these years of painstakingly drawing near to you, it was all for the purpose of seizing your soul ring to achieve the youngest breakthrough to Title Douluo. Now you wish to return to the Stardow Forest? What a fantasy. Just wait until those fellows from the Spirit Hall come hunting for you. Then we shall see how desperate you become. If you wish to save our son, you will have no choice but to sacrifice yourself to me. This way, I shall undoubtedly break through that barrier and ascend directly to the realm of Title Douluo. Although Tang Hao harbored such thoughts within his heart, he had never revealed them before Ain, for he feared that she might grow suspicious. Should she indeed develop doubts, she might stealthily flee back to the Stardow Forest with their son, thereby thwarting his sacrificial plans altogether. Most critically, as long as Ain was not willingly offering herself as a sacrifice, it would be nearly impossible for him to acquire the soul ring. Being merely a soul Douluo, if he were to forcefully absorb a soul ring of 100,000 years by killing Ain, it would be exceedingly perilous. He would likely face a fatal backlash from her. Furthermore, while Ain appeared delicate, she was remarkably resolute in crucial moments. A single misstep could lead her to self-destruct, resulting in mutual destruction, leaving him with nothing. Considering various factors, Tang Hao ultimately concluded that the safest way to absorb a soul ring of such caliber was to devise a plan that would compel Ain to sacrifice herself willingly. To Tang Hao's surprise, Ain bore him a son, which made him hesitate to seize her soul ring. Yet, in pursuit of achieving the unprecedented feat of becoming the first to break through to a Title Douluo, he ultimately steeled his resolve to proceed with the sacrificial plan. Deeming it indispensable, "Brother Hao, what are you doing?" Ain's voice suddenly echoed from the bamboo house. He hurried inside, eager to introduce her to the design of their new abode, which included a bamboo bed specifically for their baby and empty pots for transplanting flowers. Inside the bamboo cottage, the furnishings were modest, yet each detail was tailored to Ain's preferences. For instance, the potted plants were intended to provide her with companionship during her leisure moments, allowing her to relax, as she had a natural affinity for communication with other plants, being of botanical origin herself. Thanks to Tang Hao's meticulous design, Ain quickly acclimated to her new surroundings. At the very least, she no longer resisted living there. Unbeknownst to Tang Hao and the others, approximately 1,000 meters away, a group of individuals concealed in the shadows had already set their sights on them. Each member of this cadre was clad in black attire, their faces obscured by ghostly masks, presenting a uniform appearance. However, the leader was distinct, adorned in striking fiery crystal armor, which, despite being draped with a black cloak, exuded an undeniable allure. This group was none other than Lu Erlong, Salis, and others sent by Su Feng to assassinate Tang Hao and his companions. Damn it, these fellows are remarkably elusive. They have found such a hidden spot, making us search for an entire week. I'm utterly exhausted, Salis remarked, glancing toward the bamboo house, a flicker of irritation crossing his face. Indeed, had it not been for the treasures bestowed by Lord Su Feng, we might not have located these individuals at all. Another voice chimed in, reflecting the arduous efforts expended in tracking down Tang Hao's group. Enough, silence, came the curt response. Lu Erlong cast a sidelong glance at Salis and his companions, instantly instilling in them a fear so profound that they dared not even breathe audibly. Once this mission concludes, your contributions will not go unnoticed. Cease this lamentation, Lu Erlong remarked nonchalantly, prompting Salis and the others to nod vigorously, their audacity quelled. What they remained oblivious to was Lu Erlong's true identity as a hell dragon hunter, tasked with overseeing all the spirits trapped within the depths of hell. She possessed the uncanny ability to discern the thoughts harbored by these souls. Had Salis and his cohorts been aware of Lu Erlong's formidable powers, they would have certainly refrained from any reckless mischief. Milady Lu, Tang Hao and the others are just ahead. Shall we proceed now? Salis inquired, growing increasingly impatient as Lu Erlong remained still. In his estimation, although Lu Erlong currently wielded the sole power of a soul Douluo, her true strength could easily contend with a Title Douluo. coupled with their own ranks of over 20 soul saints. He believed it should be a simple task to overwhelm Tang Hao and his companions. After all, Tang Hao was merely a Title Douluo, no matter how formidable. He could not withstand the onslaught of so many soul masters. Absolutely not, Lu Erlong replied sternly. We shall strike only after they have rested. Advancing now would likely alert them. Lu Erlong had anticipated Salis's concerns, having contemplated the same strategy herself. However, prior to their arrival, Su Feng had cautioned her not to underestimate Tang Hao and his group. Given Su Feng's own caution, it was evident that Tang Hao and his companions were far more complex than they appeared. Thus, Lu Erlong approached this assassination mission with heightened vigilance, intent on ensuring its success. Unbeknownst to them, the night deepened. In the gaze of Lu Erlong and her companions, the lights in the bamboo dwelling extinguished. Milady Lu, they have retired. We may commence our approach. No, I shall first assess the situation myself. You will act upon the signal, Lu Erlong commanded, raising her hand to halt them. Out of an abundance of caution, she deemed it prudent to lead the charge, for she was the strongest and most adept at stealth. Understood, milady, Salis and the others replied, refraining from dissent as they remained in their position. After a brief interval, Lu Erlong stealthily approached the bamboo house, while Salis and his companions lingered, soon succumbing to dubious thoughts. My friends, I have a clever scheme, Salis declared with a sinister glint in his eye. Brother, what do you mean? Inquired the man designated as number 3, curiosity etched upon his face. Salis crossed his arms, eyeing number 3 with a smirk. Oh, you must recall the mission as outlined by Lord Su Feng, yes? Of course, it involves pursuing Tang Hao and Tang San, does it not? Humph. It seems you still lack the insight required. Salis wagged a finger, feigning the wisdom of experience. With a confident grin, he continued, based on my years of experience. When dealing with someone as unfathomable as Lord Su Feng, his directives should never be interpreted at face value. How should one comprehend this? The expression of confusion deepened on the face of the third individual, prompting him to humbly seek clarification. Brothers, you must have felt it too, haven't you? When Lord Su Feng issued orders to us, was there not a palpable aura of malevolence? Indeed, came the reply. What does this imply? As Sarath continued to play coy, the third individual struggled to restrain himself from delivering a sharp slap to Sarath's face. However, considering the potential repercussions, he ultimately chose to maintain decorum and politely inquired, Brother, what does it signify? Sarath's smile grew increasingly sinister. It signifies that our mission is not merely to hunt down Tang Hao and Tang San, but to inflict torment upon them. Fearing that his companions might not grasp this notion, Sarath feigned profundity in his explanation. Although I am uncertain why Lord Su Feng harbors such intense animosity towards Tang Hao and Tang San, that is of little consequence. What truly matters is that if we first subject Tang Hao and Tang San to severe torment and then eliminate them, Lord Su Feng will undoubtedly feel satisfied. If that occurs, will our lives not become more prosperous? Upon hearing Sarath's words, the third individual and his companions suddenly understood, and they began to shower Sarath with compliments. With the third individual's flattery being the most exuberant, flowing forth in a continuous stream of praise. You are too kind, Sarath replied, clearly pleased by the adulation. Unbeknownst to him, the third individual was already internally mocking him. Damn it. No wonder this scoundrel could ascend to the rank of Platinum Bishop. He possesses a wealth of devious schemes. Sarath, oblivious to the third individual's thoughts, commanded without hesitation, Little 3, in order to better fulfill Lord Su Feng's directives. You must prepare some items. Prepare what? The third individual's face stiffened, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Sarath leaned closer to whisper a few words into his ear. This. Upon hearing, the third individual recoiled in fright, unable to hold back a wave of nausea. Ultimately pleading, Brother, I truly cannot perform such an act. It is too revolting. He had never anticipated that Sarath would request him to prepare a bag of excrement, intended to be forced upon Tang Hao and Tang San once captured. Such a task could only be executed by that despicable Xiaogang. He simply could not bring himself to commit such an abhorrent act. Are you truly unwilling? However, when the third individual saw Sarath and the others closing in on him, despite his reluctance, he had no choice but to acquiesce, saying, All right, I will do it. Just stop pressing me. Oh. Although they were all prisoners and ostensibly obliged to heed Su Feng's commands, followed closely by Lu Erlong, the undeniable truth was that apart from those two, Salas reigned supreme. He, too, dared not defy orders and ultimately resigned himself to the task of searching for waste. Should he fail in this endeavor, he might be left to fend for himself. Meanwhile, the onlookers gazed at the retreating figure of number 3, their expressions a blend of trepidation and, more prominently, schadenfreude. Some could scarcely contain their laughter. Such occurrences, as long as they did not partake in the actions themselves, were met with eager anticipation. "Silence, brothers," Salas commanded, and the crowd promptly fell silent, patiently awaiting the missive from Master Lu. "Buzz, Tang Hao and his companions have fled," the call echoed, urging everyone to gather at the bamboo hut and pursue Tang Hao without delay. Approximately 15 minutes later, Salas and the others felt a jolt in their minds as the ghastly mask transmitted Lu Erlong's words directly into their consciousness. "What the devil is happening? Have we been discovered by Tang Hao and his crew?" Salas squinted, his mind rife with confusion. This makes no sense. Not only Salas, but the rest were equally perplexed. They had been vigilantly observing the bamboo hut and were confident that no one had exited. What the hell? This is absurd. Is fate conspiring to aid them? Regardless of their bewilderment, Salas did not lose sight of the matter at hand and promptly led his comrades toward the direction of the bamboo hut. The following day, in the morning light, within the sanctum of the saintly maiden, gentle rays of sunshine streamed through the window, illuminating the entire room with a bright and ethereal glow. Bibi Dong opened her eyes in a daze, instinctively making a gesture to embrace. However, as her small hands reached out, she immediately sensed that something felt amiss. What is this peculiar sensation? Bibi Dong furrowed her brow slightly, her beautiful eyes widening as she attempted to discern what it was she was holding. Upon clarity, her expression shifted to one of perplexity, tinged with an air of incredulity. Was it not her disciple she had embraced last night? How was it that she now found herself clutching a mere pillow? Bibi Dong cast a glance at the pillow cradled in her arms, her expression reflecting a hint of bewilderment as the events of the previous night began to materialize in her mind. At that moment, her disciple had fallen into a rare, deep slumber, and she had initially intended to stir things up a bit. After all, for over a year, it had always been Hong Ho who had taken her place and reaped the benefits from her disciple, while she herself had never seized that opportunity. Thus, seizing the chance while her disciple was in a peaceful sleep, she found herself tempted. However, upon witnessing her disciple's frail state, she ultimately dismissed the idea of disrupting his rest, fearing it might hinder his recuperation. Yet, despite refraining from any audacious actions, she pondered. Why was she clutching a mere pillow? Bibi Dong's thoughts drifted, and she turned to gaze at Su Feng, who lay sleeping not far from her. She instinctively pouted, as if she had suffered a significant loss. In her mind, or rather her modest wish, after becoming a couple with Su Feng, the first night spent together was not about achieving the final intimacy, but rather, she longed for the simple pleasure of holding him close, feeling his warmth and heartbeat as they drifted into slumber. Upon awakening at dawn, she envisioned herself nestled in his embrace, able to gaze upon his face immediately. That was the sensation she yearned for, as it brought her a profound sense of security, warmth, and sweetness. However, the reality was far from her desires. Reflecting on these thoughts, a twinge of regret tugged at her heart. Unbeknownst to her, after she had succumbed to sleep the previous night, Su Feng had unconsciously nudged her away. Oh well, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Bibi Dong felt a fleeting sense of regret, but soon an unusual glimmer appeared in her gaze as she looked at Su Feng. Her delicate face softened, and her body instinctively leaned towards him, displaying a careful demeanor, as if afraid to disturb his slumber. "Bauer, are you awake?" Bibi Dong tentatively spoke as she lifted the covers, then nestled into the embrace of the other, not forgetting to guide their hand to her waist, creating an affectionate gesture. In a brief moment, she found herself cradled in Su Feng's arms, simultaneously realizing that her disciple remained in a deep slumber. If all went as expected, he would likely not awaken until noon. This sensation is truly delightful. Bibi Dong nestled her head against Su Feng's chest, gently rubbing against him, her charming face adorned with a sweet smile tinged with shyness, rendering her utterly captivating. Lying in her disciple's embrace, she could not help but exclaim how warm it felt. Although she was clad in a nightgown, the material was exceptionally light and sheer, allowing her to distinctly feel the warmth emanating from Su Feng's robust physique, as if they were sharing an intimate bond. This sensation was thrilling, yet she could also acutely perceive his heartbeat and body warmth. However, as she settled into his arms. She noticed that Su Feng's hand, which had been encircling her, had slipped away. Frowning slightly, she once more guided his hand back to her waist. Bibi Dong, fully aware that he was currently in a deep slumber and could not hear her words, playfully scolded him. "You little rascal, hold me tighter." Unfortunately, her words had no effect. Su Feng's hand merely rested on her waist for a moment before sliding down again. Seeing this, Bibi Dong pouted in mild reproach. "You naughty boy, is this deliberate?" Perhaps feeling secure in Su Feng's embrace, she decided to take matters into her own hands, attempting to pull his arm around her once more. Frustratingly, Su Feng seemed to unconsciously spread his fingers each time, refusing to hold her close, which exasperated her further. "Humph, you little scoundrel. Let's see how you manage to keep your hands open this time." After a brief moment of contemplation, Bibi Dong resolved to take decisive action. She firmly grasped Su Feng's hand and slipped it beneath her nightgown, wedging it in her armpit. This way, even if he wished to withdraw, he would be unable to do so, effectively securing his embrace around her. "Wait, disciple, please, don't move." As Bibi Dong completed her tasks, she immediately sensed her disciple's hand becoming somewhat restless. Her expression abruptly stiffened, and a wave of profound embarrassment washed over her, staining her cheeks a vivid crimson. Could it be that he has already awakened? Is he intentionally teasing me? This thought flickered through Bibi Dong's mind, and as Su Feng's actions grew increasingly bold and vigorous, her heart began to race. The sensation of her disciple taking the initiative in such a manner was both exhilarating and mortifying. Yet, she found herself unable to reject it, needing merely a moment to acclimate. "Disciple, are you awake?" Bibi Dong inquired, glancing at Su Feng's face as he continued to fidget. However, his eyes remained firmly shut, leading her to suspect he was merely pretending to be asleep. "A pentacle. Brothers, disperse and let me take the lead." "Humph, so many have fallen before me. Surely you are no exception." Yet, upon hearing this inner voice, Bibi Dong realized she had misjudged Su Feng. He was likely lost in a dream of gaming. Fortunately, Su Feng's restless hand did not persist for long and soon relaxed. Perhaps he had dreamt of achieving that pentacle. After all, his fervent thoughts were so intense that he might have crushed his phone in his dreams. "You little rascal," she thought. But as soon as Su Feng settled down, Bibi Dong hastily withdrew her hand, her face aflame with embarrassment. Clutching her heart, she reproached him. "I am not a phone. Why must you be so rough?" After a brief moment, Bibi Dong began to calm down, her complexion stabilizing, though a lingering blush betrayed her lingering embarrassment from the earlier incident. Yet, beyond her shyness, she found herself experiencing a different kind of thrill, an emotion she had only encountered once before in her life. During a long-ago event with Su Feng when he was still a child, an experience that lacked the intensity of this moment, as she felt less awkward then. Once he awakens, he will surely feel too bashful to engage in such antics again, Bibi Dong mused, her thoughts becoming increasingly complex. She felt a mixture of relief at not wanting to endure such embarrassment and a sense of loss, as if she held considerable anticipation for her disciple's playful advances. "Ah well, since we are indeed a couple, such occurrences are bound to happen in the future. I might as well adapt to it now, lest I become the subject of ridicule later." In her heart, Bibi Dong concocted a reason, and her heart began to race fervently. Her delicate hand boldly clasped Su Feng's once more. Thump, thump, thump. In that moment, Bibi Dong was engulfed in an overwhelming anxiety, as if her heart might leap from her chest. Yet, simultaneously, she felt an exhilarating thrill, for she relished the clandestine delight of engaging in mischief while her disciple slumbered peacefully. "Come here, my disciple." Grasping Su Feng's hand, Bibi Dong steeled herself, allowing him to feel the rhythm of her heartbeat, first on the left, then on the right. Before long, she realized, this cannot continue. What if my disciple discovers this? My esteemed image would be irreparably shattered. Bibi Dong halted her actions, for at that moment, she realized she resembled a creature in heat, driven by primal instincts, overwhelmed by desire. However, following her recent conduct, she became acutely aware of her waning self-control. Thus, although she refrained from grasping Su Feng's hand to continue savoring the rhythm of her heartbeat, she found herself irresistibly drawn to Su Feng, her hand wandering aimlessly. After all, it was not her first time indulging in such liberties with her apprentice. Compared to holding her apprentice's hand, this seemed far less embarrassing. What is this? Yet, Bibi Dong did not anticipate that her wandering hand would soon encounter something unusual beneath her apprentice. a sensation strikingly reminiscent of past experiences and equally disconcerting. With a sudden rush, she withdrew her hand from beneath the covers. Gulp. Bibi Dong could not suppress a swallow, her face falling into a state of bewilderment, as if her mind had momentarily crashed. After a considerable pause, she regained her composure, accompanied by a burgeoning question. Was this reaction provoked by her own actions or merely a consequence of the morning? Having spent ample time with Su Feng, Bibi Dong had observed her apprentice's morning demeanor, and even clad in sleepwear, she could discern through Su Feng's physical responses that she was undoubtedly in good health. Of course, the apprentice's reaction might not solely stem from the morning. It could also be attributed to her own earlier indiscretions. Nevertheless, such considerations seemed inconsequential at this moment. After a moment of contemplation, Bibi Dong found herself at a loss for clarity. Yet, she felt compelled to take the initiative, for she was indeed Su Feng's girlfriend. In light of this situation, it would be utterly remiss of her to allow her disciple to endure in silence. However, her disciple had explicitly stated the previous night that he would not tolerate being coerced into such matters. If she were to act impulsively, it might lead to his displeasure. Suddenly, Bibi Dong recalled Su Feng's admonition, causing her to hesitate. Although she aspired to be a competent girlfriend and wished to assist Su Feng in addressing certain physiological needs, she was reluctant to impose her will and risk leaving him with a negative impression of her. While she could not compel her disciple into such actions, she also could not stand idly by and watch him suffer in silence, as that would be detrimental to his well-being. In the midst of her hesitation, Bibi Dong found herself increasingly concerned about her disciple's well-being. After much inner turmoil, a bold thought suddenly emerged. Why not follow a course of action similar to the previous time? Reflecting on the past, she recalled that she had once assisted her disciple in releasing pin-up emotions. Although that occasion had been influenced and encouraged by Hong Ho, it was nonetheless she who had taken the initiative to resolve the matter. Drawing from this prior experience, Bibi Dong conceived this method, recognizing that, in the absence of being able to coerce her disciple, it might be a viable solution. Admittedly, the process would be somewhat uncomfortable for her, and she might even suffer from a sore throat and difficulty speaking afterward. Yet, if it could contribute to her disciple's health and ensure their continued vitality, she deemed it utterly necessary. For the sake of her disciple's well-being and her aspiration to be a worthy partner, she could not remain passive. Even if her disciple were to resent her upon awakening, she would embrace that burden willingly. On Bibi Dong's delicate visage, the hue of embarrassment deepened, cascading down her neck and even onto her arms, where a rosy blush began to spread. Indeed, her entire being became enveloped in a feverish warmth. Perhaps in moments of clarity, she had never succumbed to such fervor. Regardless, Bibi Dong ceased to ponder further, and without uttering another word, she cautiously slipped beneath the covers. Meanwhile, in a remote mountain range within the Heavenly Empire, Tang-Hao wielded a colossal hammer, frantically fleeing through the woods. Hot on his heels were over 20 soul masters, led by none other than Salus. Faintly, one could discern the furious shouts of his pursuers. "Damn you, Tang-Hao! Cease your struggles and surrender at once. We might still grant you a swift end." Indeed, they threatened, "If you dare resist us, not only will you perish, but so will your wife and son." "Brothers, enough talk. Let us swiftly eliminate this man and return to report. What my brother says is true. This scoundrel has led us on a wild chase throughout the night. He must be torn to shreds to quell our wrath." In the face of their vitriol, Tang-Hao remained resolute, his mind singularly focused on escape, entirely disinterested in confronting this band of foes. He longed to fight back, yet he felt paralyzed by fear. Just the previous night, as he prepared for rest, vivid images had flashed through his mind. The first depicted a provocatively dressed woman accompanied by numerous formidable warriors, lying in ambush just 1,000 meters from his bamboo dwelling. The second image revealed him and his son being besieged by a group of soul masters donned in ghastly masks. After the brutal beating, they had further tormented him, shoving funnels into their mouths and mercilessly forcing filth and urine down their throats, ultimately leading to their agonizing demise. The third image portrayed Ain being abducted. Though the specifics of her fate remained obscured, the malicious nature of her captors left him with a profound sense of dread, for it was likely that her fate would be tragically dire. The thought of her soul ring being seized filled him with frustration and terror. Tang-Hao could not decipher the origin of these haunting visions, yet they instilled in him a palpable sense of impending doom. Without a second thought, he had resolved to escape with Ain and the others, as fate would have it. They had not evaded for long when the figures from his visions caught up to them. Had he not split from Ain and his son mid-flight, they would have surely been ensnared, perhaps even subjected to the same vile torment. Swish, swish, swish. Tang Hao calculated his chances as the faster, more adept soul masters narrowed the gap behind him. It would not be long before the 20-odd pursuers caught up to him. Tang Hao, one of the closest soul masters, suddenly launched an attack, unleashing a barrage of flying swords that surged toward him like phantoms. Curse be you. Your cruelty knows no bounds. Upon witnessing the ambush, Tang Hao's expression darkened. He immediately swung his hammer, unleashing a shockwave that instantaneously thwarted the oncoming flying swords. However, as he executed his maneuver, his speed sharply diminished, and before long, he found himself encircled by over 20 soul masters led by Salus. Why are you pursuing us, you ruffians? Tang Hao glared at Salus and his companions, his countenance grave, his grip on the Haotian hammer tightening as he braced himself for a fierce counterattack. Humph. Killing you is as easy as slaughtering a dog. There's no need for elaborate justifications, Salus retorted, offering no further explanations before leading the charge against Tang Hao. You scoundrel, you've made us chase you all night. Just wait until I turn you into a pig's head. At that moment, wrath consumed Salus and his comrades. Whether they could subdue Tang Hao, a formidable Title Douluo, remained uncertain, but they understood one thing. They would not perish. They simply had to fight with all their might. Faced with the assault from over 20 soul saints, even though Tang Hao was reluctant to confront them head-on, he ultimately revealed all of his spirit rings. Do you truly believe you can stop me? He declared, gripping the Haotian hammer fiercely, his gaze particularly intense as it locked onto Salus, brimming with lethal intent. Capture the leader first. This principle was clear to him, and he recognized that Salus was the ringleader of this band of soul saints. Resolving himself, Tang Hao activated his 7th spirit skill, Haotian True Body, causing a colossal phantom of the Haotian hammer to materialize above his head. A tremendous surge of soul power erupted from him, solidifying the massive hammer. The aura was overwhelming. Witnessing this, the third member of the group was momentarily taken aback, his face reflecting shock. Truly deserving of its reputation as the continent's foremost weapon spirit, he muttered in awe. Deserving of its reputation? Spare me the pleasantries. With a glare from Salus, who was beside him, the third member was swiftly reprimanded. Get in there now. If you fail to bring this guy down, I'll take it out on you. Yes, on it right away. Recovering from the reprimand, the third member rallied alongside his comrades and charged forward. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, over 20 soul saints unleashed a barrage of soul skills directed at Tang Hao. Alas, despite their frenzied assault, their attacks were ultimately thwarted by Tang Hao's Haotian True Body and the immense hammer, rendering their faces grim. How can this group be so weak? Upon witnessing that his Haotian True form had halted the advance of the crowd, Tang Hao furrowed his brow in confusion. I see. After a brief moment, confidence washed over his countenance as he recalled the 3 illustrations he had previously encountered. Suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon him, and he realized that he had misconstrued their meaning. It became clear that those illustrations were meant to convey to him the folly of engaging in battle with the woman in red and her entourage of over 20 individuals. Otherwise, he would inevitably face defeat, for the prowess of the woman was exceedingly formidable, far superior to his own, leaving him with little hope of victory. However, he surmised that should the woman in red be absent, he would have no reason to fear even if he were to confront the 20 or so individuals alone. Regrettably, he had been consumed by the fear of the prophetic images coming to fruition, leading him to believe he would be vanquished by Salus and his companions, which rendered him too apprehensive to confront them directly. In fact, he had spent an entire night fleeing, avoiding even a single exchange with Salus and his cohort. Now, having only just engaged with them, he discovered that this group was not nearly as powerful as he had imagined. In truth, they seemed significantly weaker than he had anticipated. Having come to this realization, Tang Hao felt invigorated. He boldly proclaimed, a bunch of insignificant fish dares to claim they can subdue me? The power of the Haotian hammer surged within his grasp, its momentum escalating with each passing moment. Now, you lot, prepare to meet your demise. Tang Hao's gaze fixed upon the heart of the group, and with a mighty swing, he unleashed his first strike, bellowing, 6th soul skill. Quickly, scatter. Scatter. On the opposing side, number 3, witnessing Tang Hao brandishing his hammer, hastily commanded the others to disperse while he himself had already vanished from sight. What a jest! With so many attempting to besiege him, if they could not breach his defenses, a single strike from him would undoubtedly obliterate them. Bang! Although the group had scattered, a few, those slower to react, were unable to escape, such as numbers 8 and 9, who were forced to absorb the full impact of Tang Hao's hammer. With a resounding crash, the two felt as though a mountain had descended upon them, leaving them dazed and disoriented, ultimately sending them flying through the air, blood spewing forth from their mouths. Damn it! Number 8, pale and shaken, thought in horror, how is this Tang Hao so powerful? Ugh, this hurts like hell. Number 9 clutched his chest. His teeth clenched tightly, clearly suffering internal injuries from that singular blow, rendering him gravely wounded. Just moments ago, you were so bold in pursuing me. Why the cowardice now? A bunch of spineless wretches. Tang Hao swung the Haoyan hammer once more, emboldened by the grievous wounds inflicted upon the two soul saints. Feeling an overwhelming confidence that he could single-handedly turn the tide against the 20-odd individuals. Let us do this again, fifth soul skill. As the thought crossed his mind, Tang Hao once again infused his soul power into the Haoyan hammer. The intricate patterns on the hammer immediately radiated with dazzling brilliance, exuding an unmatched ferocity as it swung towards the densely populated area. Damn it, here he comes again. Quickly scatter. Don't confront him head-on, Number 3 yelled, urging everyone to disperse. Unfortunately, the force of Tang Hao's attack, while somewhat diminished compared to earlier, was executed with even greater swiftness. Consequently, a soul master, Number 17, whose martial spirit was the Xuanjiao lizard, failed to escape in time due to his slower speed and was left with no choice but to withstand the impending assault. With a resounding crash, before Tang Hao's heavy hammer could fully descend, the soul master was immediately suppressed, his feet sinking deep into the ground. The full brunt of Tang Hao's strike landed solely upon him, leaving him utterly incapacitated. As expected, under Tang Hao's onslaught, Number 17, like numbers 8 and 9 before him, coughed up a mouthful of blood, but his plight was even worse. He found himself gravely wounded and completely immobilized. To his astonishment, Tang Hao's strength was truly formidable. Nearby, Salus observed this scene, his expression turning grave as he sensed the situation had become quite precarious. Initially, he believed that with the combined power of over 20 soul saints, eliminating a Title Douluo would pose no significant challenge. After all, even the mightiest Title Douluo must expend energy, and they could simply outlast him. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed they had yet to wear Tang Hao down. Rather, they were in imminent danger of being crushed into pulp. At this moment, he vividly recognized the chasm that lay between himself and Tang Hao. It was indeed a gulf akin to divine retribution. Now it's your turn, Tang Hao declared as his gaze fixed upon Salus. What the hell are you staring at? Salus retorted, instinctively stepping back at the intensity of Tang Hao's glare. It was not out of fear for his life, but rather a natural reaction, unwilling to confront an adversary of such caliber for fear of being overwhelmed. Tap, tap, tap. You were the one who boasted the loudest during the chase last night. Tang Hao advanced towards Salus. Gulp. Salus could not help but swallow nervously, his fists tightening involuntarily. This won't do. We can't continue to surround Tang Hao. We need to change our strategy. Salus resolved quickly, then called out to his comrades. Don't engage him individually. We must face him together. That way, he won't be able to handle us, and we can entangle him until Lord Lu arrives. And he will surely be subdued. The others looked at Salus in disbelief, as if to say, do you even have the face to say that? You were just standing by watching before. Now that you're being targeted, you want help? Here I come, big brother. Though the crowd expressed their grievances, they could not deny the reasonableness of the opposing viewpoint. Consequently, others gathered around Salus, preparing to confront Tang Hao's impending assault. Does their unity truly hold any merit? Tang Hao sneered, and in the next moment, a crimson glint flickered in his eyes, unleashing a dreadful aura of murderous intent. The god of death, with a fierce roar, Tang Hao enveloped Salus and his companions in an overwhelming wave of lethal energy. Damn it, my body is paralyzed. As the oppressive force of the god of death's domain descended upon them, Salus and the others felt their very souls tremble. They attempted to summon their soul power in resistance, only to find it utterly futile. This fellow has mastered a domain skill? Salus was filled with astonishment, realizing he had gravely underestimated Tang Hao's prowess. As for Tang Hao, he seized the opportunity while his adversaries were ensnared in spiritual trepidation, swiftly wielding the Haoyan hammer and accumulating his strikes. Once he reached the 81st blow, toppling these 20-odd foes would be a mere formality. In fact, he could likely achieve victory even before reaching that count, for these opponents were merely soul saints, incapable of withstanding the might of the 81st strike. 10, 11, 30, 31. Tang Hao's speed in accumulating strikes was astonishing, his momentum escalating rapidly, which left Salus and his companions aghast. Coupled with the influence of the god of death's domain, their expressions darkened further. Fool, you think you can gather strength? Not a chance. Fortunately, after a series of struggles, Salus was the first to break free from the oppression of the god of death's domain and immediately charged at Tang Hao, intent on halting his build-up. Huh? Do you believe you can stop me? As Salus approached, Tang Hao remained unfazed, swinging the Houghton hammer forcefully in his direction while shouting, "If you have no fear of death, then come at me." Bang! The hammer struck with brutal force, and predictably, Salus was sent flying like a severed kite. A torrent of bright red blood erupting from his mouth, his chest appearing as if it had caved in. Clearly, enduring this blow from Tang Hao had left Salus grievously injured, as this was already the 40th strike. I cannot allow him to continue building strength, otherwise, our mission will undoubtedly fail. Clutching his wound, Salus managed to steady himself and immediately fixed his gaze back on Tang Hao. Humph, do you still intend to intervene? The next strike will claim your life. Tang Hao sensed the piercing gaze of Salus and could not help but retort mockingly, while simultaneously continuing to accumulate strikes with his hammer. Before long, it was time for the 45th strike. Upon hearing this, Salus clenched his fists, ready to charge forth and thwart his opponent's momentum. Yet, after enduring that previous blow, he now felt utterly drained, caught in a state of wanting to act, but lacking the strength to do so. Suddenly, a realization struck Salus, and a cold smirk crossed his face as he loudly retorted, "Tang Hao, what are you so arrogant about? Last night, you were nothing but a dog being hunted by us. Now that you have gained a slight advantage, you are getting carried away?" Tang Hao's eyes narrowed, taken aback by this audacious display from someone who was on the brink of defeat. "What are you talking about? If you have the guts, come and kill me. You pathetic little piece of trash, you worthless dog. Shut your mouth. If you desire death so much, then go ahead and embrace it." Tang Hao's expression darkened, frustration boiling within him, and he swung the Houghton hammer towards Salus. Nearby, those still oppressed by the domain of slaughter were filled with trepidation, particularly the third member, who was the first to scream, "Boss, be careful, quickly dodge." In private, they could mock one another, but on the unified front, they adhered to their own unwritten rules, needing to present a united front. "Boss, quickly evade." Yet, despite the numerous warnings from his comrades, Salus remained steadfast, charging directly towards the hammer. "You wretched creature." Salus glared at Tang Hao, his aura surging fiercely, as if every cell within him had been ignited, transcending the strength typical of a soul sage, escalating to that of a Title Douluo. Perhaps even the might he radiated would instill a sense of caution in a Title Douluo. Listen well. Salus's eyes turned crimson, bloodshot veins throbbing, the tumultuous energy within him threatening to tear his body apart. The torment he was enduring was palpable, yet he laughed wildly, a frenzied grin upon his face. "Though your strength exceeds my expectations, and I have no desire to confront you or endure your blows, it does not mean I fear death." The final words carried a heavier tone, and though they might sound peculiar, it was indeed his sentiment, perhaps shared by all present, except for Tang Hao. If one were to ask what they feared, the overwhelming dread of being struck by Lu Erlong would undoubtedly top the list, a terror dictated by nightmares, incomprehensible to those who had not experienced it. As for the fear of death, it was often the least of their concerns, for death was not truly a finality. At worst, they would merely reincarnate within the confines of the hellish cage. Perhaps, due to their valiant sacrifice, Lord Su Feng might even reward them. Of course, the indiscriminate offering of lives would likely be an entirely different tale. Since you truly wish for death, then I shall grant it to you. Tang Hao's cold smile deepened as he swung his hammer several more times, accumulating power to the 50th strike, which he aimed directly at Salus. The opponent was merely a soul saint, while he himself was a Title Douluo, wielding the chaotic cloak hammer technique. Not only did he feel confident in his ability to dispatch a soul saint, he believed he could even stand against a Title Douluo. In his eyes, Salus had already become a dead man. However, as Tang Hao approached within a mere meter or two of Salus, the latter erupted with maniacal laughter. "Ha ha! You fell for my trap," Salus exclaimed, reaching behind his back to retrieve a blood-red crystal. This crystal was the core that allowed him to control this body and the essential element for his resurrection. He was prepared to detonate the crystal. Tenghao, we must pursue him relentlessly, even if it costs us our lives. If necessary, we can always return to the hellish prison, he mused. In the next moment, Salas decisively crushed the red crystal, laughing loudly and recklessly. Ha! Behold my ultimate move, the hidden energy from my back. Boom! Instantly, a wave of force erupted, creating a cataclysmic shockwave that shook the very ground beneath them. The impact collided with Tang Hao's Haotian hammer, which emitted a fierce hum. Ultimately, with a resounding thud, the Haotian hammer was forced away, dissipating the shockwave generated by Salas' self-detonation. Umph! Did you think your self-explosion could harm me? Tang Hao sneered, surveying the ground littered with the remnants of corpses. Fool, you overestimate yourself. How dare a mere soul saint attempt to injure me? Ridiculous. I am destined to be the youngest Title Douluo in history. He spat disdainfully on the ground, his eyes filled with contempt and arrogance. Yet, when he turned to glance at a scene not far away, his expression suddenly changed to one of shock. Tang Hao, you scoundrel, you dare to kill my elder brother? Prepare to meet your end. I will not rest until you are reduced to ashes. Mark my words, I will fill your mouth with filth before this day ends. At that moment, from the direction of number 3 and the others, who had been suppressed by the god of death's domain, the self-detonation of Salas allowed Tang Hao to cease his accumulation of the chaotic cloak hammer technique and interrupt the god of death's domain, granting number 3 and the others a brief respite. Each of them pulled out their own blood-red crystals, their faces set with a resolute determination to face Tang Hao head-on. The undead army feared nothing more than death. You can kill me, but you must die, they cried. Damn you, you lunatics. Upon witnessing the condition of the group at number 3, Tang Hao's lips twitched, unable to restrain an angry curse, his entire demeanor becoming grim. Did they all wish to self-destruct? Observing the individuals at number 3, or more precisely, the blood-red crystals in their possession, Tang Hao's expression grew exceedingly grave. He understood that this group likely realized they could not defeat him and were prepared to engage in a mutually destructive strategy. Since you all desire death so fervently, allow me to grant your wish. Tang Hao's tone turned icy, his gaze fixed with chilling intensity upon the group at number 3. As he spoke, Tang Hao raised the enormous Haotian hammer high above his head and then bellowed, 8th soul skill. With the invocation of his 8th soul skill, a colossal Haotian hammer phantom, towering several dozen meters, expanded, nearly obscuring the majority of the sky. Accompanying this manifestation was an unparalleled aura of might and pressure. Damn it! Feeling the overwhelming power of the gigantic Haotian hammer, number 3, who had initially been filled with fervor, now bore a countenance heavy with dread and oppression, struggling to withstand the pressure emanating from the hammer. Even breathing became an arduous task. I must stop this fiend, number 3 contemplated, preparing to forcibly charge forward under the weight of the oppression and initiate a self-detonation. However, just as this thought emerged, another wave of terrifying force surged from Tang Hao, accompanied by the echo of his fierce shout. Umph, you insignificant ants, do you intend to employ the same tactics as before? I shall not grant you that opportunity. Kill God Domain, activate. The moment Tang Hao's words fell, the recently dissipated aura of slaughter enveloped the field once more, elevating the predicament of number 3 and his companions to a new level. Not only were they unable to retaliate, but even the slightest movement became a challenge. Curse it! How can this wretched being be so powerful? If only Lord Lu were here, he could surely handle this foe. In that instant, number 3 and his comrades felt an overwhelming sense of frustration and helplessness. They were unafraid of death. However, they dreaded failing their mission, as this was one of the few opportunities to prove their worth. If they failed, they would all return to the hellish prison, unaware of the torment Lord Lu might inflict upon them. Furthermore, they had no idea how long it would take before they could be resurrected again. It was clear that Lord Feng would not allow such incompetent fools to waste his time. Alas, it seems we are destined to return to the hellish prison to toil once more. How frustrating, how suffocating. As they gazed at Tang Hao's ever-increasing might, despair enveloped number 3 and his companions. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that not far away, 2 agile allies had already escaped the oppressive grip of the Kill God domain, numbers 18 and 19. Tang Hao, you rogue. I shall fight you with everything I have. With a fierce shout, number 18 suddenly drew forth a blood-red crystal from behind, perhaps believing that the act of vocalizing his intent would amplify his strength or elevate his momentum. He bellowed, energy concealed at the back. As soon as the words left his lips, number 19, who was providing support, immediately understood the command. Grasping number 18's foot, he began to spin wildly, ultimately hurling number 18 towards Tang Hao with the force of a dart. Energy concealed at the back, explode. No sooner had number 18 been thrust towards Tang Hao than he crushed the blood-red crystal without hesitation. In the next moment, a thunderous explosion erupted, reminiscent of the earlier self-detonation by Salus. The ground trembled, boundless soul power surged, and a tremendous shockwave rushed toward Tang Hao. Damn it! Tang Hao had been preparing to unleash the full might of his 8th soul skill, intending to obliterate number 3 and his companions. This plan, which would have come to fruition swiftly, was abruptly disrupted by the unforeseen self-detonation, forcing him to redirect his Haoyan hammer to counter the shockwave. Boom! The suddenness of number 18's self-detonation caught Tang Hao off guard, and as he adjusted the trajectory of his massive hammer, the shockwave struck him directly. It shattered his 8th soul skill and sent him staggering back several meters. Is this the end? Impossible. Not far away, as the dust settled from number 18's explosion, number 19 seized the moment while Tang Hao was still reeling. Without hesitation, he produced another blood-red crystal. Brothers, I'm taking my leave. He laughed heartily at number 3 and the others, gripping the crystal tightly as he charged recklessly toward Tang Hao. Tang Hao, you little brat, meet your end. Humph. Energy concealed at the back, explode for me. A resounding roar erupted, filled with fervor and madness, igniting the blood of all present. Boom. As number 19 crushed the blood-red crystal, another colossal shockwave surged towards Tang Hao. This time, Tang Hao was unable to summon a defense in time. He braced himself against the impact, relying solely on his physical prowess to withstand it. The force hurled him away, crashing into trees and snapping several branches before he finally came to a halt. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his garments lay in tatters. Perhaps any soul master witnessing this scene would find themselves in awe of number 19, whose willingness to sacrifice for a comrade exemplified a valor that few could match. In this world, how many could go to such lengths for their brothers? Moreover, it is likely that any young woman observing this moment would seek refuge in her brother's embrace, softly weeping, "Oh, how touching! This hero is truly remarkable." However, the scene is devoid of any innocent maidens. Instead, it is populated by a formidable legion of the undead. In their eyes, there exists no sentimentality or sorrow, only a chilling resolve. By the heavens, such audacity. 19. Your self-detonation is utterly remarkable. I must replicate that feat. It is truly astounding. It would be unsatisfactory to leave that wretched creature unscathed. Death, in the eyes of ordinary mortals, may seem singular and thus should be cherished. Yet for the legion of the undead, the concept of valuing life is non-existent. Only the promise of a next time remains. Upon witnessing the valiant sacrifice of number 19, number 3 and the others felt no grief. Instead, they were imbued with exhilaration and delight, for that scoundrel Tang Hao had finally sustained injuries, thus validating their reckless strategy of inflicting 800 casualties while suffering 2,000 losses themselves. Meanwhile, on another front, with each self-detonation that Tang Hao endured, the aura of his soul power began to spiral into chaos, and the might of the god of death's domain diminished significantly, showing signs of imminent collapse. Clearly, Tang Hao had borne the brunt of several self-explosions from soul saints, depleting his own soul power considerably. Even if the domain had yet to retract, it would likely not endure for much longer. You wretched insects, how dare you? Tang Hao spat disdainfully after glancing at the mangled remains of number 18. His gaze shifted back to number 3 and the others. A mere 20 soul saints, attempting to besiege the foremost prodigy of Haotian sect, was sheer folly. Today, I shall not rest until I have reduced you all to fragments. At this moment, Tang Hao was truly incensed by this rabble, his face reflecting fierce rage and a piercing murderous intent. In his heart, he believed himself worthy of standing alongside Title Douluo. To be besieged by these 20-odd novices would be an unbearable disgrace, one he could not allow to transpire. Enough, he thought. The potency of their self-detonations cannot be underestimated. Caution is prudent to avoid potential disaster. Though unable to tolerate such indignation, and fueled by rage, Tang Hao resolved to exercise caution around this group of soul saints. For they were undeniably reckless, seemingly intent on dragging him down with them. As he contemplated his strategy, voices rose from the opposing side. Tang Hao, continue your arrogance. Once I break free from your domain, I shall obliterate you. By the heavens, today I will gamble my life against yours. If you have the courage, do not flee, and let us see who will ultimately prevail. You wretched creature, if you know what is good for you, retract your domain and then kneel in submission. I might grant you a swift end. Observing the expressions of those around him, who were suppressing their anger yet felt compelled to utter a few curses, Tang Hao's lips twitched. Strangely, just moments ago, he had harbored a desire to eliminate the 20-odd individuals before him, yet now he was overwhelmed by an urge to flee. There was no denying it. This group was utterly deranged. Gulping audibly, Tang Hao diverted his gaze and, with a powerful push against the ground, propelled himself forward like a cannonball, hurtling in a particular direction. He realized he could not continue to engage them. Otherwise, he would surely meet his demise. Desperately, he sought escape, weighing his options in his mind. Fear had taken hold of him, an undeniable terror. Continuing the struggle seemed futile, as he lacked confidence in his ability to survive, especially with that woman in red potentially returning at any moment. If she wielded that blood-red crystal sword against him, he doubted he would possess even the strength to mount a defense. Indeed, Tang Hao's apprehensions were not unwarranted. He had scarcely begun his flight when his greatest fear materialized. Tang Hao, where do you think you're running? A fiery figure was swiftly approaching from his side. Cursed be that individual, hadn't he sent Ain to distract them? How could they have returned? Was Ain already gone? Damn it, that wretched person had the audacity to abandon him. Upon seeing the approaching figure clad in crimson, Tang Hao's expression grew serious, his heart plummeting. He could not help but place the blame on Ain. Finally, reinforcements had arrived. Lord Lu was here. This time, Tang Hao was surely doomed. He could hardly believe he would escape yet again. Conversely, those in the vicinity of the third spirit rejoiced at Lu Erlong's arrival. Their smiles radiant. Quick, let's move together. We cannot let this fellow escape. I still have plenty of gifts saved up for him. It would be a shame not to feed them all to him. Indeed. This was also a chance for revenge on behalf of the boss and the 18th and 19th members. Simultaneously, the third group hastened to pursue Tang Hao, running with all their might. Damn it, why must the worst fears come to pass? Seeing Lu Erlong and the liberated spirits closing in, Tang Hao felt a tightening in his chest. He fled with all his strength. Alas, he was already injured and had expended much of his soul energy, diminishing his speed considerably. Before long, he was overtaken. Why are you pursuing me? What have I done to provoke you? Tang Hao exclaimed in desperation as Lu Erlong caught up, matching his pace, igniting a wave of panic within him. Tang Hao, enough with the nonsense. Prepare to pay with your life. Confronted with inquiries, Lu Erlong chose not to elucidate, instead raising the Hell Dragon Slayer sword and launching a direct assault on Tang Hao. In an instant, a blade of light surged towards him like a bolt of lightning. Boom. Fortunately, Tang Hao was well prepared, aware that Lu Erlong might strike at any moment. He swiftly positioned the Haotian hammer before him. He could sense that the woman in red before him was also a soul Douluo. Her soul power likely on par with his own, perhaps even exceeding it. However, he found himself perplexed by the earlier visions he had witnessed. How could he, a prodigy of the continent's foremost weapon spirit sect, possibly falter against a soul master of equal rank? Could it be that those three images were mere illusions, and that this woman was not as formidable as he had imagined, akin to the previous soul saints? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a flicker of confidence ignited within him, accompanied by a hint of luck. Perhaps this woman in red was not truly his match after all. Bang! However, when the blade of light struck him, he was utterly stunned. The Haotian hammer, which he had used to fend off the attack, began to emit a violent hum, trembling uncontrollably. Ultimately, he was sent tumbling aside, crashing into the nearby woods and kicking up a cloud of dust. Damn it! How could this wretched woman be so powerful? Just moments ago, he had perceived her as casually unleashing a blade of light, yet he had exerted all his strength to defend against it. Even so, he felt as if he was bearing the weight of a mountain, as though she were not merely a soul Douluo, but a genuine Title Douluo. Your Excellency, even if you intend to kill me, could you at least clarify what I have done to provoke you? Tang Hao managed to rise, glaring fiercely at Lu Erlong. With her sword in hand, Lu Erlong looked down on Tang Hao, a cold smirk gracing her lips. If my master wishes to see you dead, then you must perish. As she spoke, Lu Erlong lifted her sword, unleashing a torrent of blazing flames that erupted from the blade. These flames were the culmination of a year's worth of cultivation within the hell prison, far surpassing the heat of ordinary fire and magma. As Lu Erlong executed these actions, the entire area seemed to plunge into a sea of flames, with numerous trees succumbing to the searing heat, igniting in fierce flames. A master? What manner of master is this? What kind of being could command such power? As for Tang Hao, he was left with nothing but profound astonishment and confusion. In his eyes, the strength of the woman before him had far surpassed that typical of a Title Douluo. Even claiming her to possess the prowess of a Title Douluo would not raise any doubts in his mind. Yet, why was such a prodigious talent so obscure? Someone he had never even heard of before? More perplexingly, shouldn't such an exceptional individual be nurtured and elevated, rather than dispatched to eliminate him? In the depths of his heart, Tang Hao was engulfed in confusion, while the formidable Lu Erlong was poised to strike at him. Wait, Tang Hao hurriedly interjected, perhaps fearing that his opponent would proceed with the attack. Before I meet my demise today, could you spare a moment to hear me out? At this moment, Tang Hao was desperate to uncover who was behind his predicament. Ah, are you wishing to leave behind some final words? Very well, but you have merely 10 seconds. Lu Erlong replied with a cold smirk. However, her words were merely a fade. In reality, she desired to ensnare him with a greater number of allies to ensure his utter annihilation. Thus, a peculiar energy emanated from her ghostly mask, swiftly disseminating her command. Surround him. Do not grant him a single chance to escape. Yes, Lady Lu, her followers responded. As they closed in, Tang Hao seized the moment to speak. What faction do you belong to? Are you at the Spirit Hall? Has the Pope sent you to hunt me down? His tone was grave, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Erlong. The Pope sent us? Lu Erlong had not intended to respond, yet upon hearing Tang Hao's inquiry, a mocking smile crept across her lips, filled with disdain. Does he even qualify? Her succinct words dripped with contempt, as if the entity revered by countless souls was utterly insignificant in her eyes. Gulp. Who exactly does she serve? Tang Hao found himself at a loss for words, his mind reeling in shock as his doubts intensified. You now find yourself with no avenues for escape. Prepare to meet your end. In mere moments, the Undead Legion had sealed off all paths of retreat for Tang Hao. Among them, the third member wore an elated expression, for the concoction he had painstakingly prepared was on the verge of being utilized. The thought of witnessing Tang Hao's impending torment filled him with eager anticipation. Enough chatter. Everyone, attack. Lu Erlong commanded, raising her Hell Dragon Slayer sword as she recognized that Tang Hao was encircled. It's over. This time, it is truly the end. As Tang Hao surveyed the dire predicament closing in around him, despair flooded his heart. Just moments ago, he had barely withstood the onslaught of over 20 soul saints, each taking turns to self-destruct, and now he faced the overwhelming power of Lu Erlong. A profound sense of helplessness washed over him. Damn it. It's all that wretched woman's fault for abandoning me. Suddenly, thoughts of Ain flooded his mind, recalling her warnings during the chase the previous night. What a cursed wretch she is. I urged you to depart separately, hoping you would divert that woman, thereby facilitating my escape. Little did I anticipate your immediate flight. It is truly infuriating. Tang Hao seethed with rage and despair, yet in the face of the onslaught from Lu Erlong and her companions, he resolved to fight with all his might, seeking a glimmer of hope. The great Sumeru Hammer's secret technique. Tang Hao endeavored to calm his tumultuous thoughts, focusing intently before unleashing a thunderous shout. First soul ring, explode. It was evident that he was employing the Haotian clan's arcane art, the great Sumeru Hammer. A technique demanding exceptional prowess from its practitioner. Only those of extraordinary talent could hope to master it, lest they risk their very lives. Merge. Tang Hao roared once more. And soon after detonating his first soul ring, a tremendous surge of energy erupted forth, merging entirely with the Haotian hammer. Should a member of the Haotian clan behold this, they would recognize that Tang Hao was harnessing the explosive energy of the shattered ring to enhance the Haotian hammer, thereby unleashing a pure and formidable force, breaking through all constraints and manifesting a power far surpassing his own soul energy. From the moment Tang Hao obliterated his soul ring and assimilated its power, claiming he was a Title Douluo would not be an exaggeration. This fellow can actually destroy soul rings. Indeed, Lord Su Feng was correct. This individual must not be regarded through the lens of a typical soul master. Lu Erlong was taken aback by the sudden surge of Tang Hao's might. Her astonishment, however, was fleeting. She was not intimidated, for she wielded the Hell Dragon hunting sword, a weapon immensely more powerful than the Haotian hammer. Hell Slash. Shortly thereafter, the long sword in Lu Erlong's grasp ignited with an inferno, the flames enveloping the blade in a breathtaking spectacle. 7th soul skill. 6th soul skill. Concealed energy within the back. Explode. Meanwhile, the 3rd unit of the Undead Legion employed their own countermeasures, unleashing a barrage of soul skills upon Tang Hao. Among them, some zealots brandished crimson crystals, shattering them without hesitation. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the area erupted in chaos, as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. Flickering lights of brilliance and shadow danced, causing the entire mountain range to tremble violently. The cacophony of explosions reverberated endlessly, awakening countless creatures of the wild, who hastily fled from the conflict. Until 1 hour later. Cease. Cease. I concede. If you wish to kill me, then proceed swiftly. At that moment, Tang Hao lay prostrate on the ground, his garments in tatters, wounds too numerous to count, his face swollen and bruised, presenting a pitiful sight. Humph. Your realization comes not a moment too soon. As Tang Hao relinquished his resistance, Lu Erlong waved her hand, signaling the multitude of spirits to disperse. She tightened her grip on the Hell Hunter's dragon sword, and an immense surge of fiery power enveloped the blade once more. My lord, please grant me 5 seconds. However, Lu Erlong had yet to deliver a lethal blow. Not far away, spirit number 3, quick on the uptake, promptly produced a package of soft, pliable contents, impeccably wrapped so that its contents remained a mystery. Tang Hao, here comes a splendid gift for you. Spirit number 3 bellowed, hurling the package toward him. What? As the package soared through the air, Tang Hao's eyes widened, his pupils constricted, instinctively reaching out to seize it. Yet, just as he extended his hand, the package erupted, splattering various viscous substances all over him, particularly on his face, even coating his lips with the sticky matter. What on earth is this? Tang Hao touched his face and inhaled, and in the next moment, he stood frozen in shock, his complexion darkening significantly. Moments later, he was seized by an overwhelming urge to vomit, desperately trying to scrape the gooey substance off his mouth. He had never anticipated that the contents of that package would be excrement, and worse yet, it was tainted with urine. At this moment, Tang Hao felt an unparalleled wave of nausea. Compared to the earlier beating from dozens of individuals, this package of filth inflicted far greater torment upon him, as it not only smeared his body, but also found its way into his mouth. Tang Hao retched uncontrollably, unable to halt the onslaught. Enough. Everyone disperse. Lu Erlong, unable to bear the sight any longer, recalled the image of Yu Xiaogang. If it had been Yu Xiaogang, he would likely be relishing this moment. Both of these individuals are utterly repulsive. Hellslash. Lu Erlong, without further hesitation, swung her massive flaming sword down toward Tang Hao. With the strike, she believed she would accomplish half of her task. Clang. However, to Lu Erlong's surprise, just as her flaming sword descended, a golden longsword seemed to pierce through the void, directly colliding with her blade and diverting her attack, causing it to strike Tang Hao's side instead. Who? Lu Erlong instinctively turned to identify the source of the attack, her expression darkening. Before her stood a formidable entourage, each member exuding a remarkable presence. If she was not mistaken, at least 5 Title Douluos were among them. This man is under my protection. If you wish to survive, disperse at once. Lu Erlong was astounded by the strength of the newcomers, while a voice resonated from across her, commanding and authoritative, reminiscent of a sovereign accustomed to high station. You are from the Spirit Hall. Tang Hao was initially preoccupied with the troublesome issue concerning his father, but upon seeing the newcomer, he could not help but tremble as if he had found a glimmer of hope. He immediately exclaimed, Your Holiness, please spare my life, and I shall lead you to Ain. You desire her soul ring, and I can assist you in obtaining it. To him, the value of his own life far surpassed that of 100,000-year soul ring, or even a yin's life. As long as he could survive, everything else could be redone. Had he not just learned of Lu Erlong's unwavering murderous intent, he would not have relinquished his struggle. However, Qian Xunji was different. He merely sought Ain and bore no deep-seated animosity towards him. If he could exchange a yin's life for his own survival, it would indeed be a favorable bargain. Humph, rest assured, since I have arrived, you shall not perish, Qian Xunji remarked, casting a glance at Tang Hao and observing his pitiful state, which filled him with disdain. He then warned, But should you dare to deceive me, I assure you, your suffering will be beyond measure. Yes, I would never deceive you. Tang Hao hastily nodded, not daring to voice any dissent. Qian Xunji's gaze shifted to Lu Erlong, his eyes narrowing with a potent warning. Why have you not departed? Do you intend to leave your lives behind? Lu Erlong remained silent, yet her eyes frequently darted towards Tang Hao, her face etched with reluctance. During the assassination attempt in the bamboo house, she had believed she was sufficiently cautious, aiming for a decisive strike against Tang Hao. To her dismay, he had sensed the impending danger and fled, and to this day, she remained oblivious to how he had perceived the threat. This was already frustrating enough. After pursuing for so long and having let Tang San escape, only Tang Hao remained. Just as she had managed to corner him, poised to deliver a fatal blow, another Qian Xunji had emerged. For reasons unknown, Lu Erlong felt as though she were being targeted, a sensation of immense frustration swelling within her. The more she dwelled on this, the more unwilling she became to accept defeat, yearning for one final desperate attempt. All units, heed my command. Delay Qian Xunji and his allies for even 10 seconds. You must aid me in successfully eliminating Tang Hao. Lu Erlong's thoughts stirred, and the ghostly mask upon her face rippled with an unusual wave, instantly conveying her directive to all the spirits present. Activate hidden energy. Explode on my command. Number 3 discerned Lu Erlong's resolute murderous intent and refrained from using soul skills, propelling himself directly toward Qian Xunji with the power of self-detonation. Yet, even with this sacrificial tactic, he understood that he could not harm Qian Xunji. After all, he had once served under him and was acutely aware of the latter's formidable strength. One solitary self-detonation could not alter the course of this confrontation. Such arrogance. Qian Xunji immediately detected Number 3's actions and swiftly activated the soul skill, Angel's Guardian, enveloping himself in a transparent protective shield. Boom! The third blood-red crystal shattered, and with a resounding explosion, a cloud of dust enveloped the scene. However, Qian Xunji remained unscathed. At most, the shockwave rustled his garments, producing a faint sound. How audacious to attempt an assault on His Holiness the Pope! Such folly shall be met with dire consequences. Beside Qian Xunji, the other 4 Title Douluo stepped forward, poised to annihilate Lu Erlong and his companions. Should you wish to lay a hand on Lord Lu, you must first contend with us. Yet, the Title Douluo found their path obstructed by the undead. Like an ant attempting to shake a tree, they were utterly powerless. One of the Title Douluo scoffed, his figure darting through the air as he charged forward. Boom! I shall join in the fray. As the Title Douluo surged ahead, one of the undead swiftly produced a blood-red crystal and crushed it, followed by another undead replicating the action. Since Lord Lu is determined to eliminate that wretched Tang Hao, you shall not stand in our way. Soon, one undead after another surged forth without hesitation, ensuring that the Title Douluo were kept at bay. Each had already crushed a blood-red crystal, transforming into a dazzling display of crimson fireworks, which exploded into a chaotic mess shortly thereafter. Tang Hao, prepare to pay with your life. Meanwhile, Lu Erlong seized the moment, wielding the Hell Dragon Slayer's sword, and without a second thought, he lunged at Tang Hao. Do you think it would be so easy to kill me? Seeing this, Tang Hao hastily raised the Haotian hammer. Unfortunately, his soul power was nearly depleted, leaving him incapable of unleashing his soul skills. Thus, he resolutely opted to utilize his soul bone abilities, which required relatively little soul power. He believed he could still invoke it once more. Right arm bone skill activate. Tang Hao bellowed, and indeed, a brilliant radiance emanated from his right arm. It was evident that the soul bone he was employing was a treasured relic passed down from the Haotian sect, a remarkably intact, high-quality right arm bone. Regrettably, against Lu Erlong's onslaught, Tang Hao's final defense was akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It merely delayed the attack for an instant before his soul skill was shattered. Even his Haotian hammer martial soul was swiftly cleaved apart, and his arm was severed cleanly. Fortunately, Tang Hao's defense was not entirely in vain, for it diverted Lu Erlong's strike, sparing his head from the fatal blow. Boom! As soon as Tang Hao's arm was severed, he succumbed to his opponent's assault, resulting in his left leg being similarly cleaved. Subsequently, a surge of fiery energy erupted, propelling Tang Hao like a cannonball, sending him crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, and carving a deep trench as he unknowingly shattered numerous trees before finally coming to a halt. Damn it! Tang Hao exclaimed, his body now gushing blood. He hastily attempted to staunch the flow from his leg wound. However, with only one arm at his disposal, covering the severed leg left his amputated arm to bleed profusely. "You scoundrel! We have no enmity between us. Why do this to me?" With an arm severed and a leg chopped off, Tang Hao was engulfed in excruciating agony, his entire being racked with pain, his face contorting into a grimace. Perhaps, he mused, the torment of his body paled in comparison to the anguish of his spirit. For with the extraction of his left leg bone and the severing of his right arm bone, his soul power had plummeted dramatically. He feared that even if Ain came to offer a sacrifice, he might not be able to ascend to the rank of Title Douluo. Cursed be this woman. He thought furiously, his gaze fixed on Lu Erlong, his eyes filled with blood tears. All my plans, my aspirations to become the youngest Title Douluo, have been obliterated. If that is the case, then you must perish too. Tang Hao bellowed madly at Lu Erlong, ultimately directing a command at Qian Xunji. Kill him. Quickly. Slay that vile woman. No sooner had he uttered those words than his rage caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood, and he promptly lost consciousness. Lord Lu, you are different from us. You should leave first. Boom. Meanwhile, the last of the undead exploded, confirming that no one would shield Lu Erlong. If she did not flee soon, she would likely meet her end at the hands of Qian Xunji and his cohorts. Consider yourself fortunate. Though Lu Erlong felt a sense of reluctance, she recognized the futility of trying to eliminate Tang Hao. Swiftly, she gathered the 2 soul bones that Tang Hao had dropped and made her escape in a specific direction. Fortunately, bolstered by the Hell Hunter Dragon Slayer's set, her speed became remarkably swift, and since Qian Xunji and his allies were focused on Ain, they had little time to concern themselves with her. Thus, it wasn't long before she found refuge in a relatively safe location. This is truly absurd. How could Qian Xunji and the others have arrived so suddenly? Lu Erlong lingered by a small brook, her garments completely shed, as she tended to her wounds. It was evident that the sudden assault from Qian Xunji had left her with several injuries, particularly on her chest, where her fair skin was marred with bloodstains. Having failed in an ambush at the bamboo hut, and subsequently in her solitary pursuit of Tang San and Ain, she had now faced defeat once more in her attempt to subdue Tang Hao. 3 failures in total. The more she pondered, the less she comprehended. In her perception, the trio of Tang Hao was not particularly formidable. However, every time she neared a decisive blow, they would inexplicably evade her grasp or receive timely assistance. Alas, failure is but failure. It seemed unlikely that she could vanquish Tang Hao and his kin now. She could only return to report her shortcomings. With a sigh, Lu Erlong diligently cleaned her wounds, donned her attire, and set off towards the spirit hall. At noon, when the sun was at its most blinding, within the chambers of the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, the surroundings were draped in veils, preventing the harsh sunlight from penetrating and casting the room in a dim ambience. This arrangement created a consistently comfortable environment. Creak. The door swung open, allowing a beam of intense sunlight to flood the room, brightening the quarters somewhat. Disciple, it's time to rise. At that moment, Bibi Dong entered, clad in a simple yet elegant pink dress that exuded youthful vigor and vitality. If one were to disregard her actual age, any observer might instinctively perceive her as a mere young woman just stepping into adulthood. Particularly, the hem of her pink dress barely reached her thighs, revealing her flawless, fair legs, and her delicate feet, akin to jade carvings, adorned with sparkling crystal high heels, exuding an aura of sensuality and allure. If a foot-obsessed youth were present, he would likely be left drooling. Disciple, it is time to awaken. Bibi Dong, with a gentle demeanor, softly spoke before she moved around the chamber, drawing open all the gauzy curtains and windows to allow the abundant sunlight to flood in, illuminating the once dim room. Feng, still indulging in his slumber, sensed the piercing rays of sunlight and slightly furrowed his brows. Instinctively, he tugged at the blanket, completely enveloping his head within its folds. Ah, splendid. The world has turned dark once more. I can continue my slumber. Feng mused, snugging deeper into the comforter, effectively blocking out the intrusive light, and finally retracting his feet, which had been exposed. It was evident that he had no desire to rise, wishing instead to linger in the warmth of sleep a while longer. You lazy disciple, having slept so long, yet still reluctant to rise. Should you lie down any further, you may as well be a corpse. Come now, awaken. Bibi Dong, observing Feng's demeanor, approached the bedside and began to tug at his blanket. However, she refrained from pulling it away immediately, for Feng appeared to have anticipated her actions, having secured the edges of the blanket in advance and even reinforced it with a touch of soul power. If she were to insist on pulling, the result would merely be lifting him along with the blanket, or rather, hoisting the bundled Su Feng. Ah, clever little sloth, have you devised a new tactic? Bibi Dong was somewhat taken aback by Su Feng's antics. Reflecting on the past, she recalled that she had previously called him to rise early, knowing that by this hour, he would no longer feel drowsy. Thus, even if he attempted to indulge in laziness, he would eventually rise, albeit reluctantly. However, his current demeanor suggested one of two possibilities. Either he intended to play the rogue and continue his slumber, or he was genuinely fatigued and wished to rest a while longer. Yet, considering that her disciple had already enjoyed an extended period of repose, how could he still be weary? Was it due to her influence? A sense of curiosity stirred within Bibi Dong, and as she recalled the scene from that morning, a faint blush graced her fair cheeks. Surely it could not be. After all, she had only engaged in that act once this morning. Could it be that her disciple had discovered her intentions, rendering him hesitant to rise and confront her? As Bibi Dong's thoughts raced, her breath became increasingly rapid, and her heart felt as though a small deer was frantically bounding within her chest, filling her with an overwhelming sense of anxiety and embarrassment, tinged with a hint of fear. After all, it was only recently that her disciple had cautioned her against engaging in any activities related to intimacy. Nearly a night had passed, and she had already disregarded that advice. Oh, how impulsive she had been. Reflecting on the events of that morning, Bibi Dong felt an intense wave of shame and panic wash over her, for her actions had been nothing short of reckless. In fact, they were scarcely different from those of the infamous Red Queen. She was almost at a loss, having nearly forgotten which parts of her disciple's body she had yet to explore, had it not been for the persistent echo of her disciple's warning in her mind. Perhaps she would have succumbed to the temptation to take that final step this morning while her disciple was responding to her advances. Ultimately, she refrained from crossing that threshold, opting instead for an alternative solution. Although this approach felt somewhat foreign to her, perhaps even a bit harsh on her throat, if it meant fulfilling the role of a good girlfriend and alleviating her disciple's pinned-up desires, allowing her to remain healthy and well, she would find solace in that. Her only concern was the aftermath, which proved to be quite troublesome to manage. Should any remnants of their encounter linger in the bedroom or be left behind, there was a chance her disciple might discover them upon waking. To avoid such an embarrassing revelation, she resolved to endure the peculiar scent, ensuring that nothing remained. What if her disciple were to find out and become angry? Well, she thought, perhaps it was best to attempt a gentle probe first. Despite her trepidation, Bibi Dong decided to cautiously lie down beside Su Feng and, with a tentative tone, inquired, "Disciple, have you been awake for a while?" Silence ensued, with no response or indication of awareness. "Disciple?" Bibi Dong gently nudged Su Feng and, with a more forceful tone, inquired, "Are you reluctant to rise because you fear encountering your master?" Su Feng responded, "Fear seeing you? Why should I be afraid? Enough already. I've been guarding you for a week. I'm utterly exhausted and would rather remain silent. My life is precious. Let me sleep a while longer." Upon hearing Su Feng's words, Bibi Dong finally felt at ease. It was clear that her disciple was oblivious to the events of that morning. Otherwise, such sentiments would not have emerged. She should have been overwhelmed with shyness. Relieved, Bibi Dong felt an unusual flutter in her heart. Perhaps it was due to the morning's experience, but she found herself inexplicably compelled to act similarly should her disciple succumb to deep slumber again. It seemed far more exhilarating than directly requesting something from him. "Disciple, be obedient and rise. If you wish to sleep, do so later tonight." With the certainty that her disciple was unaware, Bibi Dong felt emboldened, her confidence unwavering. Even her next words bore a hint of dominance. "If you do not get up, do not blame your master for punishing you." As she spoke, Bibi Dong's delicate hand reached out, tracing along the sheets, intent on slipping beneath Su Feng's covers. "Please, master, don't tease me. I'm so sleepy." Su Feng, though still in a haze, instinctively blocked Bibi Dong's hand, preventing her from breaching his defenses. After all, he was clad only in his undergarments. The angle of her intrusion was rather cunning, clearly aimed at his vulnerable spots. Should she choose to tickle him at that moment? How could he possibly resume his slumber? Most importantly, if the master were to pursue more than mere playful teasing and instead sought to offer a comprehensive exploration of his body. No way, absolutely not. This is too embarrassing, Su Feng thought, tightening the covers and firmly grasping Bibi Dong's encroaching hand to thwart her advance. Alas, despite his valiant efforts, he could not withstand the cunning of Bibi Dong. In a swift motion, Her other hand moved with precision, finding a clever angle to penetrate his defenses. Indeed, her ambush was effective, swiftly breaching Su Feng's barriers and delving into the warmth of the blankets. Is this how it ends? Impossible. Disciple, you are the one being lazy. So do not blame your master for the repercussions. Bibi Dong let out a mischievous chuckle. Subsequently, as Su Feng had anticipated, her hand, which had ventured beneath the covers, began to roam aimlessly, producing a cacophony of delightful sounds as she playfully sought to tease him, thereby hastening his awakening from slumber. Consequently, a series of continuous sounds reverberated through the room. Teacher, cease this at once. Ahaha, stop tickling me. Ahaha, eek, he roar. The sound was peculiar, akin to joyous agony, yet reminiscent of exhilarated shrieks. Alas, one ponders whether this was a manifestation of humanity's distortion or a decline in moral integrity, as such sounds could only emerge from experiences steeped in tragedy. I shall inquire once more. Will you rise? I will not. Very well, just you wait. Wait. Stop. Let us negotiate. Ahaha, cease this, you scoundrel. Regardless of Su Feng's pleas, Bibi Dong was resolute in her intent to continue her antics as long as he remained obstinate. However, the best-laid plans often falter. Bibi Dong had not anticipated that her playful frolicking would escalate into a frenzy. Both of her hands became involved, driven by a singular desire to elicit laughter from her disciple and dispel his drowsiness. Yet, in an unexpected turn of events, one hand inexplicably ventured downward, traversing the contours of Su Feng's abdomen. Even though he was clad in mere shorts, this did not impede her exploration in the slightest. In that fleeting moment, Bibi Dong froze, her entire being rendered motionless. Beneath the covers, Su Feng instinctively tightened his legs, capturing her wayward hand, and soon he too became still, as if the entire bed had succumbed to a state of suspension. Thump, thump, thump. The heart of Bibi Dong began to race violently, and the blush that had only just faded from her lovely face surged back once more. What is happening? She had discreetly explored everything in the shadows. Yet, why was she feeling so anxious? And why was she so embarrassed? In that moment, Bibi Dong felt an overwhelming sense of shame, wishing she could find a hole to burrow into. Initially, she believed that her numerous clandestine actions towards her disciple had accustomed her to the stimulating sensations of touching another's body. However, when faced with the reality of performing such actions in front of her disciple, she realized just how timid and bashful she truly was. Perhaps this sensation could be likened to a boy accidentally glimpsing under a girl's skirt while walking, feeling no shame as no one noticed. Yet, if he were to intentionally peek and was caught, the feeling would be entirely different. Any boy with a sense of modesty would be utterly mortified. At this moment, Bibi Dong was akin to that boy caught peeking under the skirt, though perhaps it would be more appropriate to describe it as being caught in the act of grasping or holding. Teacher, it was Su Feng, who could no longer endure the embarrassment of the situation and spoke first, his voice faltering slightly. See, could you please remove your hand? As Bibi Dong reached in, Su Feng had sensed this might happen, but he never anticipated that his greatest fear would come true, leaving him feeling exceedingly awkward. Oh, all right. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong instinctively withdrew her hand, but to her surprise, Su Feng's grip was somewhat tight, coupled with the fact that he was embracing her arm, which prevented her from pulling away. Inadvertently, she pressed down slightly. Oh dear. Suddenly, Bibi Dong heard a muffled cry emanating from beneath the blankets. She hurriedly relaxed her grip and, with a hint of apology, said, Disciple, I am truly sorry. It was not my intention. After a moment of contemplation, Bibi Dong's cheeks flushed deeper, and she stammered a comforting remark. Besides, we are already a couple. Why are you so shy? Su Feng, upon hearing this, seemed to find some rationale in her words and finally relaxed his body a little. With a swift motion, sensing his relaxation, Bibi Dong immediately withdrew her hand from beneath the covers and, grasping her own hand tightly, fixed her gaze upon it, as if scolding. Oh you, how impulsive. After reprimanding herself, her thoughts drifted away, lingering on the sensations from earlier, warm and somewhat stimulating. No, I must not dwell on such matters. It is too embarrassing. After a brief moment of reflection, Bibi Dong felt her cheeks burning. Even without a mirror, she recognized that her face was likely flushed with color. She quickly chanted a calming mantra in her mind. I must not be shy. As long as I remain composed, it is my disciple who should feel bashful. Gradually, her complexion improved significantly. Meanwhile, beneath the covers, Su Feng had yet to regain his composure and quietly requested, Could you please step outside? I need to get dressed. Under normal circumstances, he would not have been so sensitive. As long as he wore his undergarments, he would have no issue changing in front of Bibi Dong. However, after what had just occurred, he felt exceedingly awkward, even embarrassed to reveal his head, let alone change his clothes. Absolutely not. Bibi Dong responded decisively. After a moment's thought, she reproached him with righteous indignation. Humph, little rascal, do you not consider me your girlfriend? Well, of course I do. It's just that I'm feeling a bit well. In any case, please step outside. I promise I'll get up as soon as you do. The thought of his disciple hesitating to even change clothes, blushing and stammering, left Bibi Dong feeling a mix of frustration and melancholy. I have been so proactive. Can you not be a little more forward? At this rate, when shall we truly be together? Woe is me. Despite her grievances, Bibi Dong understood that her disciple was inherently shy, a trait not easily altered in a short time. Thus, she continued to press on. Disciple, how about I assist you in getting dressed? What do you think? Although framed as a question, it was more of a declaration to Su Feng, as she had already approached the wardrobe and began selecting clothes for him. That really isn't necessary. Upon hearing Su Feng's refusal, Bibi Dong appeared to have anticipated this response. Calmly, she shifted the topic, asking, Disciple, what color would you prefer to wear? Is black acceptable? Or perhaps white? Su Feng, suddenly at a loss for words, realized that the conversation had taken an irreversible turn. Master has arrived, she stated. What do you intend to do? Please, do not approach. I wish to sleep undisturbed. As expected, it was not long before Su Feng sensed Bibi Dong returning to the edge of the bed. Tugging at his blanket, he was unwilling to relent, resisting fiercely, neither releasing the blanket nor revealing himself. Haven't you always desired a beautiful maiden to attend to you? Now, I am here to assist you in dressing. Does this not align with your wishes? Or do you believe I am not beautiful enough? That is not my intention. I merely ponder whether this might be too much of an imposition on you. Master, Su Feng attempted to argue, adding, perhaps it would be better if I dressed myself. Bibi Dong stifled a laugh upon witnessing her disciple's tenacious resistance. Dear, do not overthink this. Serving you is no burden to me at all. However, if you continue to distance yourself, I may feel that you do not regard me as your girlfriend, and that would be the true injustice. Is that what you wish? Su Feng wanted to retort, yet found himself at a loss for words, his grip on the blanket loosening considerably. Trying to resist me? Hand it over. Bibi Dong, sensing Su Feng's reaction, nearly erupted into laughter, her delicate hand reaching forth once more, plunging beneath the blanket. This time, she firmly grasped his arm while her other hand yanked the blanket away with a swift motion. With a flourish, Su Feng's form was exposed to the cool air, the abrupt departure from warmth causing him to curl up instinctively, shivering uncontrollably. Bibi Dong scrutinized Su Feng from head to toe, her gaze drawn to his remarkably well-maintained skin, smoother than that of any girl, and his perfectly sculpted muscles. Most striking of all was his handsome face, which bore traces of indignation and a hint of melancholy, leaving her momentarily entranced. In that instant, Bibi Dong felt an undeniable pang of desire, a sensation that was utterly unmasked. Her eyes roamed over Su Feng's entire form, and she couldn't help but swallow hard. Humph, if only I were a boy and you a girl, I would surely keep you under my thumb and torment you daily. For reasons unbeknownst to her, such thoughts arose within her heart. Do not question why, it simply is. She felt a burgeoning impulse to leap forward, yet lamentably, such matters are typically at the discretion of men, with women lacking absolute control unless through seduction, or perhaps through more dubious means. However, Bibi Dong merely entertained these thoughts. No matter how much she craved her disciple's form, she had no intention of crossing that line. What are you staring at? Hand me my clothes. In contrast, Su Feng, feeling thoroughly embarrassed under Bibi Dong's unabashed gaze, prepared to snatch the garments from her grasp. Alas, Bibi Dong evaded him, flashing a triumphant smile as if to convey, give up the struggle, my disciple. Su Feng's expression darkened. Seeing the change in his demeanor, Bibi Dong couldn't suppress her laughter, playfully chiding, why the rush? I've already promised to help you dress. With that, she began to assist Su Feng into his clothing in an orderly fashion. All right, but do hurry, and no more wandering hands. Bibi Dong observed Su Feng's still flushed face and felt a mischievous urge arise within her. Memories of playful antics gleaned from short videos danced in her mind, particularly one term that seemed non-existent in this realm. A gentle smile graced her face as she sweetly declared, okay, darling, I'm all ears." Upon hearing those words, Su Feng was engulfed in chills, his body frozen for several seconds. He then resigned himself, ceasing any further resistance, eager to hasten the conclusion and escape the room. This was utterly terrifying. His teacher's demeanor was alarmingly peculiar, overwhelmingly seductive. At last, the clothing was donned, and Su Feng promptly leaped from the bed, ready to make his exit. However, in the next moment, a gentle yet firm wave of spiritual energy swept through, sealing all the doors and windows of the chamber. Teacher. Su Feng turned to face Bibi Dong, who sat quietly on the bed, stammering, "What do you mean by this?" Bibi Dong remained silent, merely gesturing towards the nearby comb and an exquisite set of formal attire. Subsequently, she lowered her head, revealing a charming blush upon her cheeks. Her delicate hands gently fidgeted with her skirt, seemingly embarrassed and unable to voice her feelings. Su Feng's expression stiffened at this. Her indication towards the comb was understandable, implying a desire for assistance in hairstyling, which posed no issue. However, what could her indication towards the clothing signify? Was she suggesting he assist her in changing garments? That would certainly be too shameful. Surely, it was merely about hairstyling. Yes, it had to be just that. How could a teacher possibly engage in such an act? It was utterly preposterous. Su Feng pondered to himself, then returned to Bibi Dong's side and picked up the comb. Upon grasping the comb, Su Feng's countenance shifted slightly as a distant memory flashed through his mind. This comb. He gazed at Bibi Dong in astonishment, inquiring, "Teacher, have you been using this all along?" Bibi Dong, still with her head bowed, wore a nostalgic expression as she softly replied, "This comb is the only item you ever crafted with your own hands." At her words, Su Feng felt a stirring in his heart. Reflecting on his memories, he distinctly recalled that this comb had been made 5 years prior. At that time, yearning for a prolonged period of leisure, he had audaciously sought a piece of sandalwood and crafted this comb, intending to bribe his teacher into allowing him to forego training for at least 7 or 8 years. Alas, the plan had failed miserably, yielding only a mere 7 or 8 days of respite. Su Feng had not anticipated that his teacher would utilize the comb he had created for such an extended duration, maintaining it in such pristine condition. "Teacher, may I style your hair?" he offered. Very well, she consented. Without further contemplation, Su Feng commenced the task, ensuring to position a mirror so that Bibi Dong could observe her reflection at any moment. An hour later, he tentatively inquired, "Is this satisfactory?" Initially, he had assumed hairstyling would be a matter of mere minutes. However, he found himself engaged for a full hour, as Bibi Dong remained dissatisfied, compelling him to patiently restart the process repeatedly. At first, he believed his hairstyling technique was inadequate, which led to her discontent. Yet, he soon realized that her attention was not focused on the act of hairstyling itself, but rather on him, exhibiting a hesitant demeanor. After considerable contemplation, Su Feng arrived at a conclusion. Perhaps, just perhaps, his teacher had something she wished to convey to him, but was unable to voice it, using hairstyling as a pretext to prevent him from departing. "No, I must style it once more," he declared resolutely. As expected, Bibi Dong shook her head again. "Teacher, do you have something you wish to say to me?" Su Feng ceased his grooming and approached Bibi Dong, his expression earnest. "Speak, I am listening," he declared. Observing Su Feng's demeanor, Bibi Dong no longer concealed her thoughts and met his gaze with utmost seriousness. "Master has a few inquiries for you. If you are willing to respond, you must do so with sincerity. Should you choose not to answer, then refrain from doing so. But under no circumstances may you utter a falsehood. Is that understood?" "Well, given your demeanor, I find it difficult to decline." Su Feng contemplated inwardly before nodding in agreement. "Very well. Shall we bear the burdens together?" she posed as her first question. Bibi Dong gently clenched her delicate hand and earnestly inquired, "Are there numerous matters you are reluctant to disclose to me, hence concealing from your teacher?" Upon meeting Bibi Dong's scrutinizing gaze, Su Feng felt a jolt of anxiety within. Could it be that she has uncovered something? Surely not. Perhaps she suspects that I have concealed my true abilities? Or does she believe I have been possessed by a powerful entity, thus seeking to test me? Amidst his tumultuous thoughts, Su Feng feigned composure and replied, "There are indeed things I have kept hidden, but they are merely trivial matters. As for anything I might fear disclosing to you, rest assured, there is absolutely nothing." "Really?" Bibi Dong's skepticism was palpable. How could that possibly be true? Of course it is not. If you were to discover my secrets, it would be quite dire. If you genuinely believed I had been taken over, it would be exceedingly difficult to explain. Rest assured, Master, my previous words were devoid of any falsehood. Gazing into Su Feng's profoundly sincere eyes, Bibi Dong, were it not for her ability to hear thoughts, might have been swayed to believe him. However, observing his steadfast determination to maintain his secrecy, she refrained from pressing further. Nonetheless, Bibi Dong was not inclined to relent just yet. Adopting a more solemn tone, she continued. Disciple, regardless of whether what you say is true or false, or what you wish to conceal, I shall not pursue it. Yet, there is one thing I hope you can promise me. As she locked her gaze with him, Su Feng inexplicably felt as though every aspect of his being was laid bare before her. This sensation transcended mere physicality, it penetrated his very soul. As though he had no secrets left to guard, which instilled within him a sense of guilt. When he spoke, his voice softened. Master. What is it you wish to say? Bibi Dong moved closer to Su Feng, gently enveloping him in her embrace, resting her head upon his shoulder. Her words, imbued with profound concern, echoed, promise me, no matter what happens, we shall face it together, all right? Su Feng, momentarily perplexed, queried, Master, what is the matter? Why do you suddenly ask this? Disciple, do you recall the dream I once shared with you? Yes, I remember. I am afraid. The last words of Bibi Dong were uttered in a hushed tone. Following her utterance, silence enveloped her, and she clutched Su Feng's hand with increased intensity. Her mind swirling with haunting images from her dreams, visions of her disciple's tragic demise. Although Bibi Dong was aware that the dreams from days prior were mere fabrications, certain elements within them held a kernel of truth, particularly a concept her disciple had once mentioned, the heavenly path. She was uncertain of its implications. Yet she understood that her disciple harbored a deep-seated aversion and animosity towards it. Perhaps, from the inception of his ambition to establish a power, he had been preparing to oppose this very force. Now, all she could glean were fragmented whispers, leaving her in a state of confusion. Unable to offer her disciple any assistance, the thought that one day the events of her dreams could manifest into reality filled her with profound regret. Lost in contemplation, Bibi Dong instinctively shook her head and nuzzled against Su Feng's neck, her lips quivering with worry and a sense of grievance. Disciple, promise me. Regardless of the troubles that may arise in the future, we shall confront them together, shall we? Perhaps fearing Su Feng's potential dismissal, she felt an urgent need to speak again, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. I am truly terrified, afraid that trouble will emerge. And you will confine me in a small cave as in my dream. If you were to vanish, I would be utterly at a loss. Upon hearing this, Su Feng was momentarily taken aback, unprepared for the profound impact that dream had on his mentor, and surprised by her vulnerable demeanor before him. Witnessing Bibi Dong in such a state stirred a pang of compassion within him. He gently patted her back, offering reassurance. Do not be afraid. It was merely a dream. Disciple, will you promise me? All right, I promise you. But you must also cease your unfounded worries. Those visions are false. Su Feng responded without hesitation, yet he sensed that his words had not instilled calm within her. It was as if she remained trapped in a world devoid of security. Suddenly, an audacious idea sparked within Su Feng, and he proposed, Mentor, how about I take you to a special place? Where? As Bibi Dong shifted her focus, her countenance brightened slightly. Yet, her head remained pressed against Su Feng's cheek, nuzzling like a love-struck woman yearning for affection and protection. You will understand in due time. I assure you, once we arrive there, your worries about the dreams will dissipate. All right, thank you. Su Feng breathed a sigh of relief, noting Bibi Dong's improved demeanor. However, witnessing her clingy behavior stirred an unfamiliar sensation within him, quickening his heartbeat and leaving him puzzled. What is this exhilarating feeling? Previously, while Bibi Dong had embraced him, he regarded her merely as a mentor, devoid of any particular sentiment. Now, having transitioned into a romantic relationship, her endearing demeanor evoked a delightful mixture of emotions, an amalgamation of infatuation, protective instinct, and a deep-seated tenderness. Regardless of the nature of these feelings, seeing her in distress instinctively compelled Su Feng to nurture and shield her, wishing to spare her even the slightest sorrow. Therefore, he found himself gently stroking Bibi Dong's head, his tone laced with affection. In the past, you protected me. Now, allow me to be the one to safeguard you. Disciple, what are you doing all of a sudden? Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes widened as she felt Su Feng's large hand caress her head. Her body tensed slightly, and a blush spread across her fair face. Ever since adopting a disciple, she had always been the one to stroke his head, and now the roles had reversed, leaving her feeling somewhat disoriented and embarrassed. You little rascal, How dare you touch your masteress head? Who is the teacher here? What's the matter? Is there an issue? Su Feng, devoid of ulterior motives, simply wished to cherish the person in his arms. Yet, noticing her heightened reaction, he instinctively ceased his affectionate gestures. And no, nothing's wrong. Although initially taken aback, Bibi Dong found herself even more discontent at his withdrawal. She grasped Su Feng's hand and placed it back on her head, her voice soft as a whisper. Why, you can continue. With a wry smile, Su Feng complied, resuming his gentle caress. As he did, he felt Bibi Dong become utterly relaxed, her demeanor transforming into that of an endearing little kitten. After a while, Su Feng found himself overwhelmed as he sensed Bibi Dong lean closer. Her face nestled against his neck. The soft touch of her lips and the warmth of her rapid breaths were intoxicating, almost leading him into temptation. He couldn't help but imagine the playful scenario where she might tease him, extending her tongue mischievously. No, this cannot end well. Just the thought of it made his ears flush with heat, prompting him to exclaim, Teacher, how long do you intend to hold me? If you have no questions to pose, shall I take you to the place we just discussed? After their recent conversation, Su Feng discerned that the teacher currently harbored little sense of security, perpetually feeling as though their lives were under threat, which rendered her somewhat anxious and fearful of the prophetic visions. Thus, in order to alleviate Bibi Dong's troubled thoughts, Su Feng resolved to escort her to the Chaos Realm, intending to unveil certain secrets to her. At the very least, he wished to assure her that there existed a sanctuary that was unequivocally safe. However, wait. While Bibi Dong was indeed eager about the destination Su Feng had mentioned, her curiosity about the remaining inquiries took precedence. She promptly released Su Feng and insisted, I still have questions. Do share your answers first. Go ahead. I am listening. At that moment, Bibi Dong turned slightly, lowering her gaze as she delicately tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, before hesitantly asking, Do you have feelings for me? As she uttered these words, she cast a furtive glance at Su Feng, her expression brimming with anticipation. Reflecting on the past, she recalled that her disciple had agreed to become her partner under duress. And only after a period of introspection did she realize that she remained unaware of her disciple's true sentiments. Oh. Su Feng found himself taken aback by Bibi Dong's sudden inquiry, his countenance betraying a hint of panic as he stood there, momentarily frozen in place. Bibi Dong observed Su Feng, who remained silent for an extended period. Subconsciously, her small hand reached out to tug at the hem of his garment, and she softly murmured, Just speak your truth. I assure you, I won't take offense. Yet, despite her verbal reassurances, anxiety gripped her heart. Her delicate fingers had already tightened around the fabric of her skirt, as she feared that her disciple had only reluctantly agreed to be her partner. That perhaps he had never harbored any affection for her. The thought of such a reality was utterly disheartening. How am I supposed to articulate this? Su Feng pondered. But honestly, teacher, you are rather naive. If I truly had no feelings for you, then even if you were to threaten my life, I would never acquiesce to your demands. Alas, what should I do? Should I confess my feelings? Yet, the very idea of uttering those words filled him with profound embarrassment. Perhaps I could feign ignorance for now. As he wrestled with his internal conflict, he caught sight of Bibi Dong.He's eager expression, and his heart softened. Taking a deep breath to gather his courage, he declared, Teacher, I apologize. I am not the kind of person who can easily vocalize feelings of affection and love. However, if you wish to understand my true sentiments, I believe I can convey them in a different manner. With newfound resolve, Su Feng stepped forward, wrapping his arms around her waist and gently pushing her against the bed, his gaze locking onto hers intently. Disciple you. Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes widened. Her fair face flushed with a rosy hue, as she instinctively shielded herself with her hands. Her heart raced with a mixture of anxiety and anticipation as she inquired, What are you intending to do? Su Feng's expression remained resolute as he replied, Ever since I promised to be your partner, I have found it impossible to contemplate separation. I have often felt as though I was coerced into this relationship. However, in truth, I harbor no aversion to the outcome of this compulsion. Instead, I find myself daydreaming about the experiences that await us in the future. I have even silently vowed to ensure your happiness for a lifetime. At this juncture, Su Feng's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment as he asked, Do you now comprehend my heartfelt intentions? Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes remained wide open, as if she were momentarily lost in thought. After a while, a radiant smile gradually spread across her face. You little rascal. Are you truly so wooden that uttering I like you would be the death of you? Bibi Dong gazed at Su Feng, initially intending to scold him further. However, upon recalling his earlier words, an inexplicable tremor coursed through her body, accompanied by a profound and intense sensation in her heart, akin to the sweetness following hardship. A blend of emotion and sweetness. Bauer observed Su Feng's earnest yet bashful demeanor, and while Bibi Dong found it somewhat amusing, she could not muster a laugh. Instead, she was enveloped by a wave of sentiment, her lips pouting as if she had countless words to express but found herself unable to articulate them. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke, her voice tinged with a sense of grievance and a hint of melancholy. "Are you going to just watch me without doing anything?" Su Feng, somewhat bewildered, responded, "I didn't intend to do anything." Bibi Dong shot him an annoyed glance, then, in a tone that was both playful and coaxing, insisted, "I don't care. You must hurry." With that, she closed her eyes and wrapped her arms around Su Feng's neck, though she did not apply any force this time. She wished for him to take the initiative rather than her imposing it upon him. "Then here I come." Bibi Dong fell silent, yet her heartbeat quickened with each passing moment. She sensed Su Feng drawing nearer, but the process felt interminably long, testing her patience. At last, Su Feng leaned in to kiss her, yet Bibi Dong was far from pleased, for the kiss graced only her cheek, a mere fleeting touch. "Su Feng, you scoundrel." Bibi Dong raised an eyebrow, her beautiful eyes widening as she prepared to enact a violent response towards Su Feng. After all, she had been deeply moved by his earlier words, her heart a torrent of emotions, and she had entertained the notion of sharing an intimate moment with him. However, she was taken aback when he merely placed a gentle kiss on her cheek. This was utterly inadequate, far too juvenile to satisfy her desires. Yet, when Bibi Dong opened her eyes, she realized something was amiss. Su Feng wore a mischievous grin, clearly indicating that he had been teasing her. "I am truly coming for you now," Su Feng declared with a wicked smile, and before Bibi Dong could respond, he leaned in once more, this time aiming for her lips. Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, her breath quickening. At this moment, she was utterly shocked, for she realized that her disciple was now more proactive and fervent than ever before. Was this still the same disciple she once knew? Nevertheless, such thoughts seemed trivial now. It sufficed to know that her disciple held her in his heart. Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback. Yet she swiftly cast aside her astonishment and began to respond affectionately to her disciple. Even her hand, which had instinctively been pressed against her chest, reached out to grasp Su Feng's hand, their fingers intertwining with fervor. Time seemed to elapse unnoticed. When they finally parted, a rosy hue adorned their cheeks, particularly evident on Bibi Dong, whose complexion was most flushed, as if her ears were about to ignite. "Master," I noticed Su Feng attempting to explain. Bibi Dong seemed to anticipate his words and promptly interjected, "I do not mind." As she spoke, she took a moment to adjust her disheveled attire, placing a hand over her heart. Though her inner feelings were laden with embarrassment, prompting a desire to flee, she ultimately feigned nonchalance, stating, "After all, we are a couple. Your actions are inconsequential, so do not dwell on it too much." Upon hearing her words, Su Feng felt a wave of shyness dissipate. Yet his mind involuntarily replayed the recent scene, leading him to absent-mindedly rub his palm, as if still savoring the lingering warmth. "So this is how it feels." Update notice. New book announcement 1. Update notice. Those who have been diligently following know that the author has a penchant for rapid releases, and chapter censorship has become a familiar occurrence. This often results in certain chapters unexpectedly losing content due to editorial removal. Consequently, when chapters fall below 2,000 words, they are classified by the system as 1,000-word chapters, which means even if the author is absent on that day, full attendance is lost. To avoid this predicament, starting today, this book will feature daily combined releases of over 4,000 words, equating to 2 updates. Thus, even if content is edited out, the total will not drop below 4,000 words. Safeguarding full attendance. 2. New book announcement. After more than half a month of preparation, the author's new book has been completed and uploaded, titled In the Douluo Continent. I made a million soul masters cry. The pen name is Qi's Ghost Lotus. Note: Qi's Ghost Lotus is a secondary account, while Qi's Ghost Lotus is the primary account. Please do not confuse them. Furthermore, as this new book has just been released with a limited word count, esteemed readers may consider bookmarking it. This month, the new book will update once a day, with 2 updates commencing next month. Synopsis of new book In the Douluo Continent. I made a million soul masters cry. Su traverses to Douluo, adopted by Lu Erlong, awakening the anger system, which allows him to grow stronger by inciting anger in others. Ding. You passionately kissed Zhu Zhuqing in front of Dai Mubai, provoking jealousy. Anger value 48. Ding. You brought Xiao into the Rose Hotel, leading to Tang San's misunderstanding. Anger value 69. Ding. You consumed the Blue-Silver Emperor, infuriating Tang San and Tang Hao. Anger value 478. Ding. You simultaneously courted both Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong, causing you Xiaogang to explode with rage. Anger value 666. Ding. You made 1,000,000 soul masters weep in anger. Anger value 9,999. Upon gazing at the astronomical anger value, Su calmly declared, System, upgrade everything. Ding. Congratulations, host, on your ascension to the rank of Divine King. In the quietude of the boudoir, an air of stillness enveloped the room, following Su Feng's recent actions. Particularly, Bibi Dong's delicate visage flushed a vibrant shade of crimson. She turned away, not daring to cast a glance in Su Feng's direction, her lips whispering softly. Who would have thought my disciple could be so audacious? As soon as the words escaped her, Bibi Dong instinctively placed her hand upon her chest, seemingly to gauge her own heartbeat, or perhaps to savor the lingering sensation of the moment. How utterly embarrassing. It seems my disciple has changed, and not for the better. Bibi Dong's heart fluttered with a mix of bashfulness and astonishment. She still found it difficult to regain her composure after the boldness displayed by her disciple, kissing her, and then, in an equally audacious manner, allowing his hand to wander. Oh dear, how shameful. Where on earth did he learn such behavior? Could it be from me? Surely not. Bibi Dong felt a profound embarrassment as she pondered the situation, grappling with disbelief. After all, she had always been the master of such subtle techniques, wielding them with finesse, and she had reserved them solely for her disciples. It was utterly unexpected that her student would audaciously employ such skills against her. Although the disciple's actions were somewhat clumsy, barely even the work of a novice, the very fact that they dared to take that initial step was something Bibi Dong never anticipated. She was acutely aware of her disciples' previous shyness. They had been so timid that even the thought of touching her was inconceivable, let alone gazing at her form. Merely exchanging playful banter would leave them blushing for an extended period. Meanwhile, Su Feng, having taken advantage of Bibi Dong's vulnerability, found himself rooted in place, his heart racing despite her reassurances. It was as though his mind had entered a state of paralysis. After what felt like an eternity, Su Feng seemed to regain his composure. He lifted his hand, gently caressing his fingers, and cast a glance toward Bibi Dong, specifically fixating on her upper body, particularly the most captivating aspect of her figure. A curious sensation washed over him, leaving him both bashful and intrigued, and he whispered softly, though just loud enough for Bibi Dong to hear. Bibi Dong slightly turned, casting a fleeting glance at Su Feng, and softly remarked, if you wish to experience it further, I shall not refuse you. Upon hearing this, Su Feng's expression stiffened, and he almost blurted out, no need. In a moment of impulsiveness, he had indulged briefly, and now he felt as if his entire being was aflame, his head teetering on the brink of dizziness. If he were to heed Bibi Dong's suggestion and attempt it again, he feared he might very well succumb to a nosebleed and faint. Perhaps apprehensive about Bibi Dong broaching the subject once more, Su Feng swiftly shifted the conversation, asking, Teacher, do you have any further questions? If not, I shall take you to the place I mentioned earlier. Although the chaotic realm remains unfinished, still a desolate expanse. Su Feng believed it would be prudent to introduce Bibi Dong to it sooner rather than later, thus alleviating her lingering sense of insecurity. Yes, go ahead. I'm listening, she replied. Bibi Dong still did not dare to approach Su Feng, her delicate fingers hanging low. After much hesitation, she finally pointed discreetly at the resplendent garments nearby, which had been prepared long ago. Yet she remained silent, seemingly embarrassed by the question she wished to pose. Teacher, what do you mean? Su Feng's lips twitched, and a daunting possibility arose in his mind, one that he considered an insurmountable challenge, far beyond his comfort zone. Although Bibi Dong appeared equally flustered, she eventually stammered, Could you help me change? Boom. Her words struck Su Feng's mind like a thunderclap, rendering his speech faltering. What? Teacher, are you serious? This must be a joke. You have hands and feet. Can't you change yourself? Why do you need my help? I really lack experience, and besides, this is utterly embarrassing. Oh no. It's my own embarrassment I'm worried about. You might not feel the same. Listening to her disciple's lament, Bibi Dong seemed to have anticipated this reaction and had already prepared her response. She softly replied, "Disciple, I am quite serious, but rest assured. I will only ask you to do this once. Is that acceptable? Can I say no? But I don't think you wish to hear that answer." Feng remained silent, stealthily making his way toward the door. Indeed, he intended to escape. Asking him to assist with changing clothes. What a preposterous request. Such an embarrassing task was far beyond his capabilities. He believed he had not yet reached that level of mastery. Had it not been for the intoxicating kiss shared with Bibi Dong moments ago, he was certain he would never have dared to extend his hand, let alone venture beneath her garments. "Buzz, disciple, where do you think you're going?" Unfortunately, Bibi Dong did not grant him the opportunity to flee. A gentle wave of her soul power swiftly ensnared him. "Teacher," Feng said with a bitter expression, almost pleading, "this request of yours is truly beyond my capacity. Furthermore, even if you want me to assist you, there should at least be a valid reason. Otherwise, it is simply absurd. Honestly, which girlfriend demands her boyfriend to help her change clothes? This is utterly shameless. Those unaware might think I am dating a rather brazen woman." Upon hearing Feng's words and inner thoughts, Bibi Dong pondered for a moment before retracting her soul power, her tone growing somewhat reflective. "Disciple, please do not misunderstand my intentions. The reason for my request is not due to any peculiar inclination on my part, but rather because I feel it is somewhat unfair to you." In the final sentence, Bibi Dong's voice dwindled significantly, and her complexion flushed with a deep crimson hue. Feng found himself utterly perplexed. Why? Because Bibi Dong cast a fleeting glance at Feng and discovered him staring intently at her. She quickly averted her gaze, her delicate hands intertwining nervously before her, revealing her deep inner turmoil. Her cheeks flushed a vivid crimson, intensifying with each passing moment. Ultimately, summoning her courage, she managed to speak in a barely audible voice. "For I have observed your form on numerous occasions. Every contour of your being etched clearly in my memory. Yet, it seems you have never once laid eyes upon me." Bibi Dong's head drooped ever lower, her voice increasingly soft. "I find this quite unfair to you, and you have mentioned this matter before. Hence, I wish for you to assist me in changing my attire just this once. In doing so, we would have genuinely shared an honest moment, and it would lead me to believe that we truly are a couple." After articulating her thoughts in one breath, Bibi Dong mustered her courage to gaze at Feng. Her eyes sparkled like the most exquisite lake, radiating an enchanting brilliance that rendered her utterly captivating. She then pouted her lips and, with a hint of vulnerability, implored, "Disciple, is it permissible? Can we proceed with this? How could I possibly deny her?" At this moment, to refuse would suggest an utter lack of romantic sensibility. Yet, the dilemma lay in my profound discomfort with such an act. It felt distinctly shameful. Observing Feng's internal struggle, Bibi Dong pondered for a moment before naturally elaborating, "Disciple, you need not feel embarrassed. After all, I am your girlfriend, not a stranger. Shouldn't we be candid with one another?" She then shifted her tone, infusing it with a touch of melancholy. "If you persist in this bashfulness, it will only appear peculiar. Even if we were to declare our relationship publicly, others might suspect it to be mere pretense, doubting the authenticity of our bond. The root of this predicament lies in our lack of shared honest experiences. We have yet to establish the intimacy that defines a genuine couple." Bibi Dong pouted her lips, becoming increasingly animated in her speech, her tone growing more aggrieved with each word, regardless of the validity of her claims. She ultimately adopted a reproachful inflection. "Is it truly impossible for me to have even the opportunity to establish such an intimate relationship with you?" Meanwhile, Feng, mistakenly believing that Bibi Dong was upset, hastily interjected, "Teacher, please do not be angry. That was not my intention. Moreover, did I not just express my feelings for you? I genuinely consider you to be my girlfriend." Bibi Dong was indifferent to her disciple's thoughts. She felt it was unfair to him and longed for a moment of mutual honesty, desiring a deeper intimacy between them. Thus, she cast aside all her bashful thoughts and, with a hint of grievance, urged, "Disciple, if you truly regard me as your girlfriend, will you please agree to my request?" Feng felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He sensed that she was trying to manipulate him. Each time he attempted to refuse her, she would adopt an exceedingly wronged expression that he found impossible to resist. "No, this time, I cannot allow myself to be cornered by my teacher." However, just as Feng contemplated this, he noticed a shift in Bibi Dong's demeanor. This time, her expression was not merely one of grievance. Her eyes shimmered with tears, as if she were on the verge of crying. Disciple, though we have yet to reach the final stage, in my heart, I have entrusted everything to you. Both my body and my heart belong solely to you. I wish only to alleviate the guilt I feel for the unfairness between us. Are you truly unwilling? Seeing Su Feng still hesitate, Bibi Dong clenched her delicate hands, unable to restrain herself any longer. The tears that had begun to glisten in her eyes swiftly filled her gaze, and she turned away, clearly disheartened. Very well, if you are truly reluctant, I shall not force you. I had anticipated your response, after all. Alas, I concede. I shall agree to your request. With Bibi Dong in such a state, Su Feng sighed and returned to her side, appearing resigned. Teacher, just tell me what I need to do. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong quickly wiped away her tears and regained her composure, even allowing a smile to grace her face. This is what you said. I did not coerce you. All right. I am doing this of my own volition, Su Feng replied with a hint of resignation. Higi, you're the best, my dear. It was evident that Bibi Dong had somewhat theatrical intentions in her earlier display, hoping to soften her disciple's heart. Nonetheless, she genuinely felt that their relationship lacked honesty and intimacy, and she wished to seize this opportunity to deepen their bond. It was unreasonable that she was always the one taking advantage of him, while he had yet to see her in her entirety. Such a situation felt grossly unfair, and it was not what she desired. With these thoughts in mind, Bibi Dong raised her hands high, adopting an air of entitlement as she declared, You truly are a blockhead. How else should you assist me in changing my attire? Of course, you must first help me remove this skirt. As soon as she uttered these words, Bibi Dong caught Su Feng's gaze sweeping over her, lingering particularly on her front, which caused her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. She immediately chided, You naughty boy, why do you keep staring at me? Hurry up and help. Though Bibi Dong has incessantly clamored for mutual honesty, the mere realization that her disciple is scrutinizing her has caused her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. She finds it difficult to fathom whether she will be able to maintain her composure when the moment of sincerity truly arrives. Meanwhile, Su Feng, upon being reminded by Bibi Dong, acknowledges that his gaze has indeed become rather audacious. This is hardly surprising, as he had previously indulged in some rather inappropriate behavior, the sensations of which are still vividly imprinted in his memory, particularly regarding that certain area. After a brief moment, Su Feng shook his head, attempting to regain his clarity, continuously reminding himself to stay composed. Remain calm, do not overthink it. It is merely a change of attire, something that can be accomplished in 2 minutes. Yes, calmness is imperative. Having steeled himself, Su Feng took a deep breath, his expression adopting a seriousness akin to that of preparing for an epic battle. Even his tone weighed down with gravity as he inquired, Teacher, shall I begin? Bibi Dong continued to raise her hand, yet she dared not look at Su Feng again. Instead, she turned her head slightly and gently replied, You may begin. However, Su Feng did not commence immediately, for he found himself ensnared in a dilemma, his mind preoccupied with several perplexing questions. Should the dress be removed from the bottom up or from the top down? If it were to be taken off from the bottom, would it be better to grasp the shoulder straps or the hem directly? Conversely, if it were to be removed from the top down, wait. These queries had never crossed Su Feng's mind, nor had he ever witnessed a girl undressing. The only time he had surreptitiously observed was when he spied on Bibi Dong previously, but regrettably, she was not wearing a dress at that time, leaving him with no point of reference. Yet, Su Feng remained oblivious to the fact that his current contemplation had transcended the mechanics of undressing. It was now a reflection of his own turmoil. His face had flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe fruit, and his state was far beyond mere awkwardness, as if he could no longer engage in rational thought. Observing Su Feng's flustered demeanor and his inexplicable inner turmoil, Bibi Dong furrowed her delicate brows, concern evident in her voice as she inquired, What is the matter? In nothing, Su Feng replied, shaking his head. At that moment, he was unaware of any issues within himself. Resolutely, he decided to assist Bibi Dong by removing her dress from the bottom up. He reached out and grasped the hem of her skirt, stammering a reminder, Teacher, I am going to take it off now. Yes, go ahead, Bibi Dong responded with a gentle nod, a blush once more gracing her fair cheeks. However, unlike before, she did not shy away from meeting Su Feng's gaze, for now, her concern for his bewildered state overshadowed her own embarrassment. Then, with both hands raised, Bibi Dong prepared herself, while Su Feng tightly held onto the hem of her skirt and suddenly lifted it upward. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, as if the room had descended into absolute stillness. Surely, the disciple must have seen everything now, Bibi Dong thought, her face and neck aflame with embarrassment. She had meticulously planned for this moment, intentionally donning a short skirt and refraining from wearing anything else beneath it. Should her disciple dare to assist in removing the dress, it would signify her complete honesty before him. Alas, plans often fall prey to unforeseen circumstances, just as Bibi Dong believed she was on the verge of success. Ready to engage in mutual candor with her disciple, she found that after Su Feng helped her remove the dress, he merely cast a fleeting glance at her before averting his gaze, rolling his eyes, and appearing as though he were on the brink of fainting, a trickle of blood escaping from his nose. Disciple. Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes widened in shock, and after a cry of alarm, she hurriedly supported Su Feng, gently laying him in her embrace. With deep concern, she asked, Disciple, what has happened to you? Please do not frighten your master. Disciple. What is the matter with you? Bibi Dong called out several times, yet the other party neither responded nor revealed any thoughts, appearing utterly lost in a daze. This left her in a state of great anxiety. What on earth is happening? Could it be that? An astonishing thought arose in Bibi Dong's mind. Could it be that my disciple suffers from a peculiar condition? The moment this notion crossed her mind, she felt as though she were speaking in a dream. Perhaps one could faint at the sight of blood. But what sort of affliction could cause someone to swoon at mere exposure? She had never encountered such a phenomenon, particularly in men. However, the reaction exhibited by her disciple compelled her to reconsider. Perhaps he truly did possess such an affliction. This could indeed elucidate why he blushed so easily and was prone to embarrassment. Nonetheless, Bibi Dong resolved to refrain from drawing any conclusions until her disciple regained consciousness. And until then, she dared not undress in his presence. She even prepared herself psychologically for the possibility that, should her disciple indeed suffer from this condition, she would need to find a way to assist him, otherwise, their future together might be irrevocably compromised. In the evening, within the sanctuary of the saintess's chamber, Su Feng lay upon the bed, drowsily opening his eyes. Nearby, Bibi Dong, who had been vigilantly watching over him, perked up upon noticing his awakenings, her face instantly transforming into one of concern. Disciple, you're awake? How do you feel? I'm fine. Su Feng instinctively averted his gaze, unable to meet Bibi Dong's eyes, fearing that another glimpse of her bare form would cause him to faint from sheer embarrassment. Disciple, you don't think I'm still unclothed, do you? I've already put on my garments, she reassured him. However, unbeknownst to Su Feng, his thoughts had been inadvertently overheard by Bibi Dong, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Taken aback, Su Feng hesitated, finally turning to face Bibi Dong, and he was met with her refined appearance. Dressed elegantly in sumptuous robes adorned with golden patterns that spoke of nobility, she seemed a completely different person compared to the alluring figure in sheer garments he had encountered earlier. Seeing Bibi Dong in such a dignified demeanor relieved Su Feng, who then inquired, How long was I unconscious? For about 4 hours, I believe, Bibi Dong replied, her expression shifting to one of concern once more. Do you remember why you fainted? Let me think. As Su Feng pondered, Bibi Dong lowered her head, her cheeks still flushed, and timidly inquired, Disciple, do you perhaps suffer from this condition? Do you faint at the sight of a girl's nakedness? Startled by her words, Su Feng paused, the memories of his fainting spell flooding back. He felt his body stiffen, a wave of heat washing over him, particularly on his face, which felt as if it were ablaze. If he was not mistaken, his complexion was likely a deep shade of crimson. Could it be true? Did he truly possess such a condition, as Bibi Dong suggested? This should not be the case. After all, I have encountered the bodies of other women before. Yet I did not faint then. Su Feng pondered, and soon a vivid image resurfaced in his mind. A woman clad in crystalline armor, who, right before his eyes, disrobed entirely, standing before him in her nakedness, ultimately leaping into a molten pool to absorb a soul ring. Reflecting on these memories, Su Feng instinctively arrived at a conclusion. Impossible. I certainly do not possess such a condition as fainting from bodily exposure. Yet, if it were not due to that, why did I faint? Could it be that the fact the exposed individual was my teacher, someone I deeply care about, overwhelmed me with emotion, leading to my fainting? That must be it. No doubt about it. It is the only explanation that comes to mind. With these thoughts, Su Feng prepared to elucidate his conjecture to Bibi Dong. Disciple, you, however. At that moment, Bibi Dong's thoughts had already diverged from the matter of fainting, for she had just perceived her disciple's inner thoughts and learned that he seemed to have seen the bodies of other girls, which stirred an unsettling feeling within her. Immediately, she questioned him with a hint of accusation. Have you spied on others undressing? And no, absolutely not. Faced with Bibi Dong's sudden inquiry, Su Feng felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his heart racing with bewilderment. What is going on with the teacher? Why is she asking me this? It feels as if she knows everything I am thinking. Alas, I am so wronged. That time was not my doing. She undressed right in front of me. Never mind. Never mind. I did nothing wrong, and I have no reason to feel guilty. Yet, could it be that the teacher, by posing such a question, truly has the ability to discern my thoughts? Is she perhaps feeling jealous? With these reflections, Su Feng spoke tentatively. Teacher, why do you ask such a question? Ahem. This time, it was Bibi Dong who felt as if struck by lightning. Her previously accusatory expression transformed into one of profound unease. After a lengthy moment of hesitation, she stammered, Disciple, please do not misunderstand. This is merely a conjecture on my part. I only wish to assist you in uncovering the reason for your fainting. In her struggle to find a suitable response to her disciple, and fearing he might discover her ability to eavesdrop on thoughts, she promptly shifted the conversation. So, disciple, do you have any idea why you fainted? I think I might have a vague idea, Su Feng replied uncertainly, before swiftly relaying his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's expression became somewhat unnatural, and a flush of embarrassment appeared on her cheeks. Disciple, are you implying that you only experienced this symptom in relation to me? That seems to be the case, Su Feng replied with a serious nod. Then, does this mean we can no longer engage in such activities? Bibi Dong stiffened, her eyes shimmering with a sense of grievance, her lips pouting as if burdened with unexpressed sorrow. Noticing this, Su Feng's lips twitched, and he spoke, trembling slightly. Why does it seem like you have always wanted to engage in such activities, teacher? Wasn't it agreed that we would first embark on a romantic relationship? What on earth is happening? Why does teacher have that look of disappointment? Does she harbor such impure thoughts? Furthermore, it wasn't a significant issue. It was merely that in the presence of someone he cared for, he became easily excited and agitated. It simply required some time to adjust. And perhaps after spending more time together, everything would be fine. Why the urgency? Hearing Su Feng's words and thoughts, Bibi Dong couldn't help but grumble internally. You little rascal, how dare you place the blame on me? If it weren't for your intimidation, I wouldn't have felt so anxious, even if I were tempted by your physique. Moreover, I was even contemplating having a little baby with you. If you were to faint upon seeing my body, wouldn't that thwart my aspirations? Although these thoughts lingered in her mind, Bibi Dong didn't wish to make Su Feng uncomfortable. Learning that his fainting issue could be resolved eased her worries, and she promptly shifted the conversation. Disciple, let us not dwell on this for now. Weren't you going to take me somewhere? Where exactly is it? As she spoke, a hint of longing appeared on her face. The place you wish to take me must be beautiful, right? The moon has just risen, and if we go now, perhaps the scenery will be even more splendid. Upon hearing her words, Su Feng's expression froze. Beautiful scenery? He felt he needed to reconsider whether to take his teacher there. If she held such expectations, she would likely be disappointed. Yet, recalling Bibi Dong's previous insecure demeanor, he ultimately decided to proceed. Teacher, no matter what happens later, you must remain calm, understand? Please step aside. Observing Su Feng's serious demeanor, although puzzled, Bibi Dong obediently moved aside. Boom. Moments later, with a wave of his hand, Su Feng caused a massive spatial rift to tear open within the room. Surrounding the rift, bolts of lightning raged violently, illuminating the chamber with a flickering light. What is happening here? Despite Su Feng's prior warning to Bibi Dong, she was still profoundly taken aback when the rift in space emerged before her. The tempestuous storms within the fissure were overwhelmingly violent, and the depth and darkness of the spatial tunnel imparted an unsettling awareness that this was beyond the realm of human capability. However, amidst her astonishment, Bibi Dong instinctively reacted to the sudden situation. Her form darted to Su Feng's side like a bolt of lightning, as if fearing that the tempest might inflict harm upon him. Please, master, do not be anxious. Observing Bibi Dong's tense demeanor, Su Feng hesitated for a moment, then grasped her hand to offer reassurance. With a smile, he explained, This is a passage I have opened, leading us to the realm of chaos. The realm of chaos? What kind of place is that? It is the very place I previously mentioned to you. Once we arrive, dear disciple, I assure you that you shall no longer fear threats against us. Su Feng's smile radiated even brighter, and without waiting for her response, he pulled her toward the rift in space. Wait, disciple, Thus, as Bibi Dong stood in a daze, she was swiftly drawn into the rift by Su Feng. With a flash, as Su Feng and Bibi Dong stepped into the rift, it sealed shut behind them, plunging the entire chamber into silence. In the realm of chaos, a blood-red sky loomed ominously above, stained as if by the essence of slaughter, accompanied by a chilling aura of violence. Beneath this sky lay countless floating fragments of land, each a desolate ruin shrouded in black mist, where one could faintly hear the wails of tormented souls, reminiscent of a ghostly underworld, eerily foreboding. Amidst these land masses, numerous volcanic plates were clustered together, erupting with explosive force as torrents of lava gushed forth, inundating the scarred terrain, akin to a hellish inferno. In this mysterious expanse, although the land fragments varied in scenery, they shared a commonality of lifelessness, reminiscent of the primordial chaos, where all things must begin anew. However, one particular plate, though still barren, exhibited the presence of several structures, indicating prior habitation. This area was unmistakably the infernal prison. Suddenly, a rift tore open, and Su Feng emerged, with Bibi Dong trailing closely behind him, resembling a timid maiden devoid of the majesty befitting a saintess. Her petite steps quickening as she endeavored to keep pace with Su Feng, fearful of losing him. "Master, this is the place I wish to bring you. Take a moment to observe your surroundings." Su Feng led Bibi Dong into the realm of chaos, then gently released her hand, standing quietly beside her. He understood that for the time being, she would be in awe of the sights before her. What is this place? Indeed, upon witnessing the scene before her, Bibi Dong stood transfixed, her gaze consumed by the blood-red sky and the fragments of land resembling a celestial river. This sensation enveloped her, as if she were immersed in the deepest recesses of the universe, existing in the most primal and chaotic realm. How breathtakingly beautiful! Bibi Dong could not help but murmur softly, although she had initially anticipated a beauty that might be reminiscent of a fragrant sea of flowers or something equally enchanting. She had never imagined that the place her disciple had brought her to would be characterized by such grandiose and indescribable magnificence. After an indeterminate period, Bibi Dong finally regained her composure and turned to Su Feng, her delicate face adorned with a smile and curiosity. "What on earth is this place?" Su Feng let out a wry laugh and replied, "As for this place, it is difficult to articulate in a brief moment. Let us explore while conversing." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong eagerly nodded, akin to a chick pecking at grains, displaying an adorable obedience. "I shall heed your words." With that, Bibi Dong took petite steps to Su Feng's side, playfully brushing her small hand against the back of his hand, appearing as if she wished to hold it. She then blinked her eyes, exuding an enchanting charm. "You are truly mischievous," Su Feng remarked with a wry smile while gently taking her hand. Yet, the term mischievous remained unspoken, for he felt it odd to address his teacher in such a manner, as it bore a hint of flirtation that he was not yet comfortable expressing, having never uttered such words before. After a brief moment, Su Feng, hand in hand with Bibi Dong, began to meander through the chaos realm. As they traversed each continental fragment, he would provide a succinct introduction. "Disciple, are you suggesting that each of these continental fragments harbors at least one deity?" As expected, whenever Su Feng elaborated on the origins and functions of the fragments within the chaos realm, Bibi Dong would display expressions of astonishment and disbelief. After all, within the shattered continents of this realm, each fragment contained the essence of at least one deity. For instance, the Hell Hunter accepted by Lu Erlong was a legacy of a deity, albeit of a lower tier compared to the likes of supreme gods such as the god of Shura. What astonished Su Feng was that, while his teacher was taken aback by everything around her, she never probed further into the origins of these wonders, nor did she inquire how he came to possess them. It was as if she would listen to whatever he chose to share and would not press for more if he opted to remain silent. This filled Su Feng's heart with a multitude of feelings. He had not anticipated such trust from his teacher. Consequently, when they encountered further continental fragments, he became increasingly patient in his explanations, sharing every detail he could conceive. In Su Feng's view, as long as his teacher did not suspect him of having been possessed, there was no need to withhold any so-called secrets. Before they knew it, 2 hours had passed. Su Feng paused, gazing at Bibi Dong with a smile. "Teacher, having heard so much from me, can you now perceive the uniqueness of this place?" Before bringing Bibi Dong in, Su Feng intended to dispel any sense of crisis she might harbor, preventing her from feeling that their safety was under threat, as with figures like Qian Douluo. "Now, If Bibi Dong could reflect earnestly, she would likely perceive that the chaos realm is closely intertwined with her existence. In other words, as long as the chaos realm endures, they are not destined to perish, and no one can genuinely jeopardize their safety. After all, Su Feng, in a bid for precaution, had already insidiously inscribed a mark upon Bibi Dong. Even if someone sought to harm her, she could utilize the spatial passage to return directly to the chaos realm. Of course, should the circumstances arise where she could not return in time, the worst consequence would merely be the destruction of her physical form. Her true essence would still be forcibly reclaimed by the chaos realm, and subsequently, reconstructing her body would pose no significant challenge. Nevertheless, Su Feng hoped fervently that Bibi Dong would remain unscathed, wishing for her to maintain her current state. Otherwise, should an unforeseen event occur, and she reached the point of needing to reconstruct her body, he felt that his mentor would no longer be the same as before. Something would feel amiss. Or perhaps she would seem less authentic. Disciple, what is happening? Su Feng pondered, his thoughts swirling. At that moment, Bibi Dong suddenly gasped in alarm. What is it? Hearing her exclamation, Su Feng instinctively turned to look at her, noticing her wide-eyed gaze fixed on a particular spot. Following her line of sight, he too glanced over, and upon doing so, his expression stiffened. Before him were the anguished faces of a group of rough men, particularly that of Salus, who appeared the most distraught. Lord Su Feng, my subordinates have met a most tragic end. You must avenge us. They lamented. Whoa, Lord Su Feng, I too have suffered greatly. Indeed, Lord Su Feng. Please, you must take action on my behalf. Observing this band of wretched souls, Su Feng felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth, and goosebumps prickled his skin. The aura of power diminished within the chaos realm, the hellish prison. At that moment, the altar square of the hellish prison remained as it was, exuding an ancient grandeur. With intricately carved pillars standing sentinel around the altar, akin to timeless columns reaching towards the heavens. In the center of the altar square, a row of kneeling specters could be seen. These spirits, with heads bowed and hands clutching their heads, dared not exhale a breath, their faces suffused with terror, and some even trembled slightly. This group of specters was none other than Salus and his companions. You lot, tasked with eliminating 2 individuals, have failed miserably and returned so swiftly to the fountain of rebirth. Truly, you are more hindrance than help. Su Feng stared darkly at Sarath and the others, his frustration reaching a boiling point. Initially, he had not anticipated that Sarath and his companions would be able to eliminate Tang Hao and Tang San on their outing. After all, one was the chosen son, and the other the chosen father, both under the protection of the power of rectification. To directly vanquish them, one would first have to strip away this protective aura. However, what Su Feng did not foresee was the swift annihilation of Sarath and his group, achieved in such a brutally simplistic manner, self-detonation. You bunch of fools are truly wasteful. Su Feng glared at Sarath and his companions, his heart heavy with disappointment and frustration. While the altar square could infinitely assist Sarath and the others in reconstructing their bodies, this came at a cost, not without its price. In fact, to restore these undead beings, Su Feng had to expend a significant amount of his resources. For instance, during their last attempt, he had already depleted a considerable portion of his assets, leaving him with little remaining. Master Su Feng, I was reckless in this battle. Please forgive my transgressions. Seeing the disappointment etched on Su Feng's face, Sarath felt an overwhelming sense of regret and immediately bowed repeatedly in supplication. Master Su Feng, I too acknowledge my faults. Yet I assure you I exerted my utmost efforts in this battle. I hope you will be lenient in your judgment. As Sarath led the charge in seeking forgiveness, the other undead beings followed suit, prostrating themselves before Su Feng. The ground beneath them echoed with the sound of their foreheads striking the earth, their brows quickly turning crimson. Yet, compared to this minor pain, they were far more terrified of Su Feng's potential punishment. Perhaps, with just a command from Su Feng, Lord Lu might resort to tormenting them once again, forcing them to endure a life steeped in darkness and fear. The despair and dread experienced in such moments are incomprehensible to those who have not lived through it. Fearful as they were, Sarath and his companions harbored their own grievances. For instance, the third member, while bowing his head, would occasionally cast furtive glances at Sarath, his eyes brimming with resentment and displeasure. Damn it, it's all your fault. You old fool. Why did you recklessly offer up your life? If it weren't for your self-detonation, I might still be on a mission instead of being forcibly summoned back to this hellish cage. Now, The solitary opportunity to atone for our failures has been squandered, and the days ahead seem bleak. At this moment, it was not just the third member. Many others cast sidelong glances at Saroth, their expressions filled with silent reproach. Boss, you are truly unreliable. We were promised a self-detonation to return with a tragic tale and earn rewards, yet this situation feels awry. Could it be that we are to return to our previous life of suffering? Alas, it is over. When Lord Lu returns, we are truly doomed. As numerous loyal friends cast their glances, Saroth felt an inexplicable sensation of cold sweat seeping from every pore, akin to a chill creeping down his spine, or perhaps a tightening in his lower back. In any case, he harbored a faint premonition that with his leading act of self-detonation, his authority as a leader might be significantly undermined, and he could even face usurpation. Beside him, Bibi Dong, who had remained silent until now, could no longer contain her curiosity. She gracefully shifted closer to Su Feng, leaning in to whisper in his ear, "Weren't these individuals slain by my master previously? How have they returned to life?" Cough, cough. I shall elaborate later. My disciple is currently reprimanding his subordinates. Your actions may diminish my authority. Su Feng, sensing Bibi Dong's proximity, quickly uttered a few words before instinctively stepping back, aiming to maintain a respectful distance to avoid appearing too familiar with her in front of his subordinates, thus preserving his image of dignity. However, Su Feng was unaware that to Saroth and the others, he had little authority to speak of. On the contrary, they often perceived him as more approachable, especially in comparison to the ruthlessly fierce Lu Erlong, who was 100 times more intimidating. Were it not for this, Saroth and the others would not have dared to plead for mercy. They would have resigned themselves to their fate. After all, pleading for mercy before Lu Erlong would yield entirely different consequences, akin to inviting further punishment. Humph, you little rascal, daring to exert authority before me. Upon realizing her disciple's thoughts, Bibi Dong became somewhat displeased. Instead of remaining obediently at a distance, she moved even closer to Su Feng. Her delicate hand, as white as snow, swiftly reached for his palm, intertwining their fingers tightly. "Teacher, you." Su Feng noticed his hand being grasped and instinctively attempted to withdraw it. However, Bibi Dong, seemingly having anticipated his reaction, held on firmly, providing him no opportunity to escape. This caused him to stiffen momentarily. Before he reluctantly turned his head to meet her smiling gaze, his lips twitching slightly. "Teacher, I am in the midst of reprimanding my subordinates. This is rather inappropriate." "Disciple, then do tell me." Bibi Dong's smile became increasingly enchanting, and with her other hand, she instinctively tightened her embrace around Su Feng's arm, bringing his hand to rest against her bosom. With a triumphant grin, she inquired, "What is wrong with your master?" The soft sensation on his arm caused Su Feng's expression to stiffen, and his mind descended into a peculiar state of bewilderment, a flush of crimson creeping across his face. He could not fathom why he felt so tense or why embarrassment washed over him. After all, he had already been quite intimate with his teacher before, and theoretically, he should have been accustomed to such simple contact. Yet, the thought of being so closely held in front of so many subordinates filled him with an indescribable sense of shame, a helplessness that his dignity was crumbling, and an overwhelming urge to flee the scene. "Teacher, I beg you, please let go, or I might lose my composure," Su Feng thought to himself, instinctively trying to pull away, but Bibi Dong's grip was far too tight, making it impossible for him to fully extricate himself. Being embraced so intimately by my teacher in front of my subordinates is truly mortifying." Despite his myriad of frustrations, Su Feng ultimately acquiesced, allowing Bibi Dong to continue holding his arm, enduring the weight of the added pressure. Bibi Dong, having overheard her disciple's internal monologue, could hardly contain her amusement and replied with a playful smile, "Can you now answer your master? Why are those individuals from Salas here?" The situation is as follows. Reluctantly, Su Feng began to recount events from a year ago, explaining how individuals like Salas had come to be involved in the purpose of this infernal prison. However, he spoke in hushed tones, wary of being overheard by Salas and his companions, his demeanor akin to a house husband caught secretly stashing away money by his wife. As Su Feng yielded to Bibi Dong's insistence, on the other side, the previously apprehensive spirits began to stir with mischievous thoughts, especially Salas, who sensed an opportunity to reclaim his former authority. He whispered excitedly, "Based on my years of experience in the world, the relationship between the Saintess and Lord Su Feng is undoubtedly extraordinary. They may have already become involved. However, the crux of the matter is that it is clear Lord Su Feng is under the thumb of his wife. Boss, what do you mean by that? Humph. Did you not notice? Lord Su Feng was initially furious with us, clearly intent on our demise. But after a few whispered words from the saintess, he has become compliant. Who is truly the dominant one here is now evident, is it not? Thus, Sarath's voice grew cautious yet exhilarated. We have the opportunity to shift the focus of our pleas for mercy. If we can appease her holiness, perhaps we may avoid severe punishment or even be rewarded. Upon uttering this, Sarath discreetly cast a glance at the others, his face alight with expectation. What do you think? Comrades, the undead remained silent, their expressions rife with hesitation. They seemed to recognize a sliver of truth in Sarath's words, yet a lingering doubt pervaded their thoughts. They feared that he might lead them to graver consequences, perhaps even dire fates. Clearing his throat, Sarath noticed the lack of support from his companions. Feeling a mix of embarrassment and disappointment, he then turned his gaze toward number 3, his most trusted ally, believing that this audacious individual, who dared to confront even the most daunting challenges, would possess remarkable courage. With a serious demeanor, he declared, "Number 3, this arduous and honorable task is entrusted to you. I believe you can secure the support of Her Holiness. Go forth, my good brother." "I shall not," replied number 3, refusing to even glance at Sarath, his rejection resolute. "This is a rare opportunity. You must seize it." Sarath attempted to persuade him, but number 3 interrupted, continuing to bow low towards Su Feng, his expression filled with uncertainty, as if to convey a silent message of hopelessness. Sighing at the cowardice of his companions, Sarath lamented their lack of ambition. He then turned his attention to Su Feng, taking a deep breath as he prepared to plead for Her Holiness's favor. Suddenly, a rift tore open in the altar square, accompanied by a searing inferno that enveloped the area, causing Sarath to tremble uncontrollably. His thoughts immediately flickered to the crimson-clad demon, Lord Lu, from the hellish prison. With a gulp, Sarath swallowed nervously, his lips quivering uncontrollably. "It's over, she is back." At this moment, not only Sarath but all the undead nearby were gripped by terror. Those who had previously cried out for mercy fell into a profound silence, afraid to make a sound, even holding their breath to avoid attracting Lord Lu's attention. However, their fears were unwarranted, for Lord Lu had just returned through the teleportation portal. Her gaze fixated solely on Su Feng, completely indifferent to their plight. With a heavy thud, she drove the blood-red sword she carried into the ground and knelt before Su Feng, her voice laden with gravity. "My lord, I have sinned. I implore your punishment." Upon hearing those words, the hearts of Sarath and his companions sank deeply. "Alas, while we desperately plead for mercy, you arrive to request punishment. This truly troubles us. It is over. This time, it is genuinely the end." Sarath and his companions wore expressions of utter despair, still too frightened to raise their heads, silently bracing themselves for the torment that lay ahead. "You have performed admirably. You may rise," came the unexpected words. To their astonishment, Lord Su did not acquiesce to Lady Lu's demand for punishment, nor did he display anger. Instead, a look of appreciation and relief graced his features, leaving Sarath and his companions utterly bewildered. Lady Lu Erlong was equally taken aback. Though Su had permitted her to stand, she remained respectful, stating, "My lord, I have failed to accomplish the task you entrusted to me. Please, punish me." "I commanded you to rise." Su's tone grew firmer. "Yes, my lord." She hesitated momentarily before finally standing. "What transpired these past few days? Please elaborate." "My lord, we did not complete the mission. You truly do not blame us?" "I do not hold you accountable. As for them, let that be. First, report the situation." Su regarded Lu Erlong with a discernible favoritism compared to his demeanor towards Sarath and the others. "Do not inquire as to why. It is shameful to deliver heads." Su could envision that in order to reconstruct the bodies of Sarath and his companions, he would need to extract every ounce of their current lying flat value, which seemed a distant goal. He suspected he would need to derive a significant amount of lying flat value from Sarath and his companions first. Regarding the failure of the task, Su had not concerned himself. He never truly expected Lu Erlong and the others to eliminate Tang Hao and Tang San. His primary objective remained the erosion of the duo's halo power. Clearly, Su had achieved his true aim of depleting their halo power. Otherwise, his attitude towards Lu Erlong would not have been so lenient. As for how Su discerned the diminishing halo power, it was undoubtedly due to the system's assistance. By consulting the system panel, he could directly assess the status of the halo power surrounding Tang Hao and Tang San. Recently, he had observed through the system panel that the halo power held by Tang Hao had significantly diminished, and if he were not mistaken, Tang Hao had likely faced lethal threats from Lu Erlong on several occasions. Report, my lord, the situation is as follows. Indeed, upon hearing Lu Erlong's account, Su swiftly grasped the full context of the mission and became even more convinced that the halo power covertly protected the father and son duo. Without thoroughly depleting their halo power, their eradication would remain impossible. It appeared that during Lu Erlong and her companion's pursuit of Tang Hao, his repeated escapes were no mere coincidence, but rather the machinations of fate. Su Feng pondered deeply, intertwining the vivid imagery described by Lu Erlong. If all went as anticipated, it appeared that Tang Hao managed to escape the bamboo house amidst the deadly ambush orchestrated by Lu Erlong and her companions due to a prophetic warning from the heavenly Tao, which enabled his timely flight, particularly during the final confrontation, when Lu Erlong and her group had completely encircled Tang Hao, rendering his demise seemingly inevitable. It was at this critical juncture that Qian Xunji fortuitously arrived. It was inconceivable that the heavenly Tao did not intervene to summon Qian Xunji for assistance. Such frequent interventions by the heavenly Tao only served to diminish its aura of power. Thus, the true demise of Tang Hao and his son Tang Xin drew ever closer. As Su Feng meticulously unraveled the sequence of events, he remained oblivious to the fact that Bibi Dong beside him was lost in her own thoughts, her gaze unwaveringly fixated on Lu Erlong. At that moment, Lu Erlong, adorned in her blood-red crystal armor, was a sight to behold. With only her chest and certain areas modestly covered, while the rest of her figure remained largely exposed. Her flat abdomen showcased her sun-kissed skin and perfectly sculpted muscles. Disciple? Huh. Ouch. That hurts. Why are you pulling me, master? In that instant, Bibi Dong, still holding Su Feng's hand, tightened her grip uncontrollably upon catching sight of Lu Erlong, even giving his hand a sharp tug. Her gaze scarcely strayed from Lu Erlong. She could not deny that the Lu Erlong of today, compared to the once broken woman deceived by love, exuded an allure that had multiplied exponentially. Moreover, she had to concede that Lu Erlong's striking figure, combined with her somewhat revealing attire, rendered her undeniably captivating. Bibi Dong cast a gaze filled with a hint of hostility towards Lu Erlong, then turned her attention to Su Feng, reproaching him with a touch of dissatisfaction. Why is she here? How long has she been here? What is your relationship with her? Since the catastrophic explosion that occurred during the pursuit of Xiaogang, she had ceased to monitor Lu Erlong, believing her to have perished in that event. She never anticipated that Lu Erlong had remained in this chaotic realm, which implied that her disciple had been concealing the fact that he was maintaining a relationship with a woman. Although Bibi Dong doubted that her disciple could possibly be interested in Lu Erlong and felt no genuine sense of crisis, the mere thought of Lu Erlong parading around in such revealing attire before her disciple made her uneasy. What if Lu Erlong harbored ulterior motives to entice him? Would her disciple be able to resist such temptations? Suddenly, an unsettling thought struck Bibi Dong's mind, and the more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. After all, her disciple had previously mentioned having seen the bodies of other women. Perhaps it was Lu Erlong he had referred to. Master, please don't misunderstand. I have no relationship with her, Su Feng hastily interjected. No relationship? Then why is she here? How long has she been here? Master. Please calm down and allow me to explain. Su Feng had intended to elucidate the situation. However, before he could elaborate on Lu Erlong's year-long stay in the chaotic realm, the acquisition of an immensely valuable Hell Hunter set, far surpassing the worth of 10,000 years of soul bones, and the control over the Hell Prison. Bibi Dong had already squeezed his palm tightly, her other hand pinching his arm with such force that her fingernails sank into his flesh, causing him to involuntarily gasp in pain before she ceased. Disciple, what on earth are you trying to accomplish? Suddenly adopting a woman into the chaotic realm, aiding in her cultivation and providing her with treasures, and not daring to inform your master for an entire year. Could it be that my suspicions are indeed correct? And you have a preference for this type? No, that cannot be. My disciple is not that kind of person. In an instant, Bibi Dong's mind raced with a myriad of thoughts, though she refrained from voicing them. Yet, her gaze towards Su Feng betrayed her distress, her eyes shimmering with a hint of moisture, as if they were on the verge of spilling over. However, this fleeting thought soon dissipated, as she became acutely aware of her disciple's panicked inner voice. Indeed, I knew such a melodramatic scenario would unfold. Alas, it is now impossible to clear my name. How shall I explain this? The problem was, aside from a subordinate relationship with Lu Erlong, There was truly nothing else between them. This fact could be corroborated by Salas. Though given his timid nature, he likely would not dare to testify on his behalf. What could he possibly say now? As Su Feng pondered cautiously on how to explain the matter of Lu Erlong, he suddenly noticed a remarkable shift in Bibi Dong's demeanor. "Bauer, does it still hurt? Allow me to blow on it," she offered gently. Observing the softness in Bibi Dong's expression and feeling her warm breath, Su Feng couldn't help but twitch his lips. "I truly am at a loss. Teacher, what is going on? Your mood swings are too much for my fragile heart to bear." Sighing inwardly, Su Feng decided it was best that the teacher no longer pressed on the issue of Lu Erlong. Despite his internal complaints, a smile graced his face. "It's all right." "That's wonderful," Bibi Dong replied, her smile growing ever more tender, though it was tinged with a hint of guilt for having misjudged her disciple. In an effort to conceal her earlier thoughts, she became incredibly obedient. "Disciple, please continue. Your teacher will listen quietly." With that, she loosened her grip on Su Feng's arm, wishing for him to feel at ease in her presence. Should he wish to withdraw his hand, she would not impede him, allowing him to cultivate the image of authority he so desired. After all, he was inherently a shy person, and holding hands in front of so many subordinates might be too embarrassing for him. However, to her surprise, once she relaxed her hold, Su Feng did not withdraw his hand. Instead, he grasped her small hand tightly, as if their palms were merging together in that moment of connection. "Disciple, what are you doing?" Bibi Dong questioned, bewildered by Su Feng's unusual behavior. Her heart swelling with joy as this was the first time he had taken the initiative to hold her hand in front of others. What could he possibly be thinking? Bibi Dong was filled with curiosity, yet Su Feng remained silent, leading her closer to Lu Erlong and Salas. Perhaps exhilarated by her disciple's assertiveness, Bibi Dong found herself in a state of quiet delight as she was guided along, her usual saintly demeanor forgotten. Resembling a little girl who simply followed along with an adult, taking small, eager steps. "Everyone, rise," Su Feng commanded as he and Bibi Dong approached Salas and the others. As his voice echoed, Salas and the others trembled to their feet, each bowing their heads in deference. "What do you all look like? Raise your heads and stand tall before me." "Yes," they replied in unison. Su Feng admonished in a deep voice, prompting Salas and the others to hastily adopt a posture of attention before shifting their gazes towards him. Yet, each pair of eyes flickered away, as if fearing the weight of his scrutiny. Once he noticed that Salas and the others were finally looking his way, Su Feng softened his expression slightly and gestured towards Bibi Dong beside him. With utmost seriousness, he declared, "Allow me to introduce this individual, who is not only the holy maiden you once knew, but also my girlfriend." Reaching for Bibi Dong's hand once more, he continued with an even graver tone. "From now on, apart from me, you are to heed her commands. Do you understand?" "Understood. Understood. Understood." The chorus came from Salas and the others, their voices ringing out with an enthusiasm perhaps not expressed during their tribulations under Lu. Nearby, Lu Erlong cast a conflicted glance at Su Feng and Bibi Dong, hesitating before softly uttering, "Understood." If she had harbored any lingering hopes, the moment Su Feng publicly proclaimed their relationship served to firmly seal those thoughts within her. Perhaps what she ought to contemplate now was a return to her roots, to strive for the strength that once motivated her to become a hell dragon hunter, to rejoin the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, and to seek justice for her mother. Indeed, that was her original intention. However, despite her rational thoughts, witnessing Su Feng and Bibi Dong's intimate hand-holding stirred a tempestuous wave of emotions within Lu Erlong, making it difficult for her to regain her composure. After Su Feng revealed his relationship with Bibi Dong, he noticed her playful side emerge once more, as she teased him by tickling his palm, whispering for him to stop, feigning a desire to halt his words. Yet, he could see through her facade. Her smile betrayed her true feelings. "Ah, my dear teacher, how you have become so disingenuous." Mastering the art of duplicity, Su Feng, amused by Bibi Dong's joy, decided to further his jest. He turned to Salas and the others, feigning annoyance. "Do you not comprehend? Why do you stand there, frozen? Shall I teach you how to show respect?" As soon as he finished speaking, realization dawned upon Salas and the others, who promptly bowed to Bibi Dong. "Number 1, greetings, my lady." Salas raised his hands reverently before bowing. "Number 2, greetings, my lady." "Number 3, greetings, my lady." With Salas leading the way, the other spirits followed suit. Of course, many of them silently cursed Salas, thinking, "That sly old dog. Why must he always be the first to kneel?" This sycophantic display is truly unbecoming. I shall strive to be the first next time. The disciple, upon being addressed as Madam for the first time by Bibi Dong, found herself engulfed in a most peculiar sensation. Her cheeks flushed with an intense heat. Her heart raced with an exhilarating rhythm, and she felt an overwhelming sense of shyness enveloping her. Her visage was rendered a deep crimson, betraying her embarrassment. Bibi Dong gazed at Su Feng with her beautiful eyes, wishing to convey something to him, yet the words remained unspoken on her lips. Instead, she tightened her grip on his large hand and instinctively embraced his arm, as if it were an unparalleled treasure. She held him close, repeatedly nuzzling against his chest, finding solace in the unique sensation and the unwavering security of being able to embrace her disciple at any moment. Coughing discreetly, she admonished, "Teacher, do be mindful of your image. Your subordinates are watching." On the other hand, Su Feng, unable to endure Bibi Dong's affectionate gestures, felt a flush of warmth creeping onto his face. Noticing Su Feng's concern for the scrutiny of his subordinates, Bibi Dong turned her gaze towards Salis and the others, instantly enveloped by an air of sanctity. With a calm yet commanding tone, she declared, "You have 3 breaths to depart from this place." Though her words were not shouted, they were imbued with an undeniable authority, one cultivated not merely through time but through the combination of strength and status honed over years of experience. As soon as Bibi Dong finished speaking, Salis and the others, startled, hastily retreated, not daring to cast a single glance at Su Feng. While they might have wished to gauge Su Feng's intent or inquire if they could leave, a mere glance was swiftly met with Bibi Dong's frigid stare. In such circumstances, it was clear who held dominion in this chaotic realm. Alas, per Su Feng, in mere moments, Salis and his companions did not even take a full breath before they vanished from sight. Just before they completely exited the altar square, a few, including Salis and the 3rd member, dared to glance back, curious about the nature of Su Feng in the presence of the lady. However, upon locking eyes with him, they felt their hearts sink, for Su Feng's gaze seemed to convey a message. "You think you can escape? You shall regret this, my lord, unless you have further instructions." "I shall take my leave," Lu Erlong said, bowing to Su Feng as he prepared to exit, initially planning to depart alongside Salis and the others. He reconsidered and decided to seek Su Feng's counsel. After all, Su Feng had indicated that he would defer to Bibi Dong only in his absence. To yield entirely would imply a usurpation of his authority, a notion he could not abide. "Yes, I have matters to discuss with you." At this moment, Su Feng gazed at Lu Erlong with the desperation of one clutching at a lifeline. He attempted to withdraw his hand, seeking to escape the constraining embrace of Bibi Dong. However, this time, Bibi Dong refused to relinquish her hold. After all, in the presence of Lu Erlong, Bibi Dong felt it imperative to assert her position as the rightful master, ensuring that no one else could seize the opportunity. "Disciple, if you have any instructions, feel free to express them directly. Why the unnecessary fidgeting?" Upon witnessing Su Feng's continued resistance, Bibi Dong abruptly pinched his arm with considerable force. The final words she uttered carried an unmistakable tone of warning. After speaking, she tightened her embrace around Su Feng's arm, as if wishing to enclose him entirely within her garments, rendering him utterly immobile. Coughing, Su Feng realized that further defiance was futile and chose to acquiesce, subsequently offering a serious admonition to Lu Erlong. "Following the recent assassination mission, all except for you, Salis and the others have had their physical forms obliterated, reduced to the most fragile state of undeath. Reconstructing their bodies within a day or 2 is simply unattainable. Therefore, for the forthcoming week, your task is to assist Salis and the others in regaining their strength. As for how to achieve this, you should comprehend." "Understood," Lu Erlong replied, his expression grave. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired, "Then, my lord, should the focus be on restoration or on torment? In this infernal prison, the only place capable of hastening the recovery of the undead is undoubtedly the electric shock chamber. However, it has primarily served as a means of torture in the past. This time, given that Salis and the others self-destructed during the assassination mission to facilitate her escape, inflicting further torment upon them would weigh heavily on her conscience." Su Feng, unaware of Lu Erlong's thoughts, initially intended to continue the punishment, as the remaining energy he had to assist in reconstructing Salis's form was insufficient, and he needed to devise a means to gather more resources. Nevertheless, upon noticing Lu Erlong's plea for mercy, Su Feng pondered for a moment before smiling and replied, "You may decide, as long as it does not impede Salas's recovery. Yes. Lu Erlong's face brightened, and he exhaled in relief. If Salas and the others had witnessed this scene, they would undoubtedly have been overwhelmed with excitement, their scalps tingling with exhilaration, almost crying out in joy. Is this truly the fearsome mother Tyrannosaurus, Lady Lu? How astonishing that she would plead on their behalf. It feels utterly surreal, akin to a dream. You may depart. Su Feng commanded. Understood. Shortly thereafter, Lu Erlong left the altar square, leaving only Su Feng and Bibi Dong behind. However, due to the environmental factors within this hellish prison, an abundance of dark red light illuminated the surroundings, casting a rosy hue upon the cheeks of both Su Feng and Bibi Dong. Disciple, as everyone departed, Bibi Dong could no longer contain her emotions. Like a delicate woman, she embraced Su Feng, finding solace in his arms, and with a sense of contentment remarked, "You were quite audacious today, quite unlike your usual self." If she had not experienced it firsthand, Bibi Dong would have thought she was dreaming. She had never anticipated that her shy disciple would boldly hold her hand and publicly declare their relationship. In the past, even a slight display of intimacy under the moonlight would leave her disciple blushing for an eternity. The unexpected display from her disciple left Bibi Dong both astonished and somewhat touched. Humph, I have even bolder plans in store. What? Bibi Dong was caught off guard by the sudden kiss from her disciple, leaving her momentarily stunned. Gradually, she closed her eyes, surrendering to the moment and responding with fervor. The soft, blush-inducing sounds of their affection, though not loud, would have been unmistakable to anyone else present in the altar square. Alas, Sarath and the others were absent. Had they been there, they would have discovered the myriad ways to embrace the art of kissing, realizing how the tongue could be employed in such a manner. Most notably, they would have witnessed Lord Su Feng and the Holy Maiden, whose hands were rather audacious, leading to a flurry of murmurs about their explorations. 1. Update notification. Those who have been following the updates know that the author has a penchant for speed, and chapter censorship has become a common occurrence. This has resulted in certain chapters abruptly losing content due to the editor's scrutiny, causing them to fall below 2,000 words, which the system then categorizes as 1,000-word chapters. Consequently, even if the author is absent for a day, their attendance record suffers. To preserve the integrity of the attendance record, starting today, this book will feature daily double chapters totaling over 4,000 words, thereby ensuring that even with content reduction, the word count will not dip below 4,000, safeguarding the attendance. 2. New book notification. After more than half a month of preparation, the author's new book has been completed and uploaded, titled Douluo. I made a million Soul Masters cry. The pen name is Chiu's Ghost Lotus. Note, Chiu's Ghost Lotus is a secondary account. Chi's Ghost Lotus is the primary account. Please do not confuse them. Additionally, as this new book has just been released, the word count is relatively modest, so esteemed readers may wish to add it to their collections. For this month, the new book will have 1 update per day, transitioning to 2 updates per day next month. Synopsis of the new book in Douluo. I made a million Soul Masters cry, Su, which reverses into Douluo. Adopted by Lu Erlong, awakening an anger system that empowers him by inciting others' ire. Beep. You passionately kissed Zhu Zhuqing in front of Dai Mubai, causing him to feel jealous. Anger value 48. Beep. You brought Xiao Wu to the Rose Hotel, leading to Tang San's misunderstanding. Anger value 69. Beep. You devoured the Blue Silver Emperor, inciting Tang San and Tang House Fury. Anger value 478. Beep. You simultaneously consumed Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong, causing you Xiaogang to explode with rage. Anger value 666. Beep. You made a million Soul Masters weep from anger. Anger value 9,999. Gazing at the astronomical anger value, Su Hua calmly declared, System, upgrade, everything. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have transcended to the God King level. A week later, at the Holy Maiden Palace, in the center of the training ground, 10 figures clad in crimson armor stood in a row. Each bore a ghastly mask and a red hood. Were it not for their varying heights, one might easily mistake them for identical twins. Adorning their chests were unique emblems, each marked with an exclusive serial number. This was the most vital proof of their identity. However, in their eyes, the number was secondary. Of utmost importance was the rank displayed on the emblem, for it signified their status. These 10 individuals were none other than Sarath and his companions, recently resurrected from the realm of chaos. due to Su Feng's insufficient resources. Only these 10 could be reformed at present, leaving the others to toil in the chaotic realm for the time being. At this moment, Sarath stood at the forefront, surveying his newly formed body, and he could not help but exclaim, "To say we shall reform the body and then truly do so. To speak of resurrection and deliver it, truly. Master Su Feng's methods are unfathomable." Reflecting on the events of a week prior, when he had perished in a self-destructive display alongside his close friends, he had anticipated a long penance in the hellish confines of labor. Yet, astonishingly, mere days later, here he was again, as if awakening from a dream. "Congratulations, my friend." Suddenly, number 3, standing beside Sarath, cheekily nudged him with his rear and whispered with a sycophantic grin, "You are now the highest-ranking member of our undead legion. From now on, I shall rely on your guidance." As he spoke, his gaze flickered to Sarath's emblem, fixating on the rank inscribed therein. The two characters denoting level 1 seemed insignificant, yet they stirred a wave of envy within him. The value they represented was immense. Had he not been under Su Feng's command, he might never have realized that the minimum threshold for such a rank was an astonishing 80 levels of soul power. The more he pondered, the more number 3 found himself envious and yearning, increasingly eager to surpass level 80 and acquire that emblematic rank of status and power. After all, during this past week, Lord Su Feng had bestowed upon their group of 10 a plethora of training aids, including potions designed to enhance soul power. With such resources at his disposal, a swift breakthrough was not beyond reach, nor did he need to worry about the superficiality of his level. For the potions provided by Lord Su Feng were specifically tailored for the undead legion, enabling a rapid stabilization of one's realm through practical combat experience. However, throughout this week, Salus was the sole undead to break through to level 80, while the remaining 9, including number 3, remained stagnant at the thresholds of 78 and 79, with the lowest among them at level 75. To elevate them all to level 80 would require at least 10 days to refine the enhancement potions, rendering it nearly impossible. Nevertheless, number 3 was confident that he would ascend more swiftly. After all, he had lingered at level 79 for quite some time. With the consumption of enhancement potions, he believed he could achieve his breakthrough within 2 days. At that moment, Salus glanced at number 3 and noticed his unwavering gaze fixed upon his badge, prompting a wave of contemplation. He mused that the little rascal, number 3, might be harboring ambitions for his position as leader, and his current flattery was likely an attempt to forge a closer bond and lower Salus's guard, ultimately seeking an opportunity to usurp him. With these thoughts, Salus's impression of number 3 diminished significantly. Yet, while he was aware of his own perceptions, he would never voice them, instead smiling amiably and stating, "Little 3, rest assured. With such a loyal subordinate like you, I will not treat you poorly." Initially, Salus intended to feign a welcoming demeanor toward number 3, solidifying their camaraderie. However, upon reflecting on his current status as a level 1 soldier and the underlying treachery he suspected, he momentarily lost his composure and let slip his true thoughts. Quickly correcting himself, he added, "Oh no, with a brother as righteous as you, I, your elder brother, shall ensure you are well rewarded." "A subordinate? How dare you?" Number 3 seethed at the sudden insult, his previous intentions of flattery evaporating in an instant. He shot an angry glare at Salus and, half smirking and half confrontationally, retorted, "Number 1, do not rejoice too soon. In 10 days, once I refine those potions, not only will I ascend to level 1, but my soul power will undoubtedly surpass yours." "Is that so?" Salus scoffed, a mocking grin spreading across his face as he observed number 3's expression and heard the unmasked ambition in his voice. "But it seems you have forgotten that I still possess a considerable amount of enhancement potions. In 10 days, not only will you fail to surpass me, but I shall only continue to widen the gap between us. Little 3, it would be wise for you to accept your role as my subordinate without causing any trouble. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless." Salus's tone was laced with a stern warning. "Humph, the outcome is still uncertain. We'll see." The third one snorted coldly and subsequently paid no further attention to Salus. However, mere moments after their quarrel, he began to regret his actions, for he realized he might truly fall behind that old rogue Salus. After all, not only did this old rogue possess enhancement elixirs, but he had a far greater quantity than himself. Alas, how rash I was. Even though I once held the same title of archbishop as he, I should not have turned against this old rogue. The third one felt a twinge of remorse, coupled with frustration, as Salus adeptly flattered the holy maiden. Throughout the past week, every time he encountered her, he persistently referred to her as my lady and showered her with compliments, allowing Salas to acquire as many elixirs from Lord Su Feng as they did, while also earning additional rewards from the Holy Maiden. This meant his rate of advancement far surpassed theirs. What are you two murmuring about? Salas was secretly bickering with the third one when, from a distance, Su Feng's voice unexpectedly rang out, startling both men into silence. They dared not utter a single sound, standing rigidly as if frozen. Noticing their silence, Su Feng could not be bothered to inquire further. He was somewhat aware of their circumstances. Both were formerly archbishops under Qian Xunji, holding similar ranks and capabilities. Yet the issue lay in the fact that the third one consistently fell slightly short in every aspect, resulting in Salas overshadowing him, leaving him feeling quite vexed. Contemplating this, Su Feng could not help but issue a warning. Humph, in the realm of chaos, how you choose to contend and vie for superiority is of no concern to me. However, when I bring you out or assign you tasks, it is wise not to let me catch wind of any underhanded antics. Should you jeopardize my plans, I will have no choice but to let Lu Erlong discipline you properly. The mention of Lu Erlong sent a tremor through the 10 individuals in the training hall, particularly affecting Salas and the third one, whose faces contorted in rigidity and despair, as if Lu Erlong had become an unspeakable taboo, the very embodiment of their fears. Salas and the third one exchanged glances, one gasping in astonishment while the other swallowed hard. Then, as if by a shared understanding, they greeted each other with smiles. Like long-lost brothers, ultimately embracing one another. Lord Su Feng is right. We must work together as brothers. This way, regardless of the tasks at hand, we shall surely accomplish them. Salas remarked as he patted the third one's shoulder gently. Indeed, as long as we unite, no matter what Lord Su Feng commands, we will certainly succeed, won't we? The third one echoed, returning the gesture of camaraderie. Ah, how gratifying it is to see you both possess such awareness. Su Feng remarked with a sense of satisfaction. Upon witnessing the affectionate interaction between Salas and number 3, Su Feng's expression radiated satisfaction. However, this contentment was short-lived, as his countenance soon froze, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Number 3, we must support each other in the future, wouldn't you agree? Bang. Indeed. My brother speaks wisely. We must not only assist one another, but also hold each other accountable. Do you not concur? Bang. At that moment, Salas and number 3 remained in a mutual embrace, patting each other on the shoulders as if to encourage one another. Yet their expressions were peculiarly contradictory, beaming smiles juxtaposed with an undercurrent of hostility, as if harboring a deep-seated grievance. Number 3, I must say, your words hold great merit. Bang. Hee, you flatter me, dear brother. Your insights are the most profound of all. Bang. Ultimately, Salas and number 3's shoulder pats grew increasingly vigorous and exaggerated, accompanied by a palpable surge of energy, resulting in a rhythmic thud that reverberated through the floor, causing their formation to become disordered. Is this the end? Number 3 pondered. For his last strike had not landed on Salas's shoulder, but rather on the back of his head, an act he found more satisfying. How dare you strike my forehead? As expected, once Salas realized he had been struck on the head, his anger surged, disregarding Su Feng's presence as he retaliated with a blow to number 3's face. Bang. A dull thud echoed, and number 3's face immediately bore a swollen mark. Damn it. They say one should not hit the face, yet you have done this to me. It drives me to fury. Number 3 glared at Salas, unable to endure such indignity. He raised his fist, resembling a sandbag, and aimed for Salas's abdomen. Bang. Another dull sound resonated, causing Salas to double over, as though bowing before number 3. TSK. Number 3 chuckled in delight at Salas's predicament, as if years of pent-up emotions had finally erupted in triumph. However, this was merely the beginning, and he mockingly declared, Ah, dear brother, your grand gesture has left me utterly astonished. You scoundrel. To strike me, it seems you possess the courage of a bear and the boldness of a leopard. If I do not impart a profound lesson today, you shall never know who the true leader is. Salas, clutching his abdomen, took a moment to recover before rising once more, glaring fiercely at number 3. Now it was his turn to raise a fist akin to a sandbag. Buzz. However, before Sarath could make a move, a formidable surge of soul power surged forth, halting them in their tracks, accompanied by an intense, scorching sensation akin to the blazing sun. A deep, thunderous voice echoed, What do you two intend to do, rebel? It was clear that the newcomer was Lu Erlong, resplendent in her crystalline battle armor, a blood-red cape billowing behind her, exuding an air of unparalleled valor. At her waist hung the fiery whip she had frequently donned over the past week, intended to discipline Sarath and his companions. Unaware of their place, they deserved punishment. The moment Lu Erlong arrived, her gaze fell upon Su Feng, who had been disregarded by Sarath and the third party. Her expression darkened, and without hesitation, she lashed out with her whip towards Sarath and the third individual, aiming directly at their faces. Crack! Crack! With those two resounding strikes, Sarath and the third party were sent flying, spinning through the air for over 10 rotations before finally skidding to a halt, leaving a long mark upon the ground. Lady Lu, your subordinate acknowledges his error. As soon as they came to a stop, Sarath, suppressing the fiery pain on his face, was the first to rise and immediately knelt before Lu Erlong. He refrained from uttering any pleas for mercy, fully aware that such words would only exacerbate his predicament, potentially leading to more severe repercussions. Lady Lu, your subordinate also recognizes his fault. The third party quickly followed suit, rising and kneeling before Lu Erlong as well. Bang! 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 Perhaps fearing that a delayed reaction might provoke Lu Erlong's ire, the third party not only knelt, but also repeatedly bowed his head to demonstrate his sincere contrition. Nearby, Su Feng watched the display of Sarath and the third party, his countenance dark as storm clouds, his temples twitching in agitation, a tempest of frustration brewing within him. What the hell? Who exactly is the leader here? I can't believe my sanity is unraveling. These two wretches have such little respect for me. And yet they can bicker in my presence, only to suddenly switch their allegiance to Lu Erlong. Should I really consider ridding myself of these two? In that moment, the stark contrast in Sarath and the third party's attitudes toward him and Lu Erlong ignited a fierce indignation within Su Feng, leaving him with an unsettling feeling. As for Lu Erlong, she was not burdened by such thoughts. After administering a brief punishment to Sarath and the third party, she promptly knelt before Su Feng, her voice tinged with regret. The disrespectful actions of Sarath and his companion are a reflection of my inadequate supervision. Should you wish to impose further punishment upon them, I am more than willing to take on that responsibility and will not show leniency. Lu Erlong had never anticipated that her mere utterance would render Sarath and his companion incapacitated on the ground. The phrase "no mercy," absolutely no mercy, reverberated in Sarath's mind, causing his very soul to tremble. The third individual was no better off. He lay on the ground, murmuring incessantly, "This is truly the end of all." Perhaps only those like the third individual and Sarath, who had endured Lu Erlong's torment for a year, could comprehend the terror that emanated from the depths of hell and the profound reverence that penetrated their very souls. As Lu Erlong entered the training ground, the 10 specters became remarkably subdued, particularly Sarath and the third individual, whose previously hostile demeanor transformed instantaneously. They no longer dared to exchange words or even meet each other's gaze. This scene resembled that of two children caught in a brawl, punished severely by their parent, who then fell silent in fear. Bibi Dong observed Su Feng, who appeared momentarily lost in thought. She gently squeezed the hand that was draped around his neck and, with a playful tone, urged him, "What are you doing? Is it time for you to feed me?" As she spoke, her lips parted slightly, revealing a set of pristine white teeth, and a glimpse of her tender, glistening tongue could be discerned. Perhaps, without the experience of such an encounter, one could never truly comprehend the sensation of kissing a woman like her, nor fathom the enchanting realm that resided within those luscious lips, a realm that seemed to defy existence itself. Su Feng, however, felt a twinge of embarrassment as he gazed at Bibi Dong nestled in his embrace. He glanced around, feeling somewhat awkward, and hesitantly suggested, "Teacher, perhaps we should find another place?" "Not a chance. I want you to feed me right now," Bibi Dong replied, her brows slightly furrowed and her lips protruding in a pout, as if she were displeased with the weight. She raised a small fist and gently tapped it against his chest, feigning a sense of grievance as she chided, "I've waited so long for you. Can't you even feed me a little? How heartless of you." With that, she pouted her lips again, her enchanting eyes shimmering like a lake under starlight, creating a misty allure, as if she might burst into tears if he continued to refuse. This performance was not new to her. She had mastered the art of such theatrics, effortlessly slipping into character, as though Su Feng had wronged her in some way or had caused her distress. "Cough, cough. Teacher, please don't be like this. Just give me a moment to look," he responded, realizing the need to act. Indeed, upon witnessing her expression, Su Feng wasted no time and began searching around the stone table. His gaze wandered over an array of delicacies, including osmanthus cake and various fruits. Even jelly and popping candy, items completely foreign to the Douluo world. All right, my disciple, Bibi Dong said, seeing that he had acquiesced. The glimmer in her eyes quickly dissipated, revealing her adeptness at feigning distress, which vanished as swiftly as it had come. Cough, cough. I found it, Su Feng exclaimed after searching for a while. Confronted by the sheer abundance of treats on the stone table, it was a veritable cornucopia, making his choice quite challenging. Remembering that his teacher seemed to favor smaller morsels, he finally settled on a delicate box containing chocolates, each no larger than a bean. Hurry up, disciple. It's tiring for me to keep my mouth open, Bibi Dong urged. As she spoke, Bibi Dong withdrew her hand from Su Feng's chest, only to curl it once more around his neck. Gradually, she reclined entirely into his embrace, resting her head against his chest, listening intently to the rhythmic beating of his heart. Parting her soft, rosy lips, she emitted a gentle sound of delight. At that moment, Su Feng had selected a treat. In his hand lay a chocolate, emerald green and roughly the size of a mung bean. However, he refrained from immediately feeding it to Bibi Dong, instead taking a moment to discern its properties. Soon, the system provided a notification. Ding. System detection in progress. Ding. System detection successful. Ding. Detection result. This is a food-type soul power recovery item, VIP chocolate. Consuming each piece restores 1 soul power, and every 10 chocolates contain a certain amount of alcohol. If the user is not accustomed to alcohol, caution is advised. Su Feng's lips twitched upon reading the system prompt. After spending such a considerable amount of time selecting this item, he was dismayed to discover it contained alcohol. This cannot do. I cannot allow my teacher to consume this, for the consequences of her drunken antics could become troublesome. I must hasten to find an alternative. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Su Feng was well aware that his teacher possessed little tolerance for alcohol. It was no exaggeration to say she would be easily overwhelmed, and in the world of Blue Star, such a scenario would lead to her being incapacitated and dragged off to a hotel. The mere thought of her intoxicated state, or her pretending to be drunk, sent shivers through him, especially with so many subordinates present. If Bibi Dong were to indulge in this chocolate and lose control, he would find it difficult to intervene, and it would undoubtedly lead to his own embarrassment. Yet, noticing that Bibi Dong had kept her mouth open for quite some time, he worried she might be growing weary. He gently lifted her chin and explained, Teacher, please wait a moment, I will find you another one. With that, Su Feng prepared to discard the chocolate in his hand, seeking a different option. You little rascal, how long must I wait? Bibi Dong, growing impatient with Su Feng's hesitance, seized his hand to prevent him from discarding the chocolate. With a commanding tone, she insisted, I want to eat what you have in your hand. Su Feng's lips twitched again, hurriedly explaining, I'm afraid that won't work. This is intoxication chocolate, which contains alcohol. As he spoke, his eyes reflected a sense of caution, and with a hint of anxiety, he added, Teacher, do you not have any awareness of your own tolerance? If you consume this, I fear it may lead to trouble. You insolent brat, how dare you underestimate me? Bibi Dong pouted her lips, casting an irritated glance at her counterpart. With delicate hands that playfully clasped around his neck, she instinctively pinched the flesh at the nape of his neck, her tone laced with a charming sulk. Today, Master insists on having this. If you refuse, I shall cling to you, rendering you utterly incapable of doing anything. Su Feng's lips twitched at her words, as if she suggested that his acquiescence would grant him freedom. He feared she would only become more obstinate in her hold on him. Disciple, be quick, she urged. Su Feng silently scoffed at her insistence. Yet as he noticed Bibi Dong opening her mouth once more, he found himself with no grounds for refusal. He cautiously maneuvered a piece of chocolate toward her lips, holding only one, for he was apprehensive that she might act impulsively in her intoxicated state, especially with so many onlookers present. He wished to avoid any unforeseen incidents. I shall let go now. To be careful not to choke, he cautioned, presenting the chocolate before her. However, before he could release it, a sudden sound interrupted, and a soft sensation enveloped his hand, accompanied by her satisfied laughter. Teacher, what are you doing? Su Feng's eyes widened as he beheld Bibi Dong eagerly lunging toward his hand. He stammered, What are you up to? I already promised to feed you. With a slurp. Su Feng's words were met not with a response, but with her playful tongue, teasingly brushing against his fingers. Her teeth clamped down on his digit, rendering him hesitant to withdraw, not out of fear for his own injury, but concern for her well-being. "Teacher, this is most improper. Please release me," he admonished her with a stern gaze, adopting a tone befitting an adult. "If you do not let go, I shall have to impose a punishment." Yet, Su Feng's warnings fell on deaf ears, for Bibi Dong remained resolute, her teeth still gripping his finger, and she flashed him a mischievous smile as if reveling in her triumph. "Teacher, you have brought this upon yourself. Do not blame me for being ungracious." Witnessing her playful demeanor, Su Feng narrowed his eyes, not out of anger but recognition of their playful banter. He would not be naive enough to take it seriously. Instead, a teasing smile graced his lips. "Refusing to let go, are we?" A moment later, Su Feng tightened his grip on the chocolate, instinctively flashing Bibi Dong a challenging smile. "Then you shall not have any chocolate." Upon witnessing this, Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes narrowed, and the hand that had instinctively wrapped around Su Feng's neck tightened slightly, as if to convey, "You little rascal, release your grip." However, this time, it was Su Feng who chose to disregard her. Not only did he refuse to loosen his hold, but he also tightened his grasp on the chocolate. Even though she had managed to envelop both the chocolate and Su Feng's fingers within her mouth, she still could not fully savor the confection, only able to catch fleeting hints of sweetness through her small tongue. In light of Su Feng's obstinacy, Bibi Dong felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Yet she found herself powerless to change the situation. Eventually, she steeled her resolve and decided to strive for it herself. Thus, she took a deep breath and drew Su Feng's fingers and the chocolate deeper into her mouth. With this preparation, Bibi Dong adopted a serious demeanor, and her tongue began to fervently explore the chocolate on Su Feng's fingers, as if attempting to wrest the treat away with the sheer force of her tongue. Alas, Su Feng's grip was too strong, firmly holding the chocolate in place, rendering even a mere touch an arduous task. Bibi Dong had yet to savor the delights of chocolate, and thus she glared fiercely at Su Feng, emitting a silent whimper as if she were engaged in a struggle. Regrettably, Su Feng remained resolute, responding, "Release it first, and then I shall grant you some." While he verbally refused, internally, he was embroiled in a profound conflict. Alas, his teacher was truly mischievous. Not only did she frolic before so many witnesses, but she also audaciously resorted to using her tongue to seize the treat. Consequently, his fingers were left damp, an embarrassment that was quite overwhelming. Perhaps it would be wise to cease the playful tussle and surrender the chocolate to the teacher. Yet, having come this far, how could he concede? "Humph. Teacher, you underestimate me if you think you can simply snatch the chocolate from my grasp with your tongue. Go ahead and try. I assure you, you will not succeed, and soon enough, you may lose your patience, allowing me the opportunity to engage in other pursuits." "Humph, you little rascal. Your cunning thoughts shall not prevail." Sensing the unspoken determination of her disciple only ignited Bibi Dong's competitive spirit further, compelling her tongue to work with even greater fervor. However, despite her persistent efforts, she could not extract the chocolate. "Teacher, perhaps you should concede. Let us both take a step back. If you cease this chaos, I shall continue to feed you. Would that be agreeable?" Su Feng, observing Bibi Dong's earnest yet futile attempts, found himself amused. Yet, he was not without discomfort, as the sensation of her tongue playfully licking his fingers rendered him quite bashful, his face already adorned with a rosy hue. Not a chance." Bibi Dong whimpered softly once more, yet understood that merely teasing with her delicate tongue would likely not secure victory. Recalling her disciple's weakness, how the mere sight of her form could provoke an overwhelming reaction, she steeled her heart. With deliberate care, she withdrew one hand and, right before Su Feng's eyes, cautiously loosened the front of her robe. Not excessively, just enough to ensure he caught a glimpse. Elder sister, what are you doing?" As anticipated, Su Feng's composure fractured the moment he witnessed her actions. His lips trembled faintly, his entire demeanor stiffening. "Why you must maintain propriety. There are many people nearby." Even as he spoke, his gaze flickered instinctively toward the training grounds. Relief washed over him upon confirming the obliviousness of the others, engrossed in their cultivation. Hastily, he reached out to refasten the immodest exposure at her chest. Yet, to his astonishment, his intervention only spurred Bibi Dong to further audacity. With a deliberate tug, she bared even more, unveiling a sight beyond description. Of course, unbeknownst to Su Feng, she had already shrouded them in a veil of dark soul energy, rendering their actions invisible to all outsiders. No matter how brazenly she misbehaved before him, none would ever know. Su Feng, however, found his gaze involuntarily drawn downward, past her slender neck, where the fabric parted like dispersing clouds to reveal a pristine expanse of snow-white skin. His mind blanked, his expression froze, as though struck by a hammer's blow. Allah, my eyes, they burn. How many times must I say it? You must wear undergarments. You must. Yet you never listen. His voice cracked. This is deliberate. You intend to torment me like this. In Su Feng's heart, countless thoughts swirled. He had assumed that now that Bibi Dong had become his partner, she would at least consider her image as a saint and refrain from exhibiting such indiscreet behavior in the training grounds, even if she harbored intentions of overpowering him. However, he had greatly underestimated her rate of growth. As he continued to gaze at the scene, a sense of dizziness enveloped him, a sensation akin to being caught in a whirlwind. His body felt as if it were ablaze with fervor, and an ominous premonition stirred within him. Should he persist in observing the snowy landscape, he feared he might succumb to a nosebleed. Even if it did not lead to a fainting spell like the last time, it would surely leave his countenance flushed with embarrassment. At this moment, it was not only Su Feng who felt flustered. Bibi Dong shared in his discomfort. Since she had torn off her garment, a deep crimson hue had spread across her cheeks. Although not as pronounced as Su Feng's reaction, her embarrassment was unmistakable. Fortunately, Bibi Dong remained focused on her objective. After successfully diverting Su Feng's attention, she swiftly employed her agile tongue to seize the chocolate from his grasp. With a few quick chews, she erupted into laughter, declaring, "Disciple, you have lost." Su Feng, however, paid her no heed, for his gaze remained fixated upon the snow-capped mountains. And he was indeed experiencing a nosebleed. Disciple. Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes widened as she realized she had perhaps gone a bit too far. In the next moment, she promptly adjusted her attire, striving to conceal as much skin as possible. At this juncture, Bibi Dong felt a twinge of regret for jesting in front of her disciple. She was acutely aware that her disciple was not yet ready to behold her form. A period of adjustment was necessary. Otherwise, the disciple might become overwhelmed with excitement, leading to a rush of blood that could result in anything from a mere nosebleed to fainting. To put it plainly, the disciple was excessively sensitive, a trait that manifested as shyness, particularly in the presence of someone they admired or had already confessed feelings to. This heightened sensitivity meant that any glimpse of Bibi Dong's body could render the disciple nearly incapable of self-control. Once Bibi Dong had tidied her clothing, thus averting the breath-stealing sight, Su Feng began to recover somewhat, no longer frozen in a rigid state, even instinctively easing his breath. Despite this improvement, his respiration remained somewhat hurried, as his mind involuntarily returned to the earlier scene, the pristine beauty and the mesmerizing aura that had captivated his gaze, both shrouded in mystery and profound longing, solely because it was Bibi Dong before him. Had any other woman stood in front of him, even completely undraped, he would have merely felt a sense of bashfulness. Yet, Bibi Dong's mere tugging down of her neckline, revealing a hint of the indescribable, sent his mind spiraling into a dizzying abyss of thoughtlessness. "Are you all right, disciple?" After ensuring her attire was in order, Bibi Dong sat upright with poise. She then produced a delicate handkerchief, gently dabbing away the blood that Su Feng had just shed. However, in her flustered state, she accidentally smeared some of it onto his lips. "Ah," she exclaimed, "I'm so sorry. It was not my intention." Seeing her disciple's increasingly flustered demeanor brought a smile to Bibi Dong's face, though she stifled her laughter, as the sight reminded her of a week prior when her disciple had merely glanced at her figure and fainted, leaving behind a trail of blood. Reflecting on this, Bibi Dong's expression turned serious, a touch anxious that her disciple might faint again. She retrieved another handkerchief and continued to tend to the blood on his face. "I'm fine." Su Feng finally regained his composure, glancing at the flustered Bibi Dong as she tended to him. His expression darkened, and the corners of his eyes twitched as he spoke with a hint of exasperation. "Teacher, you know my condition. If you continue like this, I won't be able to withstand it. I'm so sorry. Please don't be angry," Bibi Dong pleaded. Upon witnessing Su Feng in such a disheveled state, a pang of guilt surged within Bibi Dong, causing her to lower her gaze. She instinctively paused in her efforts to wipe away the blood, resembling a flustered girl who had erred. Of course, if one were to inquire whether she would dare to do so again, her response would likely be a resolute affirmation. As for Su Feng, he initially harbored a desire to admonish her, yet upon observing Bibi Dong's pitiful demeanor, he found his heart softened, and all inclination to reprimand vanished, leading him to feel somewhat overdramatic. Thus, Su Feng cleared his throat twice and earnestly elucidated, "Ahem, I harbor no resentment towards you, dear teacher. I merely wish to convey that my susceptibility to nosebleeds may require some time to adjust. Perhaps, after we spend a while together, I shall acclimate, and by then, such occurrences will cease. Consequently, he continued, unconsciously grasping Bibi Dong's collar and adjusting it slightly to ensure her attire remained respectable. He smiled contentedly. I hope that when next you wish to engage in playful antics with me, you refrain from such actions, at least until my condition has resolved. Seeing that her disciple was not angered by her earlier actions, a radiant smile blossomed on Bibi Dong's delicate face. Without a moment's hesitation, she eagerly nodded, very well. I promise you, I shall never act thoughtlessly again. Su Feng's lips twitched at her swift acquiescence. You agree so readily, are you serious? Furthermore, your words sound eerily familiar. Have I not heard them several times before? I shall never act thoughtlessly again. I would be grateful if you could notify me in advance next time. Su Feng lamented, unaware that Bibi Dong was already reveling in laughter within her heart. Serious? How could that be? Of course, it was merely a jest. Rest assured, dear disciple. I shall dare again, she thought, amused. Oh, how adorable you look, all bashful. I simply cannot resist the urge to give you a kiss. As Bibi Dong pondered, she noticed the remnants of blood on Su Feng's lips, which momentarily quelled her thoughts. Instead, she resumed the delicate task of wiping his cheeks, her actions imbued with a certain tenderness. It seemed as though she was subtly drawn to caress Su Feng's lips. To her astonishment, she found his mouth to be remarkably soft, akin to her own, though with a distinct difference. Ah, what am I thinking? Bibi Dong initially intended to wipe away the bloodstains around her disciple's nose. However, as she proceeded, her thoughts strayed, conjuring various intimate images with her apprentice. Particularly the sensation of kissing him, which filled her with anticipation. If she were to employ the same clever tactics she used to indulge in chocolate, would her disciple not be completely under her control? No, she must certainly give it a try. The mere thought of her disciple, who blushed even at the idea of a kiss, and his pure, innocent heart akin to a blank slate, ignited an overwhelming desire within her to leave an indelible mark, whether on his soul or his body. She yearned to be his first. Perhaps it was her yearning for such a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction, or perhaps a desire to conquer, that prompted her to caution him long ago against engaging in such activities with other girls so casually. The innocent disciple was hers alone. No one could take him from her. In that moment, even Bibi Dong was taken aback by her own thoughts. What had started as a simple act of wiping Su Feng's face had spiraled into something far more unrestrained, causing her to halt her actions and gaze at him with a silly grin, nearly laughing like a lovesick girl, completely enraptured. Perhaps, even if she could pull herself away, she wouldn't allow it. Teacher, why don't I do it instead? Su Feng, oblivious to her inner musings, merely felt discomfort from the blood stains on his face, likely a manifestation of his obsessive cleanliness. Unfortunately, Bibi Dong paid him no heed, continuing to caress his cheek while smiling foolishly. No one can take you away from me. Alas, his teacher had become even more peculiar. Observing her demeanor, Su Feng felt a mix of resignation and understanding. After he had agreed to be her boyfriend, she had displayed such infatuated smiles more than once. Though the specifics of her thoughts eluded him, he could surmise they were likely inappropriate, as her hands tended to wander whenever she wore that expression. Never mind. I'll just do it myself. Sighing, Su Feng instinctively grasped Bibi Dong's hand, seizing the handkerchief from her grasp and began wiping his face. Upon noticing the bloodstains on the cloth, his lips twitched in disbelief. What on earth? Did I bleed this much? What is going on? It wasn't his first time seeing his teacher's assets. How could this result in such a profusion of blood? Sighing inwardly about his teacher, Su Feng quickly cleaned his cheek. Looking around at the black barrier Bibi Dong had set up, he felt a sense of relief. Though his teacher often behaved inappropriately, at least she possessed some sense of shame, knowing to prepare a cover before indulging in mischief to avoid being caught. Although Bibi Dong had not been seen by anyone else, Su Feng felt a surge of anxiety and a hint of exhilaration at the mere thought of such a possibility. If, hypothetically, Bibi Dong had not deployed the black barrier to obscure their actions, and if Lu Erlong and Salis had witnessed everything that transpired, Su Feng could scarcely fathom the turmoil within him. Even though it had not occurred, he found himself overwhelmed by an impulsive desire to silence any potential witnesses. Surprised, aren't you? I will turn the tables. This phrase resonated with Su Feng, reminiscent of a certain cutting-edge technology from a past life. He certainly did not wish for Salas and his ilk to become part of such advancements. Ah, teacher, please do not indulge in daydreams. After a moment, noticing Bibi Dong still lost in a silly smile, Su Feng quickly shook her to bring her back to reality, inadvertently causing her face to flush with embarrassment. Cough, cough. My dear disciple, do not misunderstand. I was contemplating serious matters just now. Faced with Bibi Dong's flustered explanation, Su Feng could not be bothered to expose the truth, instead surveying the surrounding black barrier. Please remove this thing. I still need to keep an eye on Salas and the others. Absolutely not. Why not? In response, Bibi Dong pouted her lips, gestured towards her slender waist and blushing cheeks, and playfully replied, You expect me to comply without a reward? Su Feng's expression darkened. Oh, this dialogue, this tone, why does it feel like the roles have been reversed? In my era, it seems that such words should come from the male, yet here I am, feeling no dissonance at all when uttered by my teacher. As Su Feng silently critiqued, Bibi Dong leaned in closer, her exquisitely crafted visage, akin to a flawless jade, pale and imbued with a rosy hue, was now mere inches away from him. With a mere tilt of his head, he could press his lips against hers. Su Feng hesitated, not out of shyness, but because, based on past experiences, her demands seemed rather modest. Surely, a mere kiss on the cheek could not satisfy her. There must be some playful scheme hidden beneath. Disciple, what troubles you? Do you find my request too excessive? Cough, no. After a brief moment of hesitation, Bibi Dong's urging voice broke through, jolting Su Feng into action as he quickly wrapped his arms around her delicate waist. As anticipated, there was a catch. Bibi Dong was not one to let Su Feng off so easily. Just as he drew her closer, the fabric of her dress tore slightly, allowing his hand to slip effortlessly beneath the garment, coming to rest against her waist. Su Feng sensed something amiss. The sensation was not quite right. His eyes widened in alarm, and he instinctively prepared to withdraw his hand. Disciple, do you wish for me to deactivate this barrier? If so, then continue to hold on. Do not let go. However, upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Su Feng halted his actions, stammering, Of course I want to. But didn't you just say you wouldn't act recklessly again? How can you change your mind so swiftly? Nonsense, I am not acting recklessly, Bibi Dong retorted. Having anticipated Su Feng's inquiry, her tone firm and resolute. This is a specially tailored training to overcome dizziness for you. Training to overcome dizziness? Su Feng found himself at a loss for words, completely bewildered by her statement. Listen to my explanation, Bibi Dong continued, her expression growing grave, her voice imbued with utmost seriousness. The reason I am doing this is not to take advantage of you, nor to allow you to take advantage of me. Quite the opposite. I aim to assist you in overcoming your dizziness. Do you not wish to conquer your problem? Su Feng gazed at Bibi Dong in astonishment, his eyes searching hers for any sign of insincerity. After all, her previous words struck him as utterly disingenuous, akin to fabrications. However, before he could discern anything from her gaze, Bibi Dong spoke again, a hint of reproach in her tone. You little rascal. How dare you look at me with such suspicion? Do you doubt that I would harm you? I am helping you. Think about it. If you cannot take this step, will you ever be able to face me again? Will our romantic relationship forever remain confined to mere mental exchanges? Is that truly what defines a couple? Even if you are willing to be my spiritual partner, have you considered my feelings? Do you not realize that I harbor no ill intentions? Or do you intend to leave me in the cold for eternity? The last sentence was delivered in a softer tone, tinged with a hidden sense of grievance. After speaking, she seemed to withdraw slightly, taking hold of Su Feng's hand from her waist and moving it away. I merely wish to convey that all these actions are for the purpose of alleviating your peculiar symptoms and for our future together. After a brief pause, Bibi Dong pouted in a display of petulance, turning her head away in disappointment. If you are unwilling, I shall not force you. After all, I promise to respect your wishes. I can wait patiently. But I wonder, if no effort is made, how long must I wait? As Su Feng gazed at Bibi Dong's countenance, an inexplicable sense of guilt washed over him. Yet, drawing from past experiences, another sentiment emerged within him. Could it be that his teacher was merely acting? Might she be seeking to evoke his sympathy, only to present him with seemingly earnest demands, when, in truth, her sole intention was to indulge in his company? It seemed quite plausible. Indeed, such tricks had become second nature for her. Su Feng pondered these thoughts, while beside him, Bibi Dong's expression shifted once more. My dear disciple, do not fret. The earlier overcoming dizziness training plan was merely a whimsical notion of mine. You need not take it to heart. At that moment, Bibi Dong cast aside her sulk and disappointment, revealing a tender smile towards Su Feng. Yet, this smile appeared somewhat strained, as if it were the result of great effort to accommodate. Particularly striking were her eyes, which, in that fleeting moment, glimmered with an almost imperceptible veil of moisture. This subtle sheen was not exaggerated, just enough for Su Feng to notice. Yet it seemed she was desperately trying to conceal it. It was as if she wished for Su Feng to remain unaware of the emotions lurking behind her forced smile, while simultaneously, she laid those feelings bare before him. It was as if she longed to declare, "Disciple, do you not see? I am deeply aggrieved. Though I refrain from voicing it, you must discern it, lest my displeasure manifest." Su Feng, upon witnessing Bibi Dong's pitiful demeanor, found himself caught in a web of conflicting emotions. Despite his suspicions regarding her theatricality, the burgeoning thoughts of refusal that initially arose within him remained unspoken. Perhaps this was even more daunting than Bibi Dong's direct imposition, for her vulnerable appearance was precisely what he found most difficult to resist. Ultimately, all his reluctance and complaints dissolved into acquiescence. "Very well, I shall grant your request. Disciple, why do you sigh? Is it out of sympathy for your teacher that you have acquiesced?" "Ah, certainly not. Although, in truth, that is precisely the case. Yet, how could I dare admit it?" "Thank you, my dear disciple." Bibi Dong gazed at Su Feng with delight, her face devoid of any traces of reluctance or grievance, replaced instead by genuine joy and exhilaration, as if she had finally triumphed in this psychological battle. "Well then, what precisely does overcoming the dizziness training entail?" Su Feng asked earnestly, pondering for a moment before adding, "Surely, you must have a rough plan in mind, teacher?" "Indeed, I certainly have a plan," she replied. However, Bibi Dong regarded Su Feng with a serious demeanor. And then, her tone shifted to a softer pitch. "However, I am uncertain if you can truly accept this." A sense of foreboding gripped Su Feng's heart. Yet he solemnly nodded in response. "Teacher, please proceed. I will do my utmost to assist you in remedying this issue." Although he preferred to prolong the purity of their burgeoning romance rather than engage in more intimate matters, the mere thought of blushing and fainting at the sight of her body filled him with profound embarrassment, leading him to question his masculinity. Fortunately, he had personally verified his own robustness through various means, both in terms of time and other capacities, proving himself to be quite formidable, with no issues whatsoever. As long as he could address Bibi Dong's excessive sensitivity, he believed there would be no further complications. "Very well. I shall now elucidate the first exercise of the overcoming fainting training." Bibi Dong wore a solemn expression and then gestured toward the tear in her skirt at her waist, a result of her recent exertion of soul power. With a weighty tone, she articulated her reasoning. "Based on my conjecture, my disciple, your heightened sensitivity stems from a lack of exposure and understanding in this area. This ignorance has led to incidents of nosebleeds and fainting. To address this issue, we must approach it through both theory and practice. Thus, let us commence with practical application." Su Feng, taken aback, instinctively responded, "Shouldn't we begin with theory first?" Cough, cough. Bibi Dong's originally stern expression nearly faltered, yet she ultimately regained her composure, concealing any hint of trepidation. She remarked, "I believe that although your current knowledge may be somewhat lacking, it suffices for this initial level of training. Therefore, we shall proceed directly with practical application. Do you understand?" I should understand, right?" "Understand what nonsense. I feel as though you are merely rambling, yet I cannot find any evidence to support my suspicion. Never mind. I shall give it a try. Perhaps this trial will remedy my dizziness after all." With such thoughts in mind, Su Feng decided against engaging in further debate with Bibi Dong and nodded, saying, "Teacher, please continue. What is the first training exercise?" "I will follow your instructions." "Very well." Seeing her disciple so obedient, Bibi Dong felt no need for reservation. She immediately produced a black cloth strip and blindfolded Su Feng, obscuring his vision, and then inquired, "Can you see?" No." "Good. Then I shall proceed," Bibi Dong said with a smile. She leaned closer to Su Feng, playfully nudging him with her backside, and finally rested her head on his shoulder, as if wishing to meld into him entirely. Having completed this, Bibi Dong cheerfully declared, "For your first training task, based on your performance, it appears that while you cannot see my body, you show no aversion to touch. Thus, your initial assignment is to begin by making contact with my skin. If you can overcome this hurdle, I assure you that alleviating your symptoms will be quite manageable." As she spoke, Bibi Dong guided Su Feng's hand back to her waist, precisely positioning it at the tear in her garment. stifling her laughter and anticipation. She instructed with a serious tone, "Just as you did earlier, you may reach in. There is no need for any additional actions, simply embrace me." Bibi Dong cast a sidelong glance at Su Feng and noticed that he seemed somewhat bashful. She promptly adjusted her approach and, with a firm demeanor, declared, "Furthermore, from this moment forth, you must amend your mindset. You are to harbor no indecent thoughts, nor should you feel any embarrassment. For what we are undertaking is not a trivial matter. It pertains significantly to your physical well-being and the potential remedy for your peculiar ailment. Therefore, it is imperative that you do not act carelessly. Do you understand?" Gulp. Observing the gravity of Bibi Dong's words, Su Feng instinctively swallowed hard. At that moment, he felt as though he were lying upon an operating table, which quelled any errant thoughts. The embarrassment that had once colored his face diminished significantly, leaving behind a greater sense of tension and seriousness. Upon observing Su Feng's lingering embarrassment, Bibi Dong gently patted his shoulder and advised with a serious tone, "Once you have adjusted your mindset, you must envision me as an inanimate object, or perhaps as a puppet designed solely to aid in your healing. Whatever actions you undertake should be exclusively aimed at remedying your peculiar affliction, devoid of any distracting thoughts. Do you understand?" At that moment, Su Feng's vision was engulfed in darkness. He imagined himself seated in the infirmary, his mind clear. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, he subconsciously perceived them as a doctor's guidance and nodded affirmatively. "All right, I understand." With everything in place, Bibi Dong inhaled deeply, acutely aware of her racing heartbeat, as if she were on the brink of something exhilarating. Perhaps it was the sight of her disciple's obedient demeanor that ignited within her an unprecedented anticipation. Suppressing her excitement, she instructed, "Now begin. Extend your hand and embrace this puppet form of me." "Okay," Su Feng responded, and to his astonishment, he realized that being blindfolded and having absorbed Bibi Dong's earlier reassurances, his embarrassment had significantly diminished. Thus, he swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist and ventured through the tear in her clothing. "Ah, it seems it's not so daunting after all." As Su Feng's hand made contact with her waist, he discovered, to his surprise, that he did not instinctively withdraw but rather approached the exercise with a scientific mindset, treating it with earnestness. Disciple, Bibi Dong, having successfully alleviated Su Feng's nervousness, found herself feeling quite anxious, her words stumbling as she asked, "How do you feel?" No particular sensation, just similar to touching my own waist smooth." "Oh, wait, perhaps a bit softer than mine, and certainly less muscular." She had merely intended to gauge his response, but to her astonishment, Su Feng, in his earnest quest for healing, playfully tickled her waist, sending electric sensations throughout her body, compelling her to stifle laughter. Fortunately, Bibi Dong managed to suppress her amusement, though her face flushed crimson, making speech difficult. "Disciple, please refrain from tickling." "Okay." Su Feng, not overthinking it, promptly ceased his actions, feeling no embarrassment, for to him, it was merely akin to touching his own waist. As he halted, Bibi Dong exhaled, contemplating whether she should allow him to venture a little higher. As soon as the thought emerged, Bibi Dong swiftly dismissed it. The reason was simple, the idea was rather hasty. After all, not long ago, her disciple had suffered a nosebleed simply from viewing her. If she were to allow the other party to encounter that taboo prematurely, it would likely result in an immediate resurgence of their shame, and thus, the treatment would be rendered futile. Bibi Dong pondered for a moment, seemingly discovering a rather subtle expression, and then spoke with a serious tone. "Try to feel the distinction between this puppet and yourself. Furthermore, be bold in your exploration. Simply follow your thoughts, for only then can I assist you more effectively in your training. Everything is aimed at your recovery from this ailment. Cast aside any extraneous thoughts. Do you understand?" "Very well." Su Feng nodded earnestly, and then began to express himself freely. Simultaneously, his mind, as Bibi Dong had advised, embarked on a journey of self-hypnosis. "I must not entertain any superfluous thoughts. I am merely treating my dizziness. This is all for the sake of scientific healing. I cannot harbor any impure notions. No matter what I encounter, it is merely a puppet. Yes, just a puppet. I shall not bleed from my nose again. Be brave, do not fear difficulties. Whatever challenges we face, let us confront them with a smile. The best way to dispel fear is to face it head-on. Persistence is the key to victory. Let's go?" Indeed, that's the spirit. My disciple has finally grasped the essence. Upon hearing her disciple's inner voice, Bibi Dong felt a surge of comfort. Yet soon a wave of concern washed over her. I wonder how long my disciple can maintain this calm state. I hope he won't revert to his original self within mere minutes. With this thought, Bibi Dong initiated a new series of guidance, aiming for him to truly empty his mind, focusing solely on overcoming his dizziness. Time passed, perhaps 4 minutes, or maybe 7, likely even a quarter of an hour, or perhaps even longer. Disciple, stop. You must cease this at once. At that moment, Bibi Dong's face flushed with embarrassment. The reason was simple. Su Feng's cautious probing had gradually spiraled out of control, leaving her unable to manage the situation, something she had never anticipated at the outset. No, I cannot stop. I must treat this ailment. I must deeply understand the truth behind my dizziness. Only then can I alleviate the torment it brings me. Is this not what you just taught me, master? With his eyes covered, Su Feng could not see Bibi Dong's flustered state. He merely followed her earlier guidance, diligently engaging in a series of exercises to combat his dizziness, his hands never ceasing their movements. Disciple, witnessing Su Feng's unwavering rationale, Bibi Dong felt as if she might cry from urgency, yet she found herself unable to counter his resolve, enduring a strange tingling sensation as she implored, "Please. That is enough. You can stop. Your first phase has concluded." Su Feng remained steadfast, his determination unyielding. "No, this is still far from sufficient. I feel that I must persist a bit longer in this initial phase of overcoming dizziness. Otherwise, all my efforts may be in vain. Moreover, did you not tell me that once one chooses to accept, one must move forward with unwavering resolve? Why, master, do you falter first? Disciple, cease your efforts at once. There is no need for further treatment. I implore you." This time, Bibi Dong wept genuine tears, her eyes no longer veiled by feigned mist nor adorned with pretended grievances. Instead, true droplets of crystal-clear sorrow cascaded down, a poignant amalgamation of emotions, regret, shame, astonishment, and anguish, all intertwining within her. Bibi Dong could never have anticipated that her initial encouragement stemmed from a fear that Su Feng might abandon his pursuits midway. However, the latter's performance far exceeded her expectations. Were it not for her first-hand observations and experiences, she would have believed that this was not her disciple, but rather a licentious opportunist. Yet, at this moment, no matter how much Bibi Dong implored, Su Feng seemed oblivious to her words. He persisted in his actions, demonstrating his resolve, as if curing his ailment had become his most fervent aspiration. There was no other choice but to proceed in this manner. Upon encountering Su Feng's unwavering determination, Bibi Dong promptly reached out to grasp the black cloth strip adorning his head and tore it away. The sudden brilliance was blinding. Su Feng had remained enveloped in darkness, and as the black strip was whisked away, an overwhelming light pierced his eyes, causing his hands to instinctively freeze and his mind to succumb to a brief void. Disciple. Enough. The first phase concludes here. Observing Su Feng's cessation of motion, Bibi Dong, startled, swiftly withdrew her hand and, in a flash, mended the tear in her waist garment. After completing these tasks, she hurriedly turned away from Su Feng, hastily arranging her attire. Oh, Su Feng, on the other hand, remained oblivious to the situation, perceiving his previous actions merely as part of a therapeutic process, devoid of any distracting thoughts. Naturally, to assert that he felt no flicker of desire would be implausible. Any normal man would struggle to maintain complete composure after such interactions. However, Su Feng had indeed managed to achieve this, not due to any saintly disposition or lack of yearning, but rather because he had discreetly employed an item akin to a tranquilizing elixir through the system panel, allowing him to temporarily transcend emotional responses and enter a rational state. Thus, regardless of his endeavors to overcome the symptoms of dizziness, he felt little to no shame, perceiving the experience merely as a standard health regimen. "You little rascal, why so serious all of a sudden? Are you exerting yourself so forcefully, lacking any tenderness?" Meanwhile, Bibi Dong, with her back to Su Feng, continued to adjust her attire while clutching her heart, murmuring in a tone filled with melancholy, "It hurts, ugh." Had she not known her disciple harbored no ill intent and gleaned from eavesdropping on his thoughts that he had utilized an item resembling a tranquilizing elixir, she might have believed that a completely different person, a thorough libertine, had been responsible for the earlier actions. Initially, the situation had been manageable. Her disciple's gentleness had brought her a sense of comfort, aligning with her expectations. However, as he employed the tranquilizing elixir, a drastic change ensued. Her disciple began to exhibit rationality, shedding any shyness or concern for appearances. Whatever her demands, No matter how excessive, he would comply, and ultimately, even without prompting, he would take the initiative, becoming increasingly fervent, convinced that diligent exploration would alleviate the symptoms of dizziness. It was utterly terrifying. Her disciple was devoid of any gentleness. If Bibi Dong were granted another chance, she would never again blindfold her disciple, nor would she utter so many words of persuasion. She had nearly led her disciple into a state of madness, almost resulting in her own downfall. Moments later, Bibi Dong composed herself and then smiled at Su Feng. "My dear disciple, how do you feel now?" Although she wore a smile, there was an unmistakable strain to it. For even though her disciple had ceased his disrespectful behavior, she still felt a dull ache in her heart, a burning sensation as if something weighed heavily upon her thoughts, rendering her unable to contemplate further. I feel nothing at all." Su Feng blinked, looking at Bibi Dong with confusion, and continued, "Perhaps this overcoming dizziness training phase one has failed?" After saying this, he pointed to the surrounding black shield and calmly suggested, "Why don't you first open this shield? After I ensure that Salis and the others are well prepared for their training, we can resume our discussion on overcoming dizziness." Cough, cough. "No, that won't be necessary for now. I need some time to recuperate. I cannot endure such turmoil." With a sudden start, Bibi Dong hastily waved her hand, causing the black shield constructed by the Rakshasa divine power to vanish in an instant, revealing the surroundings of the training ground anew. "Yuegwan, I have met Her Holiness the Saintess and young Master Xufeng. Gueme, I have met Her Holiness the Saintess and young Master Xufeng." As the black shield dissipated, Xufeng's gaze fell upon the bowing figures of Yuegwan and Gueme. Clearly, they had been sent by Bibi Dong to assist Xufeng in training Sarath and his companions, enabling them to swiftly evolve into an elite undead army. You arrive at an opportune moment. Upon seeing Yuegwan and Gueme, a smile crept across Xufeng's lips, and a chilling glint sparked in his eyes. Ahem, Yuegwan, sensing Xufeng's penetrating gaze, instinctively retreated 2 steps before cautiously inquiring, "May I ask what instructions young Master Xufeng has?" Hiss. Nearby, Gueme, upon witnessing Xufeng's exceptionally cold and sharp gaze, wished to follow Yuegwan's lead and stepped back a few paces, seeking at least a semblance of safety. However, his legs betrayed him, trembling and refusing to obey, leaving him frozen in place, ultimately gasping for breath to calm his unsettled heart. At that moment, both Yuegwan and Gueme discerned a profound change in Xufeng. He exuded an unsettling calmness, one that was far from ordinary, and merely his gaze instilled a shivering dread within them. "You two follow me?" "Yes." Unaware of their thoughts, Xufeng, due to the influence of the Clear Heart artifact, recognized the urgency of imparting the undead battle techniques to Sarath and his group. He intended to arrange for Yuegwan and Gueme to serve as sparring partners, facilitating Sarath and the others in mastering the combined battle skills, thereby honing their ability to execute strategies beyond their rank. With determination, Xufeng retrieved the tome detailing the combined battle techniques and proceeded to the center of the training ground. Beside him, Yuegwan hurried to catch up, but after a few steps, he halted, turning to the lingering Gueme, exclaiming, "Old ghost, what are you dawdling for? Keep up." My legs feel weak. Lend me a hand." Yuegwan's expression darkened as he sensed the overwhelming aura of calmness emanating from Xufeng. In the training ground, a thought struck him. Why is she here? Wasn't she with that Xiaogang a year ago? Yuegwan followed Su Feng to the center of the martial arts arena, where he was taken aback by the sight of Lu Erlong. He felt a profound astonishment, for he could sense that Lu Erlong had undergone a complete metamorphosis compared to a year ago. A year prior, upon their first encounter, she was merely a soul sage, a mere insect that he believed he could easily swat away. Yet now, her strength and demeanor had ascended several tiers, particularly her prowess, which, despite not having engaged her in combat, emanated an implicit sense of pressure that left him with the conviction that this woman was far from ordinary. "Lao Ju, do you see that woman? Doesn't her figure seem a bit excessively alluring? Since when has our sacred maiden palace been graced by such a beauty?" Beside him, Gueme was also observing Lu Erlong, but unlike Yuegwan, his attention was not primarily on her strength. Rather, he was captivated by her appearance and physique. After merely a few glances, a knowing smile crept onto his face, one that all men would recognize, his eyes incessantly surveying her most striking attributes, causing him to reflect. It's one thing to have a stunning figure, but to dress so provocatively, how can one remain composed? However, the lightness of her attire allowed him to gaze unabashedly, and as he continued to admire her, his smile grew increasingly audacious. Of course, When a strong individual displays such a smile, it cannot be deemed lewd. It should be regarded as unabashed appreciation. Yet, upon witnessing Gue Mei's grin, Yu Guan's expression darkened, and he hastily cautioned, "Damn it, Lao Gue, keep your mouth shut." "What is wrong with me?" Gue Mei replied, perplexed. "Do you even recognize who that woman is? You're being far too chatty. Who is she?" Seeing that Gue Mei seemed oblivious to Lu Erlong's identity, Yu Guan stepped closer and whispered into his ear, "A year ago, weren't we accompanying Her Highness the Sacred Maiden and young Master Su Feng to the Tiandu Empire? At that time, our objective was to hunt down Yu Xiaogang, and we failed multiple times, primarily due to a woman assisting his escape. That woman is the very one standing before us now." As he continued, Yu Guan lowered his voice further, his tone growing more serious. "You need to be cautious. This woman has changed drastically since then, especially in terms of her strength. Haven't you noticed? You can't even discern her true level now, nor can you feel even the slightest fluctuation of her soul power. Indeed, it seems so. In any case, tread carefully. I sense that not only is this woman extraordinary, but those 10 masked individuals are equally formidable. Their aura is beyond that of an ordinary soul master." Upon hearing this, the specter quickly retracted his nefarious thoughts, his countenance becoming considerably more solemn. He no longer dared to regard Lu Erlong with the same scrutinizing gaze as before. Instead, his attention shifted to the 10 masked figures beside Lu Erlong. Upon closer inspection, he soon sensed something amiss, as several among the masked individuals evoked a vague sense of familiarity within him. "Erlong, you and numbers 1 through 10, gather around." "Yes." Su Feng paid no heed to the subtle antics between Yue Guan and the specter, instead beckoning the multitude of undead soldiers to draw near. He unfurled the scroll detailing the techniques of the Undead Alliance, ensuring that all could clearly observe the illustrations and content therein. "Listen carefully. I shall only explain this once. Should you have any questions, feel free to inquire, but you must remember what I convey. If you fail to grasp it all, you might as well return to your hellish confinement." Su Feng surveyed the surroundings, his gaze resting upon the 10 undead soldiers. His tone was laden with warnings, imbued with a chilling clarity. Under normal circumstances, he would never utter such words, especially not with such gravity. Yet, at this moment, his lucid mind compelled him to adopt this approach. Only by doing so could he ensure that Sarath and the others remained perpetually focused, devoid of any semblance of negligence, thus enhancing their training efficacy. Indeed, upon the conclusion of Su Feng's declaration, the expressions of Sarath and the others transformed dramatically. The flicker of hope that had briefly ignited within them, anticipating liberation from the tyrannical grasp of the mother Tyrannosaurus, was swiftly extinguished by Su Feng's words, leaving only trepidation, confusion, and astonishment in its wake. Sarath and number 3 felt this realization most acutely. Typically, even if they displayed overt fear of Su Feng, it was a mere faade, a blend of genuine anxiety and feigned bravado, as they secretly believed Su Feng could not compare to Lord Lu. However, now, gazing into Su Feng's profound and frigid gaze, all remnants of hope vanished in that moment. They perceived Su Feng as far more formidable than even the fearsome mother Tyrannosaurus Lu. Besides Su Feng, Lu Erlong also noticed the unusual demeanor of Sarath and the others. Understanding that these individuals were unlikely to entertain any thoughts of complacency, he promptly bowed to Su Feng and stated, "Please, proceed." Indeed, after a brief pause, Su Feng began to elucidate the key points of the battle strategies to Sarath and the assembled undead soldiers. Whenever he encountered pivotal elements or points he deemed particularly challenging to grasp, he would personally demonstrate, such as how to effectively harness the power of the alliance techniques when faced with a larger number of opponents. The solution is remarkably simple. It constitutes the core element of the united combat strategy, which is to harness the collective strength of many to forge an extraordinary entity. Of course, the term extraordinary is merely hyperbolic, yet it remains sufficiently comprehensible. Essentially, it involves pooling the power of the masses and bestowing it upon a single individual. That person, endowed with formidable strength, can temporarily wield capabilities that far exceed their own level, which is indeed one of the most potent abilities of this collaborative combat technique. As for other methods, such as the collective defense, healing, strength, and spirit of the group, Su Feng did not elaborate extensively. Although he had mastered all these through the system, he was acutely aware that imparting this knowledge to Salus and the others in a short time was utterly implausible, as it entailed numerous intricate details that could only be comprehended and mastered through extensive practical experience. Thus, after elucidating the importance of collective strength, Su Feng turned his attention to Yu Guan and Gui Mei, addressing them with gravity. You two should confer. At least one of you must serve as a sparring partner in the center of the training ground at all times. If one cannot endure, the other shall take their place. In essence, until this training concludes, one of you must be present in the center of the training ground for 24 hours. Is that understood? Understood. Gui Mei replied with a respectful bow, casting a glance at the 10 masked figures, whose familiarity only intensified with each look. Particularly the one adorned with the labels 1 and 3. The sense of recognition was overwhelming, as he felt certain he had encountered those two before. Rest assured, young Master Su. I will fully cooperate, he added. Yu Guan, not dwelling on such thoughts, turned to confer with Gui Mei, or rather, engaged in a spirited debate, as neither wished to be the first to step into the arena. Stinky flower. After a moment, Gui Mei quipped at Yu Guan, his expression darkening as he strode toward the center of the training ground. Meanwhile, Yu Guan chuckled quietly to himself and retreated to the periphery to observe. Initially, his demeanor was somewhat somber, for the 10 masked individuals emanated an air of mystery that left him unable to ascertain their true spirit power, igniting a flicker of concern for Gui Mei's ability to withstand their onslaught. However, upon witnessing the masked figures approach the center of the training ground, revealing their martial souls and spirit rings, with only one being a spirit Douluo while the others were spirit saints, he could not help but exhale in relief. It seems I have overthought this. Young Master Su merely desires for me and old Gui to provide guidance to these individuals. Observing the strength levels from 1 to 10, Yu Guan's previously heavy heart lightened significantly, even instilling within him a sense of superiority as a seasoned mentor guiding the younger generation. He concluded with a teasing smirk, tinged with scrutiny. Humph, old Gui. As a Title Douluo, you ought not to be forced to unleash your full power the moment you step into the arena. That would be rather embarrassing. Such thoughts arose not only in the mind of you, but also within the arena, where the specter harbored similar sentiments. Humph, you lot, what strength do you possess? Do not conceal your abilities. Reveal them all, and let me see how long you can endure under my hand. At that moment, in the center of the arena, the specter fixed his gaze upon the 10 individuals opposite him. Observing the multitude of resplendent soul rings encircling them, he hesitated no longer. He promptly unleashed his martial soul. The ghost and a multitude of soul rings ascended from beneath his feet, layer upon layer, until his entire being was enveloped in a dazzling display of colors. This martial soul seems familiar. As the specter revealed his martial soul, his attention was drawn to the foremost figure among his opponents, particularly fixating on the martial soul of the individual, which grew increasingly familiar. Suddenly, a flash of realization struck him, and he recognized the person with astonishment, exclaiming, You are one of the Pope's subordinates? And weren't you involved in the siege of the Saintess's palace a year ago? Did you not strike against me? Had it not been for the sight of the opponent's martial soul, the specter would never have recalled the individual's identity. Reflecting on the past battle, a sense of indignation welled up within him. Indeed, he had participated in that conflict, albeit on the side of the Saintess. However, due to his allegiance, his outcome was far from favorable. In that fierce battle, he had been severely beaten by a Title Douluo under the Pope, resulting in grave injuries. Though being struck by a Title Douluo was not a source of shame, the ensuing events were troublesome. After sustaining his injuries, he found himself gasping for breath when a soul sage unexpectedly launched a sneak attack, delivering a brutal kick to his secret base below. Had it not been for a slight miscalculation in the angle, he might have faced a catastrophic fate. As for the identity of that soul sage, the specter recalled vividly, especially the martial soul they wielded. At that moment, his initial thought was to eliminate that scoundrel. Why resort to such despicable tactics? Why target my secret base? If it were to be shattered, no amount of vengeance would suffice. Even though a year had passed, a tinge of melancholy, or perhaps dread, lingered within him. Thus, upon recognizing the identity of the foremost figure, the flames of his earlier fury were reignited. Indeed, a year ago, I did participate in the siege of the Saintess's palace and clashed with you. However, I am now a subordinate of Lord Su Feng. Moreover, do not presume that because you are a Title Douluo, I fear you. Opposite him, Salus acknowledged the specter's recognition without feigning ignorance. He candidly admitted his identity, and his assertiveness stemmed not from a disregard for Title Douluos, but rather from a newfound confidence after absorbing Lord Su Feng's teachings on combat techniques. He now felt an inkling that Title Douluos were not invincible. He, too, could fight. No, it should be said that they too could fight. Reflecting on these matters, Salas found himself less fearful of the Spectre's vengeance regarding the incident from a year prior. Boss, what exactly did you do to Elder Phantom during that siege on the Saintess's palace last year? Salas's companion, upon noticing the Spectre's melancholic visage, was suddenly engulfed by a fervent curiosity. Come on, let us bask in a moment of pride. Ahem, it was merely a trifling matter. Salas dared not divulge the truth. He vividly recalled the grim expression on the Spectre's face when he had kicked his way into the Spectre's secret lair, a gaze that seemed to promise 1,000 tortures. Should he reveal this now, he believed the Spectre would likely come charging at him with a singular intent to annihilate. Although their combined tactics were indeed formidable, perhaps even outrageously so, they were still in the nascent stages of learning, not yet refined by time and experience. If the Spectre were to truly descend upon him, Salas felt certain he would meet a most unfortunate end. With this in mind, Salas promptly turned to his companions, urging, "Brothers, Lord Su Feng has stated that we must remain united in the face of our enemies. For only then can we unleash the full might of our unique undead military techniques." His tone grew increasingly grave as he continued, "Therefore, when the moment comes, regardless of who is attacked, we must not stand idly by. We must unite, do you understand?" As soon as Salas concluded his exhortation, he noticed several of his comrades casting him strange glances, particularly the third one, whose barely concealed smirk seemed to say, "Well, look at you, the mess you've made. Expecting us to help you clean it up. How shameless." "Fear not, brother, I am with you," came the response from one of them. "Indeed, we all stand by you." Though many had discerned Salas's ulterior motives, they chose to tacitly overlook them in the face of the impending conflict, opting instead to confront the enemy together. The third member, while not opposed to the group's decision, could not help but chuckle at Salas, saying, "Rest assured, we will not abandon you." At this, Salas's expression darkened, ready to retort. But recalling that he was in need of their support, he greeted them with a smile. "Ah, I am grateful for my good brothers. Now that you are all prepared, let us commence." Meanwhile, the Spectre, observing that Salas and his companions were poised for action, hesitated no longer. His form transformed into a fleeting shadow as he charged directly towards Salas. Goodness, I have never seen the old ghost this enraged. That fellow is in for a rough time. Moon Watcher mused, watching the unfolding spectacle in the training arena. A Soul Douluo alongside 9 Soul Saints attempting to confront a Title Douluo, he was nearly certain of the outcome. He held a strong belief in the Spectre's prowess. "Your Excellency, I wish to invite you to a friendly duel. Do you dare accept?" However, before Yu Guan could fully absorb the spectacle of the martial arts arena, a fiery crimson figure abruptly obstructed his path, capturing his gaze and holding it captive upon her striking form. Simultaneously, he found himself awestruck by the formidable aura she exuded, one that seemed to disdain the world. "Ahem, what is there to fear? It is merely that I question the necessity of engaging in a spar with you." Observing the woman clad in red, Yu Guan vaguely recalled her name, Lu Erlong, if he was not mistaken. Yet, he couldn't help but feel perplexed by the palpable hostility reflected in her eyes. "Humph. Do you not remember a year ago when you struck me across the face and humiliated me with your words?" Lu Erlong wasted no time in revealing her grievance. Drawing forth the Hell Hunter's sword with a chilling gaze fixed upon Yu Guan, her eyes aflame with the spirit of battle. Upon witnessing Lu Erlong's assertiveness, Yu Guan's lips twitched slightly as he innocently replied, "That was a matter of a year past. Why do you hold such a grudge? Besides, I was merely following orders at that time. Is it not rather narrow-minded of you to take it to heart?" "Narrow-minded?" She scoffed. "Call it what you will, but here, I shall pursue vengeance as I see fit. Since you dared to strike me and utter words of humiliation, you shall inevitably face the consequences." In response to Yu Guan's words, Lu Erlong smirked, seemingly unperturbed. She brandished the hunter sword, puffed out her chest with unparalleled confidence, and advanced towards Yu Guan. With each step she took, flames began to envelop the blade with astonishing speed, causing the temperature around them to rise dramatically, as if the sword had transformed into an instrument of divine judgment, capable of cleaving through gods and demons alike. What on earth is happening here? Witnessing Lu Erlong's unwavering determination to fight, Yu Guan felt an overwhelming reluctance. It was not that he feared this woman, but rather he was indeed afraid. Yu Guan had initially been contemplating how to gracefully extricate himself from the situation, yet no matter how he pondered, a sense of panic arose within him. Perhaps From the moment Lu Erlong unveiled her weapon and demonstrated her might, he had begun to entertain thoughts of retreat. He sensed a power emanating from her that paralleled that of the Holy Maiden. If he was not mistaken, Lu Erlong might have also received a divine inheritance. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Yuguan had no inclination to spar with her. He felt he would rather flee. Thus, he quickly cast a pleading glance towards Su Feng, silently beseeching for assistance. "Lord Su Feng, I implore you, save me." Upon hearing this, Su Feng instinctively turned his gaze towards Yuguan from a distance, shrugged his shoulders, and offered a comforting telepathic response. "Fear not, you shall not perish." Isn't this rather inappropriate? What is inappropriate about this? As subordinates, engaging in friendly sparring allows you to discover each other's shortcomings. It is indeed a beneficial endeavor, is it not? Upon hearing Lord Su Feng's words, Yuguan found himself at a loss for words. Yet he understood that the actions of Lu Erlong were likely tacitly approved by Lord Su Feng. "Let us find another place," he suggested. "Nearby." Lu Erlong cast a nonchalant glance at Yuguan. "Can I refuse?" Yuguan tentatively inquired, his face betraying his reluctance. "You may," Lu Erlong replied, unexpectedly acquiescing, which left Yuguan feeling quite astonished. Consequently, he instinctively asked, "Your prompt agreement surely comes with conditions?" "Indeed," Lu Erlong responded, sheathing his dragon hunter sword and slowly raising 2 fingers, before leisurely stating, "I have 2 conditions. First, you must apologize for your earlier disparaging remarks towards me." Without a moment's hesitation, Yuguan bowed respectfully and sincerely expressed, "I apologize, and I hope you can forgive my earlier rudeness." Relieved, Yuguan felt that as long as they could avoid conflict, everything was negotiable. He had never been fond of fighting. Had it not been for orders from above, he would have preferred to remain at home, enjoying his monthly salary, Su Feng's cultivation treasures, living a comfortable life. Observing Yuguan's demeanor, Lu Erlong narrowed his eyes and warned, "Humph. The matter isn't over. I haven't stated my second condition yet." Yuguan's expression stiffened, and he awkwardly chuckled. "Ahem. Please continue." Lu Erlong stepped closer, raising his hand towards Yuguan's cheek, delivering his chilling demand. "For my second condition, it merely requires a slap. What do you think? A slap?" Upon hearing Lu Erlong's words, Yuguan's countenance darkened, his fists clenching involuntarily. At that moment, he felt Lu Erlong was overstepping. He had already humbled himself to apologize. And yet such a demand was still made. "Humph, if you refuse, we can simply settle this with a fight." Lu Erlong's gaze remained unwavering, exuding an undeniable aura, as if she sought to humiliate him further to vent her frustrations, though her true intentions remained shrouded in mystery. Faced with Lu Erlong's demeanor, Yuguan could no longer restrain himself and retorted, "Do not presume that Lord Su Feng's backing grants you the right to be so arrogant." In response, Lu Erlong revealed a mocking expression, sneering, "And what of it? If you refuse my terms, then let us find a place to compete." Incensed by her aggressive tone, Yuguan coldly shot back, "Humph, if you wish to go, then let us go. Do you believe I fear you? At least you possess some spirit. Then let us proceed." Lu Erlong scoffed, before slowly making her way in a certain direction, leaving behind a voice tinged with amusement. "Today, whether it be you or the specter, a profound impression shall be left behind." As he gazed at the retreating figure of Lu Erlong, Yuguan's face twitched. Overwhelmed by an unbearable sense of exasperation, he could hardly fathom how this woman dared to be so audacious. Furthermore, what did her earlier remark mean? What was she implying when she said that I would leave a profound impression alongside the ghostly charm? Yuguan cast another glance at the central arena, now engulfed in chaos, resonating with the thunderous sounds of combat. Various soul techniques erupted, transforming the stage into a dazzling spectacle. It was evident that the ghostly charm was currently pursuing a masked figure adorned with a badge marked #1 on his chest. Did these 10 masked men truly believe they could triumph over the ghostly charm? After observing the fray for a moment, Yuguan noted that the ghostly charm was brimming with fighting spirit, completely overpowering the 10 masked adversaries. He couldn't help but scoff, "Huh? They think they can defeat the ghostly charm? Such delusions are utterly laughable." Witnessing the ghostly charm's fervor ignited a competitive spark within Yuguan, prompting him to hastily align his pace with Lu Erlong's. Although he remained unaware of the true extent of her capabilities, he resolved to impart a severe lesson to that woman, making her acutely aware of the respect due to the strong. Thus, the sacred maiden palace became unusually vibrant on this day. The ghostly charm engaged in an intense chase with Salus and his cohort of 10 undead warriors. while Yuguan followed Lu Erlong to a relatively open area, ensuring that their actions would not wreak havoc upon the Sacred Maiden Palace, provided they refrained from employing devastating techniques. Ding. A gentle reminder, the effect of the Awakened Spirit card, which allows the user to enter a state of extreme calm, has expired, and you will fully return to your normal state. How have I stood here for so long? I feel utterly fatigued. At this moment, by the side of the arena, Su Feng was attentively observing the battle involving Salus and the others. Suddenly, he felt a ringing in his head, and his body became heavy, as a familiar wave of weariness washed over him, compelling him to collapse onto the ground in exhaustion, too lethargic to move even a finger. Simultaneously, a powerful gust of energy erupted from the center of the arena, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Ghostly charm, cease your arrogance. It is our turn to counterattack. The shout instinctively drew Su Feng's attention, and he witnessed Salus and his 10 companions swiftly forming a triangular formation. Their immense soul power began to converge at a singular point. To his astonishment, Salus and his group had managed to grasp the exclusive joint combat technique of the undead army in such a short span of time. It seemed undeniably wise to have them engage in battle with the Title Douluo. TSK, 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 the efficacy of the Awakened Spirit card is truly remarkable. It has even inspired someone as indolent as myself to demonstrate combat techniques to Salus and the others. How fortunate I was to have utilized this item, allowing me to enter a state of tranquility. Otherwise, it might have taken me considerable time to instruct Salus and his team. Outside the arena, Su Feng observed with a sense of wonder, his gaze drawn to the foremost figure of the triangular formation, Saras, who stood resolutely at the front. Behind him lay the second echelon composed of 2 undead warriors, followed by the third tier of 3 and the fourth tier of 4, culminating in a perfect triangular formation of 10 individuals. It appeared that Saras had taken it upon himself to lead the charge, gathering the strength of the others to bolster his own. Indeed, as the sole master among them, he was uniquely suited for this pivotal role. Whether he could withstand the immense power he was about to channel, only time would reveal. Su Feng watched as Saras and his companions executed the triangular formation, acutely aware of the vast reservoir of soul energy surging toward Saras. Had he not known Saras to be an undead, possessing an extraordinary capacity to absorb and endure the energies of his kind, he might have been concerned that such overwhelming force could lead to catastrophic failure. However, it was evident that such an outcome was impossible. Saras would cease to absorb power only when he reached his limit, but he would never succumb to destruction merely by invoking this technique, unless he forcibly overextended himself. What on earth is this technique? The specter, Guei was momentarily rendered speechless upon witnessing Saras and his allies unleash their maneuver. The confidence that had once illuminated his face now froze in place, replaced by a look of sheer astonishment. What was this method? A soul skill? A self-created soul technique? Or perhaps a martial soul fusion skill? The longer Guei scrutinized Saras's condition, the greater his astonishment grew, for he could distinctly sense the rapid escalation of soul power within Saras, particularly the oppressive aura emanating from him, which was swiftly approaching the level of a Title Douluo. I cannot allow this. My vengeance remains unfulfilled. I must thwart this individual. With this thought in mind, Guei's figure flickered, transforming into a shadow as he surged forward. Yet, before he could draw near to Saras, a colossal protective barrier enveloped the 10, effectively sealing him out. It was clear that Saras and his companions were employing a joint battle technique known as defense, intending to withstand Guei's assault while they recuperated before launching a counterattack to vanquish him. Of course, the latter was merely a fleeting thought, after all. A Title Douluo is still a Title Douluo, and overcoming such an opponent with mere numbers was an arduous task, one that their fledgling mastery of the joint battle technique could hardly facilitate. Damn it. I merely demonstrated a few battle skills earlier, yet why do I feel so exhausted? Meanwhile, Su Feng, having just experienced the effects of his revitalizing card, felt an overwhelming wave of fatigue wash over him. This was not true exhaustion, but rather a disconcerting perception that today's exertion had exceeded his usual limits, leaving him with the sensation of profound weariness. Disciple. Upon sensing Su Feng's unusual demeanor, Bibi Dong swiftly appeared by his side, offering her support with a concerned expression. What is the matter? Are you feeling unwell? She inquired. Oh, it's nothing. You really shouldn't burden yourself so. Especially with Lu Erlong and Yuguan assisting you, she continued, noticing Su Feng's signs of fatigue. Perhaps I should help you to rest for a while? Help? Do I appear that feeble? Su Feng replied, his mouth twitching at Bibi Dong's worried countenance. Immediately, he straightened up, feeling a bit embarrassed. Ahem, no need for that. I am not so delicate and can walk on my own. With that, Su Feng made his way to the stone table, retrieving a long bench from his soul guidance device. After adjusting his position, he comfortably lay back, filled with anticipation. I wonder just how formidable my summoned undead army has become after all this time. Bibi Dong swiftly approached Su Feng, standing beside him and gesturing towards the side of his head. May I rest beside you for a while? She inquired, her head slightly bowed, her lips instinctively pressed together, and her delicate hands clasped behind her back, entangled in a manner that suggested both anticipation and a hint of trepidation regarding Su Feng's response. Su Feng, not overthinking the request as it seemed innocuous, readily assented, of course. He, then I shall join you, she replied. However, what Su Feng did not anticipate was that Bibi Dong's notion of sitting beside him was not merely for a casual respite. Rather, it was imbued with a desire to be intimately close. My dear disciple, this chair is rather hard. Lying like that may not be comfortable for you, and your rest will not be sufficient. Instead, why not rest your head upon my lap? I assure you, it will be far more comfortable, she suggested, gracefully positioning herself at one end of the long bench and lifting Su Feng's head so he could repose comfortably on her thigh. Teacher, is this really appropriate? Everyone is watching us. Su Feng protested, though he relished the sensation of her lap as a pillow. The thought of being observed by many around him, however, brought a blush of embarrassment to his cheeks. What does it matter? We are, after all, a couple. Allowing you to rest upon my lap is not an act of shame. Why make such a fuss about it? Bibi Dong lowered her gaze towards Su Feng, her luscious lips slightly pouting, transforming her previously hopeful expression into one of disappointment. She softly inquired, do you not like it this way? I find it rather delightful. But if it doesn't please you, I shall heed your wishes. Su Feng felt a twinge of reluctance in his heart. He preferred to avoid overt displays of affection in public. He believed that flirtation was best reserved for intimate moments between just the two of them, where he could relax. However, given Bibi Dong's insistence, he felt it would be ungracious to reject her. Taking a deep breath, he smiled and replied, if you think it's nice, then I shall follow your lead. Thank you, my disciple. Bibi Dong beamed, her face illuminating with a radiant smile as warmth flooded her heart, bringing her immense sweetness and happiness. Soon, her delicate hand began to wander, gently caressing Su Feng's face, occasionally pinching his nose and brushing his ears, until she could no longer resist the temptation of his soft lips. Hey, Su Feng rolled his eyes at Bibi Dong's mischievous antics and teasingly admonished. What are you doing, teacher? Why are you being so unreserved? Bibi Dong's smile grew ever brighter as she playfully poked his cheek, proudly displaying her captivating allure, and teased. I shall touch as I please. If you dare, you can return the favor. Su Feng's face flushed crimson. He intended to roll his eyes again, but as he glanced at her, he realized that he could no longer see her cheeks. What is going on? Why can't I see the teacher's face? This is quite terrifying. Wait a moment. During the first phase of overcoming my dizziness training with her, I believe I encountered that very thing. Didn't I? Soft and warm. Oh no, does that mean I was just courting disaster? I was so forceful, she must have felt pain. Surely, she wouldn't seek revenge on me, right? This is disastrous. How embarrassing. As Su Feng beheld Bibi Dong's indescribably fearsome presence, his thoughts spiraled into chaos, accompanied by a relentless gulping of saliva. The heat within him surged uncontrollably, hinting at a potential nosebleed. Of course, his tumultuous emotions were not stirred by the sight of Bibi Dong's assets, which could induce inferiority in most girls, but rather by the vivid recollection of a recent incident. Even now, he could vividly recall the sensations involved. And it was no exaggeration to say one hand was certainly insufficient to manage. Perhaps it was precisely because he could not control the situation with one hand that he felt an even greater urge to attempt it, leading him to become increasingly reckless and unabashed, exerting himself with fervor. In retrospect, Su Feng felt he had perhaps gone too far. Had he not been under the effects of the awakening card at that time, he would not have felt the slightest embarrassment or fear. He believed that he would have been too shy to engage in such antics, to the extent that he would wish to burrow into the earth, too ashamed even to bid farewell to his teacher. You little rascal, it is fortunate that I do not punish you. How dare you dwell on such matters? On the other hand, When Bibi Dong heard Su Feng's inner thoughts, her complexion flushed slightly, and she felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, upon further contemplation, she found that her sense of embarrassment dissipated, for she realized that as long as she remained unashamed, it was her disciple who would bear the shyness. It proved to be the case that, more often than not, her disciple was far more bashful than she. When she observed her disciple's heightened embarrassment, she felt her own shyness diminish, replaced by a sense of triumph, as if she could firmly grasp her disciple in this regard. Moreover, her disciple had already connected the dots regarding the earlier actions. If she were to conjecture, her disciple was undoubtedly more bashful than she was at that moment. Reflecting on this, Bibi Dong discovered that she was not as perturbed by the previous harsh treatment as she had thought. Even though she still felt a faint ache in her chest, it mattered little as long as she could help her disciple swiftly recover from that fainting spell. "Let me see your expression now, dear disciple." After a brief moment, Bibi Dong lowered her head to look at Su Feng, and what met her gaze was his flushed cheeks and the sight of his little hands fidgeting without a place to rest, which elicited a soft chuckle from her. How delightful! Bibi Dong could not help but let out a soft laugh, and soon after, a bolder thought emerged in her mind. Although my chest aches slightly at the moment, preventing you from continuing your previous actions, I shall not allow you to become lax in your practice. Therefore, let us commence the second phase of training from beneath the skirt. Feeling a bit tense, Su Feng stammered, "My dear, how adorable." Observing Su Feng's flushed face, which was so red that he dared not meet her gaze, Bibi Dong found it hard to contain her amusement. Suppressing her mirth, she inquired, "Disciple, how do you feel now?" Despite her decision to implement the second phase of training, Bibi Dong believed it prudent to first assess the outcomes of the initial phase, ensuring that the subsequent training would be tailored to Su Feng's current condition. She feared that her training intensity might be too overwhelming, potentially causing her disciple to faint from shock before even entering the training mode, a scenario she wished to avoid. "What do you mean by how do I feel?" Su Feng turned his head away, still unwilling to look at Bibi Dong, as he was preoccupied with feelings of anxiety, regret, and guilt from the first phase of training, fearing that Bibi Dong might blame him for it. Sighing, he thought, "I shouldn't have used that tool earlier. Had I refrained, I wouldn't have been so rough with the teacher. I wonder how she is faring now. She must still be feeling a burning pain." Given the force I applied, even I felt discomfort when squeezing myself, let alone applying that on her. Truly, I am at a loss for how to face her now, and I can only wonder if she is upset with me. What a foolish disciple I am. Upon hearing Su Feng's inner thoughts, Bibi Dong immediately understood his current state, prompting a bittersweet smile on her face. "That training was initiated by me, and you only acted so forcefully because you utilized the awakening tool. It was not intentional aggression towards me. How could I possibly be angry with you? Are you not being a bit silly?" Though Bibi Dong found Su Feng's thoughts amusing, she composed herself, adopting a more serious demeanor as she looked earnestly at Su Feng and gently reassured him. "Disciple, are you feeling guilty about the first phase? Do you believe I am blaming you?" Su Feng's eyes widened in shock as he gazed at Bibi Dong, thinking, "Goodness, am I that transparent? The teacher saw right through my thoughts. Does she possess some kind of supernatural insight? This is quite illogical. Hey, you little rascal, don't make me laugh." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong nearly lost her composure, but ultimately managed to suppress her laughter, merely allowing the corners of her lips to curl upward. She cleared her throat twice and, adopting a more serious tone, asked, "Disciple, please answer me. Is it true?" In a state of astonishment, Su Feng felt compelled to reveal his thoughts. He gently nodded at Bibi Dong, then turned his head away, unable to maintain prolonged eye contact. The reason for his discomfort stemmed from some inner turmoil, a sense of guilt weighing heavily within him. Upon receiving an answer, Bibi Dong extended her index finger and playfully tapped Su Feng's forehead, ultimately exhaling a resigned sigh. "Ah, you truly are a blockhead. How did I end up with such a foolish disciple?" "What do you mean?" Su Feng inquired, a hint of confusion evident in his expression. Bibi Dong, with a gentle smile, patiently reassured him, "Dear disciple, do not overthink it. I am neither angry nor upset with you, so please cast aside any unfounded worries, understood?" Upon hearing these words, Su Feng's expression softened, his previously tense demeanor and restless hands relaxing significantly. However, after a moment of reflection, a thought crossed his mind. Could it be that my teacher is concerned I might blame myself, hence her deliberate choice of words? Just as this notion took root, Bibi Dong lightly tapped his forehead once more, producing a sharp sound. "Foolish disciple, she said, adjusting his gaze to meet hers with utmost seriousness. If I were truly angered or held you accountable, would I allow you to lie so comfortably upon my lap? Would I converse with you so courteously? As the conversation progressed, Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, her tone growing a hint of displeasure. Or do you doubt my sincerity? Cough. Of course not, Su Feng stammered. Humph. I sense otherwise, she teased, a playful smile gracing her lips. If you make me smile, I shall believe you. Seeing her smile, Su Feng finally felt assured that she bore him no ill will, which alleviated the tension within him. He managed to muster a shy smile of his own. Now you can trust me, right? Humph. You are so slow to smile, but I find it endearing. Bibi Dong's gaze softened as she took in his expression, her lips curving into another smile. She licked her soft, rosy lips, her eyes taking on a mischievous glint as she said, Disciple, I am tempted to engage in some mischief. May I? Su Feng's eyes widened in surprise as he glanced at the nearby combatants, a sudden apprehension gripping his heart. No way, with so many people around. What exactly are you planning, teacher? Surely, you wouldn't want to get too close here, would you? That would be utterly embarrassing. Could we not retreat to a more private setting for such matters? Anxiously, Su Feng spoke with urgency. Teacher, we cannot. It is absolutely out of the question here. With so many witnesses, it would tarnish our reputation. Please, exercise restraint. Bibi Dong chuckled. Exercise restraint? My dear disciple, I must apologize. For I find myself unable to maintain such control. Upon concluding her words, Bibi Dong firmly grasped Su Feng's head with both hands. Her eyes shimmered with a captivating luster, brimming with anticipation and excitement, while a faint blush graced her cheeks. As her lips parted, the words that escaped her mouth seemed capable of melting anyone's resolve. Darling, could you allow your teacher just one kiss? Absolutely not, Su Feng replied, his stance unwavering. Although he found himself restrained by Bibi Dong, his imagination conjured a vivid scene. In his mind's eye, Saruth and others were stealthily observing the exchange, their expressions a mix of mockery and disdain, as if to say, Oh dear Su Feng, how audacious of you to engage in such an act before our very eyes under broad daylight. Truly, you are devoid of shame, yet I find it amusing. Do continue. Kiss her with wild abandon. Let us witness the unashamed side of you and the holy maiden. Saruth, you are doomed. A sudden thought surged within Su Feng, though entirely fabricated in his mind. Yet, he felt that failing to deliver a sound thrashing to Saruth would be a disservice to himself. Meanwhile, at the center of the training arena, Saruth was entangled in a fierce duel with a phantom. Suddenly, a disarray in his soul power surged through him, accompanied by an ominous premonition. What on earth is this tightness in my core? Come on, just one kiss, just one, Bibi Dong implored. Upon witnessing Su Feng's bashful and reluctant demeanor, her head inclined slightly, her grip on his head tightening further, fearful he might escape. Of course, if circumstances allowed, she would have succumbed to the urge to kiss him then and there. However, reason cautioned her against such an act, for the consequence would be a deprivation of that anticipated kiss before bedtime. Thus, she felt compelled to claim this moment of affection, albeit without resorting to force. But that won't do. If we are seen, the repercussions would be too dire. Upon observing her disciple's lack of understanding, Bibi Dong immediately retracted her playful tone, her expression now tinged with a hint of displeasure. When she spoke again, her voice was laced with jest as she playfully threatened, Humph, my dear disciple. During your initial training phase, you seemed rather violent towards me, leaving me with quite the ache in my chest. How do you propose we settle this score? Su Feng felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Hadn't they agreed to move past that incident? Why was it being brought up again? Humph. Bibi Dong was unconcerned with her disciple's thoughts and, feigning innocence, continued, All I desire is a simple kiss from you. If you refuse, I might just become quite upset. Surely, you can fulfill such a modest request? At this moment, she yearned for a kiss, a passionate one at that. Yet, if her partner were to resist, she was hesitant to impose, fearing it would plunge the atmosphere into awkwardness. However, the question lingered. Was it truly just a kiss she sought? Witnessing Bibi Dong's pitiful demeanor, Su Feng felt a twinge of uncertainty, although he remained indecisive. After all, they had shared a romantic relationship for some time, during which he had gleaned certain insights. When Bibi Dong mentioned a kiss, it was often not a mere peck. It usually entailed several affectionate touches, traversing from cheek to forehead, to neck, and finally to the lips. If she did not feel satisfied, she would not easily relent. When she requested a kiss, it was far from a trivial matter. as it was not merely about the number of kisses, but rather the duration. If it were brief, it might not delve deeply within, perhaps lasting only 10 seconds. Yet, should it extend longer, he could not guarantee that her gentle explorations would not take a curious turn, leading to a more intimate encounter. If she were to pry open his mouth, the intensity of their exchange would escalate, with her hands growing bolder in their explorations, possibly venturing beneath his shirt or, in an unlikely scenario, beneath his trousers. However, he was determined to maintain control, even within the confines of a room, to prevent her from taking liberties. Regardless of the circumstances, Feng felt that in the privacy of a room, despite his inherent shyness, he could not truly resist Bibi Dong. Yet, the thought of being outside, exposed to the gaze of onlookers, sent shivers down his spine. As he pondered these thoughts, unbeknownst to him, Bibi Dong had overheard his musings and responded with mild irritation. You blockhead, why so many thoughts? Stop dragging your feet. With that, she disregarded any hesitation, pouting her soft, moist lips and boldly pressed them against Su Feng's mouth. Smack! Unexpectedly, Su Feng placed his hand over Bibi Dong's lips, creating a barrier between them with a mere palm. With his hand covering her mouth, speaking became somewhat laborious for him. Teacher, please stop. This is truly inappropriate. I am unperturbed. Why do you have so many complaints? At that moment, Bibi Dong disregarded her surroundings entirely, her gaze fixated solely on her disciple. Perhaps it was a testament to the adage that what one cannot possess is forever restless. It was precisely because her disciple was so difficult to conquer that she became increasingly eager, often losing control of her desires and contemplating numerous times to impart her teachings in a more intimate manner. Regrettably, faced with her disciple's defenses, Bibi Dong found herself in a state of distress, for both her hands were occupied in restraining him. Thus, when he blocked her lips with his hand, she found herself at a loss and could only plead, "Disciple, please loosen your grip. A mere kiss from me would suffice." In response to Bibi Dong's renewed entreaty, Su Feng remained resolute. "No, absolutely not, at least not here. Let us return to the room first. Then I shall heed your words, all right?" Seeing her disciple's obstinacy, Bibi Dong abandoned her efforts to persuade him. In the next moment, her eyes glinted with a thought, and she leaned forward slightly. I shall see if you will relent," she teased, her playful intent evident. Feeling her actions, Su Feng's eyes widened, and he stiffened momentarily, as a warm, tingling sensation began to envelop his palm. "Teacher, you are simply being ridiculous." With a blush gracing her cheeks, Su Feng uttered a soft remark, yet could no longer withstand the tantalizing sensation and withdrew her hand. However, the moment she retracted her hand, the kiss from Bibi Dong met no resistance, landing squarely upon her lips. The sensation of Bibi Dong's kiss rendered Su Feng utterly rigid, ultimately leading her to cease her struggles, for she had succumbed to a state of social mortification. Her mind was filled with images of Sarath and others observing the scene, their laughter and disdain piercing through her, inciting a wave of humiliation and indignation that made her wish fervently to escape into the realm of chaos, never to resurface. Too embarrassed to face the world again. To her astonishment, after what felt like an eternity, Bibi Dong released her, and throughout the kiss, her hands had surprisingly remained respectful, sparing Su Feng any undue exploration or caress, allowing her mind, once ensnared in mortification, to gradually regain its composure. With a playful smile, Bibi Dong teased, "Disciple, see? I told you it was merely a kiss. I meant you no harm." Su Feng, still somewhat bewildered, was more preoccupied with ensuring no one was watching. Fortunately, those who were meant to be fighting were engrossed in their battles, and not a soul turned their gaze towards them. Most importantly, Bibi Dong had conjured a small barrier prior to the kiss, shielding them from prying eyes, ensuring that even if someone glanced their way, they could not discern their actions. Seeing Su Feng's cautious demeanor elicited a chuckle from Bibi Dong, who jested, "Disciple, you possess quite the timid disposition," with a mischievous glint in her eyes. She couldn't help but glance at Su Feng's lips once more. This fleeting glance ignited a sense of longing within her, for had she not sensed her disciple's thoughts through their mental connection, she would have been reluctant to release her so soon. After all, her initial intention had been to explore more deeply, to delve beyond the surface. Regrettably, her disciple's acute sensitivity and the belief that they were being observed deterred her from continuing, as she feared Su Feng might faint from overwhelming embarrassment, a situation that simply could not occur, especially with the second phase of training yet to commence. Teacher, Let's not jest any further. I must focus on observing the battle conditions of Sarath and the others. At this moment, Feng found himself unable to withstand the teasing from Bibi Dong. He promptly turned to the side, redirecting his gaze towards Sarath and the others, hoping to shift the focus and avoid becoming flushed from Bibi Dong's antics. However, as soon as he shifted his position, he realized that lying this way was somewhat uncomfortable, as he could only rest his head on the area near Bibi Dong's knee, which was not as soft as when he had rested on her thigh earlier. It felt rather hard against his head. Thus, he adjusted his posture once more, moving his head until he finally found a comfortable spot on Bibi Dong's incredibly soft leg. Little did Feng anticipate that this series of actions would evoke a peculiar sensation in Bibi Dong. In her eyes, Feng was not merely adjusting his position, but rather nuzzling against her thigh, which stirred an unusual feeling within her. Consequently, her delicate face flushed slightly, and she could not suppress a soft hum of delight. At that moment, as Feng's movements continued, Bibi Dong felt as though her entire body was electrified. She playfully scolded, "Disciple, please stop rubbing. I'm feeling a little tense." Feng's expression froze. Bibi Dong did not ponder too deeply. Only after noticing her disciple ceasing his fidgeting did she hesitantly speak. "Your incessant movements make me somewhat anxious." Upon hearing her words, Feng let out a sigh of relief. "It was merely anxiety. It startled me for a moment, as I thought it might be something more sinister." Upon regaining her composure, Bibi Dong realized that her previous words might have been ambiguous, causing her cheeks to flush with a hint of embarrassment. Internally, she chastised herself, reflecting, "Oh, you little rascal. Despite your seemingly honest and bashful exterior, I never imagined your thoughts could be so mischievous." Although she feigned reproach towards her disciple, deep down, Bibi Dong felt no resentment. In fact, she found solace in the idea that she wished for her disciple to become more audacious. Such a transformation would undoubtedly simplify her endeavor to win his affection. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the center of the training ground, prompting Feng to instinctively direct his gaze towards the source. Unfortunately, his line of sight was obstructed by the barrier erected earlier. Consequently, he turned to Bibi Dong and remarked, Master, shouldn't you remove this barrier first? Otherwise, how can I observe their battle?" "No," Bibi Dong decisively replied. "Why not?" Feng's lips twitched in frustration as he inwardly lamented. After all the commotion, prolonging this situation seemed excessive. Was it truly necessary to remain here all day in such a manner? This was simply too unconventional. Bibi Dong paid no heed to Feng's thoughts. Her sole intention was to alleviate his dizziness. With unwavering conviction, she stated, after careful consideration, "I have devised a second phase of the dizziness control training for you, which will undoubtedly help you further conquer the symptoms of your condition." Feng's expression stiffened, and after a prolonged moment, he glanced around before returning his gaze to Bibi Dong's earnest countenance. With a hint of trepidation, he inquired, "Are we still here?" "Of course," she replied. Bibi Dong wore a serious expression, and after a moment of contemplation, she spoke with increasing righteousness. "Aren't you supposed to keep an eye on Salas and the others? Naturally, this should take place here, where neither side will face any interference. Isn't that a win-win situation? This is how I perceive it." Feng's lips twitched, and he fell silent, yet internally, he was in a frenzy of conflicting thoughts. "You think so, but I couldn't care less about your opinions. I want my own perspective." The embarrassment from the previous phase was already unbearable, and now, with so many witnesses around, you wish to initiate the second phase? Even if you lack any sense of shame, you ought to consider my feelings. With this in mind, Feng turned his head and stated firmly, "No, this is absolutely out of the question. No matter how you persuade me, I will not acquiesce." Perhaps fearing that Bibi Dong would resort to her charms and feigned innocence, Feng quickly added, "And please, refrain from using that expression to implore me. Even if you do, my answer remains unchanged." With a soft chuckle, Bibi Dong quickly grasped her disciple's sentiments, which evoked a sense of amusement within her. It also surprised her that her disciple was now wary of her playful antics, a clear indication that he was quite susceptible to such tactics. "Oh well, enough of this for today. I shall let you off the hook for now. Once we return to the room, I will take care of you." Observing her disciple's mortified expression, Bibi Dong ultimately decided to grant him temporary reprieve. With a wave of her hand, she effortlessly dissipated the obstructive barrier, allowing both of them to witness the unfolding events in the arena. Boom, boom, boom. The arena was still embroiled in a fierce battle. On Salas's side, an array of soul skills was unleashed, relentlessly bombarding the Phantom. As a Title Douluo, the Phantom adeptly evaded most of these Soul Sage-level attacks, sustaining little damage. However, when Salus activated the exclusive joint battle technique of the undead, its power surged dramatically, making it far more challenging for the Phantom to withstand. This development emboldened Salus. Phantom, weren't you quite arrogant just now? Come on, let's have a duel. Ha ha ha, let's see if I don't put an end to you, old-timer. Thus, after a series of intense battles, accompanied by fierce altercations, the entire arena was strewn with shattered stones, various pits of all sizes scattered about, leaving the battlefield in utter disarray, shrouded in dust. Ultimately, Salus and his companions gained a slight advantage, managing to defeat a true Title Douluo with a combination of a Soul Douluo and 9 Soul Saints. The reason for the term barely lies in the fact that Salus was nearly overwhelmed by the Spectre several times during the fight. Fortunately, his teammates provided timely support and employed a collaborative combat technique to wear down the foe, or else they would have had no chance of recovery, facing total annihilation instead. Nonetheless, Salus and his crew performed commendably in their inaugural confrontation with the Title Douluo. At this moment, Salus and his companions, having just concluded their battle, instinctively shifted their attention to their surroundings. Many of them turned their gazes towards Su Feng, although they were aware that Su Feng and the Holy Maiden were a couple. Witnessing him comfortably reclined upon her lap left them in a state of disbelief, their expressions betraying an indescribable oddity. After all, when Su Feng had previously assigned them training tasks, his profoundly calm demeanor and frigid tone had nearly sent them into a state of panic, leading them to unanimously conclude that a serious Su Feng was far more formidable than any ferocious beast. Yet, this fearsome and capricious Su Feng was now obediently lounging on the Holy Maiden's lap, akin to a tamed creature, though it was best not to dwell on such thoughts, lest one's life be at stake. Oh no, they are looking over here. Upon noticing the attention from Salus and his group, the recently alleviated embarrassment surged back within Su Feng, prompting him to spring up in alarm, hastily adjusting his attire and adopting the most authoritative demeanor he could muster. Despite his awareness that any semblance of authority was likely lost on him now, and that his subordinates might be struggling to suppress their laughter, beside him, Bibi Dong could no longer contain her laughter at her disciple's flustered appearance, having long since grown accustomed to the gazes of Salus and his companions. Come, disciple. Let us go and take a look. After a brief moment, Bibi Dong approached Su Feng, gently linking her arm with his, instinctively enveloping his arm in her embrace, allowing her pride to exert its full influence on him. This gesture was not intended to take advantage of her disciple, but rather to provide every opportunity for him to acclimate to her touch, preventing him from being overly sensitive. Blushing for an entire day at the slightest contact with her pride, and even hesitating to make any move. As expected, Bibi Dong's actions proved effective, this time. When Su Feng once again felt the suffocating softness of her pride, he no longer experienced the same embarrassment as before. Instead, he found it quite natural and returned her smile with calm assurance, saying, "Shall we go?" Bibi Dong replied gently, her face illuminated by a sweet smile. And together they walked towards Salus and the others. Perhaps, from this moment forth, they resembled a couple more closely, shedding any lingering awkwardness. Giggling, Bibi Dong observed her disciple's natural demeanor with a sense of secret delight, silently resolving that in time, she would gradually impart the remaining knowledge to him, ensuring he would no longer feel shy and could act with confidence in all matters. Before long, Su Feng led Bibi Dong to the front of Salus and the others, who promptly formed a line. It was evident that they were brimming with excitement, their faces radiant with pride, as if basking in a spring breeze, eagerly awaiting praise. If one were to question the necessity of their exuberance, they might scarcely contain their racing hearts and trembling hands, bursting forth in exuberance. Do you even understand? That is a Title Douluo. Have you ever seen a soul sage triumph over a Title Douluo? Such straightforward words perfectly encapsulated the sentiments of Salus and his companions. Indeed, had Su Feng and the Holy Maiden not been present to uphold decorum, they might have laughed uncontrollably. Very well, you have performed admirably, and you have not disappointed me. Su Feng praised their accomplishments, but after his commendation, his expression grew serious. However, the achievements you can attain are far from limited to this. Once you refine the enhancement pills I have provided and can skillfully execute the combined battle techniques, only then will you truly embody the essence of the undead army. Do you understand? Understood. 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 With merely 2 syllables, The name Salaris resonated with fervor, as if this exclamation could pierce the heavens and reverberate through the firmament, causing the very ground of the training arena to tremble slightly. Perhaps there is a truth in the saying that the jubilance of the victors starkly contrasts with the dismay of the vanquished. Not far from the scene, one could observe the once formidable figure of Guemei, now utterly dejected, succumbing to despair. After a brief moment, Guemei approached Su Feng with a feeble gait, offering a respectful bow before imploring, "Lord Su Feng, I find myself lacking in strength and fear I cannot accommodate such a multitude in training at once. I beseech you to reconsider the arrangement." The recollection of the recent battle stirred feelings of profound frustration within Guemei. Had he been faced solely with an ordinary Soul Douluo and 9 soul saints, he felt confident in his ability to triumph, perhaps even to dominate. Yet, confronted by the 10 formidable opponents known as Salaris, he felt a sense of helplessness. Their ability to unify their powers for both offense and defense rendered him utterly powerless, ultimately leading to his defeat. Very well, Su Feng nodded, recognizing Guemei's plight. He understood that, aside from the initial advantage, Guemei stood no chance against Salaris and his cohort once they began to master their combined combat techniques. If this trend continued, the pressure on Salaris and his companions would diminish, hindering their progress. Guemei swallowed hard, glancing nervously at Su Feng. "What do you intend to do?" Meanwhile, the members of Salaris exchanged anxious glances with Su Feng, especially Salaris himself, who occasionally cast sidelong looks at Guemei. He sensed that should he reduce their numbers, Guemei would undoubtedly seek retribution for past grievances. The recent skirmish had escalated tensions. In a moment of mischief, he had delivered several forceful kicks to Guemei, narrowly avoiding a far more severe incident. Fortunately, the situation had not escalated to that level, yet the animosity had certainly intensified, promising future entanglements. As for the matter of training partners, that discussion would have to wait until Erlong and Yueguan returned. Su Feng found himself in a quandary regarding the organization of the training, as his original plan had only required Yueguan and Guemei. However, he had not anticipated the significant strength exhibited by Salaris and his team after deploying their collaborative techniques, which had unexpectedly led to Guemei's downfall in their first encounter. It was evident that in 10 days, once Salaris and his companions achieved breakthroughs to Soul Douluo, they would not only enhance their soul power, but also experience a qualitative leap in their combined techniques. At that juncture, even if Yueguan and Guemei were to employ their martial soul fusion techniques, they would likely find themselves at a disadvantage against Salaris and his group. "My lord, I have returned." As Su Feng finished speaking, not far away, Lu Erlong transformed into a red shadow, swiftly leaping to stand before him. With Lu Erlong's appearance, the crowd instinctively shifted their gazes towards the direction Lu Erlong had returned from, all awaiting the emergence of Yueguan. Moments later, a disheveled figure staggered forth. It was evident that the individual was in tatters, with numerous bruises adorning their body. Particularly on the face, it was not only swollen, but one eye was blackened, and the right cheek bore countless red handprints, a clear indication that he had recently endured inhumane torment, rendering him almost unrecognizable. "Goodness," Salas remarked upon seeing the newcomer, unable to suppress a chuckle. "Who is that pig-ass head?" Of course, as he uttered these words, he had already surmised the identity of the individual, likely Yueguan. Perhaps emboldened by his recent victory over a Title Douluo, he felt an overwhelming surge of confidence and could not help but indulge in some reckless bravado. However, no sooner had Salas spoken than Lu Erlong, without hesitation, brandished the long whip at his waist and mercilessly lashed out, causing Salas to yelp in pain, clutching his backside. The whip, barbed, had inadvertently pierced him, inflicting a sharp, searing pain, likely drawing blood. Once the pain subsided, Salas glanced at Lu Erlong with trepidation, his lips quivering as he stammered, "Lord Lu, what have I done wrong?" Lu Erlong cast a cold glance at Salas, reprimanding him. "From now on, Yueguan and Guemei are our comrades. Please speak with more respect." Yes, understood," Salas responded, not daring to retort further. Retreating behind his companions in search of an elusive sense of security, all the while pressing his hand against his rear to staunch any potential bleeding. Truly a fierce dragoness. Yueguan, returning, could not help but inhale sharply at the sight of Lu Erlong wielding her ferocity against her subordinates. Lu Erlong, indifferent to Yueguan's thoughts, candidly declared, "From this point forward, we shall be comrades. I hope there will be no betrayal among us, but rather a unified whole. Do you understand?" Though her words bore no direct malice, they conveyed the presence of a superior, as if she were a deity presiding over life and death. This aura and demeanor had manifested since she became the Hellfire Dragon, and perhaps even more so when she assumed control over the souls of the damned. Even without overt displays, it exuded naturally. Yet, despite Lu Erlong's authoritative tone, Yuguan dared not retort. Even in his battered state, he refrained from voicing any dissent. Instead, offering an awkward smile, "Ahem, you are right. From now on, aside from the instructions of young Master Su Feng and Her Highness the Saintess, whatever you say shall be regarded as law." At this very moment, Yueguan is engulfed in profound regret. If the heavens were to grant him another chance. When Lu Erlong proposed the second condition of slapping him, he would unhesitatingly acquiesce. At the very least, accepting that slap would only result in a loss of dignity. Unlike the present situation where he not only forfeited his pride, but also endured a merciless beating, ultimately losing even his sense of self. Oh no. He is no longer his own. Alas, it seems that humiliating others comes at a steep price. If he could return to a year ago, Yueguan would vehemently berate his former self. What were you thinking? Why did you slap that woman? Not only did you slap her, but you also insulted her with your words. Look where that has led you. Retribution has arrived. In the span of a mere year, Lu Erlong has grown so formidable that even Yueguan is no match for her. Beside him, Guimei glanced at Yueguan and noted that he was in an even worse predicament, stirring a complex mixture of sympathy and schadenfreude within him. Initially, he believed that being pummeled by those 10 individuals from Salis was the epitome of misfortune. But witnessing Yueguan's plight somehow brought him a sense of balance. Lord Lu is amazing. Lord Lu is formidable. On the other hand, upon learning of Lu Erlong's complete domination over Yueguan, Salis and his group could not contain their excitement. Despite their deep-seated fear of Lu Erlong's torment, which had left them traumatized, seeing their leader so powerful instilled a sense of pride within them. Ahem, everyone, regarding the training partner issue. I have devised a preliminary plan. With everyone present, Su Feng recounted his newly conceived strategy. In brief, instead of the previously planned Yueguan and Guimei as training partners, it will now involve 3 individuals, with the additional one being Lu Erlong herself. Had he not observed Yueguan and Guimei's apparent frailty, Su Feng would have preferred not to include Lu Erlong, for it was uncertain whether Salis and his companions could maintain normal training when faced with her prowess. He feared they might need extraordinary courage just to engage, let alone train effectively. Synopsis: Su Feng traverses into the world of Douluo, becoming a direct disciple of Bibi Dong, awakening the lazy fish system, which allows him to grow stronger effortlessly. However, he did not anticipate that Bibi Dong could eavesdrop on his thoughts. My dear disciple, with such laziness, how can you ever become a Title Douluo? Don't tease me. I have already achieved Title Douluo. Of course, if you choose to lie down with me, I may cultivate even faster. Bibi Dong, you have attained it. My dear disciple, do you think I have any chance of becoming a deity?